Introduction Asterisk. Rhaego Targaryen. Born of storm and fire. The Sword of Dawn. The Empire's sharpest spear. Guardian of the realm. In 111 AC, the prince stepped onto his homeland from the Empire's warship, revealing a warm smile towards the land of his ancestors. Rhaego Domner. An outsider from the Shivering Sea. A traitor. One whom the seven gods have forsaken. The Gravedigger of Dragons. In 111 AC, a demon arrived in Westeros aboard a serpent ship, bearing bloodied fangs towards the Seven Kingdoms. Chapter 1. Rhaego. Asterisk note. The author acknowledges that the Devourer and Vagor are of similar size in the original work. Yet in this narrative, the author has enhanced the character, adopting the perspective rejected by the esteemed Martin, asserting that the Devourer existed as a Valyrian dragon long before the Targaryens arrived at Dragonstone. Therefore, dear readers, do not dwell on the discrepancies in the description of the Devourer. In this tale, it is formidable. Asterisk. Please leave your judgments at the door. The narrative is primarily based on the series, yet will incorporate elements from the original work. A humble author, skill level to be determined, seeking gentle critiques. This is a desolate continent. Towering volcanoes incessantly spewing black smoke, flowing magma like a crimson serpent rampaging across the land, and the somber sky obscuring its original hues. Twisted, ghastly trees stubbornly root themselves in the shattered earth, rendering this place a hellish wasteland. Only the towering ruins of grand edifices testify to the former prosperity that once flourished here, but the celestial abodes have ultimately been buried beneath heavy volcanic lava, and with them, the civilization has been reduced to ashes by wildfires. This is Valyria, the bastion of dragon riders, now relegated to the dust of history, its remnants standing like forlorn specters, silently expressing their unwillingness to fade. A serpentine shadow slithers through the ruins, while a hawk with blood-red eyes emits a hoarse cry from the gnarled branches of a dying giant tree, the perilous environment transforming the sky's favored creature into a gaunt specter, its fierce gaze sweeping over the debris below. Within its sight, a crimson serpent stealthily emerges from the shadows, drawn by the scent of sustenance, swiftly approaching a protruding, rock-like dry branch. In an instant, the branch springs to life, along with its robust roots concealed beneath the debris, ensnaring the serpent above. A humanoid creature heaves the earth and stone aside, emerging from the ruins. Rhaego Domner realizes that should he fail to procure sustenance soon, his survival would be in grave jeopardy. Struggling to extricate himself from the debris, Rhaego disregards the dust that clings to his form, seizing the bizarre serpent he had labored so hard to catch, and begins to gnaw upon it. Ugh! The intense stench and bitterness assault his palate, inciting uncontrollable retches, yet the unmistakable hunger of his churning stomach compels him to quickly overcome the unpleasant taste, devouring the serpent like a beast, sparing not even the foul blood. Cough, cough, cough. Having consumed the serpent, over a meter in length, Rhaego finally reacts to its wretched flavor. Exhausted, he slumps against a rock behind him, casting a desperate gaze towards the overcast sky, overwhelmed by a desire to weep. Who could remain in good spirits after finding themselves in a hellish realm, having been transported from a comfortable bed, indulging in snacks and shows, only to awaken in this desolate place, starved for 2 whole days, transformed into something neither human nor ghost? In the past days, he had contemplated suicide, perhaps to return home. Yet, mere contemplation is one thing, action another. As a youth of privilege, having never endured even a minor injury, overcoming the fear of death was nothing short of fantasy. Despite several resolute moments over the last 2 days, he ultimately remains alive, realizing that returning to his former life was a distant hope, for based on his extensive reading, the likelihood of traversing back was slimmer than believing himself to be Qin Shi Huang. Phew! A colossal shadow swept over Rhaego's head, startling the hawk perched upon the branches. Rhaego stared blankly at the receding shape, having witnessed it several times before, yet its immense presence continued to instill terror within him. It was a dragon, a bipedal monstrosity from Western legends. Its vast wingspan obscured the sun, dark scales, and a fearsome head showcasing its might and ferocity to the humans below. Of course, if the beings on the ground could still be deemed human. Watching the dragon soar high above, heading towards distant peaks, Rhaego slowly retracted his slightly dazed gaze, laboriously rising to his feet. Casting a glance at his own body, resembling a victim of Medusa's gaze, Rhaego could not help but lament. What a wretched fate. In terms of his transmigration, he ought to be a soul transfer, Once a college graduate inheriting wealth, now a struggling adolescent in a hellscape. Rigo Domner. This is the name he bears in this world. According to the meager memories of his predecessor, he has crossed into the realm of the popular series Game of Thrones. He now finds himself in a place called Valyria, a name well known to countless fans of the series, and as an avid reader, Rigo is aware of this once glorious land. Regrettably, he has not arrived during its zenith, but has instead found himself amidst the ruins following apocalyptic devastation, his identity that of a helpless youth clinging to survival. Even more unfortunate, Rigo is afflicted with the dreaded Greyscale, a disease that strikes fear in the hearts of all within the realm. Gazing upon the grayish, stony scales that mar his body below the neck, Rigo is not merely gravely ill, he is perilously close to death. His predecessor was a remnant of the Valyrian bloodline, indeed a direct descendant of the Valyrian dragonlords. According to his memories, his ancestors were dispatched to Essos for trade before the calamity struck, fortunate enough to escape with their lives. However, despite being of noble lineage, his ancestors never had the chance to tame dragons. Thus, after Valyria's fall, their exile to Essos rendered survival a daunting challenge. The Valyrian dragonlords had long oppressed and persecuted the surrounding continents, subjecting Rigo's ancestors to a harsh existence in Essos. In a bid to preserve their bloodline, the Domner family embarked on a journey of wandering. After struggling for generations, the once proud bloodline dwindled to Rigo Domner, the last scion of the dragonlord lineage. Originally, only a few meager remnants of the once mighty families that could ascend within the Valyrian dragonlord lineage remained. The rest of their vassals had perished or fled during the prolonged exile. A mere handful of loyal knights, steadfast in their allegiance to Domner, continued to follow the young dragonlord. In a bid to restore the glory of the Domner house, the youthful heir, with resolute determination, liquidated the last vestiges of their estate and, accompanied by a dozen loyal knights, ventured into the ruins of ancient Valyria, seeking to uncover surviving dragon eggs to hatch anew the great dragons. Rigo, having traversed into this realm, merely needed to glance at his current predicament to comprehend the fate that awaited his predecessor. A 15-year-old boy, accompanied by a handful of aged knights, scoured the perilous wasteland, rife with blood magic monstrosities. The outcome was all too predictable. Upon entering the ruins, two knights fell victim to the eerie fireworms during their nighttime rest, succumbing in excruciating agony. Subsequently, venomous serpents, swarms of lethal ants, ferocious vultures, and the most perilous of threats, the Greyscale disease, devoured the loyal knights who had followed Rigo in the span of a mere month. Only the 15-year-old remained, burdened with the ambition to revitalize his family and the profound anguish of loss, succumbing to hunger and illness. Thus, the unfortunate Rigo came into being. In his relentless search, the original soul perished amidst the ruins. Rigo, initially clinging to the hope of returning, lay in place awaiting death for 2 days before recognizing that even suicide requires a certain courage of which he was devoid. Resigned to survival, he resolved to endure. The pervasive Greyscale afflicted every step he took with excruciating pain. With great effort, he supported his beleaguered body against the remnants of the fortress, forging deeper into the ruins. The return of the dragons heralded the approaching night in Valyria, and having survived here for over a month, Rigo understood that the true realm of death lay within the ruins at night. Fortunately, the memories of his predecessor revealed a sanctuary deep within the ruins, a place to evade the nocturnal dangers. By sheer luck, the spot where the original had perished was not far from the safe haven. Perhaps influenced by that entity, Rigo, in his state of despair, had miraculously avoided becoming prey to the night's creatures for 2 days. Although this area was relatively secure, having resolved to live, Rigo deemed the sanctuary even more prudent and forced himself onward. The short distance traveled left Rigo drenched in sweat, his feeble body in intense pain rendering each step a battle. Yet, the campsite was drawing near. After a quarter of an hour, just as the sky began to darken, he finally beheld a colossal skull resembling a house. This was the first time Rigo had encountered this skull since his arrival. Its immense form and lingering aura unmistakably signified its former owner, the mightiest creature to roam this continent, the dragon. The skull, towering several meters high, lay like a castle amid the ruins, its formidable presence deterring surrounding beasts, even after centuries of death. As darkness enveloped the land, Rigo dragged his weary body and stumbled into the eye socket of the dragon skull. Just as he laboriously climbed into the hollow, a clear voice resonated in his mind, causing him to startle and lose his footing, tumbling inside. Ding. Opportunity established. System initiating. Chapter 2. Blood and fire, one and the same. Ding. Detecting remnants of blood and fire magical beings. Energy absorption in progress. The voice resonating in Rigo's mind was akin to celestial music, a golden key for any traveler. Had he not spent the previous 2 days devoid of such a boon, he might not have entertained thoughts of self-destruction. Ignoring the pain from his fall, Rigo leaned against the dragon bone, euphoric as he attempted to communicate with the voice in his mind. System? Grandfather? Deep Blue? Foster father? Yet, no matter how fervently Rigo called out, apart from the initial sounds, his mind offered no further response. Slumping against the dragon bone, despair washed over him. Could it be that his exhaustion and pain had conjured illusions? It seemed unlikely, as the 2 distinct prompts felt too real to be mere hallucinations. Why, then, was there no further reaction in his mind? Could it be that my elder brother found me too embarrassing and fled? Rigo felt a chill run down his spine. Please, foster father, I can still be salvaged. System. In response to Rigo's pleas, the long silent voice finally echoed in his mind once again. Ding. Energy absorption complete. System successfully activated. Detecting host. Ding. System analysis in progress. Accompanied by a series of alerts, an ice blue, high-tech interface materialized before Rigo's eyes. Host, Rigo Domner. Gender, male. Age, 15. Bloodline, ancient Valyrian dragonlord bloodline. Status, hungry, excited, terminally ill. Ding. Host life, signal weak. Disease analysis in progress. Advanced Greyscale disease. 99 probability of death. Searching for treatment methods. A torrent of dizzying information flashed through Rigo's mind, intensifying his already fragile headache. Upon realizing his mortality rate stood at 99, even the prospect of an extraordinary ability could not quell his panic. Fortunately, the system's hints indicated an ongoing search for treatment options. It appeared he still had a chance at salvation. Foster father, I implore you to lend your strength. As soon as the words left his mouth, a crisp notification rang out in his mind once more. Ding. Treatment method determined. Bloodline evolution technique. Strong reactions of blood and fire magic detected nearby. Initiating bloodline implantation. Implantation progress. 1. Implantation progress. 10. Implantation progress. 30. Implantation progress. 60. Implantation progress. 99. Ding. Bloodline implantation complete. Data correction in progress. Correction complete. System consciousness severed. Intelligent management initiated. Best of luck to the host. Wait, don't go. Just as Rigo reveled in the exhilarating sensation of his newfound powers, the system hastily concluded its operations and withdrew. Foster father, please don't leave just yet. At least tell me how to use this system before you depart. But no matter how he called out, his mind fell silent once more, indicating that this swift and efficient system had truly entered a deep slumber. Alas, with a resigned sigh, Rigo begrudgingly accepted the current reality, taking a deep breath to stabilize his tumultuous emotions. He acutely felt the pain coursing through his body and gritted his teeth to summon the interface. An ice blue screen unfurled before him, encompassing all his current information. The initial lines remained consistent, but beneath the bloodline designation, a new line of text appeared. Host, Rigo Domner. Gender, male. Age, 15. Bloodline 1. Ancient Valyrian dragonlord, bloodline 2. Blood and fire origin, blood magic and fire magic affinity. Current bloodline development progress. 1. Status, panic, hunger, excitement, terminal illness. Blood and fire origin? Rigo stared silently at the newly appeared bloodline name on the panel. The affinity for blood magic and fire magic. Wasn't this the hallmark of a natural dragon rider? Yet, what significance did the 1 development progress hold? It seemed the system had busily implanted a bloodline that remained dormant. Rigo gazed speechlessly at the glaring 1 progress behind the bloodline, instantly feeling the urge to resign himself to fate. He was in the terminal stage of his Greyscale disease, with a mortality rate of 99. The system had bestowed upon him an unactivated bloodline as salvation, yet despairingly failed to reveal the method to activate it. By the time the blood and fire origin bloodline was fully awakened, his body would likely have decayed beyond recognition. Alas, Rigo stared blankly at the information on the panel, instinctively rubbing his face with a fervent hand. The coarse sensation that should have been present on his face had vanished, and even the intense pain in his hands had dissipated. Suddenly sitting up from the ground, Rigo raised his hands, illuminated by the distant glow of lava from the volcanic peaks, marveling at his unexpectedly delicate and slender hands. The once dense gray-black scales had disappeared, the pus that oozed between the scales was gone, and even the scars from childhood injuries had vanished. His hands now resembled those of an ordinary person. Save for their slight frailty, they were indeed the hands of a normal individual. After thoroughly inspecting his hands multiple times to confirm their restoration, Rigo excitedly rolled up his long sleeves, only to find that from his wrists upward, the gray stone scales remained. He exhaled deeply. Although his arms had not returned to normal, the thrill in his heart remained unabated. Blood and fire origin. Just a mere one development of the bloodline has restored my hands to their former state. If this progress continues, once the bloodline reaches 10 development, I might be cured of my grayscale disease. Rigo contemplated with exhilaration. Thus, my next course of action is to decipher the method of bloodline activation and to survive in this wretched place. Relaxing back onto the ground, Rigo gazed through the enormous eye sockets of the dragon skull above him at the dark red sky outside, suddenly feeling a glimmer of hope for the life that lay ahead. A one bloodline development progress implies that when the bloodline was implanted, it was likely completely dormant, only showing a fraction of development due to some external influence. Blood and fire origin. This is the ancestral language of the dragon clan and the affinity for blood magic and fire magic. Draconic magic. Rigo suddenly recalled the prompt that resonated in his mind when the system first activated. Detected the remnants of blood and fire magic creatures. Energy absorption in progress. This refers to. He shifted his gaze to the colossal dragon bone he resided within. The remnants of blood and fire magic creatures were undoubtedly the massive dragon skull before him, perhaps accompanied by a buried body beneath the ground. The energy referred to was the residual magical energy within this skeletal remains, indicating that the development of the blood and fire origin bloodline necessitated the absorption of blood and fire magic. It must be so. Blood magic and fire magic are the keys to developing the bloodline. Understanding everything, Rigo excitedly patted the dragon bone beside him twice. Though he was uncertain of the current timeline within the realm of Game of Thrones, even in the centuries following the fall of the dragons when magic had faded, Rigo felt no concern regarding the means to acquire blood and fire magic. For he was currently situated in the ruins of Valyria, a veritable paradise of blood magic and fire magic. The peculiar magical creatures scattered throughout the ruins were the perfect nourishment for cultivating his bloodline. There's always a way out. Ha ha. Cough cough. Ha ha ha. His laughter, punctuated by coughs, echoed from the massive dragon head, carried by the sulphurous winds to the distance, drawing curious gazes, yet stifled by the oppressive aura of the dragon bones. Chapter 3. The haze-laden day unfit for outing. The following day, Rigo awoke in a daze, stirred by the thunderous growls of his stomach, his excitement rendering sleep elusive. Last night marked the most tranquil slumber he had experienced since arriving in this world, free from the piercing howls and the agonizing struggles of existence. Even the physical pain that had plagued him seemed to relent, allowing for a more pleasant dream. Had it not been for the insistent protests from his belly, Rigo felt he could have continued to sleep peacefully. With considerable effort, he extricated himself from the confines of the dragon bone, only to find himself confronted by a troubling sight. It appeared that while he slept soundly, the volcanoes scattered across Valyria had erupted once more, casting a heavy shroud of volcanic ash that obscured the sky like a dark cloud. The world was enveloped in a grim grayness, rendering the dilapidated ruins even more eerie. Visibility on the ground was a mere 5 meters, and the air was thick with the acrid scent of sulfur. Clearly, today was not a suitable day for venturing outside. Yet, the gnawing hunger was nearly unbearable, compounded by the fact that Rigo had not tasted a drop of proper water in several days. Aside from a desperate attempt to quench his thirst by drinking the blood of a snake he caught yesterday, he had consumed no moisture whatsoever. In this land surrounded by volcanic magic, the oppressive heat was already difficult to endure if he did not replenish his fluids soon. Rigo doubted he would be able to persevere. Thus, he resolved to hunt. Perhaps the integration of his bloodline with the system had enhanced his physical abilities. Rigo sensed a renewed vigor coursing through him, far from the fatigue and weakness he had felt the previous day. At this very moment, he could scale a gnarled tree standing 4 or 5 meters tall, a feat he would have deemed impossible in his prior state. Rigo realized he had acted rather hastily. Although today's conditions were ill-suited for his own endeavors, they were a celebration for the indigenous inhabitants of this forsaken land. As he prepared to hunt magical creatures, He understood the necessity of wielding a formidable weapon. Thus, he retraced his steps to the place where he had lain for the past 2 days, intending to retrieve the sword left behind by his original self. However, upon nearing the vicinity, he spotted 3 grotesque creatures resembling dogs, congregating in the very ruins where he had previously rested, sniffing about with fervor. Rego found himself the unfortunate target of these wild dogs, drawn by the scent of blood. The tree he had climbed was approximately 1 meter in diameter, its crown stark and bare, save for a few gnarled branches. This fortuitous perch perhaps saved his life. With a resigned sigh, Rego lamented his luck, having unwittingly entered a new world only to inhabit the body of a frail cat, and now, after finally receiving his golden finger of fortune, he was thwarted by a pack of dogs at the threshold of his adventure. Such misfortune felt akin to having one's teeth trapped in a mouthful of cold water. With determination, he pressed his feet against the tree trunk, pulling his dangling legs upward to avoid the snapping jaws of the dogs that roamed and leaped beneath him. In his previous life, Rego was a devoted dog lover. Although he had never personally owned a dog, he had always harbored immense goodwill and enthusiasm for them. Yet, at this moment, he found himself devoid of any affection for the 3 dogs below, as they were undeniably grotesque. Their fur resembled a bird's nest riddled with machine gun fire, disheveled and patchily bald, exposing skin oozing with green pus. Their faces appeared as if they had been blasted, with protruding fangs and drool dripping ominously onto the ground, clearly coveting the prey above. Their tails, erect like propellers, spun wildly. Enrico even suspected they might attempt to fly up and bite him with those bare appendages. Brothers, we are all lost souls in this world. Why must we torment each other so? After waiting in vain for the 3 hideous canines to depart, Rego reluctantly attempted to win them over. Why not grant this humble brother a chance today? In return, I shall repay you handsomely in the future. As he spoke to the dogs lying in wait beneath the tree, he fervently communicated with the system within him, a bloodline of shared origins. Yet, neither the 3 dogs below nor his internal system offered any response. It appeared that his system had truly entered a state of dormancy. And not all magical beings possessed the sagacity of dragons. Indeed, these 3 ugly dogs seemed distinctly disinterested in Rego, who was attuned to blood-fire magic. However, from their peculiar appearance and the faint magical aura emanating from them, it was evident that their grotesque forms were likely a consequence of the cataclysmic upheaval in magic during the apocalypse. Regrettably, they were unable to comprehend human speech. Casting his gaze towards the distant, towering fire peak, he faintly heard a high-pitched, yet agonizing howl emanating from that direction. But the massive silhouette he had previously witnessed soaring overhead was nowhere to be seen. Disappointed, Rego withdrew his gaze. He had hoped that the commotion caused by the dragon he had seen daily just days prior would scare these 3 unwelcome intruders away, yet today, the dragon had failed to make an appearance. Perhaps it too believed that the hazy weather was unfit for venturing out. With a self-deprecating smile, Rego looked at the 3 wild dogs beneath the tree, his expression gradually hardening. He could no longer afford to wait. He was already fatigued from clinging to the branch, and the gnawing hunger in his belly was intensifying, causing mild spasms. If he continued to linger with these beasts, he would only grow weaker. If night fell and he were still in their presence, chaos would ensue, and his demise would be inevitable. Resolving himself, Rego grasped another dry branch overhead. Pulling himself up to stand on a fork in the tree, he peered beyond the 3 dogs, focusing on the spot where he had previously lain, where a dull, long sword lay abandoned. Rego had to devise a plan to retrieve that sword. Fighting the 3 wild dogs barehanded would be tantamount to courting death. Thus, the question remained, how could he temporarily divert their attention? Rego lowered his gaze to the tattered garments that adorned his frame, then glanced toward the distant longsword. With a fierce determination, he clenched his teeth. Life is fleeting, and death is eternal. He resolved to take the plunge. Leaning against the tree trunk, he swiftly discarded his shirt, revealing a gaunt torso marred by gray scales. At that moment, Rego had no inclination to admire his emaciated figure. Instead, he tightly rolled his shirt into a ball. Summoning his courage, he pressed his left index and middle fingers to his lips and bit down hard. Blood gushed forth from the wound at his fingertips, and he hastily drenched his shirt in the crimson life essence. At the instant he punctured his skin, 3 dogs began to sniff the air vigorously, their nostrils flaring as they traced the scent's origin. Their 6 crimson, savage eyes fixated on Rego, perched in the tree, drool uncontrollably dripping from their jaws, accompanied by low, menacing growls. Realizing that the dog's gaze was fully trained on him, Rego extended his left hand, allowing several droplets of blood to fall to the ground below. The dogs lunged forward, eagerly licking the earth and the blood into their ravenous mouths, their eyes glinting with heightened ferocity and greed as they turned their attention back to Rego. Taking a deep breath, Rego slightly shifted his numb and aching legs, preparing himself for action. With a swift motion, he cast the blood-soaked shirt far from him. Thud! The makeshift ball of fabric landed over 10 meters away, the rich scent of blood sending the three dogs into a frenzy as they raced toward the tantalizing prize, fighting to claim their meal. In that fleeting moment, as the dogs bolted, Rego descended from the tree with remarkable speed, leaping to the ground just before hitting the earth. Without a moment to spare to observe the dog's reactions, he propelled himself toward the longsword ahead. The howls of the pursuing beasts echoed behind him, the stench of their foul breath palpable. Rego, summoning every ounce of his waning strength, lunged forward, rolling awkwardly before scrambling to his feet. The longsword was within his grasp. Chapter 4. The Edge of Death. Yet alive with the longsword in hand, the foul wind of pursuit surged toward him like lightning, chilling his very bones. There was no time to steady his unbalanced stance. Rego utilized the momentum from his roll, twisting his waist as he brandished the sword in a sweeping arc from right to left. The sound of steel-piercing flesh was accompanied by the anguished wails of a wild dog, with a nearly desperate swing fueled by adrenaline. Rego's longsword cleaved through the approaching beast, severing 2/3 of its head before it collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Yet, Rego had no time to revel in his success. As he turned, excruciating pain shot through his left leg. The second wild dog had sunk its fangs deep into his calf, the force of the attack toppling him like a rag doll. The largest wild dog, trailing at the rear, lunged forward like an arrow, its gaping maw aimed menacingly at Rego's throat. As death loomed near, a potent survival instinct surged within him, triggering an overwhelming release of adrenaline. With a forceful push from his right foot, he pivoted his body sideways, evading the lethal bite that would have struck his throat, and instead, the vicious fangs sank into his shoulder, piercing through the gray scales and nearly shattering his collarbone. The grating sound of teeth scraping against bone echoed in his ears, a distressing reminder of his perilous situation. The wild dog, clamped onto his left leg, thrashed its head violently, disrupting Rego's balance. He felt an intense heat radiating from his body, a deafening buzz filling his mind, drowning out the searing pain that had initially overwhelmed him. The metallic taste of blood flooded his mouth and nostrils, while the dog's forepaws pressed down hard, one on his chest, gripping his gray scales tightly, and the other on his sword-bearing right arm, slicing through his skin. He could not allow it to shake its head, clenching his teeth in determination. A singular thought consumed him. If the dog were to thrash its head while clamped onto his shoulder, his right arm would surely be wrenched off, a wound from which he would not survive. In an instant, as the wild dog prepared to unleash its devastating head shake, Rego's left arm shot out, his hand seizing the dog's right ear with a vice-like grip and yanking it forcefully to the left. A low growl erupted in his right ear, the pain rendering the dog unable to shake its head, its balance faltering as it pressed down heavily with its forepaw on Rego's right arm, attempting to regain its lethal advantage. But it was too late. With a swift thrust, a long sword pierced through the dog's left shoulder blade, emerging from its right flank, and began to twist slowly. The excruciating pain forced the creature to relinquish its grip on Rego's shoulder, collapsing to the ground with a mournful howl. Yanking the sword free, Rego paid no heed to the whimpering dog, bracing himself on his left hand to lift his trembling upper body. He raised the sword high, summoning all his strength to strike down upon the beast that was tearing at his left leg. With a sound akin to a hot knife slicing through butter, the sword effortlessly severed the dog's neck, decapitating it entirely. Gasping for breath, Rego struggled to maintain his balance, prying the dog's teeth from his calf and discarding its head. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon him, the urge to succumb to sleep overwhelming. Yet he knew that this was not the moment for rest. 3 wild dogs, along with the scent of blood infused with the essence of fire magic, would soon attract countless predators. In his current state, Rego feared that even a single magical serpent would prove too formidable. We must leave at once. Grasping the wild dog that had been pierced through the chest and abdomen, he drew his sword across its throat, fiercely leaning in to greedily drink the blood that flowed forth. Moments later, Rego pushed aside the lifeless creature. While the adrenaline still coursed through him, he struggled to rise. Clutching his sword in his right hand and dragging the smallest of the decapitated wild dogs with his left, gritting his teeth as he staggered towards the dragon bone. His left calf was nearly torn apart, his right shoulder bore a penetrating wound, and his collarbone seemed fractured. The gray scales on his chest were in tatters, with pus mingling with blood seeping out. Rego's condition was utterly pitiful. Darkness blurred his vision, a buzzing filled his ears, and waves of intense pain surged through his calf and right shoulder. Yet, against all odds, he finally reached the dragon bone, planting his sword at his feet. Reger raised his weakened right arm, using both hands to push the wild dog-esque carcass inside, then exerted himself to climb in after it. Beep. Host status abnormal. System forcibly ending hibernation. Status assessment in progress. Beep. Host, Reger Domhnall. Gender, male. Age, 15. Bloodline 1. Ancient Valyria Dragon King's bloodline. Bloodline 2. Bloodfire Symbiosis. Affinity for bloodfire magic. Current bloodline development progress. 1. Status, severely ill, gravely injured, parched. Injury analysis in progress. Analysis complete. Advanced stage of Greyscale disease. Left calf muscle torn, leg bone cracked, penetrating wound in right shoulder, collarbone fractured, right arm muscle torn, left arm muscle torn, sternum fractured. Severe lacerations on the chest, bruising on the back, excessive adrenaline secretion, multiple blood vessel ruptures, heart failure, latent rabies mutation detected. Beep. Host has slain 3 low-intelligence blood magical creatures. Bloodfire Symbiosis bloodline development progress. 0. 1. Injury recovery in progress. A series of beeping sounds echoed in Reger's mind. Yet he remained unresponsive. Days of exhaustion, coupled with life-threatening injuries and the side effects of excessive adrenaline, caused him to succumb to sleep. A cracking sound emanated from Reger as the twisted and torn bones and muscles in his calf began to visibly mend at a slow pace. The penetrating wound in his shoulder was gradually sealed by tiny granulations. The fractured collarbone writhed as it rejoined. The slightly collapsed chest returned to its original state, and the dark blood that had flowed from his orifices rapidly ceased. Even the hair that had been torn out during the struggle began to regrow. Thump, thump. The strong beating of his heart resonated once more within the dragon bone, followed by a thunderous snore. Even the gray sky seemed to brighten marginally. Chapter 5. The lament of the dragon Rego Domhnall awakened amidst a cacophony of resounding roars. Cautiously, he turned and propped himself up, peering through the dragon bones above to behold a colossal figure soaring across the sky, casting an immense shadow upon the earth. The clarion calls of the dragon reverberated around him, filled with anguish and sorrow. Retracting his gaze, Regod placed his hands upon his previously injured shoulder and calf. Noting with surprise that the once gnawed flesh had completely healed, even sprouting gray scales. With a mix of irritation and admiration, he tapped the scales on his shoulder, marveling at the system's remarkable efficiency. As he muttered under his breath, he summoned the interface within his mind. Host, Rego Domhnall. Gender, male. Age, 15. Bloodline 1. Bloodline of the ancient Valyrian Dragon King. Bloodline 2. Blood of Fire. Affinity for bloodfire magic. Current bloodline development progress. 11. Status, severely ill, thirsty indeed, upon observing the increment of 0. 1 in his bloodline progress. Regod could not suppress his excitement and clenched his fist. His assumptions had not been in vain. Most creatures inhabiting the Valyrian ruins had been tainted by the magical upheaval during the cataclysm. Although he had only managed to increase his bloodline progress by a mere 0. 1 after slaying 3 wild dogs, he had at least found the correct path. Gently caressing the dragon bones beside him, which emanated a warm aura, Regod pondered deeply. Based on the previous absorption of energy from the dragon bones, it appeared that the magical essence contained within the remains of dragons was the most potent. However, the dragons of the Freehold had perished hundreds of years ago, making the search for their remains a daunting task. Thus, he could only hunt while slowly seeking out dragon bones. Once again, his gaze ascended to the sky. A piercing dragon roar echoed, sending chills down his spine and dispelling any reckless thoughts. No, he must suppress such suicidal notions. Subduing his reckless impulses, Regod emerged from the dragon bones and retrieved the long sword he had left outside. He gathered some firewood from the surroundings and returned to his previous spot to kindle a fire. He could only commend the loyalty and skill of the original owner's subordinates. The flint found in his pack spared him the embarrassment of having to start a fire by friction, having likely surpassed his body's limits. Regod felt no pangs of hunger within him, an alarming sign indicating that his brain was transmitting erroneous signals, causing him to overlook this dire predicament. Fortunately, he had managed to bring back a quarry the previous day. Regod was inexperienced in butchering prey, in both his past and present lives. He had never witnessed the skinning or dismemberment of an animal, let alone practiced it himself. Moreover, at this moment, he had no inclination to spare any dignity for the beast that had nearly crippled him. Raising his long sword, he clumsily hacked off a dog-esque leg, quickly stripping away the outer hide and fur, then skewering it with the sword before placing it over the fire to roast. The fervent flames greedily licked the blood dripping from above, emitting a series of crackling sounds. As the temperature rose, a peculiar noise emanated from the flesh upon the sword. It was an almost imperceptible, fragmented cry, accompanied by a sound akin to writhing in slime. The sight before Rigo sent a shiver down his spine. The dog's leg was alive. Numerous bulges, as tiny as grains of rice and as large as soybeans, erupted from it, writhing and pulsating, producing an exceedingly unsettling sound. Witnessing this grotesque spectacle, Rigo turned pale. After all, he had drunk his fill of blood from the wild dog's neck only yesterday. Although the earlier scan had revealed nothing amiss, the current scene was enough to nauseate him. With trembling hands, Rigo brought the long sword closer to the flames, perhaps sensing the rising heat, or perhaps unable to endure the searing blaze. The bulges burst open before his very eyes. A cacophony ensued. Insects with faces, serpents with hands, and earthworms with gaping mouths. A swarm of twisted, slimy, indescribable creatures writhed and struggled, spilling forth from the flesh upon the sword. Ding! Warning! 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 A jarring alert echoed in Rigo's mind, causing him to hurl the long sword into the fire. System detects cursed magical creatures. Dragon's nemesis. Please evacuate immediately. Please evacuate immediately. The system's alarming proclamation sent Rigo into a panic. His weary body felt as if electrified, and he scrambled away in a frenzied crawl. The creatures that had emerged from the scorched dog's leg quickly covered the nearby carcass. In no time, a more horrifying scene unfolded before Rigo's eyes. The half-meter-tall dog's corpse ballooned grotesquely and rapidly exploded, unleashing a multitude of twisted beings that swiftly swarmed over the nearby dragon bones. Amidst the rustling sounds, the once indomitable, awe-inspiring remains of the dragon were devoured as though they were mere snowflakes. A group of these distorted creatures charged directly towards Rigo, cursing under his breath. Rigo turned and fled. What in the world are these abominations? Ding! Cursed biological entity. The dragon's lament. A magical creature existing solely in Valyria. A grotesque creation born from the flesh and souls of slaves struggling under Valyria's brutal dominion, fusing fire and blood magic. Twisted and violent, cruel and repugnant. The bane of dragons, often lying dormant within smaller creatures, awakens upon contact with dragon power, consuming all related to the dragon. Rigo gasped in horror. He had not anticipated that such an ugly, distorted yet diminutive cursed creature could be the nemesis of the majestic dragon. This was as incredulous to Rigo as someone telling him that an ant could be the nemesis of an elephant. However, the system would not deceive him. Damn! Don't tell me I have a horde of such grotesque creatures slumbering within me. The host need not panic. The cursed beings feast upon the essence of the dragon lord as well as the bloodline of dragons, awakening from within without a dormant phase. That is a relief. Rigo sighed. The thought of such repulsive entities lying dormant in his body was unbearable. He would rather perish than endure that. So, these cursed beings nestled within the bodies of wild dogs were roused by my blood? But why did they not react during the earlier battle? I lost more blood then. Beep. The host's vitality was insufficient to directly awaken the cursed beings. They require exposure to high temperatures for awakening. Rigo was momentarily at a loss for words, realizing that his previous weakness had inadvertently spared his life. Gazing at the grotesque entities that had thoroughly devoured the dragon bones, his intense fear of clusters began to resurface. How on earth am I supposed to kill this thing? Before the system could respond, Rigo discovered the answer. As the dragon bones vanished completely and the aura of other magical dragons dissipated, the tide of creatures swiftly transformed into wisps of white smoke, disappearing entirely in an instant. Chapter 6. Journey to the Fire Peak. The nauseating swarm dissipated like smoke, and after cautiously observing the periphery for a moment, Rigo weakly returned to the previous encampment. The once mighty dragon bones, towering like mountains, had completely vanished, leaving the ground in a state of disarray, as if the colossal remains of the magical dragon had never existed. They erased every trace of the dragon's presence. Rigo stood in shock, staring at the altered campsite. A profound and uncontrollable dread surged from the depths of his heart. Staggering, he bent down carefully to retrieve the long sword that was embedded in the ground. It still gleamed with a cold light, and even the dog's leg skewered on its tip bore only minute punctures, devoid of any other damage. Surveying his surroundings and gazing at the sword in his hand, Rigo hesitated, fixating on the dog meat with conflicting feelings. He had neither the strength to hunt nor the option to starve. Eating was quite unappetizing. Damn it. When a man dies, birds take flight. If I don't die, I could live for eons. Let us do this. With that, Rigo raised the piece of dog meat to his eyes, closed them tightly, and bit down fiercely. Chewug, chewug. After an arduous struggle to swallow a sizable chunk, Rigo wiped his mouth, his expression grim, feeling a long-forgotten warmth and satisfaction in his belly. He exhaled heavily, content, having filled his stomach. Rigo decided to sit down right where he was, propping himself against the remnants of his previous belongings, and patiently awaited the restoration of his strength and spirit. In the present day, the only relatively secure sanctuary of dragon bones has been thoroughly devoured by a horde of grotesque insects. Rigo comprehends that he must swiftly seek another refuge. Otherwise, in this wretched place, his endurance would scarcely last a few nights. However, amidst the vast ruins of Valyria, he is utterly lost, unsure of his current direction, and searching for the remains of a dragon is akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Just as these thoughts lingered, a resounding roar of a dragon echoed from afar. Unless, Rigo gazed up at the towering volcano in the distance, and a bold idea materialized in his mind. Since he could not find a deceased dragon, perhaps a living one would suffice. With this thought, he acted decisively. After resting briefly and sensing that he had sufficiently regained his strength, he rose to organize the belongings left behind by himself and his knights. He gathered all usable clothing and tools into a large bundle, strapped it to his back, seized the longsword beside him, and took one last glance at his surroundings before striding eastward. He intended to venture near the eastern volcanic peak. From his observations over the past days, that location not only served as the lair of a colossal dragon, but also emitted wisps of white mist, indicating proximity to water, or perhaps even the sea. With the sea, there lay a chance for escape. After all, in this dreadful place, anyone could remain if they so wished, but Rigo could not endure it any longer. After walking for a short while, Rigo arrived at the spot where he had slain 3 dogs. He had taken one of the headless corpses with him, and now, merely a day later, the other bodies had vanished without a trace. Even the bloodstains from that moment had been completely erased, leaving only signs of excavation on the ground. He cast a fleeting glance at the place where he had nearly lost his life, and continued his journey eastward without pause. He could distinctly sense an increase in the local fauna. Rustling sounds emanated from the nearby forest and on the withered branches. A hawk with crimson eyes fixated its piercing gaze upon him, the eerie atmosphere steadily escalating. This place was no longer suitable for lingering. Retreat was the wisest course. To survive and return to Westeros. Even if life there were not markedly better, it surely would not be as dire as here. In truth, without needing to consult the system, Rigo understood his precarious position as a non-Targaryen of Valyrian dragon blood in the world of Game of Thrones. Coupled with the bloodfire lineage bestowed by the system, his situation was doubly precarious. Within the ranks of humanity, his non-Targaryen dragon blood would inevitably incite the Targaryen's wariness and even pursuit. Fortunately, his silver hair allowed for some semblance of disguise. However, compared to his position among humans, Rigo's plight within the dragon's realm was truly lamentable. Had he possessed solely the Valyrian Dragon King bloodline initially, there would have been no hindrance to riding and commanding dragons. Alas, the system, in its attempt to heal him, granted him the bloodfire lineage, an affinity for blood magic and fire magic. This lineage was not inherently flawed. Indeed, it was remarkable, marking him as a born dragon rider. Yet, the unfortunate reality lay in the misalignment of the timelines. If the current timeline were the era of the Freehold, the colossal dragons birthed in an abundant environment of blood and fire magic would be akin to kin for Rigo. Possessing greater size, unmatched strength, and heightened intelligence, they would naturally feel a profound affinity and recognition towards him, who shares the same bloodline of blood and fire. Alas, the Freehold has perished. In this timeline, the most favorable scenario would be during the Age of Conquest, where a dragon born during the magical tides of Valyria still exists, the formidable Valyrian, the Black Dread. However, it is inconceivable that Rigo could ever hope to harness its power. Should fortune be less favorable, and the timeline be one of the squabbling between Daenerys and Cersei, it might still be bearable. With only 3 dragons, 2 of which have met their untimely demise, and the remaining one in a rebellious phase, the threat to Rigo would be minimal. The worst-case scenario, however, would be if the timeline were dominated by House Targaryen, wherein Rigo would find himself in dire straits. During this era, the Targaryens boasted nearly 20 dragons, and it would be particularly unfortunate for Rigo that these dragons were born in a time of waning magic, rendering them smaller, weaker, and less intelligent. To Rigo, who possesses the bloodline of blood and fire, he would appear as a tempting morsel, akin to the flesh of an immortal monk. The more docile dragons might restrain themselves, but the more temperamental ones, like the brutish Vagor or the aging and irritable Vermithrax, might devour him at first sight. This, of course, hinges on the activation of Rigo's bloodline, albeit with limited strength. While he could not remain a mere weakling indefinitely, the thought of potentially facing a dozen dragons eager to consume him was enough to cause him considerable distress. With a resigned sigh, Rigo turned to glance at the ruins behind him, then surveyed the shadows of covetous gazes lurking around him. Gritting his teeth, he plunged into the forest ahead. What lay beyond, monsters and demons, was a matter for another day. For now, the utmost priority was to survive in this wretched place. Dying here would strip him of even the right to feed dragons. Rigo's figure vanished into the thicket, and moments later, the underbrush trembled violently as a wild dog sprang forth, alertly scanning its surroundings. It lowered its head to sniff the spot where Rigo had stood, a fleeting glimmer of avarice flashing in its crimson eyes. A low growl escaped its throat before it darted into the dense jungle. The rustling of foliage erupted as similar silhouettes crashed through the trees, stirring the air with a sense of impending danger, closely trailing their leader deep into the forest. Chapter 7. The difficulty of travel to cross the Yellow River. Ice blocks the way. To ascend the Tying Mountains, snow blankets the peaks. Rigo's state of mind at this moment resembled that of the illustrious poet Lei Ge, who sought enlightenment, yet found himself at an impasse. The sole distinction lay in Lei Ge's hopeful anticipation of eventual triumph, while Rigo was consumed by a furious desire to obliterate the beasts before him. Since 5 days ago, when Rigo departed from Dragonbone and ventured eastward into the forest, a pack of wild dogs has relentlessly pursued him, clinging to him like a curse. By day, they follow. By night, they launch small-scale assaults. Over these 5 days, Rigo has dispatched 7 of their comrades, yet these beasts remain undeterred, persistently trailing and harassing him. Finally, this evening, weary and famished, Rigo resolved to cease his flight, prepared to face whatever fate awaited him. After some time, he gathered a circle of wood and dry grass in a relatively open area, climbing a large tree at its center to await the approach of his pursuers. The twilight descended swiftly, enveloping the forest in darkness, rendering visibility nearly impossible. With a sardonic smile, Rigo glanced at the dozens of gleaming green eyes circling around him and retrieved a match from his pocket, igniting the prepared garments and casting them into the dry pile beneath the tree. In the arid air, the kindling ignited instantly, and soon, a fiery serpent encircled the tree where Rigo perched. Illuminated by the flames, the fierce wild dogs approached, barking ferociously yet hesitating at the threat of the fire, their teeth bared in agitation. Observing these wretched creatures, Rigo unsheathed his sword and without hesitation cut into his palm, allowing his blood to drip onto the ground below. The falling blood, reminiscent of celestial nectar, emitted an irresistible aroma that beckoned the wild dogs. Finally, one could no longer resist, leaping through the flames with a howl, lunging for the blood below. Following their leader, the other wild dogs dashed through the fiery barrier, vying for the precious liquid. From his elevated perch, Rigo watched the greedy beasts, tightening his grip to let more blood fall. Feast, all of you. This is your ransom. The pack below clamored and lapped at the blood, the surrounding flames radiating intense heat. At a certain moment, a terrible and vile entity stirred awake, and the eyes scanning the surroundings suddenly darkened, plunging the forest into an eerie silence. The once ravenous pack fell silent, and an unsettling rustling emerged from beneath the tree. Then, like a burst of bubbles, several wild dogs exploded, cursed creatures spilling forth in a chaotic frenzy. Meanwhile, Rigo had already activated his stored bloodline ability at the first sign of disturbance. His wounds healed instantaneously, and he closed his eyes, leaning against the tree trunk, choosing to ignore the hellish scene below. As for the terror beneath the tree, it held no concern for him, for the system assured that the curse's consumption occurred from within, and since he bore no parasites, there was nothing to fear. Time passed, and when Rigo finally opened his eyes, the forest was beginning to brighten with the dawn. The fire circle beneath the tree had long extinguished. Fortuitously, due to the prior selection of an open area, a devastating blaze had been averted. The pack of wild dogs that had once besieged him had been reduced to fragmented remnants, stripped of their earlier ferocity and brutality. Stretching his stiff and aching limbs, Rigo descended from the tree and skillfully gathered branches from the surroundings to rekindle the fire, skewering a piece of meat to roast it with practiced ease. Ding! Detection indicates that the host has slain 12 low-intelligence blood magic creatures. Bloodfire lineage development progress, 03, current progress, 16. A belated reminder. After hastily satiating his hunger, Rigo extinguished the fire, gathered his long sword and belongings, and set forth once again in the predetermined direction. A foul crocodile seeks to ambush me. So massive, I cannot afford to confront it, I shall retreat. You, long serpent, dare to bully me? Huh, a tiny crocodile. Debts must be repaid by offspring, devoured. Curse that old eagle, attacking me from the shadows. Is that a person? A grayscaled zombie afflicted by disease. My apologies, brother. Tiger brother. Spare my life. Oh, why do you resemble a dog so closely? Could you be a long-lost acquaintance? There is a method to the taking of lives. What a beautiful fox. Come here, dear. Ah, you dare bite me? Prepare to meet your demise. It is evident that when one survives alone in the wilderness, one should avoid venturing alone into the deep mountains and forests. Otherwise, regret comes too late. Having finally dispatched the pack of wild dogs, Rigo journeyed towards the eastern fire peak, cautiously traversing by day and resting atop great trees at night. The arduous path felt deceptively close to the fiery summit, the colossal wings of the dragon obscuring the sun flickering ever nearer, yet a full month had elapsed without him reaching his destination. He truly contemplated surrender. Passing through a swamp, a crocodile several meters long launched a surprise attack, resulting in the loss of his left leg. Traversing thickets, a venomous snake, crimson all over, managed to bite him, leaving his mouth askew. While fetching water from a small pond, a crocodile nearly a meter long severed his left thumb. At night, a colossal eagle nearly tore off his crown. Navigating through ruins, a horde of grayscaled zombies emerged, gnawing and biting, almost consuming him entirely. Passing through a ravine, a tiger snatched him away, and he barely escaped, losing his left arm in the process. Witnessing a small wild dog seeking revenge, he found that it had summoned its parent. After much difficulty, he encountered a charming little fox, believing he was destined to acquire the quintessential pet of a protagonist, only to discover it was a glutton, its mouth agape wider than Rigo's own head. The journey is fraught with peril. It is indeed a treacherous path. Where now is the way? Were it not for the diminishing strength and numbers of the beasts he encountered as he drew closer to the fire peak, Rigo would not believe he could endure. Who could withstand the torment of dying in various gruesome ways each day, even with a system to save him? The pain is all too real. It is likely that any ambition has been ground away. My interest has long since dulled. Time, akin to the nimble leap of the little white dragon over the eagle's grief gorge, has swiftly passed, marking the passage of nearly half a year. Although snow has yet to grace the landscape, the vitality of the surroundings has evidently diminished, and the gradually cooling weather signals the arrival of Rego's first winter in this world. On this day, after a grueling journey, Rego casually ascended a nearby tree branch to rest, confident that the system would protect him. As long as he wasn't wholly consumed, survival was assured. The following day, a tremendous roar accompanied by a high-pitched wail roused the slumbering Rego. As he groggily opened his eyes, he beheld a colossal dragon soaring above the towering peaks of fire. At last, Rego discerned the dragon's formidable form. Its body was adorned with crimson scales, reminiscent of ancient armor, albeit marred by numerous imperfections. Its fearsome horns, resembling curved blades, split into multiple prongs, radiating a cold, eerie glow. The dragon's massive head was both imposing and menacing, its triangular visage akin to a weapon of slaughter. Yet, this weapon appeared dulled. Its wings bore gaping hollows, its abdomen sagged, and its neck's skin was wrinkled. Rego rubbed his distant, bleary eyes and eagerly looked up again, only to meet a pair of golden-red eyes staring back at him. Alarm. Chapter 8. The dragon's soul caught off guard. The dragon, upon noticing Rego perched on the branch, emitted a thunderous roar and, with a powerful flap of its wings, veered towards him. In the blink of an eye, the distance between them evaporated. The overwhelming presence of this apex predator sent tremors through Rego's legs, compelling him to suppress the instinct to flee. Gripping his sword tightly, he fixated on the rapidly approaching behemoth. A primal instinct deep within him reassured him that this creature bore no ill will. The dragon's approach stirred a tempestuous wind, causing Rego's silver hair to dance wildly. A potent scent of sulfur and decay assailed his senses as the massive red dragon descended from the heavens like a deity, landing heavily beside the tree where Rego was ensconced. The awe inspired from a distance paled in comparison to the sheer shock of locking eyes with the crimson dragon. Its broad, fierce head exhaled scorching dragon fire, drawing nearer as its cold, exquisite slitted pupils scrutinized the diminutive silver-haired human before it. The intense, searing breath enveloped Rego, rendering him rigid as the dragon circled him curiously. A dragon, the true dragon of the Game of Thrones universe. Rego felt his heart racing in jubilation, teetering on the brink of ecstatic explosion. The dual influence of his ancient Valyrian bloodline and the shared essence of blood and fire visibly softened the dragon's demeanor. Rego's signature silver hair and the warmth emanating from his lineage dispelled any wariness in the red dragon. Its aged eyes shimmered with an inexplicable emotion as it gazed deeply at the still Rego in the tree, before suddenly rearing its head skyward, unleashing a torrent of crimson dragon fire that surged like molten lava into the heavens. The resounding roar of the dragon reverberated through Rego's ears, inducing a fleeting sense of ringing, yet simultaneously easing the tension in his body. He sensed the benevolence of the crimson dragon and perceived the excitement and sorrow woven into her voice. Feeling that his life was likely secure, Rego finally relaxed entirely, allowing himself to closely observe this magnificent remnant of the Valyrian freehold era, a marvel of creation. However, a more meticulous examination revealed that this colossal dragon, formidable enough to dominate the world, appeared to be in grave distress. From a distance, he had only discerned a simple silhouette, but now it was evident that the challenges confronting the red dragon transcended mere age. The dragon's immense form, stretching over 100 meters, bore countless intricate wounds that marred its body from the neck down, save for the fierce and regal head that remained unscathed. Each of these minute injuries, while seemingly minor on such a grand beast, could easily cleave Rego in twain if isolated. Normally, with a dragon's remarkable regenerative capabilities, even a broken wing could heal in time, provided it remained attached to the body. Yet, the wounds adorning the red dragon showed no signs of healing. Instead, they perpetually oozed blood, emanating a pungent stench of decay. As Rego scrutinized the red dragon, the ancient creature, whose age was indeterminate but undoubtedly venerable, gradually lowered itself beside the tree where Rego stood, gently tucking its head beneath its wing. At this moment, Rego felt a complete release, as a visitor from another world. He harbored an insatiable curiosity and a fervent desire for exploration, qualities akin to that of a tiger. Swiftly descending from the tree, he approached with eager anticipation. The once mighty and robust back of the dragon was now unrecognizable, marred by numerous fissures that seemed to infiltrate every scale. Pus, mingled with blood, seeped continuously from the wounds, creating a rather disconcerting sight. Rego was intensely curious about the force that could inflict such damage upon soul, as he decided to name the dragon from this moment forth. Rego Domnall, of the Valyrian dragon lineage, granted this majestic creature a true name, albeit unilaterally. As he gently reached out, intending to lift the scales covering the wounds for a closer inspection, Soul suddenly convulsed, extending her head from beneath her wing and gently nudging Rego backward with her immense maw. Though the force exerted was minimal for a dragon, it still caused Rego to stagger. More astonishingly, he distinctly sensed Soul's emotions and the message she wished to convey: danger, retreat, and affection. Such extraordinary intelligence. Rego marveled at the profound wisdom possessed by this formidable being born during the era of the Valyrian freehold, yet the warning she imparted tightened the furrows of his brow. A force deemed perilous even by a dragon. Should he continue to observe? Rego made his decision almost instinctively, for before him lay a dragon, the most authentic Valyrian dragon. Following the demise of the freehold, it seemed that only Vagr and Meraxes remained, ancient creatures of immense power. But there was also one on Dragonstone, a brutal glutton. At this very moment, however, an unclaimed dragon, one that felt a kinship with him, was present, although Rego was unaware of Vagr's true magnitude. He suspected that his own dragon might possess even greater strength. With such a magnificent creature resting before him, Rego found no reason to falter, especially since he had the system to support him. Even with his decision made, Rego continuously reminded himself to exercise caution. Grasping the long sword that lay nearby, he confirmed that Soul displayed no signs of hostility or wariness towards the blade, nor did she reject his touch. Delicately, he used the sword's tip to lift a scale the size of a human head. The sight revealed beneath it caused his countenance to darken with urgency. Cursed be the creatures known as the dragon's bane. The first time he encountered such a thing was after he fought for his life against 3 wild dogs. As he roasted their flesh, these abominations emerged from the carcasses, devouring a dragon's bone in an instant. The second time, he had summoned them with his own blood, using their power to vanquish the pack that hunted him. This was the third occasion Rego beheld these grotesque, twisted beings. They were the bane of dragons, the arch-enemies of the majestic beasts, and he could scarcely fathom how Soul, infested by such a creature, endured the excruciating agony. As if sensing Rego's sorrow, Soul's massive head leaned closer, brushing against his side with gentle affection. Gazing at this gentle giant, even in their first encounter, Rego lovingly stroked her great head while pondering the system's wisdom. System, if a dragon is infected by these cursed beings, is there still hope for salvation? System, ding. Searching for strategies in response to host inquiry, ding. A dragon infected by the dragon's bane will not perish immediately. The cursed creature will severely impair the dragon's ability to fly, consuming its magic, flesh, and vitality. Over a prolonged period of torment, it will ultimately lead to the dragon's demise. This process can take as little as a decade or extend to a century, depending on the dragon's strength. A century of relentless suffering? Rego could not help but reflect on the cruelty of the rulers of the freehold. Nor could he ignore the harshness of the slaves under the dominion of the Valyrian dragonlords. The dragon's bane was a death sentence for dragons. They lay in wait within the prey of the dragons, infiltrating their bodies, awakening in the heat of magic, devastating their ability to soar. Thus, they were forced to consume the very creatures that harbored these cursed beings, exacerbating the infection until the dragon ultimately succumbed, leaving no trace of its existence behind. Taking a deep breath, Rego endeavored to dispel the shadows that loomed over his heart, gently caressing Soul, who had once again nestled her head beneath her wings. The system. Does Thor still have a chance? Chapter 9 Development Progress. Tending. When the host's bloodline development reaches 50, the magical attributes within the blood will elevate to a higher tier, thereby enabling the expulsion of low-tier magical creatures. Yes, the system's response filled Rego with exhilaration. As long as he could develop his bloodfire bloodline to 50%, the magical factors within his blood would ascend, transforming into a more advanced form of magic, thus banishing the cursed creatures dwelling within Thor. By the way, system, can you check Thor's status? How much time do I have left? Please have the host touch the object to be investigated. Upon hearing this, Rego hurriedly placed his right hand gently upon the exposed scales of Thor's dragon head. Ding. Magical creature detected. Race, magic dragon current form. Female dragon age, 220 length, 160 meters wingspan, 400 meters current status. Happy, elderly, fatigued, in pain. Severely injured predicted remaining lifespan. 10 years, 10 years. Thor can endure for another decade, even if she cannot soar through Valyria to hunt. Feasting only on the prey that harbors the cursed creatures here, he still has 5 or 6 years to elevate the bloodline development to 50%. At that point, he would possess the most formidable dragon in the world. Rego recalled having seen a statistic from a blogger referring to Valyrion, the Black Death, as the most powerful dragon of the Targaryen family, who lived to be 200 years old, measuring 150 meters in length and having a wingspan of 380 meters. Presently, in terms of both length and wingspan, Thor surpasses Valyrion. Of course, she is older, but that signifies greater combat experience, does it not? With this thought, Rego couldn't help but chuckle. Gently stroking Thor's rough scales, he envisioned himself riding the largest dragon in the world, conquering Westeros alongside Thor, vanquishing the Night King, ruling the Dothraki, and becoming the sole king of the realm. The elderly, lonely, and tormented red dragon Thor awaited her companion, her knight, while the longing Rego Domina encountered the strongest talisman of his dreams. The bond between one man and one dragon is undoubtedly a mutual pursuit, akin to a turtle gazing at a green bean. Thus, in the time that followed, high above the ruins of Valyria, one could often witness such a scene, a 15 or 16-year-old boy riding an enormous, ancient dragon that obscured the sun, chasing a group of pitiful little animals on the ground, as the dragon occasionally unleashed its fiery breath, scorching the earth white, and at times, stopping to allow the boy to take action himself. As I traversed the marshes, I addressed you directly. Dare to consume the left leg of a dragon knight, and your crocodilian existence shall meet its demise. Passing through the thickets, the crimson-scaled serpents were vanquished by the fiery breath of dragons, extinguishing their lineage. Upon reaching a small pond, a breath of dragon fire incinerated the waters, along with the family of crocodiles, elevating them to the skies. Atop the cliff summit, a colossal eagle, pursued relentlessly, found itself with no escape, neither to the heavens nor to the earth. The tormented gray-scaled zombie, lurking in the shadows, finally found release from its agony. The tiger in the ravine became mere roasted meat upon the branches. A small wild dog memorized the vendetta against the silver-haired demon. Even the delicate little fox met its end, decapitated by Rego's laughter and sword. Having claimed his own dragon, the youth liberated himself entirely, repaying every grievance and suffering endured along his journey with vengeance and ire, recompensing in full measure. In an instant, the once lush forests on the western flank of the Fire Peak transformed into a veritable forbidden zone. Ding! Congratulations, host, for mastering the dragon and subduing formidable magical creatures. Bloodline development progress. 10. Current progress. 12. During these days, Rigo hunted alongside his dragon, Soul, honing their mutual understanding. Now, as the bond between man and dragon deepened, he finally heard the system's melodious notification. Leaning comfortably against Soul's cheek, he playfully tapped on the hardened gray scales through his attire, chuckling, "Ha ha ha, Soul. Once I fully cure the Greyscale disease, I shall lead you to conquer the entire Valyrian peninsula. We shall slay tigers when we encounter them, and wolves when we meet them, all while searching for the remains of other dragons. I believe we shall soon elevate our bloodline development to 50, and then I will be able to save you." Listening to his young master, Soul's weary yet gentle eyes blinked softly in response, exhaling several puffs of breath. Suddenly, Rigo recalled something. "Wait a moment. System, didn't you previously state that reaching a bloodline development of 10 would completely cure my Greyscale disease? Now it stands at 12. You aren't deceiving me, are you, System?" An awkward silence ensued. Ding. Detection shows that the host's bloodline development has reached 12, fulfilling the conditions for disease cure. Greyscale disease is now being treated. Rigo rolled his eyes in exasperation, but soon excitement surged within him. He hastily stripped himself bare. As the system's notification faded, a searing power surged through Rigo's veins, rapidly enveloping his skin. Instantly, an intense pain, far more excruciating than the agony of severed limbs, erupted, causing his long hair to become drenched in sweat. His clenched teeth ground together with a creaking sound, and his body trembled violently amidst the torment. His eyes rolling back in his head. Noticing Rigo's distress, Soul abruptly rose, the fiery breath gathering in her throat. Anxiously, she brought her dragon head close to Rigo's face. Her gaze filled with concern as she observed her master's contorted expression and let out a worried roar. As the pain intensified, Rigo suddenly lost consciousness, cursing the dog system 1,000 times in his mind. Had he known that this so-called bloodline treatment would be so excruciating, he would have preferred to learn from Brother Jorah and simply tear the Greyscales off. Although that too would be painful, it surely could not compare to the torment inflicted by the dog system. Time passed, and Rigo awakened in the dragon's lair, completely bare. The sharp stinging sensation had vanished, and the ugly gray scales that once covered his body had disappeared, replaced by healthy, fair skin. Months of hunting had sculpted his youthful physique into a display of robust muscles, with an 8-pack abdomen resembling a finely crafted statue, handsome and powerful. His clothes were nowhere to be found, likely discarded by Thor during his return from the forest. Casually rummaging through his belongings, he donned a garment and seized the long sword propped nearby, striding confidently out of the dragon's lair. Thor. Upon exiting, Rigo spotted the massive figure of Thor sprawled across a vast platform. Instantly, his expression grew grave. Thor's posture was one of utmost vigilance, his taut body poised for immediate flight and combat. Rigo hastened forward, scaling the dragon's back to peer in the direction Thor was intently watching. At that moment, a provocative and fierce roar reached his ears. On the horizon, at the edge of the ruins, a dark, colossal, and menacing silhouette emerged like a darkened sky, revealing its formidable presence. Chapter 10. Dragon. Dragon. A gigantic, pitch-black, and unfamiliar dragon. This was a mature dragon from the ancient Valyria. Even though this unexpected visitor had just revealed itself in the distant sky, the subtle excitement deep within Rigo's bloodline signaled that this newcomer was akin to Thor. Was it foe or friend? The black dragon's enormous wings flapped vigorously, rapidly approaching the fire peak. Thor sensed the threat, exhaling heavy, violent breaths, his wings fluttering slightly as a low, warning roar rumbled in his throat. Rigo understood he could wait no longer. He could not entrust their safety to the unknown intentions of the approaching dragon. If the black dragon harbored malice and he allowed it to close in dangerously, Thor might not have the chance to take flight before suffering grievous injury. Thor, charge! The commanding words in Valyrian erupted from Rigo's lips. Thor roared in response, flapping his mighty wings, the massive crimson dragon lifting off the ground like a mountain, swiftly surging towards the ominous figure in the distance. As they drew closer, Rigo finally glimpsed the true form of the approaching dragon. Before my eyes loomed the formidable visage of the wolf-like dragon, its twin horns standing erect like razor blades, while its pupils narrowed into mere slits, brimming with vigilance due to the proximity of Rigo and Soul. The air was filled with fierce dragon roars, echoing warnings and threats. In comparison to the crimson dragoness Soul that I rode, the black dragon appeared slightly smaller, whether in height, length, or its wingspan that could obscure the sky. It could not rival Soul's vastness. Yet, it was still an undeniable remnant of the ancient Valyrian dragons, a paragon of power. Ascend. Soul. The two dragons drew ever closer, their roars escalating in intensity and urgency. Rigo was keen to avoid any unnecessary confrontation with this foreign behemoth, still in the prime of its life. Soul was aged, having outlived even the legendary dragon Valyrian, who perished at the age of 200 in the world of Westeros, by an additional 20 years. She had long endured the torment of a cursed being, her strength undoubtedly diminished from her peak. Rigo feared for his life, and was equally concerned for Soul's safety, especially in the presence of the Black Death itself. Soul, ascend. At Rigo's repeated command, Soul suppressed her yearning for battle, raising her head and letting out a fierce roar. Her massive form swiftly ascending in a direct line like a vast canopy. Roar! The obsidian dragon bellowed, darting past just beneath Soul. In that fleeting moment as the two dragons passed each other, Rigo bowed his head, and a radiant figure of a young girl with silver hair captured his attention. Targaryen. Without a moment's hesitation, Rigo instantly recognized the identity of the dragon rider upon the black dragoness back. After the fall of Valyria's freehold, the dragonlord family had nearly been extinguished, with perhaps a few fortunate souls like Rigo's ancestors escaping the cataclysm. However, they had no dragons left, save for the exiled Enar Targaryen, who led the family to Dragonstone under the warning of the dreamwalker Daenerys Targaryen. The Targaryen dragon rider commanded a black, massive, and powerful dragon, born in the era of the fallen Valyrian Empire, infused with a vibrant magical essence. Thus, the identity of this black dragon became glaringly apparent. Valyrian, the Black Dread, the last surviving dragon among the five that the exile Enar brought to Dragonstone, the dragon of Aegon Targaryen, the Conqueror. In the annals of history, it was the mightiest dragon of House Targaryen and indeed, the most formidable dragon ever recorded in the distant history of Westeros. Although Rigo's recollections of later tales contain no mention of a female knight associated with Valyrian, it did not deter his cautious demeanor. The Black Dread, once unable to complete even the short flight from King's Landing to Dragonstone in its twilight years, now soared with a knight across tens of thousands of miles to Valyria, revealing that what stood before Rigo was not a decrepit dragon on the brink of death, but rather a potent war machine at the peak of its prowess. No, Valyrian. The girl's voice echoed, filled with desperation. Roar. In a fleeting moment of thought, the furious roar of Soul erupted beneath, its thunderous sound nearly deafening. Suddenly, a torrent of searing dark dragon fire surged from the left front, overwhelming the surroundings. Rigo, caught off guard during his inaugural dragon battle, was swiftly maneuvered to the right and downwards by the seasoned Soul, whose immense form plummeted, allowing the dragon fire to be expelled into the void. Rigo, narrowly escaping death, swallowed hard, the acrid scent of sulfur igniting his fury. Soul, increase the distance. Rigo commanded loudly in Valyrian, as he and his dragon retreated, preparing to confront their first dragon duel. A thunderous roar from Vagar resonated through the gray clouds, perhaps sensing that the girl could not dissuade her rebellious beast. In the next moment, two powerful Valyrian incantations rang out in unison, Dracaries. The twin torrents of crimson and ebony dragonfire collided with tremendous force, engulfing the two dragon riders entirely. Rigo felt his skin ablaze. The thick volcanic ash above the battlefield was scattered by the shockwave of their fiery clash, and long-lost sunlight poured down upon them. As the flames dissipated equally, the fearsome visage of Vagar pierced through the smoke, its sharp claws poised menacingly. Without waiting for Rigo's warning, Soul roared defiantly and charged forward. The violent impact echoed with the shattering of dragon scales and splattering of dragon blood. As Vagar's claws sunk deep into Soul's shoulder, while Soul's talons viciously embedded into Vagar's left neck, their serrated claws cruelly tearing into each other's flesh. Hot dragon blood spraying everywhere. The two largest dragons in existence writhed, spun, and bit at one another, plummeting toward the massive volcanic peak below. Dragon blood rained down upon Rigo, searing his skin, while the cursed creature residing within Soul's flesh splashed onto him, writhing as it burrowed into his body. A cacophony of alarms rang violently in his mind. The dragons roared, the sounds of flesh tearing, the sizzle of charring meat, and the girl's anguished screams mingled with the system's urgent warnings. Rigo felt as though an atomic bomb had been forcibly inserted into his brain, and at last, in a moment of cataclysmic explosion, his consciousness shattered into oblivion. Soul nearly rent Vagar's left side asunder, yet age and affliction hindered him. Vagar's claws slashed across his shoulder, tearing a gash in his abdomen. The two dragons roared as they separated, Vagar, like a defeated general, lamenting as it staggered away into the distance. Soul roared defiantly, affirming its strength, its battered body spiraling around the towering volcanic peak, dragon blood raining down like a torrential downpour. igniting the flora below, until the sight of the retreating black dragon vanished from view. The crimson dragon howled in anguish, calling for its night, spiraling helplessly before plunging heavily into the volcanic lake. Chapter 11. A flicker of hope clears throat. Dear brothers, I assure you, this is not a tale of torment for our protagonist. The character of Sol is simply too formidable. Upon arriving in Westeros, he becomes invincible, rendering subsequent developments impossible. Moreover, in his grievously wounded state, he cannot soar to Westeros. The unfavorable reviews stemming from Sol's demise have deeply saddened me. Thus, for the plot to progress, it is essential to restore his bloodline before allowing the dragon to reappear. Rest assured, it shall return. Having shed my tears, let us continue with the narrative. Warning! Warning! Cursed beings are invading. Cursed beings are invading. Warning! Warning! Host severely burned. Flesh disintegrating. Bones shattering. Consciousness fading. Host on the brink of death. Host on the brink of death. System self-preservation. System self-preservation. Detected magical creature blood. Energy absorption in progress. Energy insufficient. Detected dying magical creature. Energy plundering initiated. No resistance detected. Energy received successfully. Detected corpse of deceased magical creature. Energy extraction in progress. Ding. Congratulations, host, on receiving the gift of a high-level magical creature. Bloodline development progress at 8. Current bloodline development level, 20. Counter-invasion protocols activated. Cursed beings expelled. Body restoration in progress. Restoration complete. Detected host consciousness in slumber, attempting to awaken. Awakening failed. Attempting to awaken. Awakening failed. On the 13th day of April in the 56th year of the conquest, the weather was dreary and overcast. Here lies the realm of the esteemed Maester of Baelor, the hand of the king in the Seven Kingdoms. After a year away from King's Landing, the Black Dread, Valyrian, returned with Princess Arya, a scene too harrowing to behold. The left flank of the dragon's massive body was nearly torn apart by jagged, lengthy scars, and its searing blood gushed forth, steaming in the cold air. Princess Arya, resembling a fowl roasting on a spit, was unrecognizable. Poor princess, her hair was sparse and tangled, her limbs scorched to the texture of twigs. She slid helplessly from the dragon's back, crying out for salvation. The servants caught the unfortunate child as she sobbed, her immense suffering rendering her nearly speechless. A nearby guard later recounted that the princess repeatedly murmured, "I didn't mean to." Something writhed within her, and her body slowly withered, trembling violently as she bore indescribable agony. Benifer offered her poppy milk and immersed her in an ice bath to quell the heat. Yet she felt as though she were ablaze. Her skin was inflamed and crimson, and there was scarcely any flesh left upon her skeletal frame. She appeared gaunt and emaciated. Her body swelled outward, her skin continuously protruding and retracting, as if some living entity writhed and twisted within her. The opiate could not alleviate her suffering. Her flesh began to rupture, resembling the crackling skin of roasted pork. Smoke emanated from her orifices, and her eyeballs exploded. Insects with faces and serpents with hands emerged. Those distorted, slick, and ineffable creatures squirmed, struggled, and rolled out from her very flesh, emitting a cacophony of unsettling cries, ultimately perishing in the ice. On the 13th day of the month of April in the year of Conquest 56, the sky was overcast. Here lies the realm of Jaehaerys Targaryen, the king of the Undulls, the Rhoynar, and the First Men, the ruler of the Seven Kingdoms and guardian of the realm. The king of the Seven Kingdoms had lost his princess, yet death is inescapable for all, including the Targaryens. More critically, Valyrian was gravely injured. The most formidable, ruthless, and astute Black Death of Westeros, the undisputed sovereign of the skies, returned wounded a year after departing King's Landing. It bore the mark of a dragon. As a pure-blood Targaryen, I am convinced it was the work of a dragon. That jagged, immense wound is the handiwork of a powerful, brutal, unknown dragon capable of vanquishing Valyrian. I can sense the faint fear emanating from Valyrian. Fearful he is? Of what? The dragon that harmed him, or something else? The Valyrian Peninsula, the Smoking Sea? That forsaken land of desolation. On the 13th day of the month of April in the year of Conquest 56, the weather was gloomy. Here stands Rhaenyra Targaryen, the dragon rider. I lost my beloved daughter, never even having the chance to see her one last time. It is hard to believe that a handful of ashes could represent my vibrant, whimsical, kind-hearted little princess. I rode Dreamfire, scattering my yearning daughter to the winds, wishing her suffering and fear to be soothed in the gales of Westeros, hoping the stranger would treat her kindly. The malevolent dragon that caused harm is now imprisoned. The stranger shall not spare him. I shall spend the remainder of my days in the Widow's Tower of Harrenhal, undisturbed by strange specters. Here stands Rhaenyra Targaryen, a mother who shall eternally cherish the memory of her daughter, the kingdom's spirit, the gentle princess Arya Targaryen, who longed to soar. On the 13th day of the month of June in the year of Conquest 56, the air was chilly. Here resides Ashley Coyle, the first of the Kingsguard. The dragon's lair has been home to the first magical dragon since its inception, the fearsome Black Death Valyrian of Westeros. Yet he bears grievous wounds. Or perhaps he is under some curse. I discreetly observe as I feed. This mightiest dragon of Westeros, his wounds refusing to heal, monsters writhing beneath his scales. He is in excruciating torment, large patches of his armor being torn away by his claws. Yet his frantic scratching offers no relief to his afflicted body. I can hear the dragon's roars at every moment, making it difficult for me to find slumber. Like the formidable dragon Valyrian, the merciless executioner of Westeros, a devotee of the stranger, and a practitioner of blood and fire, how could such a being one day experience such anguish? Is it truly possible to feel pity for a dragon? I find myself feeling compassion for a dragon. In an effort to maintain the order of my thoughts, I shall pen a brief account. On the 3rd day of April, in the year 56 of the conquest, under a clear sky, here lies the system. My host joyfully soared through the skies on dragonback, only to unfortunate encounter a powerful foreign black dragon. Perhaps the curse that plagued Sol disturbed the black dragon, causing it to spiral into chaos, leaving the poor girl unable to control it. My host endured a breath of dragon fire. Wasn't the bloodline of the Dragon King supposed to be impervious to flames? The system found this perplexing. His skin ignited in flames. Sol engaged the black dragon in combat. His blood was toxic, rife with impurities. Indeed, the three, 1 human and 2 dragons, were inevitably infected. The black dragon fled. My host was left grievously burned, afflicted by the wildly active remnants of the dragon's sorrow, despite my futile warnings. Alas, Sol fell. My host became a mere shield. Suffering immediate repercussions, I hastily rushed to his aid. He was on the brink of death, and I too would perish if he did. Sigh. This host is exceedingly difficult to manage. I have lost count of how many times I have rescued him. Sol sensed my presence, and I required her strength and magic, knowing it would cost her dearly. Without a moment's hesitation, she agreed. How tragic, this kind-hearted girl. My host revived but seemed to have succumbed too swiftly. His consciousness dissipated, and I could only await his gradual reawakening. 3 months have passed, and my host remains unresponsive. The young girl perished, having slain low-tier magical creatures. The progress of her bloodline development has ceased, serving only as a memorial. 38 years have elapsed. How dreadfully monotonous. Cough, cough. Ding. Congratulations, host. For indirectly slaying a high-tier magical creature, bloodline development has progressed by 5, with the current progress at 27. The black dragon has also met its end. Such is the fate of the dragon's sorrow. Once infected, death is inevitable. Ha ha ha. Sigh attempting to awaken. Awakening failed. Attempting to awaken. Awakening failed. Attempting to awaken. Chapter 12. The Stony Steppes Isles in the 111th year of the conquest. The winds of the narrow sea battered the waves, crashing upon the shores in layers, attempting to drown out the cries of battle echoing across the coastline. Swoosh. Personally beheading a knight of Westeros, Rhaego Dumnarl swept his cloak to wipe the blood from his long sword, his gaze icy as he regarded the enemies charging at him once more. This is the Stony Steppes Isles. Long ago, he and Sol battled against the malevolent black death god, Valyrian, and his knightly girl, sustaining severe injuries that led to a prolonged slumber. It was only 3 years ago, in the 106th year of the conquest, that he awakened from the depths of the volcanic lake. Time graces him like a gentle stream, leaving little trace of its passage aside from a matured visage and a tall, robust physique. At present, Rhaego appears to outsiders as a strapping youth of 17 or 18, standing approximately 185 meters tall, with a lithe form reminiscent of a cheetah, his muscles visibly brimming with strength. The prolonged battles with beasts have rendered his handsome features somewhat rugged, and his once profound eyes now blaze with the ferocity of a killer. Awakening 3 years prior from a 50-year slumber, he finds himself in a world irrevocably altered. Following the battle that initially claimed his existence, he had reluctantly witnessed the great dragon, Sol, willingly surrender itself to him in its grievous state, dissipating into the ether alongside the demise of Balerion and his knights. Upon grasping the full weight of these events, Rhaego found himself engulfed in a tempest of emotions. Etching a stone monument in the cave where he and Sol had once thrived, commemorating the tragic maiden who had soared alongside him. His sorrow was not overwhelming, but rather a blend of loss, confusion, and the absurdity of time lost. In a quest to reclaim his identity as a man, Rigo, having amassed sufficient provisions, set forth from Valyria, burdened with a pack and a sword, navigating a makeshift wooden vessel. After a half-year journey, filled with stops and starts, he finally reached the seaside. Using the long-lost sun to discern his bearings, and drifted slowly northwest upon his raft. Whether fortuitous or ill-fated, Rigo's small craft succumbed to a storm after 2 weeks at sea. Just as he faced the abyss, a fleet discovered his struggle, granting him the fortune of boarding a grand ship bound for the west. Alas, this fleet hailed from Lys, populated not only by guards armed with swords and bows, but also by hundreds of ragged men and women. Inevitably, Rigo found himself among them, acquiring a new identity as a slave. His longsword was confiscated, his movements restricted, and he chose not to resist, accepting his fate as a mere passenger on this windfall vessel. Perhaps due to his striking silver hair, Rigo was fortunate enough to secure a relatively clean dwelling aboard the ship. The fleet drifted across the ocean, making landfalls to trade or plunder, gradually swelling the ranks of the slave family. After a year, just as Rigo felt his perception of time dulling, they finally arrived in Lys. His eye-catching silver locks had afforded him a measure of refuge aboard the vessel, but upon disembarking, they transformed into a sword of Damocles hanging ominously over him. At this juncture, Lys was embroiled in turmoil, under the rule of the youthful king, Viserys Targaryen. The previously antagonistic nations across the Narrow Sea had unexpectedly set aside their enmities to form an alliance known as the Triumvirate of Lys, Myr, and Tyrosh, derisively dubbed the Kingdom of the Three Daughters or the Kingdom of the Three Whores by Westeros. The Triumvirate of the Three Kingdoms, governed by a supreme council of 33 governors, achieved victory over the eastern Volantis and audaciously seized the western Stepstone Islands. This campaign was led personally by the brutal Admiral Prince Clehastahar of the Mill Navy, who earned the moniker Crab Feeder due to his merciless methods of execution. He would bind captured enemies and pirates to wooden stakes upon the damp sands, allowing them to drown as the tide rose, while those who managed to survive became feasts for crabs. Initially, this was a cause for celebration for the Kingdom of the Three Daughters, as the indulgent lords of Westeros tacitly approved of the conflict. However, the insatiable greed of the rulers of the Stepstone Islands led to rampant exploitation of passing merchant ships, seizing women and children aboard to serve as playthings of desire. This provoked the ire of the Westerosi lords, particularly the Lord of Tides, the Sea Snake, Corlys Velaryon. The plundering of the Stepstone Islands inflicted severe losses on this lord, who had amassed wealth through maritime trade. Coincidentally, the kingdom was in turmoil, and the disheartened Prince Daemon Targaryen, brother to the beleaguered king, was seeking glory and gold through warfare. The Sea Snake yearned for riches and freedom of navigation, and the two men quickly allied. The roar of dragons and the edge of Valyrian swords descended upon the Stepstone Islands, igniting war. It was amidst this tumult that Rigo arrived in Lys, only to be delivered into the hands of Prince Clehastahar, the Crab Feeder, who had instilled terror among the coastal seamen and pirates of the eastern continent, found himself in a most precarious position. The Targaryen dragon, Bloodworm, wreaked havoc upon his forces, and the coalition of the Sea Snake and dragons forced his army into retreat, fueling his hatred and murderous intent towards the Targaryen family. Not to mention, Daemon had left him a grotesque, sickly figure after burning him. Thus, upon encountering the silver-haired Rigo, who had been sent from Lys, Clehastahar's long-suppressed rage and desire for vengeance surged forth, compelling him to kill this Targaryen without delay. To those in the region, Rigo's silver hair served as undeniable proof of his lineage. Across Essos, Dothraki, and Westeros, it was widely recognized as the hallmark of House Targaryen. The furious Crab Feeder yearned to execute Rigo in the most brutal fashion. Yet his knightly dignity, if one could still call it dignity after being ravaged by flames, and his status as a Lord Prince urged him to grant this Westerosi commoner a semblance of a dignified end. Following the tradition of Westerosi trial by combat, Rigo would face his mightiest sworn protector, destined to perish at the hands of Mill's bravest warriors. However, fate took an unexpected turn. The art of slaughter honed through combat with beasts, combined with the formidable physique awakened by his bloodline, enabled Rigo to swiftly decapitate his opponent with astonishing ease. He emerged victorious from the trial of combat, and despite his reluctance, Dahar was compelled to accept the outcome. Regos, in a state of bewilderment, narrowly escaped yet another peril, only to find himself conscripted by Dahar into the vanguard against the enemy, marching alongside a cadre of fellow slaves, facing the formidable wrath of Dragonfire. Once more, Regos brandished his sword, dispatching the last foe who dared to assail him, panting heavily as he leaned upon his long blade. His gaze fixed upon the ominous clouds gathering on the distant horizon. Dozens of surviving slaves instinctively gathered around this formidable warrior, their eyes filled with reverence for his youthful visage. The young silver-haired fighter, his expression grave, withdrew his gaze and turned to face the ragged remnants of soldiers who looked upon him with hope, uttering a phrase that, though softly spoken, sent a chill through every soul present. He declared, "The dragon comes." Chapter 13. Kalakshiu, a haunting, bird-like wail echoed from the lofty clouds above as a blood-red, elongated figure burst forth from the dense mist, emitting a cry that belied its fearsome appearance, descending towards the battlefield with alarming speed. The dragon. Oh, the cursed blood dragon. By the seven gods, flee, flee. The chaotic battlefield descended into pandemonium at the mere sight of the colossal dragon, and the remnants of the cannon fodder encircling Regos were thrown into utter disarray, discarding their weapons in a frantic panic. The deathly threat posed by the dragon instilled terror within them, causing them to scatter like headless flies, screaming as they fled. At that moment, they found themselves upon a vast expanse of beach, with only a few earthen mounds breaking the flat terrain. In the eyes of the dragon, the fleeing humans appeared as frantic prey, igniting its hunting instincts. Kalakshiu, the blood Wyram. Regos gripped his long sword tightly in his right hand. Its tip angled towards the ground, his bloodied and dust-covered visage slightly raised as he stared defiantly at the descending crimson dragon, his silver hair billowing wildly in the sea breeze. A thunderous roar rent the air as Kalakshiu, responding to Demon's command, unleashed its massive jaws. A searing torrent of orange dragon fire engulfing the fleeing soldiers below. Boom! The ferocious flames and shockwaves shattered the ground before Regos, scattering dirt and gravel upon his form, yet inflicting no harm upon him. The intense dragon fire surged directly towards him, only to veer sharply at the last moment, incinerating several feeble slaves on his left into fiery orbs. Feeling the warmth upon his skin and watching the serpentine dragon ascend in preparation for another dive, Regos's previously grave expression gradually softened, a smile blossoming at the corners of his mouth, which soon erupted into raucous laughter. Ha ha ha. The laughter that erupted after a prolonged battle nearly caused Rego to double over. He leaned heavily on his chipped longsword, his unsteady form stumbling to the ground, gazing up at the crimson dragon soaring through the sky, spewing flames in every direction. The battlefield transformed into an inferno beneath the dragon fire of Koralaksh. Yet his own position remained untouched, akin to a sanctuary in the midst of a hellish landscape. Wiping away the tears that flowed freely, Rego surrendered to the mud beneath him, fully relaxed. He had long believed that the death of soul meant little to him. It was merely the demise of an old dragon, recently acquainted and already ailing. For 3 years, he had silently departed from Valyria, battling tumultuous waves, resigning himself to the fate of a captive slave, and apathetically participating in trials that dictated his life and death. He thought Soul's departure had inflicted no harm upon him. But at this moment, as Koralaksh's dragon fire consciously avoided his location, the excruciating pain nestled deep within Rego finally erupted with a delayed awareness. He understood why Koralaksh steered clear of him. Within his veins flowed the pure and noble bloodline of the ancient Valyrian dragon kings, and he had developed 27% of the bloodfire connection. This was the final gift from the old maiden, paid for with her very existence. Soul. Only now did Rego realize that he was not devoid of sorrow. Rather, 50 years of slumber had dulled his emotions, rendering them stiff and unyielding. The searing pain of losing a companion had taken root within him for 3 years, only to be awakened today by the long-forgotten dragon fire, leaving him powerless to restrain his tears. Koralaksh was a robust, fierce, and combative dragon. Yet he possessed an intelligence and emotional depth distinct from the dragons of the post-Valyrian era. At this moment, although he obeyed Demon's commands, descending to the ground to mercilessly slay the fleeing enemies, his attention was largely diverted by the conspicuous figure on the ground. It was an aura that beckoned to dragons, one that was far more potent than the sensation Demon provided, reminiscent of a nest at birth, beautiful and comforting. Koralaksh. Demon's thunderous roar jolted the serpentine dragon from his reverie. They had penetrated the beach, halting before the coastal cliffs, where numerous caves had been carved out by the sea and human hands. At that very moment, the tops of those caves and the cliffs were teeming with soldiers from the kingdom of the Three Daughters. Under the sacrificial tactics of the slave legion Rego occupied, the dragon Koralaksh and his rider Demon Targaryen had been successfully lured to the ground. At the cave's entrance, The mask-covered face of Klahastahar was contorted with hatred, his eyes ablaze with fury. Indifferently, he waved his hand, prompting the soldiers on the cliff to draw their bows in unison, releasing a deluge of arrows like raindrops towards the dragon and prince below. Countless soldiers surged from the caves, roaring as they charged towards the roaring dragon. Damon, in a state of distress, raised his hand as his companion, the swift Kalakshiu, elevated its wings to shield the knight from the onslaught of arrows. Yet, one fiery projectile managed to pierce through the barrier, striking the prince's armor and embedding itself painfully in his shoulder. "Ah!" Damon cried out, gripping the saddle fiercely to conceal himself beneath the dragon's expansive wings. While Kalakshiu defended against the arrows, it wisely took flight, swiftly lifting off the ground amidst the enemy's astonished exclamations, carrying Damon away from the perilous coast. A shrill dragon's cry echoed from the clouds, the elongated form of the bloodworm gliding in the sky. Just as it neared the ocean, it descended rapidly, skimming close to the ground as it soared forward. Rigo understood that this phase of the conflict had reached its conclusion. The nimble and formidable dragon posed a challenge that the crabs could not surmount. Damon found himself equally powerless against the lurking Dahar concealed within the cave, leading the war into a brief stalemate. Kalakshiu's elongated body sped toward Rigo's direction before soaring closely overhead, emitting a jubilant call in response to the man waving below. It was then that Damon finally noticed the unusual exuberance from Kalakshiu, a creature known for its ruthlessness, displaying such joy after a gruesome battle strewn with corpses. Following Kalakshiu's gaze, Damon could only discern a rapidly diminishing figure, seemingly waving at him. The pain in his shoulder prevented him from pondering further. The war was not over, and the crab's tactics had ensnared the Empire's most valiant prince. He could envision the disdainful gaze of the old Hightower within the confines of King's Landing. The Cursed Stone Step Isles. Chapter 14. Damon's choice. Rigo was injured, though the wound was not severe. He resolved to feign the appearance of someone on the brink of death. He saw no justification in risking his life for a merciless warlord, especially one who had bestowed upon him a humiliating identity. Recalling the increasingly hazy memories of his past life, Rigo began to piece together the events that were to unfold. After repeated failures in their assaults on Bloodstone Island, Damon and the sea serpent, Corlys, had exhausted their resources in continuing their entanglement with the Kraghast Dahar. After 6 years of warfare, they had not only lost a considerable number of loyal soldiers, but the prolonged stalemate had also sapped the morale of the sea serpent's forces, leading to widespread disdain among the troops for the unending and fruitless conflict. The soldiers had grown weary of the ceaseless strife, and the pervasive sentiment of despondency was spreading throughout the ranks. Furthermore, Damon's ineffective dragon-mounted campaigns and the king's indifference had ignited a fierce anger in Corlys' brother, Vaemon Valerion, who voiced his grievances incessantly, causing the forces from Driftmark to harbor their own criticisms of their prince. Thus, spurred by the symbolic dispatch of several thousand reinforcements to the battlefield, the wayward prince, Daemon Targaryen, resolved to take matters into his own hands. He planned to lure the cunning crab and his turtle-like army out from their wretched hideout through a ruse of surrender. He relied on the eldest son of the sea snake, Laenor Valerion, to seal their retreat with the mighty dragon, Sea Smoke, while his forces surged forth, determined to achieve victory in one decisive clash. The subsequent events unfolded precisely as Rigo had anticipated, adhering entirely to the original narrative. After a day of recuperation, Daemon left Corlys on the island and set out alone in a small boat towards the island occupied by the crab. "My lord, the accursed dragon knight Daemon Targaryen has landed alone, brandishing a white flag as though seeking surrender." The gold-masked Kralhas-Dar hunched over, casting a dark glance at Rigo, who feigned severe injury within the cave, before silently turning to approach the entrance. The crab paused at the cave's mouth, following the direction indicated by a soldier's finger, and indeed spotted the silver-haired demon waving his white flag atop a nearby dune. Perhaps having caught sight of Kralhas within the cave, Daemon planted the flag into the ground, unsheathed his Valyrian steel sword, the Dark Sister, and raised it high above his head, subsequently kneeling on one knee. The old crab cautiously looked skyward, ensuring that the fearsome dragon was not lurking above, before signaling to his soldiers to draw nearer for a better view. "Let that accursed Targaryen lead the charge," rasped the unpleasant voice from the crab's grotesque visage. Rigo was roughly yanked from the stretcher by several soldiers of the mire, hastily handed a long sword, and, along with a few surviving slaves, was shoved forward to approach the kneeling wayward prince. On the cliffs behind, numerous archers had already knocked their arrows, meticulously targeting Daemon and his compatriots. As they drew closer, Demon's figure gradually came into Rigo's view. The same silver hair, and even with his head bowed, his tall, handsome stature was evident, though the prolonged warfare had rendered the prince somewhat disheveled. The slaves, who had previously quaked in fear from Demon and his dragon during the earlier skirmish, now timidly cowered behind Rigo, their trembling hands barely able to grip their broken swords, revealing their pitiful state. Finally standing before the prince, Rigo, as a top-tier predator, sensed the taut, poised body of the Lord of King S landing. Thus, he prudently halted his advance at a distance of 5 meters. The Mire commander, witnessing Demon kneeling with his sword raised, devoid of any movement, felt his excitement at capturing a foreign prince shatter his reason and caution. He hastily strode forward, snatching the Valyrian steel sword from Demon's grasp. At the very moment he let down his guard, Damon swiftly drew the short sword from his waist, severing the man's calf with a single stroke. Before his scream could escape, Damon plunged the blade into his chest, swiftly snatching the Dark Sister weapon and executing a rapid series of horizontal slashes that cut through the throats of 2 soldiers. The surrounding troops quickly reacted, roaring as they unsheathed their long swords and charged forward, while a group of terrified slave soldiers, paralyzed by fear, dropped their weapons and scattered at the sight of Damon's sudden fury. Employing the Targaryen swordsmanship against a band of minor Karamis was akin to slicing through vegetables. Rigo glanced back at the archers on the cliff, their bows drawn, and a relentless rain of arrows descended upon the battlefield like a swarm of locusts. Ducking low, he rolled and concealed himself within the wreckage of a wooden ship. The sound of arrows striking the debris echoed, effectively shielding him. Yet the soldiers attacking Damon bore the brunt of the onslaught. The dense volley of arrows indiscriminately pierced the battlefield, causing no harm to the agile Damon, but instead wreaking havoc among their own ranks. Having evaded the rain of arrows, Damon clutched his Valyrian steel sword tightly and charged towards the cave entrance where Clawhars stood observing. As he advanced, he cleaved left and right, braving the storm of arrows, and one by one, the soldiers of Mill fell to his blade. Old Crab dispatched more troops to participate in the encirclement. Amidst the relentless barrage of arrows, a few found their mark. 3 long arrows struck him, one each in the leg, waist, and shoulder. Damon, battered, sought refuge in the wreckage and gritted his teeth, breaking the shafts of the arrows embedded in his body. Clawhars, nearly emptying his ranks, sent a multitude of soldiers from all directions to encircle him. With a fierce gaze, Damon rose to confront the approaching enemy, his long sword raised at an angle, the blood staining the blade dripping down. He was prepared to fight to the death. Rigo lay safely amidst the debris of the ship, his eyes peering through the gaps above at the heavy clouds in the sky. He sensed a colossal creature diving swiftly above the battlefield. Was it a sea serpent? Just as he whispered, a deafening roar erupted, and a torrent of flames rained down, engulfing the soldiers of the Kingdom of the 3 Daughters surrounding Damon, transforming them into blazing fireballs and carving out a safe zone for Damon at the center. A massive, pale, and formidable dragon, exuding a terrifying beauty, appeared on the battlefield, ridden by Ranino. After swooping down to rescue the Prince of the Kingdom, the dragon flapped its immense wings, circling the area and incinerating the archers on the cliff with its dragon fire. The soldiers of the Kingdom of the 3 Daughters were ignited by the searing flames, their anguished cries turning to ashes, while the sea serpent Corlys led his troops, surging onto the beach like a horde of ants, joining the fray. The entire Bloodstone Island beach had transformed into a Hell's Cape, with lives extinguished by fire and the sword. The cacophony of battle cries nearly drowning out the dragon's roar. Old Crab's forces crumbled as the battlefield became an overwhelming slaughter. For a full half-hour, the army of the sea serpent finally began to clear the battlefield, with one notable exception, the wreckage of a wooden ship. Chapter 15. The anomaly of Corlaku. Rigo gazed helplessly at the soldiers of Tidal, all who had completely surrounded him, forcing a wry smile as he tightened his grip on the longsword. He understood that concealment was futile. Indeed, he had never intended to hide. Possessing the same silver hair as the Targaryens and bearing the ancient Valyrian blood of dragonlords, he knew that if he wished to command dragons, his only path lay in traveling to Westeros. Thus, when a stumbling soldier from the Sea Serpent discovered his hiding spot, Rigo emerged boldly. However, the bloodthirsty knights clearly harbored no fondness for Rigo's attire reminiscent of the Free Cities, even though he shared the same hair as House Dragon. Sharp swords and spears lunged at him, and with no other recourse, Rigo was compelled to fight back, leaving 11 of his assailants lifeless at his feet. Leaning against the remnants of the ship, Rigo cautiously raised his long sword towards the eager soldiers before him. His decisive combat prowess evidently struck fear into these blood-soaked marauders. And the gruesome sight of the 11 corpses succeeded in awakening their rationality. No longer did they recklessly charge at him. Instead, they encircled Rigo, dispatching someone to summon Corlys and Demon. Corlys Valyrian participated personally in the fray. Weary from the exertions of battle, he now rested against a sand dune. Observing his soldiers as they tended to the aftermath, he noticed a soldier approaching to report, but was intercepted by his brother, Vaemond Valyrian. After a brief exchange, the soldier respectfully bowed and departed. Rising with his spear in hand, Corlys made his way to Vaemond's side, regarding his equally fatigued brother with a smile. What transpired? Vaemond. Turning his gaze towards his elder brother, Vaemond replied after a moment of contemplation, a defiant swine was encircled by our soldiers. He possessed some skill, yet I allowed them to handle him as they saw fit. Corlys said nothing in response. After all, he regarded the rebel as merely a remnant of a dying kingdom of women. He had faith in his soldiers. In the distance, he saw a demon emerge from a cave, dragging the remnants of Kralhadak, the wretched, grotesque crab feeder. It was a mere shadow of its former self. No longer the formidable force that once conquered the Stepstone Islands and held sway over the narrow sea. A distant, piercing cry resonated from the clouds. Upon hearing the unmistakable call, the sea serpent recognized that Koralaku had arrived. The dragon's form flickered in the clouds above. Demon, exhausted, cast aside the mangled body he had been dragging and looked skyward, feeling a surge of joy that Koralaku had come even in his absence. Once more, Koralaku's call echoed from the clouds, but this time, Demon's expression froze in concern. He discerned the urgency and fury in Koralaku's voice. Koralaku! Daemon suddenly shouted with fervor, yet the blood-red dragon soaring out of the clouds unusually did not respond to its master's call. Instead, it ascended rapidly, then turned with a roar. Daemon's anxious bellow startled Corlys, who was approaching. Following Daemon's gaze, he beheld the colossal beast, which should have been their strongest weapon in battle, diving towards the soldiers of Valyrian below. The dragon's flames nearly seared the eyes of the sea serpent. No, damn it! The sea serpent roared, helplessly watching as the dragon's fire surged forth, engulfing his soldiers. Daemon, for heaven's sake, control your damn dragon. The anguished cries of the soldiers turned Corlys' face ashen, and he erupted in a furious shout at Daemon. Ah, help! Ah, that cursed dragon! Under the orders of Vaemond, the soldiers from Tide's Head had surged towards Rigo, but now they cried out in terror amidst the flames of Korlach. The searing dragon fire melted their armor, forcing them to discard their weapons in disarray. Dozens were ignited, rolling on the ground, wailing as they were reduced to ashes. With a thunderous crash, Korlach's enormous, elongated body landed heavily before Rigo, its massive claws crushing several unfortunate souls who could not escape in time into a puddle of gore. Rigo eyed the fierce dragon warily, his sword slightly lowered to avoid provoking the beast's wrath. He knew his bloodline possessed a significant allure for dragons, yet he was uncertain whether this attraction was benevolent or malevolent. After all, the example of Tang Sung loomed heavy in his mind, leaving him on edge. Korlach's menacing maw twitched incessantly, its nostrils nearly brushing against Rigo, eyes shimmering with palpable curiosity and desire. The human before it exuded a scent that was remarkably comforting to the dragon, stirring an instinctive urge to approach, alongside a ravenous craving to devour him whole. However, the innate bond stemming from bloodline suppressed its gluttonous inclinations, yet it could not restrain itself from incessantly sniffing Rigo. Korlach harbored a profound curiosity for Rigo, not solely for the delightful aroma emanating from him, but also for the faint, urgent call he sensed when Rigo was in peril. This unfamiliar sensation was ignited by a battle fervor, something his knight Daemon had never evoked in him. Rigo did not shy away from the dragon's inquisitive nuzzling. Instead, he gradually relaxed his grip on the sword, tentatively raising his left hand to gently rest upon Korlach's chin. A growl erupted from the dragon, clearly indicating its displeasure at Rigo's tentative gesture. The dragon, loyal to its master, instinctively resisted the touch of a stranger, a testament to the pride and allegiance ingrained in its very being. Rigo promptly withdrew his hand to avoid inciting the wrath of the ferocious beast. Korlach. Daemon finally arrived, calling out the dragon's name with urgency. Upon hearing the call, the colossal dragon turned its enormous eyes, greedily sniffing at Rigo several times before pivoting towards Daemon. Corlys Valyrian turned away, revealing Rigo behind him, his silver hair and black pupils. A strikingly handsome visage marred by dust, yet still captivating, his tall and upright form commanding attention. The moment Demon and the sea snake brothers beheld Rigo's unmistakable features, their pupils constricted in astonishment and gravity. Demon tenderly stroked Corlys's neck, yet his gaze remained fixed on Rigo. Demon Targaryen. Rigo arched an eyebrow, somewhat taken aback by Demon's self-identification. Rigo Domnair. Domnair? Demon's eyes deepened in intensity as he scrutinized Rigo's face, which, aside from the color of his pupils, bore a striking resemblance to that of House Targaryen. He recalled Corlys's earlier odd behavior, his grip on Dark Sister tightening. You hail from the kingdom of the Three Daughters? No, I am from Valyria. After a prolonged silence, as the tension behind him mounted, Demon finally stirred. Sheathing Dark Sister, he mounted the dragon, casting a meaningful glance back at the composed Rigo, before gesturing to Corlys to lead him aboard the ship. Take him on board, and let us return to King's Landing. Chapter 16. The End and the Return. The Valyrian brothers exchanged knowing glances as they beheld Rigo standing, sword in hand. The fury in Waymond's eyes was on the verge of igniting, although only a handful of soldiers had perished in the arduous landing at Driftmark. Over 100 met their doom in the aftermath, incinerated by dragon fire, due to that cursed Myrinese provoking Corlys. He yearned to see the silver-haired figure before him utterly obliterated. Corlys, too, felt anger simmering within. After all, it was his loyal soldiers who had perished beneath dragon flames. However, Rigo's silver hair and black eyes drew his attention more compellingly. A man who claimed to be from ancient Valyria, bearing a striking resemblance to the ruling Targaryens of the Seven Kingdoms, was surrounded by fallen soldiers, each marked by deadly sword strikes, indicating his formidable combat prowess. Capable of swiftly dispatching seasoned warriors amidst chaos. Unlike his brother, Corlys was not foolish. He did not attribute Corlys' peculiarities to some inherent cruelty or provocation. Rather, he perceived the bloodworm's behavior as a form of curiosity-driven protection. With a scoff, Corlys regarded Rigo intently before issuing commands to his men. Disarm him and escort him to my ship. As you wish, my lord. Rigo offered no resistance as several soldiers encircled him to seize his longsword, then pushed him towards the waiting warship by the shore. Corlys roared lowly, lifting Demon into the air, swiftly ascending into the depths of the clouds, heading northwest. The battlefield behind him still echoed with the resounding roars of the dragon, as Rhanon Novalyrian rode upon the sea serpent, conducting a final reconnaissance. Regos gazed distantly at the blood-red figure of Caraxio as it gradually vanished from sight, a slight furrow creasing his brow as he withdrew his gaze. In stark contrast to the faint stirrings of his blood when he first beheld Caraxio, he felt almost no peculiar reaction upon encountering the sea serpent. Unlike Caraxio, who had sensed his presence from afar, the sea serpent remained oblivious to his existence, though the reason for such a disparity eluded him. Caraxio's overt display of emotion was sufficient to instill in Regos a profound sense of caution, despite the blood-colored serpentine dragon exhibiting a certain degree of affinity towards him. Regos sensed an overwhelming curiosity and desire emanating from it, an unmasked greed that sent shivers down his spine. Even with Caraxio's restraint, the dragon's intentions were disquieting. Perhaps it was the insufficient development of his own bloodline that prevented Caraxio from recklessly perceiving him as prey. However, judging by the dragon's behavior today, as his bloodfire lineage continued to awaken, the allure he held for these dragons would undoubtedly intensify, inevitably leading to a confrontation where a dragon might lose control. Taking a deep breath to quell the turmoil within, Regos complied as the sea serpent's soldiers ushered him aboard a grand vessel, subsequently confining him to a modest compartment beneath the deck. Accepting his fate, Regos recognized that his striking resemblance to the Targaryen lineage had likely led to misconceptions from Demon and Corlys, who might perceive him as a lost bastard of House Targaryen. He dismissed such thoughts. Weary from days of relentless battle, all he craved now was rest. After the soldiers of Tideshead Island had conducted a preliminary cleansing of the battlefield and prepared for potential enemy counterattacks, the sea serpent Corlys entrusted command of the army to Waymond, while he himself boarded a ship bound for King's Landing. Regos Domhnall? The sea serpent scrutinized Regos, who was indulging in a feast across from him. The silver hair, strikingly similar to his own, gleamed brilliantly after a simple wash. Speak, silver-haired boy from Valyria. Who are your parents? After savoring 2 succulent lamb legs and a jug of goat's milk, Regos wiped his mouth contentedly, setting down his cup and patting his full belly, casting a look of approval towards the sea serpent. The food is exquisite, Sir Corlys, he remarked lazily. You know that is not what I wish to hear, young man. The sea serpent's expression grew even more taut, his tone adopting a grave and commanding cadence. Tell me your origins. With an indifferent shrug, Regos reclined in his chair. I have stated that I hail from Valyria, or more accurately, from the ruins of Valyria. Impossible. The sea serpent's declaration rang with unwavering certainty. That is a cursed land. Condemned by the seven, no soul could emerge alive from such a wretched place. As soon as Regos uttered his words, the sea serpent emphatically refuted his claims. With a heavy thud, the sea snake slammed his palms onto the table before him, rising in fury as he seized Rego by the collar, pulling him close with a fierce growl that sent spittle flying. Damn those Myrish scoundrels. You are our captive, and you would do well to answer my questions without defiance. Otherwise, you shall learn the harsh rules of Tidehead Isle. All right, Rego interjected, raising a hand to signal Corlys to ease his grip. He gently pushed aside the looming visage of the sea snake, meticulously straightening his rumpled attire while offering a calm smile. There is no need for such agitation, my lord. I am Rego Domnall, merely a vagabond and a failure, devoid of family or parents. I usually reside in Valyria, which, as you aptly noted, is indeed a land cursed with death, yet by fortune, I managed to escape. You lie. You bear the silver hair bestowed by the Dragon King. And you know what that signifies. Yes, indeed, my lord Corlys. I possess the same silver locks as the Targaryens, but I am truly unaware of my lineage or parents. I have only known the ruins of Fort Freedom, where my memories are filled with hunger and death. Perhaps I belong to the Domnall family, or maybe to the Targaryens. Or possibly even the Valyrians. Who can say? Huh. Corlys, his complexion already dark, grew even more shadowed at Rego's words. After a long silence, he retrieved a circular object from his sleeve, a steel insignia engraved with a crimson three-headed dragon on one side and a towering ancient castle on the other. Abruptly, he hurled it onto the table before Rego. I found this in my hideout in Krahas. The slaves informed me it belongs to you. Rego glanced down at the insignia, a flicker of surprise crossing his lips. The emblem had originally fallen from the knight during his battle with Balerion, before leaving Valyria to forage for provisions. He had fortuitously stumbled upon this token of the Targaryens. After being captured by the Myrish, it had been taken from him, and he had thought it lost forever, only to discover it had been recovered by soldiers in a foul crab's lair. Indeed, as the saying goes, sometimes treasures are found without effort. As Rego pondered how to cleverly fabricate his Targaryen heritage, he mused, what if it truly is mine? Chapter 17. Dragonstone reaching for the insignia on the table. The sea snake fixed an inscrutable gaze upon Rego. This is the sigil of the Targaryen family, a privilege reserved for the direct bloodline. In the centuries following Aegon the Conqueror's subjugation of Westeros, only 2 of these sigil insignias have ever been lost. One was misplaced by Princess Arya during her travels in the year 56 of the conquest, and the other disappeared with Princess Jaren, the Child of Winter, and her loyal attendant in the year 99 of the conquest. Corlys regarded Rego intently, his fingers tracing the smooth surface of the insignia in his hand. Princess Arya passed away at the tender age of 13, while Princess Jeri died during childbirth. It is said that she had an affair with a wandering minstrel, resulting in the birth of a stillborn child. Following her tragic delivery, her personal attendant mysteriously vanished. As Rego listened to Corlys' analysis, he struggled to suppress a smile. Indeed, his own explanations often appeared feeble, while the enemy's speculations proved most perilous. Just before he set forth to Westeros, Rego understood that the lineage of his Targaryen bloodline must remain concealed, for as the sole dragonlords of this era, the Targaryens would never tolerate a bloodline of higher rank existing in the world, especially one devoid of dragons. Rego was convinced that should he reveal his Valyrian dragonlord heritage, his body would soon be disposed of as dragon dung. Thus, he had long devised a plan to pose as an illegitimate Targaryen, for he bore an uncanny resemblance to the Targaryen family, making such impersonation remarkably effective. However, he struggled to devise a plausible identity for himself. To his surprise, a mere insignia and his likeness prompted Corlys Velaryon to conjure a reasonable identity for him, proclaiming him the child of destiny. Was this the essence of a time traveler's fortune? Snapping back to reality, Rego feigned indifference as he cast a glance at the self-absorbed sea snake, tapping the table in feigned impatience. My dear Lord Corlys, this is but your conjecture. I shall not accept such an identity. I am Rego Domnall, a mere vagabond without a home. I implore you to cease your unfounded speculations. Corlys chuckled at Rego's words, finding humor in the notion that anyone could disdain their Targaryen bloodline. By the seven, how amusing. Young man, do not let your pride blind you. Perhaps you are unaware of the significance of the Targaryen name, but I assure you, you shall soon comprehend it. The sea snake rose with a light laugh, tossing the insignia to Rego before turning to exit. Hey, Lord Corlys, may I venture to the deck? Go wherever you please. As Corlys stepped out, he instructed the guards at the door, "Follow him." Rigo rolled his eyes in exasperation, watching Corlys' imposing figure disappear beyond the threshold. "Your Majesty, King of the Undulls, the Roiner, and the First Men, ruler of the Seven Kingdoms and protector of the realm, I am Corlys Valyrian. I apologize for the intrusion. I encountered a remarkable young man on the stepstones." The sea snake emerged from the chamber where Rigo had been confined, hurrying back to his quarters to document his encounter with Rigo and his speculations regarding the young man's identity. Once finished, he summoned the guard at the door. "My lord, how may I serve you?" Corlys carefully placed the letters into a designated box and handed it to the entering guard, instructing earnestly, "Quickly deliver this correspondence to His Majesty. It is of utmost urgency." "At once, my lord." The guard respectfully accepted the letter and hurriedly turned to leave. Corlys sat contemplatively at his desk for a while, ensuring that he had not overlooked anything in this incident before exhaling a long sigh. He was curious about what changes this suddenly appearing Targaryen would bring to the Seven Kingdoms. The voyage at sea was often tedious, but thanks to his previous journey on the raft, Rigo had successfully overcome his seasickness, preventing this trip from becoming even more torturous. Since departing from the Stepstones, the Sea Serpent's fleet had been sailing for 2 days, heading north along the narrow sea. When the sun rose once more, a massive island came into view in the distance. It was Dragonstone. The voice of the Sea Serpent interrupted Rigo's contemplation, prompting him to withdraw his gaze and briefly survey Corlys beside him. "My lord, did you not rest well last night?" Corlys, appearing fatigued, turned to look at Rigo but did not acknowledge his jest. Instead, he pointed toward the towering island and began to recount its history. "It has been 223 years since the exile of Anar, who arrived at this island from the distant Valyria. It has been 109 years since Conqueror Aegon completely subdued the continent of Westeros. This great island, once a stronghold of the Valyrian Empire, has witnessed the Targaryen family's rise and fall." Corlys spoke eloquently about the history of Dragonstone and the ascent of the Targaryens, leaving Rigo quite astonished. "Why is my lord sharing this with me?" Rigo mused, but Corlys once again ignored his inquiry, continuing his narrative. "Since the time of Anar, and even before, dragons have dwelled upon this island, and now, including the wild dragons, there are more than a handful of magical dragons residing here." If you're going to speak of this, I am no longer weary." Rigo eagerly perked up. Presently, the most powerful dragon on the island was the dragon once ridden by King Jaehaerys, the Bronze Fury Vagr. A colossal adult dragon, fierce and savage. It had become a dragon without a master following the passing of His Majesty Jaehaerys. The Bronze Fury, indeed formidable, Rigo thought to himself. Yet, while Corlys claimed it to be the strongest dragon on Dragonstone, Rigo remained noncommittal. In his memory, there existed an ancient dragon born in a time long past, far more powerful than Vagr, perhaps even surpassing the Targaryen family's strongest dragon, the Old Nan. However, Rigo chose to keep this knowledge to himself. It was a winning lottery ticket, and he had no reason not to covet it. As the fleet swiftly approached Dragonstone, the two were conversing when several massive forms erupted from the mountains of the island, roaring as they advanced toward the fleet. "Wild dragons, all hands on deck. Prepare for battle." Upon sighting the 3 colossal figures, the previously tranquil ship erupted into chaos. The Sea Serpent sternly silenced the panicking crew, maintaining his composure as he pointed toward the approaching dragons in the distance. "They typically do not attack large fleets such as ours, so there is no need for alarm." After providing some reassurance to Rigo, Corlys continued his exposition. "The 2 wild dragons ahead are but juveniles. The smaller gray one is named Grey Shadow, while the larger, earth-toned one is known as the Sheep Stealer. Both are renowned wild dragons of the island." Rigo offered a perfunctory nod, striving to suppress the exhilaration and eagerness surging through his veins, and pointed towards the dark, colossal dragon that roared behind them, pursuing Grey Shadow and Sheep Stealer with ferocity. Trembling, he inquired, "What is its name?" The Sea Serpent's gaze turned to the enormous black dragon, his tone cautious and somber. "That is the wild dragon hunter. We call him the Glutton." Chapter 18. The Glutton. The Glutton. Rigo feigned confusion, questioning why such a seemingly ordinary name would be attributed to a creature that appeared so formidable. The dragon, known as the Glutton, soaring through the skies, was a massive entity, its size nearly rivaling that of Balerion, whom Rigo had encountered in Valyria. Indeed, he suspected this beast might surpass even Balerion in magnitude. The 3 dragons, engaged in their frantic chase, soon soared above the fleet, their forms vividly etched in the eyes of the onlookers. Grey Shadow was a small gray dragon, approximately 30 meters in length, and it was slightly outmatched in size by Sheep Stealer, who fled alongside it. The 2 juvenile dragons, pursued by the glutton, could only rely on their diminutive stature to evade capture, their panicked roars echoing through the air. In stark contrast to the two frightened juveniles, the glutton, as the pursuer, appeared as a perfect work of art, at least in Rigo's eyes. It was breathtakingly magnificent. Its deep black scales enveloped its entire body, and its immense size exuded an aura of power and intimidation. Sharp spines lined its back, and its horns, reminiscent of those of a bull, jutted forward before curving sharply upwards, resembling a bull's horn thrusting towards the sky. Perhaps due to the trials of time, its mountainous form bore numerous scars of varying sizes, and even the sagging skin beneath its neck could not conceal its unparalleled majesty. Caw, caw. Gray Shadow let out a frantic cry after the glutton retaliated with a blast of dragon fire, its wings flapping chaotically as it narrowly skimmed past the masts of the warship, causing the billowing sails to swell and prompting gasps from the crew as the ship swayed. Corlys gazed intently at the colossal dragon soaring and roaring in the heavens, his expression betraying a mix of desire and greed. The glutton, though the king among wild dragons, remained simply that, a wild dragon. Regretfully withdrawing his gaze, Corlys addressed Rigo's earlier question. It is an ancient dragon. No one can ascertain its age, but fragments of legend provide some insight into its origins. It is said that the glutton inhabited Dragonstone long before Aegon arrived, and it may well be one of the last surviving dragons from the ancient Valyrian era, though legends are not always to be trusted. Rigo nodded noncommittally, refraining from interrupting Corlys' narrative. This dragon is currently the most formidable wild dragon on Dragonstone, an exceedingly brutal and ferocious killer. The other wild dragons and dragon eggs on the island are its favorite delicacies, and it occasionally preys upon passing small fleets. Thus, it has come to be known as the glutton, a savage and avaricious beast. Has anyone attempted to tame it? Rigo continued to feign ignorance, fully aware of the answer to this question. However, as a newcomer, he could not let Corlys perceive his knowledge, so he pretended to inquire innocently. Corlys erupted into laughter, as if Rigo's seemingly naive question had struck a chord of amusement within him. Ha! Rigo, I must tell you, the glutton is a wild dragon, the most unruly and brutal among them all. Over the years, many have coveted its power and attempted to subdue this tyrant, yet none have succeeded, and none have survived. As Corlys spoke, he gradually suppressed his laughter, turning serious as he regarded Rigo, placing a hand upon his shoulder. Young man, do not even entertain thoughts of it, even if it is an aging dragon. Despite your noble Targaryen bloodline, do not attempt to command death itself. That would be a declaration of war against the unknown, foolish, and ignorant. Aware of Corlys' sincere counsel, Rigo chose not to argue, nodding in acquiescence to acknowledge his warning. Words and actions have always been two separate matters. As long as he did not breach his promises, the triviality of verbal bravado mattered little to Rigo. Boastful words and timid actions need not conflict. It was mere bluster. Likewise, a humble demeanor and speech did not hinder decisive action. It was simply a matter of pragmatism. As the three colossal dragons took their leave, the fleet gradually entered the waters surrounding Dragonstone. This region, known as the Throat, is a perilous strait that serves as the route from the sea through the strait to Blackwater Bay, leading to Dragonstone and ultimately to King's Landing. Corlys directed the fleet to change course, while Rigo leaned against the ship's railing, gazing at the volcano-shrouded Dragonstone, specifically at the mountains where the glutton had vanished, his heart pounding like a drum. In the television series House of the Dragon, information regarding the glutton is scarce, and even in Martin's original works, detailed descriptions are few, with only ancient and brutal legends circulating. After deciding to venture to Westeros, Rigo recalled all the dragons featured in the show and ultimately determined the one he aimed to attempt to tame. First on his list was the enigmatic glutton. As an unclaimed wild dragon, its fierce temperament assured its formidable combat prowess. Most importantly, the glutton is likely one of the ancient Valyrian dragons, with 27% of his bloodline tracing back to the blood of fire. Even the third generation of bloodworms was utterly captivated, let alone the ancient dragons possessing older, purer magic and superior intelligence. In this moment, the advantage lies with me. Furthermore, even if the glutton proves impervious to persuasion, there exists a system that cannot lead to demise. Inherently, I am positioned in an indomitable stance. What harm is there in indulging a little? Naturally, regarding the dragon taming initiative, Rigo has also devised a secondary plan, should the endeavor to tame the glutton falter. The mightiest dragon of House Targaryen left untamed would be Vormissor, a formidable beast and the steed of the venerable King Jaehaerys. In the prime of its life, this colossal dragon might only be eclipsed in strength by Vhagar. Although Vormisters' performance during the civil strife of House Targaryen was lackluster, Rhaego comprehends that this was not a failing of the dragon, but rather a reflection of the knight's incompetence. The glutton and Vormister are thus Rhaego's primary objectives. As for the absence of third, fourth, or fifth options, as a natural dragon rider bestowed with the exalted bloodline of Valyrian dragonlords and the seemingly overpowered bloodfire heritage, to fail in earning the recognition of a dragon twice would be an affront to a time traveler's dignity. At that juncture, it would be more prudent to seek a swift end. While the dragon taming plan has long been formulated, the immediate concern facing Rhaego is not how to tame dragons, but how to successfully navigate his existence within House Targaryen to earn the privilege of engaging with the dragons, which is of utmost urgency. As the fleet approaches the Narrows, drawing nearer to Blackwater Bay, the towering walls of King's Landing and the imposing Red Keep loom closer. Rhaego's previously steady heart begins to race with apprehension. Should this venture to King's Landing succeed, it promises lavish garments and the thrill of soaring with dragons. Failure, however, could lead to dismemberment and universal enmity. Chapter 19. Arrival at King's Landing. The Narrows, flanked to the north by Dragonstone and to the south by the Cape of Dorne, is a narrow waterway that guards the capital of the Seven Kingdoms, King's Landing, much like a throat. Should the enemy's navy breach the Narrows and invade Blackwater Bay, the capital would be left defenseless, and the enemy's ships could lay siege to King's Landing within mere hours. To ensure the safety of the capital, the Targaryen kings have historically stationed dragons on Dragonstone and have entrusted the staunch Valyrian family with the defense of the entrance to the Narrows at Driftmark, serving as a bulwark for the empire. Amidst a cacophony of excitement, the Sea Serpent's fleet leisurely navigates the Narrows. After briefing Rhaego on the situation, Khaleesi proudly expounds upon the strategic significance of the Narrows, recounting tales of the dragons that reside upon Dragonstone and the pivotal role it plays in the Empire's military strategy. Most importantly, Khaleesi animatedly illustrates the deep-rooted ties between the Valyrian family and the ruling Targaryens, tracing their allegiance back to the ancient days of Old Valyria, continuing through to the current reign of the young King Viserys. The present-day Valyrian family boasts 3 dragon riders and wields the mightiest dragon, Vhagar, along with claims to the Iron Throne, all of which fills Khaleesi with exhilaration and pride. Rhaego could discern from Khaleesi's expressions the Duke of Driftmark's fervent desire for the Iron Throne and his ire at the king's refusal to ally through marriage with his family. Rhaego had never been fond of politics, for it was a realm marred by filth and cruelty. He could perceive Khaleesi's overtures of goodwill and invitation, yet he found it difficult to comprehend the extraordinary confidence that the sea snake displayed regarding his own status. Nevertheless, Rhaego had no intention of entangling himself in their strife. While Khaleesi waxed eloquent beside him, Rhaego stood at the prow of the ship, surveying the topography of the narrow sea, admiring the breathtakingly perilous landscape. In the not-so-distant future, the Targaryen family, rulers of the Kingdom of Westeros, would descend into civil discord, a conflict known as the Dance of the Dragons, which would shatter the once mighty dragon lineage and provide an opportunity for rebels to overthrow the Targaryen rule more than a century later. Presently, the location where Rhaego stood, the narrow sea, would also serve as a stage for a remarkable performance during the Dance of the Dragons. The current hand of the king, Otto Hightower, sought to preserve his grandson's dominion by allying with the former enemies of the Empire, the Kingdom of the Three Daughters, to launch an invasion of Blackwater Bay. The Sea Snake and his Driftmark served as the last bastion of defense for the narrow sea, with Princess Rhaenyra of the Blacks appointing a hand of the king to oversee the defense against the enemy's onslaught. Thus, a bloody and fierce naval battle erupted within this constricted waterway. The outcome of this battle was uncertain, but it was evident that the Greens suffered grievous losses. The Kingdom of the Three Daughters nearly faced total annihilation, with only a remnant returning home. Yet they claimed the life of Prince Jacaerys and captured Prince Viserys along with his dragon egg, while young Prince Aegon, riding his childhood companion Stormcloud, miraculously escaped to Dragonstone, only to find himself bereft of his dragon. Jacaerys, Rhaenyra's eldest son, soared on his mighty dragon Vermax to provide support, with reinforcements Silverwing, Sheepstealer, Seasmoke, and Vhagar arriving soon after. The 5 dragons wreaked havoc upon the enemy fleet, but Vermax, in a moment of folly, perished alongside his master, sinking to the ocean's depths. It was difficult to declare a victor in this clash, yet the Greens undeniably suffered devastating losses. The Kingdom of the Three Daughters faced near total collapse. Yet they managed to slay Prince Jacaerys, capture Prince Viserys, ravage Driftmark, and incinerate High Tide, severely damaging the Valyrian fleet. Of course, none of this had yet transpired. The future remained uncertain, and the current tranquility of the narrow sea and Blackwater Bay, reflecting like a mirror, was gently caressed by a tipsy sea breeze. Intoxicatingly pleasant for the returning warriors. Corlys continued to regale with animated discourse. Truth be told, the illustrious sea snake bore little resemblance to the composed figure depicted in tales, instead resembling a garrulous chatterbox. Rego indulged the esteemed Lord of the Seven Kingdoms, striving to fulfill his role as the supportive listener. Yet the thought of the Valyrian family's fate in the original timeline rendered him unable to meet the spirited gaze of Corlys. At times, I genuinely wished to puncture his inflated ego and reveal to him that a civil strife will erupt within the Targaryen dynasty, that his wife has never faced the likes of the Great War, that Melisandre met her demise, that his son is lost, his brother is gone, his daughter has vanished, and even his grandson is nearly gone. The thought of these misfortunes brings a smile to my face when I observe the arrogant demeanor of Corlys. Presently, we are in the year 111 of the conquest, with the true onset of the Dance of Dragons commencing in the year 129, leaving us with 18 years until that fateful time. My arrival here will undoubtedly alter the trajectory of events, rendering the future unpredictable. Perhaps the timeline will be amended, or it may gallop forth like a wild stallion in a new direction. Yet, who truly cares? Chaos is but a stepping stone, and the future shall be left to the Rego of tomorrow to confront. As we entered the throat of the channel, the entire fleet's navigation speed suddenly diminished. A sense of relief washed over each ship, filled with the joy of survival. Under Corlys' command, the ships carrying soldiers veered right towards Driftmark, where they would recuperate at the Sea Snake's stronghold, concurrently replacing their ranks with fresh troops destined for the Stone Steppes Islands. Meanwhile, Rego accompanied Corlys, shielded by 2 additional warships, leisurely making their way toward King's Landing. For Corlys, the Sea Snake and Duke of Driftmark, King Viserys' refusal to wed his daughter Lena was a profound insult to both Driftmark and House Valyrian. This grievance had once ignited a fierce rage within him, and even after several years, his resentment towards the king lingered. Were it not for the necessity of escorting Rego to King's Landing, he would never have willingly cast his gaze upon the king again. Thus, at his command, the fleet's pace slowed further, crawling forward. As they beheld the walls of King's Landing, the setting sun painted the towering red keep in hues of crimson. A roar echoed from above as a colossal yellow dragon emerged from the clouds, circling and bellowing over the 3 warships. While the blue and white seahorse banner fluttered in the sea breeze, the golden dragon let out a series of thunderous dives, its massive body nearly brushing against the masts of the vessels, creating such forceful winds that Rego and the soldiers were unable to raise their heads. After 6 or 7 provocative swoops, the golden dragon ascended, growling as it departed. My lord, Renly Targaryen, the princess of the Empire. It was evident that the capricious display by the princess soured Corlys' mood, and he tersely responded to Rego's inquiry, his face darkened. He then commanded his soldiers with a fierce tone, "Make landfall. Disembark. Go and meet the Lord of the Realm." Chapter 20. King's Landing. The 3 grand ships docked at the harbor of King's Landing, and Rego followed the irate Corlys down the gangplank. The moment his feet touched the ground, a revoltingly soft sensation and a foul stench caused his brow to furrow deeply, and his steps became hesitant and reluctant. Ahead, Corlys impatiently waved away the approaching attendants, dragging his cloak through the mire for a few paces before realizing that Rego had not kept pace. "Come now, lad. You best stay close, lest the fleas of King's Landing show you their hospitality," he remarked, his tone laced with disdain for the capital. Yet, upon seeing Rego hesitating at the gangplank and glancing at the filth strewn across the docks, he could not help but break into a hearty laugh. This is King's Landing, my boy," Corlys chuckled, beckoning Rego to follow as he strode forward with purpose. Although Rego had mentally prepared himself for the medieval abstraction of this world, the experience of walking through the refuse diminished his impression of the Empire's capital. Upon entering the city gates, the environment improved slightly compared to the outrageous sights at the docks, though the improvements were scant. The ground remained a torrent of muck, and the air was thick with a suffocating stench. At the city gate, a brazen prostitute flaunted her charms before the handsome, clean-shaven youth, provoking waves of nausea in Rego. Fortunately, once they entered the city, knights arrived leading war horses, allowing Rego to breathe a sigh of relief, though he had never ridden before. Having lived in an era of information explosion, Rego's theoretical knowledge far surpassed that of the locals. He merely lacked practical experience. Moreover, his extensive encounters with beasts had endowed him with an exceptional physical coordination, rendering horseback riding a trivial challenge. "I've ridden dragons. What challenge can a mere horse present?" Aside from a slight awkwardness in mounting, Rigo quickly adapted to the sensation after prompting the steed to move forward, nimbly keeping pace with the main group. The enthusiastic practitioners of the city's customs displayed their talents on either side of the street, their provocative antics stirring the long sword in Rigo's grasp. To prevent any impulsive reactions, he opted to avert his gaze. Corlys, ever observant of Rigo, silently commended his reactions. His swift adaptation to riding and disdain for the street-side beauties enhanced Corlys' favorable impression of the young man, though he remained unaware that to Rigo, the allure of those women was akin to poison. The procession advanced rapidly, despite Corlys' discontent with the king's neglect of House Valyria. Within the tangled web of power in King's Landing, respect for the sovereign of the Seven Kingdoms was imperative, even if it irked him. Perched atop the highest point of the city, the Red Keep, constructed entirely from crimson stone, loomed over King's Landing and Blackwater Bay, serving as the epicenter of imperial power. This colossal fortress, erected during the reign of the conqueror Aegon, symbolized the might and grandeur of House Targaryen. Its vivid red walls a constant reminder to the people of Westeros of the crimson flames of the Black Death, instilling in them a reverence for the rulers of the Seven Kingdoms and compelling them to bow before the dragons. As members of the imperial ruling class, the king, queen, their princes and princesses, along with the king's hand, the chancellor of finance, and the elite guards, reside within the Grand Red Keep, collectively upholding the empire's dominion and orchestrating the nation's affairs. Reg and his companions galloped through streets littered with refuse and foul odors. Arriving at the inner city gates of the Red Keep, the guards clad in golden robes confiscated Reg's longsword and led away their steeds. Corlys, adjusting his armor, took the lead into the empire's most significant fortress. The Red Keep, situated in the inner city, stood in stark contrast to the squalor of the outer residential areas. It was almost a paradise, albeit still permeated by an unpleasant stench. Here, one could avoid stepping in excrement or wading through stagnant sewage. As they passed through the gates, the golden-robed guards exhibited curiosity towards the silver-haired, dark-eyed youth, but Reg paid no mind to their scrutinizing or cordial glances. Instead, he followed Corlys while observing the once majestic fortress, now marred by the flames of dragons. Lofty. This was Reg's initial impression of the castle. Odious. This was the most profound impression he retained. Just as he was about to eagerly explore the ancient stronghold, an overwhelming odor wafted by, extinguishing any enthusiasm he had. At the foot of the steps leading to the council hall of the Red Keep, Prince Daemon, exuding an aura of battle, leaned lazily against the hilt of his sword, seemingly awaiting the arrival of Reg and his entourage. "My lord, what is this?" Corlys inquired hesitantly, observing Daemon's tousled hair and the unmistakable scent of perfume. "My good Corlys, I am merely awaiting your presence to pay respects to our great king," Daemon replied, disregarding the irritation in his tone towards Viserys, a sentiment Corlys shared. To Corlys' astonishment, the kingdom's most powerful prince had arrived in King's Landing 2 or 3 days prior, yet had not sought an audience with the king. Furthermore, his attire suggested he had just risen from a bed of ill repute. Throughout the exchange between Daemon and Corlys, Reg maintained his silence, well aware of the prince's notorious reputation as the Lord of Flea Bottom, and thus found nothing surprising in his current behavior. However, while Reg remained disinterested in Daemon, the prince's gaze turned towards Reg, who stood behind the sea serpent. "Reg down there?" Daemon's tone dripped with disdain and arrogance. Reg rolled his eyes inwardly. "Indeed, your highness," he replied, the hint of indifference and impatience evident in his voice. Sensing this, Daemon approached with a stern expression, his left hand gripping the hilt of Dark Sister. His cold gaze fixated on the downcast Reg. The battle-hardened aura of Daemon and the pride of his high status surged forth, yet Reg stood resolute, head held high, and coldly met the prince's stare, his fingers twitching reflexively on the hilt of his sword. "Huh." Daemon narrowed his eyes, casting a glance at Reg's taut hand, and let out a scornful chuckle. "Brave spoils, let us proceed, Lord Corlys. Our king and the loyal subjects of the realm must be growing anxious." Corlys, with a bewildered gaze, looked at the solemn Rego, and silently followed Daemon. Rego did not contest Daemon's designation of him. He was indeed their captive. Whether by choice or compulsion, this was an undeniable truth, rendering any rebuttal unnecessary. Quietly lagging a few paces behind Corlys, Rego stepped for the first time into the hall that bore the fate of Westeros. The throne, a towering edifice of swords, loomed ahead, casting a peculiar gaze upon Rego, causing his veins to warm with a subtle fervor. Chapter 21. The Great Affairs of Life, Eating and Sleeping. As they traversed the lengthy corridor, Two armored knights stationed at the door of the council chamber once again halted the trio. After a thorough search of Rego, he finally crossed the threshold into the Red Keep's council chamber. Upon entering the hall from the corner, the first sight to greet him was the menacing throne upon the distant dais, an emblem of empire formed from the twisting blades of thousands. The enemy's swords, tempered by dragon fire, had been forged into the shape demanded by the conqueror, becoming the vessel that bore the mightiest sovereignty of the Seven Kingdoms. Yet, perhaps the enemy's blades were loath to submit to the dominion of the dragonkind. Even after being bathed in the fierce dragon fire, they did not relinquish their sharpness. The rulers of the Seven Kingdoms, seated upon this monstrous throne, often found themselves wounded by it. Even the conqueror Aegon himself met his demise here. It might be the vengeance of the souls scorched by dragon fire, or the undying courage of warriors, eternally testing and tormenting the ambitious who dared to take their seat. At this moment, upon the most esteemed throne of the Seven Kingdoms, a middle-aged man with silver hair and purple eyes, exuding a benevolent demeanor, sat with poise. His profound gaze cascaded down upon the three entrants. Viserys Targaryen, historically known as the Young King, grandson of the venerable King Jaehaerys Targaryen, and the last dragon rider of the Black Dread, Valyrian. Clutching the Valyrian steel sword Blackfire, symbolizing Targaryen sovereignty, Viserys' gaze swept over his brother Daemon, adorned with an unsightly crown, and briefly passed over the aloof Lord Corlys Velaryon, before settling upon the tall, handsome Rego, with silver hair and black eyes, standing behind them. He gazed from afar at the youth lingering at the back of the hall, a torrent of emotions swirling in his eyes. Rego distinctly felt Viserys' scrutiny. As he slightly bowed in respect to the king, in accordance with Corlys' movements, a tempest brewed within his heart. His blood reacted to Viserys seated upon the throne. This revelation astonished him. Could Viserys be a human dragon? The absurdity of this notion brought a wry smile to Rego's face. Yet the undeniable intensity of the bloodline's reaction left him little time to ponder the reasons behind this occurrence. A series of sharp clangs from drawn swords interrupted his contemplation, compelling the king upon the throne to withdraw his gaze. Daemon approached the Iron Throne with utter disrespect, prompting the King's Kingsguard to draw their swords in unison. Sir Vaymond, the commander of the Kingsguard, even pressed the tip of his sword directly against Daemon's chest. With a sullen expression, Daemon glanced down at the blade before raising his gaze to meet that of his elder brother, the King of the Seven Kingdoms. I had intended to bring the hideous crab's battle axe to further adorn your throne, but alas, I left it at the brothel. I suppose it requires your men to retrieve it, dear brother. The king rose in silence, leaning on his long sword, fixing his gaze upon Daemon, who also wore a crown. You wear a crown, and you dare to call yourself a king? The words of Viserys were devoid of emotion, as if he were engaging in mundane conversation. Once the kingdom of the three daughters fell, the people began to refer to me as the king of the narrow sea, Daemon replied, his voice unwavering, standing tall as he gazed at the imposing Iron Throne. After a prolonged silence, he seemed to come to a sudden realization and spoke softly, but I know, your majesty, that there is only one king in all the Seven Kingdoms. In a rare display of submission, the defiant prince knelt on one knee before his brother seated upon the throne. Rego observed this familiar scene, following the king's gaze towards a robust middle-aged man patrolling the periphery of the court like a wolf, Ser Otto Hightower, the hand of the king and the realm's chief advisor. A blatant opportunist, he was the architect of blood-soaked theatrics and the grave digger of House Targaryen. He prowled like a ravenous wolf, his cold gaze fixated upon the kneeling prince of the empire, his stern visage concealing unknown schemes. Suddenly, his sinister eyes met Rego's calm and profound gaze, causing this seasoned political fox to flinch and hastily avert his eyes. Upon realizing the absurdity of the hand retreating from a mere nameless pawn, he sought to re-establish contact, only to find that Rego had already withdrawn his gaze. The hand of the king, with a furrowed brow, cast a cold, lingering look in his direction. Among the crowd, one individual also witnessed the silent exchange between the hand and the captive. Rhaenyra scrutinized the man who had compelled Otto to avert his gaze. Daemon, a figure of silver hair and dark eyes, tall and handsome, exuding a princely demeanor that hardly resembled a fallen dog. This sparked her keen interest in the man suspected to be a Targaryen bastard. As the thoughts of the gathered crowd swirled, Daemon's voice resonated once more. My crown and the stepstones are yours to command, your majesty. With that, he removed the crown from his head and bowed respectfully. Who currently holds the stepstones? Lord Sea Snake? The king inquired, temporarily bypassing the kneeling Daemon. The tides, the crabs, and the 2,000 pirates of the kingdom of the three daughters nailed to the beach, your majesty, Corlys bowed in response. Viserys descended from the throne, took the crown from Daemon's hands, examined it briefly, and then handed it to the Kingsguard behind him. As he looked down at his kneeling brother, his expression gradually softened. Rise. The long-awaited embrace between the two brothers brought an immediate release to the tense atmosphere of the council chamber, as a gentle applause erupted, celebrating the harmony between the king and the Empire's most formidable prince. You have rendered great service to the kingdom, my brother. Daemon and Viserys exchanged smiles, engaging in long-overdue conversation, when Daemon's gaze fell upon Aegon, standing behind the sea snake, signaling to his brother. The evident camaraderie between the brothers lifted Viserys' spirits, prompting him to approach the sea snake for an amiable chat, disregarding the latter's cool demeanor. Eventually, he stepped forward to stand before Aegon, his eyes fervently scrutinizing the young man. Your Majesty, the sea snake presented the Targaryen sigil he had retrieved from Aegon. Viserys meticulously examined the familiar emblem in his hands, then attentively studied Aegon's features and hair color. Yet, he chose not to speak to Aegon, instead gesturing for a servant to escort him away, leading Daemon and the sea snake to a long-prepared banquet in the garden. Surrounded by several knights, Aegon found himself in a relatively isolated chamber within the Red Keep. A servant brought him food and drink, after which the heavy door was firmly shut, leaving Aegon alone, seated on the edge of the bed, lost in thought. What was Viserys truly intending? Whether he acknowledged it or not, it seemed futile to ponder the matter. Accepting the situation, he resolved that there was little use in worrying. Life's essentials were eating and sleeping, and overthinking was unnecessary. After swiftly consuming the offered fare, Aegon shed his outer cloak and reclined in the confines of his chamber, quickly succumbing to slumber. In no time, the sound of his thunderous snores echoed through the room, leaving the guards at the door exchanging bewildered glances. Chapter 22. An elaborate imagination. Scene. Your Highness, open the door. I wish to see my uncle's spoils. Your Highness, the king has commanded that, unless granted his permission, no one may see Aegon privately, not even you. Listening to the thunderous snores from within and facing the resolute guards, Rhaenyra shot them an exasperated glare before reluctantly turning away. Unbeknownst to Aegon, the illustrious Princess Rhaenyra Targaryen had opted not to attend the king's celebration welcoming Daemon and the sea snake's return, instead sneaking into the cell to see him. After days of battle and a sea voyage, it was only when he lay down on the bed that he realized just how fatigued he truly was. The muffled conversation between the guards and the princess drifted into the room, prompting Aegon to merely grunt and turn over, his snores growing even louder. The king's banquet extended late into the night, and Viserys, in high spirits, had indulged in several cups of wine, feeling slightly inebriated. Cradling Alicent in his arms, Viserys leaned against the headboard, reflecting on the striking young man who had stood in the council chamber with such dignified composure. Your Majesty, what occupies your thoughts? Alicent's languid voice broke through the king's reverie. Alicent, have you seen the young man standing behind Lord Corlys today? The one referred to as Targaryen by Lord Sea Snake? Viserys gently stroked his wife's arm, furrowing his brow with a soft sigh. Indeed, it is he. Rhaegan Damnall, Lord Corlys discovered the emblem of Princess Garys upon him. Princess Garys? Alicent sat up abruptly, her eyes wide with astonishment as she gazed at Viserys. Is she not the daughter of His Majesty King Jaehaerys and Queen Alysanne? Did she not perish during childbirth? How could this be possible? Alas, sighed Viserys. This is the very enigma that perplexes both myself and the hand of the king, along with the scholars. He leaned back, adjusting his posture to alleviate some of the pain in his body. I was merely 22 then, while Garys was just 19. She fell in love with a wandering minstrel, only to be abandoned after bearing a stillborn child in the impoverished quarters of King's Landing, leading to her own demise from blood loss. As he recounted the past, his tone grew increasingly somber. The late king had dispatched someone to recover her remains, but it was later discovered that the knight assigned to protect the princess vanished along with the stillborn child, and thus the emblem of Princess Garys disappeared as well. Hearing this, Alicent's mouth fell slightly agape in astonishment. Could it be that this Rhaegan Damnall is the son of Princess Garys, the very stillborn child taken away by the knight? He survived his birth, and the knight secretly carried him away? Viserys furrowed his brow in hesitation. Before encountering Rhaegan, I could scarcely entertain Lord Corlys' claims. Yet, he assured me with unwavering conviction, although I cannot fathom the source of his confidence. This matter pertains to the bloodline of the dragons. Therefore, I instructed the scholars to investigate the records from that time, hoping to uncover the truth behind Princess Garys' death. The king sat up with renewed vigor, though the injury on his back caused him to wince slightly. Grasping Alicent's arms with both hands, His tone shifted to one of excitement and certainty. "Allison, do you understand? Before I laid eyes on Regan, I could not possibly believe he was of Gary's bloodline. Yet, the moment I beheld him that evening, I was convinced he bore the lineage of House Targaryen." Viserys clutched his wife's hands tightly, his voice trembling with emotion. "You must know, it is a resonance that emanates from the very depths of one's blood, a shiver that courses through my veins. I have only felt such a connection in the presence of Valyrian. The late king once told me that it is the cry of the dragonlord's blood, a bond that only those of pure lineage, with a sufficiently potent Targaryen bloodline, can share with their kin and the mighty dragons. Even demon lacks such an ability. Your Majesty, does this not imply that Rhaegar is unequivocally of House Targaryen? He is indeed of Princess Gary's bloodline." Alicent found it difficult to comprehend the king's depiction. It felt almost fantastical. Yet, she would not question her husband, nor the sovereign of the Seven Kingdoms. She endeavored to align with Viserys' sentiments, fulfilling her role as a devoted wife. "He is, without a doubt, a true descendant of House Targaryen." Viserys' response was resolute. "But why did you not disclose his identity and acknowledge him in the council chamber earlier? He is your cousin, is he not?" Alicent's naive inquiries elicited a soft chuckle from Viserys, who gently caressed his wife's forehead and answered her with a tender tone. "Alicent, I cannot do that. Although I have confirmed Rhaegar's lineage, such a fantastical explanation would not convince everyone. It would tarnish his noble blood in the mouths of the commoners. A notion I cannot abide. Moreover, I am unaware of Rhaegar's character. I must observe and understand his virtues and disposition before making arrangements that would best serve him after our acknowledgement." Unbeknownst to Rhaegar, who was blissfully unaware of the grand deliberations in the Red Keep, his identity was rapidly being solidified in the king's mind. Had he known of Viserys' internal musings, he might have been overcome with mirth in King's Landing. After a deep slumber lasting over 6 hours, Rhaegar awoke, realizing it was likely between 3 and 4 in the morning. The entire Red Keep lay shrouded in the thick veil of night, and outside his cell, an eerie silence prevailed, almost devoid of any sound. The profound stillness of the atmosphere pleased Rhaegar, as it provided him the perfect opportunity to ponder the peculiarities of his bloodline experience during his audience with Viserys. He should have inquired directly with the system. Yet the system had inexplicably gone silent since his awakening in Valyria, unresponsive to his calls. Were it not for the persistent stirring of his bloodline, he might have believed the system had abandoned him. With the absence of the system, he had no choice but to rely on his own wit. First, he dismissed the idea that Viserys was a dragon. That was absurd. Thus, aside from facing a dragon, the only things that could stir his bloodline must be related to dragons and share a commonality with himself. Viserys' silver hair? No, that was incorrect. Many possessed silver hair. Demon had not elicited any stirring in his bloodline. What else could it be? Bloodline? The Valyrian bloodline? That too was incorrect, for the Valyrian blood within him was fixed. The reaction he had experienced stemmed from a shared essence of blood and fire. Unless Viserys also possessed a system and a bloodline of the same nature. That notion was even more ludicrous. Eliminating human factors, the only possibility left was that he and Viserys shared a similar experience. However, this was their first meeting. So what common experiences could they have? And how could he know what this king of the Seven Kingdoms had done? No, there was a commonality. A shared experience. Valyrian. Viserys was the last dragon rider of Valyrian. He had tamed the Black Dread and formed a bond with it, having briefly soared upon the great dragon. And what of himself? He had once bathed in the dragon's blood of Valyrian. The system had indicated that he absorbed this fiery essence, rendering him a vessel of Valyrian's dragon blood. In the initial encounter, it is hardly surprising that Viserys could evoke a stir within his own bloodline, for he is, after all, a dragon of Valyria. If he lacked even this modicum of magical lineage, he would scarcely deserve the title of the Black Death. Perhaps he ought to be dubbed the Cold Dragon instead. Thus, does this not solidify my own identity? Cough, cough. When tomorrow arrives and Viserys acknowledges my existence, what shall I say in response? Should I claim dominion over the armies of the world? I find myself drowsy. I must have spoken in jest. Chapter 23. Otto's foreboding the scene that Rhaegar had envisioned for the following day. Viserys, recognizing his identity, did not transpire. The chamber remained unchanged, with the same 2 guards stationed outside. Aside from the timely delivery of sustenance and water by servants, Rhaegar was confined to this cell, even restricted in his basic needs. The room was sealed, denying him any glimpse of natural light. He could not discern day from night, nor could he tally the days of his confinement. During this period, apart from Rhaenyra occasionally venturing outside to engage the guards in discourse about observing this captive prize, Rhaegar heard scarcely a sound from the outside world. Yet, he felt no anxiety regarding this isolation. Having survived long enough amidst the magical ruins of Valyria, he had grown accustomed to solitude, rendering this confinement, a torment that would be unbearable to most, merely a familiar routine for him. Meanwhile, during Rigo's days of imprisonment, the Red Keep was embroiled in intense debate, the focus of which was naturally the sudden emergence of this purported Targaryen dragon seed. I shall never accept a lowly slave in the hands of a pirate as my brother. In the grand hall of the Red Keep, a gathering of the kingdom's lords encircled a long table, engaged in fervent discourse. Daemon struck the table with force, glaring at his brother with fierce intent. He could be Harren, he could be Hightower, or even Valerion. That accursed beggar could assume any name he pleased. But he was certainly no Targaryen. While he may possess Targaryen blood, he lacks the merit to tarnish the honor of House Targaryen. Seated to Viserys' left, Daemon was visibly agitated, nearly spitting as he spoke. Across from the king, Corlys and the chancellor to his right were incensed by Daemon's remarks. What did he mean by implying the boy could be Valerion or Hightower? It was utterly outrageous. The dukes, having been struck by Daemon's words, were equally displeased, with the irritable sea snake Corlys losing his temper. Your Highness, the name Valerion is not one you can so casually bestow or strip away. Your words bring shame upon my lineage. Observing the altercation between his brother and his naval minister, Viserys grew impatient and struck the table. Silence. Let us discuss matters that warrant our attention. He shot a fierce glare at Daemon, who had only days prior been so amicable. Sit down, Daemon. Show some respect to the noble lords present. Humph. Daemon let out a cold snort, but refrained from openly undermining his elder brother. Returning to his seat with a stern expression, the atmosphere in the hall grew tense for a moment before gradually easing. Sir Lyn Mambusbury, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, who, on the very night of Wei Yi's demise, had met his end at the hands of Cole, pondered for a moment before inquiring, Your Majesty, may I ask if you have conducted a thorough investigation into the identity of Rigo Dormnall? Viserys nodded warmly at his long-serving minister and then turned his gaze to Sir Strawn, the Director of Intelligence. The bald, burly yet refined Earl of Hellenberg rose gracefully, bowing to the king and the assembled princes and ministers, before revealing the findings of recent investigations. Your Majesty, Your Royal Highness, and esteemed lords, the Ravens dispatched to the Citadel have returned with news. They discovered clues within the writings of Brother Basius, who had previously participated in Princess Guy Rue's medical care. If Brother Basius's account is accurate, it can be established that although Princess Guy Rue met her end due to complications during childbirth, the child she bore was not stillborn. Sir Strawn's tone suddenly wavered, his gaze drifting towards the king, who sat in the seat of honor. Speak the truth, sir, the king commanded. I grant you this right. Thank you, Your Majesty. Sir Strawn exhaled, aware that his forthcoming words could be construed as slander against the late king. Thus he chose his words with care. However, at that time, Princess Guy Rue's elopement with a wandering minstrel and her subsequent pregnancy ignited King Jaehaerys' wrath, especially upon learning of his beloved daughter's demise during childbirth. He unleashed his pent-up fury upon the child who had taken his daughter's life. He ordered the newborn to be buried with the princess. But her loyal knight defied the king's command and rescued the boy, vanishing from sight thereafter. As Sir Strawn's words concluded, the ministers exchanged astonished glances, unable to fathom that such a regrettable tragedy had transpired during the reign of the wise and benevolent King Jaehaerys. After recounting the intelligence, Sir Strawn bowed and returned to his seat. Sir Otto Hightower, the current hand of the king from Old Town, had remained silent throughout the discussion, but finally spoke. His brow furrowed. Your Majesty, while Sir Strawn's intelligence confirms that Princess Guy Rue had a missing son, we do not know whether this boy is still alive or what he may look like now. Even if Rigo Dormnall bears the Targaryen sigil, that alone cannot definitively establish his identity as the lost child. As he spoke, the dutiful hand of the king deeply bowed to Viserys, earnestly imploring, Your Majesty, regarding the purity of royal bloodlines, I urge you to proceed with utmost caution. Otto, we do not yet possess all the evidence, the king replied with a chuckle. My old friend, there is no need for such gravity. I fully understand the implications of this matter. The king's reassurance did little to alleviate the tension felt by the prime minister of the empire. For Otto Hightower at this moment, the fate of a Targaryen bastard was hardly significant enough to warrant such gravity from this high-ranking minister. Even if this illegitimate child were to be a cousin of the king, what of it? A Targaryen without dragons is merely a mortal, incapable of influencing the future of the Seven Kingdoms. However, the case of Aegon was different. Aegon Targaryen, this pirate slave bearing the Targaryen lineage, instilled within Otto a profound sense of unease. Hailing from Old Town, Otto, as a second son, had witnessed myriad hardships, dangers, and darkness. He had ascended to his current stature through sheer determination, having encountered far worse situations. Yet, upon his first glimpse of Aegon, he was enveloped by an overwhelming dread. The source of this disquiet eluded him until he locked eyes with that damned slave. In those calm yet indifferent eyes, he discerned a depth of defiance, arrogance, and ambition. It was a gaze that regarded status as inconsequential and viewed humanity as mere insects, lofty and imperious, a harbinger of calamity for the realm. Behind him, Otto envisioned flames, heard the piercing wails, and smelled the acrid scent of smoke and decay. This was a man as proud as Daemon, yet unlike him. Daemon was bound by blood and family ties, while Aegon Targaryen, was a wild wolf, unchained, unburdened, and unafraid. Chapter 24. Conflict. Otto hoped that all of this was merely his imagination. He possessed no evidence and could not voice such extravagant conjectures as the hand of the king. Nevertheless, he trusted his instincts, much like he had on that fateful night prior to the Dornish invasion when he sensed the scent of death. Your Majesty, I am willing to continue listening. Suppressing the turmoil in his heart, the hand of the king resumed his seat. Lord Corlys, please share your thoughts. Viserys gestured to the sea snake across the table, inviting Aegon's staunch supporter to express his views. Yes, Your Majesty. The tall and sturdy Corlys inclined his head slightly towards the king, ready to speak, only to be interrupted by the sound of the hall doors opening. Princess Rhaenyra cautiously entered the banquet hall, gently closing the door behind her. Rhaenyra, you have been tardy in your duties as cupbearer, and it is evident that you have not fulfilled your obligations. Viserys remarked with a light-hearted smile, teasing his late-arriving daughter. I apologize, Your Majesty. Rhaenyra offered a slight bow, expressing her regrets to Viserys and the assembled lords, before moving to the sideboard to retrieve a wine jug, pouring rich red wine for Viserys and the lords. Lord Corlys, please continue. Yes, Your Majesty. The sea snake sipped the sweet wine, gently setting down his cup, nodding in acknowledgement to Rhaenyra as she poured. When I was engaged in the campaign against the Stepstones, I encountered Prince Aegon. He is not yet a prince, Lord Corlys. Mind your phrasing. Interrupted abruptly by the Prime Minister, Corlys raised his eyes with a hint of impatience, only to find Daemon beside him wearing a scowl, clearly signaling that it was prudent to change the subject on such matters. Very well, Sir Otto, he conceded, during our campaign against the Stepstones. Prince Daemon and I encountered Rhaego, who at that time was ensnared among the slave army, used as fodder to deplete our soldiers. After we seized Bloodstone Island, he was surrounded by the soldiers of Tidespire. Here, Corlys deliberately paused, then uttered a statement that left the assembled lords in utter astonishment. It was then that Caraxes intervened, albeit under the condition that Daemon would not voice his disapproval. What? Gasped the assembly in unison. Who was Caraxes? He was none other than Prince Daemon's most capable commander, the most cunning, astute, and brutal weapon of war among the dragons of House Targaryen. Yet now, they were being told that this creature, known as the Blood Wyrm, had defied a knight's command solely to rescue a stranger. How could this not elicit surprise? The hall erupted with murmurs. Even Rhaenyra, who stood nearby pouring wine for the king, trembled in shock, spilling the fine vintage upon Viserys. Daemon, is what Lord Corlys spoke the truth? Viserys inquired, drawing all eyes to Prince Daemon's countenance. With a darkened expression and clenched jaw, Daemon's features betrayed his fury at such an embarrassing revelation. Yet, the honor and dignity of knighthood compelled him to speak the truth, albeit begrudgingly. Indeed, a renewed uproar filled the hall, as the news left the lords in a state of tumult. Thump, thump, thump. Viserys gently pushed Rhaenyra's hand aside as she attempted to wipe the wine from him, rapping lightly on the table to regain the attention of his esteemed council. Gentlemen, Lord Corlys' words are crystal clear, and Daemon has corroborated the truth of the matter. Do any among you still harbor doubts regarding Rhaego's identity? In truth, to swiftly persuade the lords, Viserys could have shared his extraordinary bloodline connection with Rhaego, which might have been equally effective, but after much deliberation, he chose to forego such a course. Firstly, the notion of a blood connection, though true for him, would be difficult to convince others of. While the theological and magical ideologies in Westeros were rampant, articulating such beliefs was one thing, but demonstrating their validity was another. Many a theological scholar privately questioned their faith, viewing the so-called deities merely as instruments for personal gain. Secondly, Viserys' position lacked persuasive power as Rhaego's cousin. His yearning for familial recognition inherently biased him in Rhaego's favor. Thus, any facts he presented would likely be dismissed as mere fabrications aimed at elevating a silver-haired slave to the esteemed status of a Targaryen. Although this suspicion was absurd, It remained a tangible truth. Your Majesty, I harbor no doubts, nor do I have any questions. Except for Sir Otto, the Prime Minister, and the cold-faced Prince Demon. The rest of the ministers have expressed their acknowledgement of the facts. Demon, do you still have doubts? Viserys nodded with satisfaction, smiling as he turned to his ill-tempered brother, inquiring once more about his opinion. Demon cast a cold glance at the assembled ministers, then looked at his expectant brother, rising expressionlessly. I concede that he is of Targaryen blood. Just as Viserys' smile was about to break forth, Demon's icy voice pierced the air once more. I acknowledge that he is of Targaryen lineage, but I shall never recognize him by the name of Targaryen. I understand your intent, brother. You wish for that bastard to bear the Targaryen name, to allow a base-born slave to tarnish the honor of our noble dragonlord family, to suppress me with a wretched commoner. Enough. Silence. Demon. Viserys slammed his hands heavily upon the table, roaring in interruption of Demon's accusations, angrily pointing toward the doorway, his voice nearing a breaking point. Get out. At once. Leave my palace. Bang. Demon, equally furious, overturned the chair behind him, kicked open the banquet hall door, and strode out. Gasping for breath, Viserys slumped back into his chair, despondently waving his hand, prompting the ministers to bow and take their leave. Otto, you must prepare and organize the nobility of the Seven Kingdoms. I wish to host a grand tournament to celebrate the return of Prince Rhaego, and also to commemorate my 5th anniversary with Alicent. The king's hand, about to exit through the door, halted upon hearing this, turning to say something. But upon seeing the king's unusually flushed countenance, he merely stammered and bowed in resignation. As you command, your Majesty. Viserys gazed deeply at Otto's retreating figure, gently clasping the hands of his daughter Rhaenyra beside him. Rhaenyra, can you accept Rhaego's presence? He will be my uncle. Of course, I can accept his existence. He is merely a Targaryen, and he cannot change anything. Viserys looked at his poised eldest daughter in surprise, a bitter smile crossing his face as he shook his head. Indeed, merely a Targaryen who has wandered since childhood, he cannot alter anything. Why can't Demon and Otto tolerate him? Rhaenyra remained silent, not responding to Viserys' inquiry, but instead posed another question of significance to the Targaryens. Father, will you allow him to attempt to ride a dragon? Viserys was taken aback, puzzled as to why Rhaenyra would ask such a question. Do you wish for him to ride a dragon? Aye, Rhaenyra, Rhaego's arrival cannot change anything, can it? Brothers. Aside, the author seeks assistance on how to alter the original ending of Blood and Fire, for the author is in distress over this matter. Chapter 25. The pure-hearted man Rhaego was uncertain how long he had been confined within this chamber, perhaps 3 days, or perhaps half a month. Without the reference of the rising and setting sun, time had become almost sluggish. He awoke naturally, as per his long-ingrained habit, and disdainfully resolved his personal matters within the room. Then, as was customary, he approached the door and rapped upon it. The wooden door swung open, revealing the familiar figures of the 2 soldiers stationed outside, while a servant promptly entered with provisions, accompanied by another servant tasked with taking away his chamber pot for cleaning. However, today was different. Although the soldiers remained the same, the servant delivering the meal was conspicuously absent. Rhaego raised an eyebrow in surprise as the 2 soldiers bowed respectfully. My lord, please follow us for your ablutions. His Majesty wishes to see you. Viserys wishes to see me? Has he concluded the inquiry into my identity? Pondering this, Rhaego followed the 2 guards. Indeed, the opulent indulgence of the capital, which Rhaego had never experienced before, was laid before him. After a thorough service from a bevy of young maidens, he donned exquisite new garments, and the food offered to him was far more splendid than what he had received in his cell. Once he had completed his ablutions and meal, the 2 soldiers led him through the twisting corridors of the Red Keep. After navigating through a series of long hallways, they finally arrived at the garden at the rear of the fortress. The gentle morning light caressed the blooms and foliage, as butterflies and bees flitted among the flowers. The fragrant air invigorated Rhaego, who had long struggled against the stench of King's Landing, filling him with a sense of exhilaration akin to that of a survivor. Continuing through the garden with the guards, they rounded a cluster of tall shrubs, where a grand and lush weirwood stood at the garden's end. Its trunk bore an uncanny visage, with tightly sealed lips and eyes from which a crimson sap flowed like blood. Beneath the tree stood a tall figure with silver hair, quietly gazing at the verdant weirwood, his silhouette exuding tranquility. Your Majesty, I present Rhaego Domhnall, announced the leading guard, halting Rhaego 3 meters away from the king and bowing respectfully. Viserys gestured for the guards to withdraw, leaving only Rhaego and himself beneath the weirwood. The stark contrast between the pale trunk and the fiery red leaves created a striking visual tableau, as the sea breeze from Blackwater Bay swept through King's Landing, rustling the leaves in an eerie yet beautiful manner. It is called the Weirwood. Viserys' calm voice resonated. It embodies the faith of the children of the forest and the ancestors. A century ago, Aegon the Conqueror landed on Westeros, graciously accepting their presence, which allowed these majestic trees to thrive across the land. Viserys slowly turned to face Rhaego, who, now garbed in noble attire, appeared strikingly handsome. His tone remained measured. The Targaryens, much like the Weirwood, aspire to permeate Westeros, to sustain the dominion of the dragon for eternity, and to forever reign as kings of the Seven Kingdoms. To achieve this, we must embrace tolerance and acceptance. Viserys strolled slowly along the path in the garden, gesturing for Rhaego to follow. Child, your mother, Princess Jaehaerys, is my aunt. You are of Targaryen blood, yet I confined you in the black cells for half a month. Will you blame me for this? Rhaego paused, slightly turning his head in an attempt to discern Viserys' expression, but the king continued forward, revealing only his serene profile. Your Majesty, I am unaware of my true identity, knowing only my name. As for blame, Your Majesty, you overestimate my status. I am merely a captive of the Stepstones, lacking the standing to negotiate. Rhaego's words caused Viserys to momentarily halt, glancing back at his young cousin. So, you harbor some resentment? Viserys chuckled lightly, shaking his head. Indeed. It is only natural to feel aggrieved, considering we violated the sacred rights of hospitality. It was evident that the king chose to overlook the latter part of Rhaego's statement. Your name is Rhaego Domhnall. Domhnall? That sounds oddly familiar. Who bestowed that surname upon you? As they continued their walk, Viserys pondered Rhaego's name with interest. I do not know, Rhaego replied decisively, shaking his head. I awakened on the shores of Valyria's ruins at the age of 10, remembering only that I bore such a name, and nothing more. 10 years old. That would place it around the year 99 of Aegon's conquest, precisely when the kingdom of the Three Daughters was assaulting Volantis. Perhaps you encountered those pirates at sea and were ultimately carried to the Valyrian peninsula by the southwestern winds. Rhaego shrugged nonchalantly. Who knows? I have never concerned myself with such matters. I survived to reach Valyria, successfully lived to adulthood, and ultimately escaped that cursed place. That is sufficient for me. Viserys remained silent for a long while, the morning sea breeze wafting the foul odors of King's Landing into the king's garden, mingling with the rich fragrance of flowers to create an odd scent. Rhaego uncomfortably rubbed his nose, unable to suppress a sneeze. This brought Viserys back to reality. You seem less than enthusiastic about being a Targaryen, even though I have confirmed you are indeed Princess Jaehaerys' offspring. Rhaego inwardly rolled his eyes. Did he expect him to proclaim his elation? A tiger infiltrating a pride of lions, having painstakingly gained the trust of most with a tattoo. Was it wise to be overly ostentatious now? Would he roar, revealing his true nature? Your Majesty, a dignified warrior does not yearn to be regarded as a despised bastard, even if he is a Targaryen. Viserys was thoroughly pleased with Rhaego's response. He was a proud, self-respecting, and resolute warrior, a true Targaryen bloodline. Ha ha ha, child. You are not a bastard. You are of the legitimate bloodline of the Targaryen princess, possessing the silver hair and striking features of your lineage. With the blood of the dragon coursing through your veins, inscribed with the fiery essence of the Iron Throne. Viserys extended his hand to steady Rhaego's shoulder, his tone turning solemn and sincere. Rhaego, you are the king of the Seven Kingdoms, the protector of the realm, and a cousin of House Targaryen. Remember, you have never been a bastard. He continued, I shall host a grand tournament after the harvest moon, formally introducing your identity to the nobles and subjects of the Seven Kingdoms, as well as celebrating your return. This is the rite befitting a Targaryen. Rhaego gazed at Viserys' confident countenance with a hint of astonishment. He was acutely aware of his lineage. He was merely a fierce tiger attempting to blend into the Targaryen lion's den, a member of House Dorne. Through a series of fortunate coincidences and the inadvertent assistance of individuals like Colas, he had acquired the legitimate Targaryen bloodline. He had hoped for Viserys' acknowledgement, but never anticipated that the monarch of the Seven Kingdoms would so publicly vindicate him. This king, historically known as the Young King, elevated House Targaryen to unprecedented heights during his reign. Yet, his yearning for peace and profound love for his family far surpassed his ambition for power. He was, at heart, a genuinely good man, and Rhaego felt an inexplicable guilt for deceiving him. However, he had no choice. His true identity was not one to be revealed. Very well, cousin. Good men are ill-suited for the game of power, where one either triumphs or perishes, with no middle ground. Viserys' lack of ruthlessness and decisiveness had sown the seeds of ruin for the empire amidst his indecisiveness, yet this did not detract from his goodness. Viserys' almost unguarded acceptance of Rigo was indeed touching, but it elicited only a sense of gratitude. Fortunately, Rigo was not an ambitious usurper. He merely coveted the dragons of House Targaryen, wishing to solidify his lineage into a noble legacy. He had no desire for the ludicrous throne that could cleave him in twain. For the power of the blade known as the tetanus dagger was far better comprehended by the Rigo of the future than by the indigenous version of himself at this moment. To possess his own dragon, to elevate his bloodline, and to traverse the continent as a carefree wanderer, was that not an enticing prospect? What was there to fight over in this foul-smelling land? Rigo did not decline Viserys' goodwill, especially since the matter of the tournament had already been announced, leaving him no opportunity to intervene. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Expressing his gratitude to the kind-hearted king, Rigo accompanied Viserys on a leisurely stroll through the garden. The Red Keep was constructed atop a hill in King's Landing, offering a panoramic view of the city's architecture. After walking a while, they reached the edge of the garden. Below the low wall lay steep rocky cliffs, leading down to densely populated neighborhoods, and further in the distance, a towering structure rivaling the Red Keep rose majestically. That was the Dragon Pit, where most of the realm's dragons resided. Viserys gestured towards the distant dragon pit, introducing it to Rigo. The illustrious Black Death, Vagar, was the first dragon to inhabit the dragon pit, succumbing to a peculiar illness and ultimately perishing there. In the aftermath of the realm, dragons were almost universally required to reside within the confines of the dragon pit, tended to by their keepers. The term keeper elicited a frown from Rigo. Why must these magnificent creatures be confined within what is termed a dragon pit, thereby stifling their innate nature? Whether during his previous life while watching the tales unfold or in the present, he had never truly comprehended, nor accepted, the Targaryen's approach to dragon husbandry. To bind a creature of free spirit and soaring passion with chains within a dragon pit was an affront. Dragons with masters fared somewhat better, occasionally enjoying fleeting moments of freedom alongside their riders, while those without masters were akin to prisoners. Dreamfire had languished in the dragon pit for decades. And although a knight eventually appeared, Helena, wrought with the anguish of loss, never mounted the resplendent dragon, ultimately meeting a tragic end at the hands of a mob, an egregious turn of fate. Viserys laughed heartily, clapping Rigo on the shoulder. "Rigo, dragons are fierce and uncontrollable. Their immense power poses a grave threat to King's Landing and its inhabitants if they are allowed to roam freely. Only by sequestering these weapons during times of leisure can we prevent harm to our own people." Rigo fell into contemplative silence, though he had briefly possessed a dragon. For him, Soul had never been a mere weapon of war. He could communicate with her in his heart, and she would express her affection and thoughts. Soul obeyed his commands, and he understood her intentions. To Rigo, she was a companion, a friend, but certainly not a tool of destruction. Yet, he recognized that the Dragon Pit was a construct established during the harsh reign of Maegor, a place designed to confine dragons that had endured in Westeros for decades, satisfying the demands of the nobility and gradually being accepted by the Targaryens. It was not a matter that could be altered by a few simple words. Moreover, he harbored no interest in those dragons shackled in their confines. Thus, he chose not to dwell on the issue, nodding in feigned understanding to move past the topic. The two gazed distantly at the imposing dragon pit, when a golden figure spiraled upward from its depths, joyfully roaring as it soared toward Blackwater Bay. It was Rhaenyra upon her dragon, Syrax, who frequently hunted near the narrow sea. Viserys took the opportunity to introduce Rigo to the Golden Dragon while also mentioning the other dragons within the kingdom. At that moment, Dreamfire, the mount of the late king's sister, Rhaena Targaryen, a pale blue dragon of a century old, was classified as a wild dragon. Additionally, there were Corlys and Vagar, among several younger dragons. Viserys' tone brimmed with pride and satisfaction, clearly delighted by the flourishing lineage of dragons that brought him immense joy. On Dragonstone, a dragon lair has also been constructed, housing the family's two mightiest dragons, Vagar and Vermax, alongside the exquisite Silverwing. Listening to Viserys' description, even though he had no intention of challenging these dragons, Rigo's eyes sparkled with excitement. One must wonder which man could remain composed under such circumstances. It is akin to a modern-day arms dealer presenting his weaponry before a captivated audience, proclaiming, "This is a Barrett, unmatched in power. This is a 1911. The epitome of classic design." Such allure is undeniable, particularly when one can see and touch these weapons and possess them legally. What a test for the officials. Who among them could withstand such a trial? Viserys, having noticed the gleam in Rigo's eyes, smiled and continued, "Among the adult dragons, Vermax, Dreamfire, and Silverwing remain untamed. and there are several unclaimed juvenile dragons. Rigo discerned the implication in Viserys' words, a hint of astonishment creeping in. Can I attempt to tame them? Certainly, Rigo. I can sense your vibrant bloodline. You possess the purest Targaryen genes. You are a quintessential Targaryen, and how can a Targaryen warrior be without dragons? Viserys gazed into the distance, watching Rhaenyra and Syrax become mere specks on the horizon, his voice unusually somber. Though the Targaryens reign over the Seven Kingdoms, they do so under the shadow of dragonfire. To maintain a lasting dominion, the Targaryens require greater strength. They fear the dragons, and thus we shall tame more dragons, ensuring their eternal subservience. The dragons will safeguard our kingdom. Yet, a dark thought lingered in Rigo's mind. But dragons can also obliterate your kingdom. Rigo, during this period, I shall arrange for you to learn the family's swordsmanship and noble etiquette. Once the tournament proclaims your identity, you may venture to the dragon lair to attempt taming the dragons, thereby safeguarding our Targaryen legacy. Yes, your majesty. Address me as cousin, Rigo Targaryen. Very well, cousin. Chapter 27. Rhaenyra Targaryen, the king ordered the convening of a grand tournament, prompting the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms to spring into action upon receiving the news. Some lords sought to use the tournament as a means to select political marriage partners, while others aimed to showcase their family's might. However, for the impassioned and hormone-driven young men and women, this magnificent tournament resembled an officially sanctioned social gathering. Noble maidens yearned for enchanting encounters with valiant and handsome knights, while the knights aspired to experience the allure of youthful blossoms, hoping to gain power and status in the process. Naturally, for the myriad young knights participating in the tournament, the flamboyant noble women paled in comparison to the irresistible charm of Princess Rhaenyra in her prime. As the eldest daughter of King Viserys and the Princess of Dragonstone, a title bestowed upon her by the king himself, Rhaenyra is highly likely to be the future heir to the Iron Throne. Although the bountiful Queen Alicent has borne the king 2 sons and a daughter, creating uncertainty among the nobles who had pledged their loyalty to the princess. The current flourishing reign of Viserys means that aligning oneself with her signifies wealth and prestige. If fortune favors them further, it is not entirely impossible for their lineage to stain the Iron Throne with their own blood. To them, Rhaenyra is the most sought-after prize in the Seven Kingdoms. Yet, at this moment, for Daemon, Rhaenyra represents the greatest inconvenience. After an extended conversation with Viserys, Daemon has come to understand that he has temporarily secured his footing in King's Landing. At least within the Red Keep, he is recognized as a Targaryen prince. He simply needs to bide his time until the tournament concludes, at which point he will possess a noble and legitimate status throughout the realm. While awaiting the tournament, Daemon has proactively requested that Viserys expedite his swordsmanship and etiquette lessons to occupy his time. However, after only 2 days of training with his sword instructor, Rhaenyra's arrival completely upends his life. Princess Rhaenyra, born in the year 97 of the conquest, is currently 14 years of age. Her Targaryen bloodline bestows upon her an extraordinary beauty at such a tender age, and her height of over 5.5 feet rivals that of many men. Though her figure is not fully developed due to her youth, it is already quite remarkable. As the daughter of King Viserys and a beacon of royal grace, she has been accustomed to the adoration and flattery of others since childhood, fostering an air of regal pride and a certain youthful impetuosity. Being the center of attention in the Red Keep for nearly half a month, Daemon has naturally piqued Rhaenyra's intense curiosity during his time in confinement. She has attempted on multiple occasions to breach the prison, eager to witness firsthand the handsome spoils captured by her uncle Daemon. Finally, upon Daemon's release by Viserys, Rhaenyra has just returned from a flight to Dragonstone on Syrax and can hardly contain her excitement as she rushes to the training grounds. A splendid display of swordsmanship. "My knight," she remarks. Daemon sheathes his sword, turning alongside his instructor to bow to the approaching princess, with Ser Criston Cole silently trailing behind her, expressionless as he rests his hand on the hilt of his sword. "Your Highness," Rhaenyra responds politely, lifting her skirts slightly, her gaze fixed intently upon Daemon's face. Perhaps due to her lineage, Daemon's complexion is not as coarse as that of the typical Westerlander. Instead, it appears refined and smooth, unaffected by the ravages of war over the years, retaining his natural beauty. The instructor, sensing the moment, discreetly bows and withdraws, leaving the two alone. "Ser Criston Cole, might you grant me some time with my uncle?" Cole's expression stiffens slightly, and he bows his head. "As you wish, your highness." Rhaenyra was preoccupied with admiring his visage, while Daemon remained silent, casting down his gaze, creating a momentary tension in the training yard. "Doesn't my uncle wish to say anything?" Rhaenyra inquired with a smile, playfully tiptoeing around Daemon. It seems you do not desire my company, she added, her expression tinged with curiosity. You may simply refer to me as Demon. The king has yet to publicly disclose my identity. Demon felt a surge of frustration. How was he to navigate the whims of a 14-year-old girl in the throes of adolescence? My ambiguous status could tarnish the princess's reputation, he thought, despite having exchanged merely a few words. Yet your thoughts are unmistakably etched upon your countenance. Truth be told, Demon found himself utterly at a loss. As a lifelong bachelor across 2 lifetimes, he had scarcely held a girl's hand in earnest, let alone manage such an awkward situation. Furthermore, this was a minor. After all, having once been an ardent supporter of the party, nurtured under the red banner, he could hardly fathom harboring any interest in a girl of such tender age. Although in Westeros, where the Game of Thrones reigns, young women could engage in carnal pursuits upon their first menses, Demon still felt a chill at the thought. The memory of the 30-year-old Viserys nearly marrying the 12-year-old Lena Valyrian was enough to make his head spin. What he found even more difficult to accept was Rhaenyra's notorious reputation, a figure of scandal across the 7 kingdoms for centuries. Her life, a tapestry of bizarre and scandalous exploits, began at the tender age of 14 and concluded tragically at 33. From accompanying her uncle Demon to brothels, to clandestine liaisons with Kingsguard Ser Criston Cole, and marrying Laenor Velaryon. While engaging in an affair with her sworn protector Harwin Strong, dubbed Breakbones, she bore 3 dark-haired children under the illustrious Velaryon name, rendering her a laughingstock. Ultimately, she united with her uncle Demon once more, alongside a series of unnamed lovers, leading to a life that was nothing short of scandalous, earning her the infamous title of harlot within the 7 kingdoms, while her reputation and support dwindled to an all-time low. Both Rhaenyra's age and her notorious renown compelled Demon, a man with a profound sense of moral cleanliness, to maintain his distance. He understood well that Rhaenyra's interest in him was merely a fleeting desire. Perhaps even less than that, a simple curiosity. For Rhaenyra, no man was worthy of her true devotion unless he could aid her ascent to the Iron Throne, the ultimate symbol of power in the 7 kingdoms. Even her uncle Demon, who could facilitate her rise, would likely receive little genuine affection from her. Power and desire are forever intertwined, and Rhaenyra epitomizes the quintessential amalgamation of both. She felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort in the presence of Rigo, and an unpleasant odor lingered in the air. Chapter 28, The Treachery of Power. The necklace adorning the prince was exquisite. Rigo remained silent for a considerable time, eventually broaching a topic that, while not particularly significant, alleviated the awkwardness in the atmosphere. Thank you. Rhaenyra caressed the necklace around her neck, her smile radiant. It was a trophy brought from the Stepstones by Demon, crafted from the rarest Valyrian steel. Prince Demon was a formidable warrior, well-versed in the ways of the world. Perhaps the princess should seek his company more often. Rhaenyra offered a non-committal smile, lifting her skirt to sit upon a nearby stump, resting her chin on her hands, her gaze wandering as she regarded Rigo. He was indeed an exceptional knight, possessing a wealth of experience. Lost in thought, Rhaenyra's cheeks flushed slightly. Did he best you in combat, Rigo Dominar? Perhaps I should refer to you as such for the time being. Rigo sheathed his sword, casting a glance at the distant Cole, who occasionally shot him furtive looks, before casually taking a seat opposite Rhaenyra. Prince Demon is an expert swordsman. He secured victory at the Stepstones, yet I have not faced him in battle. You would do well to avoid such a confrontation. It is evident that he harbors great dissatisfaction with the king's arrangements for you. He may well seek to harm you. Rhaenyra's words caused Rigo to furrow his brow. Being targeted by a Targaryen with a dragon was hardly auspicious news. I appreciate your warning, princess. Perhaps there is some misunderstanding between Prince Demon and myself? Misunderstanding? I believe it is far more than that, Rigo. Are you aware of what it signifies for His Majesty to have included you in the Targaryen line of true blood? Rigo fell silent for a moment, but Rhaenyra did not await his response, continuing unabated. You are the sole legitimate heir of Princess Rhaenys. You share the same claim to the throne as Demon. The Iron Throne is no longer an unattainable dream for you. Your existence threatens the interests of many, including yours. Rigo pondered silently, yet he refrained from voicing the question. So tell me, Rigo Dominar, born of the ruins of Valyria, will you indeed be their threat? Does the princess hope I will? Observing Rhaenyra's face darken momentarily, Rigo found himself stifling a laugh. This young royal had come not only driven by the stirrings of her own hormones, but likely with the primary intention of discerning whether he harbored ambitions for usurpation. Once Viserys publicly declared his identity, he would possess legitimate claim to the Iron Throne. Although this claim was significantly behind those of Rhaenyra, Demon, and Alicent's children, it still posed a threat to the perpetually insecure Rhaenyra. The threats she perceived were likely reflections of her own insecurities. Throughout the centuries of tradition in the Seven Kingdoms, and within the history of House Targaryen, there had never been a precedent for a woman ascending to the throne. Proud noblemen had no desire to bow before a woman to govern. Rhaenyra understood this truth well. As the sister of the reigning King Viserys, the uncrowned Queen Rhaenys Targaryen once stood on the precipice of claiming the Iron Throne. Ultimately, however, in the face of societal opposition, King Jaehaerys opted for the male heir, Viserys. This poignant historical lesson weighed heavily on Rhaenyra, who could not help but foresee a similar fate awaiting her. She had orchestrated the rise of her dear friend Alicent Hightower to her father's bed, yet with the subsequent births of Aegon and Aemond, the situation unfolded in ways she had never anticipated. The chasm created by gender differences became the most significant barrier between her and the Iron Throne. Despite the support of the king, Rhaenyra could still sense the undercurrents stirring within the capital. Rhaego Dumnall, you must clarify your stance, to the Princess of Dragonstone, the future Queen of the Seven Kingdoms. Your Highness, I harbor no interest in that chair, he responded bluntly, observing Rhaenyra's growing agitation. He boldly declared that the sharp instrument of power was for those who desired it. He would not even spare it a glance. Rhaenyra received the answer she sought. Whether Rhaegod was dismissive or sincere, he had at least provided her with a temporarily satisfactory response. Rising to smooth the creases of her gown, Rhaenyra cast a lingering glance at the seated Rhaegod, her earlier demeanor of joy and allure replaced by an icy resolve. Remember your words, Rhaegod Targaryen. This surname is a gift from the king. Do not tarnish its nobility. Having delivered her sharp retort, Rhaenyra turned, her gown swishing as she departed, with Ser Criston Cole following closely behind, his long sword in hand as they exited the training grounds. Rhaegod sat on the wooden stump for a considerable time, and only when Rhaenyra and Cole's figures had completely vanished from view did he exhale slowly and rise. He admitted to having greatly underestimated the intensity of the power struggles within the capital, initially believing that the conflict between Rhaenyra and her faction would be delayed for several more years. He was taken aback to discover that both sides had already commenced their clandestine duel. The mere identity of being a Targaryen stirred the waters of power, causing ripples in the once still pond. Beneath the surface, two formidable entities stirred, eager to devour the newly emerged bait. Unbeknownst to him, he had unwittingly sunk into the mire of power. As realization dawned, Rhaegod became aware that he had broken into a cold sweat within mere moments. He found himself ensnared between two grand curtains, having forgotten that his Targaryen identity, while potentially advantageous, also ushered in a cascade of complications. The princess and the queen were fervently rallying supporters for their own interests, and he, a sudden Targaryen favored by the king, had become the object of contention. It was then that Rhaegod recognized the precarious predicament he had unwittingly entered. Choosing allegiance to either the princess or the queen would inevitably forge a bitter enmity with the other, should he abstain from choosing. Both factions might interpret his neutrality as a sign of ambition toward the Iron Throne, a potential threat embodied by a soon-to-be adult Targaryen capable of taming dragons, destined to be assailed by all. In the realm of a Game of Thrones, once one enters the fray, it is a matter of win or die. With no middle ground, Rhaegon found himself momentarily perplexed. He had merely sought to tame a dragon under the guise of being a Targaryen, never intending to embroil himself in the civil strife of House Targaryen, where the stakes were undeniably fatal. Even the formidable Vhagar had met its demise, becoming mere fodder for the sea. He did not believe he could extricate himself unscathed from such peril. Rhaegon was reluctant to choose sides or become a target of animosity. The only path remaining for him was to cling tightly to the leg of Viserys, pledging loyalty to the imperial faction, prioritizing self-preservation above all else, while everything else was mere nonsense. As for whether he could prevent the blood dragon's frenzied dance, he resolved to let fate take its course. Of course, if matters turned dire, he should have successfully tamed the dragon by then, allowing him to slip away amidst the chaos following Viserys' demise. With this thought, Rhaegon gradually began to relax. Chapter 29. The Inquiry of Maraudis. Valyrian, the mightiest dragon of the realm, was brought to Dragonstone by the exile Anar, raised on the island, and ultimately ridden by the great conqueror Aegon, who subjugated the Seven Kingdoms with its fire and roar. Within the crypts of the Red Keep, Viserys stood shoulder to shoulder with Rhaegon before a colossal dragon head, its pale visage resting quietly upon a dais, surrounded by candles a foot in length, illuminating the dim chamber. This dragon was the last remnant of the ancient Valyria, having witnessed the cataclysm before its decline. Viserys' magnetic voice resonated within the crypts. Valyrian Maraudis. Vhagar, Aegon, and his two queens rode them to victory in the conquest war, establishing the Iron Throne. Now, aside from Vagr, only Mirati's remains. Having perished by the Scorpion's bolt in the conquest of Dorne, while Valyrian has met its end, resting here for eternity. Viserys spoke steadily, recounting the deeds of the founding dragons to Regan, simultaneously tending to the candlewick with a long needle, ensuring the flames burned brighter, casting light upon the formidable figure before them. Regan's gaze, however, held a peculiar skepticism as he regarded the skull of Valyrian that Viserys described. While the blood within him responded faintly to the presence of this magnificent creature, it was nothing akin to the exuberance one might expect before Valyrian. Moreover, Regan knew better than anyone how Valyrian had met its demise. The dragon head before him was indeed ancient and powerful, but detecting the remains of a blood and fire magical being, skull of Mirati's, energy absorption in progress. Viserys was referring to Mirati's, had he not personally overseen Valyrian's funeral. Regan might have almost been convinced. Beep, energy absorption complete, bloodline development progress 3, host, Rego Domhnall, gender, male, age, 70, bloodline 1. Ancient Valyrian Dragon King bloodline. Bloodline 2, Bloodfire Symbiosis, affinity for bloodfire magic, current bloodline development progress, 30, status, healthy, strong, elated, trait, immune to all poisons. The bloodline progress has increased by 3%. Compared to Valyrian, Malasis is still significantly weaker, having made only this marginal advancement. However, what does it mean to possess the age of 70 and the trait of immunity to all poisons? System? Beep. Bloodline development at 30, successfully activated trait panel. Acquired trait, immune to all poisons, as the name implies. Beep. Age 70. The host has been in slumber since the age of 15, a span of 55 years. Setting aside the trait of immunity to all poisons, which is undoubtedly a remarkable asset, the glaring age of 70 becomes more and more unbearable in Rego's eyes. Judging by his current appearance, he resembles a youthful beauty of 18 or 19. Yet, you inform me that this youth has already reached the venerable age of 70? How can this be tolerated? System, change the age to 18, freshly 18, forever 18. Beep. Modification complete. Host, Rego Domhnall, gender, male, age, 18. Bloodline 1. Ancient Valyrian Dragon King bloodline. Bloodline 2. Bloodfire Symbiosis, affinity for bloodfire magic, current bloodline development progress, 30, status, healthy, strong, elated. Trait, immune to all poisons, much more comfortable now. Who wouldn't he be a youthful beauty at 18? Who would dare call me a 70-year-old elder? Rego? Rego. The call of Viserys brought Rego back to reality, causing him to withdraw the system panel and turn to face Viserys at his side. Your Majesty, I am astonished by the might of Valyrian. I momentarily lost my composure. Ha. Upon hearing this, Viserys laughed heartily, kindly patting Rego's arm. There is no need to feel ashamed. Being intimidated by Valyrian is not a disgrace. When I accompanied the late king and first encountered Valyrian, I too was taken aback. They are the rulers of the sky, inherently above us. Rego took the long needle from Viserys' hand, assuming the task of lighting the surrounding candles. Rego, Rhaenyra and Alicent have sought you out, have they not? Viserys' words echoed once more, causing Rego to pause in his task of lighting the wicks, then feign nonchalance as he replied, Yes, your Majesty, both Princess Rhaenyra and the Queen have summoned me. Do not be so formal, Rego. This is merely a conversation between brothers. Viserys moved to a nearby seat, his shadowed profile turned toward Rego. So what is your decision? Placing the long needle back in its original position, Rego approached Viserys and respectfully knelt on one knee. I have not pledged allegiance to anyone, your Majesty. Rego is solely devoted to your Majesty's will. Whoever you choose to ascend the Iron Throne, Rego shall belong to that side. Viserys nodded with a smile, clearly pleased with Rego's response, yet the cloud of sorrow lingering in his brow remained unshaken. Although he publicly declared Rhaenyra as Princess of Dragonstone and affirmed her status as heir, the nobility of the Seven Kingdoms continued to waver in their acceptance of a woman ascending the Iron Throne. Alicent had borne him 2 sons, and Otto was scheming for Aegon and Aemon's claim to the throne. The relationship between Alicent and Rhaenyra was deteriorating rapidly, with King's Landing transforming into a battleground for their power struggles, leaving Viserys both furious and anxious. Rego, will you support Rhaenyra's claim to the Iron Throne? Your Majesty, I shall always stand by your decision. Even with his brother's support, the sorrow etched on Viserys' face showed no sign of abating. He feared that after his demise, Rhaenyra and Alicent would turn the kingdom into a battleground in their quest for the Iron Throne, potentially leading to the downfall of House Targaryen. More alarming was the prospect of a schism among the dragons. Only dragons can slay dragons, Viserys murmured, his internal turmoil and anxiety unvoiced. Daemon's volatile temperament, combined with Rhaenyra and Alicent's fierce rivalry, seemed to place the kingdom upon a live volcano, ready to erupt in flames of destruction at any moment. Rhaego, you were born free, untouched by the taint of corrupt power. Today, I seek your counsel as a brother. What should I do regarding the current predicament of the kingdom? Viserys gazed at Rhaego with anticipation, fearing that his brother might hesitate to speak. He quickly encouraged, Rhaego, this is a conversation between brothers, devoid of any political agenda or personal gain. Speak your mind freely. Rhaego bowed his head in contemplation, surprised that King Viserys would seek his opinion on matters of succession. He was uncertain whether he should speak. From a self-serving perspective, the identity of the heir would not alter his own plans, rendering it irrelevant to him. Yet, as a fervent admirer of the saga, he was reluctant to witness the disintegration of House Targaryen. Moreover, the emotional appeal Viserys wielded was far more persuasive than threats or temptations. It was indeed moving to see Viserys extend such trust and warmth to a Targaryen who had seemingly appeared from nowhere. However, given his lack of political acumen, he questioned the reliability of any advice he might offer in such intricate matters. Observing the pain intertwined with hope in Viserys' expression and the encouragement mixed with helplessness, Rhaego resolved to take the plunge, thinking of it as an early repayment to the dragon family. Awaken your mind and devise a solution swiftly. Chapter 30. Rhaego's dubious scheme in recent times. Since Rhaego's release from the dungeons of King's Landing, Viserys had indeed treated him like a brother, arranging for comfortable lodgings, delectable meals, and even inviting him to family feasts, where he introduced Rhaego to family members and allowed him to interact with his 3 children. It was during one of these family gatherings that Alicent approached Rhaego, expressing sentiments akin to those of Rhaenyra. Emerging from the annals of history, having been tempered in the crucible of the information explosion era, it is evident that the world is bustling with individuals driven by profit, and the relentless pursuit of gain is a universal truth that Rhaego comprehends, albeit with the understanding that human emotions are inextricably tied to our flesh. The notion of transcending attachments, often romanticized, remains an elusive ideal. As long as one is human, one can never fully escape the confines of sentiment. Whether Viserys expresses genuine affection or seeks to win hearts, he undeniably extends an extraordinary kindness towards Rhaego, instilling warmth in his otherwise desolate heart. Thus, when this benevolent monarch reveals his suffering and inner turmoil, Rhaego finds himself unable to remain an indifferent observer. What of politics and scheming? These are realms Rhaego has chosen to regard with caution. Yet, human nature rarely aligns with one's desires. The simplest resolution to the contention between his wife and daughter would have been for Viserys to designate a successor before his passing in the presence of his council, simultaneously curtailing the authority of another. However, it is clear that Viserys lacks the resolve and decisiveness of a ruthless king, and such actions bear significant uncertainty. Should he lose control of the Red Keep as in the original narrative, everything would revert to its original course. Viserys' compassion and indecisiveness have only exacerbated the conflict between the factions. Yet, Rhaego is at a loss as to how to counsel him. He cherishes his daughter deeply, as well as his son and wife, making such a choice profoundly cruel, one that Viserys would undoubtedly reject. Thus, merely offering a suggestion, the reliability of which remains uncertain, seems harmless enough. Your Majesty, perhaps the princess and the queen have simply grown too accustomed to a life of ease. Rhaego's words leave Viserys momentarily taken aback, pondering the connection between comfort and the struggle for power. Your Majesty, during my youth amidst the ruins of Valyria, survival was my sole concern, sustenance was my only preoccupation, and the urgency of life left no room for idle comforts or ambitions for power. Rhaego wishes to avoid deep entanglement in the civil strife of House Targaryen. Thus he cautiously attempts to convey his thoughts to Viserys. In essence, he believes that Rhaenyra and Alicent have become so complacent that they have orchestrated the chaotic spectacle of the Dance of the Dragons, ultimately leading to the downfall of the Targaryen dynasty. After a prolonged silence, Viserys gazes at Rhaego with a bittersweet smile, shaking his head in resignation. I understand your perspective, Rhaego. They indeed lack the trials that would instill a reverence for power. However, at this juncture, the ambitions of the nobility across the 7 kingdoms have rendered any retreat impossible for them. Rhaego recognizes Viserys' predicament, whether it is the North, which still honors the chivalric ideals and the oaths once sworn to Rhaenyra, the Valyrians as potential allies, or the ancestral Vale of Arryn. Steadfast in its loyalty to the Queen's faction, the ancient noble houses that have long ruled the 7 kingdoms have already committed their stakes. To expect them to withdraw at this point is nothing short of a delusion. The conflict between Rhaenyra and Alicent represents not only a struggle for the esteemed Iron Throne, but also a reconfiguration of interests among the noble houses of the Seven Kingdoms. Perhaps the civil strife within House Targaryen is, indeed, a scenario that the lords of the realm find rather favorable. After all, do noble titles and lineage truly dictate one's worth? The aristocracy of Westeros has long been ensconced in the shadow of dragons. Yet the chilling glimmers of avarice encircle the towering Iron Throne from all directions. A shiver coursed through Rhaego as unsettling thoughts assailed him. He raised his gaze slightly, perceiving, behind the troubled visage of Viserys, a multitude of covetous eyes lurking. These eyes, shrouded in darkness, exuded the sordidness of human nature: fear, evasion, enmity, disdain, calculation, and greed. It would not be far-fetched to assume that some of those gazes had already turned upon him. Drawing a deep breath to steady his emotions, Rhaego rose to sit beside Viserys, lowering his head to carefully articulate his thoughts. "Your Majesty," he began, "I possess but a rudimentary notion that I wish to share with you. Consider it at your discretion how to employ it. These words, spoken by me, shall enter your ears, and I implore you to ponder them gravely." Viserys understood the implications of involving Rhaego in such matters and nodded solemnly. "Your Majesty, I once saved an elderly man from the middle world who had been cast ashore by the waves near the smoking sea of Valyria. This man dedicated his life to traversing the world and exploring the unknown, thus amassing profound knowledge and vast experience. I had the fortune to accompany him in the ruins of Valyria for a year, though alas, he succumbed to the dreadful Greyscale in the end." Rhaego's voice resonated softly through the vast bunker. "I was privileged to hear this middle-world explorer recount a tale of a once mighty empire in his homeland. The undisputed ruler of that realm, the reigning king, diligent in his governance, expanded the empire's borders to the very edges of mountains and seas. Yet, tragically, the king's offspring were embroiled in relentless disputes over succession. At this juncture, Viserys could no longer feign ignorance. It was evident that Rhaego was drawing parallels to his own predicament. How did this formidable king of the middle world respond? As if reading the unspoken question in Viserys' heart, Rhaego's voice resumed, steady and deliberate. To avert the fragmentation of his kingdom, the wise old king devised a most astute strategy. He summoned his young brother to the palace, bestowing upon him high office, and frequently kept him close, offering guidance while deliberately neglecting the two princes and the princess. This allowed the ministers to gravitate towards the younger brother, creating the appearance of a brotherly bond. Yet he was never granted true power, as he dispatched his loyal family to serve the younger sibling. The princess and princes found themselves with a common adversary. Yet under the king's oppression, they were forced to retreat before their brother, ultimately compelled to unite, albeit only in facade, their respective followers obstructing one another, rendering them far from a match for the younger brother. Years later, as the king approached the end of his days, the younger brother surged forth with fierce ambition, seemingly on the verge of losing his claim to the imperial throne. In a desperate bid to quell the animosity between their factions, the princess and the prince united in matrimony, fostering a bond that finally united their followers against the younger brother. Upon witnessing the princess and prince become one family, the younger brother, adhering to the king's prior scheming, relinquished his claim to the throne, allowing the youthful prince to ascend and jointly rule this magnificent empire alongside the princess. Of course, Your Majesty, should the younger brother contravene this agreement, the king's contingency plan would come into play. Viserys sat in stunned silence for a considerable time, his eyes wide as he absorbed the tale recounted by Rhaego, wherein every character found a counterpart within Westeros. Could this be the readily available solution? Overwhelmed with shock and excitement, Viserys' voice faltered. "What is the name of this stratagem?" "Your Majesty, there is a saying in the lands of Middle-earth: brothers quarrel within the walls, but unite against external foes. This principle aims to divert conflicts and resolve disputes. The elder from Middle-earth referred to it as the three elders presenting the cauldron." Chapter 31. Otto Hightower. The three elders presenting the cauldron redirects conflicts. Viserys felt a spark of intrigue, yet lingering doubts and hesitations clouded his mind. However, if this strategy were to be implemented, Rhaenyra was indeed a decade older than Aegon. And moreover, Alicent remained Rhaenyra's close confidant. At this, Rhaego smirked and rolled his eyes. "You had once planned to wed Lena Velaryon, and at that time, the girl was merely 14, her mother your cousin. Why didn't you consider this back then?" "Well, that is not the issue," Viserys realized, sensing that his question was rather foolish, and thus awkwardly brushed it aside. "But Rhaego, what if Rhaenyra and Alicent are unable to reconcile? then facilitate the union between the princess and Prince Demon, subsequently appointing the princess to the Iron Throne. Demon? Viserys immediately rejected the notion without contemplation. No, Rigo. It cannot be Demon. He would be a disruptor. I know Demon well. He would never adhere to the plan to foster reconciliation between Rhaenyra and Alicent. He would only seek to claim the Iron Throne for himself. With a deep sigh, Rigo felt a weariness settle upon him, perplexed as to why Viserys, who had consistently shown tolerance towards Demon, now cast him aside from the Iron Throne. Undoubtedly, in the original tale, Demon inheriting the Iron Throne may have been the optimal solution, yet it was clear that Viserys wished to prevent his brother from having any claim to it, creating an unbearable tension. Your Majesty, perhaps you should solicit the opinions of your lords and ministers. I merely recounted a tale from Middle-earth, and the events therein may not necessarily apply to our present circumstances in Westeros. The noble houses possess deep-seated knowledge, while one may be short-sighted. Many can devise a longer view, and perhaps the lords will have a solution. They will only look out for their own interests. Rife with disdain and opposition toward Rhaenyra ascending the Iron Throne, the lords have never shown impartiality regarding matters of succession. Viserys' ire flared at the mere mention of his subjects, his words laden with palpable tension. But are you not also a beneficiary of such discrimination and contrariety? Of course. This was a thought that Rhaegar dared only to entertain in his mind, never to utter in the presence of Viserys. Ser Laenor had repeatedly cautioned me about the ramifications of insisting on Rhaenyra's claim to the Iron Throne in the presence of Aegon, yet I am not interested in consequences. I seek solutions to address them. Your Majesty, Ser Laenor is a loyal sage. Indeed, he is a devoted and wise subordinate. And what of Hand of the King? Ser Otto? Viserys found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Otto had served as his hand for nearly a decade, always with fairness, and his counsel and decisions were consistently in the kingdom's best interest. However, Viserys irritably shook his head. Perhaps Otto had grown too old. He is no longer suited for the role of hand, and I shall consider new candidates. This was somewhat awkward. Rhaegar had not anticipated that his casual inquiry would lead to Otto Hightower's dismissal from the position of Prime Minister. It seemed that even this long-serving and just official could not escape the pitfalls of favoritism, ultimately stumbling while pursuing the Iron Throne for his own grandson. Rhaegar, I appreciate your strategy. I shall carefully contemplate its feasibility. Even if I choose not to adopt this approach, I remain grateful for your contributions to the realm. Thank you, Your Majesty. As for repaying favors, should you find yourself in trouble in the future, just ensure you do not implicate your mentor. Exiting the bunker, Rhaegar wiped away the non-existent cold sweat from his brow, feeling a sudden lightness in his heart. Politics, indeed, is not a game for the faint of heart. Crafting schemes to ensnare others requires a consideration of the broader picture, as well as an analysis of human nature's highs and lows. Merely devising a vague and ambiguous diversion had left Rhaegar's mind buzzing, not to mention sitting upon the Iron Throne, face to face with numerous ambitious individuals, was akin to a trial by fire. Adjusting his robes, Rhaegar glanced toward the direction of the training grounds and hastened his steps. His studies in swordsmanship were nearing completion. Having emerged from the hellish ruins of Valyria, Rhaegar's skill with a blade was already among the finest in the world. However, his techniques were honed in battles against beasts, focused on delivering lethal strikes, rendering them somewhat lacking in aesthetic appeal. The swordsmanship instructor Viserys had chosen for him provided guidance precisely in this regard. The Red Keep was vast, and the guards and servants along the way had come to recognize Rhaegar's status at the behest of Viserys. As he passed, they stepped aside to bow, and Rhaegar graciously acknowledged them with nods of friendliness. Just as he was about to exit the grand doors of the Red Keep, Rhaegar encountered an unexpected visitor, the current Prime Minister, Ser Otto Hightower. It seemed Otto had been awaiting Rhaegar's emergence, his dark eyes fixed intently upon him, exuding an unsettling aura of pressure. Ser Otto, Rhaegar approached, bowing in greeting. What did you discuss with the king, Rhaegar Targaryen? Otto's tone was devoid of warmth, and his choice of address made Rhaegar raise an eyebrow in surprise, laden with hostility. No comment, Lord Otto. Perhaps you should inquire with the king. He might be inclined to respond to your queries. As the adage goes, if one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. I have not provoked you. Since my arrival in King's Landing, we have scarcely exchanged more than a mere glance in the council chamber, where you regarded me with disdain. Now, you dare to obstruct my path and interrogate me. How audacious. Do you take me, a time traveler of renown, for a mere pawn? You offer me no courtesy, and I shall reciprocate in kind. Who fears whom? Such arrogance. You may have fortuitously acquired the Targaryen name, yet it does not alter your servile nature. The waters of King's Landing run deep. Perhaps it is time you learned humility. Otto's voice grew increasingly harsh, his already stern countenance now shrouded in shadow. Ha ha ha. Thank you for your wise counsel, esteemed Prime Minister. I shall take your teachings to heart. O great spirit of Hightower, Rigo replied with a nonchalant smile, his words continuing to prod at the soon-to-be ousted Prime Minister. If you have no further business, I shall take my leave to practice my swordsmanship. You know well that I was born to embrace freedom and have always conversed with my longsword. If I do not hone my skills, I may falter in my strikes, risking a botched execution. Otto, his expression grim, remained silent, watching Rigo stride past him with a lively gait. Knights of House Hightower, accompanying Otto, advanced. Otto withdrew his gaze and inquired, "Have there been any updates from those sent to investigate the citadel?" "My lord, our emissaries have returned empty-handed, but they report that Brother Barnes seems to have uncovered some leads. However, he has sent all materials to the king, sealed with wax and accompanied by a dedicated escort. We are unable to review them. Have them return, and send Barnes to meet with the stranger," Otto coldly commanded before turning to walk into the Red Keep, his gaunt figure resembling a night owl, the sound of his heavy footsteps echoing within the castle. Chapter 32. Scandal. Westeros returned to his chamber in the Red Keep, burdened with thoughts. Queen Alicent was playing with their young son, Aemon Targaryen. The 4-year-old Aegon, under the watchful eye of a maid, was crawling about the bed, while their daughter, Helena, lay quietly by the bedside, resembling a serene little cat. "Your Majesty," Alicent and the attendants greeted with respect upon seeing Westeros enter. Unaccustomed to burdening his family with the negative emotions stemming from state affairs, Westeros endeavored to maintain a smiling facade, despite the turmoil within. He approached to embrace his eldest son. "Your Majesty, we have received word from the citadel." The voice of a Kingsguard interrupted the king's enjoyment of familial bliss. With a bittersweet smile, Viserys handed his eldest son to the attending maid and offered a resigned grin to his wife, Alicent, before hastily making his way to the banquet hall. He was aware that the messenger was a knight he had dispatched to the citadel to investigate the identity of Rigo. The king had already formulated a preliminary plan in his mind regarding the forthcoming strategy. He simply required a definitive justification. Upon entering the banquet hall, His Majesty Viserys took his place at the head of the table. The weary knight, bowing respectfully, retrieved a parcel wrapped in black cloth from his cloak. After a thorough inspection by the Kingsguard, it was presented to the king. "Your Majesty," the knight began, "we were tasked with an investigation. Apart from the previous leads, we found nothing. However, before our departure, Maester Barnes requested that we deliver this parcel to you, stating that only the king may open it." Viserys replied, somewhat taken aback. Sir Barnes had spent nearly his entire life at the Citadel, serving as a scholar since the reign of King Jaehaerys, and was now over 80 years old. Throughout his life, he had dedicated himself to the compilation and organization of ancient records and historical texts, seldom involving himself in the affairs of the realm. It was perplexing what he might suddenly present. The Kingsguard carefully placed the black parcel before the king, who furrowed his brow in contemplation, a vague sense of foreboding stirring within him. He gestured for the knights and attendants in the room to leave. Once the door was closed, leaving him alone in the vast chamber, he furrowed his brow further and slowly began to unwrap the black cloth. Inside lay a letter, a book, and a small, sealed metal canister, roughly the size of a palm, seemingly crafted from Valyrian steel. These were the contents of the package. Viserys first picked up the letter, verifying the integrity of the wax seal before using a small knife to slice open the envelope and unfolding the paper within. "To your esteemed Majesty, this is your most loyal subject, the aged Charles Barnes. I have witnessed the encroaching shadows." The letter was brief, comprising only about 1,000 words, yet Viserys spent a full half-hour absorbed in its contents. During that time, the Kingsguard checked on the king's safety twice, yet failed to extract him from the letter's ominous revelations. With a somber expression, Viserys trembled as he set the letter down, his gaze turning steely as it fell upon the small canister within the parcel, a rare flicker of murderous intent surfacing beneath his otherwise composed demeanor. With stiffened hands, he cautiously refolded the letter and returned it to its envelope, then reached for the thick tome titled The Rise and Fall of Valyria. The book's cover and title page were slightly yellowed, indicative of its considerable age, and the handwritten text bore occasional smudges of ink, proving it to be the work of Maester Barnes himself. The volume was substantial, and after a cursory glance at the table of contents, Viserys turned the book sideways, retrieving a golden bookmark tied with a ribbon. He finally opened to the page marked by the bookmark. Viserys' pupils constricted suddenly as he read the text on that page word by word, and afterward, he silently closed the book, holding the small canister in his hand, his expression grave as he toyed with it thoughtfully. "Your Majesty," The Prime Minister has arrived and is awaiting you in the banquet hall. The voice of the royal guard echoed from beyond the door, rousing Viserys from his reverie. He carefully returned the small jar, books, and letter to the heavy black cloth, concealing the bundle within a hidden compartment of the bookcase. After composing his expression and emotions, he transformed back into the amiable king. Otto, what brings you to disturb your already beleaguered king? Viserys remarked with a gentle smile as he approached Otto, playfully nudging the shoulder of his old companion. The two shared a light embrace, exchanging banter. I apologize for intruding so early, Your Majesty, Otto replied, his face devoid of expression. I have come across unsettling news that I believe warrants your attention before the council convenes. The smile faded slowly from Viserys' face. Is it the sea snake again? Otto hesitated, not fully grasping why the king immediately associated the matter with the sea snake. However, the Prime Minister was evidently eager to convey his tidings. I fear it concerns Her Highness, Your Majesty. Rhaenyra? Has she been harmed? Viserys' demeanor visibly tightened with concern. It is not easy to inform a father of his daughter being exploited, Your Majesty. I attempted to remain silent. But, what has she done? Viserys interjected, his voice direct and incisive. Your Majesty, Otto hesitated. Last night, the princess was seen in a brothel outside the Red Keep with Daemon. They were indulging together, partaking of forbidden pleasures. What behavior? Viserys closed his eyes in anguish, his voice emerging from his throat low and hoarse. Must I speak of it, Your Majesty? Otto suddenly regretted his words. Perhaps he should not have inflicted such pain upon an old friend. Yet, in the struggle for power, he felt he had no choice. You enter my castle, casting aspersions upon my daughter. Viserys' voice trembled with restrained fury. Speak plainly, Otto. Someone witnessed Daemon and Rhaenyra in the depths of a brothel. Otto stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. Viserys gestured for him to continue. After a prolonged silence, Otto sighed heavily and reluctantly laid bare the scandal between the princess and her uncle. They have been engaging in illicit activities. After a lengthy silence, Viserys leaned weakly against the back of his chair, forcing a semblance of ease with a hollow laugh. That is a lie, Otto. You have been deceived. I wish that were true, Your Majesty, but this informant has never provided erroneous information. Several servants have attested to seeing the princess disguise herself as a maid and slip out of the castle in the dead of night. Have you grown utterly weary of lofty ambitions, sending people to follow my daughter, to spy on her, to seek opportunities to tarnish her reputation? In that moment, Viserys' heart was a tumult of anger and sorrow, akin to a lioness fiercely protecting her cubs as he advanced toward Otto. I had no such intention, Your Majesty. Otto wore a similarly somber expression, offering a feeble defense for himself. However, the king was beside himself with fury, having endured 2 betrayals and an unsightly scandal on what was meant to be a lovely morning. Your intentions are painfully transparent, Otto. You are desperate to place your own blood upon the throne, willing to destroy my lineage at any cost. Viserys' face was etched with disappointment as he turned away, unwilling even to grant the Chancellor a dignified exit. Leave, Otto. Depart at once. As the Chancellor slinked away from the king's palace, a scandal of shocking magnitude was rapidly spreading throughout Westeros. Chapter 33. The countenance of King's Landing. The peculiar tales of Princess Rhaenyra and her uncle swiftly reached the ears of Rhaego as he strolled through the streets of King's Landing. The common folk spoke of them, and knights discussed them while training with swords. The Targaryen scandal quickly became notorious across the 7 kingdoms. Rhaego remained steadfast in his physical training, honing his skills while quietly observing the unfolding drama from a distance. On the night Rhaenyra had not attended the banquet, and the next day, when no scandal had erupted, Rhaego had believed that this bizarre occurrence would not transpire due to his presence. Yet, history has a remarkable way of correcting itself, and Rhaenyra gained notoriety just days over a month later. According to the original narrative, Rhaenyra's clandestine visit to a brothel with Daemon was revealed the day after Daemon's triumphant return from the Stepstones. The notion of an uncle luring his niece into a brothel was indeed outrageous, even in the liberated atmosphere of Westeros, especially considering that one of the central figures was to be a future ruler of the 7 kingdoms. This revelation sent shockwaves throughout the realm. The young princess had already exhibited the potential for debauchery. While this disheartened many of the subjects, it was insufficient to shake their loyalty to her. However, the identity of her companion struck a nerve among the nobility. Daemon Targaryen was recognized as the most valiant warrior of the Targaryen lineage and the mightiest prince in the kingdom, yet he was merely a warrior and a prince. No one wished to entertain the notion of Daemon aspiring to the Iron Throne. Should the king acquiesce to a union between the princess and Daemon, the 7 kingdoms would face the prospect of a ruler akin to the cruel Maegor. a powerful and tyrannical sovereign seated upon the Iron Throne, an eventuality that the nobles could not abide. Viserys understood this truth as well. He recognized that consenting to the union of Daemon and Rhaenyra would inevitably grant Daemon claim to the Iron Throne, fracturing the loyalty of the nobility towards the crown, an outcome he could never permit. Rhaego continued his sword practice, enjoying his meals and sleep, yet for reasons unbeknownst to him. He felt a disquieting sensation in his heart, as if a thin veil of gloom were cast over his spirit, a feeling akin to having a thorn lodged in his throat. Fortunately, his body exhibited no discomfort, and the system showed no signs of alarm. So Rhaego chose to disregard it altogether. In the blink of an eye, 6 months have swiftly passed, and Rhaego has resided in King's Landing for nearly 8 months. Through relentless training, although his height and appearance remain unchanged, his physique has visibly transformed into a robust figure. The instructor who once taught him the art of swordsmanship is no longer his match. He can even best 2 of the king's elite guards without exerting his full strength. During this period, Prince Daemon Targaryen, embroiled in scandal, was reprimanded by the king and sent to his valley to accompany his first wife. Tragically, Lady Rhea met her untimely demise in a hunting accident, leaving Daemon once again a bachelor. Princess Rhaenyra Targaryen has been betrothed to the eldest son of House Valyria, Prince Laenor, who rides the mighty dragon Sea Smoke, and he has accepted this union with enthusiasm. However, it is rumored that prior to this alliance, King Viserys engaged in prolonged discussions with the sea snake, Corlys Velaryon, the nature of which remains shrouded in mystery. Of course, these occurrences bear no relevance to Rhaego. Although the king did not heed his initial suggestion as the proposed idea king, he felt no disappointment, recognizing that his musings were merely fanciful. What perplexes him, however, is that since the scandal involving Princess Rhaenyra and Daemon surfaced, Viserys has not summoned him, and he has seldom been invited to family feasts. Were it not for the upcoming tournament and the absence of any restrictions on his freedom, Rhaego might have questioned whether his true identity had been compromised. The celebration of the king and queen's 5th wedding anniversary, coupled with Rhaego's own investiture, has rendered the tournament, a conquest spanning 111 years, more grandiose than ever. After 6 months of preparation, nobles and knights from across the 7 kingdoms have gradually arrived in King's Landing, resulting in a bustling city teeming with armored knights wielding swords. Naturally, the most lively establishment in King's Landing is the brothels of Flea Bottom, where a multitude of knights from the 7 kingdoms have flocked to this realm of indulgence. Much to the chagrin of the city's sex workers, Prince Daemon has returned to King's Landing, boldly declaring his participation in the tournament and publicly challenging Rhaego, vowing to behead the bastard during the competition. In response to Daemon's provocation, Rhaego remains silent, while the king notably turns a blind eye, undoubtedly escalating the fervor surrounding the tournament. The spectacle of the king's duel has been fervently discussed among the idle men of King's Landing, with betting pools emerging to predict which prince will triumph, and Rhaego faces overwhelming odds against him. An intriguing development has arisen as well, as Ser Criston Cole, originally the princess's personal guard, seems to have fallen out of favor with her and has since become the personal knight of Queen Alicent, providing ample fodder for gossip among the citizens of King's Landing. Indeed, it is evident to the discerning that, following the scandal involving Prince Daemon and his subsequent exile to the Vale to accompany his bronze mistress, Ser Criston Cole became the new favorite of the princess. However, it is surprising that this champion knight from the previous tournament would only enjoy the princess's affections for a mere 6 months before fading into obscurity. Whispers among the common folk of King's Landing suggested that Ser Criston Cole was a mere facade, a silver-gilded fool unable to satisfy the whims of the wayward princess, ultimately being cast aside like refuse by the light of the kingdom. In a fit of wounded pride, Cole nearly clashed with the princess's new betrothed, Prince Laenor Velaryon, during the engagement ceremony, clearly indicating his bruised ego. Yet, more intriguing was Cole's subsequent inclusion in the company of the eccentric Queen Alicent, becoming a plaything in the shifting dynamics of their friendship. However, such rumors began to dissipate following the execution of several loudmouths by the Gold Cloaks. Yet Ser Criston Cole's change of allegiances remained a topic of jest in King's Landing. Regrettably, Rhaego was aware of the underlying tensions among the trio. The princess had shown Cole a taste of affection, and upon learning that the king intended to wed her to Laenor, the infatuated knight urged her to forsake her noble claims as the heir to the Iron Throne and elope with him, a knight of no fortune, to live a life of obscurity. Caught in the throes of youthful passion, Cole's desires clashed with the princess's pragmatic view of power, leading to his abandonment. Consumed by bitterness, he succumbed to the queen's manipulations, embarking on a dark path. Nevertheless, Despite knowing the truth, Rigo continued to appreciate the artistry of the people. Amidst this turmoil, the grandest tournament of the Seven Kingdoms commenced, heralded by distant bells, and Rigo found himself once again in the presence of the king after a 6-month separation. Chapter 34. Ominous signs. To be candid, Rigo found little joy in King's Landing. Even though Viserys provided him with a comfortable abode and relatively palatable meals, he remained unimpressed by the city, steeped in decay. As the tournament approached, his thoughts drifted to the distant shores of Dragonstone. The king's tournament would span several days, featuring knights and unknighted warriors from across the realm competing in a series of eliminations. In the initial days, the king would make only a brief appearance at the opening ceremony, leaving the proceedings in the capable hands of the newly appointed Hand of the King, Ser Laner Strong. The renowned knights and noble warriors, representing the royal family, would only be allowed to participate in the final 3 days of combat, when the king would be present to witness their valor alongside his family. Just before the tournament's commencement, Rigo was escorted to his chamber by the king's guard. Awaiting the king's audience after the opening ceremony, Viserys was a king of notable artistic talent, and in the antechamber of his bedroom stood a magnificent and intricately detailed architectural ensemble, a model of the ancient freehold of Valyria, meticulously crafted by Viserys himself. Even though he had encountered this model multiple times in the series, seeing the actual creation before him still took his breath away. The entire model was a splendid representation, featuring castles, rivers, and volcanic peaks. While it differed somewhat from the ruins of Valyria that Rhaegar had witnessed firsthand, one could not deny that this king had splendidly replicated the nobility and might of the freehold of Valyria. This is the freehold of Valyria. Viserys' voice resonated from behind Rhaegar. The king gestured to halt Rhaegar's bow, breathing heavily as he approached the grand model, pride evident in his demeanor as he introduced it to Rhaegar. I know you have spent considerable time amidst the ruins of Valyria, but you have surely never beheld the grandeur of the freehold in its prime. This model is a painstaking reconstruction based on historical accounts. Such an awe-inspiring edifice belonged to a once mighty empire that truly captivates the imagination. As Viserys spoke, he weakly moved aside to sit down, accepting a cup of wine from a guard and taking a delicate sip, then turned his gaze to Rhaegar. Rhaegar, how much do you know of the ancient Valyrian Empire? I know very little, Your Grace, Rhaegar replied with a light chuckle. I have merely struggled upon its ruins for a time, nothing more. Viserys' inquiry was unexpected. Rhaegar had anticipated discussions regarding the tournament instead of Valyria's historical significance. This shift piqued his curiosity. Over the past 6 months, Viserys had transformed from his previously affable demeanor to one of indifference towards Rhaegar, and even the once friendly sea snake, Corlys, had gradually morphed into a mere acquaintance. Rhaegar sensed something amiss. Though politically naive, he possessed a keen instinct for danger, and the unusual behavior of Viserys and Corlys had instilled in him a sense of looming threat. You may be lamenting my and Lord Corlys' neglect of you, Viserys remarked, observing Rhaegar's contemplative posture with a slight smile in his eyes. Rhaegar remained silent, acutely aware of the need to comprehend his current predicament, lest he become a pawn in the schemes of these cunning old foxes. I instructed Lord Corlys to distance himself from you, thereby diminishing the ties between us as well. Ignoring Rhaegar's astonishment, Viserys continued to sip his wine, seemingly lost in thought. Your presence has stirred a peculiar turbulence in King's Landing, and as we previously discussed, the rivalry between Rhaenyra and Alicent has grown increasingly audacious, with your existence acting as a perfect catalyst. Viserys lifted his gaze, fixing it intently on the earnest Rhaegar, who listened with rapt attention. I cannot allow the kingdom to descend into chaos. My proximity to Lord Corlys will greatly alter your standing in their eyes, fuel their ambitions, and jeopardize your safety. You must understand that Daemon holds a significant grudge against you. Indeed, Your Majesty, this matter is common knowledge. Rhaegar shrugged helplessly. Prince Daemon boldly proclaimed he would sever my head at the tournament. You have a choice, Rhaegar. If you are unwilling, I shall intervene to curtail Daemon's reckless behavior. After a brief silence, Rhaegar bowed his head in respect to King Viserys. I appreciate your mercy, Your Majesty, but perhaps I should accept Prince Daemon's challenge. For this matter has spread throughout the 7 kingdoms. Sit down, Rhaegar. Viserys gestured for him to take a seat, gracefully steering the conversation away from the contentious topic. I previously promised you that I would formally bestow upon you the name of Targaryen during this tournament. After discussions with Lord Corlys, we will select a fief for you to call home. Thank you for your generosity, Your Majesty. After the tournament, I will personally knight you, and you will be entitled to enter the dragon's lair as a member of House Targaryen, becoming the master of dragons. Rhaegar raised an eyebrow, surprised by Viserys' calm demeanor. There is no need for astonishment, Rigo. This is an essential rite of passage for pure-blooded Targaryens. The dragons are our greatest allies. You must embrace them. And they must accept you in return. If you have no other obligations, you may observe the tournament. Lord Laenor Velaryon will arrange a seat for you. He is our newly appointed Prime Minister, a fact you may already be aware of. Yes, Your Majesty. Sensing the king's intent to dismiss him, Rigo rose, ready to depart. Rigo. Viserys' voice called from behind. Rigo halted and turned, gazing at the weary king, whose visage bore the scars of the Iron Throne. Your Majesty. Viserys' eyes, deep and murky, scrutinized the youthful figure bowing at the door, breathing heavily, struggling to rise from the table. The boy's silvery hair glimmered, almost blinding in its brilliance. Is there something you are concealing from me, Rigo Targaryen? Rigo stiffened, momentarily taken aback, meeting Viserys' gaze before quickly masking his surprise, lowering his eyes in composure. I have no secrets left, Your Majesty. Indeed, I have already unraveled your origins and identity. Lord Corlys places complete trust in you. Viserys shook his head in self-mockery, rising from his seat and making his way to the grand bed in the back, while attentive servants hurried to assist the king in removing his outer robe. Prepare well for the upcoming tournament, Rigo. I am weary. You may go now. Rigo bowed and exited Viserys' chamber, a smile gracing his lips as he greeted soldiers and handmaidens along the way with friendly nods. As he pushed open the bedroom door, Rigo swiftly entered and firmly closed it behind him. He hastened forward to grasp his long sword, his expression transforming into one of profound gravity. Chapter 35. Crisis and Bloodline. I have been exposed. Rigo clutched the sword tightly, his mind a chaotic whirl, feeling the ominous word danger flashing above him like a beacon. How did this happen? Has Viserys already ascertained my identity, or is he merely harboring suspicions? Better to err on the side of caution than to let a threat slip away. Why has he not taken action? The tumultuous thoughts clashed within Rigo's mind, compelling him to take several deep breaths to pacify his racing heart. It was indisputable that an issue regarding his identity had arisen. Otherwise, Viserys would not have posed that question so ambiguously. It was likely that his identity was no longer a secret in Viserys' eyes, perhaps even uncovered 6 months prior, thus accounting for the sudden and unusual coldness directed towards him. Moreover, it was likely that the sea snake, Corlys, had also discovered the truth. His prolonged discussions with Viserys had resulted in a palpable distance between them. Shortly thereafter, Rhaenyra hastily became engaged to Laenor. This union between the Targaryens and Velaryons was perhaps not solely a compensation for the king's failure to marry Lena, but also an indication of Viserys' suspicions regarding Corlys' intentions, as well as a means for the sea snake to pledge his loyalty. But why the hesitation to act? Does he perceive me as no threat? Or has the opportune moment yet to arrive? Rigo could not fathom the intricacies of the situation. However, one thing was abundantly clear. He was in grave peril. The foreboding sense he had felt half a year ago was likely rooted in this very predicament. He had become a caged bird, devoid of allies, resources, or channels of information, and he feared he would be captured before he could even escape King's Landing. The sole piece of good news was that Viserys had yet to take any action against him, though he could not decipher the king's thoughts. As long as he remained alive, it was a positive sign. Taking a deep breath, Rigo hung his sword back upon the wall and sank onto the bed, meticulously recalling the details of his recent conversation with Viserys, uncertain if he had overlooked any critical information. He had mentioned Corlys Velaryon, the rivalry between Rhaenyra and Alicent, and the upcoming tournament. Rigo pondered the implications of Viserys' words. Was he contemplating revealing my identity during the tournament, demon? No, that doesn't seem right. Rigo quickly dismissed the thought. Viserys had spoken of bestowing knighthood upon him and granting him access to the dragoness lair. Perhaps he merely wished to placate him temporarily, but this also indicated that he still held value. The more he delved into the minutiae, the more Rigo felt as though his head might explode. He was utterly inept in the realm of political machinations. Thus, he resolved not to dwell on it any longer. When soldiers come, let them be met by soldiers. When water arrives, let it be covered by earth. Why fear? What if Viserys intends to use him as a living target to provoke a reconciliation between Rhaenyra and Alicent? Overall, as long as no incident has transpired, there remains hope for survival. Moreover, with his extraordinary system, it would hardly allow him to meet an untimely demise. Regos wrestled with his thoughts for several days. Despite the turmoil within, he compelled himself to maintain a routine of good food and restful sleep, ensuring he was well prepared for any sudden developments. However, ever since that conversation with Viserys in the bedroom, everything seemed to return to normal. Viserys had reverted to his affable self, even more welcoming than at their first encounter. and Corlys had resumed his previous cordiality, as if the 6-month hiatus had never occurred. Regos decided to embrace the flow of events. Though he had been in this world for quite some time, Regos still clung to the mindset of his former life, oscillating between ambition and a sense of resignation. After navigating through initial confusion and anxiety, he returned to a nonchalant attitude. Recognizing that his ultimate goal was to become a dragon of House Targaryen, he would inevitably face such trials, rather than hiding among the populace. Waiting to pose as a bastard in the midst of a civil war, it was far more prudent to confront matters head-on now. After all, even if one tamed a dragon during a civil war, the likelihood of perishing in dragon combat remained high, hardly better than his current predicament. Why worry? Just act. In the ensuing days, knights and noblewomen from the Seven Kingdoms frequently visited Regos. The prestige of his Targaryen lineage bestowed upon him an aura that attracted these women, eager to vie for a place in his affections, while proud knights sought to establish their worth under the banner of this new prince. Most of them were either bastards or born of lesser houses. Regos did not shy away from mingling with his peers, and while he instinctively rejected the advances of the eager noblewomen, the knights quickly developed a strong admiration for their prince, engaging in drinking and swordplay. Tales of Prince Regos' legendary prowess and his ability to remain sober after countless cups spread throughout King's Landing. Summoning the status panel, he observed, Ding. Host, Regos Domneral Gender. Male age, 18 Bloodline 1. Ancient Valyrian Dragon King Bloodline 2. Blood and Fire. Affinity for blood-fire magic. Current development progress, 30. Status, healthy, strong. Traits, immune to all poisons. Lazily reclining on his bed after dinner, Regos summoned the panel to assess his condition. After absorbing the residual magic from the skull of the dragon Myrisis, the development progress of his blood and fire lineage had reached 30%, indicating an enhanced allure towards dragons. This also suggested that taming them would become increasingly feasible. What remained was merely an opportunity to confront a dragon face-to-face. With the upcoming tournament, that chance was surely on the horizon. As the progress of his bloodline reached 30%, the system activated a remarkable trait rendering him immune to all poisons. It is worth noting that in the original narrative of the Game of Thrones, the infamous King Joffrey met his untimely demise due to a cup of poisoned wine, with the notorious poison known as Tears of Lys posing a particularly insidious threat. Now, equipped with this newfound immunity, such nefarious tactics could no longer pose a danger to Rego. Whether this immunity would extend to the malevolent creatures known as the Doom of Dragons he had encountered remained to be seen, as the essence of these beings consisted of grotesque, malevolent insects, and Rego was uncertain if they could be classified as poisonous. With the threat of toxins eliminated, Rego felt emboldened to engage in direct combat. Given his current physique and abilities, he believed that few could rival him, thus ensuring his safety was steadily on the rise. Reveling in the advantages bestowed upon him by the activation of his bloodline, Rego lay in bed, flashing a broad grin, eagerly searching his mind for methods to expedite the progress of his lineage. Chapter 36. Black and Green. Undoubtedly, based on prior experiences of bloodline activation, taming a dragon would yield significant progress. When he had recently tamed the formidable dragoness, Soul, his bloodline development surged by 10%. This indicated that the more dragons Rego tamed, the faster his bloodline would progress, and conversely, the swifter his advancement, the more dragons he could harness. Lying in bed, Rego envisioned himself commanding a multitude of dragons soaring through the skies, prompting an involuntary chuckle. However, a pressing concern lingered. There was no guarantee that Viserys would honor his promise to allow Rego into the dragon's lair for taming. Even if he consented, it was likely that the Targaryen family would not permit one individual to possess multiple dragons. After much contemplation over the past few days, Rego began to grasp why Viserys had allowed him to remain unchallenged, even after seemingly discovering his true identity. Most likely, the king desired Rego to serve as a formidable enforcer for his house. After all, if Rhego's Valyrian bloodline were confirmed, it would also confirm his ability to tame dragons. In Viserys' eyes, Rego would likely be seen as a divinely appointed ally rather than a mere rival. Furthermore, at this juncture, the Targaryens were at the height of their power, and Viserys undoubtedly believed that with over a dozen dragons at his command, he could easily maintain control over Rego, even if he succeeded in taming a dragon. Yet, this realization meant that Rhego's aspirations to tame multiple dragons and advance his bloodline were thwarted. With a sigh of frustration, he raked his fingers through his hair and stared blankly at the ceiling. The flickering candlelight cast a hazy glow in the chamber, and the intricately carved three-headed red dragon against the black backdrop seemed to roar in triumph. At present, The most critical event was the tournament. If Viserys refrained from acting out during the competition and honored his promise to knight Rhaego while allowing him access to the dragon's lair, it would suggest that as long as Rhaego did not recklessly challenge the Targaryen's limits, his safety would be somewhat assured. However, he might become a target, vulnerable to being discarded once he had outlived his usefulness. However, should Viserys erupt during the tournament, one can only pray that the system is reluctant to see its most cherished host reduced to mere dragon dung, and may wield its formidable power to intervene. It would be splendid if more of the bloodline's potential could be activated. Contemplating the predicament that lay ahead, Rhaego let out a resigned sigh. In truth, there exists another means to expedite the unlocking of one's bloodline, namely, the slaying of magical creatures. In the past, during the aerial combat over the ruins of Valyria with Balerion, the latter became afflicted by the curse of the dragon's blood, leading indirectly to the demise of the legendary creature, the Black Dread, which had dominated the skies of Westeros for centuries. This incident hastened the development of the Bloodfire lineage by 5%. Thus, if Rhaego could vanquish 14 dragons, the bloodline would reach its full potential. However, this notion is rather impractical, unless he were to partake in the dance of dragons and assume the role of a villain, compelling House Targaryen to take drastic measures against him. Otherwise, it would be sheer folly to pursue the hunt for formidable dragons, as such endeavors could be perilous. Should the system tire of its host's reckless antics, Rhaego might find himself in grave danger. Furthermore, Rhaego believed that, given his intellect and social standing, he could not afford to provoke a backlash against himself. That would be a fate reserved for nefarious tyrants, while he considers himself a good person. Thus, the path of dragon slaying must remain a contingency, one unlikely to be realized. Rhaego aimed to activate his bloodline, while seeking alternative methods based on the foundation of taming dragons. Time passed swiftly, and before long, the tournament hosted by the king had reached its 7th day. After a week of fierce combat among knights from the Seven Kingdoms, only a handful of victors remained to vie for the final honors. Amidst the cheers of the populace and his vassals, Viserys made his second appearance in the tournament stands. King Viserys I Targaryen, ruler of the Undulls, the Rhoynar, and the First Men, stood as the sovereign of the Seven Kingdoms and protector of the realm. With a beaming smile, he took his seat upon the throne, listening to the steward loudly recite his illustrious and grand titles. At least Rhaego, following closely behind the king, found this grand entrance most impressive, nurturing thoughts of potentially usurping his position. Indeed, the Targaryen prince, spoken of by the people of the Seven Kingdoms for the better part of a year, finally made his debut before the eyes of the realm. Positioned centrally, the king was flanked by Ser Lionel, the hand of the king, and Ser Corlys, the master of ships, while his wife, Princess Rhaenys Targaryen, sat beside him. Other royal members surrounded the king, with Alicent and Rhaenyra seated in the same row, yet divided to either side. The Queen of the Seven Kingdoms donned a striking green gown, her countenance serene as she gazed upon the arena below, while Princess Rhaenyra, clad in the classic red and black of House Targaryen, wore a stoic expression, remaining silent. Her husband, Ser Laenor Velaryon, sat beside her, effectively partitioning the royal stand into two factions, with the king as the dividing line. Under the guidance of the attendant, Rhaego made his way to his seat. Pausing to greet Princess Rhaenys, the Targaryen known as the uncrowned queen, she acknowledged him with a faint smile, yet her eyes revealed no trace of warmth. Rhaego took no offense. He recognized that his identity was no secret to Viserys and Corlys, and surely, as Corlys' wife, Rhaenys was aware of the truth. Given the circumstances, it was a courtesy for her to offer him even a polite nod, and he harbored no expectations beyond that. Upon reaching his designated seat in the lower row, Rhaego sat beside Lionel, greeting the master of Sichuan opera with a friendly good morning, my lord. Lionel returned the gesture with a smile, his demeanor warm and welcoming. Ignoring Lionel's somewhat rude glance, Rhaego settled in as planned. Viserys rose to address the assembly, welcoming the knights and nobles present, encouraging the warriors competing, and expressing the king's admiration for them. Seizing the opportunity during the king's speech, Rhaego boldly surveyed the surroundings. The striking contrast of Rhaenyra and Alicent, clad in black and green, caught his attention. This was indeed a notable scene. Having missed the initial spectacle at the opening ceremony, he felt a pang of regret for not witnessing the clash of colors. Now, fate had granted him the chance to experience this iconic moment anew, much to his delight. Viserys did not reveal Rhaego's identity, and after concluding his remarks, he signaled for the tournament to commence. Amidst the enthusiastic cheers of the audience, two armored knights stood facing each other, brandishing their lances and shields, silently lowering their visors. With a powerful shout, The towering steeds charged towards one another at breakneck speed. At that moment, a figure clad in dark red gracefully settled beside Rigo, the fragrance emanating from her drawing his gaze away from the arena. Your Highness. In the arena, the two imposing knights collided with remarkable velocity, their lances striking against each other's shields with a deafening crack, the violent impact causing them both to be unseated. Amidst the excited shouts of the crowd, Rigo looked in surprise at Rhaenyra, who had swapped places with Lanino, perhaps overwhelmed by the cacophony from the stands. Rhaenyra leaned her head towards Rigo, her cheek nearly brushing against his shoulder. There is no need for such formality, uncle. This is no way to treat family. Her melodious voice chimed in his ear, the breeze from her words tickling his senses. He felt an urge to glance back at Viserys, certain that his expression would be quite amusing. Lanino, return to your place. Clearly, while King Viserys might begrudgingly tolerate his daughter's whims, Princess Rhaenys, as both mother-in-law and aunt, was deeply displeased with the behavior of her daughter-in-law and niece, and felt a swell of anger towards her son's actions. Princess Rhaenyra's voice was not loud, yet it was sufficient for those nearby to hear. With a resigned furrow of her brow, Rhaenyra straightened her posture slightly. Disregarding Laener's intent to rise and reclaim his position, Daemon had little interest in their domestic affairs. He understood that Rhaenyra's actions were merely a display of her closeness to him before Alicent, even though Daemon and she were not aligned. It did not deter her from using him to vex the queen. Without needing to turn his head, he could envision the unsightly expressions on Viserys and Alicent's faces. Though it mattered little to him, his focus lay on the duel unfolding before him. The two fallen knights, protected by their heavy armor, sustained no serious injuries. They nimbly rose, accepting the long swords handed to them by the attendants, and once again clashed against one another. The resounding clash of their massive swords reverberated painfully in the ears, as both warriors proved evenly matched, neither able to gain the upper hand. Does your uncle know them? Rhaenyra's voice echoed once more. Daemon did not glance back, his gaze fixed on the fierce battle below, and replied in a nonchalant tone. I would be most eager to hear if the princess wishes to introduce them. Having been preoccupied with the spectacle, he had not caught the knights' introductions and was unaware of their names. They were a pair of twin brothers. Delighted by his response, the princess enthusiastically introduced the two combatants to her new uncle. They hail from House Cargyll. Ser Illic is the elder brother, and Ser Illic is the younger. Daemon now recognized them. In the original narrative, the conflict between the Greens and Blacks culminated in war, with Aemond riding Vhagar to shred the young Prince Lucerys Valerion and his dragon Eryx, who were en route to Storm's End to ally with House Baratheon. In an act of revenge for his wife, Daemon orchestrated the infamous blood and cheese incident, employing loyal gold cloaks and rat catchers to infiltrate the Red Keep and behead Prince Jaehaerys before Princess Helena's eyes. Similarly driven by revenge, Ser Criston Cole dispatched Illic Cargyll, a member of the King's Guard, to impersonate his brother Illic Cargyll, intending to infiltrate the castle and assassinate Rhaenyra. However, the brothers unexpectedly crossed paths within the castle and ultimately perished at each other's hands. Observing their swordsmanship and physiques now, it was evident they bore striking similarities. Even their fighting styles seemed as if they had been molded from the same template. Despite their prolonged duel, neither had sustained injuries, showcasing the prowess of a singular master. Ultimately, it was the swordsman on the left who bravely endured a blow to his armored midsection, toppling the right-hand combatant and successfully placing his sword at his brother's throat. The officiating knight hesitated for a moment, and only after the brothers had removed their helmets and revealed their differing hairstyles did he declare the victor's name. In the twin duel, Ser Illic Cargyll is victorious. Upon hearing the victory of her brother, Eric, Rhaenyra rose in exuberance, cheering with uncontained joy. Rigo glanced at Alicent's expression, only to find the queen's smile strained and forced. These two were always so competitive. After a brief respite, Eric promptly prepared to face the next night's challenge. The attendants raised the banner emblazoned with House Strong's white shield of the Three Rivers, and the host vociferously announced the name of the next challenger. The upcoming contender was none other than Ser Harwin Strong, the Earl of Harrenhal, reputed to be the strongest warrior in the Seven Kingdoms, known as the Breaker of Bones. Harwin, the eldest son of the current Prime Minister, Lionel Strong, and heir to Harrenhal, was a tall, robust man with dark hair. His rugged features exuding the resolute spirit of a warrior, complemented by a subtle smile that rendered him both powerful and handsome. Rigo instinctively stole a glance at Rhaenyra, successfully detecting a distinct spark in her eyes. Undoubtedly, the prowess of the Strong was undeniable, captivating Rhaenyra, the princess, to willingly bear him 3 children. This man possessed a unique allure. The two knights, mounted on their steeds, faced each other, and amidst the thunderous sound of hooves, they collided with great force. True to his title, Harwin, the strongest of the seven kingdoms, thrust his lance with such might that it sent Eric Cargill flying from his horse. Eric fell heavily to the ground, and due to the manner of his landing, his left arm broke upon impact, eliciting a pained scream as attendants rushed to carry him away. The cheers from the stands were nearly deafening, the shrill cries of the maidens piercing Rigo's eardrums. While Rhaenyra's excitement was palpable, her gaze frequently challenging Alicent. Sir Criston Cole, unable to tolerate his ex-girlfriend's apparent ease in life, yet unwilling to see his liege suffer indignities, approached Alicent with a furrowed brow, eager to take his chance against Harwin, who was currently basking in glory. Alicent, after assessing Cole's confident demeanor, nodded in acquiescence to his request. Shortly thereafter, after Harwin had effortlessly dispatched 2 more knights, a tall and handsome knight entered the arena upon his steed. The next challenger was Sir Criston Cole from the Stormlands. The stands erupted into fervent cheers and applause, and Viserys' expression shifted from intrigue to displeasure. He understood that the tournament represented yet another form of rivalry between Rhaenyra and Alicent. However, he remained silent, merely watching the contest with a frown. "Uncle, we may very well witness Sir Harwin snap Criston's bones," Rhaenyra remarked nervously. As Criston Cole's former lover, she was acutely aware of the abilities of this knight of humble origins, and thus, unease settled within her. Perhaps Sir Harwin would indeed showcase the fearsome reputation of the Breaker of Bones. Rhaego's perfunctory response left Rhaenyra non-committal regarding her conclusions. Chapter 38, Friends in Rivalry. Rhaenyra huffed in dissatisfaction, redirecting her gaze back to the tumultuous battle below. Harwin Strong and Criston Cole, both esteemed knights of the Seven Kingdoms, engaged in a duel that captivated the attending nobles and the audience in King's Landing. The air was filled with the fervent cheers and roars of excitement, as 2 majestic steeds charged forward, responding to their riders' commands. Bang! Crack! The sounds of fierce collisions echoed throughout the tournament grounds, accompanied by the splintering of lances. Both Harwin and Criston leaned back forcefully in their saddles, yet neither fell from their mounts. Their initial charge was evenly matched, and as they steadied themselves while galloping, they swiftly retrieved fresh lances from the starting point and charged at one another once more, letting out fierce cries. Bang! Oh! Gasps of astonishment erupted from the spectators. Once again, the lances met shields in a violent clash, but this time Harwin prevailed, leveraging his greater strength to unseat Criston Cole from his horse. Criston crashed heavily to the ground, yet, thanks to the protection of his sturdy armor, he quickly regained his footing, as a prepared squire rushed forward to hand him his favored weapon. Sir Criston Cole was eager to continue the battle on foot. Before the host's words had fully dissipated, Cole charged at Harwin, who had just dismounted. Clang! The morning star in Cole's hand whirled through the air, colliding forcefully with Harwin's massive sword. The resounding clash of metal accompanied by flying sparks elevated the atmosphere to a fever pitch. The shrieks of the maidens seemed poised to topple the very stands, as Rhaenyra and Alicent rose in unison, their eyes fixated intently on the combatants below. "Ah!" Harwin roared, swinging his great sword with one hand to deflect Cole's incoming morning star. Seizing the moment, he switched the sword to his left hand and, using the momentum of his turn, delivered a powerful cut towards his opponent's exposed midsection. Bang! The long sword struck heavily against Criston's shield, which he had raised just in time to deflect Harwin's formidable blow. With a forceful push of his left arm, Criston redirected the sword's blade, while his right hand swung the morning star towards Harwin's thigh. A sharp gust of wind swept past Harwin's leg as he nimbly leapt back, successfully evading the attack. Yet, before he could regain his balance, Criston lunged at him like a leopard. Thud! The shield collided forcefully with Harwin's chest, the tremendous impact causing him to stagger. Before he could mount a defense with his long sword, Criston's right leg struck his abdomen. Ugh! A muffled groan escaped Harwin as Criston's relentless assault disrupted his balance, forcing him to retreat unsteadily, his sword in his left hand becoming a cumbersome burden, dragging behind him with a lamenting clatter. "Huh!" Seizing the moment. "I will take your life." With a furious roar, Cole lunged forward, his spiked mace carving a perfect semicircle in the air before crashing toward Harwin's terrified visage. Just as it seemed that the strongest knight of the Seven Kingdoms was about to meet his demise beneath the weight of the mace, a chorus of terrified screams erupted from the women in the stands. In that critical moment, the will to survive compelled Ser Strachan to desperately raise his right arm in a futile attempt to block the fatal strike, preventing the mace from smashing into his handsome face. However, the sacrifice of his arm was clearly not without consequence. The vicious mace shattered the knight's right arm, the protective armor buckling under the impact, crimson blood swiftly staining the battle gear. The Prime Minister, usually composed, displayed rare signs of anger and concern as he witnessed his beloved eldest son being grievously injured, a feeling that weighed heavily upon his heart. Ser Strahn's anguished cries echoed throughout the arena as the city guards rushed to intercept Cole, who was poised to deliver another blow, while others frantically carried the injured knight away for treatment. Cole! 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 The synchronized chants gradually filled the stands, reverberating the name of the victor of this fierce contest. Criston Cole, with effortless grace, removed his helmet, brushing aside his damp hair, his blazing gaze fixed intently upon the queen and princess standing at the edge of the arena. Rhaenyra, visibly displeased, turned away to take her seat, while Alicent beamed with delight as she watched Cole approach the stands to pay his respects. In this ongoing rivalry between the two friends, the queen temporarily held the upper hand, regardless of propriety. This jubilant queen extended her hand to retrieve the floral wreath from her seat, bestowing it upon the knight who had fought valiantly for her honor. Cole! 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 The cheers from the crowd persisted for an extended duration, as Criston Cole, adorned with the queen's blessing in the form of the wreath, galloped around the tournament grounds on his majestic steed, reveling in the display of his victory. Lords and ladies, the next contender to enter the fray is the announcer's voice reached an unprecedented pitch, almost roaring as he pronounced the name. From House Targaryen, the prince, Lord of the Flea Bottom, King of the Stepstones, the great dragon rider, Daemon Targaryen. The cheers rose to a deafening crescendo, overshadowing the arena, as Daemon's appearance commanded immense respect among the common folk of King's Landing and the knightly class of the Seven Kingdoms, who admired this formidable and handsome Targaryen prince. Thus, Daemon's entrance utterly eclipsed all preceding knights. Viserys could not conceal the proud smile that spread across his face, exchanging a brief glance with Corlys beside him before turning his attention back to the languid figure of Rhaego ahead, clad in heavy black armor, each seam adorned with red embroidery. Daemon's exquisitely crafted helmet bore wings of a mighty dragon. His shield, emblazoned with a red, three-headed dragon on a black background, exuded unmatched authority and nobility. The great prince of the Seven Kingdoms, the king's younger brother, was indeed worthy of selecting his first opponent. At this moment, there remained 4 knights on the field alongside Daemon: Ser Criston Cole from Storm's End, Ser Gawain Hightower from Old Town, Ser Cregan Stark from the north, and Ser Tywin Lannister from the Westerlands. In truth, given Cregan's stature, he had no obligation to partake in such a tournament. However, the grandeur with which Viserys had promoted this event imbued it with an extraordinary significance. Thus, these confident knights, bolstered by their formidable prowess, eagerly entered the fray, yearning to make their names known across the Seven Kingdoms. The 4 knights lined up before the stands, their heavy visors obscuring their faces. Yet the sigils on their shields revealed their identities. As the champion of the previous tournament and the one who had unseated Daemon from his mount, Cole felt an innate confidence in the presence of the prince. When Daemon passed by, Cole lifted his visor and met the prince's gaze with intent. Daemon, however, dismissed Cole's provocation, riding past him with an air of pride and self-assurance. He passed Gawain and Tyland, but only Cregan Stark elicited a nod of acknowledgement from him. As Daemon rode past the 4, he turned back, his spear aimed disdainfully at Gawain Hightower, his scornful words cutting deep. Does a frail wretch dare to appear before the dragon time and again? In the previous tournament, Prince Daemon had effortlessly unseated the then Prime Minister's eldest son, leaving Gawain incapacitated on the ground and subsequently bedridden with illness. Daemon's taunts ignited a furious blaze within Gawain, spurring him to urge his steed forward to accept the prince's challenge. However, the moment the host from Old Town announced Daemon's chosen opponent, the narrative shifted abruptly, for Daemon had pointed his lance towards Criston Cole beside Gawain. Oh no, not Ser Gawain, but Ser Criston Cole. As Daemon passed coldly by Cole, his low voice reached the once spirited knight's ears. The Targaryens will ensure you learn the fate of a traitor, Ser Criston Cole. I have defeated you before, your highness. Is that so? The 2 knights rode past each other, taking positions on opposite sides of the tournament field, their gazes sharp and predatory. Charge! With 2 fierce shouts, their startled steeds surged forward like arrows released from a bow, and in an instant, their lances collided with a resounding clash. With a pained whinny, Cole's steed faltered as Daemon's lance struck its leg with brutal force, causing the horse to collapse forward, unseating the defenseless Cole. Ah! A cry of agony followed, as Cole's left leg became trapped beneath the fallen horse, twisted into a horrific shape. Daemon! Daemon! The voice of Daemon echoed, while Cole, who had just basked in the adulation, writhed in agony, clutching his wounded leg. This ironic tableau unfolded starkly before Rigo, who sipped from his cup of honeyed wine. Observing Demon as he galloped through the streets with great flair, Rhaenyra leaped in excitement, cheering for her uncle. Having endured the baptism of blood and fire on the stepstones, the prowess of the rogue prince had evolved beyond recognition. Confronted by the traitor who had once narrowly triumphed over him due to his own arrogance, Demon swiftly dispatched him. Defeated, Cole was carried away to tend to his injuries, and Rigo wished him well in his heart. Cragen Stark had nearly annihilated his opponent, Galwyn Hightower, who, lamentably, was the Queen's elder brother. In the previous tournament, he had faced the formidable Demon and endured a beating. Now he found himself up against the fierce Wolf King of the North, even more ferocious than Demon. Cragen, seething from Demon's prior mockery, thrust his spear downwards, effectively extinguishing the rage he had struggled to unleash, sending it into the realm of dreams. Alicent, who had just reveled in the joy of Cole's victory, now found her mood clouded, her beautiful face taut with tension as she selectively ignored Rhaenyra's triumphant cheers. The remaining Lannisters posed no challenge to Cragen, swiftly being unseated in mere moments. Finally, the two most powerful knights in the Seven Kingdoms were set to clash, but within Demon's heart, he knew the tale could not unfold in such a manner. As the announcer prepared to declare the commencement of the duel, Demon, as anticipated, spurred his horse forward, its hooves clattering to a halt before the royal viewing box. Amidst the puzzled gazes of the onlookers, Demon raised his lance, pointing it directly at the composed Rigo. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Rigo's presence was no secret to the subjects of the Seven Kingdoms. Although this newly emerged prince had made his first public appearance that day, both nobles and commoners had deduced his identity. Yet, Demon's sudden challenge ignited a flurry of gossip among the spectators. Despite prior rumors of his intent to sever Rigo's head from his shoulders, the absence of Rigo's name from the list of participants had led many to dismiss the notion. To their astonishment, at the cusp of vying for the championship against Sir Cragen, Demon had the audacity to challenge Prince Rigo in the stands. Countless eyes fixated on the handsome, fallen prince, eager to witness his prowess and to see if he embodied the resilience and valor of his lineage. Rhaenyra, Alicent, Launino, Corlys, Rhaenys, Laenor, and Viserys all gathered around, cast their gazes upon the seated Rigo, their expressions a blend of mockery, scrutiny, and anticipation. You, a slave of the Stepstones, a bastard seeking to tarnish the blood of the Dragon King, I have vowed to personally sever your head. Demon's voice resonated loudly, echoing throughout the entire venue. The audience exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with curiosity, evidently captivated by Demon's remarks concerning the royal entanglements. Demon, mind your words. Viserys rose, his tone grave as he cautioned Demon. He could tolerate Demon's occasional caprice, provided it did not jeopardize the interests of House Targaryen. Your Highness, perhaps there is a misunderstanding between us? Rigo gently set down his goblet, stepping to the edge of the platform, relaxed as he leaned against the railing, gazing down at Demon, who brandished his spear while nodding towards the nearby Cragen Stark. A lowly slave has no right to taint the glory of the dragon lineage. Your very presence sullies King's Landing. The insult was indeed harsh. Rigo, somewhat exasperated, glanced at the brooding Viserys, but Viserys averted his gaze, leaving only Corlys and Rhaenys to meet his eyes with a frosty demeanor. It appeared that conflict was inevitable, even though Rigo had no interest in playing childlike games with some roguish prince. After all, he could not truly behead Demon, though his caustic tongue certainly provoked Rigo's ire. I have no interest whatsoever in that accursed throne, yet you, with a brain solely composed of muscle, insist on repeatedly provoking me. Displeased, Rigo shook his head and, choosing not to be polite any longer, pointed a finger at Demon, then slowly traced it across his throat, a gesture that ignited the atmosphere entirely. Having resolved to engage in battle, Rigo decisively turned to Viserys. Perhaps your majesty could provide me with suitable armor? Viserys regarded Rigo with a penetrating gaze before commanding the captain of the King's Guard. Sir Harold, please prepare armor and a steed for Rigo. Yes, your majesty. The captain of the King's Guard replied with respect, then gestured for Rigo to follow. Please come with me, your highness. Thank you, sir. Upon reaching the rear grounds, Sir Harold presented Rigo with the standard armor of the King's Guard, a magnificent black warhorse, and a formidable two-handed sword. Your highness, I have witnessed your prowess with the two-handed sword in the training yard. I hope this blade meets your expectations. After testing the sword with a few deft swings, Rigo nodded in acknowledgement. It feels splendid. Thank you for your arrangements, sir. Without waiting for a response, he lightly urged the horse forward towards the dueling grounds. Lords, ladies, knights, subjects of the king, The forthcoming battle shall be an internal conflict of the dragon lineage, a confrontation of titanic dragons, a wild dance of the fire-breathing serpents. Featuring the formidable Prince Daemon Targaryen against the fortunate, lost Prince Rhaego Targaryen. Chapter 40, A Promising Beginning, the Fortunate, Lost Prince. This nickname, bestowed upon the suddenly emergent prince by the citizens of King's Landing, seems to please Rhaego somewhat. It is certainly more melodious than being referred to as the lord of a flea-infested den. Relaxed upon his steed, Rhaego leisurely urged his horse to a halt beside the jousting arena, where a servant had already planted the imposing Targaryen banner, black emblazoned with a red dragon, into the ground. The deafening cheers of the crowd resonated, reverberating in Rhaego's ears even through the confines of his helmet. He detached his gear and handed it to a nearby guard, then accepted the weapon presented by the attendant. With a hint of unfamiliarity, he wielded the spear with one hand, weighing the shield in his left. Attempting to acclimate himself to their heft, his effortless demeanor caused the knight responsible for passing him the sword to withdraw slightly. Casting a puzzled glance around, Rhaego furrowed his brow and lowered his visor, lifting the spear at an angle and then leveling it. Across the arena, Daemon's eyes narrowed, a chilling aura of menace emanating from him, cutting through the distance between them and enveloping Rhaego. Daemon Targaryen versus Rhaego Targaryen. The announcer's voice rang out, signaling the combatants to prepare. With a soft exhalation, Rhaego expelled all distracting thoughts from his mind, regardless of how Viserys might arrange his fate. His immediate task was simply to survive the tournament. It was evident that Daemon sought to eliminate him swiftly, making contemplation futile. Thus, he resolved to first deliver a resounding blow to this vile uncle. Your foul tongue shall be silenced. Rhaego cursed inwardly, spurring his horse. Go. The steed sprang into action the moment it received its rider's command, galloping with fervor. Rhaego leaned forward slightly, his legs pressing against the saddle, causing his rear to lift just enough as he aimed the lance at the swiftly approaching demon. With a fundamental understanding of his physical condition and capabilities, Rhaego recognized that despite his lack of formal equestrian training prior to arriving in Westeros, his sporadic riding practice over the past 6 months had transformed him into a competent horseman. Under his guidance, the warhorse galloped with remarkable agility, maintaining perfect balance. However, as he focused on the rapidly approaching demon, a fleeting thought crossed Rhaego's mind to raise the spear a few inches higher and drive it into the icy visage of this roguish prince, once someone he had regarded favorably, now transformed into an object of profound disdain. Yet, he managed to restrain his right hand. Rhaego understood that perhaps Viserys still harbored intentions of leveraging his abilities, which was why he had not intervened against Daemon's actions. This moment served as a test. If he could survive Daemon's onslaught, he might earn the chance to become a pawn in Viserys' game. Should Daemon strike him down, it would be the end of all, and Viserys would surely reveal his identity, basking in the praises of his subjects. However, had Rhaego slain Daemon on the spot, there would have been no circumstance under which Viserys would allow him to leave King's Landing alive. As for whether he could defeat Daemon, was that even in question? It would be a remarkable restraint on my part if I did not impale him with a single thrust. The distance between the two competitors at the tournament was minimal. Within mere seconds of their steeds galloping at full speed, they would clash. Amidst the gasps of the audience, the two magnificent horses rapidly approached one another. Rhaego and Daemon's lances collided fiercely upon their respective shields, the tremendous force reverberating through Rhaego's taut muscles. In an astonishing display, he exerted himself, and, to the astonishment of the gathered knights and nobles, sent Daemon flying off his mount. The spear's tip struck Daemon's shield with such force that it propelled the renowned warrior prince backward, akin to a sack being tossed, until he crashed heavily to the ground several meters away. Meanwhile, Rhaego remained almost unperturbed in his saddle, skillfully halting his horse and gazing down upon the disoriented Daemon, who lay sprawled on the ground. The exaggerated scene compelled all spectators to rise in disbelief, their eyes wide as they watched Rhaego circle around the fallen prince. Viserys abruptly sprang from his seat, even knocking over the fine wine beside him. Corlys, Rhaenys, Laenor, and even Rhaenyra and Alicent stared in astonished silence at the unfolding spectacle, their minds momentarily rendered blank. Rhaego, Rhaego, Rhaego. It was unclear who initiated the chant, but soon the arena resounded with the fervent cries of Rhaego's name. Rhaego halted his horse beside Daemon, while a few attendants hurriedly assisted the prince, fearing that the king's younger brother might have met his end. Perhaps spurred by the audience's cheers, Daemon expelled a sharp breath, his reddened face gradually regaining its color as he leaned against the attendants to rise. He then seized his dark sister's sword, glaring fiercely at Rhaego atop his horse. In the face of this unexpected turn of events, the host appeared somewhat bewildered. Did Prince Demon wish to continue the duel? Even those knights and nobles untrained in combat, and even women of delicate constitution, could discern the vast disparity in skill between the two combatants. After all, they had either participated in or heard countless tales of tournaments. Yet none had ever witnessed one competitor wielding a spear with such prowess as to send his opponent hurtling through the air. This was simply astonishing. The host, unable to make a decision, sought the king's gaze for guidance as he approached the edge of the stands. Continue, the king commanded, and the host exhaled in relief. Demon Targaryen versus Rhaego Targaryen, a duel of swords. Rhaego dismounted, his face alight with the thrill of battle as the city's sentinels eagerly presented him with a longsword. With a resounding clash, he drew the sword, casually twirling it in a flourish before discarding his shield. He raised the longsword at an angle, fixing his gaze on the panting demon. With a hoarse roar, Demon swung his dark sister towards Rhaego's neck. Rhaego exerted a slight force on his wrist, the tip of his long sword pointing upwards, and it crisply clashed against Demon's blade. A sharp clang resounded as Demon's sword was lifted high. Rhaego deftly twisted the hilt, and the broad blade came crashing down upon Demon's right leg's hollow, producing a resounding thud. The impact caused Demon to kneel on one knee, and the gasps of the audience ignited his fury. The honor of a knight forbade him from succumbing to such disgrace. Yet, before he could roar and rise, Rhaego's sword hilt struck heavily against the back of his head. The unvoiced rage was helplessly stifled, and the wayward prince rolled his eyes before collapsing to the ground. Completely unconscious, Rhaego positioned his sword horizontally before him, lightly tapping the blade, producing a crisp note. He tilted his head back, lips pursed in satisfaction, savoring the moment. A good start indeed. With a flourish, he thrust his sword skyward, and the thunderous cheers surged like a tidal wave across the arena, echoing throughout King's Landing. Rhaego, Rhaego, Rhaego. Chapter 41. Targaryen Sir Harold, the captain of the King's Guard, hurriedly approached to assess Demon's condition. From a distance, he had merely witnessed Rhaego strike the back of the prince's head, but could not discern which part of the sword had made contact. The loyal servant of the crown feared that the rogue prince might perish at the hands of his recently returned cousin. Viserys gripped the railing nervously, his eyes fixed on Sir Harold as he examined Demon. Beside him, Rhaenyra wore a similar expression of concern. Only Corlys and Alicent remained expressionless, with the queen's face barely concealing a smile that had not entirely faded. Harold cautiously turned Demon over in the dust, wiping the horse manure from his face, his heart racing as he felt the back of the prince's head. After confirming there was no blood, he finally relaxed. "My men know their limits, sir." Rhaego jested with the seasoned knight. "No one wishes to harm their own kin, even if that kin has a rather foul mouth. Your prince may only be unconscious for a while. Perhaps tonight you might find him amidst the horrors of Flea Bottom." "Thank you for your mercy, your highness," Sir Harold replied verbally, yet his hands continued to assess Demon's condition. The sternum appeared slightly misaligned, but was likely not broken. There was a significant bump on the back of his head, though it was not fatal. He lifted Demon's eyelid, and although the prince's eyes rolled back, the seasoned knight discerned that there were no signs of pupil dilation. Just as Rhaego had said, he was merely unconscious. Having confirmed Demon's safety, Harold finally entrusted him to the remaining attendants to be carefully lifted from the arena. He then directed his gaze towards the king, subtly nodding in response to the king's anxious and concerned expression. As Viserys and Rhaenyra exhaled in relief, a gentle smile gradually crept across the king's face. He returned to his throne as if the earlier events had never transpired. Meeting the questioning gaze of Hand of the King, Laenor, Viserys slightly inclined his head towards the Prime Minister, whispering a few instructions. The Prime Minister then rose with understanding, moving to the edge of the dais, clapping his hands to signal for silence. "Lords and ladies, the duel between Prince Demon and Vhagar has concluded, allowing us the privilege to witness Vhagar's extraordinary strength and swordsmanship, while also applauding the bravery and resilience of Prince Demon." The Hand of the King still commanded great authority. Even though it was evident to all that Prince Demon had been utterly overwhelmed by Prince Vhagar's onslaught, the audience, recognizing Demon as the king's beloved brother, afforded respect to both the king and the prime minister. Courage was courage. After all, given the current circumstances, any knight facing Prince Vhagar seemed destined for a swift defeat. A servant from the Red Keep hurried to Viserys' side, conveying the healer's assessment of Demon's condition. Upon confirming his brother's safety, Viserys' smile became significantly more genuine. Rhaenyra cast a curious glance at the dashing Vhagar below before following the servant to personally check on Demon's injuries. The next anticipated bout was to feature the esteemed knight, Sir Cregan Stark of Winterfell against Prince Vagar. However, considering both were formidable warriors, possessing unmatched strength and skill, and given that Duke Stark bore the grave responsibility of safeguarding the North, the king deemed it prudent to avert any unnecessary casualties that might jeopardize the realm. Thus, he declared that this tournament would see Duke Cregan Stark and Prince Vagar co-champions. With Laener's announcement, the crowd erupted in astonishment. After witnessing the spectacular combat between the two princes, the audience's excitement had reached a fever pitch, particularly among the women, who were utterly captivated by Prince Vagar's striking prowess. They now looked forward with eager anticipation to the impending clash between Duke Stark and Prince Vagar, only to be informed by the Prime Minister that there would be no further contest. Vagar raised an eyebrow in surprise, glancing at the equally astonished Cregan Stark. Their eyes met, Cregan's gaze brimming with the spirit of competition, but Vagar understood that since the king had directed the Prime Minister to speak, the matter was settled. He merely shrugged at the formidable Stark ancestor, wearing an expression of reluctant regret. The tournament concluded somewhat anticlimactically. Although the spectators were left yearning for the ultimate battle between dragon and wolf, the king's authority was not to be challenged, and thus no one voiced dissent. Vagar and Cregan approached the royal dais together, ready to receive the king's commendations and blessings. Duke Cregan Stark, the mightiest knight of the realm, a young hero renowned for his early accomplishments, the safety of the North rests upon your shoulders. May the seven gods bless you. I shall have my people pray beneath the weirwood, singing praises for the formidable army of winter wolves. Viserys stood upon the dais, gazing benevolently down at the youthful and handsome Stark, lavish with his commendations. Indeed, this young man, who inherited Winterfell at the tender age of 13 and was appointed as the Lord of the Icy Lands, fully merited every accolade. Thank you for your graciousness, your majesty. The North shall forever remain your most loyal subjects, Cregan Stark declared, kneeling on one knee to express his fealty to the king above. The king nodded in satisfaction, assisted by the Kingsguard as he descended from the platform to face the other champion of the tournament. Clang! The melodious sound of steel rang out as Viserys unsheathed his Valyrian steel sword with a swift motion, its razor-sharp tip aimed directly at the nose of Daemon Targaryen. The rogue from Valyria, grandson of the late King Jaehaerys Targaryen and son of the deceased Princess Rhaenys Targaryen, now stood before the reigning King Viserys Targaryen. Viserys' voice resonated powerfully, ensuring every attendee in the tournament grounds heard his proclamation. You are of the silver-haired dragon kind, your veins coursing with Targaryen blood, imbued with the magic of dragons. As Viserys spoke, the audience rose as one, their faces alight with fervor, witnessing a moment destined to echo through the annals of the kingdom's history. I, Viserys Targaryen, king of the Undulls, the Rhoynar, and the First Men, ruler of the Seven Kingdoms and protector of the realm, hereby bestow upon you a new name. Viserys' gaze bored deeply into Daemon's, his weary eyes harboring a multitude of emotions, tightly bound to the one kneeling before him. Daemon Targaryen, Prince of the Seven Kingdoms, now kneel before your king. Daemon averted his gaze from Viserys, and in the presence of the assembled nobles, he slowly removed his helm and knelt respectfully before the monarch. Chapter 42. The Knighthood Ceremony. Daemon Targaryen, in the name of the king, I dub thee a knight of great renown. Clang! The edge of Blackfire struck Daemon's right shoulder. In the name of the warrior, I charge you to be brave. The blade shifted to his left shoulder. In the name of the father, I charge you to be just. Clang! The sword met the armor of his right shoulder with a clear ring. In the name of the mother, I charge you to protect the innocent. Clang! 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 Viserys' sword struck Daemon's shoulders thrice, signifying that he was now officially a knight of the Seven Kingdoms. Arise, Rhaegar Targaryen, prince of the Targaryen lineage, born of storm and fire, knighted by the king himself. In the name of the king, I bestow upon you the title of Lord of Dragonstone, Prince of Storm's End, and Guardian of the Narrow Sea. You shall possess the authority to muster armies, recruit vassals, and safeguard the realm's vital passages, expanding our territories. I grant you the great sword Dawn. May you become the sharpest spear of the empire. I am grateful for your generosity, your majesty. Rhaegar respectfully expressed his gratitude to Viserys. Regardless of the king's intentions in bestowing such honors, Rhaegar had undeniably gained a significant advantage. Dragonstone is an indispensable strategic stronghold, situated on the eastern shore of Blackwater Bay, commanding the passage that leads to King's Landing by water, while Storm's End serves as the capital of Dragonstone. And the point is a peninsula that juts into the Narrow Sea, a coveted battleground. Most importantly, across the Narrow Sea, directly facing him, lies Dragonstone Island. Titles of lordship. princely status, and the guardianship of the point pale in comparison to the proximity of Dragonstone Island. Viserys sheathed his sword and handed the Valyrian steel blade, Blackfire, to Ser Harald at his side. He then presented a 2-meter-long greatsword to Rhaegar. This sword, named Dawn, was gifted by the Lord of Starfall and forged from a celestial metal through an extraordinary process. The Dane family had crafted 2 such swords, both named Dawn. Viserys unsheathed the great sword, revealing its gleaming silver blade that shimmered in the torchlight, captivating in its beauty. During the Fourth Dornish War, Lord Marwyn Martell instigated a rebellion, leading a fleet to assault Storm's End. King Jaehaerys, alongside Prince Baelon and Prince Aemon, mounted their dragons, Vhagar, Caraxes, and Sunfire, and vanquished the rebels at the Storm's End. The sword was one of the prices paid by the Dornish to appease the dragonlord's wrath after their victory. Viserys briefly recounted the origins of the great sword Dawn before handing it to Rhaegar. While not as formidable as Valyrian steel, it was undoubtedly sharper and harder than any other sword in the Seven Kingdoms. Yet, I truly am not fond of wielding such an excessively long great sword. Rhaegar lamented internally, but he could only accept the massive blade Dawn and respectfully thanked Viserys. "Thank you, your majesty." Viserys nodded in satisfaction. After Rhaegar handed the great sword to the knight beside him, he grasped Rhaegar's right hand and raised it high for the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms and the citizens of King's Landing to see. "Rhaegar Targaryen. Rhaegar, Rhaegar, Rhaegar." The resounding cheers once again echoed through King's Landing, and amidst the jubilant crowd, the name of Dawn the Sword began to circulate. The long-anticipated tournament, prepared for 6 months, concluded amidst the cheers of King's Landing. The title of Targaryen's new prince, Lord of Dragonstone, Prince of Storm's End, Guardian of the Point, and the Sword of Dawn, Rhaegar Targaryen, officially began to resonate throughout the Seven Kingdoms. The king has granted the prince permission to recruit knights, and the news of gathering vassals has swiftly spread across the Seven Kingdoms. Countless bastards and fallen knights have embarked on the road to Dragonstone, eager to achieve glory under the new prince, restore their family honor, and elevate their status. After attending the feast hosted by Viserys, Rhaegar returned early to his chamber. The greatsword Dawn lay quietly on the table. The long sword that had accompanied him for so long now completed its glorious journey, having been entrusted to the blacksmiths of King's Landing for melting. The flickering candle on the table cast a tremulous red light, barely illuminating the small patch of ground before Rhaegar, whose gaze was fixed on the dancing flame, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Since the moment he entered the tournament, Rhaegar had sensed an elusive feeling of being watched, an indescribable sensation that persisted even amidst the thousands of eyes fixed upon him in the arena. It was as if he were being observed by a wild hound lurking in the depths of the ruins of Valyria, not sensing any malice, and preoccupied with delivering a thrashing to the foul-mouthed demon at the time. Rhaegar chose to dismiss this shadowy scrutiny. However, during the banquet at the Red Keep, he encountered that peculiar sensation once more. The bitter cold air from the north lingered, and though the sun shone brightly over King's Landing by day, the night still demanded that one dress warmly. The prying gaze seemed to emanate from the roaring flames of the hearth in the banquet hall. Yet, each time Rhaegar turned his attention to it, that feeling of being watched vanished without a trace. Staring at the candle before him, Rhaegar attempted to uncover the identity of the voyeur hidden within the flames, but after straining his eyes in vain, he yielded no answers. Lying in bed, deep in thought, he analyzed the source of that sensation. As his body developed in tandem with the Bloodfire lineage, not only had his physical prowess and strength surged, but his senses of the external world had also been greatly heightened. He was confident that an ordinary person could not observe him without leaving some trace. Yet if one ruled out the mundane, there were certainly many peculiar entities in the realm of Westeros. Could it be a follower of some faceless god? A faceless man? A shadowbinder? Rhaegar pondered silently. Was it a fire sorcerer from As High? Or perhaps the Lightbringer, Lawler? Why would the Lightbringer take interest in me? How could my insignificant existence influence his battle against the Night King? Moreover, throughout the series, this singular deity of action has never engaged in mischief. His sole purpose is to oppose the Night King, and I am certainly not connected to him. That is an affair for 2 centuries hence, by which time I would have long transformed. Or perhaps Viserys or some noble of King's Landing has employed a faceless man to target me. Wouldn't that be an unnecessary endeavor? In chapter 43, Rhaegar awoke from a delightful slumber, feeling invigorated as he rose with the dawn. After hastily completing his morning rituals and breakfast, he set off to meet with Viserys. The previous evening at the banquet, he had promised himself that today he would venture to the dragon's lair, attempting to tame a mighty dragon. Rhaegar had long awaited this day, and now, at last, his dreams were on the verge of realization. Harold led the way, casting an odd glance at the unfamiliar melody Rego hummed, the prince's spirits soaring as he walked briskly. Rego noticed Sir Harold's peculiar expression but, in his buoyant mood, had no desire to feign the demeanor of a composed individual. Sir Harold, has Demon awakened? Rego inquired with feigned concern about Demon's condition. Your Highness, Prince Demon just woke up this morning, though he is experiencing some dizziness and nausea, Harold replied. Oh, it seems my brother is not in grave danger. That puts my mind at ease, Rego said with a cheerful smile, his spirits inexplicably lifted. Truly, it was a splendid day. Initially, Rego intended to meet Viserys in the council chamber, as an audience was convened at this hour. But Sir Harold intercepted him at the entrance, stating that the king was unwell and required a meeting in his chamber. Their pace quickened, and soon they arrived at the grand entrance of Viserys' chamber. Your Majesty, Prince Rego has arrived, Harold announced as he entered first, followed by a pained voice emanating from within. Come in, Rego, find a place to sit, Viserys beckoned. Upon entering, Rego was nearly overcome by the noxious stench that assailed his nostrils. He beheld Viserys, feeble and slumped in a chair, his bare back marred by deep, darkening wounds that oozed with decay. Scholars had placed writhing leeches upon his injuries, allowing them to drain the pus and putrid flesh. How do you fare, Your Majesty? Rego asked, concern etched upon his face. Viserys, gasping for breath, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, managed a weak smile in response. The gods have punished me for my indulgence in drink. Rego, he lamented, weakly gesturing for Sir Harold to approach. I had promised to take you to the dragon's lair. Rego, but it seems the seven do not wish for me to venture out today. Instead, Sir Harold will escort you to Rhaenyra, who will guide you into the dragon's den. Yes, Your Majesty, Harold acknowledged with a bow, proceeding towards the door as Rego turned to follow. The identity of his escort was of little consequence. All that mattered was gaining entry to the dragon's lair. Rego, Viserys' voice called from behind. Dragons are proud creatures. They will choose their own knights. Do not force it. Thank you, Your Majesty. I shall remember that, Rego replied. Since the recent union of Rhaenyra and Laenor Velaryon, the couple has primarily resided on Dragonstone. Their journey to King's Landing was prompted solely by their attendance at the tournament, and now that the event has concluded, it is likely that this restless princess will soon depart from the Red Keep. Sir Harold, accompanied by Rego, found Rhaenyra in her customary residence, languidly reclining in a rocking chair within the garden. The commander of the city guard, Ser Harwin Strong, with his arm suspended due to injury, was in her company. Upon their arrival, the two were engaged in a close and intimate whisper, with Rhaenyra occasionally erupting into joyous laughter. Your Highness, Harold's voice disrupted Rhaenyra's revelry, prompting Harwin to discreetly distance himself from the princess. Rhaenyra adjusted her disheveled gown and rose from her seat. Sir Harold, and my handsome champion uncle. She beamed as she approached Rego, leaning forward slightly to gaze up at the tall figure of Rego, playfully inquiring, It is a rare occasion for you to visit me, uncle, and accompanied by Sir Harold no less. How may I assist you, my lord? The prince has been granted entry to the dragon's lair, Your Highness, by royal decree. He replied, Oh, it is my honor, uncle. You indeed require a mighty dragon to accentuate your charm. Perhaps sensing the intrusion upon her clandestine liaison with Harwin, Rhaenyra swiftly commanded her guards to prepare their steeds, and together with Rego, they hastened towards the towering dragon lair in the heart of King's Landing. Previously, Rego had gazed at the dragon lair from afar alongside Viserys, observing its grandeur from the gardens of the Red Keep. Yet, it was only upon arriving at the base of this monumental structure that Rego could fully appreciate the awe-inspiring magnificence of this edifice. Steeped in blood and fire for House Targaryen, such an immense and grand construction was not merely limited to its surface. Beneath the ground lay an even more extensive and intricate system, completed in less than 6 years solely by human hands. The laborers who participated in the construction of this dragon's nest would surely not reminisce fondly about those days. As Rego cast a glance at the dragon lair, the reason why the reigning king, Maegor Targaryen, was dubbed Maegor the Cruel became immediately apparent. The trio reined in their horses in the expansive square before the lair, as the captain of the dragon guard approached them from a distance. Your Highness, Princess, Sir Harold, the aged dragon guard bowed slightly as he greeted them. Rhaenyra, maintaining a stern expression, relayed the king's request, and after Sir Harold confirmed the authenticity of the command, the elderly dragon guard summoned for younger members of the dragon guard. Together, they brandished long wooden poles, guiding Rego and the others deeper into the lair. Your Highness, the aged voice of the dragon guard echoed, as Sir Harold brought his torch closer, illuminating the visage of this venerable guardian who had spent his life in the dragon's lair. In the present day, There exist 10 dragons residing within the dragon's lair. Among them, 5 younglings, Baoyin, Terexiu, Yungyan, Alax, and Wumax, are still too small to bear a rider aloft. Should the prince wish to tame them, he must await their growth before they can be ridden. As for the adult dragons, sir, Rego, having little interest in the diminutive hatchlings, eagerly inquired about the mature dragons once the dragon guard concluded his introduction. I am not of noble birth, your highness. The aged dragon guard responded, trembling with deference, for a lowly servant such as himself was unworthy of a knight's title. My apologies, good sir. While you may not be of noble lineage, you are indeed a venerable elder. Perhaps you could share your name with me, Rego said, assisting the old man, who appeared on the verge of kneeling. Overwhelmed with excitement, he had little interest in the discussion of rank and titles. Please, do enlighten me about the dragons suitable for riding. At your command, esteemed highness. I am Ashliker, your most loyal servant. The aged dragon guard bowed respectfully, continuing to introduce the remaining dragons. Your highness, in addition to the 5 younglings mentioned earlier, there are 5 adult dragons available for riding. However, Heian, Clarkshiu, and Zulax are already claimed by various princes and princesses. The only dragons left for your taming are Tazirian and Dreamfire. Let us proceed to see Tazirian. Chapter 44. No Chuckles. Tazirian, known as the Blue Queen, is a sub-adult dragon, yet suitable for riding. As Ashliker guided Rego and his companions down the left corridor towards a grand cave entrance, he sang in a unique tone a song of Valyria, his ancient voice reverberating softly within the cavern. Rego, understanding Valyrian due to inherited memories, recognized it as a dragon summoning song. He attempted to suppress his enthusiasm as he awaited the dragon guard's call. With a hiss, as Ashliker completed the song, a tremendous roar echoed through the cave, causing the younger dragon guards to grip their long poles with tension. Sir Harold stepped forward decisively, positioning himself to shield Ranilla and Rego. There is no need for such apprehension, sir. Rego declined Harold's protection, moving around him to stand at the mouth of the cave. Ashliker's melody persisted, and a rustling sound emerged from within, drawing nearer. A blue figure gradually materialized in the flickering torchlight, its deep blue scales reminiscent of the ocean's depths. The slender head of the dragon ignored the singing dragon guard and extended itself directly towards Rego. Too small. The bloodline's response is negligible. Rego's initial reaction upon encountering the Blue Queen was one of disappointment, for it did not meet his lofty expectations. Having once ridden Soul, he now perceived Tazirian as nothing more than a chick. Nevertheless, all was for the sake of bloodline evolution, and he resolved to make the best of the situation. Accepting this realization, Rego did not shy away from the Blue Queen's approach, but instead remained poised, observing the somewhat unappealing dragon head that reached out toward him. Rego, Rhaenyra called out with a hint of concern, for the proximity between Rego and Tessarion was alarmingly close. Should the dragon reject Rego, he would have no chance to evade. Rego, preoccupied with his own thoughts, fixed his gaze upon the dragon kiss that Tessarion had bestowed upon him, his instincts warning him that something was amiss. This was not a knight-s selection, but rather an examination of potential prey. Hesitantly, Rego reached out to touch Tessarion's snout. Yet the grotesque dragon abruptly shook its head, vehemently rejecting the contact and roaring at him. Damn, this fool thinks I am mere flesh. Cursing inwardly, Rego cast a wary glance at Ashley Cole beside him and whispered, Ashley, send her away. She wishes to devour me. The old dragon knight's chant faltered, only to shift to another melody, his voice growing urgent and tense. Fortunately, Tessarion's apparent lack of intelligence allowed the familiar tune to quell its predatory instincts, for it was not the customary command for a meal. Thus, the foolish dragon let out an irritated roar at Rego before sulking into the cave, its tail swishing behind it. Your Highness, what is this? The old dragon knight gazed at Rego, bewildered. In previous encounters with Targaryen dragons, they either exhibited rage or acceptance. It was the first time he had witnessed a dragon with such an appetite, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Rego, dark-faced, deemed it unnecessary to respond, irritably instructing Ashley. Take me to see Dreamfire. Of course, Your Highness. Dreamfire awaits us on the other side. Ashley nodded and led the way, with Rego following silently, his expression grim. Rhaenyra exchanged a glance with Sir Harold, both reflecting mutual confusion in their eyes. Upon encountering Clegis, Rego had begun to suspect that his bloodline, intertwined with fire, was a double-edged sword when it came to dragon taming. In the eyes of a more intelligent dragon like Clegis, he might be perceived as enticing, yet it could also sense the kinship in his blood, allowing it to restrain its desires. However, for a less astute dragon like the grotesque and dim-witted Tessarion, he was merely a walking feast, without a resonance with his bloodline, it showed no inclination towards him. Had the dragon knights not sufficiently fed her beforehand, Rigo had no doubt she would have devoured him whole. The dragon lair was expansive, and after traversing a maze of passages, the group arrived at the entrance of a vast cavern under the guidance of the old dragon knight. Throughout the journey, Rigo had prepared himself mentally and felt a flicker of confidence about meeting Dreamfire. After all, the 3 dragons of the future Dragon Queen were birthed from Dreamfire's eggs. And in the tales, Drogon demonstrated remarkable intelligence and spirit. Thus, he hoped the mother would not fall short. He nodded to Ashley Cole to commence his duties, eagerly gazing into the dark cavern. Even if his bloodline had not reacted, perhaps the distance was simply too great? Your Highness. The melancholic song of the ancient dragon guard resonated once more, prompting Sir Harold to hasten a few steps closer, softly persuading Rigo, who was closely following the dragon guard. Your Highness, Dreamfire is a ferocious adult dragon, possessing formidable aggression, having been confined in its lair for decades. Its temper is likely to be quite foul. For your safety and that of the princess, I believe it prudent for us to maintain a considerable distance. Casting a glance at the concerned Harold and then at the likewise troubled Rhaenyra, Rigo recalled the distasteful demeanor of Tessarion moments earlier, and thus he wisely nodded in agreement. Following Sir Harold, as they withdrew a fair distance, a thunderous roar erupted from the cavern, a blaze of crimson dragon fire illuminating the vast chamber. A magnificent beast of pale blue emerged boldly from the depths, unleashing an enraged roar at the insignificant creatures that disturbed its slumber. The dragon remained oblivious to the trio hiding at a safe distance, instead stretching its massive form in dissatisfaction, the clinking of chains echoing from the depths of the cave, binding the dragon's desire to soar. Dreamfire. Rigo's perfect high Valyrian rang through the cavern, successfully capturing the attention of the splendid blue beast. Its pale blue scales glistened, its formidable head adorned with menacing spines, 2 long, sharp horns curving backwards, and its deep azure eyes reflecting a tempest of rage. Rigo inwardly cursed, recognizing in Dreamfire's gaze the same fervor he had seen in Tessarion. However, unlike Tessarion, the desire within Dreamfire's eyes was palpably stronger. As the colossal creature fixed its gaze upon the trio, Rigo felt a shiver run down his spine. Another uncivilized brute of a dragon. We must leave this place. Seizing the moment while Dreamfire was still groggy from its slumber, Rigo called upon Rhaenyra and Sir Harold, decisively retreating. No sooner had they escaped the dragon's lair than Dreamfire's piercing roar echoed behind them, causing both Rhaenyra and Harold, who had been in doubt, to gasp in unison. Fortunately, they had fled swiftly. Otherwise, the fury in Dreamfire's voice suggested that even if they survived, they would emerge severely scarred. Rigo waited at the entrance of the lair until Ashliker, burdened by age alongside for young dragon guards, emerged unscathed, before he felt relief wash over him. Although he had taken many lives, the thought of an elder and 4 young souls perishing due to his actions weighed heavily on him. Thankfully, they were safe. Declining Rhaenyra's invitation to join her, Rigo waved his hand wearily. The day's expedition to the dragon's lair had dealt him a significant blow, and with a gloomy expression, he made his solitary way back to the Red Keep, feeling as though the path ahead was dimly lit. At that moment, all he wished for was to curl up in bed, tending to the wounds of his spirit. Chapter 45. The vanished memories. Rigo dreamt of a world enveloped in dense white mist, the vapor thick like heavy sludge pressing upon him. His eyelids grew heavy, and he felt utterly devoid of strength. A coarse rasping breath echoed in his ears, reminiscent of an elderly man nearing the end of his days. Rigo attempted to turn and discern his surroundings, yet he found himself devoid of the strength to even twitch a finger. I see him. He is truly handsome, exclaimed a few youthful voices that resonated around him, and he could feel their gazes upon his form. Shut up, damn it. Don't wake him, came a gruff voice. Hurry, try it, chimed a bright, clear voice once more. A surge of warmth coursed through his veins, and his limbs jerked abruptly as consciousness swiftly returned. He was awakening, but time was running short. Flee. With a jolt, Rigo awoke from his slumber, a fierce headache pounding in his skull, and an unusual vitality thrumming through his blood. The voice of a maid drifted in from beyond the bedroom door. Your Highness, are you awake? Duke Stark is waiting in the hall. Today marked Rigo's official departure from King's Landing to his fief at Massey's Hook. After failing to tame a dragon a fortnight ago, he had finally relinquished the notion of commanding a horde of dragons. His bloodline's traits tied him indelibly to Valyria, and on Dragonstone, he had witnessed the last of the Valyrian giants. Consequently, he had hastily requested permission from Viserys to depart for his lands and, upon receiving consent, had diligently begun preparations in King's Landing. Having never truly engaged in a duel at the tournament, Craigen Stark had often expressed his regret, and thus the young lord had repeatedly sought Rigo's company, inviting him to complete their unfinished duel. Through their exchanges, a friendship had blossomed. "Ah, Craigen, you needn't have come so early to seek me," Rigo said as he emerged into the hall, having finished his preparations. The tall Craigen was enjoying a cup of mead, quietly sharing amusing anecdotes with his guards. "Rigo, we have everything ready. We shall depart shortly. I came to bid you farewell, my dear friend. I believe we can set off together. Is everything prepared, Ser Lares?" Rigo approached Craigen warmly for an embrace before addressing the ever-watchful, limping man at the side. "Yes, Your Highness. Duke Corlys has provided 2 swift warships, and the knights willing to accompany you are already awaiting embarkation, ready to depart at your command." "Thank you, Ser Lares." Lares Strong, the second son of the current Prime Minister, Leonor Strong, and the younger brother of Harwin Strong, was known as the Hunched Foot and had once been perceived as a ruthless individual in the original narrative. Yet, at the moment Rigo sought to recruit allies, Lares had voluntarily pledged his service, becoming his temporary aide. Rigo bore no prejudice against him, especially as he had no fallen nobles to enlist, and he required a diligent hand. Thus, he welcomed Lares, who had arranged everything meticulously, and Rigo was generous in his praise. "It is my honor, Your Highness." Lares' awkward bow revealed a countenance clouded with melancholy, yet devoid of the overt ambition displayed in the original narrative. Reger appeared considerably more agreeable. After partaking in breakfast, Reger and Craigen journeyed to the Red Keep to bid farewell to Viserys. Amidst the rhythmic clatter of hooves, the 2 parties stepped through the gates of King's Landing in the gentle dawnlight. At the docks of King's Landing, Reger and Craigen stood side by side, gazing upon the towering city walls. The Stark vassals were to ascend the King's Road heading north, while Reger would embark on a warship, traversing eastward across the Blackwater Bay. The docks marked the point of their parting. "Reger, it is no small feat to assume control of a fief from scratch. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to send word via Raven," Craigen remarked, enveloped in a voluminous bear fur cloak, as he prepared for the increasingly frigid northern temperatures, with the northern contingent already clad in warm garments. "I shall, Craigen. Perhaps if the storms of Dragonstone prove inhospitable to a Targaryen prince, I shall seek your protection in the north." Reger jested, eliciting a hearty laugh from Craigen, who understood the humor in Reger's words. "Indeed, I would rather you visit Winterfell to revel in the beauty of the north," Craigen replied. "Rest assured, I shall venture to the north. You must know, I have long yearned to behold the grandeur of the wall and to confront a creature beyond it." "It seems you have not diligently studied your history, Reger," Craigen chuckled, playfully striking Reger's shoulder. "The north is undeniably beautiful, yet there is no wall of winter's end. Instead, countless wildlings dwell in the biting cold of the Frostfangs. They could indeed be considered monsters." "What?" Reger exclaimed, gazing incredulously at Craigen's smiling visage, attempting to discern the jest in his expression. "There is truly no wall of winter's end? No monsters beyond the realm?" Craigen Stark shook his head, amusement evident. "My friend, do not attempt to frighten me with such tired tales. I grew up on my mother's terrifying stories. The wolf clans of the north are not swayed by your feigned threats. And what do the Night's Watch? Are you referring to the men on duty? Is there anything of note about them?" Observing the serious and agitated expression of his dear friend, Craigen stepped forward and embraced Reger firmly. "Reger Targaryen, your tale is quite vivid, yet it cannot intimidate the valiant knights of the north. Nevertheless, I am fond of this story." With that, Craigen nimbly mounted his steed, brandishing his whip to rally his men. "Warriors of the north, we return home. Homeward bound." The noble knights of the north shouted with exuberance, the thundering of hooves echoing as Craigen led his company around the city walls, onto the well-trodden King's Road, embarking on their journey back to the north. "Farewell, Reger. I shall await your visit in Winterfell." Craigen Stark's resonant voice carried through the clamor, and Reger suddenly became aware, drenched in a cold sweat, of the fleeting moment that had just transpired. 53 destitute knights, willing to follow him to the Stone Dance City, had already boarded the ships early under Larys's arrangements. Most hailed from humble origins, tasked with safeguarding the 2 warships amid the division of the crippled. Rigo gazed longingly towards the direction of King's Road, only turning to board the ship after the figures of Craigen and his entourage had vanished from sight. The warship glided smoothly away from the dock amidst the resounding calls, and Rigo stood at the bow of the deck, the moist morning sea breeze enveloping him, sweeping away the decay and filth he had brought from King's Landing. Ahead, the Blackwater Bay stretched vast and azure, an indisputable expanse for fish to leap freely. Yet, his recent conversation with Craigen lingered in his mind, like a chain tethering his heart, which yearned to soar. Chapter 46. Journey to Dragonstone. Why was Kragan unaware of the wall, the White Walkers, or even the Night's Watch? Had his forebears failed to pass on such crucial knowledge? As the heir to Winterfell, he could not possibly be ignorant of such significant secrets. Yet the truth remained. Kragan was indeed uninformed. Larys, Rhaego suddenly called out, halting the crippled, who was busy organizing tasks on deck. Your Highness, do you know of the wall? Rhaego turned to Larys, his voice tinged with urgency. The wall? And the Night's Watch? Larys, well-read and having spent much of his youth shunned and ridiculed, had devoted more time to books. Thus, when confronted with Rhaego's inquiry, he bowed his head and thoughtfully searched his memory before shaking his head affirmatively. Your Highness, I have not encountered these terms, but I am eager to research them for you. Waving a hand to dismiss Larys, Rhaego gazed longingly at the receding King's Landing, as if perceiving a heavy shroud of dark magic slowly enveloping the Seven Kingdoms. Within those clouds, a colossal, blood-red eye, brimming with malice and greed, scanned Westeros with unbridled disdain. A resounding dragon's roar echoed from the heavens, as Syrax's massive form soared overhead, bringing Rhaego back from his reverie. Rhaenyra, astride her great dragon, circled above the two warships, Syrax displaying remarkable aerial prowess, reveling in the superiority of the dragonkind. A smoky gray dragon surged forth from the sea to the right of the warship, the mist raised by its wings cascading onto Rhaego's robes. Laenor, riding the dragon's sea smoke, jubilantly joined Rhaenyra's display of grandeur. The two dragons trailed the fleet, spiraling in the sky, roaring and occasionally belching flames, their triumphant roars reverberating throughout the Blackwater Bay. Rhaego fixed his gaze upon the magnificent dragons above, a sudden smile breaking upon his face as he felt a wave of relief. Gently tapping his forehead, he chastised himself for his earlier demeanor. He had consistently cast himself in the role of a seer, facing this tangible world with calm assurance, unfazed even by the risks of his identity being revealed. However, today, merely the emergence of an unknown phenomenon shattered his composure, even throwing him into disarray. Following his conversation with Kragan and the response from Larys, it became abundantly clear that the world he inhabited was indeed fraught with anomalies, as the quintessential elements that traversed the timeline had completely vanished from the annals of Westerosi history. This was perplexing. It sent shivers down Rhaegar's spine and left him utterly flustered, yet it was the appearance of Syrax and Vhagar that roused him from his stupor. Dragons. That was the ultimate answer. Regardless of the schemes and the machinations of magical assassins, all would be reduced to ashes beneath the might of dragonfire. Having come to this realization, Rhaegar deftly shook off the droplets clinging to his cloak, his longsword now pointed skyward at the two colossal beasts soaring above. A renewed sense of confidence and a smile returned to his countenance. Larys, alter our course and proceed at full speed. We shall make our way to Dragonstone. The formidable warships creaked to life, their prows slicing through the tranquil sea, as distant dragon roars echoed like battle hymns, heralding the arrival of this esteemed guest from afar. The fleet moved with remarkable swiftness, thanks to the exceptional vessels provided by the Sea Lord and the Lord of Driftmark, cutting through the waves of Blackwater Bay, their sails emblazoned with the magnificent three-headed dragon flapping in the wind. Departing from King's Landing in the morning, it was not long before Rhaegar caught sight of the smoke billowing from the fiery peaks of Dragonstone in the distance by evening. The dragons that had circled above had vanished by midday, likely having returned to Dragonstone with Rhaenyra, who was reveling in the superiority of her dragon lineage alongside her husband. Perhaps, at that very moment, the watchtower on Dragonstone was already alerting the populace to the arrival of the prince. Indeed, as the fleet approached the island, a familiar silhouette of a dragon ascended from the skies above Dragonstone, soaring directly towards Rhaegar and his entourage. Sir Laenor, having come to assess the situation, circled above the fleet upon Vhagar. Rhaegar waved to him from the bow of the ship, and upon confirming Rhaegar's identity, the dragon let out a deafening roar before returning to Dragonstone. The two massive vessels gradually docked at the port of Dragonstone, and Rhaegar instructed Larys to assign a portion of their men to guard through the night. He himself was the first to descend the lowered gangplank, stepping onto the soft sands of Dragonstone. Rhaenyra, Sir Laenor, he called out. The informed Rhaenyra was there to greet Rhaegar personally at the port, while Laenor, with a twinkle of amusement, accompanied his wife. Standing behind Rhaenyra were Sir Harwin, whose injuries had healed sufficiently to return from King's Landing a fortnight early, and Sir Illyrio, the new protector of the princess, both of whom bowed respectfully to Rhaegar. I wagered with Laenor that you would come to Dragonstone, Rhaegar, Rhaenyra remarked, her smile particularly radiant as she gazed at her weary uncle. It seems I have won. Laner shrugged in resignation, warmly gesturing for Rieger to enter the castle for discussions. Yet Rieger declined the invitation, instead looking solemnly at the current princess of Dragonstone. Rhaenyra, you must surely surmise the purpose of my visit. Indeed, it is a necessary process for a Targaryen. Rhaenyra nodded in understanding. You should rest at the castle for the night. Lannister has arranged the feast. And tomorrow I shall take you into the dragon's lair, where two formidable dragons reside. You will find them most intriguing. I am aware of them, Vermithrax and Silverwing, replied Rhaegon, casting a glance at the menacing sea smoke in the distance. Feeling somewhat exasperated, he added, I have no interest in them, Rhaenyra. I need you to send someone to guide me to Dragonstone. You wish to tame a wild dragon? You have set your sights on the Devourer? You must be mad, Rhaenyra exclaimed. On this island dwell the powerful Vermithrax and Silverwing, both adult dragons, yet you dare to covet the Devourer? Do you comprehend the peril involved? I know what I am doing, Rhaenyra. I simply need you to provide a guide, and I shall be cautious. Rhaegon's expression was grave, which made Rhaenyra realize he was indeed resolute in his desire to tame the Devourer. That dragon is an ancient terror, a messenger of the unknown, old and fierce. Feasting on its kin, countless lives have perished beneath its flames, and none have managed to subdue it. You are truly insane, Rhaegon. Despite her disapproval of Rhaegon's reckless endeavor, Rhaenyra commanded Alec to prepare a warhorse and all necessary provisions, including torches, and subsequently selected two young dragon knights to accompany Rhaegon to the distant Dragonstone. Rhaegon looked up at the sun, estimating it to be around 4 or 5 in the afternoon. Seizing the opportunity before twilight descended, he eagerly mounted his steed, instructing Lares to safeguard the ships, and set off with the dragon knights toward the billowing Dragonstone, while Elec led the patrol closely behind them. From the moment Rhaegon set foot on the sands of Dragonstone, the blood within him had been yearning with insatiable thirst. Chapter 47. The Devourer. You should not act so rashly, Your Highness, Elec attempted to dissuade the prince. The Devourer is an ancient, malevolent dragon. It will not submit to human control. You are placing yourself in extreme jeopardy, Your Highness. I am aware of my actions, my lord. A true dragon fears not the flames. Driven by urgency and excitement, Rhaegon galloped forward, and the group swiftly traversed the winding hills, soon arriving at the Dragonstone, the lair of wild dragons. It was an active volcano, akin to the fiery peaks in the ruins of Valyria, with thick plumes of smoke incessantly billowing from its towering crater. The entire Dragonstone was strewn with enormous white boulders, and the intense heat rendered the vegetation sparse. Even the few resilient wild grasses drooped under the scorching blaze. The ascent was steep, rendering horseback riding impossible. Rhaegon dismounted with the two dragon knights at the foot of the mountain, entrusting their trembling steeds to the accompanying patrol and declining their request to follow for protection. Feeling the surge of his awakening bloodline power, Rhaegon forged ahead toward the peak. The pungent scent of sulfur filled the nostrils of the trio, and as they ventured deeper, large piles of dragon dung occasionally came into view, the scorched ground indicating that a massive dragon had once cooked its prey here. As they ventured deeper, Rhaegon's expression grew increasingly animated. They ascended a ridge, following the guidance of the young dragon knight along the crest. In the next moment, while Rhaegon was lost in thought, the dragon knight abruptly seized his wrist. Puzzled, he turned back to discover a massive dragon, its hue reminiscent of mud, gazing at him from a nearby valley. This was an adult dragon, its brown scales rendering it both grotesque and menacing, with several slain sheep lying quietly beside it, its gaze fixated on Rhaegon from a distance. Sheep thief, Your Highness. The voice of the young dragon knight was decidedly cautious. Sheep thieves rarely harmed humans. They simply relished stealing the shepherd's sheep. And this one was the second largest wild dragon on the island, surpassed only by the glutton. Rhaegon nodded slightly, casting a brief glance at the mud-colored dragon before resolutely continuing his ascent. His singular objective was the glutton. The disdainful looks from the other foolish dragons were irksome to him. The trio continued along the ridge for quite some time until, at a certain moment, the power of his bloodline surged within Rhaegon, causing his face to flush crimson. A strong resonance from his lineage made his ears hum. Seeing the prince halt, the young dragon knight hurriedly gasped for breath, pointing toward a dark cave nestled in the mountainside, eager to introduce it to Rhaegon. However, before he could speak, a torrent of blazing emerald dragon fire erupted from the cave's entrance, instantly melting the towering boulders before them. A dark dragon head emerged from the green flames, roaring with unrestrained ferocity. A demon dragon! A demon dragon! The sudden appearance of the colossal creature sent another dragon knight fleeing in terror, and the anguished cries threw the leading knight into disarray. The two young dragon handlers, shrieking in panic, tumbled down the ridge in a frenzy. The emerald dragon fire exploded before Rigo, and even from a distance, the intense heat curled the strands of hair on his forehead. Glutton! Rigo shouted the name of the dragon in High Valyrian. The black dragon emerged from the vast cave, its fearsome maw agape, its furious roar reverberating throughout the dragon mountain. The exhilaration coursing through his blood had rapidly elevated Rigo's body temperature, beads of sweat from his climb transforming into rising mist from his neck. It felt just like the sensation he experienced with Sol. So familiar, so intimate. This delightful sense of kinship was akin to reuniting with a long-lost relative. With a thunderous roar that pierced the heavens, the demon dragon unleashed its wrath. Rigo gently set down his sword and torch at his feet, chanting the ancient Valyrian ballad inscribed within his bloodline, steadfastly advancing step by step toward the glutton. The colossal dragon lowered its immense head, its emerald gaze fixated on the approaching human. The familiar melody resonated warmly within its very essence, prompting it to gradually retract its outstretched wings. The elegantly poised tail swayed gently as it controlled its form, slowly crouching upon the ground, directing its head towards the newcomer. The ferocity and frenzy in its eyes were gradually subdued by an enveloping emotion, even its breath becoming notably softer. Rigo hummed an ancient tune, a fragment of memory inherited from his forebears, a secret technique passed down through the Domnall lineage. As Rigo drew closer to the devourer, his steps quickened, eventually breaking into a run. Though his breath came in hurried gasps, causing the melody to falter, the tranquil dragon remained unperturbed, even closing its eyes in contentment as the youth sprinted. "Ah, my dragon!" Rigo exclaimed with exhilaration, leaping high from a distance of 2 or 3 meters from the colossal dragon's snout, landing heavily upon the vast expanse of its nose. "Ha ha!" With his hands meeting the scorching scales of the devourer, Rigo laughed heartily, sprawling across its nose, his entire weight pressing down upon the great creature's head. The Valyrian dragon was indeed his destined companion. The flying creature born in the diminutive realm of Westeros was merely an ugly reptile. No arguments accepted. The devourer was immense, far surpassing the dream fire and sea smoke that Rigo had previously encountered, and was only slightly smaller than the legendary Valyrian. It opened its eyes to regard the boy resting upon its snout, its tail thumping against the ground with a resounding thud. Rigo, eager to soar upon its back, grasped the scales atop its nose with both hands and feet, attempting to climb onto the devourer's back. The dragon, slightly irked, suddenly exhaled forcefully through its nostrils. The sulphurous gust knocked Rigo to the ground, as its massive nostrils repeatedly sniffed at him, occasionally reaching out a claw to gently prod him. Though slightly painful, Rigo allowed the dragon to examine him, reminiscent of his initial encounter with Sol, a welcome from a Valyrian dragon, excluding Valyrian. Rigo could sense the devourer's emotions. From the very moment of contact, he felt the creature's state, loneliness, irritability, age, and a long-lost joy. After a thorough inspection, the dragon emitted a low, rumbling roar. Rigo quickly scrambled to his feet and swiftly climbed onto the devourer's back via the wings it had lowered. Riding without a saddle was perilous for a Targaryen. But he was a Domnall, having experienced countless unprotected flights. Sol had done it too. "Take flight, devourer!" Roar. The dragon let out a thunderous roar, its obsidian wings beating fiercely, soaring skyward amidst the youthful exuberance of Rigo's jubilant whistles. "Oh, I have a dragon again. Devourer! Hiss! Devourer! Hiss!" Chapter 48. A gathering of dragons. The stone drum tower stands majestically on the precipice of Dragonstone Island, its lofty spires offering a commanding view of the rugged terrain below, where jagged rocks form an impenetrable barrier. Recklessly, Rigo set his sights on the gluttonous butcher, and though Rhaenyra and Laenor attempted to dissuade him, their bond of kinship compelled them to ascend the tower upon their return, gazing towards the endless mountain ranges that cradled the castle. As twilight descended, the distant dragon mount resembled a colossal beast, gradually shrouding itself in the depths of shadow. Rhaenyra furrowed her brow, her emotions a tumultuous mix of dread. She feared for her new uncle's life beneath the flames of the glutton, for the Targaryens would lose a warrior stronger than demon. Yet she also dreaded the sight of him returning, mounted upon the glutton. A dragon, rivaling Vhagar, and perhaps even larger, loomed in her mind, and she understood the gravity of such a presence. "Rhaenyra, we must swiftly convey this news to the king," Laenor suggested, leaning against the stone wall of the tower. The handsome Ser Corlys Velaryon stood close by, his demeanor nonchalant as he idly groomed his nails, seemingly indifferent to the fate of a prince. If Rigo were to perish on Dragonstone, Perhaps the king would impart upon us a lesson we would not soon forget. Rhaenyra remained silent, her gaze fixed on the dimming horizon, while Laenor shrugged dismissively, exchanging a knowing glance with Corlys, who raised an eyebrow in a conspiratorial smile. The castle of Dragonstone was perched high upon a cliff, and behind it, a towering stone peak had been hollowed out to create a nest, where a vast dragon lair lay in slumber within the mountain's embrace. In an instant, a pair of golden eyes sprang wide open. With a crack, sharp claws gripped the edge of the platform, and orange flames ignited the dark cavern. The bronze-scaled dragon roared mightily, its brown wings thrumming violently as its massive form surged forth from its lair, ascending towards the mountaintop. Another roar echoed through the cave, and in the residual glow, a fleeting glimmer of silver scales vanished, a dark mass in swift pursuit of the bronze silhouette. Vermithrax. Rhaenyra's gaze snapped towards the dragon mount, the desolate dragon's roar resonating in her ears. She hurried to the edge of the tower, where, beneath the dimming sky, Vermithrax erupted from the mountain, unleashing a torrent of orange-red flames as it soared skyward. Vermithrax, the demon dragon. The onlookers atop the tower soon caught sight of the massive creature. Laenor, shaking off Corlys' grasp, approached Rhaenyra with a grave expression. Vermithrax has been dormant in Dragonmount. What could have roused it, and why such fury? Laenor's countenance faltered suddenly. Silver wings. What has transpired? As the fiery breath of the dragon from Longshan dissipated, a magnificent silver dragon, glimmering like Valyrian steel, emerged, gracefully soaring through the air with its powerful wings, swiftly catching up to the formidable Womazur. Rhaenyra, bearing a grave expression, fixated on Womazur and the ominous clouds ahead, an instinctive foreboding whispering to him that a formidable beast lurked within, one that even Womazur regarded with trepidation. Rhaego, you have another dragon, a guard suddenly shouted, pointing to the sky. Yet, even without his exclamation, the voracious emerald flames of the Greed Eater tore through the clouds, the dark dragon reveling in the scorching fire, advancing towards the two dragons below, who were on high alert. A roar echoed. Another ferocious dragon's roar followed. The sea smoke and Shurax sensed the impending threat and, with a thunderous roar, ascended from the earth, anxiously circling above the stone drum tower. Rhaego squinted, shaking off the flames that clung to his hair, and nonchalantly wiped his blood-stained sleeve across his face, commanding the Greed Eater to ascend higher, evading a direct confrontation with the two dragons. Upon their first encounter, Rhaego instantly recognized the two formidable dragons as among the top 5 in combat prowess within House Targaryen: the Bronze Fury, Womazur, and the Silver Wing, the Arrow of the Wind. In terms of size and age, Wagharl, nearing 2 centuries, undoubtedly held the title of the most powerful dragon of the family. Next in line was Dreamfire, but this dragon had been rendered ineffective, trapped in its lair, thus falling short against the younger Womazur, who might even surpass the 80-year-old Silverwing. Lastly, there was Demon's fledgling dragon, Caraxes, with the rest of the dragons lagging significantly in size, age, and combat capability. Before the Greed Eater stood the second-ranked Bronze Fury and Silver Wing, both hailing from the Isle of Mixed Dragons. Naturally, the Greed Eater and Womazur maintained their territories with little overlap. This time, the Greed Eater's sudden incursion onto Womazur's domain without regard for the usual boundaries incited Womazur's fury. A roar. The Greed Eater, displeased, bellowed at the two dragons but obediently climbed higher, circling leisurely in the sky to the left of the stone drum tower. Though confident in its ability to contend with Womazur, and perhaps hold its own against Silver Wing, the presence of 2 onlookers in the distance tempered its bravado. Aware of its many adversaries, the Greed Eater yielded to Rhaego's guidance. Seeing that the dragons had not engaged in battle, Rhaenyra exhaled a sigh of relief. Regardless of the outcome, the loss of either Womazur or Silver Wing would inflict an unbearable wound upon House Targaryen. Prince Rhaego. It is Prince Rhaego, a sharp-eyed guard, spotting the silhouette on the back of the Greed Eater as it circled closer to the watchtower, exclaimed with excitement. Prince Rhaego has tamed the Greed Eater. Is it true that he has succeeded, even with a dragon larger than Wagharl? The crowd atop the watchtower was abuzz with incredulity. Rhaego maneuvered the Devourer as it circled gracefully in the sky for a moment, discerning a few dragons that were wary of one another, thus lacking the inclination to engage in conflict. He commanded the Devourer to descend onto the sandy beach below, as landing on the castle would be more convenient for the night. However, fearing that his colossal form might inadvertently collapse the castle, he instructed the dragon to set down at a distance. With a resounding thud, he leapt from the dragoness back, resting his face against the Devourer's neck in delight, gently caressing its scales until it calmed and lay peacefully upon the ground. Only then did he make his way towards the awaiting Rhaenyra, surrounded by her guards. Wormsoul and the 4 silver-winged dragons observed the Devourer's serene presence on the beach and cautiously landed at a modest distance. Their eyes fixed on the savage dragon that delighted in devouring its kin. "Is your highness injured?" As Rigo approached Rhaenyra and the others, their gazes fell upon him. Bloodied and disheveled, his hair in disarray, prompting them to rush over in concern, signaling to the few common knights accompanying him to remain calm. Rigo accepted the cloak from Lares, hastily wiping the blood and remnants from his attire before offering a reassuring smile to the visibly unsettled Rhaenyra. "I encountered a sheep thief and a gray dragon in the valley of Dragon Mountain with the Devourer. He was so exhilarated that I did not restrain him from attacking. The thief escaped, and as for the gray dragon," he gestured to the blood and remnants adorning him. "It was torn apart by the Devourer mid-air. Its carcass now lies in the valley. I will need your assistance to send someone to retrieve it, as I still have use for it." Chapter 49. Home Invasion. Rhaenyra dispatched individuals to retrieve the carcass of the wild dragon Grey Shadow throughout the night, despite her discontent over the death of a dragon. The fact that Rigo had tamed the Devourer unsettled her even more. Rigo declined Rhaenyra and Laener's invitation to the banquet, not even entering the stone drum tower. He ordered Lares to oversee the establishment of a camp on the flat ground above the beach, while he set his tent beside the Devourer. After igniting a bonfire, Rigo sat before the flames, allowing his thoughts to delve into the system interface. Ding. System interface activated. Congratulations, host, for mastering the dragon and taming a formidable magical creature. Bloodline development progress, 10. Current development progress, 40. New trait acquired, fire immunity. The host is immune to all fire damage. Congratulations, host, for slaying a magical creature and absorbing its energy. Bloodline development progress, 5. Current development progress, 45. The overall attributes of the host are as follows. Host, Rigo Domner, gender, male, age, 18, bloodline 1. Bloodline of the ancient Valyrian Dragon King. Bloodline 2, Bloodfire affinity, affinity for bloodfire magic, current bloodline development progress, 45. Status, healthy, strong, joyful, traits, immune to all poisons, unburnt. This journey to Dragonstone Island proved most rewarding. My bloodline has developed by 15, and I have acquired the trait of unburnt, rendering me immune to all fire damage. Does this not imply that I shall no longer fear being scorched by dragon fire in future battles? With this, my partnership with the Devourer may indeed reign supreme across the lands. However, the Devourer has aged considerably, his strength waning severely, and he may not withstand the onslaught of multiple dragons. This is a matter of great concern. Rigo reflected upon his bountiful gains. Yet a grave issue loomed before him. The Devourer is decidedly too ancient, even older than Vagor. This brought to mind the memory of Syra, that grand maiden whom I had tamed when she was already 220 years old. Burdened by illness and age, she had but a decade of life remaining, and I failed to accompany her through those final years, leaving that gentle giant to slumber in the searing volcanic lake. What of the Devourer then? He too belongs to the Valyrian dragons. Rising, Rigo donned his cloak and approached the slumbering Devourer. The aged dragon sensed Rigo's presence, and his emerald vertical pupils opened, offering a tender, low whimper. Placing his hand upon the Devourer's wrinkled neck, Rigo called upon the system within his mind. System, assess the status of the Devourer. Beep. Magical creature detected, system scanning in progress. Race, dragon, current form, male dragon. Age, 227. Length, 130 meters. Wingspan, 345 meters. Current status. Content, aged, exuberant. Predicted remaining lifespan, unknown. Slightly smaller than Valyrian. At 227 years of age, hatched 2 years before the doom? Yet, why is the lifespan unknown? A negative sign? Leaning against the Devourer's body, Rigo sat down, gazing with curiosity at the data provided by the system. This marked the second time he had used the system to investigate a dragon. The first had been Syra. Yet, Syra had a definite lifespan limit. Could it be due to the influence of the cursed creatures? Perhaps I should try examining other dragons? As this thought blossomed, it swiftly spread through Rigo's mind, successfully distracting him from the unpleasantness experienced within the Dragonstone of King's Landing. Quietly rising, he surveyed his surroundings. His subordinates had already succumbed to sleep, and the distant lights of the stone drum tower flickered like stars, seemingly too far away to perceive. 2 unclaimed dragons lay sprawled upon the beach several kilometers away, with the Devourer at his side. A fortuitous opportunity presented itself. It is time to act. Resolutely, Rigo swiftly removed the noisy adornments from his person. soothingly patting the curious-eyed devourer, and stealthily made his way toward Woomisser and Silverwing. Two dragons appeared to be supervising the glutton, thus the landing spot was not far off. Rego soon arrived at a nearby location. After observing for a moment behind a rock, he confirmed that both dragons were deeply asleep before cautiously approaching the fearsome Vormisser. Just as Aemon Targaryen had once stealthily approached the slumbering Vagr, Rego felt no reason he could not do the same. His footsteps on the sandy ground were nearly inaudible. But just as he was about 100 meters away from Vormisser, the slumbering behemoth's nostrils twitched slightly. In the next instant, two golden, colossal eyes snapped open, fixating on the approaching figure. Rego halted abruptly, as the familiar greed and ferocity glimmered in Vormisser's gaze. Even the faint glow of dragon fire could be seen emanating from the slightly parted dragon maw. From a distance, a long, drawn-out breath echoed, causing the dragon fire Vormisser had been brewing to quickly dissipate. Casting wary glances at the presence behind Rego, he begrudgingly closed his eyes once more. Rego stiffly turned his head, discovering that the greedy dragon's head, which had been curled towards the tent, had now shifted to face him, its neck extending languidly with its chin comfortably resting on the beach, while a pair of emerald green eyes scrutinized him from afar. With an awkward chuckle and a wave of his hand, Rego felt an unsettling sensation akin to being caught in an affair by a rightful partner. Shaking his head to dispel the chaotic thoughts, he glanced at the now slumbering Vormisser. It was evidently clear that this Mr. Bronze Fury was not inclined to be hospitable, and he risked becoming mere dragon dung. No way. A strategic retreat was in order. Rego redirected his focus towards the Silverwing, further from the beach, only to discover that this beautiful and elegant dragon had already awakened. Silverwing had been awake since Vormisser stirred. She had sensed the alluring fragrance emanating from Rego as he stealthily approached the rocks, and had witnessed the intimidation that the glutton had instilled in Vormisser. With a posture akin to that of the glutton, her chin resting comfortably on the ground, her stunning ice-blue eyes gazed gently at Rego, who met her gaze. Sensing the warmth radiating from her, was the bloodline resonating within him? Rego felt astonished. Aside from the ancient Valyrian dragons, this was the second native Westerosi dragon to resonate with his bloodline. Moreover, there was delight. Rego stifled a cry of joy, his steps instinctively quickening as he approached Silverwing. What a magnificent dragon she was, an exquisite work of art. Not a single scratch marred her lustrous silver scales. The slender, proportionate dragon head possessed a rare elegance, and her ice-blue eyes exuded calmness and gentleness, devoid of the rage and ferocity found in other dragons. Silverwing, Rego murmured her name, tentatively placing his hands upon her immense dragon maw. The warmth and smoothness beneath his palm filled Rego with unbridled joy. With his silver-winged eyes gently closed, the long dragon tail glided softly over the beach, producing a distinct rustling sound. However, it was the system's notification that truly astonished him. Chapter 50. Dragon Tamer. Congratulations, host, on earning the recognition of the mighty dragon and subjugating a formidable magical creature. Bloodline development progress, 5. Current development progress, 50. You have acquired a new trait, Dragon Tamer. True companions are each other's salvation. Share your magic with them, and you shall receive even greater surprises. Dragon Tamer? Share magic with them? Suddenly, Rego was struck by a groundbreaking revelation. As he felt his body blaze with warmth upon reaching a bloodline development of 50, something profound began to gestate within him. The soreness from riding the glutton rapidly receded, and even the hair between his brows shimmered with a radiant silver. According to the system, tangible magic was now manifesting within him, and it was under his control. Raising his right hand, he felt the ethereal energy coalesce upon his palm. Pressing his hand against the expansive muzzle of the silver-winged dragon, Rego channeled the energy into its body. The colossal wings of Silverwing trembled with delight, its eyes narrowing in satisfaction as it emitted a purring sound akin to that of a contented feline. Indeed, it was as he had surmised. Thrilled, Rego withdrew his hand and attempted to launch the magic into the air, but the endeavor ended in failure. Gently caressing Silverwing's snout, he summoned the system once more to assess the dragon's condition. Ding. Magical creature detected. System scanning. Species: dragon. Current form: female. Age: 75. Length: 96 meters. Wingspan: 223 meters. Current status: content: healthy. Excited. Predicted remaining lifespan: unknown. Dragon Tamer. Bloodline evolution in progress. The bloodfire magic within him had the potential to evolve the dragon's bloodline, and the indication of an extended lifespan. Was this a sign that Silverwing's lifespan was increasing? It must be. This was the essence of a chosen one. He reflected on his previous days in King's Landing, filled with trepidation, suffocating in foul air, harassed by the likes of the Lady of the Waves, and tormented by a host of unsightly dragons. Had he known to accompany Corlys to Westeros, he would have made his first stop at Dragonstone, avoiding such indignities altogether. Humph. With this thought, Rhaego cast a defiant glare at the slumbering Vormisow in the distance. You disregard me, do you? You, ugly dragon, wish to feast upon me? Then I shall take your mate. With a mischievous grin, Rhaego leaned against Silverwing's muzzle, utterly satisfied. After spending a little more time with Silverwing, he utilized the swiftly established bloodline connection to instruct her to remain there as he turned to return to his tent. He needed to soothe the glutton's emotions, ensuring that this massive creature would accept Silverwing's presence. Dragons were inherently proud beings. Should the glutton harbor any ill feelings and confront Silverwing, it would put him in an awkward position. Moreover, it is of utmost importance for him to experiment with the effects of his dragon tamer abilities on the glutton. Returning to the original camp, Rhaego plopped down in front of the glutton, feeling the weight of exhaustion from a day filled with sailing, climbing, taming dragons, and even abducting another dragoness mate. Despite his robust physique, fatigue had clearly taken its toll. The glutton arched its neck, encircling Rhaego in a protective embrace, its massive head resting quietly before him, resembling a small mountain. What a magnificent and generous dragon. Rhaego caressed the glutton's scales, channeling magic into his palms. Let me see if this will benefit you, my colossal friend. A barely audible hum resonated within Rhaego as he summoned his magic, which was absorbed by the glutton's body with an insatiable hunger. The dragon's throat emitted a rumbling sound, reminiscent of the earlier silver wing, evidently relishing Rhaego's efforts. After approximately half an hour, Rhaego abruptly withdrew his hands from the dragoness body, a wave of intense dizziness overwhelming him, accompanied by relentless nausea and a splitting headache. Pressing his fingers against his temples, Rhaego managed a wry smile. He had presumed his internal magic would remain inexhaustible. However, it was his mental stamina that faltered first, leaving him in agony. Following this experiment, Rhaego discovered that his magical energy was indeed virtually limitless. Whatever he imparted to the glutton was replenished within him. Yet, his mental vigor could only endure for half an hour. Beyond that, he feared dire consequences. It was wise to pause for recovery after 40 to 50 minutes, as a throbbing head was hardly pleasant. After a brief respite, feeling some relief from his headache, Rhaego reached out once more. Placing his right hand upon the glutton's scales, his thoughts stirring, he initiated a scan of the glutton's information. Ding. Magical creature detected, system scanning. Species, Dragon age, 227 current form. Male length, 130 meters wingspan, 345 meters current status. Content, aging. Excited estimated remaining lifespan. Unknown dragon tamer. Recovery, in progress. The lifespan indicator transformed into a plus sign. The dragon tamer's status shifted to recovery, suggesting that the glutton's body must be restored to its prime for its bloodline to evolve, akin to the silver wing. Contemplating this, Rhaego realized that the traits of the dragon tamer and his internal bloodfire magic could indeed alter the glutton's aged condition, allowing him to finally relax. It was now time to consider a retreat. During his journey to Dragonstone Island, he had tamed 2 dragons, developed his bloodline to 50, and awakened the formidable traits of the Unburnt, and, most importantly, the dragon tamer. Rhaego resolved to depart at dawn, planning to reach the Stone Dance City at Cape Marseille first. Although it is evident that Viserys has devised alternative plans and considerations, at the time of his arrival in King's Landing, I was devoid of dragons, and my attempts at taming them in the dragon lair were met with failure. However, the present circumstances differ. I now possess 2 formidable dragons, namely the Greedy One and Silverwing, whose might surpasses Viserys' control. Furthermore, my ability to tame 2 dragons suggests the potential to master a 3rd or even a 4th, should this news circulate. Even those already in possession of dragons may harbor animosity towards me, which is far from advantageous. If Viserys perceives me as a threat to the Targaryen reign, he may issue a decree for my elimination. Remaining on Dragonstone would be akin to walking into a trap, especially with the presence of Vhagar on Driftmark. Recently, it appears that Daemon intends to wed Lena, and perhaps even Caraxes is present. The bloodworms are indeed perilous. My aging Greedy One has already garnered a notorious reputation among the dragon kin. Should conflict arise, it is likely that these dragons would feast upon me. A gentleman does not place himself beneath a precarious wall. I shall first journey to Dragonstone, prepared for any eventuality. If Viserys remains unresponsive, we shall rejoice, and I will continue my endeavors in Westeros to fully awaken my bloodline. However, if Viserys becomes truly incensed, I cannot outrun him. For the coastal defenses at Massey S. Hook are absent, and the troops previously stationed at Driftmark have retreated. Should the situation turn dire, I will flee with Greedy One and Silverwing, and if necessary, return to Valyria, awaiting the conclusion of the Targaryen civil war before returning to teach them their place. Thus, this is a most agreeable decision. Time for slumber, for at dawn, I shall set forth for Dragonstone. Chapter 51. The dragons will not be unleashed, your majesty. You are toying with fire. In the Red Keep, Viserys' chamber, Corlys Velaryon wore a grim expression, striking the armrests of his chair with a resounding thud. The raven from Dragonstone bore alarming news. That deceiver altered his course and landed on Dragonstone by afternoon. You must comprehend the peril of allowing a highborn dragon lord to possess dragons, as his ancestors long oppressed the Targaryens. We command 9 rideable dragons, while he possesses but 1, 9 versus 1, Corlys. Viserys leaned forward, placing his hands on the table, his back wound throbbing painfully, causing his brow to furrow. His darkened lips and sunken eyes rendered him a specter of exhaustion. He is but an inconsequential pawn. Then you should have severed his head upon discovering his wretched House Domnall lineage. Corlys spat, pacing anxiously before the king's creation. Damn that Domnall. Buried beneath volcanic ash and the corners of forgotten pages. And damn Barnes too. Sir Corlys, we have all but forgotten the memories of Valyria. Casting aside the tomes that chronicle our history, it was Master Barnes who unearthed the accounts of Domnall amidst the decaying remnants of literature. He served the realm well. And you ought not to disrespect the deceased. You speak truth, Viserys. The sea snake gasped, the flames of fury blazing within his eyes. The reason that the sea serpent, having weathered both storms and glories, felt such ire was due to the young man he had willingly brought back to King's Landing. The presence of Rhaego had instilled profound doubts in Viserys regarding the loyalty of House Velaryon. Fortunately, after an entire night of discourse between the two and the subsequent marriage alliance of their offspring, some semblance of friendship between the families was restored. However, Corlys understood that Viserys had grown dissatisfied and suspicious of him for his steadfast support of Rhaego. In the perilous game of power, even the slightest doubt among allies is an intolerable risk. Thus, upon learning that Viserys would easily release that wretched deceiver from King's Landing and even permit him to set foot on Dragonstone, Corlys' composure began to unravel. He had personally returned this threat to King's Landing aboard a Valyrian warship, and from that moment, he would bear a share of every harm Rhaego inflicted upon the realm. You have acted too hastily, Corlys. You have naively believed his words based solely on a stolen sigil, leading us astray in our judgment, Viserys chastised. His gaze fixed on the furious sea serpent. It is my fault, but he should never have been allowed into the dragon's lair of King's Landing. And you certainly should not have released him, nor permitted him to board a ship from Driftmark. Fortune will not always favor us. We are all aware of Demon's capabilities. He will inevitably tame the dragon and escape your control. No, Corlys, a single dragon cannot alter the grand design. Storm's End and Dragonstone will keep a watchful eye on him. He will follow the course I have charted. Sipping a glass of exquisite wine, Viserys raised his goblet, signaling the standing Corlys to relax, his tone calm and self-assured as he sought to clarify matters for his esteemed master of ships. Corlys, I cannot abide a fractured kingdom. But after my demise, no one will be able to restrain them. You comprehend my meaning. Noticing the sea serpent's silence, Viserys continued with a somber gaze. Power has corrupted my family and has clouded your judgment. I require Rhaego to awaken Rhaenyra and Alicent for me. I need him to dispel the fog that blinds you. And I need him to remedy the kingdom's afflictions. As Viserys elucidated, Corlys gradually calmed, silently taking a seat and meeting the weary king's eyes. Your Majesty, you understand the consequences of a dragon running amok. A dragon will not run amok. Corlys. Viserys' voice rose sharply. The dragon will aid me in subjugating the Stepstones, quelling the insurrection brewing in Dorne, and uniting my family, after which they shall embrace their fates. The dragon will not run amok. Coughing violently, Viserys' body curled painfully in the chair, dark blood seeping from his nostrils, trickling onto the floor. Corlys, with a grave expression, sprang to his feet and rushed to support the trembling king. The Seven have cursed me, but they have also bestowed upon me a means to resolve this predicament. Viserys uttered weakly, allowing the sea serpent to guide him to the bed, where he closed his eyes in exhaustion. Tomorrow, I shall embark on my journey back to Tiaotu Island. Corlys has settled Viserion and turned to seek out the maesters for the king's treatment. Pausing briefly at the threshold, I will keep a watchful eye on him, hoping your judgment will not jeopardize the realm. Let us hope that the dragon does not spiral into chaos. The undercurrents ripple outward from the towering Red Keep in King's Landing as dawn breaks. The king has cancelled today's audience, delegating all political matters to Prime Minister Sir Leonos, who wields full authority. The Valyrian warship, adorned with the white seahorse emblem, has set sail from the port of King's Landing, with the sea serpent standing at the bow, gazing wistfully towards the distant point. On the King's Road, the horses of the King's Guard gallop towards the Vale, while the ravens atop the Red keep caw and take flight towards the old town in the south. On Dragonstone, Laenor directs his men to transfer the body of Vagr to the warship, while Rhaenyra stands atop the towering watchtower, her eyes wide with astonishment as she watches the circling silver wings around the warship and the lurking Vagr nearby, her nails digging deeply into her palm. With sails raised and no elaborate farewells, Rhaego has arranged for his men to prepare the warship early. The patrols of Dragonstone bid farewell to the princess before he gracefully mounts Vagr's back, soaring towards Cape Marseille amidst the dragon's roar. Silverwing elegantly follows closely, as the warship creaks and groans into motion, guided by the heavens towards the tranquil sea. Whoa, whoa. Vagr's helpless cries echo above Dragonstone, calling back the wandering Silverwing. The anguish in her voice sends sea smoke and Syrax far away, fearing to become the target of her ire. Dracarys, roar. Whoa. The emerald and crimson flames collide high above, as Rhaego laughs, weaving through the fiery clouds formed by the dragon's breath, his exuberant shouts resounding. Ascend, Silverwing. Commanding Vagr to dive towards the sea, Rhaego attempts to summon Silverwing to rise through the instinctive connection in his blood. The silver dragon gracefully spirals, roaring with delight, shooting towards the heavens like a sharp arrow, vanishing into the thick clouds. Swoosh! Vagr swiftly schemes over the sea, her claws slicing through the surface, then suddenly surging upward with a fierce roar. Dracarys, roar! Crimson flames burst violently from the clouds, intertwining with the emerald dragon fire below, painting the sky in vibrant splendor. Chapter 52. Point Rhaego dances in the air atop Vagr, harmonizing with Silverwing as they unleash their fiery breath, reveling in the freedom of the skies. A trio of joy awaiting the fleet below. Vagr gradually grows accustomed to Silverwing's presence, permitting the beautiful silver dragon to spiral alongside her, while Silverwing swiftly overcomes her fear of Vagr, executing various dazzling maneuvers in accordance with Rhaego's commands. The maneuvers of the Cobra and the Kovachu pendulum, along with the falling leaf, have become second nature to modern fighter pilots, and the title of arrow released from the bow is indeed well-deserved. Dragonstone Island lies not far from the jagged coast, and after thoroughly enjoying themselves, Rhaego soared ahead with his two dragons toward their destination. The glutton descended upon the cliff top at the Sharp Point Beach, proudly extending its long neck over the precipice and roaring joyfully at the sea below. The Silverwing responded to its roar, gracefully spiraling down to land beside Rhaego, the gust of wind it stirred causing him to stagger back a few steps, ultimately collapsing against the glutton's wing. Ha ha ha! Reclining comfortably with his hands behind his head, the cool sea breeze countered the heat radiating from the great dragon, lulling Rhaego into a state of drowsiness. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The glutton engaged in a quiet exchange with the Silverwing, prompting a knowing smile from Rhaego. This was precisely the scenario he had hoped for. The Silverwing possessed a delightful temperament, and compared to the other dragons of the family, she could be deemed quite amiable. With formidable strength, an elegant presence, and a gentle disposition, she was indeed the dream dragon of many. In stark contrast to the gentle Silverwing, the glutton embodied the archetype of a villain, greedy, violent, and cunning. Having even resorted to cannibalism, it had rendered itself a pariah among dragons. After taming the Silverwing last night, Rhaego had worried that the two dragons might clash, but fortunately, such a conflict never arose. Through the past couple of days of interaction, Rhaego began to comprehend the glutton's perspective towards other dragons. As a dragon from ancient Valyria, it possessed the finest draconic genes and combat instincts. In its eyes, only dragons born of Valyria, like Sol and the Black Death Balerion, could be considered kin. Dragons originating from Westeros, however, likely appeared to the glutton as mere inferior creatures of similar size, never qualifying to be regarded as kin. Much like humans perceive gorillas and monkeys, the glutton inherently did not consider Westerosi dragons as equals to it. They were no different from sheep grazing on the ground or large fish swimming in the sea, merely delectable meals. Indeed, the flesh and blood of dragons, infused with magical elements, were far more appetizing than sheep or fish, which explains the glutton's fervor for hunting dragons and their eggs. Who could resist such a sumptuous and nourishing feast? Rhaego had no doubt that prior to his taming of Silverwing, the glutton viewed her as a massive, walking, nourishing delicacy. If it were to encounter the solitary Silverwing in private, the culinary enthusiast of Dragonstone Island would likely have no qualms about turning her into its next meal. However, due to Rigo's successful taming of the Silverwing and the establishment of a bloodline connection akin to that with the Devourer, an unspoken bond began to form between him and the Silverwing. This prompted him to temper his ferocity and embrace the notion of this creature as a companion. As for a deeper acceptance of the Silverwing on a species level, perhaps only time spent together could achieve that. Unbeknownst to him, Rigo drifted into slumber upon the wings of the Devourer, his magic gradually flowing into the creature's body under the subconscious control of his mind, rendering the colossal being drowsy as well. At that moment, the ever-watchful spirit of the Silverwing remained vigilant over the sea, and upon spotting two grand ships adorned with the three-headed dragon banner, it let out a roar that roused Rigo from his sleep. From a cartographic perspective, one would observe that the terrain of Cape Marseille resembles a colossal dragon extending its head towards Blackwater Bay. The dragon's neck and head delineate the boundaries of Cape Marseille, with the tip of the head representing the location of the sharp point, where Rigo currently finds himself. The coastline at this sharp point is characterized by sheer cliffs, devoid of any ports for vessels to dock or areas for infantry to disembark, compelling the fleet to navigate southeast along the cliffs until they reach the Stone Dance City before they can anchor. Stone Dance City, the largest urban center in the Cape Marseille region, is also the fief bestowed upon Rigo by Viserys. The entirety of Cape Marseille, including the northern regions of the Western Royal Forest and the northern areas of the Eastern Grass Hall, was once governed by the jurisdiction of Stone Dance City, distinctly separated from the Stormlands to the south. Given its paramount strategic significance, the Targaryen monarchs have historically been reluctant to entrust it to the Baratheon family of the Stormlands, opting instead to designate it as a territory akin to Dragonstone, manned alternately by royal family members or the Valyrian and Celtigar houses. Prior to Rigo's elevation to Prince of Stone Dance City, the guardianship of the Sharp Point was held by the soldiers of House Valyrian, known as the Sea Serpent, with his brother, Waymond Valyrian, frequently stationed at Stone Dance City. Following Rigo's appointment, Waymond withdrew all soldiers from Driftmark under the orders of Corlys. Although the two brothers from Driftmark held considerable renown across the Seven Kingdoms and had triumphed alongside Daemon in the Battle of the Stepstones, in Rigo's eyes, Waymond was decidedly inexperienced in matters of warfare. During his earlier descent, overwhelmed with excitement, he had not meticulously observed the defenses of the Sharp Point. Now, as he surveyed his surroundings, disappointment washed over him at the absence of the Driftmark soldiers. This location, an absolute high ground, a veritable natural battlefield with potential for flanking maneuvers from multiple fronts, was equipped with merely a few meters high lookout tower. Only a singular structure for observing enemy movements existed, and aside from that, there were no signs of fortifications, just bare rocks scattered about, carelessly disregarding the critical strategic significance of this narrow throat. In such a favorable geographic position, one need not even consider deploying modern artillery. Even the placement of formidable crossbows or catapults could inflict substantial damage upon any invading foe. Yet here we are. Rigo circled above the spires of Dragonstone, casting a significant shadow over the military prowess of the indigenous inhabitants of Westeros. Below, apart from an unattended watchtower, long bereft of guardianship, only crumbling rocks and wild grasses remained. Rigo let out a prolonged whistle, guiding his dragons, Drogon and Viserion, to pursue the fleet heading southeast. Dragonstone served primarily as a garrison city, and aside from the soldiers, its permanent populace consisted of but a few civilians and nobles. Following the withdrawal of the soldiers from Driftmark, the entire city abruptly felt desolate. The Stormlands were perpetually battered by ferocious gales from the narrow sea. With Cape missiles standing defiantly amidst the tempest, storms and rain were commonplace, rendering the land's yield extraordinarily meager. Consequently, very few commoners and nobles were inclined to dwell in Dragonstone for any length of time. Thus, when two colossal dragons descended from the heavens and landed outside the modest city walls, it elicited little more than a mild stir of curiosity. Chapter 53. Dragonstone. The dilapidated city gates stood wide open, and despite the rare pleasant weather, scarcely a soul traversed the streets outside. The port of Dragonstone lay to the southeast of the gates, appearing both run-down and confined. Rigo lingered en route, captivated by the scenery. By the time the dragons landed, Larys had already directed his men to moor their warships at the aging docks and were fervently unloading cargo. Upon departing from King's Landing, Viserys had allocated a substantial supply of provisions, filling one ship with food and textiles, while another carried numerous chests of golden dragons, an array of weaponry, and dozens of warhorses. Although the king's resources were relatively plentiful, Rigo, observing the paltry few civilians who timidly ascended the battlements, their expressions marked by trepidation, felt no joy in his heart. What a desolate place this is. Where are your trousers, good sir, atop the walls? And you, madam, what has become of your decorum? The state of these people could scarcely be described as ragged. Many were devoid of clothing altogether, with most draped in tattered scraps. They gazed vacantly at the bustling port, their countenances resembling those of the undead, while the formidable dragons, towering above the walls, seemed less enticing than mere sacks of grain. Could it be that that cursed Waymond had pillaged Dragonstone before departing? Rigo could not help but ponder, as the sight before him was utterly surreal. It was hard to believe that a city long under the direct governance of the Targaryen dynasty and two Valyrian houses could have descended into such despair. In a fleeting moment, Rigo imagined he had returned to the ruins of Valyria, standing not among the subjects of the Seven Kingdoms, but rather amongst the afflicted souls of the Greyscale plague. Dismounting from his dragon with a heavy heart, Rigo patted the necks of Drogon and Viserion, cautioning them not to wreak havoc upon the city or harm its inhabitants. He adjusted the sorrowful blade Dawn, steeling himself as he approached the city gates. Lares, having organized the affairs, rode forth on a warhorse, the sound of hooves echoing as he made his way toward Rigo. His Highness Prince Lares awkwardly dismounted and respectfully bowed towards Rigo. Yet his gaze drifted far beyond to the imposing figures of two colossal dragons perched menacingly by the city walls. He commanded others to unload the cargo from the ships and to arm themselves with swords, lest these lifeless, zombie-like civilians attempt to plunder. Bring a few capable hands and follow me into the city. Yes, Your Highness. Lares swiftly relayed the orders, then led 5 tall and robust knights as they closely followed Rigo through the gates of Stone Dance City. The entrance was brief, and soon they stepped into the heart of the city. The sight before Rigo caused his pupils to constrict sharply, and his heart momentarily tightened. He had previously wondered why only adults and a scarce few elders were visible atop the walls, without a single child in sight. Little did he know that the children had congregated beneath the inner city walls. What unfolded before Rigo's eyes resembled a glaring inferno of human suffering. What does it mean to be skin and bones? Rigo was now a witness to this grim reality. Can one imagine a boy with a disproportionately large head? Limbs so frail they seemed capable of snapping in a gust of wind. His bare torso appeared as though flesh had been sheared away, revealing the horrifying contours of his ribs and sternum. Most terrifying of all, he was not alone. There were hundreds of such children. As they passed through the city gates, a multitude of numb, yearning eyes turned towards them in unison. Lares, standing beside Rigo, felt his body stiffen, as if he had become a fish on a chopping board, helplessly scrutinized by a throng of famished diners. The 5 towering knights, recognizing the imminent peril, swiftly drew their long swords, encircling Rigo and Lares for protection. This is the world as it is, Rigo reminded himself, acknowledging that this scene was the harsh norm of Westeros. Nobles and affluent knights monopolized 90% of the resources, while the impoverished knights fought over a mere 9%, leaving perhaps only 1% for the vast majority of the common folk, a fate that sealed their tragic end. Observing the conditions within the city, Rigo understood the scene that must have unfolded when the soldiers of Tide's Head Island departed. It was likely that Corlys had realized his identity, and thus, when ordering Waymond to retreat, they had stripped the city of all its food and cloth, perhaps even seizing the meager provisions from the homes of the citizens. As nearly 20 days had elapsed since Rigo was named Prince of Stone Dance City by Viserys, these people had endured a desperate struggle without clothing or sustenance for 2 long weeks. Casting a cold glance at the pitifully few elderly on the walls, Rigo felt a surge of nausea rising within him, barely managing to suppress it. Lares, send more men into the city to find large pots and bring them to the gates for porridge. Instruct them not to scatter, to keep their weapons ready, and to remain vigilant. At once, Your Highness. Lares' voice was remarkably dry, forcing himself to command his stiffened legs to carry out the task. Rigo deliberately raised his voice, ensuring that many could hear his words. The once vacant expressions of the crowd gradually ignited with a spark of hope, and the hushed silence that had instilled fear was finally broken by the soft murmur of conversation. The common folk stumbled towards Rigo and his companions, some already in tears. Step back. Step back. For heaven's sake, do not approach. Step back. With a resounding clang, the common knight Bronhorn struck his longsword forcefully against the ground, sending sparks flying from the point of contact, the finely forged steel blade bending slightly under the tremendous force. Fortunately, he successfully deterred the approaching citizens, who realized that their actions had led to a misunderstanding with Rigo and the others. A few elderly men, trembling with age, emerged from the crowd and dropped to their knees before Rego, and soon, the entire assembly followed suit, their soft sobs resonating throughout the throng, quickly spreading like wildfire. The heart-wrenching cries echoed through the stone city of Dance of Stones. The glutton and the silverwing were drawn to the thunderous lamentations, their massive heads curiously peering over the city walls, staring down at the sea of kneeling figures below. A stifled gasp rippled through the crowd as the imposing dragon heads loomed above, infusing the city with a semblance of life. Rego felt a heaviness in his eyes. To maintain his authoritative image before his subordinates, he swiftly turned and strode towards the city gates. The guards moved with alacrity, quickly setting up several large cauldrons at the entrance. A bold woman tentatively approached to assist, and upon seeing the knights did not refuse her help, more women joined in. Soon, they had prepared several pots of thick porridge. Laris organized a few individuals to distribute the food and limped over to Rego's side. "My lord, it is advisable for you to present yourself before them more often, allowing them to remember your kindness," Laris suggested. Rego rolled his eyes in silence, rejecting Laris's proposal. He had no desire to face a throng of emaciated, desperate individuals at the moment. "Let them eat their fill and regain their humanity first," he replied. "Laris, it matters not whether they remember my kindness. It is sufficient that they remember the hatred for Valyrian." At these words, Laris's previously calm demeanor briefly flickered with surprise. He bowed slightly, concealing the glimmer of insight in his eyes, before quietly retreating. Chapter 54. Scarcity and Forging. My lord, most of the grain and fabric we brought from King's Landing have been distributed to the citizens of the city. The remaining supplies will only last for 2 months, and the soldiers are beginning to voice their concerns. In the grandest edifice of Dragonstone, Laurie sat at the lower end of the long table, reporting to the lord seated at the head, Rego, regarding the specifics of the disaster relief efforts. Under Rego's command, the knights who accompanied him distributed all the resources granted by Viserys. At the city gates, beneath the enormous cauldron simmering with porridge, flames blazed throughout the night, nourishing the once numb and despairing populace of Dragonstone, who were now filled with sustenance and clothed, rekindling a flicker of hope within the city. Laughter from children occasionally echoed amidst the warm glow of countless hearths. Yet, Rego found little reason to smile. The funds and provisions for the past 2 months offered no foundation for complacency, although there remained several chests of gold dragons. They were but a drop in the ocean for the thousands of soldiers and civilians in Dragonstone. Frustrated, he rubbed his face and glanced at Laris, whose expression mirrored his own sorrow. In a low voice, Rego inquired, "Laris, what did the townsfolk rely on for survival before our arrival?" Laris offered a bitter smile and shook his head in resignation. "Your Grace, the answer is hard to fathom. Most able-bodied individuals in this city are blacksmiths who, in their daily toil, forge long swords and spears for the garrison and the nobility, exchanging their labor for meager rations. Do they not possess any land?" Rego pressed. "Indeed, Your Grace," Laris replied. "The entirety of Dragonstone, from the surface to the depths, is riddled with stone. The northern regions are rich in red iron ore, while the northern shores are strewn with rocks, the earth laid bare, leaving no soil to cultivate sustenance. What manner of cursed place is this? What of the previous garrison? The Crown, the Valyrians, the Celtigars? From whence did they source their supplies?" Laris hesitated for a moment, treading carefully before responding, "Your Grace, the previous garrison procured their own provisions. The Crown drew from King's Landing, while the Valyrians and Celtigars transported supplies from their own domains. The resources allocated to us by His Majesty Viserys are merely temporary. Future provisions will require your own resolution." "Oh, so Viserys has bequeathed me a barren wasteland to fend for myself." For a fleeting moment, Rego contemplated relinquishing his burdens, wishing to soar atop the hunger and silverwing to King's Landing and deliver a piece of his mind to Viserys, demanding guidance on how to sustain 1,000 souls in this forsaken place, where even the elderly had been reduced to mere rations. Taking a deep breath, Rego endeavored to temper his rising agitation and stood, beckoning Laris to accompany him. "Take me to see the blacksmith's workshop." "Yes, Your Grace." Aside from the abundant deposits of iron ore in the vast northern territories, Dragonstone possessed little in the way of valuable resources. If Rego hoped to enable the residents of Dragonstone to sustain themselves, he would need to first leverage their expertise in blacksmithing, postponing any further plans for the time being. Moreover, he had a nascent idea regarding their craft that might prove beneficial. The city of Stone Dance is relatively modest in size, approximately 1/5 that of King's Landing. In stark contrast to the opulence of the latter, Stone Dance presents itself as a remote and impoverished locale. The dwellings within the city are predominantly constructed of stone, uniformly low and dilapidated, including the Lord's Manor where Rigo resides. The overall layout of the city is chaotic and disorderly. Upon entering through the city gates, one encounters a vast square, typically utilized for mustering troops. Beyond the square lies a series of stone houses, serving as the abodes of the common folk. However, most of these residences stand vacant, their former occupants being the lovers or illegitimate offspring of soldiers from Tidal Island, who departed alongside the Valyrian forces during their withdrawal. The Lord's Manor occupies a central position within the city, while the blacksmith's quarters are situated towards the east, near a concealed river that flows through the urban landscape, providing convenient access to water. As Rigo and his companion Laris departed from the castle, they traversed the disordered residential area, arriving at the eastern quarter, permeated with the acrid scent of smoke and iron. Years of smelting have left the stone houses in a soot-stained condition, with most doors ajar. Rigo methodically opened each door to investigate, finding the interiors predominantly disheveled, though replete with the necessary tools and materials for blacksmithing. Due to the distribution of porridge and supplies at the city gates, the blacksmiths had returned home to collect provisions, rendering the eastern quarter nearly devoid of inhabitants. After a cursory inspection, Rigo noted that while the blacksmiths' workshops appeared quite humble, they sufficiently met his requirements. Understanding that mere charity would be futile in sustaining the ravenous populace, and lacking any ambitions for territorial expansion with minimal demand for weaponry, he realized the necessity for an industry that demanded little labor yet promised substantial profit. After hearing Laris's descriptions of the resources and industries at Cape Marseille, a notion began to take shape in Rigo's mind. He now needed to conduct a small experiment to ascertain the viability of his idea. Fetch the most skilled blacksmith in the city, he commanded. A knight promptly departed and soon returned, bringing with him a middle-aged man of around 40, who was dragged along by the soldiers. The man's pallid face was etched with fear, while a frail woman behind him held a weeping boy, their expressions mirroring the anxiety of the crowd of commoners who had gathered nearby, watching the unfolding scene. What is the meaning of this? Show some kindness towards the residents. Rigo admonished his brutish subordinate before turning his gaze to the troubled blacksmith. What is your name? Arthur, my lord, the man replied, trembling. Very well, Arthur. You are the finest craftsman in the city. I require you to forge a long sword with utmost speed, ensuring its quality. Upon completion, you shall be rewarded with a golden dragon. Arthur cautiously raised his gaze to the striking young nobleman before him. The generous bounty of a golden dragon was sufficient to tempt one to barter away their very life, let alone the mere task of forging a longsword. My lord, may I enlist a few companions to assist in the crafting? We could share the reward. Very well, seek out your allies at once. I require only a worthy longsword. Upon its completion, each of you shall receive a golden dragon. Ah, thank you, my lord. Thank you. With newfound enthusiasm, Arthur hurriedly sought out 3 young men among the crowd. Upon revealing the bounty offered by Rigo, the 4 of them, overwhelmed with gratitude, rushed into a nearby blacksmith's shop, fervently stoking the forge and crafting the longsword. The news of the new lord commissioning Arthur to forge a longsword for the price of a golden dragon spread rapidly, drawing an increasing throng of townsfolk to gather outside the blacksmith's shop. Rigo arranged for several chairs to be brought, and he and Laris sat outside the forge, awaiting the completion of the longsword. True to his reputation as the strongest blacksmith in the city, and with the assistance of the 3 young men, Arthur presented a beautifully crafted 2-handed longsword before Rigo in just 2 hours. This was the most common type of Valyrian steel sword, its blade glinting silver from the recent quenching. After testing the sword's quality with a few strikes against wood, Rigo led a throng of eager onlookers toward the city gate, where the glutton lay in wait. This giant would play the pivotal role in the ensuing endeavor. With a subtle infusion of magical energy coursing through his fingers, Rigo stood before the glutton, laying the steel sword flat upon the ground, gazing at the lethargic beast, for the outcome rested upon this moment. Dracaries. Chapter 55. Valyrian steel. A roar erupted as emerald flames poured forth from the glutton's maw, swiftly engulfing the longsword on the ground, the intense heat igniting even the surrounding rocks. Oh my! The gathered civilians atop the city walls and at the gate were taken aback by the dragon's fiery breath. Even at a distance, the scorching heat was palpable, causing some timid children to break into tears. The ferocious flames reduced stones to ashes, burning for an extended period before finally subsiding. Under the watchful eyes of all, a silver longsword lay quietly amidst the remnants, its blade unscathed by the dragon fire. The midday sun reflecting off its edge, emanating a chilling, formidable glint. The long sword had not been incinerated by the dragon fire. Rigo, pleasantly surprised, swiftly approached. Your Grace. However, before Laris could voice his concerns, he watched as Rigo grasped the still-hot longsword in his hand, effortlessly swinging it from side to side as if the searing heat were non-existent. A chorus of gasps filled the air. The knights and commoners stood in astonishment, gazing at the composed Rigo as an inexplicable atmosphere began to pervade the crowd. The youthful men's eyes glinted with fervor, while the surviving elders staggered to their knees, murmuring incantations under their breath. Yet, the protagonist Rigo remained oblivious, his focus entirely fixated on the long sword in his grasp. Originally forged by Arthur and his companions, this sword was merely an ordinary longsword, the most common type in Westeros. Even though it was crafted with exceptional skill, rendering it far superior in strength to other mundane swords, it still appeared unremarkable. Rigo had no doubt that his colossal sword, Dawn, could cleave it in two with a mere clash. However, after he infused the blade with fire magic and tempered it in the flames of the Devourer, the once unassuming sword transformed into a radiant weapon, gleaming with a chilling light. Intricate and mysterious cloud patterns spiraled along the blade, subtly shifting in the sunlight, which was refracted into resplendent hues, further enhancing the sword's extraordinary elegance. Clang! Gripping the newly forged longsword in his left hand, Rigo abruptly drew the colossal Dawn, held by a nearby knight, with his right hand. He extended his arms wide, then with all his might, brought the two swords crashing together. Clang! The tremendous reverberation pierced the ears of the onlookers, causing Laris to shake his head in discomfort as he limped swiftly to Rigo's side, staring at the undamaged longsword. Your Highness. Laris understood Rigo's formidable power. He was the same man who had single-handedly hurled Prince Demon away with a spear during the tournament. It was precisely because he comprehended the extent of Rigo's extraordinary strength that he found it hard to believe the outcome of the sword clash. The colossal sword, Dawn, was a gift from Viserys, hailing from House Dane of Starfall, crafted from fallen star iron. This treasured blade's strength was nearly equal to that of the legendary Valyrian steel swords. Suddenly, Laris realized, did this mean that the blacksmith named Arthur had casually forged a weapon that rivaled Valyrian steel? The blacksmith was not the issue. The problem lay with the dragon. The flames of the Devourer could enhance a weapon's strength. Indeed, this was the secret behind forging Valyrian steel. Clang! The jarring sound echoed once more as Rigo assessed the condition of the long sword in his hand. After two collisions, the long sword in his left hand remained pristine, while the colossal Dawn in his right emitted a disconcerting hum of strain. Bronn, come here. Bronn, a common knight accompanying Rigo, bore the rather ordinary surname Horn. Though referred to as a knight, he resembled more of a mercenary. Among the 53 who had followed Rigo, he was the strongest, his stature reminiscent of the legendary mountain of later times. Tossing the Dawn high to Bronn, Rigo eagerly weighed his weapon, exchanged a glance with his opponent, and in the next instant, the two long swords sliced through the air, colliding fiercely. Buzz! The immense power surged from the long sword, rendering the towering Bronn utterly defenseless. His formidable physique was hurled backward like a mere sandbag, while the Dawn in his grasp emitted a chilling wail, shattering into two pieces before crashing to the ground in a clatter. Shaking his slightly numb arm, Rigo raised the massive sword before his eyes and scathed, "Success, my prince." Laris eagerly stepped forward, his gaze fixed intently upon the longsword in Rigo's hand, the fervor in his eyes almost unmasked. A Valyrian steel sword. Without awaiting Laris's inquiry, Rigo divulged the answer. Indeed, it is a Valyrian steel sword. The sound of the bent blade echoed with excitement. "My prince, the dragon flame of the Devourer can forge Valyrian steel. We are invincible. We are invincible, my prince." Casting a disdainful glance at the jubilant Laris, Rigo casually tossed the long sword to the rising Bronn. "It is yours now, Bronn." Bronn, who had nearly been felled by Rigo's sword, trembled with shock as he clumsily caught the flying longsword, only to be rendered speechless by Rigo's subsequent words. "A Valyrian steel sword? Given to me." At that moment, Bronn's mind was consumed by this singular thought. By the time he regained his senses, Rigo's figure had vanished at the city gate. My prince, we possess the skill to mass-produce Valyrian steel. With sufficient blacksmiths, we can swiftly assemble an invincible army." Rigo's strides were swift, while Laris, limping, endeavored to keep pace, his face betraying unrestrained fervor and ambition. "My prince, you need not concern yourself with finances. I shall return to King's Landing immediately. The Strongs will wholeheartedly support you in raising an army. We have Valyrian steel, none would dare oppose us, and we have dragons." Laris. Rigo abruptly halted, nearly causing Laris, lost in his reverie, to crash into his back. It is not we. It is I. I possess the art of crafting Valyrian steel. I command dragons. Rigo's voice was slow yet authoritative, instantly dispelling the ambition etched on Laris's face. I care not for your abandonment of your role as the king's interrogator or your ulterior motives in joining me. You may showcase your talents, but only within the confines I permit. I have no fondness for clever subordinates, Laris, but my Dawn does. Rigo laid a hand on Laris's shoulder, casting a warning glance at this ruthless man who, in the original tale, had committed fratricide and patricide. Laris, I am your liege lord. There are matters I can decide whether to contest, but you shall not compel me to do so. I wish to clarify this point so that we may continue our cooperation harmoniously. Would you not agree? Faced with such a serious Rigo for the first time, cold sweat drenched Laris's undergarment. Indeed, your highness, my loyalty lies unwaveringly with you, replied Sir Laris, as he turned to depart, not forgetting to instruct the startled Lamefoot. Disseminate today's news, not merely within the Seven Kingdoms. Chapter 56, The Debt Owed to Us by the Sea Serpent. Rigo understood the calculations that Laris had in mind when he pledged his allegiance. This second son of the Prime Minister, born with a congenital limp, had endured humiliation and discrimination at Harrenhal, transforming him into a master of disguise and a psychological enigma. His overwhelming desire to possess and destroy beautiful things was paralleled by an extraordinary fervor and resentment towards the power that had birthed his own tragedy. Chaos, contradiction, madness, such was the essence of Laris. He sought to glimpse the power beneath the Iron Throne, and Rigo was indifferent to being viewed merely as a means to ascendancy. However, there existed a stark difference between proactive endeavors and those compelled by others, yielding disparate outcomes. Upon returning to the castle, Rigo partook of a modest meal before immersing himself in his study, contemplating the forthcoming plans for Storm's End. In his vision, the creation of Valyrian steel swords was an audacious undertaking, given that the art of Valyrian steel crafting had been irrevocably lost with the fall of the Freehold, leaving only a handful of artisans capable of reforging the legendary metal. Although Rigo lacked specific knowledge of the Valyrian steelmaking techniques, he possessed all the essential elements: bloodfire magic, the ancient Valyrian dragons, the bloodline of dragonlords, and the multitude of smiths in Storm's End, rendering him destined to recreate legendary weaponry. Thus commenced a series of chaotic experiments, leading to the emergence of a Westerosi variant of Valyrian steel, potentially surpassing the strength of the original. With this pivotal step successfully achieved, the ensuing tasks appeared considerably more straightforward to Rigo. He faced two paths. One led to the route espoused by Lamefoot Laris, crafting weapons, raising armies, and conquering lands. Yet, Rigo doubted that a mere Harrenhal could sustain the costs of his ambition, envisioning his ultimate fate as being besieged by the Targaryen dragons, either falling in battle or suffering grievous wounds, thus falling prey to opportunists. The other path was the one Rigo intended to pursue: to spread the news of Storm's End's capability to forge Valyrian steel swords across the Seven Kingdoms, to the free trading city-states across the Narrow Sea, and even to Essos. Such news would undoubtedly incite a fervent desire among countless nobles for a Valyrian steel sword, promising a tremendous influx of wealth sufficient to sustain the populace of Storm's End. However, should he choose this route, the production of Valyrian steel must remain limited, preserving its rarity to reflect its value, ensuring that the noble lords would be willing to part with their gold. Rigo had heard that the Lannister family of the Westerlands was actively seeking to procure Valyrian steel swords at great expense, marking them as a potential major client for Storm's End. It is not merely Grego's avarice that prompts his actions, but rather the absurdity of the situation arranged by Viserys. Grego has never been a heartless individual. He cannot stand idly by while a multitude of common folk perish from hunger right before his eyes. Consequently, an ample supply of provisions has become the most pressing necessity for Dragonstone. Moreover, he must sustain his dragons. The gluttonous devourer and the Silverwing possess insatiable appetites, consuming dozens, if not hundreds, of sheep in a single meal. In this desolate place where not even a bird would dare to nest, where can Grego find plump sheep to feed them? In recent days, the two dragons have frequently taken to the sea to catch fish, barely satiating their hunger. At this moment, even Silverwing regards Grego with a mournful expression, not to mention the larger and hungrier devourer, whose gaze could almost pierce Grego's very soul. With his beloved dragons starving, Grego fears that in a fortnight, he himself might face hunger. He has no desire to witness the horrific spectacle of cannibalism. Yet, the trade of Valyrian steel cannot be established in the short term, and Grego is in urgent need of a solution to the food crisis affecting both dragons and humans. Where, then, can he procure such an abundance of supplies? Your Highness, Ser Browen requests an audience, a guard's voice called from outside the study, pulling Grego from his reverie. He rose and exited the room. Ser Browen, a towering and robust figure, stood straight at the doorway. The moment he saw Grego emerge, he respectfully knelt on one knee. Your Highness. The knight bore on his back the great sword Greco had bestowed upon him, and in his arms he cradled a robe wrapped around the shattered blade, Dawn. Rise, Browen. Thank you, Your Highness. Browen complied and presented the broken Dawn before Grego. Your Highness, I have brought Dawn. This is the sword gifted to you by the king. It shattered during a trial and requires your personal attention. Grego took the broken sword and gently tapped its blade before handing it back to Browen, betraying no sense of loss. Given his current prowess, the significance of weaponry had diminished. Even a mere stone picked up from the ground could cleave an enemy asunder with sufficient force. Moreover, with dragons to crush foes, who would be foolish enough to engage in hand-to-hand combat? Send it to Arthur's smithy and have it reforged into a one-handed sword, maintaining its original weight. He issued the command to Browen with a casual air, though in truth, he was far more intrigued by the towering figure before him than by the fate of Dawn. While Browen's strength might not measure up to the elite, his imposing physique could certainly handle a swift defeat of a Garwin Hightower. Browen, would you be willing to serve as my protector? Your Highness? Browen looked at Grego with uncertainty, but upon witnessing the prince's resolute expression, he realized that the blessings of the seven had indeed fallen upon him. It is the honor of my lifetime, Your Highness. It is a position I have long desired. Grego drew the long sword from Browen's back and pressed its sharp edge against his heart. Then swear your oath, Browen, and let the seven witness your loyalty. Without hesitation, Browen knelt on one knee, his demeanor reverent as he recited the knight's oath. By the seven gods, I, Browen Horn, do hereby pledge my loyalty to His Highness Rago, vowing to safeguard his safety for all my days. I shall stand against treachery with my chest, refuse poison with my throat, sever iron hooves with my sword, erect walls with my body, and protect His Highness with my very life. Should I betray this oath, may I perish beneath the dragon's flame. Browen's voice trembled as he fervently proclaimed his vow, drawing a dagger from his breast and unflinchingly slicing his left hand, allowing his blood to coat the blade of Rago's sword. Overcome with emotion and honor, the battle-hardened mercenary struggled to maintain his composure. Rise, Browen Horn. The seven gods shall remember your oath and honor. Rago beheld Browen, who seemed to have transcended in that moment, perceiving the fervor and loyalty in the giant's eyes. Browen, I officially appoint you as the captain of the garrison in Stone Dance City. After my departure, you shall lead the remaining soldiers to defend the city until I return with the dragon. As you wish, Your Highness. Elated to have secured his first loyal cadre, Rago felt his spirits lift further as he contemplated his forthcoming endeavors. He strode briskly out of the castle with Browen, while Laris busily organized the blacksmiths to redistribute the weapons brought from King S Landing. Following the thrilling reward of a golden dragon for Arthur and the other 3 young men for forging a sword, the blacksmiths exhibited an enthusiastic fervor, filling the air with lively chatter. My lord, Laris exclaimed upon seeing Rago approach, promptly bowing in greeting. Sir Laris, I must be away for several days. You will manage the affairs of the city in my absence, and Browen will cooperate with you in its defense. At your command, my lord. May I inquire as to your destination? Shall I arrange for guards? That's unnecessary, Rago replied, waving his hand as he continued onward. I am heading to Tideshead Island to collect some funds. Laris was taken aback, astonished. My lord, that is what the sea serpent owes us. Chapter 57. The Dragon Approaches. Rago and Browen stepped beyond the city gates, only to find the usual perches of the Greed and Silverwing deserted. Both dragons had flown off to fish in the narrow sea. Concentrating his magical energy in his fingertips, Rago placed them to his lips, emitting a sharp whistle. Almost instantaneously, the mighty roar of the dragon echoed on the sea breeze, reaching Rago's ears. He lifted his gaze toward the source of the sound, and indeed, 2 colossal figures, one black and one silver, emerged from the distant cliffs, roaring as they approached. With a thunderous crash, Silverwing and Greed landed before him, and Rago caressed the necks of the 2 dragons before ascending the rope ladder to Greed's back. Upon his arrival at Stone Dance City, he had sought out the city's carpenters to craft a broad and comfortable saddle, now fitted upon Greed's back, ensuring a sense of riding comfort that was unparalleled. With a firm thud, Rago settled onto the saddle, fastening the safety rope around his waist, and let out a cheerful whistle. Come, I shall take you to a hearty meal. The formidable figure of the glutton leapt from the edge of the cliff, letting out a jubilant roar as it glided close to the sea surface. With a powerful flap of its wings, it swiftly ascended, spiraling alongside the Silver Wing, heading towards Tide's Head Island. This island lies to the northwest of Stone Dance City, and together with Dragonstone to the northeast, they form a triangular passage that guards the maritime gateway to King's Landing. The Valyrian family, rulers of Tide's Head Island, boasts a white seahorse as their crest. Throughout the cataclysm of the apocalypse, the Valyrians navigated the expansive waters of the Narrow Sea, and over centuries, they amassed considerable wealth through maritime trade and taxation. At this moment in Westeros, Rigo believed that if the sea snake, Corlys, were to proclaim his immense wealth, few would dare to contest it, for he was indeed affluent. Yet, this very family, rich beyond measure, had left Rigo in dire straits when they evacuated Stone Dance City, absconding with nearly all provisions, leaving not even a morsel behind. Not even the commoners' food and fabric. Rigo, initially vexed about sourcing enough sustenance to feed the populace, concluded that only Tide's Head Island could suffice. Before I possessed dragons, I could bear your transgressions, but now that I command 2 mighty dragons, your actions are intolerable. Today, Rigo was determined to teach Corlys a lesson. Regardless of your Valyrian lineage, I wield 2 dragons, and that is my strength. On Tide's Head Island, the sea snake, Corlys, had bid farewell to the infuriated Viserys the previous day and had only just returned by evening. Within the castle of High Tide, Corlys, Vaemond, Rhaenys, Daemon, and Lena gathered around a long table, their expressions grave as they listened to the account from Lonino, who had just flown in from Dragonstone. He had ascended Dragonmount in the evening and, in less than an hour, had tamed the glutton. Lonino's voice was calm. Rhaenyra had instructed him to inform her father about Rigo's endeavors, cautioning the sea snake to be wary of Rigo's burgeoning threat. However, Lonino scoffed at his wife's warning, somewhat exasperated by her obsession with power. Nonetheless, he complied, relaying the events from Dragonstone truthfully. I have tamed the glutton. Daemon's voice turned grave. Indeed, Lonino replied. That old and massive wild dragon. I dare say he is larger than Vhagar. The sea snake, Corlys, furrowed his brow, deep in thought. Princess Rhaenys, noticing his demeanor, inquired, Lonino. A single dragon should not cause Rhaenyra such distress. What more has transpired? Lonino shrugged lightly, a faint smile on his lips. It is not merely one dragon, mother. He has also tamed the Silverwing. What? With a resounding thud, Corlys slammed his hands onto the table, rising in shock. How could he possibly tame Silverwing? How could he tame 2 dragons? Where's Vhagar? He is the companion of Silverwing, and they shall not part. The sea serpent almost roared towards Rhaenys. The glutton was too formidable. As he approached the stone drum tower, he roused Wormsol and Silverwing, 3 dragons confronting each other in the sky, with Syrax and Sea Smoke also joining, before they all descended upon the beach. Rigo declined our invitation to the feast and camped beside the glutton, departing at dawn. Rhaenyra and I witnessed Silverwing's departure from the watchtower, while Wormsol dared not pursue. Crash! Corlys swept his goblet to the ground, shattering it, his eyes blazing with fury as he fixed his gaze upon Rhaenys, as if he wished to devour his own son whole. Why do you not keep watch over him? You allowed him to engage with a dragon. 2 of them. Enough. Corlys, you are losing your composure. Rhaenys interjected sharply, silencing her husband's outburst. The sea serpent, seething with anger, sank back into his chair, glaring at the table in silence. Rigo's ability to tame 2 dragons exceeded Corlys' expectations. This was not the scenario he and Viserys had envisioned. Perhaps it is time to eliminate this threat. Daemon's deep voice echoed. We possess 4 dragons. He has just begun to tame his. This is our opportunity. He is also Targaryen. Daemon, our enmity is not that great. Perhaps it is, Rhaenyra replied darkly. We may have offended the prince during our withdrawal from Dragonstone. What is he? Bang. The heavy doors burst open abruptly, interrupting Corlys' tirade, as a knight rushed in, panic-stricken. My lord. Dragons. 2 dragons. One of them is the glutton. The glutton, often hunting near the Narrow Sea, was familiar to most knights of House Velaryon. Rhaenys, Daemon, and others sprang to their feet. Daemon, Rhaenyra, come with me to the dragon pit. Let the dragons take flight. Princess Rhaenys commanded decisively. Corlys, Vaemond, you must organize the troops immediately, evacuate the civilians, and send someone to negotiate with Rigo. Everyone understood the urgency. Rigo's sudden arrival on a dragon was certainly not a social call, and they hurried to follow Rhaenys' orders. Dracarys, as Daemon and the others stepped through the castle gates. A torrent of crimson dragon fire incinerated the knights' prepared steeds into ash. In the next moment, Silverwing's graceful form alighted, emitting a faint glow of flame from its throat, blocking their path to the dragon pit. Though the dragon fire did not harm anyone, it terrified Demon and the others. Should Silverwing misfire, the Targaryen family would suffer grievously. Rego Dominar, do you intend to incite rebellion? Demon glared fiercely at the glutton circling above, his dark sister unsheathed at his side. Yet, facing the menacing Silverwing, his longsword offered him no sense of security whatsoever. Rego did not heed Demon's roar. Even if he had, he would have shown no inclination to respond, for he was preoccupied with the search for Corlys. The Hungerer soared almost in tandem with the edifices of high tide, and Rego's keen eyes scanned the surroundings incessantly. At last, he spotted two white-haired Valyrians amidst a throng of people. Dracarys, pointing to a vacant space ahead. Rego commanded the Hungerer to transform the area before Corlys into a sea of emerald flames. Chapter 58. Recompense. The Hungerer landed heavily, its fearsome dragon head glaring menacingly at the clustered Valyrian brothers and their retinue of knights, its throat brimming with the promise of green dragon fire. Where do you intend to go, Lord Corlys? Rego's voice echoed from the dragon's back, laced with derision and mockery. Corlys, somewhat disheveled from the proximity of the dragon's flames, nonetheless resolutely pushed through the crowd to emerge. Rego Targaryen, do you intend to rebel? No, Lord Corlys. I merely seek to reclaim what was originally within my domain, only to be taken by your soldiers. With a wave of his hand, Rego presumed his smile to be exceedingly sincere at that moment. I harbor no ill will, Lord Corlys. What do you desire? Corlys was acutely aware of Rego's intentions. Having personally ordered the evacuation of Stone Dance by Waymond, he fully grasped Rego's meaning. Fat lambs, provisions, textiles, golden dragons. Rego unabashedly listed a plethora of demands, causing Corlys' expression to darken progressively. That is impossible, Rego. Even if you were to empty Driftmark, you would not find such abundance. Corlys unhesitatingly rejected Rego's requests, stepping forward and raising his hands high in a gesture of non-threatening intent to avoid being casually dispatched by the Hungerer. He then looked up at Rego, his tone earnest. Rego, I understand Waymond's actions at Stone Dance were unfriendly. Perhaps we could sit down and discuss matters without such tension. Do not waste time, Corlys. Rego relaxed against the dragon's saddle, casting his gaze toward the soldiers of Driftmark who were slowly converging, and smirked. You know the price mortals pay when faced with a dragon, my lord. Do not lead your men to their demise. Demon and the others should be admiring the elegant form of Silverwing at this very moment, just as you are appreciating the beauty of the Hungerer. Upon hearing this, Corlys' brow furrowed sharply. No wonder he had yet to see Vagor and Caraxes, for Demon and his allies were blocked by Silverwing and had not reached the dragon's lair. Resigned, Corlys took a deep breath as the Hungerer began to impatiently toss its head. What do you propose, Rego? We can discuss this further within the castle. After all, this is not the proper venue for discourse. Certainly, Lord Corlys. I believe the council chamber would be an excellent choice. You must surely comprehend what is appropriate to say and what is not. Let us avoid any regrettable occurrences. The gluttonous beast ascended into the sky, its wings unfurled, leaving Corlys' smile abruptly replaced by a somber expression. Yet, circumstances dictated his actions. He gritted his teeth and reluctantly sent Waymond to disband the gathered troops, retreating to the castle alone. Greetings, dragon riders. Corlys awaits your presence in the council chamber. Do not keep him waiting. The colossal form of the glutton overshadowed all on the ground, and a voice from its back, that of Rego, bore a message devoid of goodwill. Princess Rhaenys, her countenance grave, did not spare a glance at Rego riding the beast, instead turning back along the path she had come. Lanino, ever perceptive, followed suit, while Rhaena cast a conflicted glance at her departing family before ultimately deciding to remain with her husband. Demon gripped the dark sister tightly, his towering physique tensed as if ready to engage in battle. Yet, to transform his adversary into the silver dragon before him would render his actions absurdly foolish. Demon Targaryen. I hope I need not repeat myself. Rego's tone turned sharp, his irritation evident. It seemed he had reached his limit, daring to challenge authority before two dragons. Did he truly believe he could escape retribution? Sensing the shift in Rego's demeanor, the glutton and the silver-winged dragon slightly parted their jaws, revealing the flames of their fiery breath, now visible to the naked eye. Demon! Rhaena cried out in alarm, as the dragoness flames threatened to erupt. Demon's instinct for survival finally eclipsed his bravery. With a contemptuous huff, he sheathed the dark sister and retreated to the castle with Rhaena. Rego, with a dismissive curl of his lip, taunted, if you have the gall, then do not cower. He ordered the assembly of all who could muster troops and dragon riders back to the council chamber, instructing the silver-winged dragon to guard the path to the lair, while the glutton landed before the castle, blocking the main entrance. Only then did he dismount and stride towards the castle. The atmosphere within the council chamber was heavy with tension. Colas and his companions wore grim expressions, heads bowed in silence, while Nino, blissfully unaware, sipped wine, appearing unconcerned. Apologies for the delay, everyone. Rigo entered the chamber with a buoyant stride, a congenial smile gracing his youthful features. Demon glared at Rigo as he sauntered closer. There was no seat designated for him at the long table, yet he carelessly chuckled and perched himself upon the tabletop before Rena. Ignoring Demon's glowering visage, Rigo turned to Colas at the head of the table. "My lord Colas, shall I take the lead?" "We accept your terms, Rigo," Colas replied, eager to resolve the farce swiftly. "But times have changed, my lord Colas." Uninterested, Rigo leisurely circled the long table, approaching Colas. Leaning against the corner of the table before him, still wearing a cheerful grin. "What was once, is no longer. The debts that lingered have now doubled, Sir Colas. This is what you owe me, is it not? Behold the once prosperous stone dance, now reduced to a mere shadow of its former glory by your actions. My expectations were modest, yet here we are." Colas almost bit his tongue in an effort to restrain his words. "Splendid." Rigo chuckled as he applauded Colas. "Now, I eagerly await the provisions from Lord Colas. I shall depart as soon as they are ready for loading." As he spoke, Rigo approached the wine cabinet and poured himself a goblet of honeyed wine, for he found little pleasure in the taste of grape wine, preferring the gentle sweetness of honeyed mead. The sea serpent acted swiftly. Wyman organized the troops and civilians to load the ships throughout the night. In just one night, they secured all the supplies requested by Rigo, filling more than 40 large vessels with provisions, including grains, fabrics, meats, and a modest quantity of beverages, alongside an entire ship laden with golden dragons. The Valyrian family had truly bled profusely this time, though not crippling. It represented a substantial loss equivalent to several years of the family's income. As they watched the departing fleet of ships, Colas and Wyman wore expressions darker than ever. Just as the fleet from Tide's Head sailed out of the Spice Town harbor, the crimson shadow of the dragon, Clerics, roared forth from its lair, hurtling towards the distant vessels. The massive form of Vagar also soared into the sky, pursuing the bloodworm at the behest of its master. A letter, brimming with fury, was delivered by a raven to King's Landing, resting upon Viserys' desk. Meanwhile, a golden dragon shadow ascended from Dragonstone, soaring towards the nearby stone dance. Chapter 59. The War of Dragons. Demon was incensed. Rigo's prior actions had sullied his dignity as a Targaryen prince, rubbing it in the muck. The intensity of his suppressed rage threatened to overwhelm him. Thus, as the two damned dragons guarding the castle took flight, he hastened to the dragon pit to mount Clerics. Clerics sensed his master's turmoil, and the equally fierce and warlike dragon shrieked in the skies, its elongated form weaving through the clouds as it followed the potent scent of dragons in the air, approaching with fearless speed. Demon, Vagar, now aged and bearing the weight of years, struggled to keep pace with the swift Clerics. Rena feared for Demon's safety, yet her cries were swallowed by the roaring winds. A piercing dragon roar suddenly erupted from behind. Rigo recognized the distinctive sound of Clerics. The fleet had barely departed the Spice Town harbor, with at least half a day's journey remaining to their destination, Stone Dance. Engaging in battle above the fleet was not a prudent choice, especially after he had painstakingly secured these supplies through intimidation and coercion. To have them destroyed by dragon fire would be a lamentable loss. The glutton also heard the sounds from behind. Without needing Rigo's command, its enormous, shadowy form swiftly traced a graceful arc in the air, aligning its dragon head with the rapidly approaching Clerics. Roar! A desolate warning echoed from the clouds behind Korak as the massive, wrinkled wings of Vagarol violently parted the mist, roaring as it approached with haste. A subtle furrow appeared on Rigo's brow. The arrival of Vagarol necessitated a revision of his plans. He had initially intended to engage Clarksiu with the Devourer, but now, with Vagarol's presence, it was imperative to seize the king before capturing the thief. As Rigo maneuvered the battlefield away from the fleet, he swiftly formulated a strategy in his mind. Silver Wings. Dracarys. The command resonated, prompting the nearby silver dragon to ascend rapidly. In the next moment, Clarksiu's crimson flames surged toward Rigo atop the dragon's back, roaring alongside Demon. Utilizing the cover of the dragon fire, the slender form of the bloodworm twisted agilely, darting toward the exposed underbelly of the Devourer. Dracarys. It roared. The once ancient body of the Devourer, rejuvenated by Rigo's magic over the past few days, while still far from its prime, had fully regained the courage and ferocity once surrendered to the passage of time. The provocation from the worm was sufficient to incite the dragon's wrath. And as the devourer abruptly turned, emerald flames engulfed the sky before the bloodworm. With a roar powerful enough to melt stone, the green dragon fire spread before it. The bloodworm, unable to evade, desperately angled downward to escape the searing flames. Although it managed to avoid significant damage, a portion of the dragon fire clung to Clarksiu's wing membranes, eliciting a cry of agony from the agile beast. Devourer, ascend! Rigo bellowed, halting the devourer's pursuit. Trusting fully in its master, the colossal dragon obeyed, diving sharply before curving upward into the sky. With a roar, almost as soon as the devourer left its original position, Vagaril surged forth through the green flames. Its sharp claws slashing fiercely, the sound of metal clashing resonating as its vicious fangs snapped. After a long period of strategizing, Lana decisively commanded Vagaril to ascend rapidly, gripping the devourer's tail tightly, denying it the chance to turn. With a low growl, the initially stunned Clarksiu regained composure, rising into the air under Demon's control, intent on coordinating with Vagaril to besiege Rigo. The devourer soared swiftly, the howling wind whipping through Rigo's silver hair, rendering him deaf to all but the sound of the wind. The two dragons moved in a straight line, like arrows released in succession, piercing through the clouds above. As the devourer broke through the cloud cover, Rigo quickly glanced back at Vagaril's position from the saddle. Dracarys! He roared. The glutton unleashed a torrent of dragon fire directly ahead, subsequently colliding with Rigo. The unique characteristic of the unburnt, stemming from their shared blood and fire, rendered Rigo fearless in the face of flames. Thus, upon sighting Vagar, he devised such a strategy. Vagar's advance was indeed resolute. His colossal wings beat fiercely, conjuring a tempest that shielded the delicate Lana on his back. The great beast roared as it plunged into the verdant curtain. As Vagar's dragon head pierced through the glutton's dragon fire, the long-vanished silver dragon's silhouette emerged like a specter from the dense clouds. In the fleeting moment when Vagar's vision was obscured by the flames, a swift arrow struck at Vagar's exposed flank, sinking its sharp teeth into his left wing, tearing away a third of it almost instantaneously. The battered wing membrane was rent open with a gaping wound. The silver dragon adhered strictly to Rigo's tactics, delivering a swift strike before retreating with a parting claw aimed at Vagar's side. Roar! Seizing the opportunity to strike, while Vagar faltered, the glutton began to turn. After the silver dragon's surprise assault severely injured Vagar's wing, it lunged toward the unbalanced dragon, its fearsome maw wide open, targeting the exposed neck of the great beast. Vagar! Lana screamed in despair, her senses already dulled from the earlier dragon fire, now further shaken by the silver dragon's timely ambush. All she could do was watch helplessly as the glutton's sharp fangs lunged toward Vagar's throat. Dracarys! Dracarys! An anxious male and female voice echoed, as Demon and Rhaenyra, who had flown from Dragonstone, arrived just in time to join the fray. Their intertwining dragon fires enveloped the glutton's dragon head. Roar! As a seasoned dragon, the glutton understood the significance of visibility. With Vagar as a cautionary tale, Rigo remained vigilant. A silent bond of understanding existed between the man and dragon, negating the need for verbal commands. The great dragon deftly folded its wings, utilizing the momentum of its dive to swiftly adjust its position, grazing Vagar's underbelly like a hawk swooping down. With a powerful lash of its tail, sharp bone spines embedded deeply into Vagar's scales, ripping open a gash several meters long. Roar! A painful cry reverberated through the skies, as torrid dragon blood rained down like droplets, mingled with shattered scales and flesh, cascading onto the surface of the sea. The smoky gray silhouette of the dragon darted from Vagar's position, yet the instigator had already burst through the clouds, unfurling its wings once more in the nearby skies, unleashing a ferocious roar. Roar! The silver dragon's voice harmonized distantly with the glutton's call, its graceful form bursting forth from the clouds, flying toward the glutton and Rigo. Behind it, another crimson dragon shadow circled cautiously upon sighting the glutton, before swiftly converging towards the main force. Marius. Chapter 60. Severe injuries and return in accordance with the previously devised strategy, after the glutton lured the enemy and obscured the vision of Vagaril, the Silverwing. Concealed within the clouds, struck the dragon wing, disrupting her balance, and then the glutton was to deliver the finishing blow. Should any dragons intervene, the Silverwing would attempt to strike again. Initially, everything unfolded quite smoothly. The glutton's baiting and the Silverwing's ambush severely wounded Vagaril. However, the glutton's opportunity for a decisive strike was thwarted by the bloodworm and Syrax, and the Silverwing, meant to continue the assault, vanished from sight. Rigo worried that the Silverwing might have sustained injuries, only to discover that it had engaged with Melius. Without a rider to command it, the Silverwing found itself at a disadvantage against the similarly swift giant dragon, Melius, under the guidance of Rennies, and was unable to achieve a swift resolution. What an audacious maneuver! Vargarol, Clarksh, Melius, Hyan, and Syrax, 5 formidable dragons in total. Had it not been for the prior crippling of Vargarol's combat capabilities, relying solely on the aging glutton and the unmounted Silverwing, being encircled by these dragons would have posed a precarious outcome. Vargarol's left wing was damaged, her abdomen torn by a dragon's tail, causing her to lose the strength to maintain her balance. Her immense body swayed and spun, wailing as she plummeted toward the sands of Tidalhead Island. Despite the loss of a third of her left wing, she would not perish from the fall. However, the trail of dragon's blood she left behind testified to the severe injuries inflicted upon this fearsome dragon of the Targaryen lineage. Roar, roar, with one dragon lost. The remaining Clarksh, under demons mounting, anxiously circled in the sky, yet did not engage in an assault. Hyan and Syrax appeared lacking in battle fervor. Even Syrax's roars conveyed a sense of docility. Meanwhile, Melius kept a watchful eye on the scene, particularly fixated on the circling Silverwing, wary that this silver dragon, renowned for its swiftness, might dart forward to strike Vargarol once more. Given the current circumstances, it seemed unlikely that a confrontation would ensue. Rigo gazed regretfully at the wailing Vargarol sprawled upon the sands of Tidalhead Island. In his original plan, he had intended to align with Viserys' arrangements initially, waiting for the glutton to regain its full strength, at which point the threat of being surrounded by dragons would no longer pose a concern, allowing him to act freely. However, he had not anticipated that his excursion to Tidalhead Island, meant to vent his emotions, would provoke Demon into pursuing him alongside Clarksh and Vargarol. Among the remaining dragons of House Targaryen, only Vargarol and Vormisol could effectively restrain the aging glutton in a one-on-one scenario. Once the glutton was detained, the Silverwing would face the onslaught of other dragons, a situation Rigo wished to avoid. Today's reckless advance by the Bloodworm and Vargarol presented an extraordinary opportunity, yet regrettably, he ultimately failed to seize it. Although Vargarol has now lost its fighting prowess, Rigo remains uncertain about relying solely on the Devourer and Silverwing to vanquish the remaining 4, especially given their heightened vigilance. The absence of a rider for Silverwing complicates matters further, as Rigo cannot maintain constant awareness of the battlefield during combat. Any potential damage would render the endeavor counterproductive. For Rigo, these 2 dragons are among the very few in Westeros with whom he shares a close bond, making the loss of one a grievous transaction indeed. After circling the skies for a while and realizing a confrontation was improbable, Rigo let out a light whistle, commanding the Devourer and Silverwing to return home. With triumphant roars that echoed through the heavens, the 2 dragons obediently turned towards Dragonstone. Upon seeing Rigo vanish from view, Rhaenyra breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly ordered Syrax to land not far from Vargarol. Lyanna had already dismounted from the dragon's back and was resting under the protection of the guards, tears streaming down her face as she watched Vargarol's mournful cries. "Lyanna, how is Vargarol?" Rhaenyra approached quickly, her voice urgent. "Your Highness," Lyanna replied, her tone filled with dread and concern. "Vargarol's wings are torn, and its belly is injured, but it should survive." Rhaenyra exhaled sharply, relief washing over her as she gently embraced Lyanna's trembling form. Riding sea smoke, Laenor also descended upon the beach, his brows furrowed in concern for Vargarol, a testament to the growing trepidation he felt towards Rigo and his dragons. Demon and Rhaenys remained aloft, circling on Caraxes and Malays for several hours to ensure Rigo had departed before finally landing. Rhaenys quietly observed Vargarol's injuries from a distance before wordlessly returning to Dragonstone atop Malays. Demon, as ever, wore a brooding expression. After comforting Lyanna and escorting her back to the castle, he remounted Caraxes and set off towards King's Landing. By midday, after a recent storm, Dragonstone had been washed clean by the rain, radiating a briny scent under the sunlight that broke through the clouds. The resounding roars of dragons echoed from the sea, prompting Bronn Horn, stationed atop the castle walls, to scan the horizon. He soon spotted 2 massive figures, one black and one silver, emerging from the bay, heading towards Dragonstone. "The prince has returned. Quickly, prepare the steeds. Inform the castle to ready hot water and provisions, and notify Lord Larys as well." "Yes, Captain." The Devourer and Silverwing landed sequentially on the open grounds near the castle. Rigo slid down from the saddle, alternating between caressing the necks of the 2 dragons as a gesture of acknowledgement for their commendable performance that day. After nurturing their bond for a moment, he turned to approach Larys and Bronn, who awaited him at a distance. "Your Highness, welcome back in triumph." Indeed, it is a triumphant return. Lei Ge mounted his steed, and, as he galloped into the city, he issued commands to the two individuals accompanying him. Laris, the Duke of Collis Valyrian, displayed exceptional generosity, expressing profound sympathy and concern for the current plight of Stone Dance City, thus providing us with the supplies of approximately 40 ships, which should arrive by evening. "Organize a reception for them. If you did not bear the scent of flames, I might have believed you," Laris mused inwardly, yet he responded with deference. "Understood, Your Highness." He harbored no belief in the sea serpent's magnanimity. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world, and the marks of fire upon Rigo's form serve as testament to that truth. "Braun, the fleet from Tidal Island will arrive at the port by evening. Ensure order is maintained." "Yes, Your Highness. The rest is for you to manage. Do not disturb me until dawn. I require rest." After a day and night of riding dragons and enduring a fierce battle, Rigo felt he could sleep for a fortnight. Chapter 61. The Year of Conquest 112. A minor conflict arose due to the disarray of discipline among lower-ranking soldiers. Scholars of future-learned cities would characterize this as the Battle of the Throat Dragons, yet there were those, notably the learned Rune Terrace, who frequently accompanied the king, and others who posited that the Battle of the Throat was a deliberate provocation by Rigo Domnall, intended to gauge the true strength of the Targaryen dragons. After inflicting severe injury upon the mightiest of the dragons, Vagarel, the ambition of the silver-haired thief could no longer be concealed. Regardless of how history records this battle, or how future historians engage in endless debates regarding what appeared to be an inconsequential conflict at the time, as the Year of Conquest 112 unfolded, a controlled dragon battle ignited by the direct confrontation between the two Targaryen princes drew to a close amidst the alternating sounds of the kingdom's joyous bells and funeral tolls. Not long after the new year, the legendary knight who loyally served the king, Sir Harold Western, the esteemed captain of the Kingsguard, departed from this world in his bed. A serving maid who delivered wine that night discovered his lifeless body. The king displayed profound grief, and all of King's Landing mourned the passing of Sir Harold. Shortly after the funeral of Sir Harold Western, Sir Criston Cole ascended to the throne of the Kingsguard at the behest of the king and his council, assuming the mantle of knight responsible for the king's safety. The kingdom's sorrow did not end there. In June of the Year of Conquest 112, 3 months after Sir Harold's demise, the erudite Rune Terrace also lost his life in his office. It was said that the scholar's death was most tragic, as vomit from drunkenness obstructed his airway, leading to asphyxiation. King's Landing mourned once more for the Grand Maester, while Old Town sent Maester Melrose to King's Landing to succeed the late Rune Terrace. It is worth pondering that the two scholars held opposing views on how to respond to Prince Rigo's initiation of the Battle of the Throat Dragons, resulting in severe conflict within a mere 6 months. Some conspirators even speculate that Bachelor Maloros orchestrated the assassination of Bachelor Rentel, solely due to his relentless slander against the legitimacy of Prince Rigo. Of course, the kingdom's year is not solely marked by mourning. Princess Rhaenyra is on the cusp of her 16th birthday, after which she will officially wed Sir Lonino and take over Dragonstone, although the 15-year-old princess has already been cohabiting with her betrothed on the island. However, what excites the nobility and common folk of the Seven Kingdoms even more is the resurgence of the once-lost prince, Rigo Targaryen, who, after being granted the title of Stone Dance City, successfully tamed the fierce and brutal Wild Dragon King, Vorer, and inexplicably won the favor of the elegant Silverwing, the graceful dragon. Shortly after the conclusion of the Battle of the Narrow Sea, rumors spread across the Seven Kingdoms and even the eastern continent that Stone Dance City had forged swords of Valyrian steel. This news circulated for half a year, yet remained unconfirmed until Duke Jason Lannister of Casterly Rock personally journeyed to Stone Dance City, purchasing a magnificent two-handed greatsword for hundreds of thousands of golden dragons. He named it Lighthowl, after his family's lost ancestral sword. Following this, a multitude of nobles and wealthy knights from Westeros and the eastern continent flocked to the newly constructed dragon port of Stone Dance City. A vast amount of gold, grain, textiles, sheep, and cattle were transported to Stone Dance City in exchange for a Valyrian steel sword capable of enduring through the ages. The value of the wild dragon, Vorer, became paramount in the eyes of the Seven Kingdoms subjects, with whispers suggesting that after the decisive defeat at the Battle of the Narrow Sea, Prince Daemon often berated his cousin, lamenting Vorer's formidable power and wealth, enviously eyeing all that Prince Rigo possessed. Within merely half a year, by the dawn of the year 113 of the conquest, 200 exquisite Valyrian steel swords had been auctioned from Stone Dance City. with most nobles of the Seven Kingdoms now owning a sword that could be passed down through generations. Even families that already possessed Valyrian steel swords found themselves drawn to Rigo's sword, for those procured from Stone Dance City were far sharper and harder than traditional Valyrian steel, as evidenced by two drunken northern nobles clashing their swords together. With his unparalleled swordsmanship, strikingly handsome appearance, noble stature, and wealth rivaling that of nations, Prince Rigo's renown reached its zenith in the Seven Kingdoms, as he reforged the great sword Dawn, gifted by the king, and fashioned its scabbard and saddle from the tanned hide of the wild dragon, Grey Shadow. The subjects of the Seven Kingdoms bestowed upon him the title of Dragon Slayer. The Sword of Dawn. The year 112 of the conquest proved to be exceedingly pleasant for Rigo, as the events of the previous year's Battle of the Narrow Sea had no adverse effects on him, at least for the time being, except for the anxious Viserys, who, 3 days after the battle's conclusion, summoned all the tamed dragons to Dragonstone, awaiting the recovery of the severely injured Vagor's ability to fly before bringing all the dragons to King's Landing. The frail king has unexpectedly rejuvenated, personally taming the steed of his grandfather, King Jaehaerys Targaryen, the formidable Vagor, and riding the great dragon once more to lead his kin back to King's Landing. Rhaegar, however, exhibited little more than prudent caution in response to this development. The trade of Valyrian steel swords flourished in Dragonstone, where under Rhaegar's direction, Larys adhered strictly to the principle of scarcity, auctioning the crafted longswords, resulting in a swift influx of wealth and resources into the barren city of Dragonstone. This transformation turned the once cannibalistic city into the wealthiest in the Seven Kingdoms within a year. Having amassed sufficient wealth and provisions, Rhaegar officially commenced his urban renovation project. The antiquated docks, unable to accommodate significant traffic, were dismantled and rebuilt, renamed Dragonport. The decrepit and cramped city was meticulously replanned, with the low city walls reinforced and elevated into an impregnable fortress, while dilapidated homes were demolished and replaced with exquisite castles. A handful of able-bodied citizens, through the crafting of longswords, acquired fortunes that could sustain them for generations, while women and the elderly contributed to the city's sanitation and livestock management, collectively enriching their families. The previously apathetic populace of Dragonstone transformed into a community envied throughout the realm in just 1 year. In addition to the residential planning, Rhaegar also commissioned the reconstruction of the Lord's Manor, relocating it to the innermost part of the city, and erected a grand dragon lair behind the castle to house the gluttonous dragons, with numerous cattle and sheep kept at a distance, tended by the women and elderly of the city to ensure ample sustenance for the two voracious beasts. In a mere year, the once decrepit Dragonstone experienced a complete renaissance, attracting a tide of impoverished individuals and landless knights to the newly constructed city. Maritime trade flourished, buoyed by the newly built port, while Larys, the chief steward of Dragonstone, was nearly overwhelmed with tasks, and Brouwen devoted himself to training the guard and knights, meticulously scheduling every moment. Meanwhile, Rhaegar, the lord of the city, gazed intently at a peculiar idol, struggling against the increasing heaviness of his drowsiness. Chapter 62. The Dragon's Dream. After more than 6 months of renovations, the replanning of residential areas in Dragonstone was mostly complete. However, with the continual influx of new citizens and landless knights, those permitted to remain after Larys and Brouwen's scrutiny required new housing. This strange idol had been unearthed just days prior during the construction of homes. It was not large, rather diminutive, scarcely larger than an infant, crafted from the common weirwood of Westeros, with a stout trunk, flourishing branches, and a pale human visage. Regal found himself perplexed by the peculiar sight before him, a wooden statue of a fishlong, which should have had branches and leaves sprawling like a canopy, twisted into the semblance of frail hands reaching helplessly toward the heavens. The pale visage contorted grotesquely, as if resisting some insidious force, with a blood-red eye embedded in the center of its forehead. The entire effigy exuded an unsettling aura that lulled the senses into a stupor. As Regal observed the statue quietly, the flickering candlelight cast eerie reflections upon the pallid trunk, causing his thoughts to slow and his gaze to become increasingly vacant. Unconsciously, his hands extended forward, gently cradling the main body of the fishlong wood. Suddenly, a guttural roar echoed from the depths of an ethereal void, reminiscent of a ravenous beast. Regal rolled his eyes back, his forehead collapsing weakly onto the table as he succumbed to a heavy slumber. He was transported to a realm of towering stone mountains, rushing rivers, magnificent castles with high walls, vibrant floral gardens, and endless forests and fertile fields, accompanied by thousands of colossal dragons. Regal jolted awake in terror, finding himself floating high above, with tiny humans, no larger than ants, frantically fleeing from the stone mountain beneath him, as ominous winds carried an unsettling portent. As he surveyed his surroundings, he was astonished to discover countless dragons circling nearby. How grand they were! Even the formidable soul appeared diminutive in their presence. Dragons of crimson, emerald, ebony, and myriad hues densely populated the skies. Focus, glutton. Maintain formation. A youthful voice called from behind Regal, awakening him to the realization that he had transformed into a dragon himself, referred to as glutton. And what of soul? Turning mechanically to his right, he beheld a scarlet dragon hovering beside him, its curled horns and fierce spines exuding an air of familiarity. Soul? Regal involuntarily uttered the name of the red dragon. But what emerged was a resonant roar, unmistakably that of glutton. Regal's head throbbed painfully as the bewildering reality enveloped him. He had inexplicably become glutton, accompanied by soul and legions of mighty dragons, all poised in anticipation, gazing toward the towering stone mountain as if awaiting a formidable adversary. An enemy? What foe could compel thousands of dragons to unite in battle? Suddenly, a deep rumble surged from the distant mountain, boulders cascading from its summit, sending tremors through the very fabric of the air. Warriors, prepare! A commanding voice rang out from the forefront of the dragons. Regal, intrigued, lifted his gaze to behold a silver-haired figure astride a vibrant dragon, a sword raised high as he bellowed defiantly. Soul, glutton, be ready. The familiar voice of the youth resonated once more from behind, as Regal heard the fierce roar of soul beside him. A surge of battle fervor rolled within his chest, compelling him to respond in kind to Soul's fervent call, unleashing a wild cry to the heavens. A cacophony of dragon roars echoed from above, causing the river beneath to tremble violently. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosive sounds erupted, and to Regal's astonishment, a dozen grotesque, dragon-sized creatures with gnarled heads and 5 robust teeth burst forth from the earth, creating enormous gashes in the stony hillside. Subsequently, these fearsome beasts roared as they emerged, countless minuscule beings pouring forth from the gaping holes, swiftly gathering at the gentle slope of the mountain, while numerous fearsome war chariots glinted ominously, aimed at the dragons overhead. The high-pitched voice resounded once more. Dragons, Dracaries, Dracaries, Dracaries. Voices of youth and age, male and female, harmoniously rose in unison as the dragons in the sky roared collectively, their vibrant flames surging downward like a tsunami towards the invaders below. Regal heard the relentless roars from the monstrous horde beneath, a language entirely incomprehensible to him. He then witnessed countless cloaked figures advancing, wielding their staffs, conjuring a pitch-black canopy that abruptly appeared before the dragon flames, effectively shielding all the fiery onslaught beyond its barrier. Warriors, attack! The commanding voice bellowed, as Regal heard the youth behind him howl in desperation. Soul, Devourer, attack! With a fierce roar, Regal charged alongside the main force, crashing through the dark barrier, as the searing dragon flames relentlessly scorched the monsters beneath. Under the command of a towering, grotesque creature, the monsters unleashed a barrage of hefty crossbow bolts from their meticulously arranged siege engines. Roar! The dragons bled, their impenetrable scales proving futile against the onslaught. As thousands of them wailed and plummeted from the sky, Regal felt the sharp bolts swiftly graze his scaled sides, tearing away chunks of flesh and armor. He roared in agony as emerald dragon flames obliterated the nearby siege weapons and chariots, reducing the hideous monsters to mere dust. A peculiar horn echoed across the battlefield, as dozens of sandworms erupted from the ground, and a relentless stream of monsters poured forth from the newly opened chasms, with dragons crashing down under the sharp bolts. Retreat! Retreat! The defeat is catastrophic. With the loss of 7 out of 10 dragons, Regal stumbled alongside Soul in a frantic escape, hearing the towering creature issuing commands once more. Words he comprehended. Occupy Ashar. Whoosh! An arrow from a distant battlefield whistled through the air, its sharp tip reflecting in Regal's startled gaze. A thunderous roar of urgent rage reverberated, causing Regal's body to tremble violently. Startled, he sprang up from the table, clumsily collapsing onto the ground, his hair drenched in sweat, his eyes still haunted by the deadly arrow. Roar! Roar! The frantic roars of the glutton and Silverwing echoed from outside the window. Trembling, Regal pushed himself up, leaning against the wall to open the corridor door, staggering a few steps forward to rest against the glutton's draconic snout, gasping for breath, while Silverwing cautiously nudged him, her large eyes filled with anxiety and concern. Chapter 63. A strange history. Regal gently stroked Silverwing's nose, resting against the glutton for an extended period until he regained some semblance of composure. Yet the terror and dread instilled by that arrow in his dream lingered ominously in his heart. Thus, he decided to climb onto the glutton's head, gripping its prominent bone spikes as he settled onto the spacious saddle, finally feeling a modicum of safety, allowing himself to ponder the events that had just transpired. What was that bizarre statue? Why had he dreamt such a dream? Was it a mere illusion or a fragment of true history? Exhaling heavily, Rigo embraced Silverwing's outstretched head, soothing the worried maiden. Perhaps it was an illusion, a result of his contact with that statue, influenced by some residual magic or something else. Or could it be a genuine historical event, with the statue being a relic from ancient times, inscribed with true history, transporting him into a bygone scene upon contact? A tempest of frenzied thoughts erupted in Rigo's mind, and as his analysis deepened, an unsettling sensation washed over him. A profound unfamiliarity and awkwardness enveloped him, as if, in his subconscious, this world was not meant to be as it currently appeared. Asha, that half-orc? They intended to conquer Asha. Yet Asha lay at the easternmost edge of the eastern continent, a realm rife with pollution and bizarre magical creatures, where ashes drifted along the river and caves riddled the stony mountains. Rigo shuddered at the thought. According to the tomes of Junlin, Asha City was constructed with remarkable grandeur. Yet there was no sign of living souls. Who, then, had built such an exquisite city, and what calamity had befallen its inhabitants to render them silent? In his dream, he had ruled over thousands of massive dragons, all silver-haired men and women, reminiscent of the Valyrians. So, from whence did the Valyrians hail? Where did the dragons originate? How did Valyria meet its demise? Why were Kragan, Laris, and others so oblivious to the Night's Watch in the Wall? Why is it that there exists no substantial historical record regarding the once mighty civilization of Ashai and the formidable Valyria, save for scattered, ambiguous legends whispered by wandering bards and religious zealots? Was the calamity so swift that no survivors remained, or has the true history been obscured, possibly even distorted? Thump, thump, thump. Rigo felt his heart racing, his eyes burning with strain, as the magic within him surged uncontrollably towards his heart. A torrent of thoughts erupted in his mind, and with a pained scream, Rigo tumbled from the dragon's saddle, crashing heavily to the ground. "Your Highness," roared Braun and Laris, who rushed over at the sound of the dragon's roars. Upon witnessing Rigo's anguished fall, they hurried closer, only to be halted at a distance by the vigilant growl of Silverwing. It felt as though his heart might burst. The excruciating pain caused Rigo's limbs to convulse uncontrollably. He sensed that something lurked within him. No, two entities. One sought to seize control of his mind, while the other aimed to conquer his heart. Waves of agony surged forth, as the magic within him erratically coursed towards his brain and heart, rendering his muscles powerless. Rigo howled in despair, glaring at the anxious devourer as he summoned a frenzied command from the depths of his soul. "Dracaris, roar! Your Highness, no?" The emerald dragon flames erupted without hesitation, engulfing Rigo in an instant, reducing his garments to ashes. The dragon's fire seared his bare flesh, and amidst Braun's anguished gaze, strange black mist billowed from Rigo's form, twisting into nothingness within the flames. Faintly, a mournful wail seemed to emanate from the fire, only to vanish in an instant, unnoticed by anyone. Roar! As the flames gradually extinguished, Rigo lay serenely on the ground. Silverwing approached with concern, nudging his body, prompting Rigo to gently pat it. Braun, audaciously disregarding the dragon's threat, hurried over to remove his cloak and drape it over Rigo's exposed body. The devourer and Silverwing no longer exhibited hostility towards this insignificant creature that genuinely cared for Rigo. "Your Highness, are you unscathed?" "I am well, Braun." Disperse the crowd. The commotion caused by the dragon's roars had drawn a significant number of townsfolk to gather before Rigo's castle. He had no inclination for public displays of eccentricity. As Braun and the guard team persuaded the crowd to disperse, they slowly began to retreat. Rigo also dismissed Laris and the other guards, leaving only Braun at his side, sword in hand. Finally, he unwrapped the cloak to reveal his well-muscled chest. "Goodness, Your Highness." The sight upon Rigo's chest made even Braun, who had faced death, catch his breath in astonishment. A fist-sized, crimson eye was deeply embedded in the position of Rigo's heart, pulsating with the rhythm of his heartbeat, as if it possessed a life of its own, incessantly writhing. With a series of weak coughs, Rigo helplessly gazed at the magical eye on his chest, silently calling upon the system within his mind. System? Ding. Panel activated. Host, Rigo Domnal age, 18 gender, male bloodline 1. Bloodline of the ancient Valyria Dragon King. Bloodline 2, Bloodfire Convergence, Affinity for Bloodfire Magic. Current Bloodline Development Progress, 50, Status, Cursed, Weak, Palpitating Traits, Immune to all poisons, Unburnt Lifespan, Unknown, Cursed, and an entry for Lifespan had appeared on the panel, marked with a negative sign. Was this curse a consequence of the recent dream? No, it could not be. In the dream, he had only possessed consciousness, incapable of being cursed. Then, what of the bizarre deity and that entity in his mind? The deity should not be the cause. Many had encountered it without issue, and the devourer showed no reaction to it, indicating it posed no threat to him. Thus, it must be the entity in his mind, one that had attempted to control him on 2 separate occasions. The night before he departed from King's Landing, he had experienced another strange dream, feeling as though he were paralyzed, with only his consciousness awake, hearing several voices. Just now, it was the same voice that had screamed in torment amidst the dragon's flames. Who was he? Or rather, who were they? Why did they seek to control him? Rigo felt as though he had fallen into a deep pit. The grotesque monsters he had battled in his dreams should not exist in this world, unless his memories were flawed. And this familiar magical eye on his chest. Leaning against the devourer, Rigo managed a bitter smile as he covered the pattern on his chest, observing the vigilant, broad-shouldered man scanning the surroundings, and teasingly raised an eyebrow. Braun, this world is about to transform into something beyond our comprehension. Ah, Your Highness? Chapter 64. The King's Delayed Maneuvers. The year 113 of the conquest had quietly arrived, the chill of the sea breeze just dissipating, as the tranquil stone dance city eagerly resumed its activities. The long-overdue matters from Vanishes had finally reached Rigo's desk. Regarding the prior battle with the throat dragon, a version of minor conflict had been disseminated under the king's directive, successfully convincing the common folk of the 7 kingdoms that the 2 princes had merely acted on impulse, harboring no irreconcilable discord. However, for the prominent nobles, the truth had long ceased to be a secret. Beneath the immense shadow of the dragon's wings, fierce wildfires brewed, unsettling the lords accustomed to wealth and comfort. Viserys, too, was fraught with unease. Rhaego's possession of 2 dragons had thoroughly disrupted his plans. The countless debates with the sea snake echoed incessantly in his mind, forcing the once self-assured king to concede that the great dragons may indeed have spiraled beyond control. At that moment, before Rhaego lay a lengthy missive, delivered across the seas by a raven, which served as Viserys' tentative overture towards him. The letter, sprawling over thousands of words, bore witness to the king's deteriorating condition, as evidenced by the sometimes slanted and distorted script. In his correspondence, Viserys expressed numerous sentiments, greetings to Rhaego, excitement over the Valyrian steel swords, and affirmation and admiration for the rapid rise of Dragonstone. However, all these pleasantries coalesced into a directive that bore the weight of a negotiation to mobilize troops. After a century of conquest, the coalition of Daemon Targaryen and the sea snake Corlys had seized the Stepstones. Daemon himself cleaved the notorious crab feeder, Khalees Dahar, in twain, while the kingdom retaliated against the provocations of the Kingdom of 3 Daughters. Daemon earned military accolades and the esteemed title of King of the Stepstones, along with the respect he sought, while the sea snake reclaimed a stronghold in the narrow sea to safeguard his maritime interests. This war, which had endured for over 3 years, was deemed a resounding victory for Westeros. As the sea snake and Daemon returned triumphantly, they entrusted the defense of the Stepstones to a contingent of fewer than 1,000 soldiers dispatched by Corlys. Consequently, it was no surprise that the fleet of the Kingdom of 3 Daughters counterattacked, effortlessly annihilating the garrison at Driftmark and leaving the valiant soldiers who had fought for the sea snake strewn across the beaches of the Stepstones. The hard-won territory was reclaimed with alarming ease by the enemy, an immense disgrace for Viserys, Daemon, and their allies. According to the previously agreed-upon strategy, Daemon was to lead another campaign to the Stepstones after confirming his marriage to Lena Valerion on Driftmark, but Rhaego's 2 dragons had disrupted this plan. His formidable power incited anxiety and vigilance within the king, necessitating a corresponding shift in tactics. Viserys' letter conveyed earnestness, as if a seasoned elder were imparting life lessons to a younger sibling. Yet, to Rhaego, it was nothing more than a clumsy ploy. Your Grace, you must not consent to the expedition. The forces at Dragonstone are scant. Even with your 2 great dragons, Daemon and the sea snake also possessed 2 dragons, and their conflict endured for 3 years, during which the sea snake suffered considerable losses. Having swiftly perused the king's letter, Larys rose, his emotions aflame. For the king's intentions were transparent. Given the modest scale of Dragonstone, It could scarcely sustain a protracted war of attrition. Braun, how many soldiers are currently stationed in the city? Braun pondered momentarily before affirmatively responding. Due to a year of construction, a significant influx of civilians and landless knights has occurred. After rigorous selection and competition, the official garrison now stands at a full 1,000 men. However, Braun hesitated, casting a furtive glance at Lares beside him. Your Highness, Lares seamlessly took over the conversation. Braun's implication is that within the garrison of 1,000 men, at least 1/10 are spies dispatched by other families. As per your directive, we have not removed them, but it is evident that such soldiers cannot be deployed to the battlefield. Rigo was aware of this situation. Following the acclaim of Valyrian steel swords, the Stone Dance City began a vigorous construction endeavor, attracting a substantial influx of commoners and lower-born knights. During the identification process, Lares and his companions discovered that some among them were pawns from other families. However, they had nothing to hide, and the influence of a mere handful of knights was insignificant compared to the devastating breath of a dragon from a greed eater. Thus, Rigo allowed Lares to feign ignorance and incorporated them into the garrison. Have you identified which families they hail from? In response, Your Highness, most are from the Hightower family of Old Town and the Aaron family of the Vale, with a few from noble houses like the Strongs. Oh, is your family involved? Indeed. Your Highness, Lares shrugged nonchalantly. As you know, my father is the hand of the king, and his loyalty to the crown is unparalleled. With a non-committal smile, Rigo stroked his chin and turned to Braun. Braun, can you manage the other members of the garrison? Undoubtedly, Your Highness. Those vermin are under our surveillance and can be easily dispatched. Nodding and understanding, Rigo had full confidence in the capabilities of his two subordinates. After all, during the past year when he had taken a hands-off approach, it was Lares and Braun who had maintained order in Stone Dance City. After pondering for a long while, Rigo resolved that he could not risk the soldiers he had painstakingly selected in a reckless confrontation with pirates. Lares, draft a letter to the king on my behalf. I can agree to lead troops against the pirates of the Kingdom of the Three Daughters, but Stone Dance City shall not send any forces, though we are willing to supply provisions for the army. Additionally, I will ride into battle atop my dragon. Your Highness, you may certainly refuse the king's command. Lares, I once encountered a rather intriguing expression, first courtesy, then arms. Never underestimate the ruthlessness of a powerful ruler. I would not wish to awaken one morning to find that our hard-won city has been encircled by a dozen great dragons. Though Rigo's words were laced with humor, both Lares and Braun shivered in unison, exchanging solemn glances. Over the past year, they had witnessed a city on the brink of ruin flourish under their stewardship, leading to an unwarranted sense of pride and a disregard for reality. They had forgotten that the Targaryen family's dominion over the Seven Kingdoms relied not on the mountains of gold and grain amassed in Stone Dance City, but rather on the dragons that soared above. Coming back to their senses, Lares and Braun broke into a cold sweat. They gazed at the languid Rigo leaning against his chair, rose earnestly, and bowed deeply, expressing their gratitude with the utmost solemnity. Thank you, Your Highness. Enough, enough. Let us not indulge in such frivolities, Rigo interjected, gesturing for the two to cease their actions. Lares hastened to send a reply to King's Landing. Braun, maintain control over the garrison and uphold order within the city, preparing for the impending expedition. I dread the thought that, upon my departure, the city we have painstakingly built might become mere prey for others. Chapter 65. Rigo's contemplation at his core, Rigo harbored a fervent desire to outright refuse Viserys' command, wishing instead to quietly dwell within the confines of Stone Dance, leading a modest life while watching the world descend into chaos, only to emerge later to tidy up the remnants. However, reality would never permit him the luxury of being a mere spectator. His impulsive venture to Storm's End, in tandem with the equally impetuous demon, had orchestrated a fierce dragon battle. Although Rigo, as a first-hand witness, understood that the advantage held by the Devourer and Silverwing in swiftly incapacitating Vhagar stemmed from tactical superiority, those who had not witnessed the event would not share this perspective. Just as Demon and Corlys, typically fiery and combative, had instinctively tempered their bravado upon witnessing Vhagar's rapid defeat, Viserys might perceive the Devourer as a dragon of equal, if not superior, caliber to Vhagar. The king, who had not ridden a dragon in nearly 3 decades, suddenly tamed the unclaimed Vhagar, an incredulous feat that Rigo would not have believed had it not been spurred by the Throat War. The Devourer was far too aged to sustain prolonged combat. Despite Rigo's daily infusion of magical energy into the two dragons, it would likely take no less than a decade for the Devourer to regain its former glory. Given the current capabilities of the Devourer and Silverwing, Rego could not afford to completely incite Viserys' wrath. The recent battle had already frayed the king's nerves to an extraordinary degree, and an outright refusal to embark on the Stone Steps expedition would be tantamount to open rebellion. Should Viserys, in a fit of fury, lose his reason, the Devourer and Silverwing would inevitably find themselves besieged by multiple dragons, with the aging Devourer and unmounted Silverwing facing overwhelming uncertainty. Thus, at its essence, this letter from King's Landing served as a test of Rego's stance. Viserys, unable to accept the prospect of his own dragons engaging in a bloodbath against the Devourer and Silverwing, found himself at an impasse, despite his escalating wariness of Rego. Consequently, the letter was dispatched. Should Rego acquiesce to the expedition, it would be a harmonious resolution, sparing Viserys' dragons from harm and safeguarding Rego from assault. The ensuing conflict at Stone Steps would then unfold in an arena where each party could display their prowess. It was entirely conceivable that, at any moment, ships from the realm of the Three Daughters might suddenly bear the scorpions of Westeros, or that Rego's camp might reveal the tears of Lys within their flagons. Anything was possible. However, should Rego directly refuse the commands of Viserys, it would effectively mean making one of the most arduous decisions on behalf of Viserys, a conclusion neither desired by the king nor one Rego would willingly accept. Thus, from the very beginning, Rego's options were singular: to ride forth on Dragonback to conquer the Stepstones, confronting all the treacherous schemes lurking in the shadows. Of course, Rego could choose to flee, allowing the kingdom to possess a prosperous Dragonstone, which would align perfectly with Viserys' wishes. What a masterstroke of invincible strategy, indeed. Rego, caressing the armrest of his chair, could not help but admire Viserys' cunning. After all, he had adeptly held the Iron Throne for 26 years without a dragon. While the king's conduct regarding Rhaenyra may not have conformed to the expected demeanor of a sovereign, in many other matters, Viserys proved himself to be a formidable ruler. In truth, for Rego, the campaign against the Stepstones bore little peril. The measures available to Viserys and his advisors were limited, primarily to covertly supporting the pirates of the Kingdom of the Three Daughters and assassination. Given that Rego would be mounted on his dragon, the only way pirates could inflict harm would be through the installation of ballistae on their ships. However, Rego was not a fool. He would not be so reckless as to glide low over hostile waters when aware of the presence of dragon-slaying weaponry. Thus, this threat could largely be dismissed. As for assassination, Rego was confident that with the vigilance of both the Devourer and Silverwing, few could stealthily approach him. Even if a few stray infiltrators managed to breach his defenses, Rego remained unperturbed. Did one truly believe that the First Knight of the Seven Kingdoms was merely a title? Indeed, when it comes to the subtle art of elimination, poisoning remains the most insidious method. Every morsel of food and sip of water available to Rego, even the very air he breathed, could potentially be tainted. Yet he possessed a safeguard. During his conversation with Viserys in the throne room, Rego absorbed the energy from the skull of the founding dragon, Meraxes, enhancing his bloodline's potential to 30% and, for the first time, unlocking a bloodline trait that became the nightmare of all would-be poisoners: immunity to all toxins. Feel free to administer poison. A mere frown would signify my defeat. Thus, the Stepstones, perceived as fraught with peril by Larys and Braavosi, presented no significant difference to Rego than a leisurely vacation upon his dragon. Regarding the pirates of the Kingdom of the Three Daughters, Rego resolved to let them be, provided they did not provoke him. His intention was to engage in this campaign with minimal effort, hoping that the conflict would prolong until Viserys was utterly depleted, and the factions of the Black and Green parties were at each other's throats. Moreover, this expedition offered Rego the perfect opportunity to delve into the ancient truths of the East. The prior dragon dream had felt overwhelmingly vivid, whether it was the Devourer, Soul, or the youth issuing commands from his back, all seemed to reflect Rhego's own existence. Why had the ancient land of Ashai transformed into a barren shadow? What caused the peculiar ruptures in history? Who, indeed, is the one attempting to control oneself? Most importantly, the ominous eye that has manifested upon his chest incessantly devours his magic and vitality. It is conceivable that Rego might soon find himself utterly drained, succumbing to death. Thus, he must devise a means to uncover the entirety of this truth in an effort to save himself. A raven, dispatched from Stone Dance City, carried Rego's missive towards the nearby King's Landing. Before long, several letters emerged from the Red Keep, escorted by a contingent of knights, destined for the Vale, Old Town, and Stormlands. The entire realm stirred abruptly. The leaders of the Vale's Arryn family, the Hightower family of Old Town, the Targaryens of Stormlands, and the Valyrians of Driftmark, along with the Valyrians of Crab Isle, all convened at the Red Keep for an all-night discussion with the king. Simultaneously, vassals from the various noble families began mobilizing their forces, casting a shadow of war over the Seven Kingdoms. The king commanded his third daughter to lead a pirate raid on the Stepstones, plundering merchant vessels and challenging the kingdom's authority. He appointed Prince Rhaego Targaryen as the commander of an army of 5,000, drawn from the Vale, Old Town, Stormlands, Driftmark, and Crab Isle, to launch an expedition against the Stepstones. Larys, solemnly reading the proclamation from King's Landing, noted that Rhaego initially felt a flicker of enthusiasm at the involvement of so many noble families. However, upon hearing the meager number of soldiers, he rolled his eyes in disbelief. I had anticipated that such a multitude of lords and nobles would muster tens of thousands of troops. Yet here we have only 5,000? What can such a paltry force accomplish? Whether or not we can conquer the Stepstones is one matter. But with only 5,000 men, should they falter, they would scarcely withstand the pirate onslaught for long. How then can I buy time? Perhaps it would be prudent to avoid direct confrontation. Alas, one can only lament the stinginess of Viserys. Chapter 66. Return to Dragonstone. The organization and mobilization of an army is not an endeavor that can be undertaken lightly. Even though Viserys had issued the royal command, the participating nobles were dutifully responding to the call to arms. However, as the saying goes, the army does not march without provisions. Merely preparing the necessary supplies for the expedition would take nearly a month. Furthermore, under the king's orders, the troops from the Vale, Stormlands, and Old Town were required to converge at Stone Dance City before boarding the warships of the Valyrian family to sail to the Stepstones, thereby extending the timeline even further. Seizing this opportunity, Rhaego flew to Dragonstone on his dragon. Having learned from the earlier lesson of Vagar's swift demise, Viserys, fearing that Rhaego might unleash chaos upon his own dragons, issued a decree summoning all the owned dragons back to King's Landing. Rhaenyra and Lanino, who had been enjoying their time on Dragonstone, also returned to King's Landing. At this moment, Dragonstone was left nearly undefended, save for a small garrison. During his prior visit to Dragonstone, Rhaego had successfully claimed both the Devourer and the Silverwing. To him, this place felt like a harbinger of good fortune. Thus, while the kingdom busied itself with war mobilization and Dragonstone stood vulnerable, he pondered whether he might seize the opportunity to recruit the Mud Dragon, the notorious thief of sheep. With the swiftness of the Glutton and the Silver Wing, the journey from Stone Dance City to Dragonstone Island takes merely half an hour. As Rhaego diligently infuses magic into the two dragons day after day, the formidable traits of the Dragon Rider begin to manifest visibly in their appearances. The once drooping belly and neck of the Glutton have subtly tightened over time, while the wounds from its prolonged battles have noticeably diminished, their scars fading into obscurity beneath fresh scales that cover them, resembling an incomplete restoration. However, the enhancement in the Glutton's condition is unmistakable. At the very least, this magnificent beast has regained considerable vitality, no longer indulging in endless slumber. It even takes the initiative to soar over the narrow sea alongside the Silver Wing in pursuit of prey, its gaze no longer shrouded in lethargy, but instead reflecting a semblance of the invincible aura it once possessed during its prime. In contrast to the relatively modest changes in the Glutton, the transformation of the Silver Wing is, even to Rhaego, quite astonishing. After more than a year of continuous magical nourishment, the already resplendent scales of the Silver Dragon have become even more magnificent, radiating a faint luminescence even in the darkest of nights. As it glides gracefully beside the Glutton, its shimmering scales catch the sunlight, casting a breathtaking array of colors, resembling a colossal sprite. Not only has its appearance evolved, but the Silver Wing's dragonfire has also undergone a remarkable metamorphosis. The once yellow flames now shimmer with hints of blue, akin to the exquisite hue of glacial ice. And the temperature of the flames has significantly increased. Given the current trajectory, Rhaego surmises that once the Silver Wing's fire fully transforms into an icy blue, there may be no dragon in Westeros capable of withstanding its might. The transformations of the two dragons bring Rhaego immense joy. Though he feels a twinge of discomfort at the sluggish pace of their evolution, he knows he must endure a lengthy wait. Of course, this is under normal circumstances. Should he continue to tame dragons during this period, thereby accelerating the activation of his bloodline, he could potentially hasten the evolution of both dragons. Thus, his focus turns to the wild, unclaimed dragon known as the Sheep Stealer, which roams Dragonstone Island. This dragon, born around the time of the conquest, is suspected to be a descendant of Vagar, perhaps due to its lack of a dragon rider and its prolonged existence in the wild, often facing hunger. The sheep stealer is considerably smaller than its contemporaries, Dreamfire and Silverwing. Rigo deliberately piloted the Glutton and Silverwing to circumvent the front of Dragonstone Island. Avoiding detection by the soldiers stationed at the castle, the Glutton landed deep within Dragonmount, and Rigo, wary that the presence of this wild dragon hunter might frighten the beleaguered sheep stealer away, gestured for them to move freely while he searched alone along the ridge. The Glutton, accustomed to Rigo's intentions after more than a year of companionship, understood the purpose of their visit to Dragonstone Island. Despite its disdain for the mud dragon, the Glutton maintained a respectful demeanor towards its knight, leading the Silver Wing into its former lair. The great sword Dawn has been reforged by the blacksmith Arthur, and after an extensive infusion of magical energy from Rigo, along with the searing flames of the Devourer, it has transformed into a magnificent sword of Valyrian steel. Remarkably, due to Rigo's substantial infusion of ancient magic, its strength subtly surpasses that of other Valyrian steel swords originating from Dragonstone. Drawing forth the reforged one-handed Dawn, Rigo followed the last memory of the sheep stealer's location, tracing along the ridge. Although the sheep stealer is a timid wild dragon, it only panics in the presence of the Devourer, a dragon-eating demon. Rigo does not believe it would display cowardice in his presence. After all, he possesses the bloodline of the Bloodfire, making him akin to a delectable morsel of magic in the eyes of these native Westerosi dragons, much like the fabled flesh of the monk who bestows immortality. Proper protection is imperative for him, and prior to his journey, he donned a specially crafted underarmor of Valyrian steel made by Arthur, just in case. Although he, as a non-burner, is unafraid of dragon fire, should the sheep stealer become aggressive without the Devourer and Silverwing at his side. A surprise attack from a mud dragon could render him nothing more than dragon dung. While the newly forged underarmor may not withstand the might of a dragon, it would at least afford Rigo a fleeting moment to struggle. All was prepared. Only the sheep stealer remained elusive. Dragonmount is vast. Rigo traversed a considerable distance from the previous lair of the Devourer before arriving at the valley where he last spotted the sheep stealer. The grasslands, once scorched by dragon fire, had returned to a lush state, even flourishing better than in other areas. Standing atop the ridge, Rigo surveyed the modest valley. Noting the absence of any signs of dragon habitation on the grass and rocks, the sheep stealer had not visited this place for quite some time. Shaking his head in disappointment, Rigo continued to search along the contours of Dragonmount. Unless confronted by a natural enemy or insurmountable disaster, or if it had acquired a rider, a dragon typically does not stray far from its territory. Rigo had heard no news of anyone from House Targaryen taming the sheep stealer, which indicated that this mud dragon must still reside on Dragonstone. Not finding it immediately was not disheartening. He possessed ample patience. Chapter 67. The Crevice on the Precipice. Patience. Indeed, Rigo spent an entire day and night searching the expanse of Dragonmount without discovering a trace of the sheep stealer. Despite having set forth with grand ambitions, the continuous disappointments began to dull his spirit. Dragonmount is extensive, yet with the Devourer occupying the main peak, the area where the sheep stealer could roam is limited to the periphery. Why was it so elusive? Weary, Rigo sat upon a stone. As the sun began to reveal itself from the eastern horizon, resigned, he gently curved his fingers to his lips. A melodious whistle resonated far and wide within the valleys of Longshan, as the joyful cries of Silverwing echoed through the air. Moments later, the magnificent silver dragon descended from the mountain peak with a low roar, bringing with it a fierce morning breeze, landing beside Rigo. With a gentle nudge, the silver dragon's head rested against Rigo's chest, offering solace to her despondent master. Suddenly, the imposing silhouette of the glutton manifested above the valley, its powerful wings sweeping down and bowing the wild grass beneath. Rigo tenderly caressed Silverwing's cheek, casting a dubious gaze at the inexplicably exuberant glutton. Could it be that this colossal creature had stealthily chased off the sheep thief? Such a thought crossed Rigo's mind, especially since he had yet to tame a dragon and had endured a night's chill in the valley, only to find Glutton merrily frolicking about. Glutton, did you drive away the sheep thief? He questioned. With an eager descent to the ground, Glutton, upon hearing Rigo's inquiry, impatiently nudged aside the blissful Silverwing. Its emerald eyes conveyed a human-like sense of grievance as it emulated Silverwing's gesture, gently nudging Rigo's chest while emitting a series of low growls. Rigo continued to regard the unusually animated glutton with skepticism, before tentatively reaching out to stroke its snout and hesitantly offering a few words of comfort. All right. If you didn't do it, then you didn't. I must have misjudged you. Roar? Okay, I apologize. I'm sorry. With a mix of amusement and exasperation, Rigo sat down heavily upon the ground, leaning against Silverwing's body, feeling somewhat disappointed as he brushed off the bits of grass clinging to him. Silverwing, it seems our journey has been in vain. Not only did we fail to find a sheep thief, but we didn't even catch a glimpse of dragon dung. With narrowed eyes, Silverwing paused, momentarily taken aback by Rigo's lack of enthusiasm. After tilting her head in contemplation, she gently nudged Rigo's body with her snout. "What's the matter?" Rigo exclaimed, struggling to maintain his balance as he regarded Silverwing with curiosity. However, Silverwing continued to stretch her head forward, pushing him toward her back. Reluctantly, Rigo found himself half-forced on Silverwing's back, fastening the safety strap on the saddle with a sense of bewilderment. Once Silverwing confirmed he was secure, she let out a proud roar directed at Glutton, then flapped her enormous wings, taking flight toward the rear mountains of Longshan. The rear mountains of Longshan featured a towering cliff, slanting down from the summit's volcanic crater, where less than 100 meters below lay smooth, rocky outcrops. The cliffs jutted out at a negative angle, with the sections closer to the sea curving inward, creating an illusion of peaks hanging upside down, devoid of any foothold. Silverwing circled above the precipice for quite some time before darting toward a slightly protruding cliff face. Rigo, puzzled by the smooth rock wall, could not fathom Silverwing's intentions for bringing him here. Yet, as they swiftly approached the cliff, a look of astonishment began to dawn on his face. From a distance, one could observe a formidable and perilous cliff, upon which a significant fissure lay hidden. However, due to the orientation of the crack, which closely adhered to the cliff face, it was only those traversing parallel to the wall who might stumble upon this enigmatic locale. Viewed from the front, the cliff revealed nothing but a monotonous expanse of dark, rocky outcrops, devoid of any hint of a crack. The fissure was so vast that the magnificent form of Silverwing could easily enter, followed closely by the insatiable devourer. As they passed through the damp entrance, a grand underground chamber unfolded before Rigo's astonished gaze, dry, desolate, and suffused with a pungent scent of sulfur. Leaping down from Silverwing's back, Rigo cautiously surveyed the expansive space concealed within the mountain. The red walls illuminated the cavern with a bright glow. He prudently commanded the devourer and Silverwing to keep a safe distance from the wall, suspecting that should it be breached, a torrent of molten lava might surge forth, entombing him and the two dragons within. A roar from Silverwing abruptly interrupted Rigo's contemplation. He looked up to see her intently focused on a small hill rising several meters high, beckoning him closer. What could it be? Driven by curiosity, Rigo approached swiftly. Before he could utter a word, Silverwing's sharp claws had already sliced through the hill's tough exterior, releasing a potent stench that assaulted Rigo's nostrils. He retched violently. What a vile discovery! A pile of dragon dung. As he continued to heave, Rigo frantically gestured for Silverwing to desist from her playful excavation. Yet she remained unperturbed, digging with even greater enthusiasm. "Silverwing," he managed to choke out, and just then, an oval object the size of a horse's head rolled forth from beneath Silverwing's claws, tumbling onto the ground. Its elongated shape, glossy black shell, and mottled scales revealed it to be a dragon egg. Rigo could no longer suppress his excitement. He rushed forward, cradling the egg in his arms, disregarding the filth and swiftly cleaning it of the excrement that clung to its surface, revealing its full form. Indeed, it was a dragon egg, dark, warm, and pulsating with the essence of life. Ding! A weak magical creature detected. Would you like to absorb its energy? Reject. He hastily declined the system's proposal. This was a dragon egg, potentially ancient, and Rigo could not bear to squander such a treasure by allowing the system to consume it. Just think of the energy it could provide. If he succeeded in hatching it, the rewards would be incalculable. Silverwing, keep digging. Carefully placing the dragon egg in a safe spot, Rigo cast aside any concerns regarding the mess, exhilarated as he drew his sword, Dawn, and joined the excavation effort. A frustrated roar from the devourer echoed as it witnessed the duo's relentless enthusiasm. With no other option, it buried its head beneath its wings, opting for ignorance as the search continued. Another one. Moments later, Rigo felt the tip of his sword strike against an unusual object, swiftly unearthing a dark green egg. Roar. Ha! The third one. Ugh. Continue digging. Chapter 68. 6 Dragon Eggs. The mound of dragon dung was substantial, concealing eggs that had evidently been laid by the great mother dragon in 2 distinct periods. Rigo and Silverwing, one man and one dragon, had managed to unearth 3 eggs before their excavation was interrupted, 1 green, 1 black, and 1 crimson. After carefully storing them, they resumed digging and soon discovered 3 more eggs at the surface of the dung pile. How beautiful! Rigo marveled as he beheld the 3 eggs before him. Undoubtedly a clutch from the same brood. These eggs, buried for an unknown duration, had their original colors entirely obscured. Removing his cloak, Rigo gently wiped them, unable to suppress his astonishment. The eggs boasted a delightful pale pink hue, slightly larger than the previous three, and remarkably, all three shared identical appearances, making it impossible for Rigo to discern their order. In an instant, Rigo's youthful heart soared as he cradled one of the pale pink eggs, tenderly running his fingers over its slightly rough surface. A flicker of emotion stirred within him, and the blood-fire magic coursing through him transformed into fine threads, cautiously weaving into the shell. Life exists. The moment the magic entered the egg, Rigo distinctly sensed a yearning emotion emanating from within. Startled, he withdrew his hand, placing the gently trembling egg aside, and reached for another from Silverwing's embrace. The delicate pink egg seemed to resonate with Silverwing's aesthetic, compelling her to covet the trio of eggs. When Rigo took one from her grasp, she emitted a reluctant growl, but unable to resist her master's will. She hurriedly retrieved the egg Rigo had just examined, gently cradling it with her wings. Rigo regarded Silverwing with a curious gaze. In Westeros, or within the entire worldview of A Song of Ice and Fire, dragons, as the dominators of power, possess no concept of blood ties or familial bonds. Take, for instance, Valyria, the mother of dragons, a surviving elder of the Targaryen lineage. Throughout her life, she has rivaled even the illustrious Queen Alicent. The dragons hatched from Valyria's eggs are all renowned figures: Dreamfire, Valyria's progeny, and the brooding Silverwing, who has birthed 4 dragons: Seasmoke, Tessarion, Syrax, and Sunfire. While her descendant, Syrax, is the mother of Vomax, Eryx, and Tyraxes. In light of these revelations, it appears that almost every dragon that has graced the House of the Dragon bears a blood connection to Valyria. Consequently, our dear Valyria first devoured her own great-grandson, Alax, then beheaded her grandson, Meraxes, and ultimately met her demise alongside her beloved grandson, Collegis. The relationships among the other dragons, when viewed through the lens of human kinship, are equally ruthless. One might stab their nephew in the back while another shatters their brother's dreams, creating a chaos that is truly bewildering. What astonished Rigo was this. One would assume that even if Silverwing were to feel a tug of maternal instinct upon seeing those dragon eggs, it would manifest as a basic protective instinct towards her young, rather than an overt display of affection and possessiveness towards 3 of the eggs while completely disregarding the other 3. This behavior is reminiscent of an adult who, upon encountering a particularly charming child, feels the urge to embrace and caress them. Silverwing is evolving, not merely in her physical form, but her intellect is ascending to greater heights. This revelation filled Rigo with elation. He had initially believed that the traits of a dragon keeper merely facilitated the physical enhancement of dragons, but this unexpected development was indeed a delightful surprise. With a cheerful spirit, Rigo carefully placed one of the pale dragon eggs into Silverwing's embrace, met with her gleeful squinting eyes. He turned with irritation to kick the slumbering glutton. Roar? What are you doing? What do you have to say for yourself? All you do is sleep day in and day out. Rigo, in his displeasure, patted Glutton's dragon snout and unceremoniously shoved the 3 black, green, and crimson dragon eggs into his grasp, issuing an undeniable command. Here, yours. Each dragon has 3 eggs. Take good care of them, and we shall see whose offspring proves mightier. Roar, how are they not your children? Once they hatch, won't they belong to you? Upon witnessing Glutton resignedly cradle the dragon eggs, Rigo nodded in satisfaction. Leaving 2 dragons to guard the 6 eggs, he picked up his somewhat grimy sword, Dawn, and began to search the expansive cavern. The sound of clanging resonated throughout the cave as Rigo meticulously examined every suspicious nook with his sword. Ultimately, he was forced to concede that within this vast dragon lair, there were only those few eggs, devoid of the treasure hoards or magical relics he had envisioned. With a sense of disappointment, he wiped Dawn roughly and sheathed it. After surveying the cave once more, he reluctantly wrapped the dragon eggs nestled in the embrace of the 2 dragons in his cloak and the fabric from the saddle. He secured the 3 pale dragon eggs firmly atop Silverwing's saddle, playfully tapping her occasionally probing head. The remaining 3 eggs were fastened to Glutton's back, and after securing the saddle's safety strap, a long, melodious whistle echoed through the cavern. Homeward bound. Roar. The glutton roared exuberantly, unwilling to linger in this flavorful place for even a moment longer. With a mighty flap of its enormous wings, it deftly swooped down from the crevice of the cliff, roaring as it skimmed close to the surface of the sea, soaring towards the stone dance city. Screech. The silver wing, lowly growling, pursued the glutton. Perhaps due to the dragon egg strapped to her back, She surprisingly refrained from rolling and spiraling, instead flying steadily beside him, occasionally glancing at Rigo, her gentle eyes brimming with visible delight. Screech, screech. After gliding a distance over the sea, the two dragons ascended, almost the moment they departed from Dragonstone Island. A colossal dragon, its entire body muddied, took flight from the rugged rocky beach on the western side of the island, darting towards Dragon Mountain under Rigo's fierce gaze. Roar! The glutton emitted a triumphant roar. Rigo rolled his eyes in exasperation. He had come to realize that the glutton must have stealthily chased away the sheep thief under the cover of last night's darkness, leaving him to endure a frigid night for no reason. Perhaps Silverwing had a hand in this as well. Casting a glance at Silverwing, the elegant maiden flitted her wings without a sideways glance, silently accelerating her pace, leaving Rigo and the glutton behind. Every family has its own troubles. Thankfully, this journey was not entirely fruitless. The value of the 6 dragon eggs subtly surpassed that of an uncertain sheep thief, so Rigo found no fault in their actions. What else could he do? As long as they were happy, that was what mattered. Chapter 69. The return. Rigo guided the 2 dragons to land on a beach near a sharp corner, removing all his belongings and tossing them into the sea for a rough cleansing, as the odor emanating from them was simply unbearable. Perhaps the joy of acquiring the dragon eggs had distracted him from the stench while in the cave, aside from an initial bout of retching. He had gradually grown accustomed to it. However, upon emerging, he felt the smell intensifying with every flight, becoming intolerable. Roar! Roar! After unstrapping the saddles and the bags containing the dragon eggs from the 2 dragons, Rigo urged them to enter the seawater for a thorough wash. Having spent a considerable time in that dragon lair, they felt permeated by the omnipresent scent of dragon excrement, rendering them all quite unsavory. Once the clothes were washed and draped over the glutton, the dragon's exceptionally high body temperature quickly dried them, shaking off the salt that had seeped out. The 2 colossal dragons took to the skies once more. At this moment, Stone Dance City was bustling with construction. Although the king had ordered Prince Rigo to lead an expedition to the Stone Steppes archipelago, under Rigo's prior instructions and Laris's adept reassurance, the city's civilians, aside from a brief initial panic, had not descended into significant chaos. Rigo was acutely aware of his significance to the Stone Dance City, and Laris understood this truth just as well. Given the city's current capacity to generate wealth and its promising prospects for industrial development, the loss of the prince's authority could lead to a rapid disintegration of the city, with opportunists from the 7 kingdoms seizing their chance. The residents who had followed Rigo also grasped this reality. Thus, upon receiving the news, Rigo promptly instructed Laris to reassure the populace, striving to minimize the impact of his impending expedition, which helped prevent the native inhabitants of Stone Dance City, who had endured profound tragedies, from descending into chaos. The figures of the Devourer and the Silver Wings soon appeared overhead. Their roars and the fierce winds they stirred captivated the attention of all within the city. The prince has returned. His Highness is back. The onlookers, momentarily pausing their duties, waved enthusiastically at Rigo seated upon the dragon's back. The sensation of being adored was undeniably addictive, and Rigo deliberately commanded the Devourer to circle above the city a few extra times, waving back to the crowd in acknowledgement of their cheers. After a while, he ordered the Devourer to descend onto the square. Sliding down from the dragon's back, Laris and Braun were already waiting at the entrance. Your Highness. Laris and Braun greeted him with nods, and as Rigo led them towards the castle, he inquired, Is the military funding for this expedition prepared? It is all in order, Your Highness, Laris replied respectfully. As per your command, we have set aside a portion of silver stag coins, with the remainder supplemented by swords and blades. Excellent. Rigo affirmed their efforts with satisfaction. Initially, Viserys had commanded Rigo to lead his vassals and nobles into battle. However, Rigo himself was merely a figurehead. The only nobles he had were Laris and Braun, who was appointed by him, totaling just 1.5. The garrison tasked with defending Stone Dance City consisted of a mere 1,000 men, and they were beset with numerous challenges. Hence, Rigo exchanged wealth and resources for the authority to lead his expedition alone. He understood that for Viserys, whether he commanded troops or contributed funds was of little consequence, provided he and the 2 dragons agreed to engage in the campaign against the Stairs Islands. Thus, even in terms of funding, Rigo prepared only a symbolic few thousand silver stags, while the rest consisted of swords forged by the city's blacksmiths, capitalizing on the abundant iron resources available in Stone Dance City. Upon returning to the castle, Rigo indulged in a warm bath attended by maidservants, then sat down to dine with his 2 subordinates. Now, gentlemen, where have all the lords gone? The roasted lamb chops glistened with a golden hue. lightly dusted with a layer of spices. After a day of hunger, Rigo indulged in a couple of bites, followed by a sip of sweet mead, a sensation that penetrated to the very marrow of his bones. "Your Highness," Braun exclaimed, setting aside a half-eaten leg of lamb and wiping the grease from his mouth with a hearty gesture. Without a moment's hesitation, he replied, "I suspect that your Majesty and the esteemed lords have long been prepared." Just a few short days after the command was issued, the armies from the Vale and Old Town have already set forth with provisions and supplies. Storm's Inn has even sent a raven to Lord Lares, detailing the expected arrival time. Tide's Inn will not be delayed either. Within a month, 5,000 troops will reach our Stone Dance Castle. As he savored the delectable lamb, Rigo felt no surprise at Braun's account. If Viserys had been plotting for over a year and was still hesitant, he would have to reassess the king's capabilities. "What did Storm's End say, Lares?" "Your Highness, the Prime Minister has written, urging me to lead the soldiers to the Stepstone Islands." Lares' expression darkened. Based on the thorough analysis conducted by Rigo and the others, it was evident that this war at the Stepstone Islands was a classic tactic to divert internal conflicts. The dispatch forces would certainly not comprise the elite and direct descendants of the noble families, and the general leading them would undoubtedly face perilous circumstances. Were it not for Rigo's insistence on going, neither Lares nor Braun could have dissuaded him. They would never allow the Prince of Stone Dance Castle to venture into such danger. However, it was unexpected that Leonos, his own father, would order Lares to lead the expedition to the Stepstone Islands, an apparent invitation to death. Rigo raised an eyebrow at Lares' expression, nearly bursting into laughter. But he managed to restrain himself, refraining from adding salt to the wounds of his loyal subordinate. "Ahem, Lares, you are my vassal. Stone Dance Castle still requires your governance. Pay no heed to the Prime Minister's command. I shall explain the situation to him." "Thank you, Your Highness." "Oh, by the way," Rigo suddenly recalled, "Braun. Please find Arthur later and have him forge 2 sturdy Valyrian steel boxes for me, each capable of holding approximately 4 human heads. Ensure the exterior has several handles for binding. Let him employ his finest craftsmanship. When they are completed, have him come to me, as I will have the glutton forge them." "At your command, Your Highness." "Very well, then. Let us set aside our worries for now. Focus on the construction of Stone Dance Castle. Let us fortify the battlements with several large ballistae, transforming the castle into an impregnable fortress. Now let us eat. This leg of lamb is excellently roasted. I can finally see my 8 parts of true skill reflected in it." Chapter 70. The changes at Stone Dance Castle. Upon returning from Dragonstone, Rigo dedicated his time to managing affairs at Stone Dance Castle. Many matters requiring Lares' indecision or Rigo's personal confirmation had accumulated, necessitating the involvement of the Prince of Stone Dance Castle. For Rigo, who has grown accustomed to a life of leisure and freedom, the occasional engagement in the affairs of his domain brings a unique sense of fulfillment. The busyness he embraces has become a soothing balm for his spirit. Mornings are spent attending to mundane tasks, followed by visits to the dragon's lair to feed 2 gluttonous dragons and nurture his bond with them. Afterward, Rigo meanders through the city with his guards. Under the pretense of inspecting the construction of Stone Dance City, he occasionally identifies areas that do not meet his standards, summoning workers to rectify and rebuild, leading to a vibrant and prosperous existence. The residents of Stone Dance City hold Rigo, their approachable prince, in deep affection. Wherever he goes, he is met with respectful bows and greetings. The newly established marketplace buzzes with activity, as the expansion of Stone Dance City and the advantageous location of the port attract an increasing number of merchants arriving by sea to trade their wares. The indigenous people of Stone Dance City now find their pockets swollen with wealth, a fortunate turn of events initiated by Rigo's decision to forge Valyrian steel. Although the ultimate quality of this steel is determined by the dragon fire of the greedy dragons, Prince Rigo has shown remarkable generosity to the blacksmiths in the city. For each exquisite Westerosi sword they forge, they are rewarded with a gold dragon from Rigo's hand, a windfall for those who may have never laid eyes on such treasure. Despite Rigo's implementation of auctions and limited sales to control the supply of Valyrian steel, the swords that have already been sold have brought substantial profits to the blacksmiths. With the completion of the Twin Dragon Port and the expansion of Stone Dance City, the efforts of Lares and others have successfully transformed the notoriety of Valyrian steel into tangible foot traffic. Not only the blacksmiths involved in sword making, but even the elderly have found opportunities to earn a modest income. Given the current per capita wealth in Stone Dance City, Rigo dares to assert that no lordly domain rivals the affluence he has cultivated. The common people's demands are simple: rice in their jars, clothing on their backs, and coins in their pockets. Such a state of affairs is priceless. and as the architect of this prosperity. Rigo's stature in the hearts of the residents has undoubtedly eclipsed that of the king. After all, during the king's reign, a hearty meal was often an unattainable luxury. As Rigo strolls through the immaculate streets of Stone Dance City, he greets each citizen who bows to him with a warm nod. Occasionally, street vendors approach the esteemed prince with offerings of homemade snacks and trinkets, which Rigo graciously accepts, enjoying them with unabashed delight under the watchful eyes of Braun and several guards. He revels in this familiar camaraderie, wandering the streets of Stone Dance City as if he has returned to a world he knows well, where the people wholeheartedly embrace their leader. Walking from the eastern part of the city to the west, traversing through residential areas and into the industrial zone, Rigo finally eased his smile, which had nearly become frozen, as he pushed open the door and entered the forge of Arthur the blacksmith. Inside, the workshop was bustling with activity as weapons were being forged. Arthur's two newly acquired apprentices were diligently hammering away at the glowing red steel ingots, sparks flying in all directions amidst the rhythmic clanging. As the master, Arthur stood behind his apprentices, wielding a small hammer, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the transforming steel, continuously imparting wisdom on techniques for controlling force and observing the state of the metal, occasionally raising his hammer to correct the apprentice's misdirected strikes. Rigo's unexpected visit filled Arthur with surprise, causing him to hastily drop his hammer and, in a display of gratitude, kneel before him with a thud. "Your Highness." Arthur pays his respects. "Rise, there is no need for such formalities," Rigo replied, stepping further into the forge, his eyes honing in on two heavy metal boxes resting in the corner. "Are these the boxes I instructed you to create?" "Indeed, Your Highness. My apprentices and I toiled tirelessly for 2 days and nights, completing them just last night. Unsure if they would meet your expectations, I thought to refine them here before presenting them to you." The two iron boxes, simple in design, bore a dark bluish hue, differing from the silvery sheen of the long swords due to their distinct quenching process. Rigo approached and opened one for inspection, finding them to align closely with his vision. He retrieved several gold dragons from his pocket, tossing them to Arthur without counting. "Here, this is your payment. I am quite satisfied with these boxes. No further embellishments are necessary." Without lingering on the tearfully grateful Arthur and his apprentices, he turned to call out to Braun at the door. "Braun, summon the 2 men inside to carry these boxes to the entrance of Long Residence. Also, bring the prepared items along." "Yes, Your Highness." After bidding farewell to Arthur, Rigo led 2 guards carrying the iron boxes to Long Residence, instructing them to place the boxes at the entrance before sending them off at a distance. He then whistled to summon the Devourer and Silverwing from within. A series of distinct dragon roars echoed, with the splendid silver form of Silverwing emerging first from its lair, affectionately nudging its great head against Rigo's chest and emitting a soft rumble. "We shall not fly today. I have matters to discuss with the Devourer." Soothing Silverwing, Rigo gestured to the 2 black iron boxes on the ground. "Devourer, drag on fire." Following the same procedure as when forging the Valyrian steel sword, Rigo infused the 2 iron boxes with magical energy before allowing the Devourer's searing green flames to envelop them anew. What were once unremarkable iron boxes transformed into exquisite Valyrian steel, gleaming with a rich bronze hue. Satisfied, Rigo tapped the deep, ancient-colored boxes, sensing the unmistakable aura of bloodfire magic emanating from them. Reaching out, he opened 2 boxes and carefully laid the pre-prepared magical fishwood shavings at the bottom until they filled more than half the space. Regos then paused. The items previously brought by Braun had already been set aside. Regos bent down to unwrap the packaging and pulled out a gray leather mold alongside a large bundle of gray rope. Chapter 71. A letter from the ruler. This was a dragon egg holder crafted from the skin of a dragon. While it was referred to as a holder, it was essentially a square piece of dragon hide with 3 oval holes carved out to securely cradle the dragon eggs, preventing any damage. The source of the dragon hide was the dragon Greyscale. Upon his arrival at Dragonstone, and after taming the glutton, an exhilarated Regos had excitedly ridden the equally spirited glutton across Dragon Mountain. Unfortunately, Greyscale, in a stroke of bad luck, collided directly with the glutton. Faced with the overwhelming size and experience of the glutton, Greyscale hardly mounted an effective resistance before losing its head in a single bite. Regos didn't even have time to intervene. Fortunately, Regos managed to stop the glutton from devouring Greyscale, providing a modicum of consolation for the unfortunate subadult dragon. Had the original plot unfolded as intended, this inexperienced little dragon would have ultimately succumbed to the severely injured Sunfire upon returning to Dragonstone, only to be consumed by Egan's companion dragon. Now, Having met an inexplicable demise at the hands of the glutton, there was still a story to tell. After all, one could claim that even a shuriken thrown from 800 miles away could assassinate the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Greyshadow's swift death at the hands of the glutton could be spun into a tale of an epic battle lasting 300 rounds, considering that aside from Regos, no one else had witnessed it. Greyshadow's corpse was sent aboard the ship by Toranilla's men before Regos departed Dragonstone, ultimately taken to Stone Dance City. The resilient hide, apart from being meticulously crafted into a dragon saddle cover by skilled artisans, was also fashioned into a sheath for the Dawnblade. Nearly all of it had been utilized. Regos installed the two holders within the boxes and beckoned the two dragons to lie down. With a few swift movements, he climbed onto the back of the dragons and carefully removed the package secured to their saddles. Roar! Just as Regos placed the package on the ground, Silverwing eagerly approached, low growling as it cradled 3 dragon eggs in its embrace, releasing a contented purr. With a playful yet exasperated pat on Silverwing's large nose, Regos redirected his attention to the glutton, extracting the 3 dragon eggs of varying colors from the package. He first extended his hand to sense the faint life force within each egg, confirming that each egg radiated a weak pulse of vitality. He proceeded to embed them into the holders within the boxes. Red, green, and black. At first glance, they seemed unremarkable, but upon closer inspection, they revealed a growing allure. Regos mumbled to himself, lifting his gaze to meet the glutton's intense, brooding eyes, and a wicked smile crept across his face. Glutton, do not disdain this unexpected offspring. At your age, finding a suitable partner of noble lineage to continue your lineage is quite a formidable task. Regos' words were understood by Glutton, who, in displeasure, barked back at him before silently inching closer to the attentive Silverwing. Observing this, Rego rolled his eyes dramatically. You old fool. Do you really think you can charm such a refined and wealthy beauty? Silverwing, pay him no mind. Ha, ha, ha. In a light-hearted exchange, Rego carefully arranged 3 dragon eggs, covering them with a layer of fishbeam wood shavings, ensuring they would remain stable before gently closing the box. He fastened it with a long rope made from dragon hide to a precast handle. Rego then climbed back onto Glutton's back, securing the iron chest containing the 3 dragon eggs firmly onto the saddle. The dragon hide rope would withstand the flames of battle, and the Valyrian steel box was impervious to the searing dragon fire, making it nearly impossible for anyone to steal it. Additionally, the magical properties of the fishbeam wood shavings and the dragon hide within provided further assurance. Rego mused that this might be the most secure and comfortable dragon eggs in the entire realm. All right, enough of your fussing. I shall tuck them away for now. When the time comes, you shall assist in their hatching. With a gentle push, Rego coaxed Silverwing to protect the precious eggs, and after some effort, he managed to persuade the amiable female dragon to lift her head, revealing the precious bundle beneath. Despite having seen the 3 pale pink eggs before, Rego was once again entranced by their exquisite coloration. The shells are truly beautiful, he remarked, caressing the rough surface, lost in admiration. I hope you emerge as stunning and enchanting as your shells. It would be quite disheartening if 3 little jester dragons were to hatch instead. Sensing the vibrant life within the shells, Rego murmured softly. Suddenly, Silverwing was not pleased, emitting low growls, and, for the first time, gently but insistently nudged Rego to the ground. All right. I shall refrain from further comments. They are your most beautiful offspring. Rego quickly raised the eggs in a gesture of surrender, placing the 3 magnificent dragon eggs into another iron box, covering them once more with fishbeam wood shavings before closing it and securely binding it to Silverwing's saddle with dragonhide rope. Indeed, placing dragon eggs on a giant dragon's back carries certain risks. Rego's precautions were not infallible, as there remained a chance of jostling. However, overall, it was far safer than hiding them within his castle or seeking out a concealed location. Rego was firmly convinced that once Viserys learned of the 6 dragon eggs he had taken from Dragonstone, the ailing king would undoubtedly erupt in fury. It was likely that by the following day, a dozen dragons would besiege Dragonstone. Thus, regarding the news of these 6 dragon eggs, Rego could only conceal them until the Greed Eater had fully regained its peak strength. He could neither allow anyone besides himself to know, nor could he easily hatch them. Only when he possessed the means to handle the ensuing troubles would be the appropriate time for their emergence. Fortunately, he could wait for up to 10 years if necessary. Rego was more than capable of such patience. After securely placing the dragon eggs, he spent some time playing with his 2 dragons before summoning his distant guards to return home. Your Highness, a letter has arrived from King's Landing. Upon arriving back at the castle, Lares hurriedly approached him with a letter in hand. The burning white tower on the envelope caused Rigo's pupils to contract as he contemplated before opening it. Rigo Targaryen, I write this letter to you as the queen. The missive was brief, and Rigo quickly finished reading it, though the contents left him in a prolonged state of bewilderment. Was this Alicent truly foolish or merely pretending? She sought my collaboration? The letter dispatched from King's Landing was sent by the current Queen Alicent Hightower under her private name, delivered through clandestine channels to Dragonstone. Perhaps the taming of the two adult dragons, Silverwing and Vagor, by Rigo and Viserys had instilled a profound anxiety in the queen, who was gradually losing herself in the game of power. Her two sons, Aegon Targaryen and Aemon Targaryen, had already reached the ages of 6 and 3, respectively, drawing ever closer to the time when they could ride dragons. Especially for her eldest, Aegon, who could soon rival Rhaenyra, who had ridden Syrax through the skies at the same age. Alicent, dismissive of that wayward woman, harbored aspirations for her sons to eclipse Rhaenyra's legendary feats. However, the loss of two unclaimed dragons had driven the queen to the brink of madness, just as she perceived Rhaenyra as a direct competitor. Rhaenyra's dragons posed a significant threat in her eyes, compounded by that ambiguous relationship with the libertine demon. They at least possessed two fully grown dragons. Once Aegon and Aemon reached adulthood, their dragons would struggle to compete with Bloodworm and Syrax. Perhaps this urgency had prompted Alicent to hastily pen her letter to Rigo. Rigo Targaryen, I write this letter to you as the queen, though not in the capacity of a monarch. First, congratulations on taming Greed Eater and Silverwing. You have garnered the favor of two dragons simultaneously, an achievement unmatched by any dragonlord to date. This is indeed a matter of pride. Yet I trust you are aware of the troubles it brings. Viserys has frequently erupted in fury over the past year, and it is evident that your existence threatens his throne. No one wishes to lose control of a sharp weapon in their grasp. If that weapon has become uncontrollable, then destroying it without hesitation becomes the most prudent course of action. On this expedition to the Stone Steps Islands, you are undoubtedly facing peril. I have witnessed several Lyseni and Bravosi within the Red Keep, conversing merrily with the king. I trust this news will delight you. This is my sincerity, as well as that of Hightower, and I believe you comprehend our demands. I wish you a successful journey to the Stone Steps Islands. And I must remind you to be wary of the swift reading of Queen Alicent's secret missive by Lord Larys. After lingering in stunned silence, he remained unable to fathom how the queen could so casually pin such vital information on paper and dispatch a knight of Hightower over such a distance. Larys was at a loss for words. Your Highness, this missive from the queen has likely graced the king's desk long before now. Larys' voice was somewhat dry. This is an evident truth, Larys, Rego replied with a smile, removing his cloak and armor, shaking his head. Our king is accustomed to concealing his brilliance, perpetually presenting a benign facade to the subjects of the Seven Kingdoms. In the end, these people have mistaken him for a fool, a deaf mute, brazenly flaunting their own ulterior motives, much like our queen. At this juncture, Rego found Alicent's actions increasingly absurd. You fear that Rhaenyra may obstruct your son's ascension. Yet do you not also fear me? I possess two dragons. Two formidable, fearsome adult dragons. Rego felt a sense of indignation at being underestimated. Queen Alicent is indeed superficial. But your Highness, I perceive this as a rare opportunity. The queen is openly seeking your favor and assistance. Perhaps this could aid in alleviating your current predicament. Meanwhile, the knight dispatched by Hightower awaits outside. Shall we send a response? A response? Rego fixed Larys with a penetrating gaze. What should I write? Thank her for her exclusive information? Or should I directly address her veiled implications, stepping forth to assist them in their power struggle? Perhaps I should chastise her and align myself with Rhaenyra instead? Let the messenger be well fed and generously compensated, and see him off without tarnishing the hospitality of Dragonstone. I am aware of your ambitions, Larys. Rego, narrowing his eyes, settled across from Larys, his dark gaze intently scrutinizing the somewhat perturbed figure before him. Manipulating power and swaying hearts is indeed captivating, yet fraught with peril, particularly when one seeks to influence a fool. A momentary lapse in vigilance may result in your head adorning the spear at the base of the Red Keep staircase. Alicent is a quintessential fool, and Rhaenyra is no less so. Engaging in a conflict among women is hardly a judicious choice. Taking a sip of mead, Rego gazed at the bowed head of Larys, whose eyes were shrouded in shadow, and continued in a measured tone. You wish to draw me into this whirlpool of power, or perhaps afford me a glimpse of that throne festooned with daggers. Yet your method of selecting allies leaves much to be desired. Your attempts to ensnare me appear rather clumsy. With a gentle sigh, Rego reclined against the back of his chair. Larys was not wrong to advocate for his lord's cause, but his presumptuous scheming was far less agreeable. Prince Lares, pale as a ghost, sprang to his feet in panic. His injured right leg caused him to stagger, barely steadying himself by gripping the table. Under Rigo's icy gaze, Lares, who had remained unfazed amidst the towering issues within Stone Dance, now trembled as he managed to utter, "Your Highness, I merely believe you are no less deserving than they are. You possess a legitimate claim to the Iron Throne. Thus, what a foolish notion." Rigo scornfully rebuked him, "Utterly foolish. Self-righteous. Do you think that merely with our 2 dragons and Alicent's incessant gossip, we can seize the Iron Throne? Even if Alicent spreads Renly's affairs throughout the 7 kingdoms. As long as Viserys remains silent, who can challenge her position? We have only 2 dragons, while King's Landing boasts dozens, with more rapidly maturing. The reality is that should I publicly step into the fray, tomorrow's Stone Dance would be reduced to ashes, the Greed Eater and Silverwing would perish at sea. And I would meet my end, as would you. Our heads would pay the price for Alicent's folly, displayed upon the long spear of the executioner at the Red Keep. Yet our queen would remain unscathed. Lares, that is the stark reality. The realm is not merely about bloodshed. It is a matter of human relations. A single misstep could lead to our irrevocable downfall because we are dispensable to the king, but as wives and daughters, they, as long as they draw breath, have the chance to rise again. Do you understand? I understand, Your Highness. Then get out and think it through. Tell that wretched Hightower to leave my castle, my domain. You go and make him leave at once. Yes, Your Highness. Chapter 73. All forces assemble. While Lares' presumptuousness was infuriating, Alicent's sheer, crystalline foolishness was even more astounding. Rigo could scarcely fathom how someone of noble standing, educated in the ways of the elite, could embody such refreshing ignorance. What is Stone Dance, after all? As Rigo's stronghold, it was likely that Viserys' spies had already encircled it following the War of the Throat. Not only would it be impossible to deliver a letter penned by the queen into the castle, but even a fly from the foul sewers of King's Landing attempting to reach Stone Dance would be scrutinized through layers of scrutiny. What advantage did Alicent possess over others? Rigo even suspected that the so-called Knight of House Hightower delivering the message was, in fact, one of Viserys' own. As for Lares, Rigo's ire stemmed from this unreliable subordinate's incessant meddling on his behalf. Though he was loyal and possessed considerable administrative acumen, the man's political intelligence left much to be desired. Take Viserys, for instance. At this moment, Lares had drawn Rigo into the fray for the Iron Throne, leaving him with little alternative but to become an adversary in a grand-scale dragon war. Had it been in the twilight of Viserys, when his strength was utterly depleted, it might have been justifiable for one to step forth and rebel. After all, the king's grip on the realm had waned to a mere shadow of its former self, and his desire for power had been entirely subdued by the terror of mortality. In such a scenario, there could indeed be room for Rigo to maneuver. However, Larry's attempt at this juncture to force Rigo into a corner, allying with Alicent to set sail on their treacherous vessel, was akin to an ancient sage committing suicide out of impatience with life. One must never underestimate a monarch's insatiable thirst for power. No matter how wise a ruler may appear, exhibiting a sagacity reminiscent of Emperor Wu of Han, they remain susceptible to the calamities wrought by unchecked ambition, let alone the more narrow-minded Viserys. At this moment, Rigo's emergence, even before his true identity was revealed, would yield no favorable outcomes. His rise would not be perceived merely as a contest for the so-called inheritance, but as an overt act of rebellion against the throne, seen through Viserys' eyes as a conspiracy to oust him from the Iron Throne alongside his queen. In such a context, if Viserys were not to react with frantic desperation, Rigo would genuinely regard him as a man of valor. Furthermore, by this time, Rigo's true identity was fully apparent to Viserys. Should he agree to conspire with Alicent, it would signify a treacherous attempt to usurp the kingdom, a grave matter indeed. While Rigo could not guarantee the fate of Alicent as a dragon traitor, he was certain that his own outcome, along with the 2 dragons he had painstakingly tamed, would not be particularly pleasant. Of course, if one possessed strength formidable enough to sweep away the Targaryens, that would be an entirely different scenario, yet he had not yet reached such invincibility. Prudence was still paramount. He would do well to remember the wisdom of his forebears, to fortify the walls, amass provisions, and delay the proclamation of kingship. After all, as long as he could endure, he need not fear enduring a stalemate with them. The display of wisdom by Alicent reached a temporary conclusion as the knight from Hightower limped away from Dragonstone. On the surface, it appeared as though nothing had transpired in the 7 kingdoms, yet Rigo astutely noted the influx of unfamiliar faces in Dragonstone over the ensuing days. Even Rhaenyra unexpectedly laid aside her imposing demeanor, accompanying Laenor on Dragonback to visit Dragonstone several times. The trio's encounters devolved into awkward conversations, yielding little of substance, much to Rigo's vexation. Fortunately, as time passed, the forces of Storm's End arrived on a tempestuous morning, drawing within a mere 10 miles of Dragonstone. Under Larry's newfound disposition, a military camp capable of housing 5,000 to 6,000 troops had already been established outside the city. This successful reception of the Storm's End army finally provided Rigo a means to extricate himself from Rhaenyra's persistent company, and he joyfully ventured outside to meet the commander dispatched by Storm's End. Although Rigo was indifferent to the kingdom's colorful social scene, he was, after all, a vigorous young man of Targaryen blood. Rhaenyra, despite being merely 15, had developed rather precociously due to the advantageous lineage of House Targaryen, and the recent years of intense cultivation had rendered her akin to a ripe peach. Rhaenyra is far from being a novice like Daemon. She has long harbored an undeniable desire for her uncle. Previously, Daemon's consistent coldness kept her at bay, but after being provoked by Alicent's actions and overwhelmed by her own surging emotions, Rhaenyra became particularly audacious in Daemon's presence. Even before her betrothed, Laenor Velaryon, she exhibited a brazen demeanor. As the saying goes, a good man fears a persistent woman. Daemon found himself increasingly exasperated by Rhaenyra's antics and sought refuge from the Stormlands, where House Baratheon reigns. The current Lord of Storm's End is Boros Baratheon, a descendant of Orys Baratheon, who founded the house during the conquest. It is rumored that this conqueror's right-hand man was a bastard brother of Aegon, who personally vanquished the last Storm King, earning his title as Lord of Storm's End, thus establishing a long-standing rule over this tempestuous land. In response to the king's summons, Storm's End dispatched 1,000 elite knights, but upon a cursory glance, Daemon discerned that these so-called elite were merely untrained young men, likely hastily recruited mercenaries and impoverished knights. The leader, who called himself the fearless Django, struck Daemon as a mere pawn, blissfully unaware of his role as cannon fodder. Indifferent to the situation, Daemon chose to remain in the encampment under the guise of training, thereby avoiding the fiery advances of Rhaenyra. As the Stormlands forces arrived, troops from the Vale and the distant Old Town gradually made their way to Dragonstone. The composition of the Old Town forces mirrored that of the Stormlands, consisting largely of mercenaries and destitute knights. The Vale's army appeared slightly more organized, yet it too seemed to be composed of lesser-known noble houses. Daemon, relishing the tranquility, instructed Bronn to arrange accommodations for these soldiers while awaiting the arrival of the forces from Driftmark and Crab Isle. Daemon maintained a respectful distance from these soldiers, who were merely pawns thrust into the fray by their lords or employers. He harbored no intention of seizing control over this army, nor did he possess the inclination to rescue them from their plight. Their king and lords had abandoned them to create an opportunity to eliminate the enemy at minimal cost, which unfortunately was Daemon himself. In a strict sense, these soldiers were merely tools arranged by Viserys and the nobles to pave Daemon's path to ruin, rendering their fates of little concern to him. Thus, he remained quietly ensconced in the camp, when suddenly, Bronn entered without warning. "Your Highness, the fleets from Chowtu Island and Crab Island have arrived." Chapter 74. The Dark Moon and the High Wind. In the month of May, during the 113th year of conquest, the formidable coalition of the Six Lands set sail from the twin dragon port of Shiwiching aboard the warships of Chowtu Island and Crab Island. Rhaego, fully armored, took flight on his dragon, watched with a mix of concern and hope by Larys, Bronn, and the knights and commoners of the city. The Devourer and Silverwing roared into the moist sea breeze of the bay, as the lengthy fleet navigated southward, emerging from the straits. In comparison to the other three lands, the coalition from Chowtu Island and Crab Island was notably more elite, boasting many veterans who had participated in the First Battle of the Stone Steppes Archipelago. Unlike the nobles from the other three lands, Valyrian did not overtly manipulate the choice of commander. Instead, the sea serpent Corlys dispatched his brother, Waymond Valyrian, to lead 2,000 men from Chowtu Island and Crab Island, while Rhaego Targaryen remained the nominal supreme commander of the coalition. Following the current, the fleet sailed at a speed considerably faster than Rhaego's initial voyage to King's Landing aboard the Sea Serpent's ship. Within 2 days, as the sun began to set on the second day, the fleet had already traversed the vast waters opposite the Broken Ship Bay, rapidly approaching Bloodstone Island in the southeast. Buoyed by the evening breeze, on the southwestern shore of Broken Ship Bay lies a place known as Rainstar Slope, which extends westward into the sea, scattered with several modest islands. These islands once served as temporary strongholds for the pirates that roamed the Stone Steppes Archipelago, preying upon merchant vessels traversing the narrow seas. As darkness fell, the experienced Waymond ordered the fleet to anchor beside one of the islands to avoid recklessly entering the waters of Bloodstone Island and falling prey to an ambush from the kingdom of the third daughter, thus preventing unnecessary losses. Roar. From the heights, Rhaego observed the fleet's halt and understood Waymond's intent. Although he was the nominal commander of the coalition, Rhaego was self-aware. The ragtag forces from Old Town and Stormland were merely numbers, and the troops from the Valley, Chowto Island, and Crabclaw Peninsula were all staunch loyalists of Viserys. He did not believe that his title as a prince would command respect from these pawns, despite being the strongest knight in the Seven Kingdoms during the tournament. The distinction between personal combat and leading troops into battle was profound. Under Waymond's command, they would not yield to Rhaego. However, Rhaego had no desire to lead an army. He considered himself a sentimental man. The lives of those who were not his true subordinates were inconsequential to him. Their deaths would not affect his mood. On the ground, the troops were bustling about setting up camp. Thanks to the speed of the dragon, Rhaego had already arrived at Taz Island, well fed and rested. He then commanded the Devourer to ascend, concealing both dragons within the thick clouds of the night as they flew towards the Stone Steps archipelago. Roar. Do not shout. We are on a covert reconnaissance mission. The Devourer had never embarked on such a lengthy journey as this one with Rhaego, and now, upon arriving at the boundless expanse of the ocean, the mighty dragon was filled with exuberance. Silverwing, having been confined for an extended period within the dragon's lair on Dragonstone, was also exhilarated, yet concerned for Rhaego's safety. The two dragons had only ventured short distances above the narrow sea, never having traversed so far before. Just as they were about to unleash their jubilant roars, Rhaego swiftly intervened to halt them. Although Alicent's intellect may be lacking, her letter to Rhaego contained a valuable piece of advice: to remain vigilant against Dorne. To be candid, Rhaego held little regard for the forces of the Kingdom of the Three Daughters, as they lacked the potent weaponry capable of inflicting harm upon a dragon. Their experience in countering draconic assaults was woefully inadequate. During the recent Battle of the Stepstones, Demon and the Sea Snake had dealt mercilessly with the pirates, leaving very few to escape and impart any meaningful knowledge of dragon warfare to Dorne. However, Dorne was a different matter altogether. Since the Conquest Wars began, they had been in conflict with the Targaryen dragons, having suffered devastation multiple times during the Dornish Wars. The realm had faced the fiery wrath of dragons on more than one occasion, and despite the heavy toll, their long-standing history of resisting dragons had equipped them with the skills to confront such threats. Rhaego could not afford to be careless. While Alicent's information might not be entirely accurate, and Dorne might not necessarily engage in this war, prudence is never misplaced. Throughout the protracted duration of the Conquest Wars, only 2 locations had successfully slain dragons in direct combat, with Dorne being one of them. The founding dragon of House Targaryen, Meraxes, perished during the First Dornish War, alongside her rider, Rhaenys Targaryen, Aegon's sister. The Euler family of Hellholt became the first mortals in Westeros to slay a dragon, albeit at a grievous cost to Dorne. The other successful dragon slayers were the Iron Islands, where the brother of the Iron Islands leader, Euron Greyjoy, was responsible for the death of Rhaego, Daenerys' second son. Though that event lay far in the future, the Devourer and Silverwing comprehended Rhaego's command, tempering their exuberance and stealthily concealing themselves within the clouds as they swiftly approached Bloodstone Island. From the sky, the chaotic arrangement of the stepstones appeared akin to shattered porcelain scattered across the sea, with Bloodstone Island being the first island encountered when traversing from the narrow sea to the south through the stepstones, and it was also the largest among them. Mirroring the strategy employed during the previous Battle of the Stepstones, Vaemond Valerion, following Daemon's tactics, intended to utilize this largest island as a bastion for the forces of the Seven Kingdoms counteroffensive. The foremost objective of the Allied forces was to swiftly land on Bloodstone Island and secure it firmly before advancing further. As Rhaego soared above the narrow sea, the tranquil surface of the water was bathed in a crimson hue by the setting sun, as if heralding the tumultuous events that were destined to unfold in this maritime realm. From a lofty vantage point, the Bloodstone Island waters appeared unremarkable. Rhaego circled the island twice, discerning no presence of a formidable fleet. However, after the dragons soared westward for a while, dozens of vessels concealed in the shadowy harbor of a small isle abruptly came into view. Their concealment was profound. The sudden emergence of the fleet startled Rhaego, instilling a sense of foreboding within him. Fortuitously, he had whimsically decided to ride his dragon for a reconnaissance, for had he not, the discovery of these numerous warships lurking here would have posed a catastrophic threat if tomorrow, when Waymond ordered an assault on Bloodstone Island amidst fierce combat, this fleet emerged from their flank. Such an occurrence could spell disaster for the entire army, even presenting a significant threat to the Devourer and Silverwing. The example of Symbiosis loomed in his mind. Rigo was unwilling to place his 2 dragons in jeopardy, nor did he wish to see the coalition forces, meant to stymie the enemy, fall so easily. Thus, he resolved to devise a plan to strike them. As the twilight deepened, Rigo commanded the 2 dragons to temporarily distance themselves from Bloodstone Island, alighting on a nearby, closer to Shipwreck Bay, where he began inspecting his armor while awaiting the onset of night. It was an opportune time for mayhem under the cover of darkness. Chapter 75. The Massacre. The sky gradually darkened, with ominous storm clouds brewing over the narrow sea. The entire bay was shrouded in gloom, the ocean resembling a vast, inky canvas, undulating wildly in the night breeze, occasionally crashing against rocky outcrops with a sound akin to fabric tearing. 2 colossal shadows swiftly glided over the water's surface, silently approaching the Dornish fleet. Clearly, Dorne had received precise intelligence regarding the coalition's movements. Even in the dead of night, dozens of warships stood at the ready, forming a formidable phalanx, their prows aimed at the distant shores of Bloodstone Island, their banners fluttering eagerly in anticipation of the call to battle. Rigo directed the 2 dragons to ascend rapidly from several kilometers away from the small island, heading straight for Dorne's fleet under the cloak of darkness. The Devourer and Silverwing soared above the armada, the rush of wind finally rousing the sentinels on watch. A tall Dornish warrior lifted his head in alarm. Terror reflected in his eyes as he beheld the immense figure of the Devourer. Dragons. Enemy attack. The dragons are coming. The clanging of alarm bells and the shrill cries of fear erupted throughout the fleet, as Dornish men, bleary-eyed from sleep, scrambled from their quarters, bewildered, watching as the warning ships frantically attempted to maneuver, preparing to use their powerful crossbows against the airborne threat. Corin Martell, the ruling prince of Dorne and current head of House Martell, had received an alliance invitation from the Kingdom of the 3 Daughters months prior. With long-standing enmity towards the 7 Kingdoms and the Targaryen family, Corin readily obliged his daughter's request, personally leading his fleet to the vicinity of Bloodstone Island in preparation for battle. At this moment, Sauloin had not yet found rest. The cabin was brightly lit by flickering candles. He caressed the military report in his hands, contemplating the battle that awaited him on the morrow. According to intelligence from the Valyria, the coalition led by Prince Targaryen had arrived near Shipbreaker Bay, poised to assault Bloodstone the following day. Despite their preparations and the traps they had set, the thought of facing 2 formidable dragons left Sauloin restless. The Targaryens possessed 2 dragons. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted in the cabin, and Sauloin jolted to attention, seizing the long sword hanging nearby and hastening onto the deck. At that moment, the Dornish fleet had descended into chaos, with ships desperately attempting to maneuver, but it was too late. The emerald flames of the dragons illuminated the dark bay, and under the piercing gaze of Prince Dorne, the Hunger and the Silverwing dove excitedly, launching an assault on the audacious insects daring to slay dragons. Dracarys, they roared. The 2 dragons soared side by side, their surging flames igniting the ships at the stern, transforming the Dornish fleet into a sea of fire. Attack! Fire the ballistae! Sauloin commanded, his voice strained as he swung his sword, urging the ships to take aim. Yet, Rigo had long devised a strategy to evade the ballistae. From the blind spot, a dragon swooped down, incinerating a third of the fleet before roaring skyward, leaving the vessels below bereft of their presence. Advance! Out of the bay! Get out of the bay! The narrow hiding place had become a natural crematorium. Sauloin had never anticipated a dragon attack in the dead of night. The Silverwing's flames merely ignited wooden ships, but the fierce green fire of the Hunger was akin to a raging wildfire, shattering the struck vessels into splinters. The splintered flames set ablaze the remaining ships nearby, turning half the bay into a hellish green inferno. Remaining in this constricted bay only meant waiting for death. Thus, Sauloin decisively ordered the remaining ships to make all haste out of the bay, aiming to form a formation on the open sea to confront the twin dragons. However, it appeared Rigo shared the same intent. A third of the warships were swallowed by the sea in an instant. Some Dornish soldiers hadn't even had time to discern the dragon's features. Panic-stricken survivors surged toward the wider waters beyond the bay, their once orderly formation fracturing into disarray. As frantic cries stirred the heated surface of the sea. Maintain formation. Do not scatter. Damn it. Do not scatter. Sauloin's flagship found itself ensnared among the confusion. The helmsmen cautiously navigating through the tumultuous fleet, wary of their own ship being sunk by a reckless ally. Prince Dorne, consumed by urgency, bellowed to uphold the formation. while the signal officer's arms flailed in exhaustion. Yet, the clamor rendered his commands futile as the fleet jostled together, all rushing toward the wide exit of the bay. Roar! The Devourer and the Silverwing re-emerged from the rear of the fleet, and Corin Martell was momentarily struck dumb, staring in disbelief at the descending dragon. This battle-hardened lord helplessly let his sword slip from his grasp. It's over. Dracarys! The roar echoed like a spark igniting a barrel of gunpowder. The Devourer and Silverwing, unleashing their fury, tolled the death knell for the Dornishmen as dragonfire consumed the warships. Panic-stricken survivors collided in chaos, countless souls lamenting their fate in the depths of the sea. Rigo had to concede that such devastating violence was indeed intoxicating. Watching the soldiers from Dorne wail beneath his dragon's flames, he let out a triumphant roar, his laughter mingling with that of the great beast, reverberating over the bay. A flawless double strike. With 2 consecutive dives, the Dornish fleet was nearly obliterated, suffering losses of nearly 90% without mounting any effective resistance. Even when a few ships launched crossbow bolts at the dragons, their frantic efforts lacked precision, failing to even graze the scales of the 2 dragons. Corin Martell numbly watched as the few fortunate ships that managed to escape the bay dwindled down to merely 6, including his command vessel. He had set forth from Dorne with a fleet of 50 ships, and now, without having even glimpsed the enemy's main force, he faced near total annihilation. How could he explain this to his vassals? "My lord, the dragons are coming again." A nobleman accompanying him interrupted Corin's despair with a quavering voice. The brave and indomitable Dornishmen were stricken with terror at this one-sided massacre, as dozens of nobles and their knights huddled together, despairing at the sight of the colossal dragons once more charging from the sky. "Prepare to attack." Corin's desperate shout rang from the deck as the archers numbly raised their crossbows, attempting to aim at the diving dragons. The dragons swooped in from a distance, suddenly plummeting at high speed, skimming the surface of the sea as they passed close by several ships, then abruptly pulled up and turned back towards their retreat. "Ah!" A panicked archer screamed in horror, recklessly firing bolts at the dragons, a futile struggle before the inevitable demise. With a swift strike, 5 wrecks were left in the wake of the Devourer. On the eve of battle, apart from Corin Martell's flagship, the entire Dornish fleet had been decimated. Chapter 76. The Conquest of Bloodstone. Prince Corin Martell, along with dozens of noblemen aboard the ship awaiting their fate, and their gallant knights and soldiers, did not meet the dragonfire as they had anticipated. The Devourer merely grazed the ship at a perilously close distance, snatching the dragon-slaying crossbow mounted at the bow, sending splintered wood flying and injuring several soldiers who lay prostrate on the deck, yet they managed to cling to life. The dragon soared away. In the luminous glow emitted by the burning ships of the Dorne, the dark silhouette of the Devourer and the silvery figure of the Silverwing were vividly revealed to the eyes of the survivors. The 2 colossal dragons, just returned from their massacre, roared mightily, their immense bodies gracefully twisting and gliding away from the fiery night sky. The thought of the dragons fleeing was unfathomable to a Dorne noble, who gazed incredulously at the receding forms of the dragons as they vanished into the profound darkness. The exhilaration of having survived sent him trembling to the deck, and like a chain reaction, the others aboard, nobles and soldiers alike, sank to the ground in relief, their anguished cries gradually rising among the crowd. More and more of the Colon clung desperately to the ship's railing, striving to maintain what little dignity they had left as lords, their hollow gazes fixated on the direction the dragons had departed, filled with trepidation. Creak, creak. The towering flagship drifted helplessly amidst the wreckage of its comrades. The sound of splintering wood striking the hull echoed like heart-wrenching cries to the Dornish people. Countless torches illuminated the beach of Bloodstone Island, as allies from the reliable kingdom of the 3 daughters finally discovered the tragedy that had unfolded nearby. A dozen small boats set sail from Bloodstone Island, cautiously approaching the eerie green bay. Roar, roar. A thrilling battle had concluded, and on the return journey, the excited Devourer and Silverwing exchanged low growls, with Rigo occasionally chiming in. The trio was thoroughly satisfied with their experience, emphasizing a spirit of camaraderie. Rigo ultimately recognized the imposing flagship, its banner emblazoned with a golden spear piercing a crimson sun, standing out conspicuously amidst the chaotic remnants of the fleet. The presence of numerous banners bearing family crests further illuminated the fact that it was indeed the flagship of the Dornish fleet. However, after a brief moment of contemplation, Rigo chose to spare the vessel laden with flesh-eaters. His objective was merely to balance the combat prowess of both sides. There was no need to forge a deadly enmity with the Dornish. Slaying soldiers and burning warships was one thing, But annihilating the entire crew would surely incite deep hatred within the Dornish, and should a future alliance with them be necessary, the repercussions could be dire. Upon returning to the coalition's encampment, Rigo guided the Devourer to a location distant from the military camp to land. Wymond courteously dispatched a few knights to invite Rigo to the main tent for discussions. Rigo, disinterested in their so-called strategies, instructed the knights to inform Wymond that he would independently manage military tactics. He then unfurled a fine blanket he had prepared beneath the dragon's wing. Reclining comfortably while channeling magic into the two colossal dragons, gradually succumbing to sleepiness. "My lord, His Highness the Prince has granted you autonomy over military strategies. He will not partake in the specifics of the march and formations." The knight conveyed Rigo's words into the grand tent, where several minor nobles, who could be considered part of the command group, were gathered around the table. Wymond occupied the seat of honor, his eyebrows raised in astonishment, as if he could scarcely believe that the very dragon whose throat was nearly torn apart in a fit of rage, an incident that almost triggered a large-scale dragon battle, would exhibit such sensibility. Nevertheless, Rigo's non-involvement was a blessing, as it spared the seasoned from the misguided guidance of the inexperienced. In truth, Wymond was oblivious to the principal objective of this war. Only Viserys and Corlys were privy to their plans, and even the lords summoned from the Stormlands, Vale, and Old Town to King's Landing remained unaware of their intentions. Thus, in Wymond's mind, this expedition was solely to reclaim control of the Stepstone Islands, while simultaneously punishing the audacious pirates of the Kingdom of the Three Daughters who had dared to provoke them repeatedly. Consequently, under Wymond's leadership, the command group devised a plan to set out for Bloodstone Island at dawn, seizing the coastal territory before methodically advancing. On the following day, as the first light of dawn broke, the army prepared for departure. Wymond personally approached Rigo, succinctly conveying the strategy they had established and requesting that the prince ride his mighty dragon to subdue the coastal defenses of the Kingdom of the Three Daughters before the army landed, thereby creating an opportunity for their invasion. Rigo, with a congenial expression, acquiesced to this request. He then mounted the formidable Hunger and Silverwing, soaring towards Bloodstone Island, maintaining a distance of about a mile ahead of the main force. In fact, compared to the chain of islands closer to the Greyjoy Isles that Daemon and his companions were to assault, Bloodstone Island was considerably easier to conquer. Unlike those islands, Bloodstone lacked numerous natural fortifications. The great island stretched for miles inland from the beach, virtually flat, save for a few hills at its center. The defenders of the Kingdom of the Three Daughters had constructed numerous barriers just off the beach to thwart the infantry's charge. Yet these proved to be mere decorations beneath the onslaught of dragon fire. As Rigo and his dragons emerged into the defenders' line of sight, they launched a direct assault. The arrows from the Three Daughters' forces struck the two dragons without inflicting any significant harm, barely registering against Rigo's powerful kick. After over a year of magical nourishment, the strength of the dragon's scales had vastly surpassed that of ordinary dragons. The arrows merely clanged off Silverwing's form, failing to leave even a scratch upon her scales. However, the dragon's fiery breath wreaked havoc upon Bloodstone Island's defenses. A single swoop from left to right obliterated the coastal line, sending the terrified enemy fleeing in disarray towards the hills. Rigo pursued them relentlessly, yet he prudently controlled the altitude of his dragons, wary of a potential ambush from the pirates. Should there be a hidden cache of dragon crossbows within the valleys, it could pose a significant threat to the two dragons, as the strength of Hunger and Silverwing scales would not withstand the damage inflicted by arrows specifically designed to pierce dragons. However, the pirates merely chose to flee, establishing only a few defensive lines against the infantry amidst the hills, entirely neglecting any preparations against the dragons. It seemed they placed utmost trust in their Dornish allies, entrusting them with the task of dealing with the dragons. Consequently, last night, Rigo launched a sudden assault, causing their sole weapon capable of harming the dragons to sink into the depths of the sea. Thus, when Rigo descended upon them atop his dragon, the pirates were left with no choice but to flee. Faced with the fiery wrath of the dragon, they were but mere mortals. With the strength of two dragons, Rigo utterly decimated the defenses of Bloodstone Island, and the coalition's soldiers faced almost no resistance in their complete occupation of the isle. The actual commander, Waymond Valerion, ascended the hilltop with a radiant expression, brimming with ambition as he gazed greedily at the distant islands, envisioning the glory and accolades rushing toward him. At that very moment, Rigo, having achieved his objectives, was intent on pursuing his own affairs, entirely oblivious to Valerion's soaring aspirations. Chapter 77. The best strategy is retreat following the battle for Bloodstone Island. The coalition had nearly sustained no injuries in their occupation of the isle. It was only at this juncture that Waymond received news of the two dragons' nocturnal assault on the Dornish fleet, leaving him drenched in cold sweat from the unexpected Dornish arrangements. Hastily, he sought Rigo's whereabouts, only to be informed that the prince had just flown westward atop his dragon. With the aid of the dragons, Rigo had established a stronghold on Bloodstone Island for the coalition. However, he had no intention of participating in the subsequent assaults on the other islands. South of Bloodstone Island lay a series of chain-like islets, riddled with reefs and caves, having been tended to by former crab feeders for many years, rendering it difficult to leverage the dragon's advantages. Demon had lured out the pirates hiding in the caves as bait, but Rigo did not believe that the same tactic would succeed a second time. Initially, Rigo had contemplated biding his time without exerting much effort, but upon venturing out, he realized that plans often fall prey to unforeseen changes. The air of freedom and ease was simply too intoxicating. Both Rigo and the two dragons reveled in it. After a moment's reflection, Rigo decided that since he planned to explore Essos, he might as well withdraw immediately, leaving Waymond to engage in a war of attrition with the pirates. Rigo could envision that the upcoming island sieges would inevitably evolve into a protracted tug-of-war. Remaining within the military encampment would likely lead to swift encirclement by assassination attempts from all directions. While he was not afraid, he found it irksome. There was no need to worry about Dragonstone. The production of Valyrian steel had long been bound to the greed, and he was not concerned that someone might covet Dragonstone's resources and resort to violence. The wealth had already trickled down to the common folk, and Viserys, being a wise man, would not engage in short-sighted actions that could jeopardize their current standing. However, it appeared that Larys, Bronn, and the knights who accompanied him would have to endure some hardships, and he would need to write them a letter to address this. On the 7th day of the 5th month in the year 113 of the conquest, a letter was delivered to Dragonstone by trading merchants. Larys and Bronn engaged in discussions throughout the night, remaining sleepless. On the 11th day of the 7th month in the year 113 of the conquest, Dear Your Majesty, the Earl of Tidehead, Waymond Valyrian, sends his greetings. 2 moons ago, the Allied forces seized Bloodstone Island and have since encamped there, strategizing to capture additional islands. However, our infantry has suffered grievously, with the pirates having reinforced the caverns left by the crabs, adeptly learning their tactics. We find ourselves unable to advance, with casualties exceeding 400 over the past months. We require the aid of dragons, yet Prince Daemon has vanished, along with 2 dragons of House Targaryen. Perhaps the prince has returned to Dragonstone. We beseech your majesty to command his return, for we are in dire need of dragons in King's Landing. Viserys, weakly propped against the headboard, gripped the letter with trembling hands. Where has Daemon gone? The king gasped, his voice pained as he inquired of Corlys. Viserys was already enduring excruciating torment from the wounds inflicted by the Iron Throne, and the prior threat posed by Daemon at the Battle of the Throat had compelled the ailing Viserys to tame Vhagar, riding the dragon that once belonged to King Jaehaerys back to King's Landing amidst a storm. This had led to a subsequent affliction of chills and severe complications from his injuries, leaving him in a feeble state. Corlys, his brow furrowed, had also read Waymond's missive. Daemon's sudden disappearance had caught both him and the king off guard. In their deliberations, they had concluded that Daemon, masquerading as a Targaryen with the blood of highborn dragons, was not only coveting the dragons that rightfully belonged to House Targaryen, but also the supreme power of the Iron Throne. Thus, they had assumed he would exploit his false identity to vie for the claim to the throne. And now, you tell me Daemon is missing? We are searching, your majesty. Corlys could only reply to Viserys, though in truth, the king's Minister of Maritime Affairs had no inkling of where to seek this missing piece of the king's strategy. Corlys, the dragon is out of control. Viserys' voice was laced with agony. It was my folly. I should never have released him from King's Landing, nor allowed him to depart Westeros, let alone let him steal 2 dragons. Cough, cough. Your majesty. Corlys cast a worried glance at the pale king, his lips moving, yet unsure of what to say. Should he mock the king for ignoring his counsel, or deride his naivety? It was too late for such reflections. Viserys crumpled the letter in his grasp, panting heavily as he queried, Corlys, Waymond seeks assistance. Who should we send to mount a dragon in battle? Absolutely not, your majesty. Corlys' voice rose sharply, his gaze fixed intently on Viserys, resolutely dismissing the notion. We have lost track of Domhnall, the hired faceless men, and the son of the witch. Even the military prostitutes involved in the assassination do not know where their target has gone. We cannot afford to send a dragon from King's Landing at this time. If the wretched Domhnall is hiding somewhere in the narrow sea, Under his ambush, any dragon we dispatch will not return alive. Suddenly, the voice of the sea snake sharpened. His eyes filled with dread. Moreover, he may launch a surprise attack on King's Landing. Perhaps that is indeed his objective, to disperse the might of the dragons and then strike at King's Landing, where he would face no rivals without the dragons. And we would all become fodder for his iron throne. Coughing painfully, Viserys hesitated and retorted, "The nobles of the Seven Kingdoms will not idly watch him ascend the Iron Throne. Your Majesty, it is the dragons that wield power. Loyalty crumbles under dragonfire." At this moment, Viserys was filled with regret, recalling how he had invited a wolf into his home, naively heeding Corlys's words, allowing a highborn Valyrian bloodline to infiltrate his family. He remembered his gullibility regarding the farcical Three Sisters offering, foolishly believing he could provoke Rhaenyra and Alicent into reconciliation, only for the targeted Rhaego to escape. He reflected on his misplaced confidence that the dragons would remain under control, mocking the highborn bloodline for its inadequacies in light of Rhaego's disgrace in the dragon pit, ultimately leading to the loss of 2 dragons. He recalled his naive belief that Rhaego would not forsake the wealth of Dragonstone for the allure of the Iron Throne, thus conspiring with the Sea Snake to eliminate threats through war, only to release him into Westeros. He thought his schemes were foolproof, and indeed Rhaego went as he desired to the Stepstones. However, the 7 gods chastised him for courting disaster, leaving him afflicted by a chronic ailment. Grasping Corlys's hands desperately, he declared, "The Targaryens and Valerians share centuries of friendship. I trust you and Rhaenys. I place my last resort in your hands. Should circumstances change, it shall be our final redemption." Meanwhile, on Bloodstone Isle, the eager Wymond awaited sustenance, while the brother-in-law and nephew in King's Landing conspired to bring harm. Many were inquiring about Rhaego's whereabouts when he had already soared on the backs of the Devourer and Silverwing across the vast Essos, traversing the Jade Sea, and arriving at the fabled Land of Shadows. A grand yet decayed and eerie city loomed before Rhaego, a vision he had encountered in dreams. This was the form of Ashai before its destruction. Ashai, located at the southeastern tip of Essos, marks the end of the known world. To its northwest lies the vast Land of Shadows, shrouded in thick black mist enveloping the city and the distant mountains, with rivers flowing in strange hues. Fearing that the Devourer and Silverwing might recklessly enter this realm where too many dragons had met their demise, Rhaego commanded them to remain reluctantly on a nearby isle. While he ventured alone, equipped with the sword Dawn and provisions procured in Karth, cautiously delving into the shadows that enveloped the city. The lifespan indicator on his system panel continued to diminish. Rhaego had no choice but to embark on this journey. Chapter 78. Ashai is immense, unprecedentedly so. Rhaego felt it could accommodate 6 King's Landings. Yet, the city was eerily desolate, with few inhabitants, apart from the bustling port filled with merchants from across the globe. Rhaego found himself encountering scarcely any locals within the city. Even the occasional local pedestrian hurrying through the streets seems to be in a perpetual rush. This city is peculiar, not merely due to the ominous black mist enveloping the sky, nor solely because of the ghostly glow emanating from the Ashen River during the day. Even the very stones that constitute the city's foundation are a disquieting shade of black. Upon entering the city, Rhaego attempted to touch these disconcerting stones, sensing an evil, chaotic, and corrupting magic, as if it were the sworn enemy of his own fiery blood magic. Merely brushing against them caused the magic within him to stir violently, and he spent considerable time soothing it back into submission. Rhaego wandered within the city of Ashen for more than 10 days, yet gleaned nothing about its storied past or the enigmatic magic he possessed, only feeling increasingly despondent. As he sorrowfully surveyed the vast desolation surrounding him, he was at a loss to comprehend the source of his melancholy, a profound sadness seeping from his very marrow, an anguish beyond his control. This was not the city of his dreams. His steps grew heavier, and in this lawless city, there was no one to urge this strange outsider onward. In the dream of Stone Dance City, Ashen was constructed from pure white stones, the towering walls perpetually exuding a serene and gentle magical aura. The Ashen River was not the pitiful sight before him, but rather clear and beautiful in his dreams. The sky was not shrouded in gray mist, for sunlight could be seen in those visions. Rhaego felt his breath quaver, an unsettling sensation that compelled him to take a hearty swig from the mead on his back, temporarily calming his troubled spirit. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from behind him. Startled, he turned to find a group of over 20 men approaching, their laughter and conversation accompanied by the clinking of their armor. "Greetings, valiant knight." Rhaego remained still, awaiting their approach. At a distance of about 10 paces, The leader of the group, a middle-aged man with a long beard, stepped forward with a warm smile, extending a greeting to Rigo, who was clad in a black robe. The others instinctively formed a loose circle around their leader, watching Rigo with wary eyes. "Hello, brave mariner," Rigo, wishing to avoid conflict, responded politely. "Ha ha ha, brave knight. I am Alad Morpethus. We hail from the distant city-state of Pantos, drawn here by the allure of gold and riches, not as brave mariners," he declared. "I am Rigo Domnall, likewise not a brave knight. Ha ha ha, Rigo, the one who dares to enter the land of shadows alone, regardless of their intentions, cannot escape the undeniable truth of their courage." The merchant, identifying himself as Alad, laughed heartily, signaling his guards to relax. He took a few steps closer to Rigo, extending an invitation with a friendly demeanor. "Brave Rigo, we are destined to journey to the city of Stige in the land of shadows. It is said that there lie vast expanses of gold and pearls, and even the remains of a draconic beast. However, it is a desolate realm seldom trodden by human feet. We require additional assistance, and should you choose to accompany us, I shall bestow upon you a generous reward." Thus, this is the reason they sought me out. Stige? What manner of place is that? A land of death? Rigo's mind raced, his expression beneath the dark hood betraying a tumult of thoughts. He had wandered within the city of Ashar for far too long, traversing its streets and alleys without gain. Perhaps it would be prudent to join this caravan to Stige, for it may yield unforeseen delights. We can forge a contract, and I shall serve as your hired knight for the time being. But I must first procure provisions at the port. I require you to wait a day. Resolute in his decision, Rigo readily accepted Alad's proposal, for he had exhausted his supplies in just over 10 days and needed to venture outside the city to acquire more. "Certainly, Rigo, we shall camp at the church in the northern part of the city tonight, and I shall await your return." Having settled their plan to regroup the following day, Rigo adjusted his hood and strode purposefully towards the port, leaving Alad and his company behind. Once Rigo had departed, a tall and robust guard voiced the collective uncertainty among them. "My lord, we possess 24 formidable warriors. Why then do you seek to employ a stranger we have just met?" Alad smiled faintly at the query, leading the group northward as he replied, "Jack. He is no ordinary stranger. The long sword he bears, shaped in the manner of Westeros, is enough to command our respect for journeying alone to distant Ashar. Moreover, at this juncture, Alad paused, casting a serious glance in the direction Rigo had taken. "If I am not mistaken, the scabbard of that sword is likely made of dragonhide." "Dragonhide? Dragonhide? How is that possible?" Upon hearing Alad's words, the retinue erupted in disbelief, gazing at him with incredulous expressions. "Indeed, it is dragonhide. The sword he carries repels even the black mist of Ashar, and the distinctive scales and hue. I once accompanied my father to Dorne for trade, and was fortunate enough to witness armor crafted from the tanned hide of a dragon at the castle of House Euler in Sunspear. Apart from its color, it is indistinguishable from the scabbard he bears." The members of the retinue exchanged astonished glances, some discreetly lowering their eyes, greed flickering within their gazes. Rigo ambled out of Ashar, making his way to the port of Jade Sea, where he procured a substantial quantity of easily transportable provisions and water. He then retreated to a concealed spot to summon Silverwing and Glutton, ensuring that the two dragons remained obedient and did not venture into the land of shadows. After rewarding them with some playful interaction and reiterating the warning against entering the shadowy realm, he set forth back to Ashar. The initial medium of the dragon dream was a peculiar statue of the old gods, known as the Weirwood, which once thrived in Westeros. In the aftermath, Rigo sought counsel and learned that this statue was associated with the ancient deities, also referred to as the Green Seers. Accordingly, Rigo speculated that to trigger the next dragon dream, a similar divine artifact would be necessary, encompassing statues, shrines, and even the clergy who engage in mysticism. However, after wandering through the ruins of temples in Ashai for 10 days without gleaning any information regarding the dragon dream, he contemplated departing for the Shadowlands. By chance, he encountered Alid and his companions and decided to accept their offer of employment to explore the depths together. After all, an additional ally would bolster their strength, for no one could predict what awaited them in the shadows. Chapter 79. The Ashen River Valley. Rigo returned to the city at dusk, meeting Alid and his group in a deserted church in the northern part of the city. After a brief rest overnight, as dawn approached, the group rose to embark on their journey towards Stygai. Exiting through the northern gate of Ashai, perhaps due to the lingering darkness of dawn, the Ashen River radiated a sinister emerald glow, illuminating the towering grasses along its banks. This river, named the Ashen River, flowed from deep within the mountains of the Shadowlands, appearing black during the day but transforming to green by night. Elid walked alongside Rigo, intrigued as he shared his insights about Ashai. The Ashen River was a principal reason for the city's inhospitable conditions, rendering the land barren under its irrigation. Yet, a peculiar plant known as ghost grass thrived on its banks. Pointing to the white, reed-like vegetation, Elid remarked, "There it is, as white as bone and highly toxic." Throughout the city, a pervasive black mist lingered. While humans could manage somewhat, the obscured vision was disconcerting. Livestock, such as horses and sheep, barely survived until the next day, compelling them to traverse on foot toward Stygai. When Elid mentioned Stygai again, Rigo, lacking any knowledge of the city, eagerly seized the opportunity to inquire, "Elid, what do you know about Stygai?" Elid's tone shifted to one of caution. "Stygai is an exceedingly perilous ruin, a veritable realm of death. My father once ventured there, and of the 17 who accompanied him, only he and a young boy escaped. However, upon their return, they both succumbed to madness and soon perished." As Elid spoke of Stygai, the smile that had graced his face vanished. The merchant from Pintos gathered his fragmented memories and continued, "According to my father's notes, Stygai lies hidden within the valley deep in the mountains. By following the Ashen River upstream for approximately 10 days, one can reach it. The path to Stygai is flanked by towering cliffs, riddled with large caverns, said to be inhabited by grotesque demons and twisted dragons." Elid scoffed, clearly skeptical of his father's accounts. "Reger, if I may express my thoughts, those caverns may indeed exist. Yet the accounts of demons and dragons are undoubtedly the frantic imaginings of my father, who was utterly terrified." Eilard scoffed at the notion of such terrifying creatures, and his entourage shared his disbelief. However, Reger felt a quiet unease stirring within him. In his dreams, he had witnessed the grotesque existence of half-beasts and seen countless dragons spilling blood across the mountain skies. If that dream held any truth, Eilard, are you aware of the history of Ashar before it became what it is today? Before? No one knows, Reger. Eilard's voice was resolute. Legends say that Ashar was once the capital of the Dawn Kingdom and also the seat of the Golden Celestial Empire, but those are merely tales. I have traversed the route from Pantos to Ashar for most of my life, and not a single soul can accurately recount the history of the Shadowlands. At this juncture, Eilard laughed heartily, casting a teasing glance at Reger, remarking, perhaps it was some profoundly skilled sorcerer who, in an attempt to obscure the truth of history, secretly altered the passage of time. Ha ha ha, who knows, my lord, we might all just be remnants of Ashar. Ha ha. The caravan was filled with a jovial spirit, as the guards temporarily escaped the oppressive atmosphere, engaging in light-hearted banter. Upon hearing this, Reger couldn't help but chuckle, acknowledging the whimsical thoughts of Eilard and his comrades. The commencement and conclusion of a journey are invariably the most joyous moments, while the lengthy passage in between tends to gradually diminish the enthusiasm and vigor of the participants. Setting off from Ashar at dawn, Reger and his companions traveled north along the broad Ashen River, aside from the acrid scents that filled their nostrils. As they entered the river valley, eerie roars and piercing screams occasionally echoed from the steep cliffs, keeping everyone's nerves taut. After a full day of travel, the pace was steady enough that fatigue was manageable, though the mental strain left everyone feeling somewhat lethargic. Upon discovering a higher ground campsite, distanced from the riverbank, their spirits began to lift. Reger set up the pre-prepared tent on level ground, stowing their belongings within before joining Eilard at his invitation. As they munched on provisions, they discussed their upcoming itinerary. After a day fraught with anxiety, Eilard had evidently come to trust his father's notes more. Now settled, he hurriedly retrieved a hefty tome from his belongings, opening it by the firelight, reading it word by word. Demons, dragons, and even more terrifying monsters? Eilard murmured, closing the pages with a furrowed brow, his gaze fixed upon the flames, his long beard appearing weary. Reger, poking the fire with a stick he had gathered from the valley, contemplated, the demons recorded in your father's book remain uncertain in their existence. But one thing is clear, dragons could never inhabit the Shadowlands. Why? Elid's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he eagerly inquired. There was an insufficiency of provisions here, and no one had ever witnessed the presence of dragons soaring above the Jade Sea, for dragons are notorious gluttons, and the Shadowlands could hardly sustain them. But what of the more terrifying creature? Elid evidently concurred with Rigo's assessment of the dragon and hastily pressed him for his thoughts on his father's final accounts. Rigo, observing Elid's expectant gaze, rolled his eyes in annoyance. How should I know? I have never laid eyes on it. Elid's face flushed momentarily with embarrassment, and he awkwardly chuckled a few times to mask his discomfort. Everyone should remain vigilant tonight. Rigo advised as he rose to return to his tent. Night is a favored time for many monsters to emerge, so it is prudent not to sleep too deeply and keep your swords close. The group nodded in agreement, hastily finishing their evening meal before retreating into their tents, weariness overtaking them. Rigo! Rigo! The urgent, ringing calls jolted Rigo awake. With a clang, he grasped his sword, Dawn, in his hand. Outside, the dying embers of the fire swayed erratically in the night breeze, casting tall, distorted shadows against the tent. Clang! 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 With 3 forceful strikes of his sword against its sheath, Rigo roused the slumbering companions. A piercing roar erupted in the camp, and with a crack, the remaining fire was extinguished. Ah! A chilling scream pierced the air from the left, sending a shiver down Rigo's spine. Allied. Chapter 80. Crisis and Choices. Upon hearing Allied's anguished scream, Rigo dashed out of the tent, only to find that the fire had been completely extinguished by the intruders, the remaining ashes flickering helplessly in the night wind. The camp was engulfed in darkness, nearly impenetrable to the eye, and Rigo could faintly discern 2 towering, grotesque figures viciously tearing at Allied's tent, the air filled with Allied's continuous cries of agony. Allied! Rigo shouted his name, knowing that this promising guide could not perish so easily. Roar! Just as Rigo's voice pierced the night, a chilling gust swept past him, accompanied by a peculiar, eerie growl. A brute enemy. In an instant, Rigo assessed the strength of his assailant. He bent low and tightened his core, positioning his sword, Dawn, against his left side. Then, with a resounding clash, a tremendous force collided with the blade, causing Rigo to grunt as he was violently propelled sideways, crashing into Allied's tent with a thud. Ah! 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 Rigo fell heavily to the ground, the sound of Allied's screams ringing in his ears like a slaughterhouse. Silence! Allied, it's me. Light the fire immediately. Rigo? Rigo? No time for chatter. Quickly, ignite the flames. The 2 individuals managed to exchange but a pair of sentences before the cacophony of roars surged once more towards Rigo. Though the figure ahead remained obscured, Rigo, drawing upon his memories of past encounters with beasts, was no longer the disheveled warrior he once was. The blade known as Dawn sliced through the night sky, with piercing precision, arcing sharply upward. Clang! The long sword clashed against the opponent's weapon, harnessing the recoil. Rigo swiftly pivoted, gripping his sword with both hands, and in a crouched stance, he swept the blade from below with tremendous force. With a sickening thud, the keen edge undoubtedly severed something vital, eliciting a wretched howl from the creature. Yet, that cry was swiftly cut short as Rigo, following the sound, executed a horizontal slash, silencing the remaining shrieks that echoed from the creature's gut. This entire sequence unfolded in less than 5 seconds. 3 strikes, each instinctively guided, had felled the formidable beast. It was only then that the 2 shadowy figures, who had been surrounding him, finally reacted, charging forth with furious roars. However, compared to the previous monster, their stature was notably diminished, and their speed appeared sluggish. With a pair of muffled thuds, the sounds ceased abruptly. At that moment, the flames ignited behind Rigo, revealing the terrified merchant, Lei, who had lit his tent in haste. It was then that Rigo discerned the grotesque form of the creature sprawled before him. The imposing beast had been reduced to 3 segments. Rigo's dual strikes had severed its legs and neck, while the smaller creatures lay gasping, their throats laid bare by Dawn's edge. Half-orcs. Rigo's pupils constricted in shock. He recognized the shapes of the 3 creatures all too well. He had encountered such beasts in his previous dragon dreams, and his memories from a future life confirmed their origins. The emergence of these fearsome monsters validated the doubt that had lingered in Rigo's heart. The history depicted in his dreams was indeed real. Was it a past or a future? This world would face an invasion by half-orcs, and he would be drawn into the fray. But should this not belong to the realm of Game of Thrones? What madness was this intermingling of the Lord of the Rings, Morgoth, and even his minion Sauron's powers were sufficient to obliterate this world, yet here were thousands of half-orc legions that simply did not align with the expected power dynamics. How could the ordinary humans of this realm stand a chance against such grotesque monstrosities? My lord. The hurried footsteps and shouts jolted Rigo from his reverie as a group of Ileide's guards stumbled forward, their appearances battered and bruised, with one even missing an entire right arm, trembling violently as he was supported by 2 comrades. What are these creatures? Ileide, still in shock, found his legs weak as noodles, unable to rise, and could only slump to the ground, gazing at his beleaguered guards and the fallen monsters illuminated by the flickering flames of the tent. The sight of the 3 monstrous corpses left the terrified swordsmen in disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment as they beheld Rigo. who was meticulously wiping the blood from his long sword. A group of individuals, after a strenuous effort, managed to exchange 9 lives to vanquish 3 monstrous beings. Yet he alone dispatched 3? Moreover, one of them was evidently the leader? Perhaps they are the most fearsome creatures documented in your father's notes. Rigo stepped forward, using his long sword to flip over the remains of the Orcish sub-chief, and proceeded to position the corpses of the other 2 orcs face up. A dozen guards instinctively dragged the bodies of the 3 slain monsters over, placing them side by side in a similar manner. They were all incomplete. This band of orcs were mere shadows of their former selves, akin to broken soldiers. The towering sub-chief had but 1 arm, his left side marred by burn scars, while the other 2 orcs slain by Rigo possessed only 1.5 legs. The 3 monsters, defeated by the guards, exhibited similar mutilations, yet beyond their dismembered limbs. All 6 bore extensive evidence of severe burns, presenting a grotesque visage, the handiwork of dragon fire. Without a moment's hesitation, Rigo discerned that the scars on these orcs were the result of being seared by dragon flames. They were a cadre of abandoned wounded. This indicated that the battle he dreamt of had transpired in the past. For some unknown reason, following the invasion, the Orcish horde retreated, leaving behind those who could not keep pace. Where had the Orcish army infiltrated? Did their devastation of Ashai merely halt their advance? And why the withdrawal? Most perplexing of all, neither Westeros, Essos, nor Sithorios, not even the obliterated Ashai, bore any recollection of this conflict. His thoughts became a tumultuous whirlpool, and Rigo, his expression grave, sheathed his long sword, feeling an involuntary heaviness settle in his heart. The emergence of the magical eye near his heart had now found its most plausible explanation. Yet if this possibility were to manifest, what loomed before him would be a colossal entity capable of world annihilation, and more terrifying still, it was merely a lackey. Rigo? Islet at last regained his composure, feigning calm as he approached the contemplative Rigo, staring at the slumbering monstrosity beneath their feet, his pallid visage betraying his anxiety. What shall we do next, Rigo? I have lost 9 guards in just 1 night, and 1 is grievously wounded, likely not far from death. Must we press onward? His voice trembled slightly, the night's ordeal sowing seeds of doubt in his heart. Chapter 81. Diverging paths. It depends on you, Islet. The path ahead is destined to grow increasingly perilous. You may choose to retreat. And you? Will you continue to delve deeper? Rigo turned to regard Islet. The concern etched upon his face unmistakably genuine. With a light chuckle, he stepped forward, brushing the dust from Islet's shoulder, speaking in a tone that was calm yet resolute. Islet, I am not like you. You may abandon your quest for wealth at any moment, but I possess reasons that compel me to proceed. Iliade's face was a tapestry of turmoil, his heart racing from the harrowing events of the night. He could almost foresee the perils that lay ahead if they pressed further into the shadows. His father had nearly met his demise on the treacherous path to Lei Ge. And even after escaping, he had succumbed to madness, ultimately passing away in anguished cries. Despite having traversed the seas for the better part of his life and encountered dangers that would terrify many, the monstrosity of this night still filled him with dread. 24 formidable warriors from Pantos had banded together to confront 3 maimed creatures, sustaining grievous injuries. Yet this was a mismatch of epic proportions. As Iliade looked up, hoping to speak with Rigo, he realized that Rigo had already retreated to his tent, while the guards busily tended to the burial of their fallen comrades. The 6 grotesque remains lay starkly on the ground, sending a shiver down Iliade's spine, compelling him to seek refuge in one of the guards' tents. Although regret lingered in his heart, Rigo had no intention of persuading Iliade and the others to continue their journey. They had only penetrated the shadows for a day and had already encountered half-orcs. As they drew closer to Lei Ge, the likelihood of further encounters increased. It was conceivable that Lei Ge had become a stronghold for half-orcs, akin to the mines of Moria, rendering their current situation a mere whisper of the dangers that awaited. Having just endured a battle, Rigo, despite a fall, remained unscathed due to his robust physique. Iliade had increased the night watch to 5 guards, allowing Rigo to relax his taut nerves and succumb to a deep slumber. The rekindled fire blazed outside the tent, and the cool night breeze swept through the valley. The 5 guards huddled closer to the warmth, their cloaks drawn tighter around them as the orange flames flickered gently, seemingly harboring a pair of brown eyes that danced alongside the fire, tenderly watching over the nearby tent, as if attempting to penetrate the fabric and gaze upon the slumbering Rigo. Awoken by a cacophony of sounds, Rigo discerned the dawn's light filtering into the sky. He lazily stretched and swiftly organized his belongings before emerging from the tent. The surviving 14 guards were busily preparing their gear, leading Rigo to believe they were returning to Asha City. With a resigned smile, he slowly folded his tent, readying himself for the journey ahead. Rigo, Iliade's voice called out from nearby. After a night fraught with fear, his complexion had improved slightly, though the terror still lingered in his features, his thick beard drooping wearily. An exhaustion evident in his gaze. Iliade, Rigo responded, having finished packing his tent, stepping forward to greet the Pantos noble he had known for but 2 days. We shall accompany you, Iliade declared. What? Rigo replied, astonished, finding it hard to believe the words that had escaped Iliade's lips. You have saved my life, Rigo, and indeed the lives of us all. Had it not been for you, we would have ventured into the Ashen Valley, inevitably encountering that horde of monsters, and survival would have been a formidable challenge. Idol gazed at Rigo with a smile, gesturing toward the 5 guards behind him, and with a hint of regret, remarked, I just inquired their opinions, and only 5 brave souls are willing to accompany us further into the Shadowlands. Those who chose not to go have been compensated for their services, allowing them to return the way we came. The journey ahead will rely on you. Ha ha ha. Of course, Idol. I shall do my utmost. Rigo laughed heartily as he stepped forward to embrace Idol, and one by one, he embraced the 5 guards as well. Whether their willingness to embark on this perilous adventure stemmed from loyalty or personal gain, the undeniable truth remained that they chose to delve into the treacherous Shadowlands alongside Idol and himself. Regardless of their motivations, Rigo held deep respect for their decision. After exchanging pleasantries, the remaining guards gathered their belongings, and the group of 16 parted ways. Rigo and Idol, leading their 5 guardians, pressed onward along the Ashen River, while the 9 unwilling to take risks carried the injured, who had lost an arm, back along the path they had come. Following the battle of the previous night, where Rigo had single-handedly dispatched 3 half-orcs with remarkable ease, he earned the respect of all, naturally becoming the leader of this band, a fact Idol accepted without dissent. Under Rigo's guidance, the group remained vigilant, observing the sheer cliffs riddled with caves on either side, hastening towards Stygia. Since their initial encounter with 6 half-orcs on the first night, Rigo and his companions had traversed the valley for 5 consecutive days and nights without further attack. Gradually, the tension among them eased, and even Rigo let down his guard, engaging in jovial banter with Idol and delving into the notes left by his father. Lord Rigo, the sky is darkening, and the valley ahead narrows, making it unsuitable for camping. It would be prudent to set up our encampment here and resume our journey at dawn. A guard interjected, breaking the light-hearted exchange. Rigo lifted his gaze to the sky, realizing dusk had fallen. Very well, William. Let us establish camp against the mountain and rest for the night before setting out again. The campsite was swiftly arranged, and the group gathered around a crackling fire, sharing laughter while keeping their swords within reach, ever watchful for potential threats. Yet, as dawn broke and they resumed their journey, no further signs of half-orcs appeared in the valley, as if the attacks of 5 days prior and the blood of the 9 guards had merely been a fleeting nightmare. Rigo, our current position should be quite close to Stygia. According to my father's notes, I estimate that if we maintain this pace for another 3 or 4 days, we shall arrive at our destination. Idol's voice chimed in, and the prospect of nearing their goal brought smiles to the weary faces of the group after their arduous trek. Rigo's expression mirrored that of his companions, filled with delight. However, he remained acutely aware of his responsibilities as the leader of the group and hastily cautioned the exuberant crowd. We possess no knowledge regarding the situation in Stygia, and we have approximately 3 more days of travel ahead of us. It is imperative that we do not let our guard down. A journey of 100 miles is only half complete at 90. We must not falter at the final moment. Upon hearing his words, the group promptly concealed their joyful expressions, nodding in understanding of Rigo's admonition. Just as he was about to elaborate further, his gaze shifted sharply to a perilous peak not far behind them, his sword already half drawn. What is it, Rigo? Chapter 82. A storm approaches. Rigo's sudden movement instilled a sense of imminent danger within the team. The 5 guards swiftly unsheathed their swords, encircling the visibly anxious Iliad, their expressions grave as they followed Rigo's line of sight towards the distant perilous peak. There is something over there, Rigo asserted with unwavering certainty. Having caught a fleeting glimpse of a shadow in that direction, he trusted his instincts. The group, their nerves taut, fixed their gazes on the spot Rigo indicated. 2 guards were already drenched in cold sweat, their hands trembling slightly from the tension as they gripped their swords tightly. Relax, Rigo commanded, his voice cutting through the tension. The enemy has yet to reveal themselves. Do not frighten yourselves. Loosen your grips on the swords and proceed slowly towards the valley. Upon hearing this, the group promptly supported Iliad and, adhering to Rigo's orders, hastened towards the valley. For an entire morning, The 7 members of the party pressed forward without a moment's respite. Yet, Rigo did not observe any further anomalies, despite his instincts screaming warnings, an indication that they were undoubtedly being stealthily followed, and by no small number. As they drew nearer to the upstream of the Ashen River, the valley on either side constricted, the cliffs becoming increasingly steep, with jagged rocks and roaring waterfalls making the path along the gorge more treacherous. "We cannot continue." Rigo abruptly halted the frantic pace of the group. After a morning of relentless flight, the 5 guards were now panting heavily, their armor soaked with sweat as if they had just emerged from the Ashen River. Alid was in even worse condition. Had it not been for the support of 2 guards, he would likely have collapsed entirely. Among the 7-member team, only Rigo remained relatively unscathed. The other 6 were nearing their limits. Excluding the inept Alid, the remaining 5 guards were also burdened with fatigue, their legs heavy, ready to give way at any moment. A sense of alarm surged within Rigo. If they were being pursued by a horde of half-orcs, a coordinated attack during this vulnerable moment could leave the 7-member team as easy prey. Casting a desperate glance around at the surrounding terrain, Rigo pointed towards a rocky slope strewn with debris on their left. "Everyone, heed my command. Quickly set up camp there to replenish your strength and remain prepared for combat." The crowd trudged forward with heavy steps, gritting their teeth as they ascended the gentle slope, exhausting their last vestiges of strength to establish their encampment. Alid and his 5 guards, burdened by fear and the fatigue of their journey, collapsed onto the ground as soon as the tents were pitched, succumbing to slumber. Oblivious to the lurking threats, Rigo did not hinder their sleep. The immediate priority was to swiftly restore their energy. He was acutely aware that it was impossible to remain unscathed in a large-scale conflict relying solely on his own strength. He needed the collective might of his companions. Judging by his instincts, the enemies behind them may have been tracking their party for quite some time, perhaps since their departure from the first camp. Their previous restraint in attacking could have been a tactic to gather reinforcements along the way, waiting for the right moment to strike as they entered the narrow valley. Should they continue forward, they would find themselves flanked by sheer, smooth cliffs on either side. If ambushed from both directions, Rigo and his companions would have no option but to fight to the bitter end. Even amidst a pincer attack, the 7-member team would be compelled to split their forces to confront threats from 2 fronts, a scenario fraught with peril. However, the location of their encampment, though also situated within a narrow valley, was backed by a steep incline of over 50 degrees. The path leading to this steep slope formed a narrow, funnel-like angle. Above the incline lay a platform. Should their group encounter a large number of foes, Rigo could effectively shield his companions as they ascended to the platform. From that elevated position, he was confident in inflicting significant damage upon their adversaries. More crucially, this would allow them to face only a single direction of attackers, enabling them to concentrate their strength. Throughout the afternoon, the other 6 slumbered soundly, their snores echoing through the camp, while Rigo indulged in his provisions with great relish. He then embraced his long sword and closed his eyes, meditating to optimize his state. As dusk began to descend, a roar reverberated through the valley, reaching Rigo's ears. His half-closed eyes snapped open. It was here. He rose to awaken the slumbering group. The deep sleepers were roused with 2 firm blows from the scabbard to their midsections, forcing all 6 to wake. They hastily organized their belongings, transporting them to the platform above, then consumed their rations to quickly replenish their energy, for night was approaching, and the monsters would soon arrive. Rigo's voice was remarkably calm. The awakened guards, disregarding questions, moved in a flurry to follow his orders, shifting their gear to the steep slopes platform and quickly filling their stomachs with their provisions. Alid, dejected, plopped down beside Rigo, finding the delightful pastries tasteless in his mouth. He gazed hopefully at the composed Rigo and tentatively inquired, "Rigo, could it be that you are mistaken? We have encountered no danger all day. Perhaps we are merely frightening ourselves." Rigo glanced at the anxious Alid and comfortingly patted his shoulder. "I too sincerely hope I am mistaken, Alid." Alid's eyes visibly dimmed at this response, prompting a gentle sigh from Rigo. From the perspective of martial prowess, Eilard is undeniably a burden. Yet, Rigo understands that without Eilard, the 5 guardians would not willingly accompany him into the perilous depths of the shadows. Without Eilard, he would likely remain lingering around Ishar for an extended period. Thus, Eilard ventures forth for Rigo, and he finds no grounds to disdain him. The last vestiges of twilight were utterly engulfed by the night. Rigo's body bristled with instinctual alertness, as if his 6th sense threatened to unearth his very being. With a sudden burst of energy, he leapt to his feet, unsheathing his sword with a metallic clang. He briskly approached the narrow space against the steep slope, striking his sword heavily against its sheath, and commanded loudly, gather around me, Eilert included, with William and the others at the center, and I shall stand guard outside, prepared to confront any threat. The sound of clattering armor filled the air as Eilert obediently joined the protective circle, pressing tightly against the slope behind him. The 5 guardians drew their swords, forming a fan-shaped barrier that completely sealed off the gorge. Rigo held his sword aloft at the forefront of their formation, gripping a wooden shield that belonged to a fallen comrade, his body slightly hunched as his gaze fixated on the darkness looming before the campfire. The dense shadows of the valley stifled the light from the fire, restricting its glow to a mere 10 meters. Half of the rocky slope lay enveloped in darkness, and a profound silence permeated the atmosphere. Apart from the crackling of the flames, even the sound of the flowing river had mysteriously vanished. This eerie ambience was excruciating for the vigilant guardians. Some trembled with fear and tension, the rustle of their armor betraying their unease. Suddenly, the sound of shifting stones echoed through the air. Initially, it was just a few faint noises, but soon the entire valley seemed to be overtaken by monstrous entities. The cacophony of sliding stones intensifying. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Rigo's forehead as he swallowed dryly. I will fight you to the end. 2 guardians, in a sudden outburst of despair, charged down the slope and vanished into the encroaching darkness. Jack, Ethan, return, Rigo exclaimed, his expression a mixture of shock and horror. The unexpected turn of events left him momentarily paralyzed, forced to witness the 2 collapsing guardians recklessly plunge into the abyss. With a pair of dull thuds, the darkness remained unchanged. Rigo knew they had lost those 2 guardians. Turning to the remaining 3, whose faces were etched with fear, Rigo's demeanor hardened. He took 3 determined strides forward, the clash of sword against shield invigorating him, awakening the fierce blood that once surged through him in battles against beasts, granting him a fleeting sense of lightness. A ferocious roar erupted, followed by the sound of stones scattering. Dozens of grotesque, misshapen creatures, some missing limbs, emerged from the shadows, howling as they charged toward Rigo on the slope. Prepare to engage. Rigo shouted warnings to the guards behind him, swiftly beheading an orc with a single stroke of his sword. With a flurry of movements, his sharp Valyrian steel blade cleaved through anything it touched, rendering foes into mere halves with little resistance to its dance. In mere moments, dozens of orc corpses lay at his feet. Although Rigo valiantly maneuvered to dispatch the advancing orcs, some inevitably slipped through his defenses, and the roars behind him signaled that William and the others were also engaged in battle. With a resounding thud, a massive club struck Rigo's shield, forcing him to stagger back a step. He retaliated by slashing the throat of a sneaking orc with his right-hand sword. Just as he steadied himself, a whistling wind rushed toward his head. With a fierce shout, Rigo leaned back, executing a perfect martial arts bridge to evade the incoming weapon aimed at his forehead. His left hand steadied the shield against the ground, while his sword, as swift as a serpent, sliced through the orc's arm, which fell with a thud. Before the creature could emit a pained cry, Rigo launched himself upward, cleaving through it and 3 approaching orcs in one decisive move. He kicked the massive body of the club-wielding orc, sending it crashing into several oncoming minions. With relentless precision, Rigo wielded his sword, creating an impenetrable web of steel before him, slaying every enemy that dared to approach. Rigo, Elaide's startled voice suddenly pierced the chaos from behind. Reacting swiftly, Rigo crouched down, raising his shield above his head just as an immense force crashed against it. The wooden shield, strained to its limits, produced a mournful crack but held firm against the onslaught. Rigo's reflexes were sharp. While blocking the initial blow, he executed a series of slashes aimed at the orc's legs, resulting in 2 crisp sounds as he effectively divided the attacker in 3. However, there was no time for contemplation. Rigo rolled on the ground, narrowly avoiding several rusted blades that struck where he had just been. Lying on the ground, he swung his sword in a chaotic frenzy, toppling nearby orcs before swiftly regaining his footing. Ignoring the opportunity to finish off his fallen foes, he leaped to William's side, dispatching several orcs that were besieging the 3 guards. Seizing the intact shield from William's hands, he faced the relentless tide of orc warriors once more. I'll hold them off for now. You help Elide climb to the platform behind us. Rigo commanded. Hurry, he urged, as he continued to hack down oncoming orcs. Aware that their presence was a liability, William made a quick decision, assisting Elide and the other 2 as they struggled to ascend the steep slope toward safety. A resounding roar of unprecedented authority suddenly echoed through the valley, igniting a fervor among the orcs, who surged forward with a wild enthusiasm, as if infused with adrenaline. Rigo understood that this must be the leader of the orc horde. However, the throng of minions obstructed his view, rendering him unable to discern the position of their commander. With a series of swift movements, Rigo transformed into a veritable meat grinder, his sword whirling like a gear, effortlessly cleaving through the advancing orcs. Yet, they were relentless in their numbers. After executing a few more strikes, 2 half-orcs seized his left arm, holding his shield in place and preventing him from retracting it. In an instant, several blades descended upon his arm. With a fierce cry, Rigo twisted his body, bending his left elbow upwards in an arch. The sound of metal striking metal resounded thrice as he clashed with the blades. Summoning his strength, he yanked his arm back, dispatching the creatures before him with a few swift cuts. He leapt onto the slope behind him, his left arm trembling violently. The fabric of his shirt torn by the blades, revealing the intricate mesh of Valyrian steel beneath. "Rigo, hurry up! Rigo, my lord!" The anxious calls from Alad and William on the platform above reached his ears. Gazing at the relentless half-orcs, Rigo shook his head with a wry smile. He yearned to turn and ascend, but given the current circumstances, he feared that turning his back on these beasts would lead to his swift demise. Uncertain of how long he had been fighting, Rigo found himself atop a hillock formed by the bodies of half-orcs. The space below him filled to a height of over a meter with their corpses. He stood, gasping for breath, with no more half-orcs left before him. In the distance, the wounded wailed among the rubble, while ominous footsteps approached from the shadows. More than 20 exceptionally tall half-orcs emerged, one of whom, towering several meters, glared at Rigo with a menacing gaze, dragging a long warhammer through the stones with a chilling sound. Exhausted, Rigo's right hand, gripping the sword, felt too heavy to lift. While his left arm throbbed with intense pain from the injury, his legs felt as though encumbered by lead. Taking a deep breath, he gazed at the approaching half-orcs. Sheathing his sword at his waist, he staggered onto the steep slope, reaching out to touch the corpses of the half-orcs, channeling their magic into himself with reckless abandon. With a guttural roar, he cried out, "Ignite! Burn, you cursed flames, ignite now!" As the half-orcs drew nearer, the cruel smile of the leader became increasingly clear. Yet the mass of magic infused into the corpses yielded no reaction. A sharp pain began to throb in Rigo's head. "Quick! Fire!" Rigo's furious shout reverberated throughout the valley. Meanwhile, it seemed as though a distant voice was also roaring in fury, a voice that was crisp, anxious, and laden with concern. "Fire!" The crimson flames surged forth from the pile of corpses, engulfing the length of the llama's mouth and obstructing the approach of over 20 towering half-orcs. Rigo collapsed onto the steep slope, his weakened body sliding helplessly towards the flames. Suddenly, a pair of hands seized his armor with urgency. William anxiously supported Rigo's form and bound him under his arms with a rope fashioned from torn tent fabric. Amidst the anguished roars of the half-orcs, Rigo was dragged and pulled up to a platform halfway up the cliff. Chapter 84. Traces of the Dragon. Rigo, awaken! A female voice, filled with urgency and concern, called repeatedly in Rigo's ear. He felt as though he were adrift in a sea of flames, the fire as vividly red as blood, as bright and scorching as sunlight, pulsating with boundless magic and vitality. How he longed to dwell here forever. "Rigo Domner." "Ah!" Rigo gasped, jolting awake from his dream, a buzzing ringing in his ears. The pain in his left arm had vanished, and the headache from overexerted magic had completely subsided. Upon seeing him regain consciousness, Alad and William hurriedly approached, their faces alight with joy, clamoring to inquire about his condition. "Rigo, how do you feel? Is anything amiss? Lord Rigo, are you all right? Lord Rigo." The four of them created a cacophony akin to 400 voices, causing Rigo's ears to ache. He quickly sought to silence their concerned inquiries. Stop! Alad, cease. I am fine. Now, can anyone tell me how much time has passed? What of those towering half-orcs?" Upon hearing that Rigo was unharmed, the 3 guards quieted down. Alad leaned in excitedly, her face aglow as she responded to Rigo's questions. "You were unconscious for an entire night, Rigo. We fashioned a rope from the tent to haul you up from below, and then you fell into a coma. The fire you ignited burned until midnight. But after it extinguished, we saw no sign of those monstrous figures. Half-orcs? That name suffices." Alad commented on the term half-orcs before continuing. "William and the others said that less than an hour after you lost consciousness, they seemed to hear the roars of those half-orcs, along with a very ferocious roar, accompanied by a whirlwind. However, I noticed nothing, but indeed, the half-orcs have vanished." "Another creature? A roar coupled with a whirlwind?" At this, Rigo's expression darkened as he rose to his feet and approached the edge of the platform, gazing up at the valley cliffs shrouded in black mist. Yet he saw nothing beyond the obscuring gloom. Rigo, there is a vast cave behind this platform. Do you know what we discovered inside this morning? Rigo's unusual demeanor did not attract the attention of the others, as Allied eagerly drew closer, while the other three gazed at him with a sense of mystery. What did you find? Upon hearing this, Rigo withdrew his gaze, observing the excited yet enigmatic expressions of the four individuals. He momentarily set aside his own concerns and feigned interest, inquiring, "Can you guess?" "Indeed, Lord Rigo, do take a guess," they urged. Rigo, somewhat at a loss, responded with a hint of irritation, "How would I know what you've found? Are you suggesting that you've discovered dragon eggs in the cave?" After casually uttering this, he turned his attention back to the sky. Yet, after a considerable pause, the silence from the four struck him. Upon turning, he found Eyelid and the others gazing at him with astonished expressions. Rigo was taken aback. "You can't possibly have found dragon eggs, can you?" "Ah, truly, Rigo is remarkable," Eyelid remarked, a hint of disinterest in his tone. "Indeed, Lord Rigo possesses not only godlike strength, but also divine wisdom." "What nonsense about gods," Rigo interrupted, astonished by Eyelid's feigned indifference. "Eyelid, have you genuinely discovered dragon eggs?" With a hearty laugh, Eyelid broke his facade, gesturing for William to bring over a package. He carefully opened it, revealing 3 ancient dragon eggs before Rigo's eyes as he leaned closer. "What incredible fortune is this? There truly are dragon eggs?" Rigo exclaimed, noting the archaic appearance of the eggs. The scales, once visible, were now entirely concealed by a stone-like earth, revealing only the faintest hint of their true nature. Perhaps they should no longer be termed dragon eggs, but rather fossils. Eyelid, brimming with enthusiasm, picked up one of the eggs, lamenting how time had transformed it into a fossil. Otherwise, it might have still hatched into a magical dragon. "May I take a look?" Rigo inquired tentatively, respecting Eyelid's discovery, as his own desire for dragon eggs had waned. He still had 6 hatchlings of his own yet to emerge. "Of course, feel free to examine it." Rigo, Eyelid readily handed over the egg. As Rigo accepted it, he could sense no signs of life through mere touch. He infused his palm with magic, cautiously probing into the egg. Weakness, despair, sorrow. Rigo instantly felt the emotions emanating from within the shell. This dragon egg, preserved for millennia, perhaps even tens of thousands of years, still contained a flicker of life. Alarmed, Rigo began to channel his magical energy into the shell. As the magic surged inward, he could distinctly sense the life within awakening rapidly. "Rigo, the egg." Eyelid and the 3 guards gazed in astonishment at the egg in Rigo's hands, watching as the once stone-like shell began to crack and flake away like melting snow, revealing its original dark form beneath. Disregarding the astonishment of the 4 individuals, Rigo gently placed the obsidian dragon egg down and reached for another, continuing to infuse it with magic. Then he took a 3rd egg. Moments later, in Rigo's hands, the 3 eggs, once rough stones, revealed their resplendent colors. One egg shimmered with ebony scales, another gleamed in deep emerald, and the last radiated a striking golden hue, casting a breathtaking array of colors in the daylight. This was their true form. "Allied, congratulations, you shall have the opportunity to become the master of a dragon." "This is astonishing, Rigo. How did you accomplish this? Are you the Dragon King?" "I should have anticipated it, Rigo. Your silver hair, handsome visage, and unmatched combat prowess." All right, Allied. Regardless of whether I am the Dragon King, these 3 dragon eggs were discovered by you. Perhaps fortune will favor you, and they will hatch into mighty dragons. Or perhaps they shall remain unhatched in your possession forever. Nevertheless, they are yours. Rigo patted Allied's shoulder, soothing his tumultuous emotions. In truth, Rigo was more intrigued by the dragon's nest where the eggs had been found than the eggs themselves. After satisfying his hunger and declining Allied's offer of one of the dragon eggs, Rigo, guided by Allied and his companions, ventured into the cave where the eggs had been unearthed. The cave was situated within the platform they occupied, roughly located in the mid-lower section of the river valley cliff. There were no remnants of any magical dragons present, but the discovery of dragon eggs implied that a great dragon once resided in this shadowy realm of Ayasha. Allied pointed out the spot where they had excavated the eggs. It was likely a hatching pit formed by dragon droppings. However, the passage of time had completely eroded the droppings, leaving only the 3 eggs to endure the ages, ultimately fortuitously discovered by Allied. It remained uncertain whether this was Allied's good fortune or that of the 3 dragon eggs. Chapter 85. Stygia. The dragon's nest on the cliff showed no trace of any great dragons having ever lived there, and Rigo felt no remnants of magic within the cave. After a brief exploration, the group returned to the platform, ready to set forth on their journey to Stygia. Allied and his companions were quite curious about Rigo's ability to ignite flames with his bare hands the previous night. Yet the events that had transpired had solidified their belief in his identity as the Dragon King, rendering any curiosity about magical flames trivial in comparison. The fire from the previous night had reduced the half-orc corpses along the river valley to ashes, leaving only a thick layer of dust on the stony beach. As Rigo and company descended the steep slope, traversing the path paved with the remains of half-orc ashes, they returned to the banks of the Ashen River. Alide had previously mentioned hearing the roars of half-orcs and the sounds of another creature during the night, accompanied by a strong wind. At that moment, Rigo had already formed a judgment in his mind. Now, standing on the riverbank, his gaze fixed on the traces upon the ground, he was 100% certain of his conclusion. What formidable creature lurks in the shadows but two dragons stealthily pursuing them? Enormous claw prints lay bare along the riverbank, starkly evident before the five companions, accompanied by traces of a disturbed terrain. With a mere glance at the tracks, Rigo could surmise the events that transpired here the previous night. His fervent magical outburst had alerted the Devourer and Silverwing, prompting him to cast aside his earlier warnings. The remaining 20 or so towering half-orcs had evidently planned to wait until the flames subsided before confronting them, only to be caught off guard as the fire remained ablaze. And two dragons descended from the heavens to extinguish it. The marks upon the ground unmistakably betrayed the dragon's guilty conscience in their exuberance during the fray. They had left a plethora of claw prints, only realizing their folly as they attempted to erase the evidence of their passage in a hasty retreat, yet they ultimately failed. Rigo shook his head in resignation, glancing upwards at the constricted sky, seeking traces of the two rebellious dragons. However, the Devourer and Silverwing, fully aware of his impending reprimand, must have found a hiding place, perhaps secretly observing him from the shadows. Let them come, Rigo thought, feeling utterly powerless against the two rebellious dragons. After the group had lamented the markings along the riverbank, they resumed their journey, traversing the winding Ashen River Valley. Perhaps the previous night's battle had decimated a considerable number of half-orcs, or perhaps it was indeed the work of the dragons. Regardless, Rigo and his companions advanced without encountering further signs of the half-orcs. The Ashen River originates from the deep recesses of the shadowy mountains, cleaving through sheer cliffs as it rushes toward the downstream Jade Sea. The lower Ashen River Valley, flat and fertile, is lined with rich humus on either bank. Had it not been for the pollution tainting its beauty, the Ashen River Valley near Ayasha would undoubtedly be among the rarest of arable lands in the world. In stark contrast, the upper reaches of the Ashen River diverge sharply from the expansive tranquility of the lower stretches. Starting from the site of Rigo's battle the previous night, the valley narrows increasingly, with numerous streams carving through the cliffs to join the Ashen River, yet the main flow diminishes significantly. At its narrowest point, one can see but a sliver of sky above. The constricted valley severely impeded the ingress of light, compelling Rigo and his companions to slow their pace. The scarcity of sunlight rendered the temperature within the gorge quite low, though they could endure the chill of day. The night brought an unbearable cold that led to one of their three remaining guards falling ill after merely a single night's rest. As the journey grew increasingly arduous, the jagged boulders and the scattered white bones became the greatest obstacles for Rigo and his companions. They were further burdened by the need to assist the ailing companion, forcing them to abandon their plan to reach Stige within 3 days. Instead, they trudged through the valley for 5 days, still yet to glimpse a single sign of civilization. Vita has departed. After days of relentless travel, Eilard's appearance has become indistinguishable from that of a wild man, his long beard tangled, his eyes sunken. He slumps helplessly upon a large stone, his gaze vacantly fixed on a sliver of sky above, his voice lacking vigor. Reger, upon hearing this, can only remain silent. Their sickly guard had succumbed to the night's chill, and with no medicine at their disposal, they could only watch helplessly as Vitor breathed his last. Can we still reach Stige? Eilard has lost track of how many times he has posed this question. William and another surviving guard, weakened, lift their heads, their eyes glistening with hope as they look to Reger. According to your father's notes, after traversing the dark and frigid river valley and crossing the treacherous rapids, the crumbling walls of Stige shall greet the brave adventurers beneath the blood-red sunset. We have journeyed through the shadowy valley for 5 or 6 days, and I have noticed the waters ahead growing increasingly turbulent. We must be nearing the perilous rapids he described. Stige is within our grasp. Reger must concede that he is not a leader skilled in inspiring courage, and his words do little to bolster the spirits of Eilard and the others. Though they manage to kindle a flicker of hope, the 4 of them stagger forward once more. A city. There is a city. After an arduous trek, the weary travelers are compelled to pause and regain their strength. William, in a daze, climbs atop a towering boulder and suddenly shouts, pointing into the distance. What? Where's their city? Eilard leaps up in surprise, scrambling to ascend the rock, anxiously inquiring as he climbs. Where, William? Just ahead. A great city. We have arrived. We have arrived. The atmosphere of joy spreads abruptly among the four. With Reger's assistance, the frail Eilard and another guard manage to scale the boulder, and they all stretch their necks to gaze at the city not far off. Reger feels a momentary sense of relief wash over him, while Eilard and the others are overwhelmed, shouting and weeping with joy. Stygia is built at a turbulent bend in the Ashen River. Though the walls are dilapidated, the towering edifices stretch deep into the mountains. After satisfying their hunger and regaining some strength, Eilard eagerly sets off towards Stygia, which lies in his father's accounts as a place of peril. However, the rapids are not as treacherous as one might expect, relative to the downstream currents. The speed here is indeed quite swift. Following Reger's advice, they each clutch a hefty stone to increase their weight and safely traverse the Ashen River. After half a day's journey, a grand city gate looms before them. Stygia at last. Chapter 86. The second dragon dream. The city gate is immense, far larger than that of King's Landing, meticulously crafted to accommodate the passage of colossal entities. Standing beneath the gate, Reger and his companions feel as diminutive as ants before a dragon. The city gate was originally meant to be constructed from colossal logs. However, over the passage of time, the wood has succumbed to decay, disintegrating into scattered fragments upon the ground, which creak beneath their feet. The four companions traversed the elongated archway of the city gate, their faces adorned with astonishment, struggling to fathom that amidst the shadowy mountains lay such a magnificent city, albeit one that appeared excessively desolate. The dim sun, rare in its emergence from the thick black fog, cast a few begrudging rays of light upon the city below. Rigo gripped the hilt of his sword tightly as he and Alide, along with the other two, passed through the lengthy portal into the city. A wide stone-paved road extended into the heart of the city, flanked by buildings that stood in disarray, reduced to mere remnants of their former glory. This place feels eerie, Rigo remarked. Indeed, my lord Rigo. Such a vast city, yet not a soul in sight, not even a whisper of sound. It's unsettlingly quiet. Rigo too sensed the strangeness. It was too silent. The sprawling city felt as if it had been muted, with not even a whisper of wind to be heard. Yet he sensed no imminent danger. This place must be utterly abandoned. Let us explore further. Rigo surveyed his surroundings, ultimately deciding to venture toward the city center, where a prominent structure loomed, perhaps a church or a temple, representing the highest point in Stygia. As they progressed deeper into the city, the desolation intensified. The buildings in the center were not only more densely packed, but also exquisitely adorned, albeit only if one could overlook their ruined state. Almost every edifice stood incomplete, walls marred by cracks. Rigo could envision the calamities that had befallen this place. Traces of warfare and fire were evident throughout Stygia, indicating that this city had endured an extraordinarily brutal conflict, so devastating that not a single structure remained intact, and every inch of land bore the scars of battle. What transpired in Stygia? This question lingered in the minds of the four, pondering what force could utterly annihilate a civilization capable of erecting such a grand fortress, leaving no trace in history. With this query weighing upon them, Rigo and his companions successfully reached the city center, where a towering church dominated the skyline. Its golden spire bestowed an air of majesty, yet even so, the church's exterior was not immune to the ravages of war, with soot and scorch marks adorning its weathered walls, suggesting that it too could not remain unscathed under the divine banner amidst the conflict. The doors of the church stood ajar, glistening with a golden sheen, likely forged from gold. The four entered with caution, and what greeted them was a scene of resplendent opulence. Gold. An overwhelming expanse of gold. The interior of the church was a veritable realm of gold. Its floors, walls, altars, statues, and even the benches for the faithful were crafted from this precious metal. Alide and the two guardians were utterly enraptured by the golden reverie, casting aside all notions of vigilance and danger. The three Pantosians, having weathered numerous brushes with death, exuberantly rushed into the hall, laughing and crying upon the lavish display of gold beneath their feet. At this moment, Rigo was indifferent to the revelry of the three, his gaze fixated upon the divine statue atop the altar of the church. The statue loomed nearly as tall as the church itself, adorned in exquisite armor. With flowing hair styled in a traditional bun, facing forward, its sword pointed skyward, as if declaring war against some unseen entity. Strangely, the statue bore no face. With a sudden urgency, Rigo approached the towering golden figure, intent on scrutinizing it when an ethereal dragon's roar resonated in his ears. His brow furrowed sharply, and then, with a thud, He collapsed weakly at the statue's feet. Gluttony. Once again, he found himself in a familiar scene, reliving that dream. No, it was not Asha. This was Stygia? Boom. Crimson flames erupted violently before him, and he heard the resounding fury echoing from beyond the towering walls of Stygia. Soldiers clad in splendid armor galloped down the thoroughfare, while countless dragons roared in the heavens, their flames cascading like an avalanche, painting half the sky in hues of red. Rigo yearned to peer outside the walls, wondering if it were half-orcs that he might see, but he felt utterly feeble, his spirit waning. His head pounding, as if on the verge of explosion. He could muster no strength. Even the magic within him lay dormant, his body protesting under an unbearable weight. Protect the Lord. Where's the red robe? My king, he has failed. Defeat is inevitable. Esteemed one, save your faith. A cacophony of voices reverberated in Rigo's ears, each fragmented and incoherent, devoid of any discernible information, yet each pierced his heart with pain. He felt tears welling up. But who am I truly? Crack, crack. The sound of destruction echoed as he witnessed the massive gates of Stygia shatter into fragments. A dense black fog surged forth from the gates like a flood, rapidly engulfing the walls, sweeping through the streets, and even tainting the mighty dragons. Any creature touched by the fog was reduced to dust within mere breaths, including the dragons themselves. Then, a horde of half-orcs roared as they surged through the shattered gates. At last, Rigo beheld the silver-haired middle-aged man once more. Riding atop a pitch-black dragon, sorrow etched across his face as he circled above the church. My lord, we cannot hold. The orc army has breached the city. Dark magic has tainted the statue. Stygia is lost. We must retreat. Rigo heard the urgent, anguished voice of a youth, witnessing the pallid, tormented visage of the silver-haired man. And he could feel the collective wails of the city's populace. My lord, we can no longer hesitate. Several dragons have already fallen. If we delay further, it will be too late. The youth's voice resounded again, igniting a profound sorrow within Rigo. The silver-haired man cast a weary glance in Rigo's direction, his voice hoarse as he commanded, retreat. Fall back to Asha. Bang. A sharp sound echoed, akin to something shattering, and suddenly, darkness enveloped Rigo as he jolted awake. Ah! The anguished cries reverberated throughout the spacious church as Rigo clasped his throbbing head, his bleary eyes fluttering open. Awake? A crisp and familiar voice resonated behind him, causing Rigo's attempt to rise to falter momentarily, followed by the voice instructing, if you are awake, tend to your dragons. They are on the verge of demolishing my home. Chapter 87. Melisandre. The thunderous roars of dragons echoed from outside the church, accompanied by the cacophony of collapsing structures, causing the entire edifice to tremble slightly, with shards of golden debris cascading from above. Recognizing the voices of the glutton and the silverwing, Rigo quickly whistled to pacify the two rebellious dragons, averting the potential collapse of the church and the entombment of himself and others. Struggling to sit upright, Rigo felt no malice from the owner of the voice behind him. He first cast his gaze across the vast hall, noticing that the previously animated Alide and her companions lay in an orderly fashion on the ground, their chests rising and falling normally, which eased his concern. Weakly, he turned to the source of the earlier voice. A striking woman with crimson hair, crimson eyes, and a flowing red gown stood before him, a vision of breathtaking beauty. Rigo's first reaction was to recognize her as Melisandre. Melisandre was his second realization. Observing the sudden tightening of Rigo's gaze, the woman in the red robe raised an eyebrow in surprise, her tone laced with uncertainty as she asked, "Do you remember me?" Rigo furrowed his brow, an inexplicable shock coursing through him. Wasn't Melisandre a figure who emerged in the timeline of the Game of Thrones? Why had she appeared here a century early, and why did she imply that they had met before? He was certain he had never encountered this enigmatic red-robed sorceress. Yet, her voice and even her gaze felt hauntingly familiar. Did you save us? Rigo chose not to respond to Melisandre's inquiry, redirecting the conversation to another subject. It was not a rescue. You entered my castle, and your companions coveted my wealth. Thus, I imparted a lesson upon them. As for you, the temple welcomes your arrival. Who are you? Rigo refrained from revealing his knowledge of Melisandre, for this red-robed, which was not merely renowned for her extraordinary beauty. She had orchestrated the sacrifice of lordly daughters and incited ambitious men to sacrifice their pregnant lovers on more than one occasion. Although Rigo possessed magical power, he had no idea how to wield it. Previously, in the Vale, he had barely managed to ignite a flame in a desperate struggle. Suddenly, Rigo's gaze locked onto Melisandre's enchanting face, adorned with a radiant smile. You were the one in the Ashen Vale. A floral smile blossomed on the red-robed sorceress's face as she fixated on Rigo's puzzled expression. Her lips parted slightly as she spoke. I am Melisandre, a devotee of the Lord of Light, a priestess of Lawler, a shadowbinder of Ash-High, and the red-robed witch. As for the Ashen Veil, I could not stand idly by while my guests faced peril at my doorstep. That is the way of hospitality according to the Stygian code. Indeed, it was you. Even though Rigo had harbored suspicions in his heart, he found it difficult to believe when Melisandre admitted it outright. During the battle in the Ash Valley against the half-orcs, when he was on the brink of exhaustion, he had attempted to use fire magic to ignite corpses and obstruct the half-orc assault. Just as he was about to lose consciousness, he vaguely heard a warm, anxious female voice calling upon the flames. Indeed, it was Melisandre. How far could that be? To cast a spell across hundreds of miles? Did the Red Priestess in the Game of Thrones possess such power? Taking a deep breath to relax his tense demeanor, Rigo slightly nodded to Melisandre. Thank you for your assistance. There is no need for gratitude, Rigo Domner. This is my mission. Mission? Rigo was taken aback. Does saving us fall within your mission? No, Melisandre replied with a gentle smile, shaking her head. It does not encompass them. It pertains solely to you, Rigo. I have been watching you since your arrival in Valyria, acquiring your first dragon, departing Valyria, and stepping onto Westeros, adopting the Targaryen name, taming those two mischievous creatures outside. I have witnessed your growth through the flames. Rigo inhaled sharply. Were you watching me through the flames at the banquet in the Red Keep? Dragonstone. Storm's End. Was that you who I felt observing me from the fire? Suddenly standing up, Rigo's body, still weakened from the recent dragon dream, caused him to stagger. He hurriedly distanced himself from the seemingly harmless Melisandre, as though confronted by some ferocious beast. It was I, but I bear no ill will. Melisandre was somewhat taken aback by Rigo's sudden wariness, yet her tone remained steady. You have attempted to control my body twice. That was not me, Rigo. I do not know who that was, nor would I ever seek to control you in any manner. However, I believe I should be aware of his connections. Melisandre extended a finger, pointing towards Rigo's heart. Did you also spy on me while I bathed? That is not the main point. The crux of the matter is that you are being watched by a formidable presence, and with the power you currently possess. Facing this entity could very well lead to your demise. I am aware. My life is slowly slipping away since that accursed eye has emerged. I have seen the shadow of the monster in 2 dragon dreams, and I even killed quite a few of them in the Ash Valley. This dragon dream must be related to you, right? No, the demon eye upon your chest is indeed connected to those monsters. But I did not partake in the matter of the dragon dreams. Melisandre's beautiful brows knitted together in sorrow, her voice tinged with a layer of melancholy and grief. Our memories have been tampered with, Rigo. Ashaya and Stygai once represented a civilization of immense strength, yet they vanished without a trace. I received guidance in the Temple of the Lord of Light. The flames revealed certain truths to me. The deities once stood at the forefront to resist the invasion. But the strength of the monsters exceeded all comprehension. Countless lives were lost, and even the gods were not exempt. The Lord of Light is dead? This revelation struck Rigo like a bolt from the blue. The only deity in the realm of Westeros known for manifesting tangible deeds had inexplicably vanished. Were the Night King and the White Walkers to remain unchallenged a century later? The Night King was akin to a 3-star, 5-cost deity, armed with a spear and a dragon, and even capable of inciting betrayal. Daenerys had painstakingly nurtured 3 young dragons, yet before they could truly flourish, she was persuaded by Tyrion and Jon Snow to confront the White Walkers, resulting in the tragic loss of her beloved dragon. Proving even the dragons were no match for the Night King. With the Lord of Light absent, what hope remained for humanity? Melisandre, observing Rigo's alarmed reaction, remarked with a hint of irritation, deities do not perish. They merely slumber or reincarnate. Oh, how reassuring it is to know they have not truly died, Rigo exhaled, placing a hand upon his chest. But what of the dragon dreams? Are they connected to these slumbering or reincarnated deities? Indeed, the dragon dreams serve as the final safeguard left by the deities for this land. That enigmatic force has distorted the memories of all, erasing the truth of history, perhaps to conceal a secret or to prepare for the impending invasion of the half-beasts. Yet, they cannot alter the memory of the deities. The dragon dreams represent the authentic history marked by their imprint. Why me? Rigo inquired. Melisandre's gaze was profound. Because the deities have chosen you. Chapter 88. Mission and Crystal Stone. This is your mission, Rigo, to uncover the truth of history, to rescue the ignorant populace, and to fend off the monstrous incursions. This is the task entrusted to you by the deities. Melisandre spoke in a tone reminiscent of a fervent recruiter. but she remained oblivious to the fact that Rigo was not a native of this land. He felt no sense of belonging to Westeros or places like Valyria or Essos. His struggles in the ruins of Valyria were born out of necessity. He could not return, and he needed to rely on the system to cure his grayscale. His actions in Westeros were merely an attempt to secure his own survival and to muster the courage to oppose tyranny. Now, he ventured into this desolate, forsaken land solely to find a means to rid himself of the malevolent eye upon his chest. What mission? What responsibility? In Rigo's heart, the desire to survive another day far outweighed any notion of duty, rendering the impassioned declarations of a savior nothing more than a meticulously orchestrated recruitment campaign, failing to stir even the slightest ripple in his heart. Let us set aside the notion of mission for now, Melisandre. As he observed the red-robed sorceress preparing to elaborate further, Rigo swiftly interrupted her lengthy discourse, redirecting the conversation to a matter of paramount importance. Has your deity provided any guidance on how to resolve the issue of the malevolent eye upon my chest? I am unable to communicate with the deities, Rigo. The Lord of Light has yet to awaken, and I cannot receive his directives. However, I can provide you with some information regarding the malevolent eye. Initially disheartened by Melisandre's inability to connect with her deity, Rigo's disappointment threatened to overwhelm him. Yet, upon hearing that she possessed information about the malevolent eye, his expression brightened once more. According to the information I gathered upon awakening from the flames, the Eye of Darkness is a creation of black magic. Among the ranks of the half-orc army are sorcerers who wield this dark art, capable of conjuring a sinister mist. Any creature, be it human, horse, or even a dragon, tainted by this black fog will bear the mark of the eye. This eye swiftly devours the life force of the infected, converting it into sustenance for its growth. Ultimately, once the victim's vitality is depleted, they are transformed into a new half-orc. What? Those afflicted by the eye will ultimately become half-orcs? Rigo could scarcely fathom the thought of his once handsome visage being transformed into that of a grotesque half-orc with protruding teeth. Indeed, Rigo, among the half-orcs you slayed in the Ashen Valley were former soldiers and residents of Stygia. Is there any way to eliminate the eye? Melisandre remained silent, gracefully rising to her feet, her taut crimson gown accentuating her figure, her exquisite countenance adorned with a sly smile. The gods have chosen you. Perhaps they possess knowledge of a remedy for the eye. As she spoke, the enchanting red-robed sorceress strode towards a corner of the church, where a concealed door swung open with a resounding thud, revealing a pitch-black chamber within. Follow me, Rigo Domnall, for here lies an artifact left for you by the King of Light. The chamber was vast, and Rigo trailed behind Melisandre through a lengthy, shadowy corridor, navigating a series of twists and turns before arriving at an expansive subterranean space, reminiscent of the Targaryen family stronghold. In the center of this dimly lit chamber stood a pedestal approximately 1 meter high, surrounded by a multitude of candles that illuminated the space brilliantly, filling Rigo's senses with a potent aura of fire magic. However, unlike the crypts of the Red Keep, the pedestal bore not the bones of a dragon, but rather a blood-red crystal nearly half a meter tall. This crystal has been venerated in the temple for generations. It possesses the ability to store fire magic and significantly amplify its potency when invoked. The priests of Stygia have drawn upon its power to replenish their own. And now it belongs to you. To me? Rigo exclaimed in astonishment. Such a colossal crystal capable of storing and magnifying magic was a rarity, perhaps found in only a few places across the world. Was it truly bestowed upon him merely for being the chosen one? This seemed too fortuitous. One could easily acquire the crystal, but the favor owed would be harder to navigate. It has always belonged to you. It is merely returning to its rightful owner. When placed upon the dragon, it will continually emit magical energy to suppress the eye within you, granting you additional time. However, it is currently depleted of magic and will require your infusion to regain its efficacy. Rigo pondered for a moment. A fire magic crystal capable of suppressing the eye was indeed something he desperately needed at this juncture. Yet, this was an artifact of the King of Light, and accepting it would mean embarking on a path entwined with Melisandre, from which retreat might prove challenging. Thus, should he take it or not? Rigo hesitated, exhaling as he summoned the system panel. Panel, host, Rigo Domnall gender, male age, 18 bloodline 1, bloodline of the ancient Valyrian dragon king bloodline 2, blood and fire origin, affinity for blood-fire magic. Current bloodline development progress, 50, status, cursed, weak, healthy traits, immune to all poisons, unburnable, dragon tamer lifespan, unknown. The lifespan section of the panel, marked by a prominent red minus, has become a vivid crimson, although the reason for the unknown status of his lifespan eludes him. The undeniable truth remains. His vitality is rapidly waning. Should this decline continue unchecked, it is conceivable that one day he might awaken to find the lifespan on the system panel reduced to a mere single digit. Or perhaps he may never awaken at all, succumbing to an eternal slumber. Since departing from Valyria, the system appears to have regressed. Aside from the attributes displayed on the panel and the hints regarding bloodline development, it neglects all other necessities, rendering itself utterly inept. Thus, any hope for salvation rests solely upon his own shoulders. Contemplating this, Rigo dismissed the system panel and lifted his gaze to the resplendent crystal of fire magic. Resolutely, he steeled his heart, biting down on his resolve, and prepared to seize the opportunity. Ascending the reserved steps to the high platform, Rigo pressed his palm against the crimson crystal. With a resonant hum, the crystal erupted in a blaze of red light, sending shockwaves that extinguished all the surrounding candles. Flooding the dim chamber with a sanguine glow, an immense surge of blood-fire magic coursed into the crystal from within Rigo, accompanied by a low, reverberating hum. The exquisite visage of Melisandre was illuminated by the crimson radiance, exuding an alluring aura. Another, even louder hum resonated as the fire magic crystal transformed into a radiant stone, its blinding brilliance causing Melisandre to slightly turn her head to avoid direct exposure. Rigo, letting out a muffled groan, withdrew his hand. Feeling as if his very essence were being drawn away, with a closing of his eyes, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Melisandre swiftly moved forward to catch Rigo collapsing form, gently laying him on the smooth ground. The crystal's light began to gradually recede, a thin shadow enveloping their figures. A lingering sigh was swallowed by the encroaching darkness. Chapter 89. The True History. The Iron Islands, a vast archipelago located to the west of the Riverlands and north of the Westerlands, comprises 7 islands of varying sizes. With the capital situated on the nearest island to the mainland, Pike, ruled by the ancient and storied Greyjoy family. Departing from Pike by boat, one can reach the western fortress of Casterly Rock within a day, given favorable winds. The inhabitants of the Iron Islands are referred to as Ironborn by the people of Westeros, a term that carries an undertone of disdain and contempt for the small nation. However, the denizens of the Iron Islands do not perceive this designation as a slight. Rather, they take pride in it, proudly calling themselves the Ironborn. Following their conquests in war, the Ironborn remain ever vigilant, sharpening their blades in eager anticipation of showcasing their curved swords and fangs to the continent of Westeros. Rego could scarcely recall the number of iron heads he had severed since arriving at the Iron Islands. This brutish and savage tribe, akin to wild beasts, exhibited no reverence for the silver-haired dragon king upon his descent on Black Tide Island. Their lack of awe extended even to the 2 colossal dragons accompanying him, on occasion. Some audacious pirate would attempt to stroke the Dragon King's beard. Rego feared that if he continued his rampage, Greyjoy might dispatch a vast army to hunt him down. Fortunately, he had completed his business on the Iron Islands and was poised to depart. According to the calendar of Westeros, it was now the year 129 AC, just after the new year. 16 years had elapsed since Rego left Westeros, and 15 years since he abandoned the ruins of the city of Stygai in the Shadowlands. During his time in Stygai, he unexpectedly encountered the Red Priestess Melisandre, who unveiled a portion of the obscured true history and provided him with a means to deal with the magical eye that fed on his own lifespan. After receiving a crystal imbued with the fire magic of the Lord of Light, Rego awoke the following day to find Melisandre had vanished, leaving only Eilid and 2 guards sound asleep in the hall of the church. He roused the trio, and at Eilid's behest, they pillaged enough wealth in Stygai before spending 2 months constructing a modest raft. Laden with their spoils, they floated down the Ash River back to Essos. The group spent a fortnight recuperating in Essos before parting ways at the port of Jade Sea. Eilid and the others, laden with a trove of gold and 3 dragon eggs, sailed back to Pentos, while Rego, bidding farewell to them, mounted his stealthy companions, the Glutton and Silverwing, and traversed the Jade Sea and the Summer Sea, then veered northward toward Braavos. From his previous discussions with Melisandre, Rego learned that the source of the dragon dreams stemmed from ancient deities who left behind truths for the world before their slumber. Braavos, a free trade city-state venerating the ancient many-faced god, was sure to harbor dragon dreams left by this deity. After spending some time in Braavos and acquiring the knowledge he sought, Rego wandered aimlessly across the continent of Essos atop his mighty dragon. After traversing countless dilapidated temples and experiencing numerous dragon dreams, Rego finally settled on the Iron Islands as the ultimate destination in his quest for the world's truth. The Ironborn worship a deity governing the oceans and seafaring, known as the Drowned God. After a decade of tireless pursuit, Rego had gleaned much of the history that had been deliberately obscured. He spent 2 years on the Iron Islands and successfully confirmed a final hypothesis. The truths hidden for millennia were finally laid bare before Rego, yet this history rendered the situation even more enigmatic. The invasion of the half-beasts had once swept across both Essos and Westeros. Thousands of years ago, a formidable empire once reigned over the continent of Essos. They established their dominion in what is now the Shadowlands, with the ruined cities of Stygai and Dark Ashar standing as their most significant strongholds. The flourishing blood magic thrived in Ashar and Stygai, ultimately giving rise to a powerful creature, the dragon, at the zenith of the Ashar Empire. There existed over 10,000 dragons, casting the entire world into submission beneath their colossal wings. Then came the Dark Invasion. Mighty sandworms erupted from the rugged mountains surrounding Stygai, carving wide passages through the terrain. Subsequently, a tidal wave of half-orc armies poured forth from these openings, while dark sorcerers obscured the sky with malevolent magic. A colossal blood-red eye manifested above Stygai, as dragons fell beneath the onslaught of powerful crossbows, and countless soldiers were slaughtered, devoured, and corrupted. The once mighty dragons, shrouded in despair, were rendered helpless against the advancing half-orc legions. Thus, Stygai fell, and so did Ashar. The flames of war swept across the entirety of Essos, ignited by the relentless retreat of the dragon legions, until the entire continent succumbed to the half-orc invasion. The remnants of dragon riders and warriors of Essos retreated to the southern Valyria peninsula, where they clung to survival, establishing the Valyrian freehold as a bastion against the half-orc onslaught. Yet, just as the world teetered on the brink of annihilation, for reasons unknown, the half-orc armies abruptly withdrew in droves, retreating like a receding tide into the towering mountains between Ashar and Stygai, leaving behind only a handful of elites to tenuously govern Essos. The dragonlords recognized that the moment for counterattack had arrived. Devoid of the overwhelming numbers and the numerous dark sorcerers that had once bolstered their ranks, the half-orcs could no longer stand against the might of the dragons. The dragonlords advanced with relentless force across Essos, marking the Coal Forest as a boundary. The majority of half-orcs to the west perished beneath the dragon's fiery breath, with only a scant few managing to hide within the vast mountains, thoroughly tainted by dark magic, that lay between Ashar and Stygai. Meanwhile, the remaining half-orcs to the east, originally intended to partake in the invasion of Westeros, were utterly demoralized by the dual assault from dragons and warriors. They crossed the narrow sea to land in Westeros, seeking survival on this wild continent. The dragon lords, intent on eradicating evil, pursued them relentlessly, driving the few thousand remaining half-orcs to the far north, where they were left to their own devices. Thereafter, the Valyrian peninsula flourished once more, and dragons reclaimed their dominion over the world. However, hundreds of years later, a terrifying and enigmatic curse suddenly erupted upon the peninsula. Thousands of dragons wailed in agony, their raging flames igniting volcanoes. While the fury of the dragons set the seas ablaze, it seemed as if, overnight, the Valyrian Empire transformed into a desolate wasteland, with only a small faction of the Targaryen family dispatched to Westeros to guard against a half-orc resurgence, managing to survive. And this is the true history. The dragons hail from the distant land of Ashai, while the Valyrian dragon lords migrated from the shadowy realm. The Targaryens were the watchers dispatched from the freehold to Westeros. The continent of Essos was once entirely ruled by half-beasts. Yet, why is it that this catastrophic calamity that plagued the world left no trace in subsequent records? Who possesses such formidable power to have altered this chronicle that spanned millennia? Chapter 90, Year 129 of the Conquest. Roar, roar. The Greed Feaster and the Silverwing exchanged their secrets side by side, as Rego pondered his thoughts, listening with curious interest to the peculiar dialogue between the two dragons. Whenever he sensed discomfort, he would gently pat the Greed Feaster's back, provoking the disgruntled complaints of the Black Dragon. After 16 uninterrupted years of magical nurturing, the Greed Feaster had fully regained its former vigor, with taut skin and smooth scales. Sunlight bathed its massive form, yet not a glimmer of reflection emerged, as if the light were absorbed by its obsidian scales. Following the system prompt indicating the completion of the Greed Feaster's first phase as a dragon rider, Rego had previously tested the strength of its scales. Now, it could withstand the force of a dragon-slaying ballista, as even the Valyrian steel sword, Dawn, could only leave a faint mark upon the Greed Feaster's scales. It seemed that the Greed Feaster had become entirely immune to the physical harm inflicted by human weaponry. The Silverwing had also undergone significant transformation. Her body had grown considerably, now only slightly smaller than Vormisol. Her silver scales, like the greed feasters, had become impervious to blades and arrows, and her dragon fire had turned a brilliant ice blue, hot enough to melt boulders, a remarkable enhancement indeed. More importantly, the intellect of both dragons had expanded immensely. They were not only able to resonate with Rigo's thoughts and execute his commands at will, but were also capable of communicating with one another, executing tactical maneuvers with remarkable synergy. In summary, over these past years, aside from Rigo, who had remained unchanged, the bloodline shared by fire and blood had stagnated in its progress, while the two dragons had undergone a complete metamorphosis. Roar! The voice of the greed feaster roused the contemplative Rigo, who looked down to see a world blanketed in pristine white snow before him. Winterfell had arrived. Setting forth from the Iron Islands, Rigo had ridden with the two dragons northward, remembering his unfulfilled promise to visit Lord Cregan Stark, and he also wished to see the Wall, to confirm certain matters. On the 11th of January, in the 129th year of the conquest, Rigo Domner made a sudden return to the north after a 16-year absence, with Duke Cregan Stark personally coming forth to greet him. Ha ha ha, Rigo my friend. Is it truly you? After years apart, Cregan had transformed into a tall and handsome middle-aged man, laughing heartily as he leaped from his warhorse, disregarding the two great dragons nearby, rushing forward to envelop Rigo in a warm embrace. Indeed it is me, Cregan. It has been far too long. It has been quite some time, Rigo. You vanished after the war on the Stepstone Islands, and rumors circulated across the Seven Kingdoms years later that you had met with misfortune in Valyria or perished in Essos. I dispatched people in search of you for a long while, yet all efforts proved fruitless. Cregan's expression was one of intense emotion as he grasped Rigo's arm tightly and strode purposefully towards the city. Come with me into the city. I shall host you splendidly. In truth, I am eager to hear about the tales of Westeros during the 16 years of my absence. The group entered the castle amidst laughter and conversation. Cregan thoughtfully arranged for servants to prepare ample fat sheet for the two great dragons, before sitting down with Rigo to dine and share their respective experiences. Rigo began to recount the places he had visited over the past 16 years, introducing the customs and cultures of each locale. Yet he refrained from explaining his sudden departure from Westeros. Cregan, perceptive as ever, did not pry, but instead expressed admiration for Rigo's adventures, sharing his own aspirations. After sharing his own narrative, Rigo turned to a matter that piqued his interest. Cregan, has the king confirmed Rhaenyra's status as heir? Cregan was momentarily taken aback, his countenance shifting to one of disdain, as if Rigo had posed a most ignoble question. Alas, Rhaenyra is likely to be estranged from the Iron Throne. Is that so? Rigo replied, astonished at Cregan's words. Cregan calmly sliced a piece of lamb, chewing thoughtfully before swallowing and lamenting. The year following your departure, Rhaenyra wed Laenor Velaryon of Driftmark, and by year's end, she bore a son with dark hair. Subsequently, she gave birth to two more sons. With an incredulous shake of his head, Cregan continued mockingly. All three sons share the same dark hair. Although the nobility of the Seven Kingdoms privately understood the princess's indiscretions and the true lineage of the three dark-haired princes, the king was in the prime of his reign, and thus, this matter was not brought to light. However, 3 years ago, during a tournament held by His Majesty Viserys to celebrate the birth of Prince Aegon, a conflict erupted between Harwin Strong and Ser Criston Cole, wherein Harwin, perhaps seeking to undermine Ser Criston, brazenly revealed that the princess had borne him 3 sons. As a result, Rhaenyra's reputation as a wanton was now common knowledge across the Seven Kingdoms, and no noble wished for a bastard to claim the inheritance of the Iron Throne. Rhaenyra found herself ostracized by those who once pledged their loyalty to her. Had it not been for the king's intervention, she might have lost even her title as Princess of Dragonstone. Rigo suddenly felt a twinge of guilt. Had his decision to take away Laery's resulted in Harwin and Laenor's survival, thereby jeopardizing Rhaenyra's claim to the Iron Throne? As he contemplated Rhaenyra's peculiar circumstances, Cregan proceeded to recount the recent occurrences, including the Night's Watch at the Wall experiencing a mass defection, which he personally dealt with by severing their heads. Daemon took over the support of the Stepstones 3 years after his disappearance, spending 5 years to expel the 3 daughters' kingdoms. Aegon, Helena, and Rhaenyra's 3 bastards each possessed their own dragons. Lena Velaryon, after marrying Daemon, bore 2 daughters but tragically perished during childbirth while delivering her third, leaving behind the dragon Vhagar, which was subsequently tamed by Prince Aemond, costing Aemond one of his eyes. The sea snake, Corlys Velaryon, fell gravely ill, and Vaemond Velaryon could not accept that the heir to Driftmark was a bastard born of a wanton woman. He openly defied this in the Red Keep's small council and was executed by Prince Demon. Leonor Valerian resigned as Hand of the King due to the scandal surrounding his son, prompting the king to recall Ser Otto Hightower to serve once more in that capacity. Viserys' health continued to deteriorate. He had not convened a council since the bastardy incident 3 years prior, leaving all matters of state to be resolved by the Hand. The relationship between Prince Demon and Princess Rhaenyra was heavily criticized, as Ser Laenor was still Rhaenyra's husband. Much of what was said by Cregan resonated with what Rhaego remembered, with few changes beyond Laenor's survival and the continued existence of Leonor and his son. However, the circumstances surrounding Rhaenyra were indeed disheartening. Who could have imagined that a mere lapse in restraint could cost the princess her claim to the throne? Even more astonishing was the fact that, despite everything, the beacon of the realm remained entangled with her uncle. Rhaego could not help but exclaim, "Demon is truly a man." Beyond this, Rhaego gleaned a crucial piece of information from Cregan's account, the Wall of Absolute Peril. Their memories had undergone a transformation. Chapter 91. The Wall of Absolute Peril. Cregan. Could you elaborate on the Wall of Absolute Peril? Rhaego inquired tentatively, his gaze fixed intently on Cregan Stark's expression. Upon hearing this, Cregan instinctively furrowed his brow, a fleeting look of confusion crossing his features, before bursting into laughter and replying, "Did you ask me about the Wall of Absolute Peril before? Ha. It has been so long, Rhaego, I may have forgotten. Nevertheless, I would be delighted to introduce you to this formidable fortress." As Cregan spoke, he lifted a nearby goblet and took a hearty drink, yet Rhaego's demeanor grew serious. It felt too forced. Whether it was Cregan's abrupt dismissal of his previous memories at King's Landing or his conditioned confusion upon hearing about the wall, it all felt too contrived. As if someone had violently replaced his recollections of the Wall of Absolute Peril and then inserted a meticulously fabricated history into his mind, rendering his retrieval of these memories awkward and deliberate rather than natural. The wall, as legend has it, was constructed by the builder Brandon Stark as a defensive fortification against formidable foes from the far north. It is said to have existed for over 10,000 years. However, to be candid, Rhaego, I have only ventured there once when executing a traitorous Night's Watchman. The north is perpetually shrouded in snow and ice, with temperatures significantly lower than those of Winterfell. Many of the companions I brought were unable to acclimate to the harsh climate in such a short span of time. It remains a mystery how any creature could survive in such an inhospitable environment. Over the past few centuries, many a disgraced knight has taken the black. Yet no one has ever encountered the rumored monsters of the north. While indulging in lamb, Cregan animatedly recounted the grandeur of the wall and the stark beauty of the icy expanse beyond. Yet, Rhaego appeared troubled. Cregan's demeanor was decidedly unnatural. Rhaego did not suspect Cregan himself, but rather the veracity of his memories. Although Cregan could articulate the intricacies of the wall, he had exhibited a look of bewilderment upon first hearing its name. Almost without needing further investigation, Rhaego could ascertain that everyone in the north, indeed throughout all of Westeros, possessed some fragment of memory regarding the wall and the Night's Watch, albeit not entirely devoid of knowledge. "Cregan, enlighten me about the Night's Watch," Rhaego prompted. "Oh, that expression again," the fleeting look of confusion in his eyes. "The Night's Watch is composed of bastards and criminals, some voluntarily seeking refuge, while others are exiled by their lords. They gather from all 7 kingdoms, bound to a life of celibacy and eternal duty atop the wall. Most are of little worth. Yet a few noble souls, driven by ideals or the desire to escape strife, have also joined their ranks, albeit they are but a minority." After a brief pause, Cregan began to expound on the Night's Watch with fervor. "Of course, this pertains only to the current members. According to ancestral records, the Night's Watch of your comprised valiant young men imbued with knightly spirit and patriotic aspirations, willing to sacrifice their lives for the stability of the 7 kingdoms, forever confined to the wall." Cregan's banquet continued for an extended period. Throughout, aside from inquiring about the wall and the Night's Watch, Rhaego took the opportunity to engage the northern lords in conversation. Whether it was House Stark or the gathered Mormonts and Manderleys, nearly all possessed substantial knowledge of the wall. Yet, without exception, every individual questioned exhibited a momentary lapse of thought upon hearing the inquiry, while all else appeared utterly natural. Any hint of abnormality stood out to Rhaego's keen perception like ink on pristine parchment. When every sheet bore its own ink blot, the information presented in Rhaego's mind became rife with suspicion. After resting for a night in Winterfell, burdened with heavy thoughts, Rhaego found himself unable to force slumber upon his weary mind. Thus, at the break of dawn, he took it upon himself to bid farewell to Cregan Stark. graciously declining the earnest entreaties of the Northern Lord. He mounted his steed, the Devourer, and set forth towards the far reaches of the north. As he traveled northward, Rigo could distinctly feel the temperature plummeting, just as Cregan had described. The Devourer and Silverwing began to emit wisps of vapor, the frigid air at such heights proving far more biting than that at ground level. After a considerable time in the air, Rigo was compelled to summon his internal fire magic to the surface of his skin, fortifying himself against the relentless cold. The chest containing 3 dragon eggs was closely secured beside him, into which he infused magic to ensure the eggs were shielded from the biting chill. The 3 eggs resting upon Silverwing required no such attention from Rigo, as he had embedded a half-meter-tall fire magic crystal acquired from Stige into Silverwing's saddle. This crimson crystal, once charged with magic, continuously radiated energy, nurturing both Silverwing and her precious eggs. In truth, the 6 dragon eggs could have hatched 6 years prior. Rigo had discovered the method for their incubation during his extensive travels. However, he refrained from initiating the process due to the inopportune timing. The obscured truths of history were fraught with suspicion, the magical eye within him relentlessly siphoning his life force, while hidden hands lurked, seeking to seize his body. Coupled with the ever-watchful Targaryen family, Rigo found himself surrounded by peril, devoid of a safe environment conducive to the growth of young dragons. Moreover, with prolonged infusions of blood and fire magic, Rigo sensed that the hatchlings within the 6 eggs were undergoing a profound transformation on a life level. They required time. As did he. Roar. Suddenly, Silverwing let out a fierce growl, her elegant form slicing through the clouds as she soared towards the towering ice wall below. Devourer, follow her. Rigo commanded decisively, as he commanded the Devourer to keep pace with Silverwing. With the augmented strength of the 2 dragons, Rigo felt less compelled to exercise extreme caution regarding their safety. Consequently, Silverwing occasionally took the liberty to fly freely, and Rigo no longer chastised her as he once had, granting them considerable autonomy. The 2 dragons emerged from the thick clouds above the wall of absolute peril, causing chaos among the Night's Watch stationed atop the fortress. Shouts of alarm erupted from all directions, and sharp crossbows were drawn, aimed at the approaching silver dragon. Yet, no one dared to release an arrow before the dragon made its move. Chapter 92. Threats and Choices. The wall of absolute peril materialized from thin air. Rigo gazed coldly at the colossal ice wall stretching to the horizon. His heart filled not only with awe at its magnificent craftsmanship, but also with an escalating sense of vigilance. The Wall of Despair rises to a towering height of 700 feet, equivalent to over 210 meters, and stretches an impressive 300 miles. Nearly 500 kilometers. Such an immense and arduous construction could not possibly have been erected solely through human effort, nor could it have mysteriously emerged within a mere span of 16 years. However, 16 years ago, neither Cregan Stark nor Larry Strong, nor even the vassals of the North possessed any memory of the Wall of Despair. Rigo did not entertain the notion that Cregan, Larry's, and the vassals had conspired to deceive him. Thus, it could only imply that the wall did not exist at that time. Yet today, a mere 16 years later, not only have Cregan and his vassals suddenly acquired vivid recollections of the wall and the Night's Watch, but the grand, serpentine structure now stands starkly before him. Its presence a testament to the terrifying power wielded by those lurking in the shadows. Ignoring the panicked Night's Watchman atop the wall, Rigo rode the hunger along the length of the wall, seeking any clues that might reveal the identity of the puppeteer behind this phenomenon, yet he remained empty-handed. History, memory, dreams. Who possesses the ability to alter the memories of an entire continent, to erect a towering edifice unnoticed by all? It seems utterly implausible. Even if the wall could be built, how could the Night's Watch rationally explain their existence? Were their memories tampered with? Or had they become mere puppets? No, for Cregan had personally slain a deserting squad of Night's Watchmen, indicating they retained their self-awareness. How then could a non-human construct that never existed materialize out of thin air? How could one reshape the memories and history of an entire continent? The questions left him utterly perplexed. Leaning helplessly against a massive beam of wood, Rigo rubbed his aching head, the intricate web of information and the bewildering reality rendering him disoriented. His overtaxed mind began to protest, compelling him to temporarily set aside his chaotic thoughts and grant himself a moment's respite. The scandal of Rhaenyra's affair with Strong had become common knowledge, and the black-haired boys born of the union between the Targaryens and Valyrians had become the subject of ridicule across the Seven Kingdoms. Historically, while there had always been an unspoken understanding regarding the identities of the 3 Valyrian children, the situation had never escalated to such a degree. Although, according to Cregan Stark, it was Harwin Strong's shameless bravado before the princess's failed predecessor that had thrust this matter into the limelight. Rigo firmly believed that Rhaenyra's notorious reputation had been further fueled by her confidant, Alicent Hightower. Given Viserys' favoritism towards Rhaenyra, it was likely that he would have swiftly moved to suppress any sensational news the moment it broke. Not that he could entirely eradicate public discourse, but he would certainly not allow it to become widely acknowledged. For Alicent, the true nature of her confidant and the misdeeds she had committed were likely known to her long ago. Yet, under the ultimate threat of Viserys' indecisiveness, the Greens dared not bring this matter to the fore. Consequently, fueled by the spirits of revelry, Harwin's unexpected assistance led Rigo to believe that, given Alicent's intellect and her insatiable desire for her son's throne, she could not possibly remain indifferent. One can imagine that at this moment, Rhaenyra harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Alicent, her so-called friend. However, Alicent likely remained blissfully unaware, convinced of her own cunning, reveling in the arms of her lover. Thus, the Blacks and Greens would undoubtedly follow the trajectory of history and engage in conflict. In this scenario, Rigo was presented with three possible paths. The first was to disengage completely, leaving the tumultuous Westeros behind, and seek a sanctuary to hatch the 6 dragon eggs. Based on the previous success of taming a dragon, which increased the bloodline's progression by 5 to 10%, it was probable that once the 6 hatchlings emerged, he could fully activate his lineage. This would equip him with a measure of assurance against the enigmatic figure lurking in the shadows. However, the consequence of this choice would be the premature interruption of the dragon's evolutionary journey, and Rigo could not ascertain when that shadowy figure might strike again, risking potential missteps should his bloodline remain inadequately developed. The second path entailed remaining a passive observer, allowing the Blacks and Greens to clash until only a few remained, at which point he could emerge, wreaking havoc and eliminating his foes to seize the Iron Throne. The downside of this approach would be the significant loss of dragons, which would severely hinder the development of his bloodline, ultimately leading him back to the dilemma posed by the first option of hatching the dragon eggs. The third option was to return openly, for while the Hungerer and Silverwing could not be deemed invincible, they were at least capable of holding their own against a multitude of dragons, perhaps even turning the tide of battle with a well-devised strategy. A direct return to Dragonstone would ensure that Viserys would not leave Rigo as a lingering threat for his descendants after his demise. The likelihood of a Greens-Black alliance was high, allowing Rigo to seize the opportunity to eliminate all dragons, thus achieving complete development of his bloodline. Of course, this course of action also bore its risks. Should the Hungerer and Silverwing sustain significant damage during the fray, it would pose a considerable dilemma. The threat posed by the mysterious figure loomed over Rigo like a thorn in his throat, compounded by the inexplicably withdrawn half-orcs, who could invade again at any moment, and the grotesque eye that incessantly consumed his lifespan. With no solution in sight, Rigo could only hope that the development of his bloodline, intertwined with the essence of fire and blood, could eradicate this insatiable leech. As he caressed the scaled patterns on the sheath of dawn, Rigo gazed toward the sky, where the Hungerer and Silverwing frolicked, his expression shifting between hope and despair as a battle raged within his heart. The Targaryen family once stood as guardians of the northernmost realm against the Orcish Sentinels. Though they have long since lost their memories of that history, it remains indisputable that the dragons of House Targaryen will serve as formidable weapons against any potential incursion by the orcs. Yet, Rhaego's life hangs precariously in the balance. Should one choose self-preservation or the greater good, to seek survival or to safeguard the world? The frigid winds of the far north howl through the treetops of the fishleaf tree, and with the intensifying gales, Rhaego's countenance darkens with a menacing aura. Chapter 93. Return to Stone Dance City on the 3rd day of the 2nd month in the year 129 of the conquest. A day that would later be known as the Day of Vigilance, Rhaego's Targaryen. The dragon prince who had been missing for 16 years since the campaign on the Stone Steps archipelago, suddenly soared back to his ancestral domain, Stone Dance City. 2 magnificent dragons descended from the lonely mountain, traversing the Bite Bay before pausing for several days at the Five Fingers Peninsula, and then proceeded directly into the valley. The wings of the dragon swept past the towering fortress of Eagle's Nest, gliding southward in the waning light of dusk, flying over Maiden's Springtown and skimming the shores of Crabclaw Peninsula. Upon reaching Dragonstone, the dragons soared low until, as the sun set, they descended gracefully into the grand dragon abode of Stone Dance City. Almost immediately upon the dragon's emergence in the northern realm, several ravens flapped their wings against the blustering snow, carrying the news of Rhaego's return to the heart of the Empire within the Red Keep of King's Landing. At this moment, the once vibrant young king, Viserys Targaryen, lay gravely ill. A merciless iron throne, forged from the dragon fire of Valyria, had left him scarred and mutilated at the tender age of 52. The ruler, beset by the sharp edges of power, bore wounds that rendered his fingers severed and his visage grotesquely decayed, concealed beneath a golden mask to hide his unsightly appearance. The silver hair that had once symbolized the bloodline of the Dragon King had all but vanished, leaving him resembling a feeble boar, stripped of its hide. Lying helpless upon the butcher's block, the king could no longer govern. Even the moments of clarity were few and far between. All matters of the realm were managed by his hand, Otto Hightower, the Grand Maester, who, after receiving a message from the scholars, sat in the Prime Minister's office until the late hours of the night. In the early morning hours, he boldly entered the king's chamber, expelling all attendants, including the scholars and handmaidens. No one knew what discussions transpired between the Prime Minister and the frail king. However, by dawn, a number of ravens emerged from the Red Keep, scattering in all directions. Your Highness? In Stone Dance City, Bronn, still tasked with the defense of the citadel, was patrolling the ramparts when he suddenly beheld two familiar dragons alighting beside the great dragon abode adjacent to the Lord's castle. The triumphant roars of the dragons resonated throughout Stone Dance City. The nearly 40-year-old commander of the city's defenses gazed in disbelief at the dragons, momentarily unable to comprehend the sight before him. The prince has returned. The prince has returned. Your Highness, as dusk descended upon the city, its industrious inhabitants were preparing to return home. The arrival of two colossal beings was witnessed by nearly half the populace, as the familiar silhouettes of the glutton and the silver wing ignited an overwhelming excitement throughout Stone Dance City. Countless common craftsmen, along with the elderly members of the guard, eagerly surged towards the Lord's manor, yearning to witness the return of Rigo with their own eyes. Bronn, ever quick-witted, mounted his steed and galloped towards the castle, skillfully avoiding the throngs of exhilarated citizens that threatened to block his path. Your Highness? Your Highness. Larys, now in his 40s, found it hard to believe as he sprinted to the window, drawn by the thunderous roar of the dragon and the commotion of its descent. He stood transfixed, gazing at the silver-haired youth sliding down from the dark back of the dragon. Ah, it has been quite some time, Larys, Rigo called, noticing Larys's astonished expression, his eyes brimming with emotion. He waved lightly, attempting to convey a sense of ease. The sound of galloping hooves drew nearer to the castle, and Bronn, now matured, dismounted with fervor. He rushed to the familiar figure before him and knelt on one knee, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Your Highness, Bronn pays his respects. Observing Bronn's bearded visage, Rigo placed a hand on the shoulder of his loyal knight, jesting, You've aged, Bronn. Why the full beard? Bronn, overwhelmed with emotion, reflected on the 16 years since Rigo's departure. He could discern no trace of time upon his lord's face, as though the years had paused in reverence. You remain unchanged, just as in the past. Ha ha ha, unchanged indeed. If I bore a beard like yours, would I not lose my title as the most handsome knight in the Seven Kingdoms? Rigo laughed heartily, helping Bronn to his feet. The two dragons had already merrily made their way into their former lair. Rigo handed Dawn to Bronn, remarking, Stone Dance City has transformed greatly. Come, let us converse within the castle. As they walked towards the castle, Larys, having regained his composure, hurriedly descended the stairs, his excitement palpable. Just as the trio approached the entrance, a deluge of people surged forth, swiftly blocking the castle gates. There stood the silver-haired, silver-armored young man, still embodying the refreshing image that had once brought hope to Stone Dance City 18 years prior. It was unclear who first succumbed to tears, but the weeping soon spread like wildfire, echoing throughout the city. Your Highness, you have finally returned. We feared you would never come back. Many of the earliest residents of Stone Dance City had aged considerably. The hardships of their earlier lives had taken a toll on their bodies. Even with the subsequent years of peace and prosperity, the effects of time were unmistakable upon their weary faces. A group of elderly individuals, aged in their 50s and 60s, approached with tear-filled eyes. Rigo halted Bronn's attempt to obstruct them and stepped forward, taking a man's hands in his own, gently assuring him, I have returned. I have returned. How could I not come back? Everyone has been waiting for me. The elderly crowd inquired, Your Highness, how could you have been away for 16 years? Caught off guard by their questions, Rigo found himself at a loss for words. To be frank, when he had fled, he was solely preoccupied with the threat posed by Viserys and the quest for truth, scarcely considering the residents of Dragonstone. Even Bronn and Larys had received nothing more than a letter sent with the merchant ship. He had provided no further explanations. He had assumed that after his long absence, Dragonstone might have been claimed as someone's south private estate. Yet upon his return, he discovered that not only had the ownership of the castle remained intact, but the inhabitants still cherished the memories of his past kindness, leaving him somewhat embarrassed. Rigo exerted every effort to placate the crowd, which lingered in front of the castle for an hour and a half before reluctantly departing. Both he and even Lares and Braun breathed a sigh of relief, overwhelmed by the warmth of the residents. Lares, please recount the significant events that have transpired in the city during these years. Rigo reclined comfortably in his former armchair, exhaling in satisfaction as he accepted a cup of mead from Braun and savored a sip before turning his attention to Lares. Your Highness, first, take a look at this. Lares replied, handing over a letter adorned with the sigil of House Strong. Rigo accepted the envelope without hesitation, tearing it open and extracting the letter to read. It was brief, yet the contents were sufficiently astonishing. Your father penned this? This hardly seems to align with Lord Lionel's character. I recall he was an unwavering loyalist to Viserys. Rigo swiftly finished reading the letter and carelessly handed it to Braun, before taking another sip of mead, his eyes sparkling with amusement as he regarded the composed Lares. The situation is more formidable than any individual, Your Highness, Lares said calmly. News from the north has reached you, and with Duke Stark as your friend, you must already be aware of Princess Rhaenyra's predicament. Naturally, the romantic entanglements of a royal princess are of great interest to all. Your Highness, Harwin's drunken indiscretion has laid bare the royal family's sordid affairs. While Alicent subtly stirs the pot, Princess Rhaenyra finds herself at an absolute disadvantage in the struggle for the Iron Throne. For House Strong, regardless of whether the Queen or the Princess ascends, there remains only a path of ruin for Harrenhal. Lares maintained a relaxed demeanor, as if the fate of House Strong bore no consequence to him whatsoever. If His Majesty were to forcibly support Princess Rhaenyra's claim to the Iron Throne, then Her Highness, in a bid to quell public dissent and to win over the nobility of the Seven Kingdoms, would find the Strongs to be the most advantageous stepping stone. No one among the realm would accept a bastard possessing the right to the Iron Throne. However, should Rhaenyra ascend, the three bastards would lose their justification for existence, leaving Harrenhal to bear the consequences. Conversely, if Queen Alicent's faction emerges victorious, the Strongs and the three bastards would undoubtedly face a ruthless purge, an inevitability dictated by history. Rhaego smiled at this notion. So your father chose me? Indeed, Your Highness. Does he harbor such little faith in the king? Perhaps His Majesty could manage the relations between the two factions. That is no longer a possibility, Your Highness, Lares asserted with utmost certainty. The king is on the brink of death, with all affairs of state entrusted to the Prime Minister. Lord Otto, being the father of the queen, naturally stands opposed to the princess. The two factions are already at odds, with no hope for reconciliation. Perhaps there is a way? What do you mean, Your Highness? Lares responded, his expression one of astonishment as he turned to the contemplative Rhaego, unsure if he had misheard. I suggest that perhaps the king knows how to forge peace between the two sides. Even if he did not possess such knowledge before, he should have acquired it by now. Forgive my ignorance, but I do not quite grasp your meaning. Rhaego sighed softly, rising from his reclined position. Meeting the puzzled gazes of Braun and Lares, he approached the shelf in his study, retrieving a black and red three-headed dragon sigil and casually tossing it onto the table. I am not of Targaryen blood. What? Lares exclaimed, springing to his feet and knocking his chair over with a jarring scrape. What are you saying, Your Highness? You are the King's acknowledged Targaryen prince, the grandson of the late King Jaehaerys. How can this possibly be in question? Stunned and bewildered, Lares looked at Rhaego, who calmly regarded Braun, whose expression, though surprised, remained resolute. Rhaego then smiled at Lares, revealing his true identity. I am Rhaego Domner, a direct descendant of the former Valyrian dragonlord family, Domner, possessing a lineage of Valyrian blood that surpasses that of the Targaryens. My purpose in Westeros is to tame dragons, and as for this sigil, I merely found it. Lares stood momentarily dazed, grappling with the revelation that the prince he had devoted nearly 2 decades to serving was of a different dragon lord lineage. What then of Viserys? Had he invited a wolf into the fold? Although much of the lore surrounding ancient Valyria has been lost to the cataclysm, one can always find traces within the vast expanse of history. My identity is now exposed, at the very least. Viserys and the Sea Snake must be aware of my true origins. If all goes as anticipated, I shall become the catalyst for the union of the Black and Green factions. Yet I am about to confront dragons of formidable power and the armies of the Seven Kingdoms. So what shall your choice be, Lares? Rhaego, with a serene smile, laid bare his circumstances and the choices that lay ahead, placing the decision squarely in Lares' hands. Lares was overwhelmed with shock and conflict. his inner turmoil causing his body to tremble slightly. Bronn, wordless, rose from his seat and naturally circled behind Larys, his right hand resting upon the hilt of his sword, subtly blocking Larys's retreat. "Your Highness, can you truly prevail against 2 dragons with 10? Larys's voice was parched, his gaze intensely fixed upon the composed Rigo as he voiced his deepest concern. "Perhaps, Larys, before you lies a choice. 1. Continue your loyalty to me, facing the wrath and fire of Targaryen, risking your future with blood and flame. Or 2. In recognition of your years of loyalty, I shall allow you to betray me and join Targaryen, perhaps earning a reprieve after Aegon ascends." Rigo's words were devoid of emotion. Larys's loyalty or betrayal mattered little to him. The forces of Stone Dance and Harrenhal were scarcely significant in the impending war. Yet out of respect for a subordinate who had served him for over a decade, Rigo felt compelled to honor Larys's choice. "Your Highness, surely we can win." Larys forced a smile, though doubt lingered in his tone. Yet, at his words, both Rigo and Bronn chuckled merrily. "We shall triumph, Larys." Rigo's spirits lifted. He offered his old subordinate a reassuring promise. "Sir Leonor believes I am of Targaryen blood, seeking to support me in the quest for the Iron Throne. Though he will soon learn the truth of my identity, you may still send him a letter. Stone Dance welcomes Harrenhal's alliance." Resolute, Larys no longer hesitated. But the circumstances before him offered little cause for optimism. "Your Highness, during your absence, Stone Dance has expanded its fortifications twofold, and the garrison has grown to 2,500 men, whom Bronn can certainly command. Yet, even with Harrenhal on our side, we number merely 5,000. How can we contend with the 7 kingdoms?" Rigo laughed heartily at this, exclaiming, "Larys, the decayed logic of war among the 7 kingdoms is far too outdated. Warfare with conceptual weaponry is not fought in such a manner. Dragons must wield their own methods. The number of soldiers is merely kindling beneath dragon fire." With that, Rigo returned to his desk, retrieving sheets of parchment to compose 2 letters. He rose and handed them to Bronn, instructing, "Deliver these letters with utmost haste to the north and Dorne. I have confidence that Kragan will remain passive in the early stages of war, and Prince Quarren Martell of Dorne has had dealings with me on the Stepstone Islands. He may also dispatch forces to stall the south. Of course, Dorne is merely a pawn. Their compliance is inconsequential. Larys, ultimately, the outcome of this war will not be determined by troop numbers, but by the might of the dragons. As long as I can swiftly eliminate Targaryen's dragons, the subsequent conflict will be far easier. When the gluttonous dragon fire descends, they shall have no choice but to surrender." Chapter 95. The Royal Council. The sudden return of the Targaryen prince, missing for 16 years, cast a tense atmosphere over the entirety of King's Landing. The Queen Mother's ballroom was particularly lively that day. For over 2 years, Viserys has refrained from engaging in the affairs of the realm. Yet today, he has astonishingly convened a royal assembly at the Red Keep, compelling both Alicent and Rhaenyra to attend. Nearly all the princes and princesses bearing Targaryen bloodline have been summoned to this long-awaited meeting. It appears that the emergence of bastards has rendered our king restless. Daemon stands beside Rhaenyra, his expression stoic as he gazes toward the Iron Throne, whispering his discontent to her. Viserys has been so tormented by the throne he cherishes that he resembles a wretched specter, struggling to emerge from the grave. A pungent odor wafts from beneath the king's opulent robes, and even with a golden mask shrouding his countenance, the ravages of power are evident, with remnants of exposed bone and gums. Indeed, he presents a woeful figure. "Otto, are all present?" Viserys' voice, rough and gravelly, resonates from the throne, low in pitch, only audible to those in close proximity. "All are gathered, your majesty, including the princes, princesses, and the bloodlines of nobility remaining in King's Landing." Viserys' murky eyes scan the assembly, straining against his cane to sit upright. Mustering his strength to look toward Corlys, he gasped, "Since all are here, let us commence." "Corlys." The sea snake nodded, stepping forward with an ancient tome in hand, his countenance grave as he faced the puzzled gazes from below. Turning to the bookmarked page he had long concealed. "Domhnall of the Valyrian house, the upper family of the freehold perished in the cataclysm. Yet remnants of their bloodline may endure." Corlys delivered this blunt proclamation, leaving the assembled nobles bewildered as they regarded the sea snake beside the throne, uncertain of the significance of his recitation. Without further elaboration, Corlys closed the book, his demeanor somber as he returned to his place. Silence enveloped the council chamber, punctuated only by the labored breaths of Viserys, echoing like a bellows. "Domhnall?" Rhaenyra furrowed her brow, an inexplicable familiarity washing over her. Where had she encountered this name before? "Domhnall." Rhaenyra's breath caught suddenly, her gaze widening in shock as she turned to Corlys, seeking affirmation in his eyes. Yet, his gaze remained resolute and grave, silently affirming her conclusion, causing her heart to plummet. Amidst the thickening silence, Daemon's deep voice rang out, drawing every eye toward him. Rhaegar Targaryen, before our king acknowledged his lineage, was known as Rhaegar Domnall. Daemon's words descended upon the assembly like a torrent of boiling oil splashed into cold water, instantly shattering the previously tranquil council chamber. Prince Daemon? How could this be? Domnall? Is Daemon a scion of another dragon lineage? Is Daemon not a Targaryen? I always knew he was a bastard. As soon as Daemon's proclamation echoed through the hall, a cacophony of confusion, shock, and even delight erupted among the gathered nobility, leaving none untouched by this thunderous revelation. Enough, my lords, came the commanding voice of Viserys, gradually quieting the tumultuous crowd. Since the conqueror Aegon, the continent of Westeros has unequivocally belonged to the Targaryens. Even amidst the turmoil of Maegor's rebellion, the crown has remained firmly in their grasp. Yet, Viserys' voice faltered, his efforts to mask his frailty proving futile against the weight of his physical condition. Gasping for breath to regain composure, Viserys continued. The emergence of Daemon and the theft of the Targaryen dragons is a failure on my part, for which I have paid dearly. However, my lords, the Targaryens possess a dozen dragons, while the thief wields but two, cowering beneath the earth of Dragonstone, fearful of the wrath of Dragonfire. As your king, I command you to return to your houses, report to your lords, and muster your armies, ready your arms, and together with the Targaryens, bury that wretched thief beneath the stones of Dragonstone. With a resurgence of vigor, Viserys' voice crescendoed, his trembling hand bracing his frail body as he drew forth his Valyrian steel dagger, exclaiming, "Daemon, I am here, your majesty," Daemon replied. "In my capacity as king, brother, and head of House Targaryen, I appoint you as the commander of this war, to lead all the dragons of the realm in concert with the soldiers under Lord Corlys' command, to ensure that the head of Daemon Domnall adorns the pikes by the castle moat." "As you wish, my liege," Daemon affirmed. "Lord Corlys." Viserys paused to catch his breath before continuing. "In my role as king, kinsman, and lifelong ally, I designate you as the commander of the coalition, to rally the soldiers from all corners, seize Dragonstone, and safeguard the peace of the Seven Kingdoms." "As you command, your majesty," Corlys replied. "My lords, the treacherous thief has returned to Dragonstone, and war may erupt at any moment. The safety of the Seven Kingdoms rests in your hands. We must act without delay. Depart at once." Viserys declared, unambiguously appointing Daemon and Corlys to lead the military forces, directly announcing the war against Dragonstone. Those nobles who had hoped to intercede on behalf of Daemon were silenced, and seeing the gravity of the situation, the assembly acquiesced, bowing to their king before dispersing to return hastily to their respective lands. As the outsiders departed, the Grand Council chamber was left with only the bloodline of House Valyria, Rhaenyra and Daemon, Queen Alicent and her two sons, alongside Ser Otto Hightower, the hand of the king. The trio of Joffrey, Lucerys, and Jaehaerys stood out conspicuously among the silver-haired, purple-eyed assembly, while Aegon and the one-eyed Aemond cast mocking glances at their incongruous black-haired nephews, their expressions unabashedly laced with scorn and derision. "Rhaenyra, you must return to King's Landing immediately and bring all the dragons back," King Viserys declared, slumped upon the Iron Throne, his breath heavy as he gazed down at his defiant daughter. "Silence, Rhaenyra," he abruptly interrupted her intended refusal. "This is not the time for your power struggles. Damn it, Aegon possesses two dragons. No dragon can survive a duel against the greedy and the Silverwing alone. If you wish to avoid perishing on Dragonstone, heed my command." Chapter 96. Rhaenyra's defeat. Having spoken to Rhaenyra, Viserys turned his gaze to his hand, Otto, offering a weary smile. "I am exhausted. I entrust you with the affairs henceforth. Write to all the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms, announcing that Aegon shall be the rightful heir to the Iron Throne and the next king of the Seven Kingdoms. The coronation will take place once the armies arrive in King's Landing." "Father." Before Otto could respond, Rhaenyra stood in disbelief. She could hardly fathom that her father, who had always supported her, would suddenly strip her of her birthright. No matter the battles she waged against Alicent or the scorn she faced from others, her father had always stood by her side. But why? Why was he suddenly proclaiming Aegon as the successor? "Rhaenyra," Viserys' voice carried a note of anguish. "I have indulged you too much, allowing you to cultivate a terrible disposition. You have been far too willful. As the heir to the Seven Kingdoms, you have shown little regard for your reputation, inviting disdain for your chaotic personal life. From King's Landing to Driftmark and Dragonstone, wherever you go, whispers of your ignominy follow. Viserys' words struck Rhaenyra like a resounding slap, freezing her arrogance and fury upon her countenance. She stared blankly at her ailing father on the throne, unable to comprehend that he would utter such words. Yet Viserys continued, "You have single-handedly destroyed your claim to the throne, Rhaenyra. You know I love you, my daughter. Even though your reputation is tarnished throughout the Seven Kingdoms, even as all turn against you, and more nobles and courtiers oppose your succession, I stubbornly refrained from revoking your title, wishing to pass the Iron Throne to you. But now, with Aegon's return, whether his claim as a false Targaryen prince or the true blood of old Valyria, his very existence has provided the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms with an alternative choice. They may well turn to that wretched usurper. In this world, absolute loyalty has never truly existed. Where there are choices, there will be risks. And people will continually place their bets. If, at this very moment, you and Alicent are still at odds, then tell me, Rhaenyra, who among you can contend with the Greed Eater and the Silverwing?" As the words of Viserys echoed, both Rhaenyra and Alicent fell into silence. The haunting memories of the previous battle lingered vividly, where the first alliance between the Greed Eater and Silverwing rendered the formidable Vhagar utterly powerless. Had it not been for the timely arrival of Cregan and Syrax, the Targaryens might have already lost Vhagar. In such circumstances, no one would dare claim they could single-handedly slay the dragon. Vhagar, not even the proud demon, had words to utter. Yet, there were exceptions. As soon as Viserys finished speaking, the brothers Aegon and Aemond, standing behind Alicent, exchanged knowing glances, their brows raised in mutual skepticism towards Viserys' words. When they were old enough to remember, Vhagar had long since vanished into the skies above Westeros. And the brothers had never witnessed the so-called strongest knight of the Seven Kingdoms, nor the Greed Eater effortlessly dispatching Vhagar. In the hearts of the brothers, particularly Aemond's, Vhagar, aside from the formidable demon, was merely a statue living on the praises of others, easily shattered with a gentle blow. After a prolonged silence, Rhaenyra still struggled to accept the reality of her disinheritance. With stubborn resolve, she met Viserys' gaze, forcing herself to remain calm as she inquired, "I understand your concerns, Father. Alicent and I could reach an accord, but why must I not be the one to lead? Why can I not inherit the Iron Throne? Is it solely because of a title that holds no true significance?" "Enough, Rhaenyra," Daemon interjected, grasping her wrist in an attempt to quell her relentless questioning of Viserys. However, Rhaenyra resisted, forcefully shaking off Daemon's grip, her furious eyes fixed on her father upon the throne as she nearly screamed, "Answer me, Father." Viserys let out a long sigh, his murky gaze fixed upon Rhaenyra, who appeared like a tempestuous figure, devoid of composure. For the first time, disappointment and aversion flickered in his eyes towards his favored daughter. "Because I want what is best for my kingdom, Rhaenyra." His voice simmered with barely contained fury, sounding like a dull blade scraping against a shield. "If I were to die and you ascended the Iron Throne, with Alicent willing to bow beneath your sword, tell me, between you and Aegon Targaryen, which wavering noble would choose you?" "We have dragons," she retorted. "If they refuse to yield, then let it be fire and blood. Aegon has dragons too. More powerful beasts than yours." Viserys' voice had escalated to a near roar. "The nobles would side with that thief, even if some remained loyal to you. By then the Seven Kingdoms would be fractured, inevitably descending into ceaseless turmoil. Confronted by the glutton and the silver-winged, your dragon would not dare to scatter. While he could launch assaults at will upon the castles you occupy, you stand no chance of emerging unscathed from this war. You would doom the realm forged by the conqueror Aegon. Do you not yet comprehend?" Rhaenyra finally regained her composure, as Viserys laid bare all the stakes before her. Despite the tumult of anger and resentment within her, she understood that the matter had reached a point of no return. She was irrevocably estranged from the Iron Throne. Viserys felt his body nearing its limits, yet he forced himself to muster strength and turned to face Alicent. "Step forward, Aegon." Alicent's expression froze, her gaze instinctively drawn to her father. Only after receiving a sharp look did she snap back to reality, quickly suppressing her joy as she pulled her bewildered eldest son forward and pushed him to stand before the Iron Throne. Clang! Viserys unsheathed the Valyrian steel sword Blackfire and handed it to the confused Aegon, instructing him to hold the sword before the gathered lords and ladies. Then, the king's voice, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, rang out. "Now, tell me your choice, my lords." Corlys and his wife Rhaenys exchanged a glance, understanding each other's intent, and the couple knelt before Aegon, one knee touching the ground. "We pledge our loyalty to you, your majesty." Aegon looked bewilderedly at his mother. After Alicent's repeated gestures, he clumsily tapped the sword's tip on the shoulders of the sea snake couple, then bid them to rise. At that moment, despair enveloped Rhaenyra's heart. She helplessly turned her gaze towards her uncle, only to see Demon unsheathing his dark sister, taking a few steps forward to kneel before Aegon. Your Majesty. Aegon allowed Demon to rise, leaving only Rhaenyra and her 3 dark-haired Valyrian children in the midst of the assembly. All eyes were fixed upon this family. Laenor, feeling discomfort, shifted uneasily, ready to step forward, but upon noticing Rhaenyra's stillness, quietly withdrew his foot. What is your choice, Rhaenyra? Viserys' voice cut through the air with icy finality. Rhaenyra lifted her head bitterly, yet found no trace of pity or affection in her father's eyes. Enough, she sighed softly, her steps heavy as she advanced towards Aegon. Struggling to bend her knee, forcing herself to kneel upon the ground. I pledge my loyalty to you, your Majesty. Chapter 97. The winds of change regardless of the anger and reluctance raging within Rhaenyra. Under Viserys' resolute determination, she recognized there was no room for refusal or resistance. Especially as the sole pillar, Demon, had already expressed his fealty to Aegon. She understood then that her estrangement from the Iron Throne was complete. Rhaenyra could scarcely articulate the emotions that surged within her as she knelt at Aegon's feet. Was it regret? Regret fills my heart for not managing my private life with greater care, lamenting the endless indulgence of my youth. Yet, perhaps more than anything, I rue the presence of that foolish Harwin Strong at the banquet. There must also linger shame and fury. Rhaenyra has no doubt that the moment she knelt in submission, a smug smile would have adorned Alicent's detestable face. Could she not feel the mocking gaze of the 3 women upon her in that moment of anger? Viserys, untrustworthy, relinquished his rightful Iron Throne to Aegon, while Demon, without a fight, abandoned his own kin. And then there were the likes of Vaemond, Rhaenys, and Laenor, each a wretched coward. The final royal council at the Red Keep drew to a close amidst a subtle tension, as the 7 kingdoms prepared for the impending conflict. The Greens reveled in their jubilation, while the Blacks had long since crumbled into disarray. Rhaenyra, listen to me, Demon called out, seizing her arm as she briskly retreated to her chambers. Emerging from the council hall, the kingdom's beacon wore a stormy expression, and Demon had repeatedly failed to catch her attention. He pulled her into his bedroom and shut the door, turning to face the still simmering princess with a grave demeanor. You know winter is coming, Rhaenyra. Startled, Rhaenyra looked up, uncertainty clouding her gaze as she regarded Demon. Winter is coming. A phrase once spoken by Viserys when he declared himself Prince of Dragonstone, a secret known only among the heirs to the Iron Throne. How could Demon possibly know? How do you know this saying? I traveled the 7 kingdoms with Cregan Stark, summoned over the shores of God's Eye, Rhaenyra. Demon's voice grew somber, his expression heavy with sorrow as he grasped her hands, seeking warmth and solace. The weirwood revealed to me all that is to come. All dragons shall perish, and we shall bring ruin upon this realm. Beyond the north, demons lurk in the snow, waiting to strike. The extinction of dragons will sound the horn of their invasion. Rhaenyra, winter is coming. Dragons are our weapons against the enemies amidst the storm. I cannot allow them to be buried in a senseless civil war. Rhaenyra had never witnessed such a demon before. The mightiest warrior of the realm, once brimming with confidence and defiance, now bore a heart-wrenching uncertainty and sorrow. The princess peered into Demon's eyes, searching for even a trace of deception, but found none. Should I trust you, Demon? You have betrayed your queen. Leaning against Demon, she clutched his waist tightly, murmuring, that was the old god's prophecy, revealed to us through the weirwood, foretelling what is to come. I cannot stand idly by and witness this infighting. And what of Aegon? He too possesses a dragon. He could very well slay all the great dragons. Rhaenyra gradually found herself swayed by Demon's words, yet a lingering hesitation anchored her, preventing her from easily dismissing the events that had just unfolded within the Red Keep. I have not perceived that wildling in the language. Neither the fall of the great dragons nor the bloodshed of the 7 kingdoms has ever cast his shadow alongside those 2 dragons. Demon continues to harbor his unwavering aversion and disdain towards Rhaenyra. Perhaps the demise of the dragons affects him not at all. This war shall conclude with astonishing rapidity. We possess a dozen dragons. The modest stone dance castle shall prove no match for us. Rhaenyra, I have foreseen all in the prophecy. It is our conflict with Alicent that shall precipitate calamity, fracturing the 7 kingdoms. Rhaenyra lifted her gaze from Demon's embrace, looking up at her tall and handsome uncle. Her expression shifted from wrath to grievance, and then from grievance to tranquility. I fervently hope your prophecy holds true, Demon. In the brief span of merely half a month following the council at the Red Keep, the entire 7 kingdoms began to operate with the relentless speed of a tightly wound spring. The Stormborn House Baratheon was the first to summon its vassals. swiftly organizing a formidable army of 5,000 elite soldiers, converging at the Grass Hall, casting their watchful eyes upon Stone Dance Castle. The armies from Old Town, Highgarden, and the Vale soon departed their fiefs, advancing towards King's Landing. The forces from Old Town were commanded by the eldest son of the Prime Minister, Gawyn Hightower. Notably, they boasted a dragon, the third son of the king, Prince Daeron Targaryen, the pride of the bountiful Queen Alicent, who at the tender age of 15 rode atop his dragon, a subadult creature adorned with blue scales, known among the people as the Blue Queen. The young prince, having been sent to Old Town for nurturing after reaching the age of 12, now answered the kingdom's call. Prepared to serve as a swift arrow for his brother once he ascended the Iron Throne, aimed at any who dared oppose him. Much like Highgarden, the Vale was also governed by a woman. Lady Jenny Arryn, the Maiden of the Vale, had lost her father and brothers to the Stone Eaglets when she was merely 3 years old, leaving her as the sole ruler. As staunch allies of Viserys, the Arryns promptly organized their soldiers upon receiving the king's decree, hastening towards King's Landing. However, to the discontent of the capital, the entirety of the Seven Kingdoms, with the exception of the aforementioned noble houses that swiftly mobilized in response to the king's summons, saw the likes of House Stark from the north, House Lannister from the Westerlands, and numerous vassals under them, all willing to heed the king's call, yet remaining inactive. Even Harrenhal, the most loyal to Viserys, did not dispatch troops to answer the king's command, leaving the Targaryens within the Red Keep in a state of unease. What further exacerbated the anxiety of the Targaryens was the sudden onslaught of the Dornish forces, led by Prince Oberyn Martell, as they advanced from both Starfall and Highgarden towards Old Town, coinciding with the convergence of the army from Highgarden along the Rose Road to King's Landing. Count Mondethar, the hand of the king's son, stationed in Old Town, found himself unable to withstand the fierce assault of the Dornish, issuing a flurry of commands to summon Gawyn's forces for aid. Chapter 98. The brink of conflict. Shortly after departing from Highgarden, Gawyn received multiple urgent missives from Count Mondethar, revealing the brazen attack on Old Town by the Dornish. Alarmed, he hastily led his troops back, only to encounter resistance from Dornish skirmishers in the western regions of the crag, resulting in a stalemate. Although Prince Daeron rode atop a great dragon, the sheer number of Dornish crossbows deterred him from approaching, while the young Targaryen, Tessarion, stood little chance of evading their relentless fire. Without their commander, the army of Highgarden fell into disarray, anxious about the Dornish incursion, and opted to retreat entirely to Highgarden. The vassals awaiting in Goldtree, including Lord Rowan, Lord Florent of the Arbor, the Mud family of Greenvale, and the Marquis of Long Table, observing their lord's retreat, followed suit, disbanding their assembled forces under the pretext of preparing for a potential Dornish invasion, seeking solace in their homes. With the assistance of House Tarly, Gawyn exerted considerable effort to repel the Dornish forces obstructing his path, eventually leading his battered troops into Old Town to bolster his lord's defenses. Yet, the Dornish remained encamped along the rugged borders of Starfall and Highgarden, poised for a renewed assault on Old Town, leaving Count Mondethar too apprehensive to dispatch forces northward to King's Landing. Only Daeron Targaryen, availing himself of the dragon's swiftness, managed to soar from Old Town to King's Landing. This localized conflict erupted a mere 5 days after the conclusion of the council at the Red Keep. Within a fortnight, the forces in Old Town found themselves immobilized by the Dornish, inciting the Prime Minister's fury. Sea Serpent and Prince Daemon even proposed deploying fleets and dragons for assistance, but their suggestions were swiftly dismissed by the king. However, the Targaryens were beset by more than one piece of grim news. On the 13th of February, marking the 129th year of conquest, another Dornish fleet, numbering in the thousands and commanded by Count Torrhen Martell, Oberyn's brother, brazenly crossed the Dornish Sea and launched an assault on Stonehelm, situated on the southern shore of the Stormlands. The vast city, caught unawares, fell to the Dornish onslaught and was subsequently set ablaze. Following this, Torrhen Martell refrained from advancing into the Crow's Nest, but instead marched along the lengthy coastline of the Stormlands. 3 days later, he successfully breached and incinerated Greenstone Keep, prompting Duke Balisar to summon his elite 5,000 troops, previously amassed in the Grass Hall, to bolster defenses against the Dornish threat. Yet, unlike previous Dornish wars, this time the Dornish exhibited no eagerness to penetrate deeper inland. Instead, they lingered along the coastline, threatening the Stormland shores and effectively immobilizing Balasar's forces, who dared not advance. The two elite armies found themselves unexpectedly hindered by the Dornish, inciting a fury in Viserys that nearly left him breathless. In the aftermath, Sir Otto Hightower summoned all the lords of the council, and after deliberating with the sea snake and demon, issued a stern missive in the king's name to the north and the west. The letter demanded the Lannister and Stark forces to heed the king's command and march immediately to King's Landing, threatening that the king would ride forth on his dragon to negotiate with the two dukes should they fail to comply. Fortunately, the letter bore fruit. Duke Jason Lannister, albeit reluctantly, mustered 5,000 elite Lannister soldiers, led by his twin brother, Ser Tylan Lannister, who made their way east along the Gold Road towards King's Landing. Along the journey, they were joined by vassals from House Payne, House Reyes, and others, forming a slow-moving column of 10,000 along the Gold Road. In the north, Cregan Stark received the king's stern missive as well, but having previously pledged his support to his dear friend, Daemon, he found himself bound by the chivalric honor that forbade him from breaking his word. After careful consideration, he reluctantly dispatched the most loyal vassals of House Stark, the Karstarks, leading 2,000 soldiers southward, halting near Greywater Watch. On the 20th of February, in the year of the conquest 129, a lengthy letter from Harrenhal, escorted by a trusted aide of Strawn, arrived at Storm's End. Daemon set aside his pressing duties, entrusting the organization of the troops to his deputy, Bronn, while he convened in the castle's meeting room with his sole advisor, Larys. My lord, a missive from Harrenhal has arrived, expressing their willingness to send 5,000 troops to assist us against the pressures from the north, along with provisions and equipment for the soldiers of Storm's End, Larys proclaimed. At this, Daemon nearly burst into laughter. What on earth was the old lord thinking? Had he been infected by his brother's foolishness to draft such a nonsensical letter? Did Storm's End truly require Harrenhal's meager supplies and wages? Did they need a mere 5,000 mercenaries to contend with the north? Currently, Prince Corrine of Dorne was responding to our summons, engaging the armies from Old Town and the Stormlands. The Lord of the Reach was under the sway of a woman, lacking any decisive leadership, rendering them a disorganized force, hardly a threat. Duke Jason Lannister of the West, while not agreeing to our alliance, had made it clear he would not engage in the conflict, and Cregan Stark of the North, embodying the most steadfast chivalry in all of Westeros, posed no threat to us. The only forces we needed to confront were those of the Vale and the garrison at King's Landing, along with a dozen dragons of House Targaryen. At this juncture, Lord Laenor remained unwilling to fully commit to our cause, foolishly attempting to hedge his bets. Such opportunities are rare in this world. There was no need to reply, whether he joined us or not. Our preparations for war would continue unabated. Larry's gaze flickered, aware that his father had once again missed the opportunity to fully align himself with Lord Rhaego's faction. Yet, he felt no regret. Rather, a sense of covert satisfaction emerged within him. The foolish politician, yearning to navigate the tumult of battle, remained oblivious to the fact that any faction possessed the power to easily crush him. On the 23rd of February in the year 129 of the conquest, reports detailing the positions of the western and northern armies arrived in King's Landing. Viserys, consumed by fury, attempted to unleash his dragons upon the disobedient vassals, only to be dissuaded at first. The threats posed by the Hunger and Silverwing rendered them too fearful to separate the dragons. Aemon volunteered to take command of the western forces, but was met with a stern reprimand from the king's hand. Overwhelmed by a tempest of rage and despair, Viserys succumbed to illness, his consciousness drifting into chaos, rendering him incapable of governing. By the 26th of February, an army of 20,000 from the Vale arrived in King's Landing, having nearly exhausted their resources to support the king. The Arryn family and their vassals gathered their most elite cavalry, eager to face any peril for the Targaryen lineage. On the 28th of February, 7,000 troops from the Riverlands reached the capital. Viserys, gravely ill and racked with pain, moaned in unconsciousness, while the maesters could only administer opium to alleviate his suffering. The dragon Vormissal, confined within its lair, seemed to sense the knight's condition, roaring in agitation. On the 5th of March, the forces from Stone Dance were fully prepared, comprising 2,000 heavily armed knights. After removing the infiltrators from various families, this army was now entirely under Rhaego's command. Stone Dance had closed its gates to visitors half a month prior, with all residents transformed into soldiers, equipped with long swords and armor as the city's defense force. On the 10th of March, the tolls of mourning echoed through King's Landing as Viserys, who had ruled Westeros for 26 years, was claimed by the Iron Throne he cherished. At the age of 52, Aegon Targaryen II ascended in his stead, and war loomed on the horizon. On the 20th of March, the combined forces of the Vale, the Riverlands, and the Crown, totaling 50,000, departed King's Landing, their sights set on the Cape of Maesai. Simultaneously, two dragons roared into the sky from Stone Dance. heading straight for the towering city of King's Landing. Chapter 99. The Dance of the Blood Dragons. The Battle of the Riverlands for Rigo. This war felt exceedingly rushed. Many matters had not been allocated the time needed for proper arrangement. Thus, while the current situation appeared manageable, every subsequent step Rigo took was akin to dancing on the edge of a blade. If his sole objective was to eradicate the Targaryen dragons, the task would be significantly less challenging than it currently seemed. With the advantage of knowledge from the future, Rigo was well versed in guerrilla tactics, and the mere 10 dragons of the Targaryens were hardly a match for him. However, Rigo's ambitions extended beyond merely vanquishing the dragons to enhance his lineage. He sought a stable environment for development and a source of troops to counter the enemies that might strike at any moment. As for collaborating with the Targaryens against a common foe, for Rigo, he found it difficult to place his trust in the integrity and reputation of a politician. As the Night King's army of whites advanced southward, all of humanity in Westeros faced imminent peril, yet the politicians of King's Landing chose to remain aloof, fantasizing that their enemies would suffer greatly in this cataclysm, thereby preserving their own dominion. While Viserys or the newly appointed Aegon might possess more discernment than the future Cersei, Rigo was reluctant to entrust his safety and that of many others to the inherent nature of politicians, as it seemed perilously unreliable. Thus, let there be war. The news of King's Landing's mobilization was relayed to Storm's End a day in advance by spies trained by Larys. After consulting with several allies, Rigo decided to have Larys remain at Storm's End to coordinate intelligence, while Bronn led the troops out of the city, forming a defensive line along the banks of the River Ed, awaiting further instructions. The following morning, Rigo mounted his dragon, the Devourer and Silverwing, intending to teach the long-privileged nobles of Westeros a lesson in the brutal realities of war through fire and blood. In King's Landing, within the Red Keep's council chamber, the lords gathered, and Aegon sat proudly upon the Iron Throne, his fingers restlessly tapping the hilt of Blackfire, his demeanor betraying his inner excitement. "Lords," announced Otto, recently appointed Hand of the King, Duke Aaron, Duke Tully, and Ser Criston Cole have already set forth to march against the traitors at Storm's End. Otto, surveying the gathered lords of the realm, continued with a grave expression, "As it stands, our dragons are outmatched. Even 4 or 5 of our dragons cannot contend with the 2 of the usurpers. Therefore, Prince Daemon cannot personally command the front lines. And until we utterly crush the army at Storm's End, we cannot afford to deploy our dragons recklessly. We anticipate that our forces marching against the traitors may very well fall prey to Rigo's dragons. We are equipped with numerous ballistae, and the forces of the Riverlands have ample experience in aerial combat. However, Rigo's dragons lack experience in large-scale warfare," spoke the Lord of Justice, Ser Jasper Valerion, whose ignorance of what dragons could mean for mortal armies was evident. After all, aside from the century-old Maegor's rebellion, Westeros had not endured the cleansing fire of dragons for a long time, leading the nobility to forget the sheer power of dragons, perceiving them merely as another weapon that could be countered by men. "With all due respect, my Lord Jasper," a cold voice interjected from the side. "An experienced dragon rider can easily disregard the threat posed by ballistae. Mature dragons are not so frail, especially not the Devourer and Silverwing." The Lord of Justice fell silent, and the 80-year-old Lord of Finance, Lord Linman Bisbury, seized the opportunity to ask, "Your Grace, might I inquire if Rigo's 2 dragons are truly that formidable? To my knowledge, we possess a far greater number of dragons. You command the Bloodworm Vhagar, the Red Queen Melisandre of Princess Rhaenyra, the Golden Dragon Sunfire of His Majesty the King. The Queen possesses Dreamfire, and the mighty dragon Syrax belongs to the Princess. Prince Aemond rides the formidable Vhagar, while Prince Daeron has the Blue Queen Tessarion, and Sir Laenor of Driftmark commands the dragon Seasmoke. Additionally, the dragons Vermax and Eryx belong to the 2 princes, giving us a total of 10 dragons ready for battle. It is said that on Dragonstone, there are 2 wild dragons without masters, Grey Shadow and Sheepstealer. Grey Shadow has long since perished, my lord." Princess Rhaenyra interrupted Count Lyman's inventory, her expression devoid of emotion. "Aegon killed the wild dragon Grey Shadow after he first tamed Vhagar. Dragonstone now holds only Sheepstealer." "Thank you for the information, Your Highness," Count Lyman replied politely, then continued, "Even with only Sheepstealer, we possess an adult wild dragon, alongside the young dragons held by the young prince and princess, who are growing rapidly. Stone Dance Castle has only Vhagar and Silverwing. Why should we be so vigilant?" As he spoke, the old count's puzzled gaze turned toward Daemon, and the other lords looked to the Targaryen, awaiting their response. Despite his discontent, Daemon felt compelled to voice his thoughts before the assembly. "Vhagar is exceptionally powerful, Even Vagor cannot contend with her. Combined with Silverwing, we wish to avoid unnecessary losses. Since receiving the prophecy of the future in the fishbone, Demon had to admit he had become rather conservative. He did not wish to witness any dragon belonging to House Targaryen perish in this war, yet it was evident that disappointment loomed ahead. One day after the coalition forces departed the city, upon the suggestion of Duke Alan, they camped at the fork of Rose Road. Sir Criston Cole led 10,000 soldiers as the vanguard, advancing toward the banks of the Green Fork to guard against potential ambushes. Sir Criston Cole cautiously guided his forces through the King's Wood, encountering no anticipated ambushes. As they proceeded unhindered, on the evening of March 25th, the army reached the lower reaches of the Green Fork and established camp on the western bank. The continuous march left the soldiers utterly fatigued. Upon Criston's order to set up camp, nearly half collapsed to the ground in relief. Even the commanding Cole, upon receiving news from the scouts, let his guard down entirely. The 10,000 soldiers were huddled chaotically on the plains by the Green Fork, though weary from 4 days of travel. The simplicity of their journey allowed them to temporarily forget the brutal realities of war. Criston Cole smiled as he accepted a wineskin from a servant and took a hearty swig, but as he gazed around at the scenery, his expression suddenly turned blank as he stared at the sky in the distance. 2 massive wings tore through the clouds before his astonished eyes, roaring as they descended towards the disordered camp below. In that instant, Criston's eyes bulged with alarm. Enemy attack. Chapter 100. The Dance of Blood Dragons. The Lament of the Blue Queen. 2 piercing roars jolted the complacent soldiers from their slumber, leaving them bewildered as they rose to their feet amidst their commander's furious shouts, only to behold the colossal dragon descending upon them. Alas, the dragon! The dragon is upon us! An overwhelming dread painted the faces of every soldier, as frantic panic rendered the massive crossbows haphazardly set aside, incapable of swift assembly. The gluttonous green flames of the dragon showed no inclination to grant them a chance for survival. 2 particularly thunderous roars echoed as the searing breath swept across Cole's army from south to north like a tidal wave, reducing countless souls to anguished cries as they were engulfed and ignited by the inferno. The once tranquil banks of the river Ed now wafted with the aroma of charred flesh. To arms! To arms! The chaos unraveled before them, as their ranks were swiftly decimated by the dragon's fiery onslaught, rendering Cole's commands impotent. The terrified soldiers, paralyzed by fear, were utterly cowed by the dread beasts, transforming the camp into utter disarray. Rego had specifically targeted the conspicuous crossbows within the encampment when ordering the gluttons to dive. The 2 dragons incinerated these formidable weapons in a single swoop. The allied forces were now akin to headless ants, scurrying without any semblance of order, unable to mount an effective resistance. Even if a few brave souls managed to muster a gathering of hundreds or thousands, bereft of the only means to pierce the dragon's scales, they became glaringly obvious targets in the eyes of the beasts. Rego's intention was to shatter the morale of these soldiers completely and then compel their surrender. On the second day after the army of King's Landing set forth, Rego soared above them on his dragon, cloaked by the high clouds that concealed the presence of the 2 dragons, stealthily trailing in their wake. His initial aim was to capture either Demon or Emond. A single victory against either Clark or Vagoril could turn the tide of war in his favor, allowing him to descend upon King's Landing astride his dragon and confront the Targaryens directly. However, to his dismay, not a single dragon hair had crossed his path in 4 days of following them. As he observed Cole's army preparing to cross the river and return to their stronghold, Rego decided to abandon his stealth. Seizing the moment when the 10,000-strong force was fatigued and overconfident, he emerged suddenly, transforming them into ants upon a hot skillet. With a triumphant roar, assured that Cole's army had been thoroughly shattered, Rego hastily commanded the glutton and the silver-winged dragon to cease their infernal assault and instead fly low, circling the fringes of the encampment, using their flames to drive the fleeing survivors back. After a relentless onslaught from the 2 dragons, only about 4,000 to 5,000 souls remained standing on the ground. The rest had perished in the flames, trampled by their comrades, or leapt into the tumultuous waters of the River Ed to meet their fate among the fish. The dragons swiftly established control over the situation. Just as Rego intended to leave Silverwing behind to oversee, planning to venture upstream to the eastern bank to retrieve Brown and secure the captives, a piercing dragon roar suddenly echoed from behind, igniting a spark of exhilaration in his gaze. At long last, they have arrived. The glutton responds to the call. Roar. The gluttonous creature let out a triumphant roar, its enormous wings flapping vigorously, propelling both rider and dragon skyward in an instant. In the distance, Against the backdrop of the azure sky, a colossal dragon with deep blue wings approached, its claws, crown, and the scales on its belly gleaming like polished bronze. It was the Blue Queen, Tesserian. In that fleeting moment, Rigo instantly recognized the identity of the approaching beast. The very dragon that had once eyed him hungrily in the dragon's lair, the first to reveal its appetite for him. Dracarys, before the two dragons could close the distance. The voice of a youthful boy echoed through the air. Tesserian, slightly smaller than the gluttonous beast, strained to ascend, unleashing a torrent of ice-blue dragon fire in response to its rider's command, fearlessly surging towards the glutton's visage. A dragon. Our dragon. The appearance of Tesserian rekindled the flickering hope of the despairing coalition soldiers below. Though their dragon was significantly smaller than the black dragon, it nonetheless offered a glimmer of hope. Prince Daron. Criston Cole recognized the identity of the newcomer, the third son of Queen Alicent, sent to Old Town for education. However, unlike the hopeful soldiers, Criston's eyes were devoid of light as he gazed at the disproportionate clash of the two dragons. As the Blue Queen launched her assault on the glutton, he despairingly closed his eyes. Dracarys. Tesserian's fierce ice-blue flames surged forth in an instant. Yet neither Rigo nor the glutton had any intention of evading. The dark dragon's menacing maw slightly parted, roaring as it charged into the opposing flames. The ice-blue fire ruthlessly collided with Rigo and the glutton, but it scattered like snowflakes from the north upon contact, transforming the sky into a breathtaking display akin to fireworks. In the incredulous gazes of Daron and Tesserian, the glutton's massive jaws swiftly descended upon the blue dragon's neck, its sharp fangs piercing flesh unimpeded, mercilessly tearing apart the audacious insect that dared to challenge the sovereign, along with the human it bore. Rigo scarcely had time to discern Daron's features atop Tesserian. This once handsome prince, who had emerged during the tumultuous dance of dragons, became merely a casualty of the glutton's insatiable appetite, paying the price for his hubris. The aerial clash of dragons was swift, as quick to depart as it was to arrive. From Tesserian's emergence to the glutton's devastating strike, scarcely a minute had elapsed. The lifeless head of the Blue Queen plummeted from the heavens, her body crashing heavily into the turbulent waters of the River Ed. Ding! Congratulations, host, on defeating a magical creature and absorbing its energy. Bloodline development progress, 5. Current development progress, 55. A delightful chime resonated through the air. It was a sound Rigo had not heard in a long time. The exhilarating sensation of bloodline awakening compelled Rigo to erupt in jubilant cheers. The Devourer, drawn by his exuberant voice, responded with a series of low growls, while the silver wings circling above joined in the revelry. The roars of the great dragon by the banks of the River Ed flowed in waves, leaving a group of trembling captives quaking in fear upon the ground. The Battle of the Ed River reached its conclusion with the valiant Targaryen Prince Daron meeting his fate alongside his dragon, the Blue Queen Tesserian. As they ascended to the embrace of the stranger, the coalition's 10,000 soldiers fell victim to Rigo's sudden assault, resulting in catastrophic losses for King's Landing. In contrast, Rigo required only a handful of sheep to regain his vitality. He summoned Braun, stationed upstream, to oversee the capture of 4,000 to 5,000 prisoners, including the king's sworn protector, the captain of the King's Guard, and the esteemed lover of the princess and queen, Criston Cole, all of whom were escorted back to Dragonstone. Meanwhile, the harrowing details of the Battle of the Ed River were relayed to King's Landing by the fortunate soldiers who had managed to escape. The Red Keep trembled. Chapter 101, Blood Dragon's Frenzy, the Royal Council Crash. In the Meek Tower, Aegon, consumed by rage, unleashed black fire upon a corner of the Valyrian freehold fortress painstakingly constructed by Viserys, fragments scattering across Otto's emerald-hued robes. Why was Daron present there? Why not return directly to King's Landing? Aegon's hysterical roar echoed, as the young king swung his sword wildly to vent his sorrow and fury. Otto Hightower's expression was equally grim. From the war's inception, Rigo had bestowed upon them a dreadful gift, the death of a magnificent dragon and an exceptional Targaryen prince, casting a pall over all within the Red Keep. According to reports gathered from the Stormlands, Daron, after assisting Ser Garwin in breaching the Dornish stronghold, had ascended northward alone upon his dragon. Many in the Stormlands had witnessed the silhouette of the Blue Queen soaring through the skies. Yet, some claimed to have seen the prince's figure in the Hall of Summer. Thereafter, Tesserian had landed at the town of Fallen Wood, northwest of Storm's End, before appearing on the battlefield by the Ed River. The Hand of the King, observing the king's uncontrollable fury, relayed the information he had obtained. After a bout of venting, Aegon sank into a seat, panting heavily. The stifled sobs of Alicent only heightened his agitation. He longed for the fleeting pleasures of a brothel in King's Landing rather than enduring this cursed kingship. Why had Daeron ventured to the Stormlands? Had he not gone there, he could have evaded the battlefield at the Ed River. The anguish of losing her youngest son plunged Alicent into despair, her once enchanting visage now rendered haggard overnight. The woman, engrossed in the brutalities of political rivalry, perhaps had yet to fully comprehend the hidden cruelties of competition. At least until Daeron met his end at the jaws of a dragon, she had remained enraptured by the triumph of their overwhelming victory. Perhaps Daeron learned of the invasion of the Stormlands by the Dornish while en route to King's Landing, prompting him to investigate the situation in the Stormlands. The detour to the north from Old Oak was likely due to news of King's Landing's mobilization reaching him, compelling him to rush to the aid of his allies. Thus, that wretched thief took my son. Alicent, overwhelmed with emotion, grasped Otto's hands tightly, tears streaming down her face as she gazed at her aging yet resolute father. Viewing him as her anchor in this tumultuous storm, her voice was hoarse and venomous, her expression eliciting a furrowed brow even from Otto, who was well acquainted with treachery. Father, Rigo has slain my son, your grandson, and has left us with nothing but sorrow. I demand his death. I wish to see his head mounted on a spear by the moat for the insects to feast upon. Otto silently observed Alicent's hysterical outburst, dismissing the cries of a distraught woman, and instead turned his attention to Aegon. The ministers had gathered in the council chamber, awaiting the king to lead their deliberations. Aegon's face initially reflected refusal and resistance, but under Otto's unwavering gaze, he reluctantly allowed a handmaiden to assist him in changing attire. Following his king to the Grand Hall for council, Sir Criston's 10,000 troops had perished at the banks of the River Eddard, and we had also lost Prince Daeron and the dragon Tessarion, with the remaining dragons unable to engage separately in battle. The threats posed by Rigo's greed and Silverwing to our soldiers were insurmountable. The grave voice of Count Linman resonated first, and all present, including Daemon and Corlys, bore solemn expressions, particularly Corlys, whose wife's urging made him wish to propose that his fleet from Driftmark launch a direct assault on Rigo's stronghold across Blackwater Bay. However, having witnessed the terrifying sea serpents of Greed and Silverwing, he could not bring himself to make that decision. Even as Rhaenys' eyes implored him, he feigned ignorance, unwilling to sacrifice his soldiers. There is also a crucial matter to address. Count Jasper's voice broke in. The stances of the Stark Duke from the north and the Lannister Duke from the west remain uncertain. Although the armies of the west have begun to mobilize, their advance is painfully slow, covering merely a few miles each day. The forces departing from Casterly Rock have been marching for over 20 days and have only reached Silver Hill, while the northern army remains stagnant at Greywater Watch. As he spoke, Jasper's tone grew increasingly grave. Your Majesty and esteemed lords, we must consider the dire consequences if the armies of the west and north choose to betray us at a crucial moment. Jasper's words plunged the assembly into silence, the tension palpable, with only the heavy breaths of the king echoing in the chamber, until at last, bang! Aegon slammed his hands heavily on the table, his face flushed with rage. The young king glared at his subjects, roaring without regard for decorum. I do not wish to hear you enumerate difficulties or lament obstacles. I demand that you devise strategies, find solutions, and vanquish that wretched usurper coveting the Iron Throne. Do the Westerlands and the North intend to rebel? Where are the armies? If they do not come, then let us destroy them. If sending letters proves futile, dispatch envoys. If that fails, let the dragons reason with them. Though Aegon's words lacked sophistication, they possessed a certain merit. Amidst the king's fury, Daemon rose, adhering to his customary mockery. Anger and roaring would not conquer Stone Dance Castle. After Aegon's outburst, he disregarded the king's darkening expression and turned to the ever-silent prime minister, who acted as an audience. The death of Daeron was merely an accident. No one could have anticipated his inexplicable presence on the battlefield of the Riverlands. Although Cole's 10,000-strong army suffered a devastating defeat at the hands of two dragons, the troops at Stone Dance Castle remained entrenched along the eastern bank of the Riverlands in a defensive posture. I surmise that Rigo will not adopt an offensive strategy. Instead, he will await our assault on Stone Dance Castle to inflict casualties on the allied forces during their defense. Daemon paused momentarily before continuing. Perhaps his primary objective is to delay until our dragons engage, then utilize the might of the Devourer and Silverwing to systematically eliminate our dragon forces. Therefore, I believe that in the short term, both the Devourer and Silverwing will linger defensively near Stone Dance Castle, firstly to safeguard the stronghold and support their own soldiers, and secondly, to guard against our potential dragon assaults on Stone Dance Castle. Thus, As long as we refrain from deploying the dragons and proceed with caution, perhaps even encircling without attacking, the resources of Stone Dance Castle cannot sustain them. Hence, on the front lines, we need only issue orders for Duke Aelin and Duke Tully to mobilize all their forces to the banks of the riverlands, positioning all their scorpions to establish a standoff with Stone Dance Castle. I deem the immediate priority to be the soothing and consolidating of the hearts of the Westerlands and the North. I propose that Jacaris ride a dragon to Winterfell, while Rosales heads to Casterly Rock, persuading both dukes to pledge their complete loyalty to the Iron Throne. Firstly, the arrival of dragons would sufficiently signify the Red Keep's intentions. Secondly, Warmax and Alarax are but young dragons. Their absence will not significantly impact our combat capabilities. As Demon S words echoed, he surveyed the room, ultimately resting his gaze on Otto's face. Agreed, declared the Prime Minister. Agreed. Agreed. Chapter 102, Blood Dragons in a Frenzy. The subtle maneuver Demon S analysis successfully convinced the assembled ministers. Indeed, as Count Jasper and Demon had articulated, the immediate concern for King S Landing was not a fleeting contest with Rigo of Stone Dance Castle, but rather to stabilize the allegiances of House Lannister and House Stark of the North. Historically, the Lannister family of the Westerlands had embodied the archetype of devoted vassals to House Targaryen. Since the conquest, the Lannisters had governed the North on behalf of the Iron Throne, with the Duke of Casterly Rock consistently demonstrating unwavering loyalty. However, the ministers present are all seasoned foxes who have grown up amidst the brutal struggle for power. No one would naively believe that the Lannisters would remain unwavering loyalists to the Targaryens. Even the likes of Lord Lyman and Lord Jasper, as well as the Hand of the King, Otto Hightower, do not possess an unconditional and unchanging loyalty to the Iron Throne. Everyone understands the predicament they currently face. The Lannister family's previous lack of any disloyalty during the Migris Rebellion or the succession dispute between Viserys and Rhaenys is primarily due to the fact that the Targaryen family wields dragons. Both the Lannisters and other nobles of the Seven Kingdoms may misjudge the power of the dragons, but at the very least, all acknowledge the significant role dragons play in warfare. Before the emergence of Rigo, the Targaryens were the only family capable of commanding dragons in Westeros and even across Essos. Thus, the fearful Casterly Rock would not recklessly provoke the Dragon King. However, with Rigo's appearance, dragons are no longer the exclusive domain of the Targaryens, providing all nobles with an alternative. Particularly for the lesser lords, take the nobles of the Riverlands as an example. Would they cease to support King's Landing merely because of the withdrawal of the Reach? Those present understand that this is not the sole reason. It is rather a reflection of the shifting tides of loyalty. The noble system of Westeros has endured for centuries, with lords remaining lords and vassals remaining vassals. And under Targaryen rule, it is challenging, almost impossible, to instigate change. But what if Rigo were to prevail? The ascendance of another dragonlord family would inevitably signal a reconfiguration of power across the Seven Kingdoms. Who among the lords does not harbor ambitions of their own? Thus, it would be more accurate to describe the hesitance of the nobles from the Westerlands and Riverlands as a reluctance to commit rather than mere indecision. For King's Landing, the Westerlands and the North command over half of the military might, a loss of which the Targaryens cannot afford. The defection of the Westerlands and the North is something that the ministers already aligned with the Targaryen family cannot accept. Therefore, even though Rigo's dragons have scorched the very gates of King's Landing, their foremost concern remains to retain the influence of the Westerlands and the North. On March 27th, in the year of conquest 129, two small dragons took flight from the dragon pit in King's Landing, a creation of Rhaenyra. As two black-haired Valyrians rode their dragons towards the Westerlands and the North. Simultaneously, in the darkness, several ravens took flight from the corners of the Red Keep, following the departing dragons away from King's Landing. My lord, a letter has arrived from King's Landing. Rigo has returned to Storm's End, having assessed that the severely weakened Allied forces would not undertake significant actions in the near term after the battle by the banks of the Eddard River. And thus he rode back to the castle on Dragonback. As Larys entered, excitement etched upon his face, clutching a piece of parchment and swaying with every step. Rigo had just taken a delectable pancake into his mouth, casually wiping his hands. Rhaego unexpectedly caught a glimpse of Larys' excited expression and reached out to take the letter from him. The missive had originated from King's Landing, and he couldn't help but critique the strategic acumen of Westeros in times of war. Even amid such palpable tension, the city seemed blissfully unaware of the impending conflict, continuing its revelries as if nothing was amiss. The courtiers, aside from their solemnity during the council meetings, resumed their songs and dances once the sessions concluded. Rhaego had previously instructed Lares to discreetly embed a few individuals within King's Landing, and in merely a month, the city had become as perforated as a sieve. Few could resist the allure of the gold dragon's assault from Dragonstone. Rhaego had even received absurd reports of Demon indulging in debauchery at a brothel before the army's departure from King's Landing. The Targaryen's sense of ease was indeed something he found enviable. Glancing over the letter in his hand, Rhaego's brow arched at its contents. Oh, they truly dispatched 2 young dragons as envoys. My lord, as you anticipated, King's Landing has chosen to temporarily set aside the deaths of Daeron and Targaryen, with scouts observing the 40,000-strong coalition fully deploying along Rose Avenue, leisurely marching towards the shores of the Reach. Moreover, King's Landing has indeed sent only 2 young dragons to the Westerlands and Winterfell. Ha ha ha, do not be overly excited, Lares. Rhaego said with a relaxed smile as he carelessly tossed the letter onto the table, rising to signal a maid to clear the dining table. In warfare, the siege of a city is but one tactic. Winning hearts is paramount. The Dornish have effectively held Old Town and Storm's End, and the situation in the Reach has been unexpectedly favorable, allowing us to maintain a watchful stance. If we can exchange a modicum of interest for delays in the Westerlands and the North, the Targaryens, who cannot afford to lose these critical territories, will undoubtedly grow anxious, thus diverting their attention from us. My lord, you are astute. Lares genuinely praised, then eagerly inquired, shall you go forth to intercept the 2 dragons? Rhaego cast a discontented glance at Lares. Your vision is limited, Lares. What significance do 2 young dragons hold? Allowing them to live would render them mere liabilities. If we act, let it be grandly. What news from Dorne? According to your plan, Prince Quentyn Martell continues to lead the forces at Old Town in a standoff against the armies at Starfall and Highgarden, while Prince Torrhen Martell patrols the coastline, poised to strike at the main force of Storm's End. My lord, what is your intention? As Rhaego called for attendants to don his armor, he replied, Demon has sent 2 young dragons to sway the Lannisters and Starks. It will take at least 10 days or more before they yield any results. Without a definitive understanding of the Westerlands and Northern stances, coupled with the threat posed by our 2 dragons, their focus will undoubtedly remain on those fronts. We shall only dispatch individuals to monitor the movements of the 2 dragons. This is an opportune moment. We have approximately 10 days. I will leave Silverwing behind to make daily appearances over the coalition, conveying that both dragons remain at Dragonstone, while I and the Devourer take a leisurely visit to Old Town. You intend to assault Old Town? Lares exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, with a 10-day limit. The gaze of the sovereign at this moment is entirely fixed upon Stone Dance City and the northern and western territories. If we act swiftly, we can secure Old Town before they have the chance to react. With a stroke of good fortune, even Storm S and may be considered. When the time comes, we shall also eliminate Chowtu Island, ensuring that our forces will have no lingering concerns, allowing us to focus solely on our frontline adversaries. Consequently, the pressure on Browen will be significantly alleviated. Remember, this matter must remain confidential. Although the city has undergone a thorough sweep, we cannot guarantee the absence of lingering spies. It is imperative that no news is leaked. Yes, my lord. Chapter 103, Blood Dragon's Wild Dance. Arrival at High Hidden City at this moment in Old Town. Count Mon Hyder is hosting a banquet in the towering keep of the Hyder family alongside his cousin, Galwyn. Although Dorne's sudden incursion caught them off guard, the ultimate outcome turned in their favor, as Galwyn successfully breached the Dornish defensive lines, and Count Mon managed to repel the grand offensive led by Prince Saloin. Currently, the 2 armies have temporarily ceased hostilities, merely standing off against one another along the protracted mountainous front. Sensing that the conflict has reached a pause, the 2 brothers leisurely returned to the lofty keep, joyously celebrating the victory of the defense of Old Town. On the Dorne side, under the meticulous prior arrangement by Rhaego, Prince Saloin Martell commanded his troops, strictly adhering to Rhaego's strategic directives, effectively stalling the forces of Old Town and the entire River Bay region. Now nearing 50 years of age, Saloin stands upon the formidable walls of High Hidden City, gazing westward towards the fertile lands of Old Town, his eyes ablaze with fervor. On the night of March 27, 1829, a colossal dragon's silhouette silently ascends from Stone Dance City. Under Rhaego's command, the Greed Devourer swiftly soars above the narrow sea, gaining altitude while concealing its massive form within the cloak of night and the thick, rain-laden clouds. Then, suppressing its roar, it suddenly unfurls its wings, flying southwest with fervent intent. Shrouded by the night and accompanied by the familiar tempest, Rhaego and the Greed Devourer pass unnoticed over Lummu City and Windrest Fortress. Soaring above the rugged mountains of Dorne's frontier, By the afternoon of the following day, they officially traversed the Prince's Pass, emerging unexpectedly from the rear of High Hidden City. Prince Tsaloin, long time no see. Rigo slides down from the dragon's back, engaging in a ceremonial embrace with the approaching Tsaloin, accepting the bread offered by a servant. He dips it lightly in salt before consuming it under the watchful eyes of the Dornish. Ha ha ha, it's been a while, Sir Rigo. Observing Rigo savor the bread, Tsaloin's initially awkward smile transforms into genuine warmth as he hastens to invite Rigo into the castle for the banquet. There's no need for the feast, Your Highness. Our time is limited, and we must remain in peak condition for the battle tomorrow. Rigo resolutely declines the invitation, knowing that with the imminent battle, indulging in revelry tonight would only serve to deliver a meal to Hyder on the battlefield. Though Callowin felt somewhat disheartened during the War of the Stone Steps Isles, he had responded to the alliance request of the Kingdom of the Three Daughters and led a fleet of 50 to 60 warships to ambush the forces of Westeros in the bay behind Bloodstone Island. However, after being utterly decimated by Rigo and his 2 dragons, Rigo became synonymous with the stranger in his mind. Although the stranger had spared him and numerous nobles of Dorne the last time, Callowin lacked the courage to negotiate terms with him. Indeed, the course of this war had exceeded Rigo's expectations. Upon deciding to return to Dragonstone, Rigo envisioned a conflict where he would rely on the might and mobility of his dragons to engage in guerrilla warfare against the Targaryen family, aiming to exhaust their dragons in the process. However, he did not foresee that a mere impulsive letter to Dorne would yield unexpected results. Before the war commenced, Rigo had already considered Dragonstone as lost, yet it remained intact, and he now had the chance to potentially eradicate the Targaryens from the south. The outcome rested on the success of the impending battle. In King's Landing, at the Red Keep, as dawn broke, Daemon, appointed as the commander of the allied forces, summoned the lords and ladies, including Rhaenys, Rhaenyra, Aemond, and the Valyrian knights, to the council chamber to analyze the intelligence from various fronts. What movements have been reported from Dragonstone? Daemon's deep voice resonated. Corlys, responsible for intelligence gathering and analysis, promptly responded. According to the reports from the Duke of Arryn and the Duke of Tully at the front lines, the forces at Dragonstone have remained stationed upstream of the Ed River and have not moved. The dragon Silverwing has been circling our camp daily. Yet the allied forces have strictly adhered to our previously agreed-upon strategy and have set up all the scorpions. Perhaps wary of their power, she has refrained from attacking. Enrico? Where is he? Daemon inquired. Corlys shook his head slightly. All our spies within Dragonstone have lost contact. However, our soldiers on the front lines witnessed Rigo returning to Dragonstone after his confrontation with the Devourer. He is likely within the castle, as Dragonstone holds immense significance for him, and he must guard against our ambush. Daemon nodded slowly, clearly in agreement with the Sea Snake's assessment. The other lords and Rhaenyra remained silent, while Aemond, listening to their discussion, scoffed dismissively. Since Silverwing has been patrolling the Ed River for the past few days, why not take advantage of the situation and launch an assault with our dragons? Aemond's remaining eye gleamed with fierce intensity. If we strike unexpectedly, we have a substantial chance to eliminate Silverwing before the Devourer's reinforcements arrive. No, Daemon unequivocally rejected Aemond's proposal. It is exceedingly perilous. Not only are we uncertain about the speed of the Devourer's support, but the possibility of encircling the Silverwing in a short span seems improbable. She is as swift as an arrow released from a bow, her velocity surpassing even that of Maria's and Clark. Should she decide to flee, apprehending her would pose a significant challenge. If time drags on and the Devourer reaches the battlefield, you must comprehend the dire consequences of this confrontation. Daemon's gaze, filled with warning, met the defiant eyes of Aemond. In a low tone, he cautioned, "Vagor is not invincible. Aemond, you must retain a healthy respect." Humph. Aemond scoffed, refraining from further comment. "What news from the west and north?" Daemon inquired. Little J and Little Road should have just arrived. It may take around 10 days for precise intelligence to return. Taking a deep breath, Daemon, increasingly agitated, scrutinized the Seven Kingdoms map laid before him. Although the current state of tense stalemate was what they desired, an unsettling feeling gnawed at him. Should this war persist, it would undoubtedly spell disaster for Stone Dance City. If King S. Landing reclaims the loyalty of the West and North, and their armies join the fray, the downfall of Stone Dance City would be imminent. Daemon did not doubt that Rigo understood this, yet he wondered why he remained so eerily calm. His gaze flitted across the map. What crucial detail had he overlooked? Chapter 104. Blood Dragon's Frenzy. The value of swift action as Daemon strained to piece together the critical information he had missed. The full-scale assault on Old Town by Dorne commenced in the dim light of dawn. With a single command from Corin Martel, thousands of Dornish warriors surged forth from High Point, swiftly advancing through the hilly valleys. They crashed into the encampment of Old Town's forces, who were caught entirely off guard. Simultaneously, the army from Starfall, led by Lord Dane, mobilized, marching rapidly towards Sunspear. The thousands of troops stationed at the mountain pass of High Point found themselves overwhelmed by the Dornish cavalry, who shattered their defenses with ease. However, the 3,000 cavalrymen that broke free from the enemy camp quickly regrouped, choosing not to turn back and charge again. Instead, they left the disoriented remnants of Old Town to be harvested by the advancing infantry, while they spurred their horses towards High Point. Rigo, mounted atop his dragon, soared above the cavalry, the dragon's head pointed resolutely at High Point. At High Point, Count Merlondel was blissfully cradling his beloved in a deep slumber when the urgent knocking at the door shattered his dream. "My lord, the Dornish have breached our defenses." Merlondel, irate, flung open the bedroom door, but the panicked report from his subordinate quelled his fury. "What? How could the Dornish have reached High Point? What of the 3,000 troops stationed here?" "I do not know, my lord. I have just received word that the Dornish cavalry has broken through the hill's defenses and is swiftly approaching us. They will reach our gates within hours. Quickly seek assistance from the Tower of the Sky," urging Count Mond to dispatch troops for reinforcements. At noon, the 3,000 cavalry led by Cowloin emerged on the horizon, clearly visible to Count Merlander. He promptly commanded the city guards to rally their spirits and ready their powerful bows and crossbows against the enemy. "Soldiers, I have sent a plea for aid to the Tower of Hightow. If we can hold out until evening, Count Mond's grand army will arrive, and the foolish Dornish will pay dearly for their reckless advance." With Count Merlander's words, the previously anxious soldiers found their resolve. Their spirits ignited as they aimed their arrows at the swiftly approaching cavalry. Despite the exhausting morning's march, both horses and knights in Cowloin's army were weary. Yet he ordered his men to swiftly form ranks, advancing to within 800 meters of the Highland city walls, awaiting silently. "Why do they not dismount to besiege the city?" a puzzled knight inquired, gazing at the stationary Dornish cavalry. "How should I know?" Count Merlander replied irritably. "It is better for them not to attack. When Heidel's reinforcements arrive, they will surely regret their decision." Suddenly, the knight who had just questioned him looked up in terror, his mouth agape in shock and fear, stammering. Count Merlander's heart sank. Before he could look up, a ferocious roar echoed from above. In the horrified gaze of the Highland city's defenders, the ravenous dragon's maw opened wide, its wings unfurling like a dark canopy as it began to dive rapidly. A dragon. The emergence of the devourer was far too sudden. Most of the Highland army had not even the time to cry out before they were engulfed by its searing flames. The emerald flames wreaked havoc upon the battlements, as the panicked defenders met their doom in despair, some leaping from the walls, only to land and writhe in agony with broken limbs. In an instant, the Highland city's ramparts transformed into a hellish nightmare. Count Merlander was reduced to ashes in the first wave of the devourer's assault, and the leaderless soldiers began to flee in disarray. After eliminating the threats on the walls, Rigo controlled the devourer to fly low, unleashing a torrent of flames that completely incinerated the grand city gates, before ascending again to rain destruction upon the gathered defenders within the city. The terrifying spectacle of the dragon was vividly etched in Cowloin Maytel's memory, as he was transported back 16 years to that war, feeling like a helpless quail upon the sea, as two dragons wreaked havoc among the fleet. The dragon's flames illuminated the bay, scorching away his courage to confront the beasts. "My lord, the gates are open." The shout from his deputy snapped Cowloin back to reality. He quelled his trembling heart, swiftly drawing his sword, its blade pointing resolutely at the burning Highland city, and shouted hoarsely, "Soldiers, charge into the city." 3,000 cavalry charged forth amidst the thunderous sound of hoofs, surging through the open city gates to unleash a brutal slaughter upon the scattered remnants within the Highland city. Half an hour later, the old town of Highland City had utterly succumbed. In the Tower of the Heavens, a messenger's loud arrival disrupted the splendid banquet of the Hightower brothers. Mond Hightower, displaying evident impatience, accepted the formal letter presented to him and casually perused its contents, his previously bewildered expression transforming into one of profound shock. "My lord, what has transpired?" The forces of Dorne had suddenly emerged from the high-hidden city, causing the hill defense line to collapse instantaneously. Count Merland of Highland City was seeking aid. What? The gathered nobles were astounded by this news, rising in disbelief to scrutinize the letter, attempting to ascertain its authenticity. At that moment, another messenger's voice resounded from afar, and as Mond Hightower gazed in astonishment, another unfortunate tidings was proclaimed. The forces of Dorne had emerged from Starfall, shattering the Kui family's outpost and besieging Sunhouse City, with Count Kui requesting assistance. Brother, Galvin abruptly overturned the table before him, rousing the dazed Mond Hightower, and urgently declared, "Organize the troops immediately. I shall lead the charge to rescue Highland City." Very well. Mond finally regained his composure, demonstrating the decisive resolve befitting an heir of the Hightower lineage. He swiftly issued multiple commands, dispatching Galvin Hightower and the younger brother of Earl Burwaber from Black Crown City, each leading 2,000 soldiers to the aid of Highland City and Sunhouse City. Simultaneously, urgent orders were sent to the remaining families in the Old Town, instructing them to hastily gather their forces at the Tower of the Heavens. However, the pace of human march could scarcely rival that of the dragon. Just as the Tower of the Heavens hastily deployed its forces, Rigo had already traversed half of the Old Town upon his gluttonous steed, appearing above the besieged Sunhouse City. Amidst the dragon's furious roar, flames engulfed the city walls, and the Dornish army surged into the city, leading to its downfall. Subsequently, 2,000 cavalry, who had been conserving their strength within the besieged city, under the leadership of Earl Dane, raced towards the Three Towers fortress. To prevent the main force from being ambushed by the Redwyne family of Green Pavilion Island during their assault on the fortress, Rigo, on his way, crossed the Redwyne Strait with his gluttonous steed, incinerating all the warships gathered at the port. On the evening of March 31st, in the year 129 of the conquest, the Dornish cavalry stood before the gates of the Three Towers fortress. As the gluttonous steed emerged from the clouds, Count Cotoin of the fortress decisively surrendered, laying down his arms. Thus, within a mere 3 days, all regions south of the Tower of the Heavens, the Hightower family's stronghold, had fallen, with the exception of the isolated Green Pavilion Island, whose vessels had been completely destroyed. Chapter 105. The Blood Dragon's Dance. The Hightower twins at this moment. The Tower of the Heavens was devoid of the previous festive atmosphere. Galvin and Mond had transformed into anxious figures, akin to ants on a hot pan, as a steady stream of letters was dispatched to the northern families urging them for reinforcements. No one could have anticipated the ferocity and swiftness of the Dornish assault, which captured half of Old Town's territory in a mere 3 days. Galwin Hightower, who had set out at a leisurely pace to rescue the Highgarden, believed that even if the forces of Dorne could not be repelled, the defense of the city itself would be assured. The same sentiment was held by Earl Burwell, who accompanied him, confident that the defense of Sunspear was likewise secure. However, news of the fall of both Highgarden and Sunspear reached them while they were still en route, leaving the two noblemen utterly disoriented. They were well aware that the complex terrain of Old Town offered no fortifications beyond the 2 cities they aimed to assist, and relying solely on the homes of common folk to withstand the Dornish onslaught was nothing short of folly. Once the authenticity of the news was confirmed, the 2 knights had no choice but to retreat in disgrace back to the towering citadel, wasting 2 precious days. By the time they arrived at the Hightower family fortress, the urgent missives from Dragonstone and the plea for aid had just been delivered by the Raven across the strait. In a state of panic, Mond Hightower dared not recklessly dispatch further reinforcements. He could only hastily fortify the southern stronghold of the citadel at the warning of House Cotton, urging them to remain vigilant against a potential Dornish assault while simultaneously pressing for reinforcements and organizing the defenses around the citadel. Yet, within less than a day, they received disheartening news of the Cotton Lord's surrender without a fight. Simultaneously, a chilling revelation arrived late, inscribed on parchment and presented to the noble houses of Old Town. Dragons. The Dornish had the aid of dragons. How could they possibly prevail? My lord, the only course of action now is to urgently seek assistance from King's Landing, imploring the king to dispatch dragons to their aid. Otherwise, Old Town cannot be held. Earl Florent, having hastily journeyed from Brightwater Keep, barely had time to catch his breath before being ushered into the council chamber of the citadel. Upon entering, he was met with the dismaying news that the southern territories of Old Town had been completely overrun by the Dornish, and that dragons were present among their ranks. The aged earl was rendered speechless. It is worth noting that Brightwater Keep is not solely represented by House Florent. There are also branches of the ruling Tyrell family of the Reach. Although the Hightower family has eclipsed the Tyrells in influence within the Reach, Highgarden still nominally holds the title of the Kingdom of the Reach. After receiving the Hightower's plea for aid, Earl Florent promptly sought to discuss military action with Earl Tyrell, only to have his proposal declined under the pretext of guarding against a potential Dornish incursion from other fronts. The families of the Reach, situated in Old Town, were acutely aware that with Alicent Hightower's Greens securing the Iron Throne, Aegon II's successful ascent to kingship following his victory over Rhaenyra, and Otto Hightower continuing to serve as the hand of the king to his grandson, the Hightower family had surpassed Highgarden in terms of power, even in military strength. The Hightower family, having recuperated in Old Town, had subtly surpassed the Tyrells, who were under the regency of a woman. Even though Telier, the Lord of Brightwater Keep, explicitly refused to send troops, Count Florent obstinately brought nearly all of his family's forces aboard the grand vessel of Hightower. Upon his arrival, he was met with the disheartening news that Highgarden, Sunspear, and the Castle of the Three Towers had all fallen, and that Dragonstone was too preoccupied with its own troubles, all within a mere 3 days. Moreover, there were dragons still in Dorne. Count Florent felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, nearly succumbing to the shock. King's Landing would never dispatch dragons on a solitary mission. Even if they did, there would not be enough time. Gawain, having spent considerable time in King's Landing, was acutely aware of the fear that the Targaryen dragonlords harbored towards Rhaegar and his 2 dragons, to the extent that mere mention of Rhaegar would invoke terror. Daemon would never risk the few dragons they possessed by sending them on a perilous journey to support Old Town, even if his sister and father wished to assist. They were without dragons. As Gawain's words hung in the air, Count Florent, having just regained his composure, nearly unsheathed his sword in a fit of anger. While the lack of support was one matter, at the very least, they ought to have sent a letter to King's Landing to report on their circumstances. It was abundantly clear that the dragons aiding Dorne had originated from Old Town, and with such formidable creatures present, it signified that Old Town itself was exceedingly vulnerable. They ought to relay this intelligence to King's Landing to safeguard their retreat. And for heaven's sake, must they vocalize their lack of support? It was a foregone conclusion. The emergence of dragons had already dampened the spirits of the assembled nobles, and now with Gawain's revelation, the fortifications seemed utterly hopeless. Foolishness. Utter foolishness. Both brothers were imbeciles. Count Florent cursed inwardly, astonished that the progeny of the cunning Hightower line could exhibit such pig-headedness, and yet they commanded the entire army, if they did not fail. Who would? As he ruminated on this, the voice of Mond Hightower interrupted his thoughts. Count Florent raised his gaze to find the dim-witted boar looking at him with sincere fervor, causing a chill to grip his heart. Given that Highgarden and the Castle of the Three Towers had succumbed to enemy forces, and with the formidable assistance of dragons, the tall tower was now entirely exposed to the might of Dorne's army. It had become indefensible. With each word Mond Hightower uttered, Count Florent's heart sank further. And with the next proclamation from the Hightower fool, his spirit was irrevocably shattered. Currently, the armies from various regions have yet to arrive, but the imminent assault from the Dornish may occur within the next 2 days. The only viable course of action is to withdraw to the rear stronghold of Honeycomb City, awaiting the assembly of the forces from the prominent families of Old Town, and then launch a counteroffensive to reclaim the lost territories. However, the task of holding back the pursuing Dornish will rest upon Count Florent, as you have brought 2,000 knights, a formidable force. Old Florent felt his temper rising, his teeth clenched, producing a faint grinding sound. He had gone to great lengths, even risking the ire of House Tyrell, to lead his family's elite to support you, only to find himself treated like a mere pawn, left to serve as cannon fodder. You truly underestimate the prowess of House Florent of Brightwater City. Just wait. As Florent's thoughts raced, he forcefully suppressed his fury, feigning a noble spirit as he unsheathed his sword and proclaimed loudly, "Rest assured, my lord. The Florent family has no cowards among us. We will safeguard the army's retreat and secure ample time for regrouping. Indeed, the Florent family is truly valiant." In an instant, the hall reverberated with praises. Old Florent calmly sheathed his sword, his seasoned gaze sweeping over the assembled nobles, concealing the malice that simmered within. Chapter 106. The Blood Dragon's Frenzy. The Besieged City, Departure and Scheming on the 2nd day of April in the year 129 of the Conquest. At the Tower of Great Heights, my lord, Count, the scouts have detected the approaching Dornish forces, advancing rapidly along 2 paths. They are expected to arrive within a day. So soon, Mondhater's drowsiness vanished in an instant, and he hurriedly donned his attire, neglecting to arm himself, as he rushed toward the council hall. Upon his arrival, he found several nobles, still present, clustered around Gawain, their faces etched with anxiety as they inquired urgently, "Gawain, how is the supply loading progressing? When can we evacuate?" Mond hastened to Gawain, his voice urgent. "Most of it is packed, but there are still some minor items to be organized. The earliest we can finish is by evening." "No, we can wait no longer. The Dornish army is already en route, and they may arrive at our gates at any moment." Mond's voice was resolute. "Immediately issue orders for the entire army to form up and depart without delay. Anything that cannot be taken will be left behind." Yes, the Count is wise. The Dornish are nearly upon us, and we cannot afford any further delays." The nobles hastily agreed, eager for Galwin to abandon all supplies and make a swift exit. Old Florin stood at the back of the crowd, calmly observing the fervent declarations of these cowardly men, his teeth clenched in silent rage. The orders were given, and as for retreating, the forces of Old Town were quite adept at it. By midday, thousands of soldiers, comprising the forces of Haidar and other nobles, surged forth from the northern city of the Tower of Great Heights, racing towards the honeycomb city of the Bisberry family, like a flash of lightning. Honeycomb City is the fiefdom of the Bisberry family, a lineage steeped in history. Even during the reign of the venerable King Jaehaerys Targaryen, the family nearly faced the loss of their lands due to the actions of their descendants. Yet, they ultimately benefited from the king's mercy, preserving their legacy. The current Lord Chancellor and Minister of Finance, Count Linman Bisberry, hails from Honeycomb City, with the old count having assumed his duties as a royal minister. The city is now overseen by his grandson, the youthful Count Alan Bisberry. At the moment, young Count Alan opened the city gates to welcome the arrival of the twin boars of Hightower. Thousands of cavalry led by Prince Karen Methel successfully rendezvoused with the southern army commanded by Count Dane, positioning themselves before the towering Spire City. The ominous silhouette of the Devourer emerged from the clouds, roaring menacingly above Count Florent's head. The massive form and ferocious cries of the dragon rendered the old Florent frozen in fear. He hastily commanded his trusted aides to open the city gates, anxious that the Devourer, in its impatience, might unleash fiery breath and incinerate the wealth he had laboriously amassed. Has the prince raised the white flag at White Flag City? Count Dane stared blankly at the sudden appearance of several fluttering white flags atop the Spire City, and before he could express his astonishment, he witnessed the creaking gates swing open. The elegantly adorned old Florent, accompanied by his chief commanders, emerged from the city, respectfully removing his sword from his waist and raising it above his head in a gesture of submission to the dragon. Prince Karen, fully aware of whom old Florent was surrendering to, chose not to approach for the formalities of submission. Instead, he commanded his soldiers to bypass their lined-up opponents and enter the city to secure key positions, thereby asserting complete control over the stronghold. Just by revealing themselves, they had compelled the enemy to yield, prompting the Devourer to unleash a few disgruntled roars before reluctantly descending outside the city, its inner turmoil evident as it snorted and exhaled scorching breath. "Lord Rigo, Count Florent of Brightwater City submits to you." Count Dane bravely approached on horseback once Rigo dismounted from the dragon, speaking with respect. "Brightwater City? Is that not the territory of the Tyrells?" Rigo stroked the neck of the Devourer, soothing the mighty beast that had not yet had its fill, while pondering aloud. The Florent family also resides in Brightwater City and possesses considerable strength." Nodding noncommittally, Rigo calmed the Devourer before turning towards the bowing old Florent and his companions. "Congratulations on your enlightenment, Count Florent. You have chosen the right path for your soldiers." A quick glance revealed the uniform appearance of the soldiers arrayed outside, suggesting they were a remnant force left behind. "I offer my loyalty to you, Great Dragon King." Old Florent displayed remarkable flexibility, maintaining a good disposition despite Rigo's somewhat impolite remarks, respectfully raising his sword in a gesture of allegiance. "I accept your fealty, Count Florent. You shall find solace in your choice." "Thank you, my lord." The swift surrender of the old town was accomplished effortlessly by the Dornish forces, as they seized the capital with ease, firmly establishing their dominion over half of the territory. Meanwhile, Rigo had already spent 5 days in this location, and considering the delays encountered during his journey, he had been away from Stone Dance City for 6 days. It was time for him to depart. "Prince Karen, I have assisted you in capturing the most formidable stronghold, the towering fortress. The subsequent task of eroding the influence of the old town now rests upon your shoulders." "Are you leaving, my lord?" "Indeed," Rigo affirmed with a nod. "I cannot linger in Stone Dance City for too long. Should news of my presence here reach King's Landing, Demon would undoubtedly launch an assault on Stone Dance City. It is no longer safe for Silverwing to remain here. I shall set off shortly. Do you have any further strategies for us moving forward?" Karen inquired hastily, eager for Rigo's insights on the upcoming conflict, having been thoroughly impressed by his previous tactical advice. After a moment of silence, Rigo regarded Prince Karen's expectant gaze, sighed softly, and replied, "From this point onward, Your Highness can utilize the towering fortress as a base to control this crucial northern-southern route of the old town. By feigning a northern advance, you can draw upon the intellect demonstrated by Mond Hathar, who will certainly mobilize the northern nobility to counter. This will leave the north vulnerable. Subsequently, Your Highness can dispatch a strong force from Lion City to capture Jiaoling, thereby severing the connection between the river bay and the old town, allowing you to gradually consume it. Victory will be within your grasp. Both Karen and Count Dane gasped in astonishment as they meticulously analyzed the map in accordance with Rigo's strategy. Enough of your astonishment, Rigo interjected, speaking plainly. Since Lord Florin has volunteered to take the lead, grant him that opportunity. Trust is paramount, but do not allow them to be mere pawns. Ensure equitable treatment for all. I will depart tonight to minimize witnesses. After my exit, you may still advance under the banner of the dragon. It may yield unexpected results. However, refrain from directly assaulting Hive City until you have secured Jiaoling. Do not allow Hathar's astute brother to escape. Understood, my lord. Now, carry on with your duties. I shall rest briefly before my departure. Chapter 107. Blood Dragon's Dance. News from the Old Town on the 2nd day of April in the year 129 of the conquest. The Hathar brothers abandoned the towering fortress and retreated with their forces, leaving Count Florin of Brightwater City to cover their withdrawal. The Dornish army approached the city's gates, leading Count Florin to surrender without a fight, resulting in the fall of the towering fortress. Just hours before its downfall, Lord Mond Hathar had just arrived with his army at Hive City, where he was welcomed by Count Alambus Berry as they entered the city to regroup. Lord Mond, we have received word from the towering fortress. Count Florin has capitulated without resistance, and the Dornish have effortlessly occupied it. In Hive City, Galvin rushed in from outside, his tone filled with indignation as he reported the situation at the front lines to his cousin. What? As Mond Hathar, who had just settled down, suddenly turned pale. He could hardly believe that the Earl of Florinbo, who had so fervently proclaimed the shared fate of the city before his departure, had so easily capitulated. The self-proclaimed wise head of the Hathar family realized he had made an exceedingly foolish military arrangement that allowed the towering stronghold to be surrendered to Kowloon. In a mix of shame and anger, he found himself momentarily speechless, unsure of what to say. My Lord Mont, I wonder if you have already sought assistance from King's Landing, Alan Bisberry ventured to inquire, observing the awkward and furious expression on Mond Hathar's face as he sought clarity on the military arrangements regarding the conflict. At that moment, King's Landing was also engaged in a standoff with Stone Dance City, and it seemed unlikely they could dispatch reinforcements to Old Town, rendering the plea for help nearly futile. Mond Hathar's voice was weak as he articulated a theory that mirrored that of Galvin Hathar. Alan Bisberry stared in disbelief at the seemingly self-satisfied Mond Hathar and the approving expression of Galvin beside him, struggling to comprehend how such decisions could be made by a lord and a prominent noble heir from the Seven Kingdoms. My lord, Alan Bisberry began, poised to voice his criticisms, yet the sight of Mond's innocent countenance diminished his ire considerably. One cannot expect a fool to produce more, he reassured himself, casting a disdainful glance at the other ineffectual nobles, silently spitting in contempt at them. After reorganizing his thoughts, Alan Bisberry spoke once more. My lord, regardless of whether King's Landing will dispatch reinforcements to Old Town, we must inform Prince Demon of the current situation on the battlefield. Moreover, the presence of the Ebony Dragon in Old Town indicates that Stone Dance City must be vulnerable. Should this information reach King's Landing, they could send forces to seize Stone Dance City. Once occupied by Prince Demon, news of this would surely prompt Rigo to return on Dragonback, significantly alleviating the crisis in Old Town. Even if we face a disparity in battlefield strength against the Dornish, we would have no trouble defending the city without the dragon's assistance. Having expressed his thoughts in one breath, Alan Bisberry anxiously watched as Mond Hathar wrestled with his conflicting emotions, wishing he could deliver a few resounding slaps to his face. In truth, Mond Hathar was quite reluctant to solicit aid from King's Landing, despite being the current head of the Hathar family in Old Town. The respect from both his uncle Otto Hathar and his cousin Galvin Hathar was markedly limited. He yearned to achieve something significant to wipe the smug expressions off their faces. The recent invasion of the Dornish has undoubtedly provided Mont Dadel with an opportunity. Filled with confidence, he assembled his troops for battle and even organized lavish banquets during the conflict, indulging in intoxication, firmly believing that he could vanquish the invading Dornish forces. However, the aftermath of the skirmish revealed a stark reality. The soldiers of Old Town were not the formidable force he had envisioned, but rather scattered and disorganized, allowing the Dornish to advance unchecked. In less than 10 days, he lost half of his territory, leaving the once buoyant Count of Mont Dadel in a position where he found it difficult to approach his uncle for assistance. Now, with even the towering spire lost, only 5 cities in the northern expanse of Old Town remained, and the Dornish forces were perilously close. Mont Dadel slumped despondently in his chair, casting a dim glance at the anxious Alambus Bari, and with a tone of dejection, he spoke, "Seek assistance, Count Bari. Write a letter detailing the situation in Old Town and request reinforcements from King's Landing." "As you command, my lord," Alambis Bari sighed heavily. Relieved that the foolish pig had finally come to his senses, he was even prepared to write to his grandfather in a private capacity. On April 5th, a raven, weary and dust-covered, landed on the railing of the Prime Minister's tower. Otto Hightower, just returned from a council meeting, untied the message from the raven's leg, furrowing his brow as he unfolded it. At a mere glance, the words on the page caused the seasoned nobleman to tremble uncontrollably, nearly dropping the letter. The large bell in front of Maegor's holdfast rang out in urgent peals, summoning the royal advisors and the Targaryen dragonlords back to the council hall in confusion. Unsure why they had been called to reconvene so hastily after the meeting's earlier dissolution, Daemon's voice broke the silence. "The spire has fallen." "What?" Both the sea snake, Corlys, and the brooding, taciturn Rhaenyra, who had been sullen since her ascent to power, were taken aback by Daemon's sudden announcement. Without waiting for inquiries, Daemon continued. On March 28th, Prince Quentin Martell of Dorne and Lord Daemon of Starfall split their forces, attacking from both Highgarden and Starfall. With the aid of the Hunger, they captured 5 cities in 5 days. By April 2nd, all territory south of Old Town, including the Spire, had been seized by the Dornish, forcing Hightower to retreat to Honeyholt. What was Mont Daitle doing? Why has King's Landing only just received this news? As a battle-hardened veteran, Corlys immediately sensed the alarming delay in communication. The Dornish had initiated their full-scale invasion on the 28th, and dragons had appeared on the battlefield. Yet King's Landing was only now being informed nearly 10 days later. This was utterly absurd. In response to Corlys' question, Daemon turned his somber gaze toward Otto, who shared the same query in his mind. The hand of the king seemed to have aged significantly in an instant. His uneven beard now bore flecks of white, and he looked at the assembled crowd with a troubled expression, helplessly sighing under the weight of their scrutinizing gazes. Even though he was acutely aware that his stronghold in Laos was on the brink of destruction, Otto understood that the Lord would never dispatch reinforcements. Moreover, the blunders of Mond and Galwyn rendered him unable to solicit aid, forcing him to temporarily disregard the safety of his base. After a moment of contemplation, the king's hand calmly addressed the assembly. "Esteemed lords, this is a mistake on Mond's part. However, I believe our immediate concern should not be to assign blame, but to seize the opportunity presented by the Greedy One's presence in Old Town and capture Stone Dance City. The Silverwing alone cannot withstand us." Chapter 108. Blood Dragon's Wild Dance. Prey and Hunter. As Otto Hightower concluded his remarks, Aemon Targaryen eagerly rose to his feet. He had been listening to Daemon and his entourage speak in hushed tones of dread regarding Rhaego's 2 dragons. Naturally arrogant and the rider of the founding dragon Vhagar, Aemon was already growing impatient. The tales of the Greedy One and Silverwing nearly annihilating Vhagar during the historic Battle of the Throat struck him as exaggerated. To Aemon, Rhaego merely capitalized on a surprise attack against a feeble enemy. Lena Valyrian, as a woman, ought to remain within the castle, bearing children for the men. While dragon combat was the domain of Targaryen warriors, her involvement was simply a liability. It was precisely because Vhagar had an inept rider like Lena that he suffered defeat at the hands of Rhaego. Such inflated achievements had caused Daemon and others to regard the situation with undue alarm, suggesting that Daemon's reputation was not entirely warranted. Since the onset of the war, after witnessing his own brother Daeron Targaryen being torn to shreds, along with his dragon, by the Greedy One at the Battle of the Ed River, Aemon had repeatedly sought to take to the skies on a dragon, only to be sternly denied by Daemon and Otto Hightower. Now, with an opportunity finally at hand, he was unwilling to continue being a coward. "I shall ride Vhagar and confront Silverwing," Aemon declared bluntly, though in truth, he yearned to engage the Greedy One. Yet, with the Greedy One currently in Old Town, he would have to settle for a skirmish with Silverwing. "Do not act impulsively," Daemon interrupted Aemon's appeal for battle, his expression grave as he approached the map of the 7 kingdoms and struck his fist heavily upon the position of Old Town. The news from Mond Hightower had come too late. The Tower of the Sun had fallen on the 2nd of April, and 3 days had already passed. In that time, Rhaego could have flown the Greedy One back to Stone Dance City. Should the Greedy One have already returned, a reckless dragon charge could result in catastrophic losses. Once again, the same old rhetoric. Fatigued by Daemon's cowardly words, Aemon exploded. "Cowards do not win wars. Perhaps, uncle, you should sensibly relinquish the mantle of commander of the allied forces and return to Dragonstone to enjoy your retirement, rather than here exuding your stench of cowardice." Clang. Daemon, not one for many words, swiftly drew the Dark Sister from his waist, intent on silencing the indiscreet Emmond. It was only through the frantic intervention of Otto and Count Linman that he was restrained, leaving the atmosphere in the council chamber thick with tension. After an awkward silence lingered for a while, another commander of the Allied forces, Ser Corlys Valerion, spoke up. Demon, though the words of Emmond may be harsh, they do possess a certain merit. According to the information relayed by Lord Aelinor today, the Silverwing continues its unwavering patrol over the waters of the River Ed, and our forces have yet to uncover any trace of the Devourer. Presently, the southern regions of Old Town have succumbed entirely, leaving only 5 cities in the north. There is no reason for Demon to return to Dragonstone at this juncture. He is likely to seize the entirety of Old Town before contemplating a retreat, which presents us with an opportunity. But what if the Devourer is already within Dragonstone? Demon understood the rationale behind Ser Corlys' words. Yet having witnessed the fate of House Targaryen firsthand beneath the shadow of the Weirwood, he was loath to gamble the fate of his dragons on mere probabilities. Let us only dispatch Vagr and Melisandre, he proposed. Vagr's immense size, coupled with Emmond's adeptness in coordinating with dragons, should prevent any overwhelming assault from Demon's beast. Furthermore, Melisandre possesses extensive aerial combat experience and remarkable speed. Even if they encounter adversity, their escape remains assured. Should they engage and find only Silverwing present at Dragonstone, we might as well allow her to meet the stranger, transforming the castle into a sea of dragon fire. If the Devourer is indeed there, the odds of a safe retreat may still be in our favor. Ser Corlys offered a compromise, yet the unease within Demon's heart rendered him indecisive. Among the dragons under their command, only Vagr, his own bloodworm, Melisandre, and Helena's Dreamfire could contend with the Devourer and Silverwing for a brief duration. The others, such as Syrax, Sea Smoke, and Sunfire, though matured, would likely falter against the 2 seasoned dragons. Demon wrestled with his thoughts. To guard against a potential desperate assault on King's Landing by Demon, it was imperative to keep dragons stationed there, which inherently limited their capacity to launch an offensive against Dragonstone without a clear understanding of the Devourer's and Silverwing's movements. Yet, if they were to send insufficient dragons to the front lines, the risk of being systematically overwhelmed by Demon loomed large. With his brother Viserys now deceased, Demon felt the weight of being the Targaryen family's pillar, which made him hesitant to make any rash decisions. Can Vagr and Melisandre truly elude the Devourer and Silverwing? Demon's voice wavered with uncertainty and confusion. The prophecies of the Weirwood, his brother's passing, Rhaenyra's wavering loyalty, and the pressures from Demon had sapped the once daring prince of the realm of his courage and resolve, leaving him in a state of trepidation. Demon, war invariably entails risk. No one can assure 100% victory, Ser Corlys continued to urge. Demon fell silent, his gaze fixed upon the map upon the table, before lifting his eyes to the faces of the unremarkable new King Aegon, Emmond, Ser Corlys, Rhaenys, Rhaenyra, and Lannister, along with the esteemed courtiers such as Lord Lyman Beesbury and Lord Jasper. The worries and hesitations that had clouded his mind began to dissipate gradually in the calm demeanor reflected in the faces surrounding him. At last, Demon resolved within himself. Emmond, Rhaenyra, you two shall ride Vagr and Meleys to scout the front lines at the River Ed. Ensure that you do not initiate an assault on Storm's End until you have confirmed the absence of the Devourer. If it becomes evident that both the Devourer and Rhaego are present at Storm's End, retreat at once. Demon's words were stern. His gaze filled with concern as he looked at his cousin, unable to shake off his unease, yearning to offer further admonishments. Rhaenyra stepped forward with a gentle smile, embracing Demon's towering figure, reassuringly patting his shoulder and bestowing upon him a look of complete assurance. Emmond, brimming with impatience, turned and strode out, while Demon watched his imposing nephew with a growing sense of foreboding in his heart. At Storm's End, Rhaego had enjoyed a delightful slumber. Lazily rising from his bed and wandering to the window, his bleary gaze directed towards King's Landing. He had stealthily returned to Storm's End from the sea in the early hours of April 4th, and under his direction, the Storm's End army had vacated their camp. Retreating into the night from the banks of the River Ed, Rhaego had already chosen the battlefield there, waiting to see if the Targaryen dragons possessed the courage to face him. Demon, how will you choose? Chapter 109, Blood Dragons Dance. A crimson reconnaissance seizing the moment when King's Landing's attention shifted towards the Westerlands Lannisters and the North Starks. Rhaego employed Silverwing to daily divert the attention of the allied forces at Storm's End. Meanwhile, he secretly rode the Devourer to wreak havoc in Old Town, achieving remarkable results. The Dornish had firmly established a stronghold in Old Town, compelling the Riverlands, previously neglecting their defenses, to commit troops to the region. Despite any grievances the Tyrells may have towards the Hightower family, the reality of mutual dependence would not allow them to passively observe the Dornish's effortless annexation of Old Town. At the very least, the old woman of the Regency in Highgarden would certainly dispatch forces to guard north of Horn Hill, thereby preventing the Dornish from advancing unchecked. Thus, the armies of the Riverlands would find themselves thoroughly ensnared in the southern battlefield. However, it must be said that despite the swiftness and overwhelming advantage of the dragons that had led to the swift destruction of Old Town's forces, Rigo remained in a state of anxiety. Leaving Silverwing alone at Storm's End was indeed a perilous gamble, relying on Demon's lack of resolve to engage in mutual destruction. Ultimately, entrusting the safety of Silverwing and Storm's End to the enemy's potential ignorance led to Rigo's persistent urgency during the campaign in Old Town. As soon as the towering keep fell, he was restless to return to Storm's End that very night. Should all go as expected, King's Landing would surely take action in the coming days. It remained uncertain whether Demon intended to continue testing the waters with his forces or directly deploy the dragons into battle. At this moment, in the Dragonstone, Eamon and Rhaenys were fully armed. The aged and formidable Vagr, alongside the strikingly fierce Queen Melisandre, had been escorted by the dragon guards to the square outside the dragon lair, perhaps aware of her impending return to the skies with her master. Melisandre was in a frenzy, her shrill cries sending a shiver through the ranks of the dragon guards. In contrast, Vagr exhibited a calm demeanor befitting her age, lazily half-reclined on the ground, exuding an aura of dominance. A gaping, jagged scar marred her left wing, a testament to past battles, leaving behind a haunting reminder of her ferocity. Demon and Rhaenyra, along with others, also appeared at the dragon lair, for reasons unknown, as the moment of departure drew nearer. Demon's restlessness and unease intensified, prompting him to contemplate halting Rhaenys and Aemon's venture altogether. As Rhaeny and Aemon ascended to the dragon's saddle under the watchful eyes of the gathering, Demon suddenly called out to his cousin, who was poised to give the command to take flight. His gaze, heavy with concern, lingered on Rhaenys' face, and after a moment of silence, he spoke with difficulty, urging caution. Rhaeny, upon hearing his words, flashed a confident smile, nodding to the crowd below before patting the saddle. Old companion Melisandre immediately grasped her intent, taking a few swift strides before launching into the sky with a powerful beat of her wings, followed closely by Vagr. In mere moments, the two dragons vanished from sight, leaving Demon staring into the distance where they had disappeared. "Demon, what troubles you?" came Rhaenyra's voice from beside him, despite her lingering resentment over Demon's betrayal. Her concern for him as her partner prevailed, and she approached him, sensing something was amiss. Demon turned slightly to glance at Rhaenyra, but remained silent, instead taking her hand in his gaze still fixed on the direction of Dragonstone, his brow furrowed with worry. A thunderous roar suddenly echoed from above, yet Duke Alan, unperturbed, continued to roast meat over the fire, seemingly oblivious to the dragon's bellow. The coalition soldiers in the camp had long grown accustomed to the dragon's daily roars, tending to their tasks with little regard, save for those on watch duty. "My lord, it's our dragon," a guard suddenly shouted, startling both Duke Alan and Duke Tully, who quickly rose to look skyward. Indeed, they spotted Vagr and Melisandre circling above. Satisfied with the orderly arrangement of the camp below, Rhaeny nodded, recalling Demon's emphatic orders to prioritize reconnaissance before departure. She instructed Aemon to remain vigilant in the air with Vagr, while she guided the great dragon to descend slowly into the encampment. "Your Highness," Duke Alan and Duke Tully greeted her succinctly. Rhaeny wasted no time in inquiring about the whereabouts of the two dragons from Dragonstone. "This morning, we encountered the Silverwing, which continued its habitual circling and roaring above the military camp. As for the Devourer, it appears we have indeed not laid eyes on that dragon for quite some time." Duke Aelin recounted the recent events, candidly informing Rhaenys. "Yes, it seems we have not seen the Devourer for approximately 10 days, Duke Tully added. "Is that so?" Rhaenys furrowed her brows. The forces stationed at the River of Ed have not caught sight of the Devourer, leading Rhaenys to surmise that Rigo has likely not yet returned to Dragonstone, but is still aiding the Dornish in their conquest of Old Town. Yet, could he truly be willing to place Silverwing in such peril? Or does he possess absolute confidence that King S. Landing will not send forth dragons to engage? Regardless, today we must uncover the truth of Dragonstone. Resolute in her decision, Rhaenys swiftly mounted her dragon, exchanging a brief nod with Aemon before both dragons soared over the River of Ed, heading directly to the encampment of the forces stationed upstream at Dragonstone. Rhaenys resolved to launch a direct assault alongside Vhagar against the army at Dragonstone, compelling Silverwing and the Devourer to come to their aid. If, despite this, the Devourer failed to appear, then the banks of the River Ed would serve as Silverwing's grave. The encampment of the Dragonstone forces was not far from the Alliance, and with the speed of the two dragons, they swiftly found themselves above the orderly camp below. Without hesitation, Rhaenys and Aemond commanded their mighty dragons to initiate the attack. Dracarys, the twin cries echoed, and the searing flames of the dragons ignited the tents below. The powerful winds generated by the dragon's descent fanned the flames, engulfing the vast encampment in fire in an instant. However, Rhaenys and Aemond were perplexed. They witnessed no soldiers of Dragonstone fleeing or wailing amidst the inferno. The entire camp burned quietly in the dragon fire. An empty camp. A trap. Aemond and Rhaenys quickly realized that the encampment below had been deliberately set to lure them into an attack. Roar! Roar! Before Rhaenys and Aemond could react, two ferocious roars resounded from the distance, rapidly approaching. Rhaenys turned towards the sound, her pupils dilating in alarm as she beheld two dragons, a silver and a black, speeding towards them. The Devourer had returned. Fall back, Aemond. Chapter 110. The Dance of Blood Dragons. The price of ignorance. Rhaenys had previously participated in the Battle of the Throat, where she witnessed firsthand how Rhaego incapacitated Vhagar in a mere encounter. Had it not been for the subsequent support of several dragons, Vhagar might well have turned to bones by now. Thus, she understood the formidable power and synergy between the Devourer and Silverwing. It was not something that her current self and Aemond, with their untested dragons, could hope to contend with. Therefore, Rhaenys decisively ordered a retreat, swiftly guiding Meraxes to dive and turn, preparing to flee with great haste. However, she overestimated Aemond's discipline and underestimated the pride of this Targaryen prince. Vhagar, engage. The moment he laid eyes on the glutton, Aemond's singular eye gleamed with fervor, a wild energy surging through his being. He disregarded Rhaenys' command to retreat and issued a direct order to Vhagar, charging headlong towards the glutton and the Silverwing. Oh! Rhaegos was momentarily taken aback as he observed the swiftly approaching Vhagar. Having seen Maria's change course from a distance, he had anticipated their flight, yet was pleasantly surprised to witness Aemond, that stubborn lad, daring to challenge the glutton's supremacy. With a thunderous roar, the glutton's wrath echoed across the skies. Faced with this insolent provocation from a defeated foe, he resolved to greet them with dragon fire and claws. Suddenly, a rival dragon's roar rang out, startling Rhaenys, who was focused on fleeing. She turned to see Vhagar and the glutton charging straight at one another. Dracarys! Dracarys! The simultaneous cries resonated as turquoise and crimson flames clashed violently in the air, erupting in a brilliant explosion. Vhagar deftly maneuvered to evade the massive surge of dragon fire, while the glutton and Rhaegos surged through the flames, roaring as they lunged towards the turning Vhagar. With battle-hardened experience, Vhagar was not one to allow himself to be easily struck from the side. His aged form, defying the odds, surged with unexpected strength as he flapped his wings vigorously, executing a swift and sharp downward dive to evade the glutton's razor-sharp claws aimed at his flank. Dracarys! As the glutton's strike missed, a feminine voice rang out from Rhaegos' left side. Rhaenys, who had arrived to support in haste, unleashed a torrent of dragon fire towards Rhaegos' back without hesitation. Roaring in defiance, Rhaegos paid no heed to Maria's assault, continuing to steer the glutton in pursuit of Vhagar. The dragon fire aimed at him was swiftly intercepted by the Silverwing's piercing azure flames, which erupted from the side as it lunged at Maria's with a furious roar. The glutton raced towards Vhagar, unleashing its emerald flames without waiting for Rhaegos' command. Vhagar, undeterred, retaliated with his own breath of fire before attempting to widen the distance again. Yet, as an ancient dragon, he could not match the speed of the glutton, which had returned to its peak through magical rejuvenation. In a mere instant, the glutton ascended and dove, colliding heavily with Vhagar. Aemond nearly bellowed his orders for Vhagar to unleash his flames, but the glutton ignored the crimson fire that enveloped it. Its sharp claws dug deep into Vhagar's abdomen, producing a hissing sound as the old dragon's tough scales were pierced by the obsidian talons. Scalding dragon blood gushed forth, and Vhagar, in pain, roared defiantly, snapping his jaws at the glutton's neck while his claws viciously clawed at its belly. Clang! A sound reminiscent of clashing metal reverberated through the air as Vhagar, with all his might, struck the belly of the Devourer. To his astonishment, a metallic clang echoed in response. His razor-sharp claws swept swiftly across the Devourer's abdomen, yet did not rend open its flesh. They merely inflicted several shallow, finger-deep gashes, dislodging a few scales in the process. The assault upon its chest was met with indifference. The devourer paid no heed, instead violently swinging its head to bash aside Vagrel's skull, turning the tide of the confrontation with a menacing yawn of its gaping maw, viciously aiming for Vagrel's neck. Vagrel! Aymond cried in despair, helplessly witnessing the devourer's fangs descending towards Vagrel's throat. At that critical moment, Melias's anguished roar pierced the chaos. Before Rigo could even turn, Melias's massive form crashed into the devourer's flank, forcibly separating the two entwined dragons. With the breath of survival, Vagrel let out a frenzied roar, flapping his wings to distance himself from the devourer. Melias's formidable impact was not to be underestimated, though it did not strike Rigo. The sheer force left him momentarily dazed, gasping for breath to maintain consciousness. The devourer, however, remained unscathed, while Melias was far less fortunate. Initially engaged in a fierce struggle with the Silverwing, Rhaenys was taken aback to discover the devourer had swiftly subdued Vagrel and was now poised to deliver a fatal blow. In a moment of urgency, the Targaryen princess acted without hesitation, commanding Melias to absorb a vicious strike from the Silverwing, which tore a gaping wound in her right wing. Yet, her body charged forward, crashing into the devourer and saving Vagrel and Aymond from certain doom. Retreat. Aymond, Melias, gravely wounded and with her damaged wing, struggled to maintain flight. As Rhaenys regained her composure from the impact, she urgently commanded Aymond to withdraw. But the situation was far from simple. Enraged by Melias's interference, the devourer, deprived of its prey, surged forward with no need for Rigo's command. Its expansive wings propelled it towards the faltering red dragon. First, eliminate the one who assists. The devourer roared, charging at Melias, while Silverwing adeptly positioned itself to hinder Vagrel, utilizing its speed in the fray. As was customary, dragon fire blazed a path. The emerald flames surged forth, narrowly missed by the injured Melias. The devourer's colossal form emerged from the inferno, its powerful shoulder crashing into Melias's abdomen, forcing her to rear back helplessly. In a moment of despair, Rhaenys watched as the devourer seized the red dragon by the neck, its sharp teeth piercing through Melias's scales and embedding deeply into her flesh. With a brutal twist of its head, the devourer savagely severed the head of the Red Queen from her body. Rhaenys, heartbroken, gazed upon the dismembered form of her old companion, closing her eyes in resignation as she faced her own impending doom. Edmund watched in horror as the headless corpses of Rhaenys and Melias plummeted towards the river. His single eye was filled with dread and despair. Under his command, Vagr desperately broke through the blockade of the Silverwing, erupting with unprecedented speed as it fled toward King's Landing. "You think you can leave after coming here? Chase them down," he roared. The dragon's roar echoed, and Silverwing and the devourer excitedly screeched in pursuit. Chapter 111. Blood Dragon's Frenzy. Vagr, the founding dragon of House Targaryen, was indeed a formidable creature, rich in battle experience and adept in the art of escape. Despite being grievously injured by the devourer, he dragged his aged body, with his belly wound gushing forth hot dragon blood, from the battlefield to hover above the royal guard. 3 dragons chased one another, soaring over the forces of the united army in King's Landing. The soldiers, who had initially watched with pride and excitement as their dragon advanced towards the Stone Dance military camp, were quickly dismayed to see Vagr, like a lost hound, being pursued relentlessly by the devourer and Silverwing, with nowhere to escape. With an enraged roar, Silverwing, proud of her speed, attacked by utilizing her swift maneuvers for continuous harassment, was taken aback as she found herself nearly outpaced by a wounded old dragon. The devourer, equally furious, unleashed a series of growls. Rigo had to concede that the survival instinct ignited in beings, whether human or otherwise, when faced with peril was indeed noteworthy. Yet, the prey remained prey. Within the carefully set traps of the hunter, none could escape unscathed. "I am curious to see how long you can sustain this flight," Rigo murmured. Today was undoubtedly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He had not anticipated that his casual arrangements would lead to the arrival of a dragon sent by Demon to seize an advantage. It seemed the news of his appearance in Old Town had reached King's Landing, but the Targaryens had only dispatched a dragon today, which rekindled Rigo's perception of the warring capabilities of the Seven Kingdoms. Regardless of the combat prowess of the noble houses, it was evident that, at least for now, their attention to information was at an amateur level, with their analytical abilities being quite disheartening. In truth, Rigo's setup was merely a gamble to see if he could intercept the Targaryen dragon sent for reconnaissance. After this period of confrontation, Rigo doubted that Demon, as the supreme commander of the United Forces, would dare to send all his dragons for an assault. In his prior assumptions, he had considered it remarkable if King's Landing could send even 1 or 2 dragons to assess the situation at Stone Dance. And any dragon sent would likely be Melia's and Syrax, along with Demoness Bloodworm, Caraxes, dragons renowned for their speed. However, he had not expected that the Red Queen Melia's would indeed arrive, accompanied by none other than Vagr. Indeed, it is often said that one may traverse countless miles in search of something only to find it effortlessly. After years of relentless magical enhancement, the Devourer has attained a state of unparalleled invincibility in one-on-one confrontations. No dragon can inflict fatal harm upon the Devourer, even in scenarios of 1 against 3. Hasty assaults may fail to penetrate its formidable scales. At this moment, the Silverwing stands merely a shade inferior to the Devourer. Her physique has become indistinguishable from that of Vagr, yet her elongated form possesses a grace far superior to the sagging flesh of the aged dragon. Among all the colossal dragons of House Targaryen, Rigo believes that aside from the desperate Vagr and the dragon rider amalgam, Coralax, no other dragon poses a significant threat to Silverwing. With Vagr approaching willingly, the obstinate Imend, evidently unaware of the prowess of both the Devourer and Silverwing, dares to charge into battle. Is this not a fortuitous boon? An unexpected windfall of experience? Today, this ancient dragon must not escape. Even if it cannot be slain, it must be rendered incapable of battle in the near term. With a resounding roar, Silverwing launches herself into the air, her wings beating powerfully, her elegant form shooting forth like an arrow released from a bow. A torrent of ice-blue dragon fire cascades down, striking Vagrul's left flank with devastating force. Vagrul, not known for speed, finds that even in a desperate attempt to flee, he cannot evade the pursuit of 2 dragons. After a prolonged and perilous flight, the combination of grievous injuries and exhaustion ultimately allows Silverwing to close the distance. The ice-blue flames engulf nearly half of Vagrul's tail, and after a lengthy pursuit, Silverwing unleashes her pent-up fury. The essence of her dragon fire is sheer volume, overwhelming in its abundance. Vagrul emits a pained roar as his massive form spirals downward, violently shaking off the flames and the dragon blood pooling from his wounds. Yet he manages to escape the searing heat of the flames. At this moment, Imend is utterly bewildered. No matter how ruthless he once perceived himself to be, or how audaciously he acted in King's Landing, the source of his bravado and hubris lay solely in the presence of Vagrul, the mightiest dragon of House Targaryen, which instilled within him boundless courage and arrogance. He had never witnessed the splendor of the Devourer and Silverwing firsthand, dismissing their legends with scorn, and harboring contempt for those like Daemon and Rhaenys, who spoke of them with trepidation. Prior to this encounter, Imend held unwavering confidence in Vagrul, believing that the disastrous defeat in the Battle of the Throat was entirely due to the incompetence of Rhaenyra's dragon rider, and thus felt no trepidation or respect for the Devourer and Silverwing, convinced that his Vagrul was more than capable of contending with Rhaego's 2 dragons. However, all that transpired moments ago utterly shattered Aemon's beautiful dream. Vagr was no match for the 2 dragons. Even Silverwing had yet to join the fray. It was solely the Greed Eater that had completely subdued Vagr. Had it not been for Melia's desperate rescue, Aemond and his dragon would have long been consigned to the depths of the River Ed. The stark contrast between such heights and depths, coupled with the terrifying proximity of life and death, nearly crushed Aemond's courage. Despite his seemingly imposing and arrogant demeanor before his subjects and fellow Targaryens, Aemond was ultimately just a bud blossoming in the sheltered greenhouse of the Red Keep. Even though his roots might be sturdier than those of other Targaryens, he remained merely a flower. The most perilous and painful experiences he had ever faced in his life were likely during his childhood, when he bravely tamed Vagr and lost an eye in the process. Beyond that, Aemond had scarcely encountered the realities of war. Thus, when life and death loomed so close, this defiant Targaryen prince lost his valor. Roar! Vagr dived to evade Silverwing's dragon fire, her repeated injuries rendering her voice weak and the amplitude of her wings visibly diminished. Silverwing keenly sensed the fatigue in her opponent's roar. With a triumphant cry, Silverwing's silvery form ascended rapidly, descending with claws fully extended, plunging toward the already beleaguered Vagr. Just as Silverwing's teeth were about to sink into the great dragon's neck, her claws poised to strike Vagr's spine, Rhaego's urgent voice suddenly pierced the air. Silverwing, retreat. Chapter 112. Blood Dragon's Wild Dance. Old soldiers never die. Rhaego's voice was filled with anxiety and concern. Having spent over a decade working in tandem with him, Silverwing had developed absolute trust in Rhaego. Thus, upon hearing his call, her wings spread wide, and her massive form decelerated instantly. Almost at the very moment she slowed, the beleaguered Vagar, lying below, abruptly flipped her body. Her sharp claws, like scythes, viciously aimed for Silverwing's exposed underbelly, while her jaws opened wide, seeking to tear at Silverwing's neck. Roar! Startled, Silverwing let out an angry cry. Thanks to Rigo's timely warning, her body narrowly halted at the extreme range of Vagar's desperate attack. The two dragons collided with their claws, like ancient swordsmen in duel. They engaged in a fierce encounter akin to a falcon diving to strike an eagle. With an undeniable advantage in speed, Vagar, the eagle, wisely chose to turn and defend against the falcon's assault to avoid being struck from behind. In this defensive maneuver, Vagar also attempted to ensnare the falcon's body with her claws, intending to neutralize Silverwing's speed and leverage her weight to overpower her. Silverwing adeptly arched her body backward, evading Vagar's desperate bite, and as her opponent's claws tightened, she broke free and swiftly flapped her wings to create distance. Roar! Witnessing her meticulously orchestrated hunt fail, Vagar let out a disappointed growl before swiftly turning her body and flapping her wings to continue her retreat. With a sigh of relief, Rigo watched as the Silverwing distanced itself from danger, quickly catching up. He had nearly forgotten that Vagarul was a cunning adversary during this time of triumph. According to the original timeline, the Red Queen, Melius, and the uncrowned king, Rhaenys Targaryen, perished in a treacherous ambush by Vagarul during the Dance of Dragons. Rhaenys, having vanquished King Aegon Sunfire while riding her beloved dragon, let her guard down and was ultimately ensnared by Vagarul and Aemond on their return journey, leading to their tragic demise. Vagarul possessed not only an extended lifespan and immense size, but also a wealth of combat experience. In contrast, Silverwing had been excessively sheltered by her previous masters. Alysanne Targaryen had never involved her in any warfare, leaving her unscathed over nearly a century. Although she had participated in the earlier Battle of the Throat alongside Rigo, their meticulously planned tactics resulted in minimal direct confrontation among the dragons. Thus, Silverwing had never engaged in a life-and-death struggle. She resembled a pampered heiress, devoid of worldly experience yet undeniably illustrious in lineage. Had Rigo not discerned the impending peril and intervened to halt Silverwing's charge, this sheltered young dragon might have received a harsh lesson from the elder dragons of her kin. If Vagarul had successfully lured her in, even if Silverwing evaded a fatal bite, becoming ensnared by Vagarul's grasp would likely result in severe injury, and certainly, her exquisite and immaculate scales would be irreparably marred. Roaring in fury, Silverwing was incensed by the near ambush. She had intended to showcase her prowess before Rigo and the glutton, who had already reached 300 victories while she remained at 002. Just when she thought she could seize a chance to triumph over an adversary in distress, she nearly fell victim to Vagarul's counterattack. Drawing from her prior lesson, Silverwing maintained a safe distance from Vagarul, abandoning the notion of a single, decisive strike. Instead, she utilized her speed to encircle him continuously, unleashing a barrage of dragon fire. In that moment, both Vagarul and the occasionally scorched Aemond found themselves lamenting the onslaught. Aemond's eyes glazed over, as if he envisioned the departed Rhaenys beckoning to him. With a roar, the glutton launched its assault. The obsidian dragon swiftly approached the retreating Vagarul, unleashing a torrent of dragon fire, as per usual. With a screech, Vagarul, having lost his ability to evade swiftly, was engulfed by the emerald flames. The ancient dragon cried out in agony, his form faltering, exposing his unprotected underbelly to the waiting Silverwing. Damn! Again? Rigo's pupils constricted in disbelief. He had not anticipated Vagarul would stoop so low. Truly, as one of the last surviving relics of the Targaryen founding trio of dragons, even when faced with such an undeniable dead end, Vagarul still attempted to retaliate. She exposed her abdomen defenselessly to Vagar, and Rigo was certain that it was a bait. Once Vagar fell for the trap and attacked, the ancient dragon would surely seize the opportunity to exchange lives. If it had been another dragon from House Targaryen, perhaps they would have charged headlong at the glaring vulnerability before them. However, this was Vagar, who possessed immense intelligence. After years of nurturing through magic and companionship, she was, aside from her inability to speak, nearly indistinguishable in wisdom from an adult. Vagar's blatant feigned vulnerability was an insult to her intelligence. Roar! As she beheld the old dragon's exposed weakness, a deep scorn flashed in Vagar's eyes. She maneuvered closer, maintaining a safe distance, and unleashed a torrent of dragon fire. Roar! Vagar was taken aback. This was not how the script was supposed to unfold. She had fully exposed her abdomen, yet instead of seizing the opportunity to strike, Vagar retaliated with dragon fire. Was this even a normal dragon? Rigo cared little for what constituted a normal dragon. Vagar's series of actions in dire straits indeed commanded his respect. She was both courageous and cunning, assessing the situation astutely. Aside from her unsightly appearance and advanced age, she was nearly the pinnacle of what a dragon in Westeros could aspire to be, justifying her title as the progenitor of dragons. Given this, there was no reason to spare her. Let her become the measure of my bloodline's advancement. Dracarys, roar, roar. The Greed Eater and Vagar flanked either side, ascending and descending, their dragon fire sealing off all of Vagar's escape routes, surging towards her aged form. The knight upon her back, Aemon, had transformed into a living corpse, though he still breathed. The terrified Dragon King was reduced to a mere shadow of his former self, utterly incapable of commanding his dragon. Vagar's anguished wails echoed, but under Rigo's command. The Greed Eater did not engage in a tit-for-tat exchange of injuries. Instead, it charged forward, toppling Vagar, who was already on the edge of collapse, sending her spiraling downwards towards the ground. Seizing the moment of her weakness, the bond between one man and two dragons communicated seamlessly, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to the ancient dragon. At that moment, several powerful roars echoed from above, swiftly approaching the battlefield. Chapter 113. The Dance of Blood Dragons. The arrival of the dragons Vagar was a formidable foe. Rigo had to concede this truth. While it would be easy for the Greed Eater and Vagar to defeat her, killing her would prove exceptionally difficult, even having slain several dragons. Rigo found himself challenged by Vagar, a seasoned creature of great experience, and could not help but feel a sense of reverence. Despite being thrown off balance by a mighty charge from the Greed Eater, and with her rider perhaps better off dead, Vagar did not relinquish her yearning for life nor her will to fight. Even as her body tumbled uncontrollably, she desperately shielded her abdomen and neck. The sharp claws of the dragon remained poised, ready to confront the onslaught of the Devourer and Silverwing. Its voice, unlike that of other dragons who succumb to hysteria in the face of death, resonates with a suppressed, deep roar, maintaining the dignity befitting a dragon king. Rigo, mounted upon the Devourer, seeks opportunities amidst the spiraling descent of Vagar, with Silverwing circling closely. Each time the Devourer seizes an opportunity to strike, Vagar manages to regain a fleeting balance, skillfully positioning its claws against the foe. In such circumstances, even with Rigo directing the Devourer and Silverwing into the fray, it seems unlikely that a flawless victory could be achieved. Indeed, facing Vagar's desperate counterattack might inflict considerable damage upon his two dragons, a perilous endeavor. Akin to porcelain clashing with pottery, yielding more loss than gain. Roar. The three dragons engage in a fierce struggle, rapidly approaching the ground. Rigo soon notices several colossal dragons hastening from the north. Meanwhile, Vagar's immense body crashes heavily into the forest of the Imperial Guard, the tremendous impact splintering numerous trees and shattering its final resistance. Under the assault of the two dragons, Vagar hardly has time to decelerate, plummeting from hundreds of meters high into the woods. Aemon loses consciousness, the rich, warm dragon blood spilling from Vagar's fallen form. After enduring relentless strikes, the great dragon finally surrenders, its weary eyes closing weakly, its chest rising and falling in swift gasps. The Devourer and Silverwing ascend as Vagar has utterly lost its combat capability. The sight of blood streaming from its orifices reveals the severity of its fall. Its life hangs by a thread. Rigo cannot afford to deliver the final blow, for several colossal dragons have now arrived on the battlefield. To avoid being overwhelmed by the dragon swarm's tactical advantage, Rigo decisively commands his two dragons, their eyes ablaze, to ascend swiftly, preparing to confront new adversaries: Clarkshoe, Seasmoke, Syrax's, and Sunflower. Following the departure of Rhaenys and Aemon, Daemon's unease intensifies. The gruesome images of dragons slaughtering each other beneath the fishleap tree haunt his mind. Beyond his control, unable to endure the torment of fear and anxiety, Daemon, after conferring with the sea serpent Corlys, resolutely leads the four most formidable dragons of King's Landing to the battlefield, aiming to rendezvous with Rhaenys and Aemon. Originally, King's Landing should have had the eldest dragon, Dreamfire, but her dragon rider, Helena Targaryen, refused to join the battle. Thus, Daemon brings only 4 dragons. As they approach the battlefield, Daemon's apprehension materializes into reality. Before them lies Vagar besieged by the Devourer and Silverwing, its body powerless as it descends toward the ground. Even more distressing for Daemon is the absence of Melius. Daemon understood Rhaena, his cousin, who, despite being a woman, consistently embodied the chivalric code. She would never abandon Aemon to face the enemy alone while she fled. With Vagr now at the brink of exhaustion and Melia's conspicuously absent from the battlefield, Demon found himself unable to confront the conclusion that gnawed at his heart. He gritted his teeth, striving to control his body, which trembled violently with anger, as he directed Caraxes straight towards the newly risen vulture. Dracarys! Dracarys! Syrax struggled to keep pace with Caraxes, and the two dragons confronted Vulture without hesitation, unleashing twin torrents of dragon fire. Meanwhile, Sea Smoke and Sunfire separated to meet the oncoming Silverwing. In an instant, the once tranquil sky erupted anew with dragon fire and the echoes of dragon roars. Demon was fighting desperately. In the brief exchange, Rigo quickly discerned Demon's intentions. Under the cover of dragon fire, Caraxes boldly charged at Vulture, attempting to grapple with the massive black dragon. At one moment, he even disregarded the searing pain of Vulture's flames, choosing instead to surge through the fire to engage in close combat. Such ferocity? Caraxes' reckless charge momentarily caught Rigo off guard. Typically, dragon battles involved mutual exchanges of fire. Searching for opportunities, there was no precedent for Demon's all-out assault. Rigo was not intimidated. Rather, he recognized that an exchange would clearly be to his detriment. Even with Caraxes' current capabilities, he would never manage a fair trade with Vulture. The prospect of injury was enough to leave Rigo feeling uneasy. Dracarys. Then, he resolved not to engage in a reckless struggle. Vulture unleashed a fierce plume of dragon fire, forcefully repelling the advancing Caraxes and his companion Syrax. Before swiftly ascending to gain distance from the two dragons, Rigo decided to first assist Syrax. Vulture suddenly shifted its target, deftly evading the approaching Caraxes and almost instantaneously appearing before Rhaenyra. The princess had scarcely time to issue a command before the black dragon's fearsome maw struck viciously at Syrax's right wing. Had it not been for Syrax's swiftness, Vulture's bite might have seized her neck. Demon reacted promptly. The moment Vulture clamped down on Syrax, he guided Caraxes to charge once more, attempting to draw the enemy closer through his ally. Rigo, determined to assist, did not actively evade Caraxes' approach, but instead maneuvered Vulture to avoid being ensnared by bloodworms. Utilizing the momentum of the spin, the dragon tore into Syrax, akin to a crocodile preying in a pool, ripping off half of her wing. Roar! At this moment, Syrax was merely around 30 years old, technically still a subadult dragon. Vulture's sheer size could have easily severed her in two. Though she had narrowly escaped a fatal attack due to her speed, she was now reduced to a one-winged dragon, plummeting amidst Rhaenyra's panicked screams. In mere seconds, the battle had turned, and with a single glance, Sherlax lost all combat capability. However, Demon, with his crimson eyes ablaze, drew near the Devourer, clutching a palm-sized metal canister that he hurled towards the creature. The canister collided with the Devourer's scaled back with a resounding clang, its sealed lid bursting open, unleashing a viscous liquid that splattered everywhere, revealing tiny wriggling insects within. As two dragons swiftly maneuvered past each other, the Devourer ascended once more, its predatory gaze fixed on Calaxio. Yet, the bloodworms that had previously clung to it like a persistent leech retreated significantly. Even the battle-worn Sunfire and Sea Smoke, entangled with Silverwing, hastily distanced themselves from the fray. Demon's throwing skills were commendable. The muck from the canister not only coated the Devourer, but also splattered onto Rigo's hand. Observing the Targaryen dragons fleeing as if confronted by a plague, Rigo's gaze fell upon the mud stains on his hand, his pupils constricting in alarm. The dragon's bane. The ichor that splattered onto his skin seemed almost alive, writhing slightly before rapidly seeping into his flesh. Rigo instantly recognized the twisted creature within the muck as the bane of dragons, the very cause of the Freehold's downfall. Where had Demon procured such a substance? Rigo was filled with confusion, but there was no time for contemplation. Most of the muck had already drenched the Devourer, seeping into its scales, causing the dragon to exhibit signs of distress with a slight writhe and a low growl. Retreat! Rigo commanded decisively, mounting the Devourer and ignoring Demon's hateful glare from afar. He turned to flee. Dragon's bane was the nemesis of dragons. Even the mighty dragon, Viserion, had suffered torment at the hands of these grotesque creatures, while the formidable Black Death, Valyrian, had perished at their mercy, despite the years of nurturing the Devourer with his own blood magic. Rigo could not guarantee its resistance to the onslaught of Dragon's bane. The escape of the trio, a man and two dragons, was remarkably smooth. Demon did not issue orders to obstruct or pursue, but watched from a distance as the Devourer and Silverwing vanished, before hastily descending from the sky to assess the conditions of Imond and Rhaenyra. Instead of returning to Dragonstone atop the mighty dragon, Rigo directed them to land at a sharp angle. As the devourer touched down, still wobbling, Rigo swiftly dismounted, rushing to the great creature's thrashing head. He embraced the beast, placing his right hand gently on its snout, while Silverwing, sensing Rigo's distress, leaned in with wide, concerned eyes, gazing at them intently. The system initiates a probe into the status of the glutton. Ding. Magical creature detected, scanning in progress. Race, dragon, current form, male dragon. Age, 227. Length, 130 meters. Wingspan, 345 meters. Current status, healthy, young, disdainful. Predicted remaining lifespan, unknown. Dragon keeper, bloodline, and evolution. Disdainful? Rigo paused, pondering the implications of the dragon's bane. The curse, and the bane of dragons. He hastily utilized the system once more to inquire, yet the information remained unchanged. The system indicated that the glutton was in excellent health, untroubled by the dragon's bane. Thus, this massive creature's persistent neck movements and head shakes were merely expressions of disdain towards those grotesque cursed beings. A wave of confusion washed over him. But since the glutton appeared unscathed, Rigo felt a sense of relief. He settled onto the ground, his eyes gently closing. Personal panel ding. Panel activated. Congratulations, host, for slaying a magical creature and absorbing its energy. Bloodline development progress, 5. Current development progress, 60. The host's overall attributes are as follows. Host, Rigo Domnal. Gender, male. Age, 18. Bloodline 1. Bloodline of the ancient Valyrian Dragon King. Bloodline 2. Bloodfire origin, affinity for bloodfire magic. Current bloodline development progress, 60. Status, healthy, strong, worried. Traits, immune to all poisons, unburned, dragon keeper. Could it be that I misinterpreted the dragon's bane? His own status appeared entirely normal, with the only alteration being an increase in the bloodfire origin's development progress. There were no signs of negative conditions. This led Rigo to question his prior assessments. Was it possible that Daemon had merely tossed a jar of mud, akin to a child venting his frustrations? Illogical. System. Investigate the dragon's bane. In moments of uncertainty, he turned to the system. Although it rarely provided assistance, he felt compelled to pose the query. After a prolonged silence, just as Rigo began to resign himself to a lack of response, a mechanical voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Ding. Detection complete. Triggered the immune to all poisons trait. The host is immune to all toxins. Activated bloodfire origin bloodline power, allowing high-tier bloodfire magic to negate and eliminate low-tier cursed beings. No residual dragon's bane remains within the host. Immune to all poisons? Cursed immunity? A sudden wave of relief washed over Rigo. He had indeed not erred in his judgment. The jar thrown by Daemon contained the dragon's bane, but due to his trait of immunity, it posed no threat to him. Furthermore, the glutton, having been nurtured by magic for many years, was infused with high-tier bloodfire magic of the same origin, rendering it equally immune to the harmful effects of the dragon's bane. The potent toxin that Daemon had hurled dissipated into nothingness the moment it entered their bodies, causing no harm whatsoever. The sorrow of the dragon Rigo shook his head in trepidation, relieved that his bloodline had evolved sufficiently over time, allowing both the Devourer and Silverwing to endure the nurturing of magic for long periods. Otherwise, the sudden emergence of the Dragon of Sorrow by Daemon could have posed a genuine threat to the two dragons. Viserys was indeed a half-reasonable king, and Rigo had no doubt that the Dragon of Sorrow was a contingency plan he had devised for his family, highly likely intended to counter Rigo himself. Years ago, the Black Death was wounded by Soul, becoming infected with the essence of the Dragon of Sorrow after bathing in Soul's blood, struggling to return to King's Landing. Scholars of Westeros would undoubtedly research the cursed creature that had inflicted such grievous harm upon the Black Death, making it entirely possible to preserve this lethal toxin. Yet, it was likely that Viserys would never have imagined that his seemingly foolproof dragon bane would have no effect on him or the two dragons. One could only hope he would not rise from his grave in anger upon learning the truth. Once assured of the safety of both dragons and himself, Rigo set forth to return to Dragonstone. In the battle today, the Red Queen Melia's and Ryder Rhaenys had perished, while Aemon's fate remained uncertain. However, Vhagar had definitively lost its combat capability. Even if it survived, it would not take to the skies again in the near future. Syrax had been rendered incapable of flight after losing a wing to the Devourer. Hence, the fate of Rhaenyra was of no consequence. At this moment, the Targaryen family was left with only the few remaining dragons led by Caraxes and Dreamfire, devoid of any real threat. Daemon had gone to great lengths to orchestrate this spectacle, utilizing the trump card left by Viserys against Rhaego. It would be quite uncouth not to play along with the antics of this roguish prince. On the 5th of April in the year 129 AC, the Battle of the Kingsguard concluded, with the crownless King Rhaenys and her great dragon Melias meeting their demise, Prince Aemon Targaryen gravely injured, and the dragon Vhagar severely wounded. Princess Rhaenyra, the light of the realm, also gravely injured, while the dragon Syrax had lost a wing, incapable of flight. The Targaryen family suffered immense losses, sending shockwaves throughout the Seven Kingdoms. On the 6th of April in the year 129 AC, news spread rapidly throughout the Seven Kingdoms. Rhaego Domhnall of Dragonstone and his dragon were afflicted by a deadly poison. The wails of the devourer echoed throughout Dragonstone, while the dragon's silver wings circled and roared, reluctant to descend. Chapter 115, The Blood Dragon's Wild Dance. Intermission in King's Landing at the Red Keep. 5 days had passed since the shocking battle of the Kingsguard. A scholar, draped in a lengthy robe and perspiring profusely, hurriedly emerged from a chamber. Awaiting at the door were Aegon, Daemon, Queen Alicent, and others, who swiftly approached him. "Scholar, how is Aemon? Has there been any improvement? What of Rhaenyra? Is she unharmed?" The barrage of inquiries left the scholar, whose upper body was stained with blood, momentarily dazed. After gathering his thoughts, he respectfully bowed first to the anxious King Aegon. "Your Majesty, Prince Aemon has been scorched by dragon fire and suffered the impacts of a high-altitude fall. We are utterly powerless and can only choose to administer opiate milk to the prince to alleviate his suffering." "What? My dear Prince Aemon, Your Highness." At the moment when Alicent heard the report from the maester, she fainted. In a brief span of time, she had lost 2 sons, leaving this foolish woman, so engrossed in the struggle for power, utterly devastated. As she collapsed, chaos erupted in the corridor. Alicent was carefully escorted to rest by her attendants, while the king, with a darkened expression, swept away in silence. Only Daemon, Laenor Velaryon, and Joffrey remained at the entrance. Joffrey, the 3rd son of Rhaenyra and Harwin Strong, was merely 11 years old, his rosy lips and white teeth a perfect inheritance of his parents' noble lineage. The young boy, bearing the Velaryon name, was now streaked with tears. "Maester, how is Rhaenyra?" Daemon inquired with concern. The middle-aged maester smiled slightly upon hearing this, and offered reassurance. "There is no need for the prince to worry. Princess Rhaenyra is fortunate. She did not suffer the searing flames of dragon fire during the battle. As she fell, her dragon was likely struggling valiantly. Thus the force of the impact was not fatal. Only her organs sustained some shock, and with a period of rest, she shall recover without lasting harm." "That is a relief," Daemon murmured, for this was the only piece of good news he had received in recent days. Once a carefree and roguish prince, he now appeared disheveled, with deep shadows under his eyes, cracked lips, and a pallid complexion. Heavy clouds of sorrow gathered upon his brow, rendering him a figure of gloom and despair. When Daemon and Laenor arrived at the council chamber, a cacophony of voices filled the air. The voice of Lord Corlys Velaryon, the sea snake, seemed to threaten to tear the roof off, his anger more searing than dragon fire. "It was Aemon's folly that led to my wife's death, that brought about his aunt's demise. The crown must bear responsibility for this." Initially, Corlys had accepted the reality of his wife's death, though he was heartbroken. The seasoned warrior understood the harshness of war. However, upon receiving the news from the coalition stationed by the river of Aegon, the sea snake erupted. He could accept that Rhaenys fell to the might of the enemy, but he could not abide the notion that she had paid the price for the foolishness of her allies. The dragon battle above the Kingsguard and the coalition forces stationed by the river of Aegon, along with scouts deployed far and wide, had witnessed the entire ordeal. At the moment the cannibal appeared, Melias decisively turned to retreat. Rhaenys had adhered perfectly to Daemon's plans before setting off, yet Aemon charged forth atop Vhagar, which was the genesis of this tragic turn. The long table in the council chamber reverberated as the sea snake slammed his hand down, his finger nearly pointing at Aegon's nose in accusation, which only deepened the young king's already dark countenance. "Lord Corlys," Daemon interjected, effectively averting an impending conflict. "Aemon has paid dearly for his impulsiveness and folly. The departure of our cousin Rhaenys is not what we desired. Yet, the enemy remains unvanquished. We must rally together." "Humph." Corlys snorted, but ultimately granted Daemon his due respect and sat in silence. In that moment, Daemon appeared far more kingly than Aegon, who sat on the throne, seemingly ineffectual. Melias has perished, while Vhagar and Sulrax have lost their combat prowess. Dreamfire is rendered nearly useless. In this battle, our dragons have suffered grievously. Daemon's words were devoid of emotion, akin to the recitation of data irrelevant to himself. He turned his gaze towards the sullen-faced Sir Corlys and inquired, Sir Corlys, I successfully cast that jar onto the Devourer, and news of the Devourer and Rigo's poisoning has reached Stone Dance City. However, I must consider the possibility that this was a bait thrown by Rigo. I need you to reveal to me what precisely resides within that jar. It is a curse aimed at the dragons and the bloodline of the dragonlords. Corlys inhaled deeply, suppressing the fury within him, his expression rigid as he spoke. The assembled ministers furrowed their brows, clearly oblivious to the curse Corlys mentioned, demon among them. His gaze subtly lifted, urging Corlys to continue. 56 years of conquest have elapsed, and the once missing Princess Arya has returned to King's Landing riding the fearsome Black Death, Valyrian. Yet, on the very day of her return, Arya met her demise. The robust Valyrian, after enduring 30 years of torment, also perished deep within the dragon's lair, leaving no trace behind. Did they all succumb to that poison? Indeed, the toxin you received was extracted by the scholars from Valyrian. This cursed organism swiftly leads to death after consuming dragons and the blood of dragonlords, yet prior to activation. It quietly lies hidden within the creature's body, undetectable to all. A collective gasp echoed through the chamber. The mere existence of such a poison, capable of slaying a beast of Valyrian stature, was enough to earn the respect and trust of all present. Your Highness, at this moment, Rigo and the Devourer are gravely injured. Stone Dance City has but the solitary silver-winged dragon left to fight, and it lacks a rider. This is an opportune moment for our forces to advance. Indeed, Your Majesty, issue the command to mobilize the troops. The council chamber erupted in a clamor. Aegon, swirling the wine in his cup, gazed thoughtfully at his uncle Demon, lost in contemplation and seemingly indifferent to the minister's pleas. Demon, after a moment of deliberation, posed a question. Have there been any updates regarding Jane and Yora? Both princes have just sent word. The Lannisters and Starks have agreed to deploy troops and shall return shortly. Demon nodded slightly, then inquired, what is the current situation in Old Town and the Stormlands? Count Linman set down his cup upon hearing this. Old Town has largely fallen. The Corlin forces have seized Hornhill from House Tarly, severing Old Town's connection to the Reach. Sir Monty Hightower, he glanced at the hand of the king's grim expression. Hesitating momentarily, before ultimately reporting, Lord Hightower abandoned his soldiers and fled to Brightwater Keep, attempting to escape Old Town by ship, but he was captured by the Dornish fleet. Blackcrown City, Honeycomb City, and Bandle City have all succumbed, with only Count Tarly of Brightwater Keep still holding out, though its fall appears inevitable. As for Storm's End, the Dornish continue to harass only along the coastline, without encroaching inland. Chapter 116, The Blood Dragon's Frenzy, A Storm Approaches. Demon caressed the hilt of the Dark Sister. His expression somber as he gazed at the mournful Otho Hightower, suppressing the rebuke that lingered on his lips. He ordered that Duke Jason Lannister be informed not to come to King's Landing. The coalition from Casterly Rock was advancing south from Lannisport to join forces with the army from the Vale to reclaim Old Town. Furthermore, he commanded Duke Cregan Stark to gather the northern cavalry swiftly at King's Landing, while the fleet amassed at White Harbor, heading down the Bight, through the Fingers, and across the narrow sea to sweep away the Dornish fleet along the shores of Storm's End. At this juncture, Demon turned his gaze once more to Lord Corlys Velaryon. My Lord Corlys, I require you to return immediately to Driftmark, alongside Count Vaemon Velaryon, to organize the fleet and await orders to strike at Dragonstone from Blackwater Bay. Understood. Though the sea snake felt a surge of discontent, he recognized that he had irrevocably forged a bitter enmity with Aegon. Rhaenys had perished at the hands of the greed, and Aegon had fallen victim to the poison he had entrusted to Demon. The two were now locked in a relentless struggle, thus he offered no resistance to Demon's command. Sir Laenor Velaryon's eyes shifted to the green-capped king seated at the far end. I need you to proceed to Storm's End at once, and bring Rhaena Targaryen and Baela Targaryen to Dragonstone. We need Rhaena to tame the sheep stealer. They are but children, Demon. Those are your daughters. The sea snake's voice resonated with agitation, unable to bear the thought of his granddaughters becoming instruments of war at such a tender age. They are Targaryens, Corlys. This is a battle for survival. We require dragons. The sea snake gazed at Demon's wearied visage, his eyes closing in anguish, his teeth clenching audibly. Yet he refrained from further protest. And we need Dreamfire. Demon's gaze fell upon Aegon, and before the young king, he knelt on one knee and spoke, Your Majesty. We require Dreamfire's participation. You must dissuade Queen Helena from soaring into the skies on her dragon. We need her. A non-committal sound escaped Aegon's lips. Demon rose, dismissing the sulking king, and after a moment of contemplation, continued, We also have Vermithrax. We need to find a rider for him. Lord Lyman, I require you to summon all those with Targaryen blood. Let me do it. A voice suddenly interrupted Demon's directive. He turned to see the pale-faced Rhaenyra, assisted by several handmaidens, staggering into the chamber. Rhaenyra, you. Let me do it, Demon. I have just received word that Syrax is dead. Vermithrax is my father's dragon. Perhaps I can tame him. After a long and silent appraisal of Rhaenyra, Demon finally nodded slowly. Very well. Congratulations, host, for slaying a magical creature and absorbing its energy. Bloodline development progress, 5. Current development progress, 65. As Rigo dined, he was momentarily taken aback. His bloodline's development had surged by 5. Was it the demise of Vagril or Syrax? While he pondered this, the sound of Bronn's footsteps echoed from the entrance. My lord, a report has arrived from our scouts. The colossal dragon Syrax, which fell at the edge of the Imperial Forest, ceased to breathe this morning. The opposing army has sent individuals to transport the corpse back to King's Landing. Bronn's voice brimmed with excitement. This marked the third dragon of House Targaryen that had perished at the hands of their lord. Rigo's astute strategies and the formidable prowess of his 2 dragons had stirred immense enthusiasm among the soldiers and civilians of Dragonstone. With each dragon's demise or the fall of a stronghold, the city would erupt into rapturous celebration. Syrax? Rigo smiled faintly, recognizing the frailty of a subadult dragon. Vagril, despite being gravely wounded, was still clinging to life, while Syrax had succumbed after losing but a single wing. The disparity was stark. Indeed, my lord. According to reports from King's Landing, Prince Aemond appears to be nearing his end. The Maesters have abandoned hope. Lady Rhaenyra is fortunate, suffering only from severe injuries that will heal in time. The Targaryens have truly suffered significant losses, with both prince and princess falling to your hand. Bronn was elated. Yet Rigo felt little more than indifference towards the deaths of Rhaenys and Aemond. His aim in instigating this war was not to eradicate the Targaryens, but to harness the death of dragons to awaken his own bloodline. As for the riders' fates, they were merely victims of circumstance. My lord, a letter has arrived from Winterfell, inquiring about your health. Larys entered the castle, presenting the missive to Rigo. Upon reading it, Rigo erupted into laughter. My brother's efforts have not been in vain. Cregan has evaded the envoy from Stark, feigning willingness to mobilize, yet has now written to ask if I require assistance. Truly, he embodies the spirit of the ancient knightly families. Larys, send a reply to Duke Cregan of Winterfell, assuring him that I can manage. Yes, my lord. As Larys limped to exit the hall, Rigo suddenly recalled something and called out to him. Larys, there's one thing I almost forgot. You and Bronn must collaborate. We can afford to relax the city's defenses somewhat. Allow some scouts to enter and let them know that I and the glutton are not long for this world. Furthermore, the celebrations must cease. We haven't secured victory yet. What kind of foolishness is this, reveling prematurely? Understood, my lord. On the 12th day of the 4th month in the year 129 of the conquest, Jaehaerys Velaryon and Lucerys Velaryon returned to King's Landing, bearing the news of House Stark and House Lannister's submission. On the 15th, Old Town and Brightwaterkeep fell, with the Tyrells surrendering under the Earl's command, while Prince Corin Martell, as per their agreement, returned them to the Reach. On the 16th, the last isolated island, Green Haven, under the leadership of its lord, Earl Redwyn, declared its surrender. On April 18th, the captured nobles including Mont Dadel and Galvin Hightower, Count Alan Bisberry of Honeycomb City, Count Coay of Sunhouse, Count Tally of Hornhill, and Count Bulwer of Black Crown, were collectively executed atop the towering city of the Old Town. From that moment, the entire Old Town fell, and Dorne fully occupied the southern territories and the Bay of the Tiger's Gaze. On April 20th, a profound lament echoed through Stone Dance City. As Lord Rigodomal's condition deteriorated rapidly, and a sense of panic spread throughout the city. By April 23rd, the light of the kingdom, Rhaenyra Targaryen, had significantly recovered and officially entered the dragon's lair, successfully taming the mighty dragon Vhagar half an hour later. On the same day, Daemon's daughter, Rhaena Targaryen, tamed the wild dragon known as the Sheep Thief on Dragonstone Island and set off towards King's Landing. On April 28th, a war mobilization order was issued from King's Landing, summoning Vhagar, Plaguehorn, the Sheep Thief, Sea Smoke, Sunfire, Vermithrax, Alax, and Tyraxes. All 8 dragons gathered and prepared for departure. On the same day, 2 armies from the Westerlands and the North marched south along the coast, while the allied forces from the Vale and the Riverlands brazenly crossed the banks of the River Ed, establishing a camp on the eastern shore. As the clouds began to rise and the sun set, a storm was brewing. Daemon had finally made up his mind. The final battle was about to commence. Chapter 117. The Blood Dragons Dance. Silver Wings. On May 1st, the great nobles of the Bay of the River united their forces, gathering a large army near the borders of Dorne and dividing their troops for defense. Duke Cregan Stark of the North selectively obeyed the king's command issued from King's Landing, dispatching thousands to the Stormlands, beleaguered by Dornish guerrilla attacks. However, the forces stationed at Greywater Watch under House Stark remained inactive, failing to follow Daemon's plan of advancing south to provide support. Duke Jason Lannister of Casterly Rock, along with his brother Tyland, began to reorganize their troops the day after receiving the king's command. After a few days of rest, they set sail from Lannister Port, heading straight for the Old Town. War devoid of personal interest or imminent threat seldom stirs the enthusiasm of all involved. This is an immutable truth. Daemon understood that merely having the armies of the Westerlands and the North willing to heed orders and deploy from the sea was a significant achievement. He was not inclined to dwell on the particulars, as long as these lords maintained a basic subordinate relationship with the Iron Throne and refrained from outright rebellion. Daemon's expectations were met. News from Stone Dance had left the Dragon King, and the nobles gathered at the Red Keep restless with anticipation. Shortly after the conclusion of the Battle of the Kingsguard, they noticed that the once impregnable defenses of Stone Dance City had suddenly become lax. The guards at the city gates, responsible for screening spies, were visibly distracted, and the residents within the city were filled with unease. The dawn of victory seemed tantalizingly close. Individuals like Corlys and Rhaenyra, driven by vengeance, were blinded by their fury, especially the now 30-something light of the kingdom, who harbored a deep-seated hatred for Rhaegar. This animosity stemmed from past grievances, including her father's withdrawal of support, resulting in her loss of the Iron Throne and the tragic demise of Syrax, a companion for decades, at the hands of the gluttonous one. Each of these incidents deepened Rhaenyra's resentment toward Rhaegar. Not only did she suffer loss, but the king also mourned the death of his beloved younger brother, while the queen grieved for her two sons. The sea serpent was bereaved of his wife in the war, and Otto lost both his son and nephew. Their ancestral home lay in ruins, and Count Lyman similarly faced the agony of losing his son and lands. Almost everyone within the Red Keep harbored an irreconcilable enmity toward Rhaegar. Even Daemon, who had been ensnared in Rhaegar's deceit, was unwilling to overlook the splendid opportunity laid before him. On the 1st of May, King's Landing officially dispatched its forces, deploying dragons as the vanguard to besiege and eliminate the sole aerial strength of Dragonstone. Following this initial assault, the main army would advance to incinerate the castle, leaving no one behind when the city fell. 8 dragons erupted from their lairs, a spectacle unseen for centuries since the fall of Valyria's freehold. The dragons soared into the dawn sky, roaring as they ascended toward the eastern lands. While the citizens of King's Landing gathered in throngs to bid farewell to their King's expedition, cheers resonating through the streets. Daemon lacked experience in commanding dragons in battle. The strategy he had devised was simple. He and Rhaenyra would ride Caraxes and Vagar at the forefront, flanked by Sheepstealer, Sea Smoke, and Sunfire, with 3 smaller dragons trailing behind. This once confident and proud prince found it difficult to discern his own emotions at that moment. Was it fear, anxiety, or cowardice? Yet he was acutely aware that what gripped his heart was far from excitement or exhilaration. In a mere month, he had found no advantage against Rhaegar, and King's Landing felt like a headless fly, floundering under his manipulation, ultimately resorting to the most despicable tactics against him. But had Rhaegar truly been poisoned? Daemon remained apprehensive. Despite the numerous signs indicating that Dragonstone was on the brink of collapse, he had been deceived in such a manner before. As they drew closer to the castle, his vigilance reached its zenith. Roar! The moment Vagar beheld Dragonstone, he bellowed in fury. The irrational Rhaenyra, driven by impulse, commanded the dragon to dive toward the castle. Vagar swiftly approached the battlements, and Rhaenyra's triumphant cry echoed, Dracarys. The bronze fury unleashed a torrent of orange flames that engulfed the western wall, transforming it into a sea of fire in an instant. Rhaenyra. Daemon was taken aback by her sudden action, hastily guiding Caraxes to intercept the ascending Vagar, simultaneously preventing others from joining the conflagration. Roar! A clear dragon's roar resonated from deep within Dragonstone, as the elegant and beautiful Silverwing ascended from the dragon pit to confront the circling dragons outside the castle. Silverwing. Upon encountering her foe, Rhaenyra, driven by impulse, disregarded Daemon's commands and propelled Vagar directly into the fray. However, unlike her ex-lover, Silverwing understood the folly of engaging in battle at home. In the face of an attack fueled by love turned to hatred, she adeptly widened the gap between them, leading her dragonkin northward. The young dragons participating in their first battle against the dragon war expressed immense excitement. Wumax, Alarax, and Terex, resembling a pack of wolves on the hunt, roared as they closely followed Vomisol. Demon, however, chose not to engage immediately, instead cautiously circling above the city on Coralax. The air resonated with the anguished and furious roars of the colossal dragons, as Coralax ascended warily, yet the silhouette of the devourer remained unseen. Demon's expression gradually softened. With the sounds of Vomisol and Silverwing fading swiftly into the distance, he felt assured and no longer hesitated, swiftly directing his dragon toward the gathering of dragons. Determined to annihilate the last remaining hostile giant, Dracaris, the dragon horde successfully intercepted Silverwing in the skies above Blackwater Bay. Vomisol, with crimson eyes, was the first to launch an assault, unleashing a torrent of dragon fire that nearly obscured the heavens. Silverwing adeptly dove to evade the flames, then retaliated with a blast of icy blue fire. Thief, Seasmoke, Sunfire, Wumax, Alarax, and Terex, 6 dragons under their master's command, encircled the battlefield, observing with keen interest the clash between former lovers, eagerly anticipating Vomisol tearing apart the magnificent silver dragon before them. Yet, Silverwing had transformed significantly. Her size rivaled that of Vomisol, and her overwhelming speed allowed her to handle the confrontation with ease. Despite Vomisol's furious assaults, not a single scale of Silverwing's hide was grazed, until an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Young Joffrey, unable to contain his excitement, seized the moment when Silverwing unwittingly exposed her vulnerable flank. Mounted on the young dragon Terex, he launched his attack. With a fierce roar, the valiant little dragon expelled a stream of fire upon Silverwing. In a heart-wrenching moment, Jaehaerys watched in horror as his younger brother was effortlessly tossed high into the air by the colossal dragon's tail, only to be torn to shreds by Silverwing's fierce bite. Joffrey, Jaehaerys cried out in anguish, urging Wumax forward. Laenor, fearing for their son's safety, closely followed on Seasmoke. The sudden eruption of blood awakened the primal instincts of the dragon horde, and 7 dragons surged forward. The winds howled fiercely. Silverwing, well versed in the tactical philosophies of Rego, swiftly identified the weakest point of the encirclement. With a powerful upward thrust of her head, she ascended rapidly. Chapter 118, Blood Dragon Dance. Surprise, Rhaenyra. The nimblest of dragons, Sunfire and Seasmoke, quickly approached Silverwing, who was gaining altitude, as 2 streams of dragonfire sealed off her ascent. Seizing the moment, Silverwing pivoted and unleashed a torrent of flames towards the advancing Vomisol, temporarily driving the massive beast back, then roared defiantly as she charged toward the cowering Thief. For decades, Thief had been ravaged by the Devourer upon Dragonstone, narrowly escaping death countless times in the jaws of the Black Dragon, fostering a profound fear of the Devourer. Having spent considerable time in Silverwing's company, the scent of the Devourer clung to her, manifesting in the eyes of Thief as a silver embodiment of the very creature he dreaded. As the merciless silver-winged creature charged towards him, the pitiful mud dragon, having been thoroughly bullied, instinctively darted to the left in a panic. Indifferent to the desperate commands of the sorrowful Rhaenyra, the sheep thief skillfully evaded the Silverwing's onslaught with his adept escape techniques. However, in his frantic maneuver, he inadvertently revealed the late-arriving Alaraxis. The silver dragon's maw gaped wide, and before Lucerys and Alaraxis could react, they collided headfirst into the Silverwing's jaws. No. The 13-year-old Lucerys could utter not a single word before he was brutally torn apart by the Silverwing's sharp teeth amidst the heart-wrenching cries of Rhaenyra and her brother. In an instant, having lost 2 sons, Rhaenyra completely lost her sanity, desperately urging her immense dragon onward, wailing for vengeance for her beloved child. Yet, with Alaraxis's demise, the dragon's encirclement had faltered. The Silverwing nimbly broke free from the throng of dragons, casting a glance at the swiftly approaching crimson dragon in the distance, and fled towards the northeast. Several dragons pursued closely behind, and Rhaenyra's anguished roar overshadowed even the howling winds, reverberating across the battlefield high above. 2 dragons had vanished. Back within the dragon throng, Daemon's pupils constricted as he witnessed the death of 1 dragon from afar, hardly believing that the Silverwing had claimed 2 dragons in such a brief span, even while surrounded by 7. A swift resolution was imperative. The threat posed by the Silverwing to the young dragons was too significant. Targaryen could not afford further losses of their dragons. Kalaksham comprehended his master's intent. The bloodworm's piercing shriek surged ahead of Hazme and Vormisol, rapidly closing the distance to the Silverwing. Demon held firm in his confidence that once the bloodworm surpassed the silver wing and intercepted her directly, no matter her strength, she would undoubtedly be no match for the bloodworm and vormisol in the absence of a rider. Calaxium, block her! With a guttural roar, the bloodworm's agile form danced through the sky, once again narrowing the gap to the silver wing. Simultaneously, the allied forces, synchronized with the dragons, had reached the gates of Stone Dance City under the leadership of Duke Aelin and Duke Tully. Over 10,000 fully armed soldiers stood in formation outside the city. Massive dragon crossbows lined up along the flanks of the military array, their sights set menacingly on the lofty walls of Stone Dance City. Prepare the crossbows! Prepare the crossbows! A swift command cascaded through the ranks atop the city walls, just as the soldiers of Stone Dance City ducked behind the protective stonework. The sharp whistle of the dragon crossbow bolts pierced the air, followed by a thunderous barrage as they struck the walls with relentless force. The massive bolts, imbued with unparalleled kinetic energy, embedded themselves into the walls, sending shards of stone flying and lacerating the soldiers' faces, yet not a single one betrayed a flicker of fear. Braun huddled beneath the parapet, cautiously peering through a reserved observation slit at the rapidly advancing Allied forces, the sound of their march resonating as they trod upon the markers prepared in advance. Dragon crossbows ready! Dragon crossbows ready! In the square beneath the inner city, a formidable array of crossbows stood ready, densely packed. At the command of Braun, the massive crossbows simultaneously raised their bow beds, the cold gleam of the bolts slicing through the air, soaring over the highest point of the city walls. Amidst the piercing shouts of the herald, hundreds of colossal crossbows thrummed in unison, and with a resounding buzz, the spear-like bolts arched into the sky, descending with a shriek upon the neatly arranged ranks of the enemy troops. Shields! Shields! The small noble leading the front lines of the siege gazed upwards in confusion at the screeching bolts, then screamed orders for his soldiers to raise their shields in defense. Yet, the immense kinetic force of the projectiles was far beyond what mere shields could withstand. The bolts struck shields with devastating impact, causing chaos among the frontline troops. Thousands were thrown into disarray, while pierced soldiers were nailed to the ground. Those fortunate enough to survive cried out in desperation. In a single volley from the Stone Dance Castle, the Allied siege forces were sent into a panicked retreat. But at the furious command of Duke Aelin, an increasing number of soldiers, undeterred by death, surged forward, breaking through the crossbow formation at the cost of their lives. Grasping the bolts firmly embedded in the city walls, they swiftly scaled the heights. Thus commenced the most brutal siege battle. 6 dragons pursued, while 1 fled. Roar! 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 The Silverwing's continuous roars resonated piercingly, sending shockwaves across the distant sea, causing ripples to surge forth. From the Stone Dance Castle, it soared northward to the shores of Blackwater Bay, unharmed against the assault of 7 colossal dragons. In a display of prowess, it felled 2 dragons effortlessly before breaking free from encirclement and flying northeast towards the sharp promontory. Both the fleeing Silverwing and the pursuing dragons, Wormisol and Sea Smoke, began to show signs of fatigue. Only Calaxiu, who had not engaged in battle, was able to maintain a close pursuit of the swift Silverwing, while Wormisol lagged behind, still valiantly following, having fallen 100 meters behind the 2 dragons ahead. Calaxiu, buoyed by ample stamina, drew nearer to the Silverwing, fully aware that he must not be surrounded by the dragon horde again. The Silverwing decisively folded its wings and swiftly dove towards the promontory. Daimon, sensing that the Silverwing was nearing its limits, commanded Calaxiu to dive in pursuit. The dragons behind mimicked the action, roaring downwards like a squadron of bombers. Roar! The Silverwing suddenly unfurled its wings, gliding perilously close to the cliff face, its fierce roar echoing as it continued toward the sea, with Bloodworm close behind, its broad wings stirring up debris as it sped past the cliff's edge. Daimon seemed to hear an unusual sound of wind as Calaxiu chased after the Silverwing. Instinctively, he cast his gaze towards the sea below the cliff and caught sight of a familiar massive figure, its abdomen nearly pressed against the vertical rock wall, surging upwards at a remarkable speed. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wormisol flapped its wings, roaring as it prepared to burst forth from the promontory. No, no, no! Amidst Demon's piercing cries, 2 dragons transformed into vertical lines, colliding violently at their intersection. A roar. The unsuspecting Vagr let out a pained wail as the Devourer sank its teeth into his neck, the fierce impact propelling the Devourer skyward, lifting the 2nd largest dragon of Westeros. Surprise. Rhaenyra. Chapter 119, Blood Dragon Dance. The curtain falls on Rhaenyra. Dragons reign supreme at the apex of the food chain in Westeros and throughout the realm of ice and fire. Annihilating an adult dragon in an instant is a near impossibility in battles between dragons, unless there is a significant disparity in size, such as the infamous moment when Vagr tore Eryx apart. An overwhelming outcome is unlikely. However, it is evident that the Devourer and Vagr do not differ greatly in size. Thus, even with the Devourer's surprise attack, which managed to seize the throat of the Bronze Fury, the robust scales of a dragon render it nearly impossible for the Devourer to swiftly tear Vagr's throat and bring about his demise. Fortunately, Rigo had anticipated such a scenario before devising his strategy and had already formulated a countermeasure. As the Devourer forcefully yanked Vagr's neck upwards, disrupting his forward momentum, it violently flapped its wings, dragging Vagr upward. A roar. The excruciating pain invigorated the Bronze Fury, a dragon in its prime, who possessed considerable combat experience. He struggled to regain his balance, fiercely kicking with his sharp claws, attempting to rend the Devourer's chest and belly. Yet, the ambush orchestrated by Rigo and the Devourer was meticulously planned, leaving little room for a counterattack. As the Silverwing roared continuously, Rigo had already maneuvered the Devourer to circle beneath the cover of the cliff, building momentum, and at the opportune moment indicated by Silverwing, they surged forth. Their kinetic energy far beyond what Vagr could quickly counteract. The dark dragon soared skyward, clenching the neck of the Bronze Fury, instantly startling the few dragons that trailed behind Vagr. The closer dragons, Sea Smoke and Sunfire, flapped their wings, carving exaggerated arcs in the air, instinctively veering away from the battlefield ahead. Draman, observing from a distance, prudently halted his flight, anxiously circling in the sky. The reluctant sheep thief, who had previously been terrified by Silverwing during the earlier skirmish, had only followed the main group under Rhaenyra's duress. Even so, the mud dragon was unwilling to draw too close, remaining at the rear of the procession. As the Devourer roared and lunged at Vagr with ferocity, the sheep thief, upon catching sight of familiar black scales and scent, panicked and flapped his wings in distress, turning to flee without uttering a word. No matter how the rider shouted commands, he remained unresponsive, vanishing into the eastern horizon in the blink of an eye. Dragging the heavy vermicell, the Ascendant's ascent rapidly dwindled, as gravity and the upward pull countered each other. The creature's neck was rent with multiple gashes by the Ascendant, searing dragon blood gushed forth, steaming white as it flowed. Yet the indomitable Bronze Fury did not succumb immediately. In a relentless struggle, he finally regained balance. His azure wings flapped vigorously as his sharp claws lunged towards the Ascendant's abdomen. Rhaenyra perceived a glimmer of hope for survival. Her hands clenched tightly around the dragon's saddle as she commanded the restored vermicell to counterattack. However, Rhaego had devised far more than just these few tactics over the course of weeks. Just as vermicell attempted to retaliate, the colossal form of the Ascendant deftly shifted, catapulting itself upward and abruptly wrenching vermicell off course. The tearing of muscles elicited a furious roar from the great dragon. Then, the obsidian behemoth paused momentarily in the air, its wings flapping as it propelled the massive creature in its maw towards the sea in a rapid dive. The Ascendant exerted its strength, shattering the delicate balance vermicell had painstakingly regained, dragging him downwards at an alarming speed towards the ocean's surface. The jagged cliffs towered over 100 meters, and with the Ascendant's forceful ascent, they plummeted from several hundred meters high, two dragons akin to cannonballs hurtling towards the sea. Rhaenyra's piercing scream penetrated the air, the kingdom's light evidently comprehending Rhaego's intentions. The terror of death gripped her heart, rendering her limbs weak. Her hands could scarcely hold onto the saddle, her body akin to a leaf caught by a safety rope, colliding against vermicell. 500 meters, 400 meters, 300 meters, 200 meters. Just as the two dragons were about to plunge into the ocean, the Ascendant suddenly unfurled its wings. The exaggerated wind resistance caused its wings to balloon backward. Leveraging this force, the dark dragon's head violently swung, and it opened its maw, violently casting the off-balance Bronze Fury towards the sea. The Ascendant managed to control its body, narrowly avoiding a collision with the perilous angle just above the surface, its claws slicing through the water as it circled low above the sea before soaring upwards. Yet, vermicell was not so fortunate. He was slammed into the ocean in a backflip, his entire dorsal frame crashing against the surface. The shallow waters beneath the jagged cliffs were riddled with treacherous rocks, and as vermicell struck the sea, silence engulfed him. The Ascendant's final head toss had completely severed his neck, the violent impact fracturing the dragon's spine. The last remaining powerful dragon of House Targaryen, the closest companion of the venerable King Jaehaerys Targaryen, lay helpless among the rocky outcroppings, his twisted neck draped over the stones, his fearsome head partially submerged in the water, revealing only a single golden eye, which, after a brief struggle, closed weakly. Vermisal was dead. Rhaenyra's body was mercilessly shattered against the rocks. Witnessing this horrific scene, Demon lost his sanity, emitting a blood-curdling wail from his throat. The Dark Sister was drawn and gripped tightly in his hand as the wayward prince guided Caraxes, unfastening the safety straps of the dragon saddle, charging fearlessly toward the Devourer. Caraxes, with its elongated form, soared around the Devourer, unleashing torrents of dragon fire in a desperate attempt to close in. After several fruitless attempts, Demon roared a command for Caraxes to ascend, simultaneously turning back to taunt the Devourer with a fierce hiss. This scene felt familiar to Rigo. He instantly grasped Demon's intent, seeking to exploit the concealment provided by the sun and clouds to create an opportunity for Bloodworm to engage the Devourer closely. Yet, why should I heed your plan? Rigo disregarded Demon's challenge, instead emitting a sharp whistle to summon Silverwing, who was regaining strength in the skies, as they charged toward the remaining 3 cannon fodder of House Targaryen. Chapter 120. The Blood Dragon's Dance. The War of Nights. The sheep thief had fled, Vormissol had fallen, and both Taraxi and Araxes had been slain by Silverwing. Of the 8 colossal dragons that had departed from King's Landing, only Caraxes, Sea Smoke, Sunfire, and the juvenile Vagor remained. Except for Caraxes, who still possessed some fighting spirit, the other 3 dragons were destined to be mere fodder against the Devourer and Silverwing. When they saw the Devourer and Silverwing disregard Demon's challenge and turn their wrath upon them, the primal fears stemming from their place in the food chain compelled Vagor to instinctively flee. Sea Smoke, too, shrieked in panic, barely held back from fleeing by Laener's desperate control. In contrast, the ostentatious Sunfire exhibited unexpected bravery, charging boldly toward the Devourer under Aegon's command. Rigo's unpredictable tactics drove Demon nearly to the brink of madness. Although he harbored disdain for Aegon and Laenor Velaryon, he could no longer endure the loss of another dragon from House Targaryen. Deep down, Demon knew they had already faced utter defeat in this war. The furious roar of Bloodworm echoed as it obediently twisted in the air, diving rapidly toward the Devourer below. Rigo held a certain admiration for Aegon and Sunfire's courage, yet he felt powerless to comment on their lack of awareness regarding their own strength. Sunfire was dwarfed by the Devourer, being 3 times smaller and lacking even a single wing size. Thus, when the golden dragon roared and lunged, the Devourer simply disregarded the insignificant flame, effortlessly hovering while its agile claws seized Sunfire's Dracarys. In an instant, verdant dragon fire engulfed both dragon and rider, and the valiant King Aegon was reduced to ashes after a few brief, agonized cries. The gluttonous creature carelessly released the once mighty Sunfire, evading the diving assault of Caraxes with its powerful wings. A thunderous roar echoed in the air. Not far off, the panicked shout of Warmax resounded, as Silverwing swiftly closed the distance to the fleeing young dragon, ruthlessly tearing apart its wings and severing its head. The broken corpse of the young dragon plummeted from the heights, crashing heavily upon the rocks below. At that moment, only 5 colossal dragons remained in the arena: the smoky dragon of Varys Velaryon, the blood drake Caraxes of House Targaryen, and the golden dragon Sunfire, now a wild beast bereft of its rider. Their adversaries were the glutton and Silverwing. Demon realized that the Targaryens were doomed. He had been deceived by Rhaegar once more. Even the cursed venom capable of slaying the Black Death proved ineffective against them. This time, however, the cost of his folly was exorbitantly high. King's Landing had gambled nearly all its dragons in this desperate conflict, yet the glutton and Silverwing annihilated them without mercy. Princess Rhaenyra lay dead, King Aegon was slain, and 3 princes of House Velaryon perished in the span of a mere month. All heirs with the direct Targaryen bloodline had been reduced to himself and Queen Helena of King's Landing. No one would stand against Rhaegar henceforth. Defeated, utterly vanquished, the glutton did not advance. Silverwing returned to Rhaegar's side, obediently circling and keeping watch. Sunfire roared ominously from across the battlefield, yet dared not take a single step forward. The smoky dragon remained under Laenor's control, refraining from fleeing, while Caraxes warily observed Rhaegar and his kin, awaiting the command from its rider. The Iron Throne belonged to Viserys and Rhaenyra. Winter was approaching. Demon's mind was a tumult of confusion, as countless fragmented memories flashed before his eyes like a kaleidoscope. The narrow paths, blood and cheese, the surprise attack on Harrenhal, the death of the Red Queen, the capture of King's Landing, the Battle of God's Eye, and the terrifying visage of the undead emerging from the snow. Fishbone had imparted to him the revelation of the dragon's civil war and the prophecy of winter's arrival, yet he had not perceived Rhaegar's likeness within those memories. He believed that the Targaryen civil war was the catalyst for the extinction of dragons, and thus, when faced with Viserys' coercion, he unhesitatingly chose Aegon, opting to bring an end to the family strife. He thought that as long as the Targaryens stood united, the grim fate foretold in Fishbone would not come to pass. Yet why had they arrived at this dire juncture? Daemon felt weary, so fatigued that he could scarcely discern Rhaegar's visage across the battlefield. Squeak. Coralaxiu perceptively detected the rider's distress, emitting a soft whinny that roused the sinking demon from his stupor. The wayward prince bitterly pressed his lips together, realizing that the current events did not align with his expectations, nor did they reflect the outcome he had desired. Yet, as the Targaryen Dragon King, he cast aside any thoughts of northern threats and the funeral of the mighty dragon. Now, he was resolved to draw his sword against the foes who had slain his kin, facing his impending demise with dignity. Wiping the Dark Sisters on his cloak, Daemon patted the dragon's saddle beneath him, and with a swift motion, he pointed his sword towards the direction of the bloodworm. Carax's attack, he roared. The bloodworm understood that this was a charge to certain death, yet it obeyed the rider's command and surged forward unflinchingly. Following closely was Sunfire. While Laenor struggled to maintain control over his dragon, Seasmoke, equally undaunted in the face of the bloodworm. This was an elegy for the Empire. Vhagar granted Daemon and Caraxes the respect they deserved. As Daemon ascended once more to challenge his adversary, Vhagar followed suit without hesitation. Caraxes, relying on its speed, swiftly dove into the thick clouds above, with the bloodworm fearlessly plunging into the mist. Vhagar, vigilant, scanned left and right, but found no sign of the bloodworm. He decisively urged the bloodworm to accelerate. The immense, dark dragon weaved through the clouds with remarkable speed. Vhagar's eyes darted around, and just as he turned his head, a shadow of the bloodworm suddenly pierced through the clouds, emerging from the left side of the bloodworm. The chilling sound of rushing wind reached Vhagar, who immediately reacted, shouting a warning to his dragon, left. Confronted with the sudden appearance of the bloodworm's vast combat experience allowed it to respond in time. Swiftly rolling to the right in mid-flight, meeting the bloodworm's claws with its own. Utilizing the momentum from the turn, it sent the smaller Caraxes spiraling in a graceful arc. Dracarys. The two streams of dragon fire intertwined as the claws of the two dragons parted, neither evading the oncoming flames, instead charging towards one another. The impact was thunderous as the clash of scales and claws resounded, tearing and striking. The bloodworm's claws did not penetrate the bloodworm's armored scales, yet it managed to disembowel its opponent. Nevertheless, the bloodworm, relying on its speed, occupied the upper position at the moment of collision. Scalding dragon blood erupted from the bloodworm's severed abdomen, drenching Vhagar. As he wiped the dragon blood from his face, he looked up to see Daemon grasping his Valyrian steel sword with both hands, leaping from his dragon's back and thrusting it towards his head. Chapter 121. The Dance of the Blood Dragons. Daemon's demise. What unfolded before him mirrored the Battle of the God's Eye, as the bloodworm, leveraging its exceptional speed and tactics, engaged in a fierce struggle with Vhagar, which was significantly larger. Daemon seized the opportunity to leap onto Vhagar's back, driving the Dark Sister deep into the blind eye of Aemond, resulting in the mutual destruction of uncle and nephew amid the waters of the God's Eye. Daemon gripped his sword with both hands, the fierce light in his eyes nearly spilling forth. The blade of Valyrian steel glimmered menacingly, poised to strike Rhaego in the face. Yet, how could Rhaego, aware of the deadly tactics that had once claimed the life of Vhagar, be anything but vigilant? The longsword, Dawn, was surely beyond reach. For Daemon's blade was already but a heartbeat away. With decisive resolve, Rhaego released his grip on the dragon saddle, his forearm taut as he swiftly flicked upward. Clang! The Valyrian steel gauntlet clashed with Dark Sister, producing a sharp, resonant sound. Rhaego's body lurched to the left, narrowly evading the descending point of Dark Sister, while Daemon staggered to regain his footing on the dragon's back. The blood dragon and the black dragon entwined, their roars reverberating through the skies above the spire. The emerald flames of the gluttonous one seemed poised to ignite even the dense clouds, while the wound on Corlac's chest tore further with each desperate struggle. Dragon blood spilling freely. This formidable crimson beast, renowned across the Seven Kingdoms, confronted its fate alongside its master with unwavering courage. Ack! Daemon's howl was piercing and mournful. The tumult of the dragon made it nearly impossible for him to maintain his balance atop the beast, threatening to send him plummeting from the heights. Thus, the moment his feet touched the back of the gluttonous one, the wayward prince leaped once more, roaring as he lunged at Rego on the saddle. Demon was astute, employing a relentless assault to prevent Rego from unsheathing his longsword, Dawn. However, he could not foresee that despite possessing two immensely powerful dragons, Rego's innate fear of death remained deeply rooted within him. Or perhaps it was more a resolute adherence to ancestral truths. As the old adage goes, a man of wealth does not lounge in a hall, and a gentleman does not stand beneath a precarious wall. Shortly after forging his Valyrian steel, Rego had commanded the blacksmith, Arthur, to craft him a close-fitting breastplate, leaving no vulnerability on his body aside from his hands, feet, and head. Thus, when Demon mistakenly believed his earlier misstep was merely Rego's gauntlet deflecting his longsword, he renewed his assault, attempting to drive Dark Sister into Rego's chest. Rego, however, decisively abandoned defense, exposing his chest to meet the oncoming blade. Clang! The familiar sound echoed once more, halting Demon's advance. His eyes brimmed with disbelief. The Targaryen prince could scarcely fathom that one could be so deathly afraid as to act in Rego's manner. His longsword had indeed pierced the outer light armor, but was thwarted by the inner breastplate. Demon thrust upward with all his might, aiming to slice Rego's throat. Yet as a formidable warrior himself, Rego was not one to grant his defeated opponent the luxury of an unchallenged attack. With a powerful sweep of his right arm, he struck Dark Sister's blade, the tremendous force sending Demon's longsword flying from his grasp. Following this, Rego summoned all his strength and delivered a crushing blow to Demon's exposed chest. What does it feel like to be struck by a galloping warhorse? Damon had previously been oblivious, but now he bore witness to a horrifying reality. In the fleeting moment before the fist struck, a torrent of crimson surged from his mouth, as Rego's fist made contact with his breastplate, leaving a terrifying indentation. Damon could distinctly feel the vibrations of his fractured sternum. The towering figure, weighing nearly 200 pounds, was sent soaring into the air like a rag doll, falling helplessly onto the dragon's back. Roar! Kalakshu sensed the demise of its rider and began to thrash desperately. The glutton's claws, which were firmly embedded in its chest, were forcefully wrenched away, and the great dragon let out a mournful wail as it plummeted towards the sea, powerless. Yet the glutton was vengeful by nature. Even without Rego's command, it would never permit Damon and Kalakshu to perish so simply. The massive black dragon deftly twisted and dove, swiftly catching up with the falling Damon. The princely figure, now devoid of life, plummeted with his chest grotesquely caved in, blood spraying wildly as he spiraled downward, already beyond the brink of death. However, the glutton harbored the utmost malice towards this audacious insect that dared to mount its back. It dove rapidly toward Damon, unleashing a searing torrent of dragon fire that engulfed his body. Then, with a sudden pivot, its thick, spiny tail swept through the air like a blade, delivering a crushing blow to the burning Damon. Boom! Rego raised an eyebrow. He had heard of a traditional craft from southern China known as iron flower, a performance art, but had only encountered it through short videos, never having the chance to witness it in person. Unbeknownst to him, that wish was fulfilled today by the glutton. The emerald dragon fire enveloping Damon was shattered by the glutton's tail, flames exploding like fireworks in the sky, creating a breathtaking spectacle. As an adversary, the glutton had succeeded in making Damon radiate brilliance at the very precipice of his life. Yet, the tale did not end there. The vengeful beast surged towards the still-breathing Kalakshu, clamping its massive jaws around the dragon's neck and violently dragging it, until it was satisfied with a low growl after completely tearing Kalakshu's head from its body. Obeying Rego's orders, it flapped its wings and descended. On another battlefield, Yang Yan and La Nino faced off against Haiyan in a 2-on-1 scenario, yet the Silverwing proved too formidable, overwhelming them with sheer size and speed. No matter how meticulously they crafted their strategy, it was futile, especially since Yang Yan had lost its rider and was merely charging recklessly. Within 3 exchanges, Yang Yan lunged forward and was met with Silverwing's icy blue dragon fire, scorching its face, before being seized by the neck and violently decapitated. This scene horrified La Nino and Haiyan, who had remained on the periphery. At that moment, La Nino abandoned any forced commands for Haiyan to attack, instead maneuvering the giant dragon in a panicked retreat towards Tidal Island. However, when it came to speed, Silverwing was unmatched, effortlessly intercepting Haiyan over the ocean. The unwilling dragon was swiftly torn apart by Silverwing's might, falling helplessly into the depths below. Since then, among the 8 colossal dragons emerging from the Dominion, aside from the wretched mud dragon, who fled like a thief after stealing sheep, the remaining 7 dragons and their riders met with demise. Rego, in a magnificent display of valor, triumphed against 8 foes. and upon reuniting with the returning Silverwing, he, accompanied by his twin dragons, hastened towards the Stone Dance City without pause. Chapter 122, Blood Dragon's Frantic Dance. The lament of an empire. At this moment, Stone Dance City stood on the brink of collapse. The forces led by Duke Eileen and Duke Tully, comprising over 10,000 elite soldiers from various houses, faced immense pressure. Despite Rigo's prior preparations of formidable longbows, crossbows, and defensive weaponry within the city, the defenders struggled mightily against an enemy force several times their number. 5,000 soldiers were organized into 3 tiers by Braun, who took turns manning the defenses. After hours of fierce combat, over 1,000 had perished, yet they inflicted significant casualties upon the besieging forces. The ground beneath the city walls was littered with the fallen bodies of the coalition's soldiers, yet commanded by their leader, waves of reinforcements continued to surge towards the walls. Despair deepened when, approximately half an hour into the battle, Colas Valyrian arrived on the battlefield with the allied forces from Tide's Head Island and Crab Island. The arrival of fresh troops invigorated the coalition's morale, as soldiers from Tide's Head Island, honed in the conflict at the Stairs Archipelago, charged forth with wooden shields, brazenly scaling the walls by clambering up the crossbow bolts embedded in the battlements, only to be met with fierce resistance from the elite defenders of Tide's Head Island, who dispatched them ruthlessly, followed by yet more soldiers attempting the ascent. Relying on their numerical superiority, the coalition managed to seize the walls multiple times, with the battlements changing hands repeatedly, only to be reclaimed with great difficulty by Braun and his soldiers. As more coalition soldiers were thrust into the fray, the defenders found themselves increasingly beleaguered. Observing the stalemate at the front, Colas promptly commanded thousands of his men to flank the eastern side, targeting the less fortified eastern wall. Laris, upon receiving the news, found that the city had been drained of troops, as Braun had taken a substantial number to confront the overwhelming pressure at the front, leaving no reserves. Reluctantly, Laris gritted his teeth and sent civilians to the walls. The resilient spirit of Stone Dance City, coupled with its strong sense of community, saw the civilians courageously resisting the besieging soldiers. However, they were mere commoners, lacking the training of professional soldiers, and within a mere half hour, the eastern wall fell, with Tide's Head Island soldiers flooding onto the battlements. The eastern gates of Stone Dance City swung open, allowing an increasing number of enemy soldiers to pour into the city. Some began to indiscriminately attack the populace, while others, under the guidance of their commanders, swiftly advanced towards the southern city, aiming to encircle Braun's forces from within and without. Thick smoke billowed from the eastern residential districts, and with a fleeting glance towards the eastern direction, Braun realized that the eastern wall had succumbed, and it was highly likely that they were now encircled by the coalition forces. In desperation, Braun concentrated all his remaining soldiers upon the southern battlements, striving to repel the onslaught from outside while attempting to secure the southern gates, relying on the height of the walls to continue their defense. The Valyrian steel sword bestowed upon him by Rigo has quenched its thirst with the blood of foes. Braun lifted his robe and cleaned the blade. Weary as he leaned upon the long sword, his gaze steady upon the enemy forces outside the city, appearing like ants. Laris, shielded by his guards, ascended the southern city wall, bringing tidings of the fall of the eastern gate. Fortunately, before the war commenced, the elderly, women, and children had been relocated to the innermost depths of the city near the Dragoness Keep. Otherwise, the soldiers of Tidehead Island, known for their discipline, would have wreaked havoc upon the innocent civilians. Braun, a large contingent of enemies has breached the eastern city gate. What shall we do? Laris's voice was laced with urgency. This was his inaugural experience on the battlefield, and the self-proclaimed strategist had come face to face with the brutal reality of war. The torrents of blood and the unending wails unsettled him, leaving his mind in turmoil, compelling him to seek counsel from Braun, the commander. Consolidate our forces and hold the line until the Lord returns, Braun declared bluntly, embodying the mission entrusted to him by Rigo before his departure. As a devoted loyalist, he would uphold this command with his very life. My lord, the enemy forces are encircling us within the city. The coalition soldiers that surged in from the east had finally maneuvered close to the southern city, engaging without hesitation the defenders of the city gates. Braun swiftly raised his long sword, advancing to dispatch several foes attempting to scale the walls, promptly sealing the breach with an impassioned roar. Hold the line. Roar. Barely had his words faded when he cleaved down another coalition soldier who had dared to show himself, and the roar of the dragon suddenly thundered across the tumultuous battlefield. The Silverwing was the first to arrive at the battlefield outside the city. Without needing Rigo's command, it descended with a roar, unleashing its fiery breath upon the coalition soldiers. The Lord has returned. Our dragon has arrived. Reinforcements are here, hold the line. The timely arrival of Silverwing invigorated the beleaguered defenders of Stone Dance City, rekindling their fighting spirit, which surged forth like dragon fire, incinerating the coalition soldiers within the city. Following closely behind Silverwing, the figure of the Devourer emerged, roaring as it approached the city walls, engulfing the throng of coalition soldiers below in emerald flames. The air was filled with the anguished wails of the enemy soldiers, and a peculiar scent of charred flesh permeated the battlefield. The sea serpent, with a vacant stare, watched the two colossal dragons massacre their own soldiers while intermittently glancing towards the distant sky, struggling to comprehend that none of the Targaryen family's 8 dragons remained with the Devourer and Silverwing. He yearned to witness the sound of the dragons of King's Landing soaring above. Yet, amidst the cries of the coalition soldiers engulfed in dragon fire, he never caught sight of his own dragons. Defeated, Colas understood what the emergence of the Devourer and Silverwing signified. Despite the disbelief that swelled within him, he recognized that Demon and Rhaenyra's Dragon Legion could not contend with Rhaego's 2 dragons. He could only hope that the losses among the dragons would be minimal, granting his descendants a chance for resurgence. However, I was mostly blind to the graceful silhouette of the Silverwing drawing ever nearer in Corley's size, the icy blue dragon fire illuminating his pupils as the sea serpent reluctantly closed its eyes. Roar! The Silverwing let out a triumphant roar, unleashing a torrent of dragon fire that incinerated the coalition command system, emblazoned with family crests. The Count of Tideshead Island, the Empire's Minister of Maritime Affairs, the sea serpent Corlys, the Duke of the Vale, the Duke of Rivermark, and numerous lesser nobles from the Vale and Rivermark were all utterly annihilated by a single strike from the Silverwing. Under the relentless onslaught of the dragon's dives and flames, tens of thousands of coalition soldiers collapsed, and the vast stone plain south of Stone Dance City were strewn with fleeing soldiers. Rhaego beckoned the Devourer and Silverwing to land on a low hill outside the city. The continuous battles had left both dragons somewhat breathless. The coalition forces had been thoroughly routed, and the soldiers from Tideshead Island who had breached Stone Dance City were largely slaughtered under bronze encirclement, with only a few surrendering. The coalition had lost nearly all of its combat-ready dragons and dragonlords, suffering grievous losses, and the ensuing battles would be a delightful spectacle for the Devourer and Silverwing. Chapter 123. The Blood Dragon's Frenzy. The turmoil of King's Landing on May 1st, in the year 129 of the Conquest, a coalition of 15,000 men from the Vale, Rivermark, and the Crownlands launched a full-scale assault on Stone Dance City under the leadership of 8 dragons of House Targaryen. This battle concluded in a mere day, leaving the 7 kingdoms in astonishment, as Prince Daemon revealed all his cards, deploying nearly every capable dragon of House Targaryen, only to be utterly defeated by 2 dragons of Stone Dance City. The young king, Aegon Targaryen II, fell in battle, as did Prince Daemon, Princess Rhaenyra, Sir Laenor Velaryon, and 3 young princes. Daemon's eldest daughter, Rhaena Targaryen, riding the dragon thief, vanished without a trace. In the aftermath, Rhaego and the 2 nearly unscathed dragons arrived on the battlefield just as Stone Dance City fell. The coalition forces, alongside the armies of Tideshead Island and Crab Island, totaling 30,000, disintegrated in an instant under dragon fire. Count Corlys Velaryon of Tideshead Island, Sir Seathgar of Crab Island, Sir Aelin of the Vale, and Sir Tully of Rivermark, along with over 20 lesser nobles from the 4 regions, all perished. In the week following this battle, the citizens of Dragonstone and Tideshead Island found remnants of dragon wings and charred pieces of armor washed ashore during the tide. In the days after the battle, the crows became unusually busy, and news spread rapidly across the 7 kingdoms. Soon, it became apparent that the atmosphere in Westeros had grown subtly tense. The vassals of the Stormlands, who had already journeyed to the Dornish borders and were actively training for war, ceased their preparations upon receiving the detailed reports of the Battle of Stone Dance City. Thousands of soldiers, in unison, withdrew from the predetermined front line and retreated to the lines of the Fruit Wine Hall, White Poplar Shore, and Greenvale City for rest. The retreat of the Dornish coalition undoubtedly opened a passage into the Riverlands for the Dornishmen. However, they did not surge northward with ravenous fervor. Instead, they quietly stationed their troops along the border, maintaining a watchful silence with no subsequent actions. Meanwhile, the fleet that had reached the western shores of the Shield Islands halted its advance under the command of Sir Tyland Lannister. After a brief period of rest, they did not comply with Prince Daemon's military orders to assault the Dornishmen entrenched in Old Town, but rather turned back and returned to Lannisport. Similarly, the fleet emerging from White Harbor in the north chose the same path of retreat. The smoke of war across the Seven Kingdoms dissipated significantly with the arrival of a single battle report, leaving only Storm's End grappling with the relentless assaults from the Dornishmen. While the Vale and Riverlands were steeped in unease following the death of their lords and various city leaders, compounded by the devastation of the Battle of Stonehelm. Although Rigo emerged victorious, it was a Pyrrhic triumph. The combined forces of the Vale, Riverlands, the Crownlands, and the subsequent arrival of the fleets from Driftmark and Crabby Island, totaling nearly 30,000, launched a fearless assault against the Stonehelm's defenders, who numbered a mere 5,000. The eastern gate fell to the seasoned Colis. The defenders within Stonehelm suffered catastrophic losses during both the defense and counterattack, with casualties exceeding 3,000. Even Braun, the commander of the garrison, was grievously wounded by an enemy blade during the subsequent counteroffensive. Over 1,000 civilians, who had taken up arms to defend their homes, perished, while soldiers from Driftmark indiscriminately slaughtered nearly 1,000 innocents upon breaching the city. The total toll of the Battle of Stonehelm amounted to nearly 5,000 dead and wounded among both soldiers and citizens, a figure that weighed heavily on Rigo's heart. In the aftermath of this battle, Stonehelm found itself incapable of further combat. The Eaters and Silverwing had also endured severe attrition and required substantial recuperation. Consequently, Stonehelm entered a phase of restoration, focused on repairing the damaged walls, reconstructing the collapsed homes, and burying their fallen kin. Rigo was not in a rush to swiftly cleanse the Seven Kingdoms, rather than hastily severing the tangled threads of conflict, leaving behind a chaotic mess. He preferred to patiently await the convergence of all the reckless lord's forces before unleashing a purging dragon flame to cleanse the remnants, thus averting future complications from an incomplete resolution. Stonehelm opted for a cessation of hostilities, while the anxious cities of King's Landing and the Riverlands harbored no inclination to provoke the wrath of two colossal dragons. Thus, the entirety of Westeros, save for the occasional minor skirmishes along the coasts of Storm's End, experienced a semblance of peace. Yet, King's Landing stood on the brink of a volcanic eruption. When news of the Coalition's catastrophic defeat at Stonehelm reached the Red Keep, Alicent, upon learning of the loss of her last son, collapsed in a faint. The courtiers remaining in King's Landing, resembling wilted eggplants, gathered despondently in the council chamber. After the successive losses of a son, a nephew, and 2 grandsons, even the resilient Otto Hightower found himself overwhelmed by the relentless tide of misfortune. The hand of the king, slumped in his chair, resembled an aged elder, his once sturdy posture now bent and feeble. The depths of weariness clouded his eyes. Devoid of the former majesty that accompanied his power, chaos had fully engulfed King's Landing, as the defeated soldiers from the battlefield surged into the capital of the Seven Kingdoms. With the heavy losses suffered by Daemon's golden-clad forces on the field, the absence of their once dominating presence allowed the terrified and demoralized soldiers to unleash their pent-up fear and bitterness upon the citizens of King's Landing. The brothels of Flea Bottom were overrun, with countless soldiers seeking solace without payment, while drunken men frequently invaded the homes of common folk. Within a mere 3 to 4 days, the once vibrant city had descended into a nightmarish hellscape. The Hand attempted to deploy the guards of the Red Keep to restore order, but the soldiers who had fled the battlefield lacked the courage to confront the dragons. Yet, the moment the guards drew their swords, an inexplicable bravery surged within the retreating men. After a series of violent confrontations, Otto sorrowfully acknowledged that he had lost control over the capital. Technically, the Targaryen family still possessed a powerful dragon, yet Queen Helena, a dragon rider, persistently refused to mount her dragon to intimidate the fleeing soldiers. Historically, chaos has always served as the most fertile breeding ground for ambition. As the turmoil in King's Landing prolonged, the populace's patience with the crown reached a breaking point. Whispers of another adult dragon residing in the dragon lair ignited the ambitions of hidden opportunists. Several individuals claiming to be the illegitimate offspring of Prince Daemon, King Viserys, and even King Jaehaerys emerged, eagerly asserting their rights to the Iron Throne and the dragons. They fervently incited the city's inhabitants against the Hand and several key ministers, promoting their legitimacy and valor while unabashedly revealing their thirst for power. On May 11th, Queen Helena Targaryen and her 3 children were brutally murdered in their bedroom at Maegor's Holdfast, plunging the situation in King's Landing into a state of uncertainty. The fate of Helena exacerbated the fears of the citizens, as even a queen who commanded dragons met an untimely and mysterious demise. With even her infant child falling victim to the cruel hand of fate, King's Landing had transformed into the most perilous prison in the Seven Kingdoms, prompting many civilians to band together to flee. However, the white-haired Ulf, who claimed to be the bastard son of Baelor, and the similarly self-proclaimed Targaryen heir, Hammer, gathered their followers, disbanded soldiers and idle men, and besieged the city gates, effectively isolating King's Landing from the outside world. They then united to assault the Red Keep, aiming to seize control of the Empire's most vital fortress. Sir Lyman Beesbury, the aging treasurer, trembled as he rose to the window to listen to the tumult outside the castle, the sounds bitter and powerless. Those bastards are attacking the Red Keep. We need you to make a decision. Compromise or resist. We must never compromise. We cannot allow them to enter, Otto declared resolutely, but before he could finish, dissenting voices emerged. Jaspy, known as Iron Rod, was the first to voice his dissent. We have no other option, Otto. You must understand that with merely 200 guards at the Red Keep, we cannot possibly fend off Ulf and Shifu. Given this predicament, it would be wiser to allow them entry. The Targaryen lineage is withering. All male heirs have perished in battle. Coincidentally, these two possess Targaryen blood, and we may choose a king from among them to stabilize the situation in King's Landing. Foolishness, Otto retorted vehemently. Once we admit them, who knows if we can preserve our own lives? Even if we concede to your argument, there are countless Targaryen bastards across the Seven Kingdoms. If we acknowledge these two outside as legitimate, what will prevent another 10 or 8 from emerging? I am aware of over 80 Targaryen bastards. Should we recognize their legitimate status? Should we grant them claims to the Iron Throne? Allow them to muster armies against the capital? It is utterly preposterous. Jaspy was rendered speechless, his expression faltering as he retreated. What shall we do then? The Red Keep cannot withstand much longer, Lyman Beesbury asked anxiously. Otto released a long sigh, his enthusiasm waning as he replied, "Let Aegon ascend the throne." Aegon. Lyman paused, then quickly grasped the implication. You mean the bastard child of Daemon and Rhaenyra? Do we have any other alternatives? Lyman exchanged glances with Jaspy, both resignedly shaking their heads, tacitly acquiescing to Otto's plan. Otto immediately dispatched someone to the Queen's chambers to seek Alicent's counsel while also searching for Aegon Targaryen III. However, a grim tidings soon returned with Ser Ricard Thorne, who had been sent on the errand. As the King's White Knight and commander of the Kingsguard following Criston Cole's demise at the River of Ed, he bore disheartening news. Your Grace, Prince Aegon is no longer in the city. What? Where has he gone? Send someone to find him. Calm yourself, Ser Ricard, he continued, unperturbed by Otto's fury. During Prince Daemon's campaign, he ordered Sir Illic Cagel to take the two princes and Princess Benila by ship, departing from King's Landing, accompanied by 3 young dragons and a considerable number of dragon eggs. Why was I not informed? Otto felt a surge of fury, his vision darkening. My loyalty lies with the Targaryens, and I dutifully obey their commands. You owe your allegiance not to Daemon and Rhaenyra, but to the king. The king was unaware of the situation in King's Landing, Ricard replied. If only he had known that, following the bloodshed, the white-haired Ulf and Hammer Shifu, who had once acted as traitors in the original tale, persisted in their defiance, he would likely have lamented the complexities of historical figures. In the aftermath of war, Dragonstone entered a swift period of recovery. Seizing this rare opportunity for respite, Rhaegar finally found the time to reflect upon his gains from the conflict. Personal panel activated. Congratulations to the host on vanquishing the magical creature, Zulak, and absorbing its arcane energy, resulting in a bloodline development progress of 5, bringing the current progress to 65. Congratulations to the host for defeating the magical being, Terekshu, thereby absorbing its energy, which has elevated the bloodline development progress by 5, now totaling 70. Congratulations on reaching a bloodline development progress of 70, granting the exclusive trait, Evergreen. Congratulations for slaying the magical entity, Alarax, and absorbing its energy, increasing the bloodline development progress by 5, currently at 75. Congratulations on defeating the magical creature, Wormisol, absorbing its magical essence, leading to a bloodline development progress of 5, with the current total now 80. Congratulations for vanquishing the magical being, Wumax, absorbing its energy, which has raised the bloodline development progress by 5, now at 85. Congratulations on defeating the magical creature, Sunflower, absorbing its energy, resulting in an increase of 5 in bloodline development progress, currently at 90. Congratulations to the host for slaying the magical entity, Karakshu, absorbing its energy, which has elevated the bloodline development progress by 5, now totaling 95. Congratulations on defeating the magical creature, Hayan, absorbing its energy, leading to a bloodline development progress increase of 5, reaching a total of 100. Ding. The bloodline development has reached 100, activating the Bloodfire kinship and granting the exclusive trait, Rebirth. The host's overall attributes are as follows. Host, Rigo Domnal Gender, Male Age, 18 Bloodline 1. Ancient Valyrian Dragon King Bloodline 2. Bloodfire Kinship, Affinity for Bloodfire Magic. Current Bloodline Development Progress, 100. Status, Healthy, Strong Traits, Immune to all poisons, Unburnable, Dragon Tamer, Evergreen, Rebirth. The rhythmic chime of the system echoed continuously in Rigod's mind. His relentless efforts, day and night, battling alongside a multitude of dragons in the sky, had finally satiated the ancestral essence of bloodfire kinship. The achievement of maximum bloodline development brought forth an unprecedented power. At that moment, while Rigod was situated within the castle, he could close his eyes and feel the locations of the glutton and the silver wing in his mind, and even sensed a faint draconic aura in the distant imperial forest, akin to a radar from a future era. For Rigod, completing the bloodline development was a matter of course and did not evoke much surprise. The true delight of this battle lay in the acquisition of two exclusive traits, Evergreen and Rebirth. Chapter 125, Blood Dragon's Dance. Evergreen, Rebirth. Evergreen, Eternal Life, Perpetual Youth. With the bloodline activation progress reaching 100, the host's affinity for bloodfire magic has ascended to its pinnacle, endowing the host with nearly infinite lifespan and ceaseless magical power. Thus, does Evergreen signify immortality? Such a notion seems preposterous, yet it is indeed delightful. Rigod chuckled, savoring the moment as he surveyed his personal panel, only to discover that the life force he had lost due to the emergence of the magical eye on his chest had completely restored. At this moment, the personal panel was devoid of any glaring negative information aside from personal status capabilities. With a sense of nervousness, he cautiously unbuttoned his shirt, and to Rigo's astonishment, the once blood-red magical eye located at his heart had become nearly imperceptible. The grotesque skin that had once appeared fearsome now returned to a healthy hue, with only a faint scar resembling an eyeball stubbornly clinging to the area where his heart resided. Although the insidious presence had not been entirely eradicated, Rigo felt a certain satisfaction with his current condition compared to the previous unsettling appearance. In truth, when Rigo awoke after more than 50 years of slumber in the ruins of Valyria, still appearing as a youthful man, he had contemplated the possibility that the magic within him granted longevity. Over the subsequent years, as the development of his bloodline progressed, the intensity and level of his bloodfire magic correspondingly heightened. The outcome of this transformation was evident. While his companions Laris and Braun visibly bore the marks of age over the span of 16 years, Rigo remained untouched by the passage of time. He perpetually retained the youthful and handsome visage he had possessed upon his arrival in Westeros, a quality that endeared him to the citizens of Stone Dance Castle, who were willing to pledge their lives in unwavering loyalty to him. In their eyes, Rigo was the embodiment of divinity, eternally youthful amidst the relentless march of time. For such a deity, the people of Stone Dance Castle would unhesitatingly offer their allegiance and lives. Having contemplated the notion of eternal youth, Rigo anxiously turned his attention to another unique characteristic, resurgence. From the very name of this trait, Rigo could glean its potential purpose, yet he remained apprehensive that the reality might not align with his expectations. Resurgence, the return of light, from death to life. The ultimate essence of advanced bloodfire magic. Arise, my beloved. As anticipated, this final characteristic indeed possessed an extraordinary capacity for resurrection. Throughout the expansive realm of A Song of Ice and Fire, only 2.5 characters are endowed with the ability to resurrect. The half character is the Night King, the primary antagonist of the series. The reason for labeling the Night King's resurrection ability as half is that any being revived by him loses all self-awareness, becoming a mere puppet under his control. In a strict sense, the Night King's method of resurrection is a rudimentary application of ice magic, forcefully controlling the corpses of creatures. Rigo would deem him the king of the dead in the north. As for the other character who embodies a complete resurrection ability, it is the Shadowbinder from Ass High, Melisandre, the most captivating woman in the series, before her magic was depleted. She claims to be a devotee of the Lord of Light, seeking the authority of fire magic from Lawler, and in a true sense, resurrected Jon Snow after he was slain by traitors of the Night's Watch. Among them was the Red Priest Soros, who resurrected the Lightning King Baratanlion. However, given Barrett's successive revivals, Rigo was increasingly convinced that his resurrection was less connected to the Red Priest and more the handiwork of the true puppet master, the Light King Rollick. Even the resurrection of Jon Snow by the Red Witch Melisandre could be attributed to Rollick, the lone deity in the realm of Game of Thrones who truly took action. Fortuitously, like Rollick, Rigo possessed formidable fire magic. Once his bloodline development reached its zenith, Rigo began to suspect that he might have attained a level of blood fire magic that rivaled, or even surpassed, that of the Light King. Perhaps at the moment Rigo fully realized his bloodline potential, his blood fire magic inherently possessed the ability to resurrect, with the subsequent resurrection attribute bestowed by the system serving as a key or conduit to harness his internal blood fire magic. Eagerly donning his attire, Rigo could no longer contain the urgency and excitement swelling within him, even as the tempest of stormy weather raged over Stone Dance Castle. He hastened out of the castle gates. "My lord." Several soldiers responsible for guarding the castle rushed forward to salute him, taken aback by his hurried stride. "Quickly, bring a warhorse here." "Yes, my lord." Despite their confusion, the guards obeyed his command, braving the torrential downpour and the crackling thunder to fetch a magnificent steed from the stables. Bronn and Larys had been roused by the commotion at the castle entrance and stumbled over, bleary-eyed and perplexed, as they watched Rigo take a long sword from the guards and stride toward the horse in the rain. Without hesitation, Rigo plunged the sword into the horse's neck, driving it deep until the hilt was reached. His movements were swift, sparing the creature unnecessary suffering. The horse let out a pained cry at the moment of impact before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. "My lord." Larys and Bronn gasped in shock as Rigo silently withdrew the sword, blood gushing from the wound and mingling with the rainwater, forming a vast crimson puddle at the castle's entrance. With trembling hands, Rigo gently pressed his palms against the horse's forehead, closing his eyes slightly. With a mere flicker of his thoughts, the blood fire magic within him surged through his arm and into the lifeless steed. At that moment, the castle front fell into an eerie silence. Apart from the relentless patter of rain and the occasional rumble of thunder, no one dared utter a word. To Larys and Bronn's astonishment, as Rigo knelt beside the horse's corpse, a blazing red light suddenly erupted from his rain-soaked body the instant his hands touched the horse's head, the crimson glow mingling with the rain and transforming the downpour into a swirling mist. Immediately thereafter, an astonishing event unfolded. A warhorse, whose heart had been shattered by Rigo and was beyond the realm of life, suddenly began to heave its chest. In the midst of the spectators' astonished expressions, it let out a heavy breath, followed by a sharp whinny, and abruptly rose to its feet. A cacophony of panicked footsteps ensued, as the onlookers were thoroughly astounded by this miraculous resurrection. Even Bronn, who had slain countless foes, felt a chill creeping down his spine. Following this, fervent gazes were directed at Rigo, who was inspecting the warhorse, as if they were witnessing a true deity of exalted stature. Chapter 126. The Blood Dragon's Frantic Dance. Uprising and disturbance. The news of Lord Rigo's miraculous ability to bring the dead back to life spread throughout Stone Dance City overnight. The guards who had witnessed the resurrection recounted the event with fervor, and soon everyone in the city was aware of the miracle that had transpired before the Lord's fortress. Even more astonishing was the fact that nearly all residents who heard the news chose to believe it. Thus, when Rigo cheerfully ventured into the streets, all the common folk and soldiers he encountered knelt before him with utmost reverence. "This is unbearable," he exclaimed, returning to the castle with a displeased demeanor, thoroughly vexed by the constant kneeling of his subjects. Back in the Lord's fortress, he hastily drafted an edict commanding Bronn to disseminate it throughout the city, prohibiting all citizens from kneeling to the Lord. However, despite the stringent decree, whenever Rigo ventured out, there were still stubborn elderly residents of Stone Dance City who insisted on kneeling, leading Rigo to increasingly dread stepping outside. He became so disenchanted that he even neglected to summon his subordinates, who cast him strange glances. As he pondered this, the distinctive hurried footsteps of Larys approached. Before he could come close, Larys excitedly proclaimed, "My lord, I bring good news, splendid news." Larys eagerly handed a document to Rigo, speaking rapidly. Since the assassination of Queen Helena and her 3 children on May 11th, the white-haired Ulv and the Hammer Shufu had rallied their troops to assault the Red Fortress. Prime Minister Otto chose to stand firm, simultaneously sending out pleas for assistance to the River Bay, Riverlands, Valley, Westlands, and Northlands. By May 14th, 2,000 cavalry from the Riverlands swiftly advanced southward, nearing King's Landing within a day. In a state of panic, Ulv and Shufu launched a full-scale attack on the Red Fortress, but were unable to breach its defenses. In a desperate bid for self-preservation, the 2 bastards committed an utterly foolish act. As Rigo listened to Larys's report, he perused the detailed messages sent from King's Landing, fully aware of the nonsensical maneuvers undertaken by the 2 in their pursuit of the original Dragon King in the skies. After failing to capture the Red Fortress, Ulv and Shufu audaciously shifted their focus to King's Landing's dragon lair, attempting to tame the only adult dragon, Dreamfire, in a bid to counter the impending cavalry from the Riverlands. However, they did not choose to venture forth alone to tame the beast. Instead, they led the thousands of disbanded soldiers and ruffians they had gathered towards the dragon's lair. Under the guidance of the ancient dragon knight, Ashlakor, a throng of thousands surged into the cavern, converging at the entrance to the lair of Dreamfire. Even so, in Rigo's view, as long as Ulf and Sho could manage their subordinates properly, the two could easily enter Dreamfire's lair alone. Given their prior success in taming Silverwing and Wormsoul in the skies, they still had a chance to subdue Dreamfire. Yet, to Rigo's astonishment, these two fools began bickering at the entrance, each vying to be the first to enter and tame the dragon. Both understood that the one who stepped inside first would likely succeed in taming Dreamfire, leaving the other with no hope of ever claiming the dragon for themselves. Consequently, their argument escalated, drawing in their followers, leading to a chaotic scuffle at the mouth of the lair. Rigo, reading this, found himself at a loss for words. These fools had no regard for the mighty dragon. As he had anticipated, their raucous clamor successfully provoked Dreamfire, who had been pent up in the lair for decades. Seething with rage, after finally finding a new rider, one who was utterly useless, Dreamfire's fury was exacerbated by the presence of a crowd of raucous fools at the entrance. Just as Ulf and Sho's factions were embroiled in their fray, Dreamfire emerged. In an instant, Dragonfire incinerated hundreds. The roar of the dragon mingling with the wails of the defeated, echoing across half of King's Landing. Under such immense pressure, the citizens of King's Landing became enraged. A full-scale riot erupted as the fearless populace stormed into the inner city, setting fire to noble houses, and even gathered to assault the gates of the Red Keep, demanding the ousting of the incompetent prime minister, and that Queen Alicent be held accountable for the suffering endured by the people. After failing to breach the Red Keep, the furious masses turned their wrath towards the dragon's lair. "So Dreamfire is dead?" Rigo inquired, somewhat displeased. "Indeed, my lord. The scouts report that the rioters surged into the lair, slaughtering Ulf, Sho, and their followers. Then, incited by the ancient dragon knight Ashlakor, they stormed into Dreamfire's nest. Undeterred by the dragon's flames, intent on slaying the beast, Dreamfire, bound by chains and unable to take flight, collapsed the lair while attempting to unleash its fiery breath, burying itself along with the rioters. At this point, Laris suddenly recalled something and added, "Oh, indeed, according to the intelligence from the scout, Demon and Rhaenyra have conducted an illicit affair resulting in the birth of two sons." As Demon set forth to engage in battle, he commanded Rhaenyra's sworn knights to discreetly depart by sea with the two children, along with Demon's daughter Valyria. They also absconded with all the dragon eggs, leaving only Dreamfire and a few young dragons, tragically crushed beneath the collapse of the dragon lair. Concerning the escape of Demon's offspring, Aegon felt no trepidation. They were merely children, incapable of causing significant upheaval. He could not fathom the madness of resorting to violence against mere infants. What struck him as absurd was that Laenor had not perished, yet Rhaenyra had still entangled herself with Demon, even giving birth to two children. The entire situation was quite ludicrous, and Aegon felt he had gained a new perspective on the absurdities of life. Moreover, the demise of Dreamfire was indeed lamentable. This magnificent dragon, raised in captivity, met an inevitable fate, evoking a sense of melancholy. Initially, Aegon had intended to wait a few more days for his soldiers to recuperate before launching an offensive on King's Landing in early June. However, the unrest in the city disrupted his plans. He could not idly observe as the city was consumed by rioting citizens. The Targaryen legacy, cultivated over centuries, was not merely the construction of a magnificent capital. Laris, convey the orders down the line. The entire army must prepare for immediate mobilization. We march on King's Landing in 2 days. As you command, my lord. On the 16th of May, in the year 129 of the conquest, riots erupted in King's Landing. The mob stormed the dragon lair, leading to the death of the last remaining dragon, Dreamfire, while numerous structures within the inner city were set ablaze. And the chaos spread persistently. On the 17th of May, 2,000 cavalry from the Riverlands entered King's Landing to suppress the insurrection, managing to regain a semblance of control. Though disturbances continued sporadically, the hand of the king, Otto Hightower, fell gravely ill, his days numbered. On the same day, Queen Alicent addressed the council in the Red Keep, declaring her intention to temporarily assume the Iron Throne until a new male heir of House Targaryen could be found. On the 18th of May, 2,000 troops marched from Maegor's Holdfast, crossing the Blackwater River, advancing directly towards King's Landing. Riding atop his dragon, Aegon was astonished to discover that the 3 dragon eggs, dormant for over a decade in the corner of the saddle, exhibited peculiarities. Chapter 127. The Blood Dragon's Dance. The unusual dragon eggs. All the elite cavalry dispatched from Storm's Inn were on the move. As the Grand Army crossed the broad expanse of the Blackwater River, traversing the Golden Road through the Kingswood, heading towards the seat of power in the Seven Kingdoms. King's Landing. Aegon, upon his dragon, the cannibal, observed the troops, but instead of the usual exuberance of flight, the beast exhibited an unusual steadiness, controlling the amplitude of its wing beats. Thus, its flight appeared decidedly awkward to Aegon's discerning eye. When a colossal dragon, several hundred feet in length, suddenly flaps its wings beside you, then glides forward with a strained neck, only to flap its wings again as if floating against the wind like a falcon, one cannot help but feel a dissonance in the spectacle. Rhaego observed Silverwing's actions with a sense of bewilderment, noting her strenuous efforts to maintain stability and balance. With each glide, she cautiously turned her head to inspect the box tethered in the corner of the dragon's saddle. It was only then that he realized the reason behind Silverwing's unusual behavior. It was evident that something was amiss with the dragon egg upon her back. Understanding the source of Silverwing's distress, Rhaego gently closed his eyes, attempting to sense the dragon egg boxes on the backs of the 2 dragons. With a mere thought, 6 luminous orbs, reminiscent of small fireballs, materialized before him. Since acquiring these 6 dragon eggs from the crevices of Dragonstone Isle, Rhaego had secured them to both Glutton and Silverwing. Every day, as he performed the bloodfire magic for the 2 dragons, he would also take the opportunity to nurture the 6 little creatures with his magic. However, as 16 years have passed, although the life energy of the 6 dragon eggs had grown increasingly potent in his perception, they had yet to exhibit any signs of hatching. Gradually, Rhaego had selectively forgotten about them, but to his surprise, they suddenly revealed themselves once more. Rhaego distinctly sensed a change in the 6 dragon eggs within his perception. The life energy had now overflowed from their shells, no longer confined within, and he could even detect clear emotional fluctuations from within the eggs. It was as if the 6 dragon eggs were aware of Rhaego's scrutiny, and as he extended his perception, a surge of joy mixed with urgency rushed towards him. Glutton. Descend. The unusual activity of the dragon eggs piqued Rhaego's interest, prompting him to command the 2 massive dragons to land in the royal grove. Without waiting for Glutton to steady himself, Rhaego eagerly untied the dragonhide ropes securing the egg box, cradled the iron box in his arms, and carefully slid down from the dragon's back. Gently placing the box on the ground, Rhaego turned and climbed back on his Silverwing's saddle, similarly unfastening the box containing her egg. With Silverwing's concerned gaze upon him, he descended to the ground, placing the 2 boxes side by side. As Rhaego reached to open the box, Silverwing's large head nudged close, her dragon snout gently pushing him towards her box. This was the box removed from her back, and it was clear that Silverwing was equally eager to see the dragon egg that had rested upon her for 16 years, urging Rhaego to open her box first. With a playful swat at the dragon's nose, Rhaego glanced at Glutton, who remained quietly lying on the ground, showing no resistance to Silverwing's actions. Yielding to the moment, Rhaego reached to open Silverwing's egg box. As the box opened, a potent scent of sulfur wafted out, and Rhaego waved away the rising white mist. In the eager gaze of Silverwing, he delicately cradled a soft pink dragon egg in his hands. This one is on the verge of hatching. The essence within the dragon egg pulsated with remarkable vitality, quivering ever so slightly upon contact with Rhaego, as though the life within was ardently eager to emerge. He could even discern faint tapping sounds emanating from within the shell. The egg's exterior, under Rhaego's perception, began to thin at a glacial pace. He estimated that within 3 days, this enchanting, rosy-hued dragon egg would hatch. After completing his examination, he handed the exquisite egg to the eagerly awaiting Silverwing, who, with a blissful smile, accepted it with an open mouth. Following this, Rhaego retrieved 2 additional pastel-hued eggs for inspection. The same vibrations and exuberance were present. The hatching progress of these 2 eggs mirrored that of the first, expected to break free within 2 to 3 days. However, as Rhaego continued his assessment, a slight furrow formed on his brow, sensing that something was amiss. After passing the 2 pastel eggs to the motherly Silverwing, Rhaego turned to open the Greed's egg box. He then cradled a green dragon egg in his hands, pondering, this should not be the case. He murmured, hastily inspecting the 3 dragon eggs. He placed them before the indifferent gaze of the Greed, frowning as he sensed the energy of both Silverwing and Greed. His frown deepened further. The energy emanating from the 6 dragon eggs surpassed even the peak vitality of Silverwing and Greed. How could this be possible? He had discovered them on Dragonstone Island, indicating their parents could not possibly be native Valyrian dragons. Even if the mother of these 6 eggs were indeed a Valyrian dragon, there would be no reason for their energy intensity to exceed that of Silverwing and Greed before hatching. Skeptical yet compelled, Rigo approached to meticulously examine the 6 dragon eggs once more. Regardless of his scrutiny, the conclusion remained unchanged. Each egg's life and energy intensity far exceeded that of his 2 dragons. Could it be that they were infected by something? Cautiously, Rigo retrieved the dragon eggs from Silverwing's embrace, disregarding her protests, and placed them a safe distance away from the 2 dragons. Could they have absorbed excessive bloodfire magic, leading to an accelerated evolution? While not impossible, Rigo could not ascertain their state before they hatched, whether through his own probing or utilizing the system. He was met with a kaleidoscope of vibrant lights before his eyes. Unable to unravel the mystery, Rigo temporarily set the matter aside, stowing the dragon eggs into a box and securing them onto the saddle of Greed, firmly rejecting Silverwing's objections. He was still uncertain about the nature of these 6 eggs, and for precautionary reasons, it was wiser to keep them close. However, his refusal evidently left Silverwing feeling slighted. She emitted a couple of disgruntled chirps in protest. In a fit of temper, she took to the skies, her belly brushing against the treetops of the forest as she soared forward. "Hey," Rigo muttered, suppressing a bemused smile. It was merely a matter of not placing the dragon egg upon him, yet he still chose to sulk. With a sigh of exasperation, Rigo ascended onto the dragon's back and commanded the glutton to pursue. Silverwing had been spoiled by a succession of previous masters, leading Rigo to suspect she had entered a rebellious phase. Chapter 128. The Blood Dragon's Frenzy. The indomitable Vagral Silverwing soared swiftly, and by the time the glutton leisurely took flight, her form had vanished from sight. However, Rigo harbored no concerns for Silverwing's safety. After capturing the colossal dragons in the realm of Kolak, the threats capable of harming Silverwing on the continent of Westeros were few and far between. Given the current resilience of the 2 dragon scales, the human crossbows posed little threat to them, unless one were unfortunate enough to be struck in the eye, like Marasi. Beyond that, Rigo was confident that the 2 great dragons could easily flatten the 7 kingdoms. Of course, caution was warranted in the north, for beyond the wall lurked a hidden icy overlord, a formidable foe that Rigo dared not underestimate. He could not guarantee that the dragons would withstand the Night King's icy spears, a marksmanship of Olympic caliber that deserved due respect. Roar. As the man and dragon flew leisurely, an enraged roar from Silverwing pierced the wind and reached Rigo's ears. What? A surge of alarm rippled through Rigo. What could provoke such fury in Silverwing? Had they stumbled upon an ambush near King's Landing? In his confusion, Rigo need not vocalize his thoughts, for the glutton, having also heard Silverwing's furious roar, hastened its flight. Meanwhile, Rigo closed his eyes momentarily, centering himself to sense Silverwing's position. In an instant, he discerned her location, deep within the royal forest ahead. Yet, she was not alone. Alongside her was another faint life force, and judging by Silverwing's demeanor, a battle was underway. The glutton sped toward the battlefield, and as Rigo peered down from the dragon's back, he gasped in shock. There stood Silverwing, akin to a rooster, one foot planted firmly on the neck of a colossal dragon, its elongated neck thrust high, its head roaring defiantly toward Rigo and the glutton. Rigo could clearly perceive a blend of pride and a yearning for praise in her eyes. However, the unfortunate dragon beneath her foot was far less fortunate. Rigo sensed its life force rapidly waning, clearly on the brink of death. Vagral was indeed tenacious. Indeed, the hapless dragon beneath Silverwing's foot, flaunting its prowess, was none other than Vagral, the mightiest dragon of the Targaryen lineage. During the Battle of the Royal Forest, the treacherous Aemond, in a fit of provocation against the glutton, inadvertently led to the demise of the uncrowned queen, Rhaenys Targaryen, and her dragon, Marius. Yet, the elder princess fought valiantly to shield him, and still, Aemond could not evade the relentless pursuit of the glutton and Silverwing. Waghall was grievously wounded by the glutton, plummeting from a height of 1,000 meters, rendered completely immobile, left to lie on the ground awaiting death. Aemond was rescued by Daemon and others, yet ultimately perished within the Red Keep. Since the conclusion of the Battle of the Kingsguard, Rigo had scarcely given thought to Waghall's plight. He had presumed that such severe injuries, coupled with Waghall's aged constitution, would surely have led to her demise. To his astonishment, this dragon, who had witnessed the rise and fall of House Targaryen for centuries, displayed remarkable tenacity, enduring for over 50 days without sustenance. Such an indomitable spirit even commanded the respect of Rigo, her enemy. Signaling the glutton to land, Rigo dismounted from the dragon's back, first bestowing praise upon the sulking Silverwing, giving the dragon a gentle pat on her large nose before striding toward the exhausted Waghal. The sight of the dragon in such a woeful state was hard to reconcile with her former glory as the mother of dragons, who once ruled the skies of the Seven Kingdoms. Waghal had already sustained grave injuries during the Battle of the Kingsguard, with the glutton having inflicted a gaping wound several dozen meters long across her abdomen, further compounded by the scorching flames from Silverwing and the glutton. Her wing membranes were riddled with holes. These injuries alone were sufficient to be fatal. Yet, Waghal had stubbornly endured starvation for over 50 days, only to encounter an irate Silverwing, who previously had been nearly mortally wounded by her display of weakness. Now, faced with her adversary, Silverwing's ire ignited, and she unleashed a combination of dragon fire and talons upon Waghal. The unfortunate Waghal, already gravely injured, suffered further at the hands of Silverwing. The aged dragon's once majestic form was burnt black by the icy blue flames, a new gash torn open near her shoulder, yet no blood flowed forth. One of her wings drooped helplessly to the side, a clear testament to Silverwing's wrath. When Rigo met Waghal's lifeless gaze, he awkwardly turned his head to Silverwing, causing her to sheepishly avert her eyes. Taking a few steps closer, Rigo stood unguarded before Waghal's immense maw, yet the fearsome dragon offered no response. The breath escaping her nostrils had become barely perceptible. Rigo gently placed his hand upon Waghal's snout, closing his eyes momentarily to send a thread of magic from within him into her body, assessing her condition. Waghal was on the verge of death. The wounds inflicted by the glutton remained unhealed, and her body was nearly devoid of blood. Without intervention, she would not survive the day. But should he save her? Rigo had no doubt in his ability to do so. Rather, he hesitated over whether he should intervene. He was uncertain if Waghal, once revived by him, would align against him. Although he felt no fear, the prospect of such an outcome was undeniably troubling. As he gazed into the vacant eyes of Waghal, a profound sorrow, long concealed within the depths of Rigo's heart, began to surface. He had once lost a magnificent and valiant dragon, and in the figure of the glutton, he perceived the shadow of Soul. Perhaps, in the twilight of his life, Soul had clung to existence with the same reluctance as Waghal. Let this be a merit for Soul, a chance to accumulate some experience, Rigo mused, persuading himself as he placed his hands once more upon Waghal's dragon head. In an instant, a torrent of advanced magic surged within him, roaring forth into Waghal's body. The magical essence flowed like a nourishing rain upon parched earth, revitalizing the decayed flesh and blood, restoring vitality where it had been lost. The grotesque wounds healed at a visible pace, and even the emaciated form, starved and frail, regained its fullness. In scarcely a quarter of an hour, the once pitiful Waghal, sprawled upon the ground, transformed into a robust dragon, her muscles rippling with health. Even her skin, once sagging and wrinkled with age, regained its tautness, her scales shimmering like those of a newborn. Rigo opened his eyes, assessed Waghal's condition, and, satisfied that she was safe, withdrew his hands. Perhaps due to fatigue and her previous injuries, Waghal remained in a state of lethargy, and Rigo had no desire to wait for her to fully awaken. Lightened of heart, he mounted the glutton, disregarding the slumbering Waghal, as the two dragons took flight, soaring towards King's Landing with a swift whistle. Chapter 129. The Blood Dragon's Frenzy. The fall of King's Landing. Commander Braun led 2,000 elite cavalry from Stone Dance, moving with great speed. After crossing the Ed River, he commanded the entire army to press onward with all their might. By the time Rigo and his two dragons caught up with them, the army had reached the intersection of Rose Road and Gold Road, merely an hour's journey from King's Landing. Rigo guided the dragons to descend and ordered the troops to camp and rest. He himself took a moment to eat and replenish his energy, while also feeding the two dragons. The army had departed from Stone Dance at full throttle, nearly exhausting their steed strength, and within a single day, they had arrived at the outskirts of King's Landing. The sky had darkened, the sun sinking low, casting a dim yellow light upon the clouds, as if foreshadowing the demise of House Targaryen. To ensure the army was in optimal condition, Rigo refrained from ordering a night march, allowing the troops to rest and recover overnight. As the first rays of dawn pierced the darkness, illuminating the lands of the Seven Kingdoms, the 2,000 soldiers, well-rested and orderly, set forth towards King's Landing. The glutton and Silverwing roared into the sky, circling above the army as they flew together towards the city. By this time, King's Landing had largely returned to a semblance of calm. The rebellious white-haired Ulv and the Hammer of Ruv had perished in the chaos, buried alongside the Targaryen dragons. With the disarrayed rabble lacking leadership, the cavalry from the Riverlands swiftly restored order upon entering the city. However, the hand of the king, Otto Hightower, lay gravely ill, ensconced in a deep, unyielding coma. Queen Alicent, driven by a deluded ambition to ascend the Iron Throne as a woman devoid of Targaryen blood, faced vehement opposition from nearly all quarters. Sir Lyman Beesbury, the former Chancellor of the Exchequer, vehemently chastised the Queen for her brazen aspirations, becoming so agitated that he nearly fainted on several occasions. The Lord of Laws, the Earl of Jasper Wilde, known as the Iron Rod, launched a more scathing attack, denouncing the Queen's shameless usurpation of power, branding her as a wanton who had sullied her reputation with Ser Criston Cole, and asserting that the very walls of King's Landing had echoed with the scandalous cries of her infidelities. They resolutely opposed the notion of a harlot occupying the esteemed Iron Throne, as it would tarnish its sacred stature. The resolute arguments of Lords Beesbury and Wilde garnered the support of the General of the Riverlands, while the cavalry commander, the Earl of Blackwood, staunchly sided with the Targaryens, opposing Alicent's desecration of the Iron Throne's sanctity. This ignited the Queen's fury. She had sacrificed 3 sons for House Targaryen, lost her daughter, and had 3 beloved grandsons still in swaddling clothes. Almost her entire family had perished in the defense of Targaryen rule, yet she remained unacknowledged as a true member of the Targaryen lineage. Rumor had it that while the Queen engaged in illicit pleasures with Ser Steffan Darkland of the Kingsguard, she incessantly cursed the kingdom's Chancellor of the Exchequer and Lord of Laws, even demanding her paramour assassinate the Earl of Blackwood, seizing control of the Riverlands forces to support her claim to the Iron Throne. Yet, it was evident that Ser Steffan Darkland was no fool. Though entranced by the Queen's regal status and voluptuous form, he was capable of discerning the boundaries of desire and his own survival. As news of the approaching army from Stone Dance reached the Red Keep, the loyalists of the Iron Throne found themselves amidst utter chaos. Queen Alicent was ousted from the Iron Throne, while the Earl of Blackwood resisted her physical seductions, confining her to the chambers of the Red Keep. Had Old Town not suffered the incursions from Dorne and the Reach, and if the Hightower brothers, who once commanded legions in the Riverlands, still held sway, the Queen might not have been so thoroughly marginalized from the seat of power. But Old Town had fallen, and her cousins, Lord Munn Hightower and her brother, Lord Gawain Hightower, had been publicly executed by Prince Quentin Martell. In her current state, Alicent possessed nothing but the title of Queen and her sullied body. The last ally she could rely upon, the current hand of the king, Otto Hightower, could depart for the afterlife at any moment. No matter how much Alicent raged and cursed in her desperation, it could not alter the reality that had already unfolded. Sir Lyman Beesbury was hastily appointed as Hand of the King, tasked with orchestrating pleas for external assistance while seeking a true Targaryen heir to rightful claim the Iron Throne. However, whether it be the newly appointed King's Hand, Lord Lyman, or the valiant commander of all defenses in King's Landing, Lord Braavosi, both comprehend that the fall of the city has become an inevitable fate. Dragonstone possesses dragons, 2 formidable superdragons, to be precise. Prince Daemon, despite his 8-2 odds, could not achieve victory. The human army stood before them as mere ants in comparison. Nevertheless, several ministers resolved to make a stand. The transition of power has become a historical certainty, yet no ruler appreciates subordinates who capitulate at the first sign of trouble. They unanimously decided to demonstrate their strength and bravery before Rigo, thereby earning sufficient respect for their families under the new regime. To this end, Sir Braavosi tirelessly reorganized the scattered remnants of the army within King's Landing, integrating them into the forces of the Riverlands to participate in the defense of the city. Even the ne'er-do-wells wandering the streets were handed swords, compelled to ascend the walls of King's Landing. King Lyman, the Hand of the King, Lord Jasper of the Ministry of Justice, and the steadfast defender of the capital, Lord Braavosi, along with a host of ministers and nobles, held commendable intentions. They accurately gauged Rigo's psyche. Having been shaped by a century of national disgrace and patriotic education, Rigo indeed harbored a genuine respect for the indomitable spirits of the resolute. Should the minister's aspirations materialize, they could indeed garner his approval. Yet, they evidently did not anticipate that events would not unfold as they envisioned, especially since they were not the ones facing the dragon's fiery breath. Thus, when the grand army of Dragonstone approached the city, and Rigo circled above King's Landing, commanding the Devourer and Silverwing with a roar, the staunch defense envisioned by the ministers failed to materialize. The conscripted and coerced soldiers and ruffians hastily opened the city gates for the insurgents, allowing the forces of Dragonstone to enter the renowned bastion of the 7 Kingdoms with ease. without so much as a breath of dragon fire being unleashed. With the gates of King's Landing flung open, the soldiers of the Riverlands had no choice but to surrender, and Lord Bronn effortlessly took command of the city's defenses. As the enormous shadow of the Devourer loomed over the high walls of the Red Keep, the castle, which had withstood siege for 2 days by thousands of warriors from Ulf and Roof, capitulated under the threat of the dragon. On the 19th of May, in the year 129 of the conquest, King's Landing fell. Chapter 130, Dance of the Blood Dragons. Surprises from the dragon eggs. Rhaego's political acumen was lacking, or perhaps he simply detested the intricacies of politics. He had never been one to thrive in a realm of scheming and intrigue. The notion of speculating upon others' thoughts was intolerable to him. Thus, upon formally taking residence in King's Landing, he promptly appointed Lord Bronn as the commander of the city's defense forces and subsequently arranged for Larys to be brought from Dragonstone. Initially, Rhaego had no intention of interfering with Lords Lyman and Jasper, but on the day the dragon descended upon the Red Keep, the newly crowned king, in his advanced years, tragically succumbed to illness, following in the footsteps of his predecessor. Earl Jaspy voluntarily resigned from his position as Hand of the King, requesting to retire to his homeland. Reach, devoid of any pretense or hollow gestures, readily acquiesced to the requests of these remnants of a bygone era and subsequently appointed Larys as the new hand. Although his original intention was merely to fully awaken his lineage, having reached this juncture, there was no rationale for relinquishing the throne. Thus, after initially stabilizing the situation in King's Landing, Reach swiftly corresponded with Cregan Stark of Winterfell, hoping he would lead the northern forces to King's Landing to assist in quelling the unrest. Simultaneously, at Larys' suggestion, Reach sent missives in the name of the Iron Throne to the Westerlands, the Riverlands, the Vale, the Stormlands, and Dorne, instructing them to disband their armies and submit to him. He requested that the lords of these regions bring their vassals to King's Landing for the new king's coronation. Reach maintained a minimal expectation regarding the compliance of these lords. Without experiencing the crucible of fire and blood, the throne could never be secure. He envisioned that only the insatiable and the dragon fire of the Silverwing would utterly extinguish the will of these carnivorous lords, compelling them to humbly bow before him. On the 21st of May, the former Hand of the King, the Earl from Oldtown, a master of the Imperial power game, Otto Hightower, breathed his last after several days of unconsciousness in the Tower of the Hand. Reach ordered a grand burial for him. The death of her father did not affect Alicent's demeanor. The queen, utterly corrupted by power, had lost her humanity. Even after her encounter with the Kingsguard, Ser Steffan Darklyn, she still clung to her ambitions for power. Despite the armies of Storm's End threatening the city and King's Landing falling, Reach had gained complete control of this center of power, yet Alicent remained imbued with a peculiar confidence. As Reach pored over 6 dragon eggs in the council chamber of the Red Keep in the dead of night, the alluring figure of Alicent, dressed in revealing attire and in her 40s, gracefully entered. Perhaps due to her never-lacking male company, she exuded an unshakable confidence in her beauty. Upon entering, the sheer fabric enveloping her cascaded to the floor, revealing her voluptuous form before Reach's eyes. In that moment, Reach felt a surge of murderous intent toward this loathsome woman. His hand instinctively brushed against the hilt of Dawn, ready to strike should she take a step closer with her corpulent presence. Honestly, after turning 40, Alicent still possessed a certain allure compared to Rhaenyra, particularly when clothed. The tightly bound bodice and sash concealed her excess weight, lending her an air of lingering charm, but only to those who coveted her beauty. To Reach, Alicent resembled a middle-aged woman masquerading as a university student to earn a little extra. The visceral horror he felt upon their sudden encounter was entirely beyond his control. Fortunately, Bronn arrived just in time, otherwise, the council chamber would have surely been tainted by blood. Alicent cursed Rhaego in frustration as she was roughly dragged away by the soldiers sent by Bronn, without even a shred of clothing to cover her. Although Rhaego witnessed this, he tacitly accepted Bronn's methods. Regarding the 2 women of House Targaryen, Rhaego felt not only a respectful distance, but also a profound disdain and aversion. He could tolerate a person's unadulterated filth, or embrace someone's complete nobility. But he could not abide a filthy person attempting to maintain an air of nobility. Such a contradiction would induce his revulsion. Alicent's outburst was merely a trivial interlude. The presence of the dragon eggs was the true reason Rhaego was stationed in the council chamber at such a late hour. 3 days had passed since the conquest of King's Landing, and Rhaego could scarcely sense the thickness of the eggshells. The dragon eggs were on the brink of hatching. Unable to ascertain the peculiarities surrounding the eggs, Rhaego firmly suppressed the protests of Silverwing. relocating the hatching site far from their resting place to prevent any harm to the two dragons. Suddenly, a crisp sound pierced the stillness of the hall. Rigo turned his gaze to see a long crack forming on the surface of the black dragon egg. This sound seemed to herald the beginning, as a cacophony of cracking eggshells soon followed, with all 6 dragon eggs rapidly becoming riddled with fissures. As a delicate cascade of shattered eggshells fell away, Rigo's body tensed. His eyes fixated on the lined-up dragon eggs, his internal magic roiling, poised for action. A series of quacking noises abruptly broke the silence, and the black eggshell shattered violently, revealing a small dragon, no larger than a kitten, who emitted soft calls as it crawled out from the remnants of its shell. At that moment, Rigo's eyes widened in astonishment. Before he could process his surprise, the cracking sounds continued, and the other 5 eggs followed suit, yielding 5 adorable little dragons that emerged with eager cries from their shells. The black dragon flapped its disproportionately large wings, which were more than twice the size of its body, and wobbled into the air, making its way toward Rigo. Rigo gasped in awe, cautiously extending his hands to receive the little black dragon, his gaze transfixed on its 4 small, stout legs, as if beholding a treasure of unparalleled worth. 4-legged dragons. 6 4-legged dragons, to be precise. No wonder, he mused, that the life force and energy emanating from the 6 eggs had previously surpassed even the formidable Greed and Silverwing. It became clear to Rigo that this was not merely a matter of energy superiority, but rather a biological dominance, a true dragon's supremacy over the bipedal dragons. With a cacophony of excited chirps, the little black dragon demonstrated its prowess, prompting the subsequent 5 hatchlings to eagerly flap their wings and take flight. Stumbling yet determined, they rushed toward Rigo. Little Green and Little Red alighted on Rigo's outstretched arms, while 3 indistinguishable, plump pink dragons collided playfully against his chest before tumbling onto his legs, flailing their limbs in a joyful display of affection. The commotion from the council chamber was rather pronounced, prompting Braun, stationed at the door, to peek inside with concern. He was utterly transfixed by the sight before him. 6 dragons? Chapter 131. The Dance of the Blood Dragons. Mischievous 6. Rigo had limited knowledge of Western dragons, but he was familiar with the basic classifications. The 6 little ones frolicking around him, if categorized according to the hierarchy of Western dragons, represented the apex of the dragon biological chain, the true dragons, with 4 legs, 2 wings, long horns, and the ability to breathe fire. These dragons bore a stark distinction from the giants depicted in A Song of Ice and Fire. Their additional pair of legs allowed them to run freely on land. And unlike their local counterparts, the 6 little ones' wings lacked the claws typically used for terrestrial balance. Their wings were smoother and more elegant, enabling them to take off like helicopters without the need for a running start, unlike the gluttons and silverwings. Furthermore, the intelligence of true dragons far surpassed that of lesser giants, with some even possessing the ability to speak. Beneath the true dragons lay the bipedal flying dragons, resembling the indigenous dragons like the gluttons and silverwings, characterized by wings equipped with claws and a lower intellect, resembling common birds, hence their designation as bird dragons. As for the lower-tier drakes and serpent dragons, they exhibited only partial dragon traits, such as fire-breathing, flying, or magical abilities, or bore a semblance to giants. Yet they were vastly inferior to the bipedal flying dragons, occupying the lowest tier of the dragon biological chain. Rigo had anticipated that the 6 dragon eggs, after prolonged nurturing through blood and fire magic, would yield surprises upon hatching, but he had not envisioned such an immense revelation. The emergence of the 6 little ones was akin to the abrupt intrusion of 6 cultivators into a realm that had solely known martial arts. Although these 6 young cultivators were still in their infancy, each possessed an innate superiority, endowed with the potential of great emperors. Their foundational strengths and techniques offered an overwhelming advantage over the local indigenous beings. Rigo had no doubt that once these 6 dragons reached their subadult stage, the gluttons and silverwings would scarcely pose a challenge. Previously resting on the back of the glutton, Little Black, Little Green, and Little Red displayed more composed personalities. Even as they frolicked with their siblings in Rigo's embrace, their movements were notably restrained. In contrast, the 3 little pink dragons were considerably more mischievous. 3 pink dragons, hatched from iron boxes on the back of a silver wing, were indistinguishable to Rigo with the naked eye, for they bore such an uncanny resemblance to one another, as if they were mere duplicates of a single dragon. When they flitted around, vying for his attention, Rigo found himself at a loss for how to address them. In stark contrast to the other 3 dragons, these 3 little pink ones exhibited a wild exuberance in their playful antics, lacking any sense of restraint. Just as Braun peeked through the door, Rigo felt 3 bursts of dragon fire on his arm, possessing the trait of being unburned. Rigo's resistance to flames had reached its zenith. The voracious dragon's fire could swiftly melt steel, yet he remained unfazed by the threat of the green flames in battle. His body, enveloped in the fire, experienced only a warm sensation without any injury. However, the 3 little pink dragons were entirely different. Their playful spouts of dragon fire effortlessly seared through Rigo's Valyrian steel armor. The soft pink flames that struck his forearm brought an unprecedented sting, causing him to gasp in shock at the strength of the 6 little ones. He reached out to seize the watchful little black and red dragons, preventing them from lunging towards Braun at the door. As the unfamiliar presence intruded, the 3 pink and green dragons instinctively hid behind Rigo, while the little black and red ones let out eager cries, eyeing the bemused Braun at the entrance. "Braun, fetch some fresh lamb," Rigo commanded, sensing the situation could escalate. While he could manage the 2 little dragons, the other 4 were beginning to stir restlessly. He dreaded the thought of losing his 2 most trusted allies to a mishap caused by his own dragons. The very idea brought him to the brink of despair. Braun departed, closing the door behind him, leaving the little black and red dragons dissatisfied at not being able to confront the intruder. They opened their mouths, emitting a classic quack that resonated with indignation, as if accusing Rigo of thwarting their charge. The calls of their elder brothers dispelled the fear of the other 4. As the little green dragon landed triumphantly atop Rigo's head, flapping its wings in a display of bravado, it unleashed a series of dark green flames, mimicking a dramatic roar as if its previous timidity had never existed. Rigo, exasperated, pulled the little green dragon down, fearful that in a moment of excitement, he might singe his own hair. He then gathered the 3 rambunctious pink dragons into his embrace and intercepted the straying little black and red ones with his foot, letting out a weary sigh. Caring for children was indeed an immensely taxing endeavor, especially with 6 spirited and inquisitive younglings. Fortunately, Braun returned just in time, bearing a massive tray laden with succulent lamb. To prevent the little dragons from causing him harm, Rigo refrained from allowing Braun into the house, instead advising him to rest early and taking the lamb from his hands. The newly hatched little dragons were in a state of hunger when they spotted Rigo entering with a platter of meat. In an instant, the 6 little ones rushed towards him, filling his shoulders, head, and arms with their small bodies. It was fortunate for him that he possessed great strength, enabling him to withstand their enthusiastic onslaught. After placing the platter on the ground, Rigo drew his sword, Dawn, and cut a piece of meat the size of a fist, infusing it with a portion of his magical energy. He then tossed the meat like one would train a puppy. Sizzle! The first little black dragon to break free from its shell unleashed a torrent of dragon fire, cooking the meat mid-air before soaring up to snatch it away, devouring the delectable morsel imbued with magical flavors. Satisfied, it smacked its lips and disdainfully flicked away the 2 little pink dragons that were licking at the corners of its mouth, landing proudly before Rigo. Sizzle more. Amused by the little one's haughty expression, Rigo reached out to ruffle the little black dragon's head. Under the urging of the 6 little dragons, he began distributing the meat, and soon the grand council chamber was filled with their excited roars, as the rich aroma of the mutton wafted through the air, whetting the appetite. "Eat up, all of you. Once you're full, I shall take you to meet your father and mother at dawn." Chapter 132, Blood Dragon Dance. Parenting and governance. Rigo did not sleep a wink that night, as the well-fed little dragons became exceptionally exuberant, flapping their wings and frolicking around the council chamber, eagerly exploring this unfamiliar realm. Fearing they might inadvertently set the place ablaze in their excitement, Rigo had no choice but to accompany them throughout the night. As dawn broke, Rigo summoned Braun to bring breakfast along with tender lamb. After partaking in the meal and ensuring the little dragons were satiated, he eagerly gathered them in his arms to seek out Silverwing and Glutton. Following the conquest of King's Landing, Rigo did not confine Glutton and Silverwing within the crumbling dragon lair as the Targaryens had done. Instead, he had created a resting area for them in the expansive garden behind the Red Keep, facilitating both his ability to ride the great dragons at any time and their freedom to soar as they pleased. Having declined Braun's offer of protection, Rigo endeavored to control the squirming little dragons in his grasp, quickening his pace. Upon passing through the garden's archway, the formidable figures of Glutton and Silverwing came into view. Rigo noticed that the previously wriggling little ones had suddenly quieted. He looked down to find 6 petite, charming dragon heads peeking out from between his arms, their small eyes cautiously observing Glutton and Silverwing as they turned towards them. Sizzle? Silverwing, gazing at Rigo from a distance, sniffed the air with her sensitive nostrils. tilting her head in confusion before rolling over with a thunderous sound and approaching Rigo. Caw, caw, caw. As Silverwing drew nearer, the three little pink dragons felt her familiar aura intensifying. Finally, when Silverwing was just a few dozen meters away, the little pinks recognized their beloved caregiver of over a decade, erupting in excited calls. Reger released his grip, and three little pink creatures eagerly soared from his embrace, fluttering toward the nearby silver wing like fledglings seeking solace. They collided headfirst with the silver wing's large cranium. Caw, caw. The silver wing, having evidently recognized the trio, emitted an excited roar as it welcomed its three daughters, affectionately nudging them with its nose. Reger perceived a whimsical image of pink bubbles dancing around the creature. In stark contrast to the exuberant silver wing, the devourer exhibited remarkable composure. Reger discerned that it had identified the other three little ones. Yet this colossal being chose to cover its head with its wings, deliberately ignoring their presence. With a hint of annoyance, Reger cradled the overlooked trio and approached the devourer, giving its wing a gentle kick to rouse the oblivious creature. Hey, your offspring has come to find you. Caw. The devourer stubbornly refused to reveal itself, its muffled voice emanating from beneath its dragon-like wing, the evident disdain and reluctance nearly causing Reger to burst into laughter. He glanced down at the composed little black, red, and green, and decided to place the trio directly upon the devourer's back, forcefully creating a gap in its wing. Instantly, the mischievous little green's eyes lit up, and with a swift dip of its head, it darted inside. Roar! In no time, the devourer emitted a low, disenchanted growl as it unveiled its dragon head, only to reveal little green playfully clinging to the bony spur beside its nose, its petite form swaying in midair as the devourer lifted its head. Reger stifled a laugh as he watched all three little ones ascend to the devourer's head. He then glanced over at the nurturing silver wing and its little pink, chuckling softly as he turned to leave the garden, filled with the palpable lament of a bachelor struggling with childcare. Upon returning to the Red Keep, Reger promptly summoned Laris, Braun, and other officials to deliberate on matters concerning the Seven Kingdoms. Your Majesty, Laris's voice rang out first. Although Reger had yet to officially ascend the throne in the presence of the noble lords of the Seven Kingdoms, Laris had already taken the lead in changing his address. The Duke of Winterfell, Stark, has recently sent a letter, stating that he has accepted your command and will lead 30,000 troops from the north to King's Landing today to partake in the monumental endeavor of unifying the Seven Kingdoms. Observing Reger nodding in satisfaction from his seat, Laris produced another missive. Lady Tyrell of the Reach responded, expressing her willingness to pledge allegiance on behalf of House Tyrell of Highgarden and House Tyrell of Brightwater Keep. However, she candidly stated that following the demise of the previous Duke of Tyrell, the Reach's dominance over its vassals has significantly waned. Thus, she could not guarantee her vassals' compliance with Highgarden's leadership in allegiance to the new Iron Throne. Such a stance is acceptable. At least Highgarden has chosen the right path. Since the Lord has opted for submission, any vassal who refuses is, by nature, a rebel. Dealing with rebels falls under the purview of King's Landing. Please continue, Laris. Yes, Your Majesty. Laris unfolded yet another letter. Lady Janie Aelin, the Duchess of the Vale, has resolutely refused to submit. The Vale remains loyal solely to the Iron Throne of House Targaryen. She is prepared to lead the Vale in battle to the bitter end. However, it appears that certain nobles within the Vale harbor dissenting opinions regarding Lady Janie's decision. We have received several letters of submission from the Vale. Meanwhile, the Riverlands have also categorically declined the Vale's request for an alliance. Yet the Tully family, Lords of the Riverlands, have not provided us with a definitive response. At this, Rhaegar chuckled softly. Lady Janie Aelin, a valiant woman indeed. I respect her choice. We shall continue to engage with the nobles of the Vale, striving for a peaceful acquisition of their allegiance. As for the Riverlands' ambiguous stance, I trust that as the war progresses, the Tullys will make the right choice. In the west, Ser Jason Lannister, the Duke of Casterly Rock, has sent a clear response endorsing the new Iron Throne. He has proactively dispatched his younger brother, Ser Tyland Lannister, with 20,000 cavalry to support King's Landing. Oh, the Lannisters are so decisive? Rhaegar expressed surprise, having expected Jason and Tyland to remain more circumspect. It seems they are the first, aside from the Starks, to choose submission. It is a testament to their long-standing noble lineage in matters of self-preservation and situational awareness. They are indeed far ahead. The Stormlands, under House Baratheon, have not replied, but our spies report that they are hastily conscripting troops, suggesting that Storm's End will not choose submission. Rhaegar nodded, acknowledging this as an anticipated outcome. given that the Baratheons are closely related to the Targaryens and naturally loyal to them. Larys hesitated as he produced the final letter, glancing at Rhaegar, who appeared at ease. Before speaking again, Your Majesty, we have received correspondence from Harrenhal. The Strong family is willing to accept the rule of the new Iron Throne. Lord Leonor has dispatched his eldest son, Ser Harwin Strong, known as the Breaker of Bones, to lead all the soldiers of Harrenhal in support of King's Landing. Upon hearing this, Rhaegar noticed Larys' expression, understanding his discontent with Harrenhal's previous indecision and concern over his handling of Larys' father and brothers. He chuckled lightly, tapping the table, and said nonchalantly, "The submission of Harrenhal is of little consequence. Their allegiance or lack thereof will not alter the outcome. Larys, you shall manage it as you see fit. Our primary focus must be on engaging with the Vale and monitoring the Stormlands. The political landscape of the Seven Kingdoms must stabilize swiftly. Let us endeavor diligently. By your command, my king." Chapter 133. The Blood Dragon Dances. Armies gathered in June of the year 129 of the conquest. A date destined to be inscribed in the annals of history by the scholars of the Seven Kingdoms. On the 3rd day of June, the northern forces, led by the Duke of Winterfell, Cregan Stark, arrived at King's Landing, where Rhaegar personally received his only true friend on the continent of Westeros. Engaging in conversation and revelry with Cregan Stark, the arrival of 30,000 northern winter wolves dramatically fortified the previously weakened forces of King's Landing. Subsequently, on June 5th, an additional 20,000 cavalry from the Westerlands reached the capital, led by the Duke of Casterly Rock's younger brother, Tywin Lannister, who conveyed the Westerlands' stance on this war with an unmistakable outcome. On the same day, 3,000 troops from Harrenhal, under the command of the formidable warrior Harwin Strong, also arrived. Rhaegar met with Sir Tywin Lannister and Harwin Strong, providing a sense of reassurance to both their families. Tywin Lannister, a robust and handsome middle-aged knight, possessed a strikingly free-spirited demeanor that stood in stark contrast to his elder brother, who inherited the family title. Despite commanding an army of 20,000, Tywin's carefree and elegant aura clashed with the solemn atmosphere of the military. In contrast to the strikingly graceful Westerlands lord, Harwin Strong was an old acquaintance of Rhaegar. Their first encounter had taken place during a grand tournament, where Harwin, known as the strongest man in the Seven Kingdoms, had just begun a liaison with Princess Rhaenyra, battling her former lover, Criston Cole, in the arena. The outcome reaffirmed his formidable reputation, as he suffered an arm injury at the hands of his old adversary. However, unlike his underwhelming performance in the Blacks and Greens conflict, Harwin, the heir of Harrenhal, had since enjoyed a prosperous life. Under the pretext of having a husband, the princess, the designated heir to the Iron Throne, unabashedly bore 3 sons with her sworn knight. Rhaegar even speculated that had it not been for Harwin's own foolishness in revealing this matter while intoxicated, perhaps, under Rhaegar's influence, Viserys might have chosen to overlook Rhaenyra's indiscretions and bestowed the Iron Throne upon his daughter before his demise. Yet, it was evident that Harwin's foolish actions had jeopardized Rhaenyra's claim to the throne. It was rumored that after the scandal involving the bastards broke, Laenor Strong voluntarily resigned from the position of Hand of the King, returning to Harrenhal with his eldest son. Rhaegar anticipated that upon encountering Harwin again, he would witness resentment and despair in his eyes. However, the reality was quite the opposite. Harwin exhibited an extraordinary level of respect, one that seemed to tarnish his knightly identity, as if Rhaegar had not slain his 3 sons and Rhaenyra had not perished at Rhaegar's hands. This peculiar behavior compelled Rhaegar to scrutinize Harwin more closely during the banquet. He bore a deep-seated grudge against Harwin for his wife and children's demise. Yet there was no trace of animosity in Harwin's demeanor. Could it be that this brute, seemingly devoid of intellect, harbored such profound inner thoughts? For a moment, Rhaegar found himself questioning whether the boisterous brute who indulged in revelry at the banquet and flirted with the serving maids was harboring some outrageous conspiracy. However, after witnessing the bonebreaker nearly act out in court, Rhaegar concluded that the man was simply devoid of conscience and courage. Perhaps to him, Rhaenyra was no different from the other courtesans who had once cried out in ecstasy upon his bed. On June 10th, 20,000 troops from the Riverlands arrived in King's Landing. With the northern and western armies having gathered in the capital, the Riverlands could no longer afford to hesitate. Sir Aemon Tully took the initiative to lead the 20,000 cavalry and infantry from the Riverlands to participate in the alliance. Strictly speaking, the current lord of the Riverlands was still the aged Lord Grover Tully, a rare centenarian in Westeros, having ruled the Riverlands for decades. Lord Grover had once supported Prince Viserys at the Great Council of 101 AC and had staunchly opposed Rhaenyra's elevation to the title of Princess of Dragonstone. He was a steadfast loyalist to House Targaryen, yet regrettably, he now lay on his deathbed. The visible leadership of the Riverlands had shifted to his grandson, Sir Aemon Tully. Unlike his stubborn grandfather, Sir Aemon was a man of prudence, fully aware that the family's pride, the bustling town of Brindlewood, was akin to a large block of tofu under the dragon's fire. After clandestine discussions with the nobles of the Riverlands, Lord Grover was effectively sidelined. Even if he were to rage and bellow from his sickbed, Sir Aemon had already reached an agreement with the Riverland nobility and decisively lowered the royal banner, marching towards King's Landing to submit. The arrival of the Tullys added a significant weight to the balance of power among the Seven Kingdoms. Just 3 days after the Riverlands' army reached King's Landing, a rebellion erupted in the Vale. Lady Jane's cousin, Sir Arnold Arryn, whom she had imprisoned in the Moon Doors dungeon, gained his long-awaited freedom with the aid of his son, Sir Edric Arryn, and the complicity of certain nobles. Upon escaping his cousin's dungeon, the direct descendant of House Arryn could scarcely contain his eagerness to initiate his third rebellion. Denouncing his cousin as Jane the Whore and cursing the foolish woman for dragging the Vale into perdition, he rallied several nobles from the Southern Vale, declaring fealty to the Iron Throne and Rego, and marched towards the Eyrie with a hastily assembled army of several thousand men. Simultaneously, another Arryn in the Vale, unwilling to accompany Jane into folly, raised the banner of revolt in support of Sir Arnold Arryn's actions. This was none other than Sir Isambah Arryn, the Count of Seagull Town. The Arryn family of Seagull Town, a branch of House Arryn in the Vale, had established their own standing during King Jaehaerys' reign and amassed considerable wealth through trade. It was evident that Sir Isambah, as the patriarch of the Seagull Town Arryns, was equally intrigued by the claims to the inheritance of the Vale, similar to the current rebel Arnold. Perhaps their thoughts were primarily driven by the desire to avoid perishing in dragon flames due to Janie's folly, yet more likely, it was the insatiable greed for power over the Vale that stirred their hearts. In a society dominated by men, a woman in a position of authority invariably attracts the predatory gaze of wolves, especially when this woman, in her hubris, provokes a formidable dragon king. Naturally, the wolves have sensed the scent of blood emanating from her, and they heedlessly rush in to tear her apart. Chapter 134. The Blood Dragon's Frenzy. Troops advance into the Stormlands on June 20th, in the north, the west, and the Riverlands. A coalition of 73,000 troops gathered outside King's Landing at Harrenhal. Rego, also fully armed, stationed 10,000 men in King's Landing for its defense, while the remainder of the army marched south along the Golden Road amidst the roars of dragons, their destination being the Stormlands. Rego rode the Glutton, leisurely following the advancing troops, while Silverwing cautiously trailed alongside them. On her back, 6 little ones eagerly surveyed their surroundings, their tiny wings fluttering as they occasionally attempted to fly off, only to be swiftly retrieved and placed back on her back, followed by a playful nudge from her head. Unlike Silverwing's enjoyment, Rego could feel the Glutton's disdain for the 6 little ones. Were it not for his speed being under her control, he would have likely fled long ago. It was no wonder that the Glutton felt this way. The 6 little ones were far too mischievous. Although they were merely a small bunch at present, the havoc they wreaked had far surpassed the devastation of the entire war, perhaps due to their elevated status. The dragon flames of the 6 little ones could even scorch the Glutton's tough scales, which startled Rego when she rode the dragon that morning. The little black dragon Hades rampaged unabashedly atop the Glutton's large head. As the eldest of the hatchlings, he held a significant advantage over his siblings. Yet perhaps his arrogance had incited their wrath, as his siblings, the little green dragon Ymir and the little red dragon Ares, formed an alliance with the pink trio, Venus, Athena, and Diana, to collectively combat their unprincipled elder brother. Upon Rego's arrival, she was greeted by the sight of the little green dragon Ymir and the little red dragon Ares pinning their older brother down on the Glutton's head, while the pink trio flitted about, unleashing indiscriminate attacks like a barrage of flame-throwers upon the entangled dragons. As fellow dragons, they would not harm each other in the absence of malicious intent, but the Glutton, now treated as a battlefield, suffered greatly. The tricolored flames of the pink trio singed the Glutton's head, turning its scales to char and forcing them to fall off amidst the playful skirmish. Had the little dragons matured, their feeble flames would scarcely have burned the Glutton's scales, and Rego might have had to separate them. Though Rhaegon had never personally experienced the anguish of child-rearing, he had certainly heard tales of it. In that moment, the Glutton resembled a weary parent ravaged by unruly children. The corporeal pain was secondary, while the psychological exhaustion was the final straw that could break the dragon's back. However, compared to the Glutton's despair, Silverwing's existence was far more tolerable. The 6 little ones exhibited entirely different attitudes towards their wet nurse and wet father. They would nuzzle and coo affectionately at Silverwing, while they engaged in raucous play with the glutton. As the saying goes, I could have endured the darkness had I not glimpsed the light. Dragons inherently fear comparison. Upon witnessing Silverwing's honeyed life, the glutton could not help but feel the weight of his own chaotic existence, to the point of wishing for an end. The frustration simmering within him built up like magma, and the unfortunate storm collided with the barrel of a gun. The army departed on June 20th and reached the first city of the Stormlands, Coppergate, by the 23rd. This was the territory of House Buckler, loyal supporters of House Baratheon. As the 60,000 troops of King's Landing approached the city, Sir Buckler, the Count of Coppergate, had already resolved to share the fate of his city, even initiating an attack against the allied forces. Since the enemy sought death, Rhaegon was more than willing to oblige, commanding Silverwing to take the children to a safe distance while the glutton charged, eyes ablaze, toward the walls of Coppergate. The emerald dragon fire reduced stone to ash and molten steel, and within just 2 assaults, not a single living soul remained on the western walls of Coppergate. Entering the city, civilians were left unharmed while the nobility were free to meet their fate. The northern forces surged into the city, having already decimated most of Buckler's elite at the walls. What remained were merely the old, the weak, women, and a handful of soldiers. Count Buckler met his end swiftly upon the ramparts, his kin slaughtered beneath the blades of the allied forces. Rhaegon felt no guilt. He had granted them numerous opportunities. Given the distance between Stormlands and Stonedance, how could they have survived for so long? Even after the fall of King's Landing, amid the glaringly evident turmoil of the 7 kingdoms, he had still afforded them a month to contemplate their future, while the common folk had no choices. Rhaegon did not believe that the nobles and knights of Stormlands were devoid of options either. Today's path was one that Sir Buckler had chosen for himself. One must bear the consequences of their choices. As for the notion that misfortune should not befall one's family, when one succeeds, their family revels in the spoils. So it stands to reason that when one falls, they too should suffer. This is war, not some whimsical game of make-believe. Within 2 hours, the stronghold of Coppergate in the north of Stormlands was thoroughly cleansed. Subsequently, the glutton veered westward, heading straight for the nearby granary hall. When the silhouette of the dragon appeared upon the battlefield, the hayloft, besieged by the forces of the west, still endeavored to resist. Count Eller chose to surrender the city the moment the dragon descended, yet Rhaego denied him that opportunity. He intended to demonstrate to the nobles of Storm's End that surrender and submission were paths only available before the battle commenced, when the dragon perched upon the city walls. Even the wealthiest must pay the price in blood and fire. On June 23rd, in the year of Conquest 129, the united forces of King's Landing officially breached Storm's End. In a single day, both Coppergate and the Hayloft fell, with the Buckler family of Coppergate and Eller of the Hayloft nearly exterminated. As news reached Wind's Rest, the gathered nobles were struck with dread. In past wars across the 7 kingdoms, even in defeat, only the head of a family faced execution. Yet Rhaego had annihilated entire clans. Such brutality sent shivers through the hearts of the Storm's End nobility. Conversely, the common folk of Storm's End felt a profound sense of relief. When King's Landing's forces captured Coppergate and the Hayloft, they committed no harm against the civilians. It was said that His Majesty Rhaego had ordered no disturbance of the populace, with severe military consequences for any violators. Thus, within just 1 day of the war's onset, the lords of Storm's End realized they had lost the support of their subjects. In the south, the Duke of Wind's Rest, Boros Baratheon, shattered his beloved glass goblet in fury, yet the tide of bad news did not cease with his wrath. Human fortifications appeared exceedingly fragile before the dragon. Unless someone could conjure a sense of equality among all beings, the demise of Storm's End was merely a matter of time. On June 24th, Halwyn Stonemarch led 5,000 cavalry to the city of Fallenwood. Without the dragon's intervention, the Lord of Fallenwood, Count Fair, decisively opened the gates to surrender. Thus, all northern cities of Storm's End fell, leaving the gates of Wind's Rest wide open. Chapter 135, The Blood Dragon's Dance. The unfortunate Duke Boros Baratheon, felt immensely unfortunate. As the southern guardian of the Targaryen Empire, the blood of dragons coursed through the veins of House Baratheon. His ancestor, Orys Baratheon, had led the charge in the Conquest War, personally slaying the infamous Storm King, earning tremendous accolades for the Empire's victory. Yet, in Boros's eyes, King Aegon's rewards for his ancestor epitomized ingratitude. His less than robust intellect could not fathom that his valiant forebear had been granted a fief in such a desolate place. Storm's End was hardly a hospitable region. The relentless storms and gales nearly drove Boros to madness. The title of Lord over storms and felt more akin to exile than reward. This was the source of Boros' lament. He had an ancestor who failed to secure advantageous fortunes for his lineage, yet he could do nothing about it. Another misfortune for Duke Boros was his unyielding father. The previous Lord of Wind's Rest, Beaumont Baratheon, was described as an unmovable monolith by the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms. Boros acknowledged that his father was a man as unyielding as stone, yet simultaneously, he was a politician as frigid as granite. He had never felt a shred of paternal affection from the Duke of Beaumont. The education he received instilled in him the relentless ethos of wielding a sword. Even amidst excruciating pain and tears, a warrior of House Baratheon could endure defeat, but surrender was anathema. Even now, the scars left by his father's hand marked Boros' chest, a testament to that wretched old widower. Admittedly, such remarks might offend his mother. Yet this encapsulated Boros Baratheon's unvarnished perception of his father. However, the lamentations of Duke Boros did not cease there. The most wounding reality was his perpetual lack of a son. This was a grievous blow. Despite having 4 daughters, none bore the mantle of a warrior. In desperation, he pursued procreation so fervently that he ultimately lost his manhood, yet the 7 gods failed to bless him with a worthy heir. Duke Boros was an unwavering male supremacist. Although he despised the tempestuous weather of Storm's End, he could not fathom relinquishing such a vast domain to a woman of lesser stature. King Viserys, in a state of folly, sought to transfer the authority of Dragonstone and the Iron Throne to that vile harlot, Rhaenyra. Fortunately, the king eventually reconsidered, bequeathing the throne to Aegon. Yet, even if he had obstinately allowed that harlot to ascend the Iron Throne, Storm's End would never bow to the authority of a woman. His yearning for a son was profound, yet the 7 gods had forsaken him. In a last-ditch effort, Duke Boros resorted to using his daughters as bargaining chips, arranging a union with a Targaryen prince. Aemond had even acquiesced to this proposal, selecting a girl to his liking. For the loyalty of Storm's End, Boros could secure a grandson with a more potent Targaryen bloodline, allowing him to relinquish stewardship of the accursed Storm's End. Yet, fate proved cruel. Rigadomil appeared unexpectedly from Dragonstone, commanding 2 invincible dragons of the realm. In pursuit of his grandson and the future of Storm's End, Boros promptly answered the king's call, leading the charge against Dragonstone. What dragonfire could withstand the onslaught of a crossbow? However, before hostilities could commence, the accursed Dornishmen invaded the territory of the Storm King, forcing Duke Boros to retreat and fortify against the intruding Dornish raiders. During this tumultuous period, his son-in-law perished. Death was one thing. The Targaryens still had male heirs. Yet, amidst a cacophony of dragonfire, Daemon fell, and the Targaryens lost even King's Landing. Boros harbored a seething hatred for Rigadomil, blaming that wretched silver-haired bastard for his lineage's extinction. After Lord Boros received the letter of surrender from Rigo, he, in a fit of rage, chose to disregard the missive entirely, commanding the Stormlands to prepare for war against the usurpers with unwavering resolve. However, misfortune struck him relentlessly. Although Dorne had retreated from the coastline following the advance of the armies from King's Landing, Boros could hardly savor this fleeting reprieve. Coppergate, Hay Hall, and Last Hearth fell one after another, and in a shocking turn of events, the venerable Lord Fairies of Last Hearth surrendered without a fight. The old lord capitulated his towering fortress to the traitorous filth of Harrenhal, infuriating Boros to the brink of apoplexy upon hearing the news. The reality of the 3 cities' fall was irrevocable, leaving Windspire Castle exposed and vulnerable, like an unsuspecting bride welcoming the advances of her suitors. Boros could almost feel the cold breath of doom upon his neck, as if Domhnall's sword was poised against him. Windspire, situated at the terminus of the Golden Road, lay wide open for the forces of King's Landing to approach unimpeded. What a cursed position for a castle! Boros lamented his ill fate, for he had the misfortune of contending with the insufferable enemy, Rigo Domhnall, and was now compelled to pay the price for his ancestors' folly. Despite others branding him as a capricious tempest, Boros, with a keen intellect, understood that under the shadows of the Greedy and the Silver Wing, Windspire was no longer a sanctuary worth defending. Thus, after positioning nearly all of his crossbows atop the lofty walls of Windspire, the beleaguered Lord Boros Baratheon took his wife and daughter under the protection of knights and decisively abandoned Windspire, setting his course towards Eagle's Nest to the west. Yet, upon his arrival, he found that the Lord of Eagle's Nest, Count Clinton, shared a similar fate. This seasoned nobleman, in his 40s, was in the midst of relocating his wealth and kin. Consequently, Boros wholeheartedly adopted Clinton-S counsel, continuing his retreat to the farthest west to Crow's Nest, a city nestled amidst the mountains. Once fraught with dread due to the incursion of Dorn, it had transformed into the safest refuge against dragon incursions following their withdrawal. The unfortunate Boros placed all his hopes upon the mighty crossbows of Windspire, yearning for them to fell those accursed dragons amid the storm. After which he could march northward with confidence, ensuring that Domhnall would pay dearly for his transgressions. As he traversed the path to Crow's Nest, the relentless tempest once again ravaged the stormlands, leaving Boros drenched to the bone. Truly, fortune had forsaken him. Wiping the rain from his face, he furiously cracked his whip and shouted through gritted teeth. Startled, the horse suddenly reared, causing the Duke of Windswept Keep to be unceremoniously thrown off and tumble into the muddy waters of Crow's Nest City. Chapter 136, Blood Dragon's Frenzy, Ironborn, Wargahol. The unexpected tempest that ravaged the Stormlands inadvertently spared Windswept Keep, as the torrential downpour rendered visibility nearly non-existent, making any military maneuvers impossible. Additionally, the dragons faced the peril of being struck by lightning amidst such a dense storm. Though the ferocious tempest lasted merely a day, the once solid Golden Road had turned into a quagmire, utterly incapable of supporting the march of a great army. Regrettably, Rigo was compelled to order the entire army to rest in Coppergate City for several days until the roads became traversable again. This storm had granted Windswept Keep an additional 5 days of preparation time. Loras Baelish, the unfortunate commander left by Duke Boros to oversee Windswept Keep, stood atop the castle walls, his gaze heavy with concern as he surveyed the distant Golden Road, seemingly catching a whiff of the sulphurous scent emanating from the dragons. A distant cousin of Duke Boros, Loras belonged to the Baelish lineage, far removed in bloodline. He understood the implications of his sudden reassignment to the battlefield. Yet he had always taken pride in his Baelish heritage and was mentally prepared for the fate of Windswept Keep. Position the crossbows in the most accessible locations, ensuring every angle above the walls is covered. Yes, my lord. The atmosphere on the walls of Windswept Keep was charged with activity, as the Allied forces preparing for departure received troubling news. The Iron Islands forces had seized the opportunity presented by the West's diminished defenses, launching a naval assault on the coastal strongholds of Cragstone and Fairy City. The Red Sea Marauder, Euron Greyjoy, leading the so-called Ironborn pirates, plundered the cities of their gold and women, setting them ablaze before swiftly advancing towards Feastfire City. Count Prester, Count Taybec, and Sir Owen Lannister were rallying the West's soldiers in a valiant defense, while Duke Jason Lannister urgently sought Rigo's assistance. Rigo acknowledged that he had overlooked the Iron Islands, primarily because this archipelago had little presence in his mind. He had only passed through once while pursuing the Drowned God's Temple. He was astonished that these ruthless pirates, undeterred by virtue, dared to raid Lannister territory during the West's military mobilization. In light of the urgency, Rigo could not afford to meticulously plan. He promptly commanded Tylan Lannister to lead the 20,000 soldiers he had brought from the West back to the aid of Castle Rock, reasoning that the Stormlands, under the threat of dragons, was already a ripe morsel, leaving the remaining 40,000 soldiers more than adequate. The 20,000 soldiers swiftly set forth, while Rigo simultaneously instructed Cregan Stark to send word to the northern garrison led by Lord Karstark, advising them to be vigilant against Ironborn incursions. In truth, compared to the frigid poverty of the north, the west, rich in gold and silver mines, was far more delectable in the eyes of the Ironborn. However, caution is never misplaced, and Cregan's proactive measures were indeed wise. The 200,000 soldiers from the west were in a frantic rush, yet their departure did not dampen the morale of the Allied forces. Amidst the resounding roars of dragons, Stark led his 40,000 troops with great pride towards Wind's Rest Fortress. After a half-day's march, the Allied forces reached the foot of the renowned stronghold. Cregan Stark commanded his army to camp beyond the range of the giant crossbows, gazing from a distance at this famed bastion of the Seven Kingdoms. Legends spoke of protective spells woven into the castle walls, designed to thwart magic from breaching them, making it the ultimate refuge against dragons. Rigo scoffed at these tales. If such legends held any truth, Aegon would not have so easily conquered this formidable fortress. Even the last Storm King, Aegon, had lost his wits, abandoning his stronghold to fight the enemy in the field, only to perish. Yet, his surviving descendants had no cause to lose control of this castle, said to be a bane to dragons, only to be swiftly annihilated. Compared to the non-existent magical defenses, the multitude of dragon-slaying crossbows on the walls posed a far greater threat to the Greed Eater. As the army approached the city, Rigo granted the nobles and defenders within half a day's time to consider surrendering. However, it was evident that Loras Baratheon, blinded by his family's honor, squandered Rigo's goodwill. On the first day of July in the year 129 of the conquest, sunlight bathed the land in a rare display of good weather. The brutal roar of the Greed Eater suddenly echoed above the fortress as the massive black dragon swooped down from the clouds, soaring upward just as it neared the walls. The disconcerting twang of bowstrings rang out as dozens of giant crossbows fired into the sky, marking the official commencement of the Battle of Wind's Rest. Stark positioned his army beyond the range, awaiting the complete destruction of the defenders on the walls before leading his troops into the city. Yet Rigo did not issue the usual command for the Greed Eater to charge headlong. Instead, he circled above the fortress, first depleting the defenders' arrows. Silverwing, still bearing the 6 younglings, oversaw the battle from the air, retrieving any disobedient dragonlings that strayed too far. The Greed Eater swooped repeatedly, yet did not engage the defenders. And after several passes, Loras Baratheon keenly discerned Rigo's intent. Believing that the dragon was wary of the crossbows, the young man loudly commanded his archers, instructing them not to shoot recklessly, asserting that the dragon was merely exhausting their arrows and would flee as it drew near. Rigo, of course, could not hear Loras's voice. Otherwise, he would have rolled his eyes dramatically, eager to demonstrate the Greed Eater's true fearlessness. However, oblivious to the thoughts on the opposite side, he continued to tease the defenders on the castle walls. Although Loras urged restraint, the sheer presence of a dragon instilled enough fear in the soldiers that none dared to allow the Greed Eater to approach the safety of the walls. Thus, with each dive, a torrent of crossbow bolts was unleashed. Just as Rigo reveled in this cat-and-mouse game, Silverwing suddenly lifted its gaze towards the distant clouds, letting out a loud roar of alarm. Rigo heeded the warning from Silverwing, decisively commanding the Devourer to ascend and swiftly approach its side. His gaze directed towards the direction of Shipwreck Bay. Moments ago, the clouds had been violently torn asunder, and a colossal brown dragon roared forth from the rift, fiercely flapping its wings as it dove towards the battlefield. Vagaril. Rigo instantly recognized the identity of the dragon. It was the very beast he had rescued prior to his journey to King's Landing. Days earlier, while marching past the Kingsguard, Rigo had not glimpsed Vagaril's silhouette, leading him to believe that the old dragon had taken flight once more. To his surprise, the creature had reappeared on the battlefield today. Was it seeking to confront him once more? Just as he was about to command the Devourer to engage, he witnessed the evidently rejuvenated Vagaril roar as it neared the walls of Wind's Breath Castle, braving a hail of crossbow bolts. A torrent of orange dragon fire erupted forth, followed by several bolts embedding themselves into its body, piercing through its left wing with 2 massive arrows. "Damn it, fool," Rigo muttered in exasperation, slapping the dragon's saddle with force. The Devourer responded with an annoyed roar, reluctantly lowering its head to offer assistance. Dracarys. Chapter 137, Blood Dragon Dance. 3 dragons in stark contrast to Vagaril's reckless fire assault. The Devourer's presence resembled a cannon attempting to swat a mosquito. The enormous black dragon swooped down rapidly, while the panicked defenders of Wind's Breath Castle fumbled to reload their crossbows. In an instant, a barrage of bolts enveloped the Devourer. Yet, a scene of despair unfolded for the defenders. The mighty bolts capable of penetrating Vagaril's scales merely clanged against the Devourer's hide, failing to leave even a scratch. The arrows, bearing the kinetic energy sufficient to obliterate heavily armored knights, became a mere jest before the imposing figure of the black dragon. The bolts were of no consequence to him. He was charging forward. 7 gods. A tumult erupted atop Wind's Breath Castle. The soldiers previously ignited by Vagaril still writhed in agony, but at least their retaliatory fire had inflicted some damage upon the dragon. However, faced with the Devourer, which disregarded their crossbow bolts entirely, the soldiers succumbed to despair. Roar. The Devourer advanced with a thunderous roar, its dragon fire engulfing the soldiers upon the castle walls, silencing their screams as they were consumed and reduced to charred remains within the searing heat. In a single dive, the pride of Wind's Breath Castle's crossbow array was utterly devastated. Hundreds perished in the flames, and the remaining soldiers, gripped by terror, scrambled to flee into the castle, with many tumbling from the towering walls, splattering upon the ground below as mere flesh and bone. The Devourer unleashed a torrent of dragon fire upon the fortified gates of Wind's Breath Castle. At once, Cregan Stark issued commands. The cavalry of the north surged into the castle like a pack of wolves, howling in triumph. Wind's Breath Castle, heralded as the strongest fortress in the 7 kingdoms, fell effortlessly within less than half an hour of the onset of battle. The temporary commander of Wind's Rest Fortress, a scapegoat chosen by Duke Boros Bylasian, was the distant relative Loris Bylasian, who perished on the city walls, reduced to ashes by dragon fire. Most of the nobles within the city had fled in advance alongside Duke Boros, leaving behind a scant few who, much like those in Coppergate City, fell victim to the massacre by the Winter Wolves. Wind's Rest was utterly conquered. Rigo was solely responsible for riding the colossal dragon to breach the city, while the ensuing battle was beyond the dragon's purview. Given the cramped and chaotic architecture within Wind's Rest, Rigo was confident that a single breath of flame from the Devourer could incinerate the entire city, yet that was not his intent. Under his command, the Devourer descended in an open area outside the city, followed closely by the silver-winged dragon, who bore the mischievous 6 younglings, landing gracefully while keeping a vigilant watch on the brown dragon languishing nearby, instinctively drawing the curious little ones close to her. Waghal had sustained severe injuries. 2 crossbow bolts pierced her left wing, failing to penetrate the wing membrane, but unfortunately embedding themselves in the bone, severely affecting her balance. However, this was of little concern to a dragon. The more pressing issue was that 1 bolt had struck deep into her abdomen, its immense force leaving only a portion of the tail feather exposed, while 2 massive arrows were lodged into the side of her neck. Rigo slid down from the Devourer's back and approached Waghal, who was evidently impacted by the massive crossbow bolt in her belly. Her breath came in heavy gasps, and her dragon head lay flat on the ground, stirring up dust in a rather pitiful manner. Nevertheless, it must be said that Waghal, rejuvenated by Rigo's infusion of blood-fire magic, appeared significantly more pleasing to the eye. Her skin was taut and smooth, and her scales gleamed brightly, transforming her from the sagging, aged matriarch of dragons into a robust dragon of her prime, akin to the silver-winged dragon. As Rigo drew near, Waghal managed to shift her head slightly, her eyes gazing affectionately at him, emitting a series of whimpers from her throat. This obedient demeanor was far removed from the fierce mother of dragons who fought alongside Imant. Rigo sensed the emotions conveyed by Waghal: submission, closeness, and pain. It seemed that his prior act of saving her in the Imperial Forest had successfully quelled her animosity toward the Devourer and the silver-winged dragon, effectively swaying her allegiance. Now, with her soft whines of distress, one might mistakenly think that the two were longtime companions. He approached and tenderly patted Waghal's dragon head, then placed his right hand upon her snout, gently closing his eyes to gauge her physical condition. After a moment, he shook his head and withdrew his hand. "Consider yourself fortunate," Rigo remarked with a hint of exasperation. 2 bolts had pierced her neck. While they had not passed centrally through, they still inflicted damage to her trachea. But the gravest wound remained that of her abdomen. Except for the glutton and Silverwing, all dragons of Westeros, regardless of who suffered the injuries from Vagharl, would be doomed to death. However, Vagharl, having sustained grave wounds twice, encountered the benevolent Rigo, which can only be deemed as an extraordinary stroke of luck. Rigo was aware that Vagharl's performance before them was her way of expressing submission and allegiance, albeit this pledge was perilously bold, nearly costing her life. The glutton remained cautiously close to Rigo, vigilant against any potential harm that Vagharl might inflict upon him. Yet, after waiting in vain for any threatening moves from Vagharl, his apprehension gradually subsided, replaced by curiosity as he approached her, sniffing around, finding her imposing figure somewhat striking. Suddenly, Rigo smacked the glutton on the nose, sending this peculiar creature a few steps back. He then ascended Vagharl's massive body, grasping the large bolt lodged in her neck, and with a firm tug, extracted it. A pained roar escaped Vagharl, her dragon head instinctively rearing back, exposing her formidable teeth, yet she refrained from attacking Rigo, instead gently nudging against him. Feigning ignorance to the glutton's readiness to pounce, Rigo proceeded to remove another bolt. This time, Vagharl was more compliant. Her colossal form twitched slightly, letting out a low growl, but otherwise remaining still. After extracting the bolt from her neck, he methodically removed the ones embedded in her wings and abdomen. Perhaps the extraction caused internal bleeding, for Vagharl's condition swiftly deteriorated, dark blood beginning to seep from her nostrils, steaming as it emerged. As Rigo leaped from her back, Vagharl bore an expression that hinted at her impending demise. When he summoned the magic within him and placed his hands upon her head, the once dull gaze of the dragon brightened instantaneously, filled with a longing that compelled her to lean forward eagerly. Compared to the severe injuries she sustained during the Battle of the Kingsguard, Vagharl's current wounds were equally lethal but were healed by Rigo in mere minutes. In the moment following his retracted hands, the jubilant roar of the giant dragon erupted in his ears, startling him enough to kick at the exuberant Vagharl in exasperation. Chapter 138. The Blood Dragon's Wild Dance. The Stormlands submit when Cregan Stark completely subdued Storm's End and emerged from the castle to find 3 dragons surrounding Rigo. He could not help but feel a renewed sense of relief at his wise decision. The mere presence of the glutton had rendered the castle, reputed to be the strongest in the 7 kingdoms, utterly defenseless, while another dragon, no less formidable than the glutton, remained absent from the fray. Now, with the addition of Vagharl, once the mightiest dragon of House Targaryen, those standing against Rigo had effectively answered the call of the stranger. With Storm's End fallen, the coalition forces of King's Landing did not press their attack further, instead opting for a brief period of rest within the city, while simultaneously sending messages throughout the Stormlands, making one final attempt to persuade the inhabitants to surrender. Meanwhile, as Wind Whisper Fortress was effortlessly breached by the allied forces, the noble families of the Riverbend region, who had previously remained passive observers, were compelled to confront the stark reality. The Lord of the Mito family from Green Valley, the closest to the Stormlands, dispatched an envoy to Wind Whisper Fortress to express fealty to Rigo. Upon witnessing 3 colossal dragons towering nearly as high as the fortress walls, the envoy returned to Green Valley drenched in cold sweat. Subsequently, news of Rigo Domner's possession of 3 dragons, including the tamed Vagharl, spread rapidly throughout Riverbend, instilling a sense of fear in the once complacent nobles. The prominent families of Riverbend, including the Feudelli family of Tungshire Town, the Caswell family of Bitterbridge, the Marwith family of Long Table Fortress, the Forswy family of Fruit Wine Hall, the Oakhart family of Old Oak City, and the Luowan family of Golden Tree City, convened at Highgarden, where they humbly expressed their respect and submission to Lady Tyrell. Faced with a tangible threat, these indulgent nobles recalled their loyalty and acknowledged their status as vassals of House Tyrell. Gathered in the stronghold of Highgarden, they fervently declared their allegiance, seeking to be the first to pledge loyalty to the new Iron Throne, hoping that House Tyrell could intercede with Rigo on their behalf to avert retribution from the allied forces. Rigo received correspondence from Highgarden, and regarding these fickle nobles, he did not intend to dwell on their wavering loyalties. Whether they surrendered or not, it mattered little. No one could impede the unification of the 7 kingdoms or the impending change of dynasty. The war could conclude swiftly or extend for several more days. But their submission bore no consequence on the outcome. Thus, Rigo simply responded to the Highgarden and Riverbend nobles' requests, eschewing any attempts at winning their favor. Nevertheless, the fearful nobles of Riverbend rejoiced upon receiving his reply. Under the auspices of Highgarden, the various noble families contributed resources, both monetary and physical, to send a substantial supply to Wind Whisper Fortress as a gesture of support and loyalty. The allegiance of Riverbend triggered a ripple effect. The tumultuous Vale, upon receiving this news, saw several nobles join the rebellious forces of Sir Arnold Ellen and Count Esimba Ellen of Seagull Town, united against the obstinacy of Duchess Janey. Within a mere fortnight, the territories controlled by House Ellen in the Vale were largely seized by the insurgents, leaving Lady Janey reliant on the strongholds of Eagle's Nest, Moongate, and Bloodgate to withstand the onslaught. However, as the Ellen army faced continual setbacks, an increasing number of nobles and knights chose to defect from Duchess Janey's side, aligning themselves with Sir Arnold and Sir Esimba. The balance of power shifted, making the cleansing of the Vale merely a matter of time. On July 5th, the Earl of Taz, the Earl of Wild, and the Earl of Isman of Greenstone Castle announced their surrender, submitting to the throne of Rigo. The 3 earls personally arrived at Wind Whisper Fortress by sea to bow before Rigo. The islands of Taz and Isman, as well as the Wind Fury Cove, fell into the hands of the allied forces. The capitulation of these fortified locations seemed to open the floodgates for the surrender of the nobility in Stormland. Within a mere 3 days, the Earl of Medellin from Fogwood City, the Earl of Selmy from Harvest Hall, the Earl of Clinton from Eagle's Nest, the Earl of Swin from Stonehelm City, the Earl of Darlene from Black Harbor, the noble family of Karun from Nightsong City, and the Earl of Stamen from Long Arch Fortress followed suit, each coming to Wind Whisper Fortress to pledge their allegiance. While Duke Boros Bylasian awaited news of victory from Wind Whisper Fortress in Crow's Nest City, one unfortunate piece of news after another arrived. In the blink of an eye, the only remaining city yet to declare submission to Rigo was Crow's Nest, and Boros, surveying his surroundings, was horrified to realize he had become utterly isolated. At this moment, the fierce and somewhat dim-witted guardian of the southern lands finally grasped the grim reality. The mortal bodies of Stormland's soldiers were mere kindling in the flames of the dragon, serving only to fuel the fire further, rendering them utterly useless. On July 10th, the Earl of Morgan from Crow's Nest, entrusted by Duke Boros by Lei Ge, journeyed to Windwhisper Fortress to seek peace, carrying with him terms for a ceasefire. The proposal included the withdrawal of the Allied forces from Stormland, the restoration of Boros by Lei Ge's leadership over Stormland, and the continued status of the by Lei Ge family as the Lords of the South. Stormland would submit to the Iron Throne. Yet the Iron Throne was to compensate Stormland for its losses in this conflict. King Rigodumnurl was to marry a woman from the by Lei Ge family as a gesture of goodwill between the two regions. Glaring at the peace terms presented by Sir Morgan, Rigod was nearly driven to unsheath his sword and strike down the old man before him. At first glance, Rigod felt as though he were the defeated party. Having been reduced to a mere figurehead, he found himself entangled in the delusions of nobility, his vision clouded by the grandeur of the by Lei Ge lineage, rendering him incapable of recognizing his own predicament. Sir Morgan, do you believe there is any merit left in discussing these terms with the Duke? Sir Morgan broke into a cold sweat under Rigod's menacing gaze, which made the old man's scalp prickle. As the saying goes, if a friend must perish, the sage must live. Sir Morgan promptly yielded, kneeling to pay homage. On July 12th, during the conquest, Sir Morgan, the Earl of Crow's Nest, declared his submission, capturing the former Duke Boros by Lei Ge of Windwhisper Fortress and his kin, all of whom were escorted to Windwhisper Fortress. At the cliffs of Shipwreck Bay, Boros by Lei Ge and his 100 relatives were consumed by dragon flames, reduced to ashes and scattered into the waves of Shipwreck Bay by the sea breeze. Thus, the stormy war lasted for 20 days, officially concluding with the demise of Duke Boros Baratheon of Storm's End, marking the extinction of the Baratheon lineage. Amidst the charred lands of the Seven Kingdoms, only the one-sided conflict in the Vale and the northern pirate, Greyjoy, continued to smolder. Chapter 139. The Dance of the Blood Dragon. The Wars denouement on the 20th of July in the year 129 of the conquest. Lord Clinton of Griffin's Roost was temporarily appointed by Rigo as the commander of the Stormlands garrison, tasked with the defense of the southern territories. Following this, the combined forces of King's Landing returned triumphantly, as if the common folk of Storm's End had merely endured a prolonged nightmare lasting over 20 days. The coalition, having consumed all the lands of Storm's End, seemed to merely have strolled through the southern region, embodying the pre-war military discipline of causing no harm. In fact, in the eyes of the Storm's End populace, the devastation wrought by the so-called dragons and demons of the Baratheon reign paled in comparison to the suffering inflicted by their own lord. Thus, when the coalition withdrew, a peculiar scene unfolded in Storm's End. Countless civilians emerged from towns and villages, lining the streets to bid farewell to this righteous army. Rigo's reputation swiftly spread throughout the Seven Kingdoms, as all came to recognize the new king as a benevolent figure who cared deeply for his people. In an instant, both military and civilian spheres held Rigo in unparalleled esteem. Riding the winds of this newfound favor, Rigo led his army back to the malodorous King's Landing. Truth be told, had it not been for the advantageous location cultivated by the Targaryen family over centuries, Rigo would have long since established the capital in Dragonstone. King's Landing was simply too foul. Each visit elicited a unique, yet consistently nauseating sensation. The thought of continuing to reside in this city for an extended period left Rigo feeling increasingly uneasy. On the 22nd of July, news arrived from the west, where Guardian Jason Lannister reported that the Iron Islands pirates had been expelled from the city of Feastfire. Though the city had suffered from the pirates' arson and destruction, the timely command of Count Prester, Count Tarbeck, and Sir Owen Lannister allowed the military and civilians to evacuate before the city fell, preventing significant casualties. With the arrival of Tyland Lannister and his main force of 20,000, the invading Ironborn were rendered powerless, hastily retreating and setting fire to the city as they fled toward the rear, seeking refuge in Fair Isle and Crag Isle. Duke Jason Lannister personally led his army in pursuit of the enemy, inquiring midway about Rigo's plans for the Iron Islands. Rigo harbored no fondness for the islanders, particularly given their ingratitude and propensity to forsake loyalty for petty gains. They resembled wolves and leopards, yet proudly claimed their fierce demeanor as a testament to their culture. Consequently, Rigo's response to Duke Jason was succinct: plow their homes and sweep their dens. The Iron Islands were formidable, but that strength was relative. The legends of their might did not imply they were indeed the most powerful among the Seven Kingdoms, but rather that the Iron Men were undaunted by death and displayed commendable individual combat skills. In the annals of Westerosi history, the Greyjoy family of the Iron Islands has long occupied the isles west of Lannisport, akin to a persistent thorn in the flesh, perpetually raiding the villages of the Westerlands and the Riverlands, even extending their malevolence to the barren lands of the north. Once the Ironborn breached the towns and villages, the only welcome awaiting the common folk and nobility alike was the brutal onslaught of pillage and slaughter. Over centuries, the Iron Islands have forged numerous enmities with the great houses of the Westerlands, the Lannisters, of the Riverlands, the Tullys, and of the north, the Starks. For the coastal populace of these regions, the Ironborn have become an eternal nemesis. Thus, upon receiving the directives from Rigo, the armies of the Westerlands surged forth, their soldiers fervently pursuing the retreating Ironborn with wrathful vengeance. On the 25th of July, the forces of the Westerlands reclaimed the charred remnants of Fair Isle, slaying hundreds of Ironborn. As the army entered the town, the streets lay strewn with the lifeless bodies of commoners, many dismembered and deliberately incinerated by the Ironborn, rendering it nearly impossible for the surviving kin to recognize their loved ones. This horrific sight ignited a fury within the hearts of all soldiers. On the 27th of July, the Lannister army relentlessly pursued and successfully recaptured Cliffrock, a port city that had flourished due to its abundant veins of gold and silver, now utterly devastated by the Ironborn. Perhaps as retribution for the relentless pursuit by the forces of the Westerlands, Cliffrock had been transformed into a desolate wasteland, devoid of any life. By the 28th of July, the Ironborn had completely retreated to the Iron Islands, while the Lannister forces pressed onward towards the ancestral seat of House Greyjoy, Pike, encamping at the ominous Fort of Doom, gazing across the sea at the shadow of Pike Castle. Meanwhile, the struggle for succession in the Vale of Arryn was nearing its conclusion. Lady Janie, who had wielded power over the Vale for decades and was approaching her 40th year, succumbed to fury and despair, passing away in the Eyrie amidst the relentless pressure from her two cousins and the continuous defeats of her armies. However, in her dying breath, this misguided woman designated her heir, an individual who was merely her fourth cousin, with a lineage even more distant than that of Ser Arnold Arryn and Ser Esebar Arryn, a man who had only served as a knight of the Bloodgate for a decade, Joffrey Arryn. Lady Janie's final act incited the ire of her two cousins and left her loyal vassals profoundly discontented. On the 29th of July, just as the newly appointed Ser Joffrey Arryn was eagerly arranging the defense of the Eyrie, the sound of his cousin's iron hooves drew near. Betrayed by disloyal subjects, the gates of the Eyrie were flung open, allowing the armies of the two Arryns to surge in, capturing the fortunate Joffrey, who remained blissfully unaware within the castle. Ser Arnold Arryn personally severed Joffrey Arryn's head with his longsword, yet that very night, the knight who had just conquered the Eyrie met his demise. His throat slit in the stillness of slumber. He remained insufficiently vigilant in the Game of Thrones. Perhaps the prolonged confinement within Moon Door had led to a regression in his acuity. In any case, the reins of power in the Vale of Arryn were seized by Ser Essen Balin from Seagull Town, a prosperous merchant who hastily dispatched a missive to King's Landing, pledging his fealty to Rigo. On the same day, the Stormland forces, under the command of Lord Tarth, ventured forth to Storm's End, where the remnants of House Valerion and House Saitiga capitulated. Subsequently, it heralded the demise of the Iron Islands. The Lannisters, the Riverlands, and the North united their forces to audaciously invade the Iron Islands, exacting vengeance for past grievances. Within a mere 2 days, the Greyjoy family, which had dominated Pike Island for centuries, succumbed. King Dalton Greyjoy retreated in disarray to Great Wyke, subsequently sending a panicked plea for peace to King's Landing. Rigo, however, paid it no heed, as he and Larys were preoccupied with drafting a comprehensive urban renewal plan for King's Landing, focusing primarily on the restoration of the city's drainage and sewage systems. Thus, a fortnight later, on the 16th of August in the year 129 of the conquest, the last bastion of the Iron Islands, Blackwater Island, fell to the northern forces. Dalton Greyjoy was intercepted while attempting to flee by boat, and several massive Ironborn ships were engulfed in flames during the conflict. Dalton, along with his wife, children, and numerous lords of the Iron Islands, perished at sea. By the end of August in the year 129 of the conquest, peace once again enveloped Westeros, as the lords of the Seven Kingdoms convened in King's Landing, heralding the dawn of a new order. Chapter 140, The Dance of the Blood Dragons. Epilogue. On the 1st of September in the year 129 of the conquest, a royal council was convened. The Iron Throne, once adorned with sharp blades, melted into molten iron amidst the insatiable green flames of the Dragon Keeper. Flowing down the steps of the council chamber, intermingled with the blood of several Targaryen kings and the restless souls of the Seven Kingdoms, their desires laid bare upon the floor. The cooling, solidifying mass transformed the once supreme Iron Throne into a mere layer of iron paint upon the ground, trampled underfoot by those who stood upon it. In its stead, a magnificent golden dragon throne radiated brilliance. Rigo harbored no aspirations for the contentious and treacherous Iron Throne, and even felt a certain aversion towards the title of king. However, after numerous discussions with Lares, he reluctantly ascended the throne of the Seven Kingdoms, though the Targaryen Iron Throne held no allure for him. Instead, Rigo, adhering to the traditions of his ancestors, commissioned artisans to craft a grand throne of pure gold in the form of a dragon. The throne was vast. It resembled more of a double bed than a mere seat. The backrest was sculpted into the likeness of 3 colossal dragons, with the central wolf-headed dragon towering above the others, its wings partially arched as if to embrace the occupant of the throne. Its eyes exuded warmth and gentleness, while the insatiable and silver-winged dragons flanked it. Their wings stretched wide as they roared towards the heavens, their claws extending forward, forming the armrests of the throne. From the seat, descending downwards, one encounters 9 levels of steps, each adorned with the likeness of a colossal dragon. As the stairs descend, they are intricately carved with the figures of Valyrian, Vagr, Caraxes, Meraxes, Sea Smoke, Sunfire, Syrax, Tessarian, and on the final step, the visages of Vagr, Eryx, and Tyraxes. Rigo found himself reluctantly captivated. Despite his prior reservations, the moment this meticulously crafted Iron Throne was revealed before him, he was utterly entranced, unable to tear his gaze away. Regardless of the nature of kingship, this throne resonated profoundly with Rigo's aesthetic sensibilities. Seated upon the grand golden throne, Rigo's demeanor exuded an innate authority as he absent-mindedly caressed the dragon claw armrests, surveying the assembly of lords and nobles of the 7 kingdoms below him, who, instinctively, dared not display even the slightest hint of disrespect. Lares sat at the foot of the throne, unfurling a scroll to announce the honors bestowed upon the 7 kingdoms. First, he proclaimed the Duke of Winterfell, Cregan Stark, as the Prince of the North. The hall erupted in astonishment. Both Cregan Stark and the other nobles gazed in disbelief at the calm visage of Rigo on the throne, as if struggling to comprehend the proclamation. Prince? Surely, this was a jest. Next, he announced the Duke of Casterly Rock, Jason Lannister, as the Prince of the Westerlands, Larry Storm as the Prince of Storm's End, Ser Alice Karstark of the Eyrie as the Prince of the Vale, Duke Tully of the Riverlands as the Prince of the Riverlands, and Duke Tyrell of Highgarden as the Prince of the Reach, with Lady Tyrell acting as regent until the prince comes of age. He then declared Prince Oberyn Martell of Dorne as the Prince of the South, with Old Town annexed into Dorne's territories under his governance. Rigo Damnell's inaugural council meeting left the 7 kingdoms in awe, as he appointed 7 princes, demonstrating an unprecedented magnitude of authority and the gravity of his rewards. The nobles, who had only recently arrived following the end of the conflicts, were left in regret, envious of the newly appointed ministers. Notably, Larry Storm and Ser Alice Karstark, one a younger son of House Storm and the other a cadet branch of House Arryn, found themselves elevated to princely status, having latched onto Rigo's ambitions, thus achieving a meteoric rise within the empire, an outcome sure to incite envy. Yet, envy bore no fruit. The council meeting, in addition to the princely honors, included a multitude of rewards for the valiant warriors. Bronn, who had consistently served as Rigo's personal guard and commander of the defense forces, was elevated to Count of Stone Dance, with the Cape of Wrath directly incorporated into the crown's domain under the governance of King S. Landing. Furthermore, a considerable number of nobles and knights were elevated, granted lordships across Old Town and the Iron Islands. Rigo's first council meeting post-ascension resembled a grand ceremony of honors. From that day forth, in the minds of this generation, Rigo Damnell's stature firmly overshadowed their private ambitions, heralding a genuine peace across the 7 kingdoms. The royal council concluded, and the aged nobles and newly ennobled lords who had come to witness Rhaegar's coronation lingered in King's Landing for a few days before returning to their respective domains. However, Rhaegar retained the 7 newly appointed princes. He harbored no desire for the so-called powers of the 7 kingdoms. Having successfully overthrown the Targaryen rule, he ascended to the throne. Yet, rather than immersing himself in the arduous duties of governance, he preferred to be a figurehead. Moreover, the political landscape of the 7 kingdoms had always been characterized by local governance, so after discussions with Lares and others, Rhaegar established a system akin to a council, where the significant affairs of the state would be deliberated and decided by the 7 powerful princes. Only matters beyond their authority would be brought to Rhaegar's attention. thereby allowing him to remain detached from the intricacies of state affairs. Among the seven, Lares and Cregan Stark were genuinely loyal, alleviating any concerns of his authority being undermined. Even if they were to betray him, it would not pose a significant threat. He could always incite another war if necessary. The conquest passed swiftly in this tumultuous yet joyous atmosphere, with Rhaegar's days on the throne resembling his previous life. He awoke at leisure, tended to his 3 dragons, and trained 6 mischievous little creatures, taking to the skies with his companions, the Devourer, Silverwing, and Vhagar. His days were filled with delightful excursions, strolling through Dragonstone one day and visiting Driftmark the next. He acknowledged his lack of political acumen and chose to adopt a laissez-faire approach, leaving the management of the realm to the capable hands of others. In this capacity, Rhaegar resembled a powerful talisman, deriving joy from his role. The anticipated orc invasion and the shadowy figures attempting to control him in his dreams had vanished without a trace. During this period, Rhaegar engaged in multiple conversations with Cregan Stark and others, but their responses mirrored previous ones. As if the sudden emergence of the wall and the confusion of memories sparked no questions among the people of the Seven Kingdoms, save for Rhaegar himself. Time flowed steadily, and Rhaegar continued his routine of dragon care until he noticed something amiss when he failed to rouse the Devourer and Silverwing after several attempts. Chapter 141, Recruitment Order System. Check the status of the Devourer and Silverwing. Ding. Sensing the presence of magical creatures, the system began its scan. Target: Devourer race, dragon current form, male dragon length, 135 meters wingspan, 350 meters current status, healthy. Young predicted remaining lifespan, unknown dragon keeper, bloodline evolution in progress, about to enter slumber. Target: Silverwing race, dragon current form, female dragon length, 105 meters wingspan, 230 meters current status, content. Healthy, excited predicted remaining lifespan, unknown dragon keeper, bloodline evolution in progress, about to enter slumber. Is this the evolution of the bloodline? Rhaegar gazed with astonishment at the status of the 2 dragons displayed by the system. Aside from their increased size, the only anomaly lay in the indication within the dragon keeper's status that they were about to enter slumber. It appeared that after years of magical nurturing, the bloodlines of the Devourer and Silverwing had finally reached their zenith. With a hint of concern, Rhaegar approached and placed his hands upon Silverwing's neck, closing his eyes to deeply sense the condition within the colossal creature. Indeed, he discerned that the bloodfire magic contained within Silverwing was extraordinarily vibrant, her heart pulsating at an extraordinary rate, pumping the fiery dragon blood throughout her body, gently pushing aside the 6 little ones that had drawn near with excited chirps. Rhaegar further examined the state of the Devourer. Confirming that both dragons were indeed lethargic due to their impending evolution, he gradually felt a sense of relief. Roar. Once he had finished his tasks, Vhagar cautiously approached, nudging Rhaegar with her large head, her gaze filled with concern as it drifted towards the Devourer and Silverwing. After returning to the stronghold, Rhaegar had transferred the magical crystal from the Devourer's saddle to Vhagar. Following a period of magical nurturing, complemented by Rhaegar's previous uses of his highest-tier bloodfire magic for healing, Vhagar's intellect had significantly improved. Now, she could articulate her needs and emotions clearly, and had developed a sense of companionship. Seeing the troubling state of the Devourer and Silverwing, she could not help but anxiously inquire of Rhaegar. "It's nothing," Rhaegar reassured, gently stroking her head. "They are merely growing stronger. There is no danger." Having calmed Vhagar, Rhaegar spent some time playing with the 6 little ones, and only then did the Devourer and Silverwing awaken in succession. The 2 dragons affectionately nudged Rhaegar, lethargically flapping their wings as they wandered the garden with their heads lowered, reminiscent of geese searching for a place to lay eggs. Yet they did not come to a halt. Rhaegar distinctly sensed the increasing agitation of the 2 dragons, with the Devourer beginning to emit frustrated roars. They were dissatisfied with their surroundings. Rhaegar immediately comprehended the sentiment they conveyed. Dragons typically prefer to lay their eggs and slumber in volcanic or high-temperature locales. It was evident that King's Landing could scarcely fulfill their requirements, and the only 2 places that might cater to their needs were Dragonstone, not far from King's Landing, and the ruins of Valyria. In light of the urgency, and concerned about the evolution of the Devourer and Silverwing, Rhaegar chose the nearest option. After a brief exchange with Lares, he mounted Vhagar, accompanied by the Devourer, Silverwing, and 6 younglings, and set forth towards Dragonstone. Previously, Dragonstone had been home to many loyalists of House Targaryen, most of whom were islanders who had lived there for generations and dragonlords responsible for nurturing the dragons. However, with the fall of Tarth and Crag Isle to Lord Tarth, Isolated Dragonstone became entirely abandoned, left with no choice but to surrender. Following their capitulation, Regal relocated all the island's natives, subsequently moving nearly half of the residents of Storm's End to Dragonstone. He also selected a guard of 1,500 men from the garrison of Storm's End, settling them on the island and firmly establishing his control over Dragonstone. Departing from King's Landing, the dragons flew at remarkable speed, swiftly appearing above Dragonstone. To Regal's astonishment, the anxious demeanor of the Devourer and Silverwing showed little improvement. They continued to exhibit signs of restlessness, suggesting that even the small volcanoes of Dragonstone could not meet the demands of the two great dragons. Thus, the only option left was to proceed to the ruins of Valyria. After a century and 40 years of conquest, the continent of Westeros, which had enjoyed a decade of stability and prosperity since Regal ascended the throne, suddenly erupted with activity following a proclamation from the Red Keep. This was a recruiting edict, signed by the King of the Undulls, the Roiner, and the First Men, the ruler of the Seven Kingdoms and protector of the realm, the Lord of Dragons, Regal Domnall. A royal recruitment letter addressed to the Seven Kingdoms was personally overseen by Sir Bronn, the Earl of Storm's End, seeking 5,000 warriors and 30,000 proletarians to traverse the Narrow Sea and Summer Sea, following the footsteps of His Majesty and the dragons, to explore the long-lost ruins of Valyria. For the ancient ruins of Valyria, both commoners and nobles of the Seven Kingdoms were well acquainted through historical records and captivating tales passed down through generations. The once invincible splendor of the Valyrian dragonlords, who ruled over Westeros for centuries, could be glimpsed in the fate of House Targaryen and in King Regal's own hand that brought about their downfall. However, the allure of legend could only incite the lowest echelons of society. For the nobles, who possessed a deeper understanding of the Valyrian ruins, their concerns lay not with the myths and dragons, but rather with the ominous curses and the deadly Greyscale disease. Despite Regal's claims of descent from the Valyrian ruins, most nobles remained skeptical. The former King Viserys Targaryen's obsession with Valyria had reached an unparalleled zenith. Within the Red Keep, remnants of the young monarch's restoration of the freehold still lingered, as countless explorers and officials had sought treasure amidst those ruins, only to vanish without a trace. Half a month after the recruitment decree was issued by Rego, the number of commoners willing to enlist under Lord Browne had far surpassed 30,000, with the proletarian knights and wandering freebooters nearly overwhelming the gates of Stone Dance Castle. Yet, not a single noble or landed knight stepped forward to volunteer. On June 11th, in the year of conquest, Sir Browne, Count of Stone Dance, officially bequeathed his title to his son, and subsequently led an army of 10,000 proletarian knights and 50,000 commoners aboard a great ship docked at the port of Twin Dragons. The roar of dragons echoed around Cape Marseille as the vast fleet traversed the Narrow Sea, sailing beneath the shadows of three great dragons, their sails billowing as they ventured into the treacherous summer waters, plunging into the white sea of mist. Chapter 142, Long Time No See. Valyria, the colossal fleet navigated through the Sea of Mist, cautiously weaving between the shattered islands of Valyria and the abandoned harbor of Oloros. Rego, mounted upon a dragon, soared through the skies, guiding the fleet below. Prior to their departure, every member of the fleet had consumed a blend of water infused with high-level bloodfire magic for several consecutive days, rendering them immune to the perilous Greyscale lurking within the misty sea. Commander Browne, brimming with vitality, stood at the prow of the ship, occasionally casting glances at the dragons soaring overhead, directing the fleet's course. He had actively sought to join the expedition, repeatedly beseeching Rego for permission to accompany the fleet. For Browne, Rego was his patron, transforming him from a mere wandering freebooter, a man on the brink of starvation, into a knight commanding a grand army, even elevating him to the rank of the very noble he once gazed upon from below, the Count of Stone Dance. All of this was a gift from Rego, and thus, when the call for the exploratory fleet was made, Browne committed himself without hesitation. As a knight personally appointed by the king, he had sworn fealty to Rego Domnall before the seven gods beneath the great sword, and thus there was no reason for retreat. A mighty roar from Vhagar echoed nearby. Browne tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, gazing ahead as a vast bay emerged before the fleet. The Glutton and Silverwing had already landed ashore, while Vhagar, guided by Rego, circled low, indicating the docking point. Signalman, relay the orders. The fleet is prepared to dock. At once, my lord, the signalman replied, hastening to the rear of the ship to convey the message to the other vessels. The ship carrying Browne led the way into the expansive bay, gradually coming to a halt at the designated docking point indicated by Vagar. The soldiers swiftly lowered the small boats, and dozens of knights protected Brown as he disembarked onto the shore. A vast coastal plain unfolds before us, where Vagharl roars forth, expelling dragon fire that ignites the decayed and twisted flora scattered across the terrain. The colossal dragon's wings stir the air, creating a tempest that entwines the flames, spreading them deep into the continent. The dragon fire, infused with advanced magic, incinerates all living beings exposed upon the ground. Even the insects lurking just below the surface meet their demise in the searing blaze. The inferno engulfs the land with alarming rapidity. By the time the fleet's soldiers and civilians have disembarked onto the shore, the dragon fire has swiftly advanced toward the distant mountains. Bronn and his retinue gaze upon the sky, where the dragon seems to command the raging flames. In an instant, they notice the pallid gray mist enveloping the plain dissipating at an astonishing rate, finally vanishing under the caress of the sea breeze. Sunlight, which had been scarcely glimpsed since entering the smoky realm, now descends pleasantly upon the smoldering land, casting a beam of hope. Prior to deciding upon the Valyrian ruins, Rigo had meticulously devised a plan for cultivating this cursed land. The dense gray mist, coupled with the eerie creatures harboring the scars of dragon lore and the bizarrely twisted flora, posed great peril to those accompanying him. Yet Rigo recalled that during his youthful escapades with Sol on the island, any area ravaged by dragon fire, whether above or below the surface, resulted in the demise of cursed beings. While the mist overhead would dissipate, the skies above their residence on Fire Peak were nearly devoid of the grayish haze. Thus, as the fleet landed on the island, Rigo promptly guided Vagharl to commence the grand undertaking. The Greed and Silverwing had been cooped up in Westeros for over half a month, their spirits diminished. Hence, Rigo opted to exclude them from this venture. Indeed, as the dragon fire spread with breathtaking speed, the eerie atmosphere above the plain visibly dissolved. The exhilaration of setting the mountains ablaze drove Vagharl to roar ceaselessly, as the searing flames relentlessly poured forth, reducing all hidden pests to mere dust. While Rigo orchestrated the conflagration, Bronn remained equally industrious. Alongside a select group of minor leaders, he directed the masses to migrate deeper into the plain in search of open ground to establish a camp, subsequently unloading provisions, water, and a host of tools from the ships. The fleet's purpose extended beyond mere transportation. The land scorched by dragon fire retained high temperatures, rendering it unsuitable for cultivation within the year. Moreover, His Majesty Rigo had forewarned everyone before departure against interacting with or consuming any creatures from the Valyrian Peninsula. Thus, for at least the next 6 months, the sustenance and water for the 60,000 souls would depend on the exploratory fleet making regular journeys to purchase supplies from places like Volantis. However, with the financial resources accumulated over many years by Stone Dance City, sustaining a pioneering legion of 60,000 was more than feasible. Indeed, for this expedition, Bronn had left behind only a modest sum of gold for operational costs within Stone Dance City, bringing forth all the wealth amassed over more than 2 decades. Thus, they had no cause for concern regarding provisions. The expansive legion of 60,000 surged onto the desolate Valyria Peninsula, a land that had remained largely unvisited for centuries. It seemed as though cheers and excitement erupted from the depths of the earth. Just as the last of the tents were erected, a gentle drizzle descended upon the vast plains, causing the scorched land to emit wisps of steam as its temperature returned to normal. Vagar landed by the coast, and Rigo slid down from the dragon's back, while Bronn and a throng of knights swiftly gathered around him. "Your Majesty, there is no need for such formalities." Rigo interrupted their gestures of respect, turning his gaze towards the reverent Bronn, and declared loudly, "Sir Bronn, this plain shall be our temporary abode. I urge you to construct a city here expeditiously, to accommodate the citizens and soldiers we have brought with us. I shall endeavor to open up more lands for all. But remember, this city marks the first step towards restoring the glory of Valyria's freehold. We must tread carefully." "We shall obey." Rigo nodded in satisfaction, conducting another inspection of the camp and soothing the anxious populace before returning to the coast. He mounted Vagar and beckoned the lethargic Dreamfeeder and Silverwing, setting off towards the colossal Fire Peak on the horizon. This peak was once the home he shared with Sol, where they had confronted the Black Death, Valyrian. Now, the Great Maiden lay peacefully in the scalding volcanic lake atop the peak, a full 84 years since they had last seen one another. Chapter 143. Evolution. The Valyria Peninsula is not particularly vast. Following the cataclysmic apocalypse, seawater inundated the land, shattering it into fragments. The peninsula was roughly divided into 3 sections, With the landing site of Rigo and his companions situated in the central landmass, not far from the volcano where Sol had once resided, Rigo led the way atop Vagr, with Silverwing and Dreamfeeder sluggishly trailing behind. The 6 young dragons had begun to fly independently, their lengths now exceeding 20 meters, barely keeping pace with their elders. The black dragon, Hades, was the largest among his siblings, likely due to being the first to hatch and his voracious appetite. In just around 10 years, his length surpassed 30 meters, significantly larger than his 5 younger companions. The little green dragon, Immergard, was quite cunning, ranking 3rd in size among the 6, while the 2nd place was held by the red war dragon, Ares. This crimson dragon, though smaller than his elder brother Hades, possessed a temperament far more volatile, often seizing food from the little black dragon. With Immergard occasionally instigating conflict, the 2 brothers frequently clashed, resulting in Ares being soundly beaten while desperately attempting to consume food, truly a comical sight. In contrast, the 3 pink dragons were a source of much less concern for Rigo. The sisters, Athena, Venus, and Diana, coexisted in a remarkably harmonious manner. Moreover, the 3 little dragons bore such striking resemblances to one another that they appeared almost as identical replicas. Were it not for Rigo's ability to perceive their distinct life currents, it would often be challenging to discern one from the other. As the children have grown and entered their rebellious phase, their playful skirmishes frequently spiral out of control. Among the 6 little ones, they manage well enough, as their ranks are harmonious, ensuring no harm befalls one another. However, for the glutton and the Silverwing, the situation is rather dire. A mere breath of dragon flame from the 6 could result in their injury. Consequently, once the 6 were capable of independent flight, Rigo adopted a policy of free-range parenting, refraining from allowing the glutton and Silverwing to oversee them, thus preventing them from inadvertently punishing their caretakers. The little black dragon, Hades, possesses a domineering and assertive nature, unwilling to allow anyone to overshadow him, even during casual flights. He fervently flaps his wings to soar to the front of the group, striving to maintain his image as the leading dragon. In Rigo's eyes, both Hades and Ares exhibit a certain arrogance, leveraging their superior status that comes with age and size, leading them to somewhat look down upon their caretakers, the glutton and Silverwing. Although this disdain is not overtly expressed, their attitudes and daily interactions have not escaped Rigo's notice. Fortunately, they still exhibit a considerable degree of affection and attachment towards Rigo. Otherwise, he would have to consider instilling some manners in them. The other 4 little ones, in contrast, are far more sensible than the 2 mischievous ones, particularly the 3 pink sisters, whose docility and understanding have endeared them to the 2 half-dragons. As for the half-dragon, that would be the glutton, who, despite his complaints, remains fundamentally upright. Hades, the little black dragon, valiantly strives to uphold his dignity at the front, while Ares, the little red dragon, spurred by his brother's antics, joins the competition. The remaining 4 little ones trail behind, frolicking and chasing one another, while the fiery peaks come into clear view ahead. Rigo glances back at the glutton and Silverwing and distinctly perceives their expressions of excitement and satisfaction, which brings him a sense of relief. Should the glutton and Silverwing remain dissatisfied with the volcanic clusters on the Valyria Peninsula, Rigo would truly be at a loss. He has no desire to embark on a long journey to Ashar, especially with the looming threat of a half-beast army. Given the current state of the glutton and Silverwing, it would be exceedingly difficult for them to retreat unscathed. Roar, roar. The volcanoes ahead are now within reach, and the 2 dragons, having held their breath for a month, instantly sense the searing fire magic emanating from the volcanic cluster. Unable to contain their excitement, they unleash a simultaneous roar and, without any prior signal, break formation, rapidly approaching the fiery mountains below. The peak where Sol resides is at the perimeter, nearly a dormant, dead volcano. Only the water in the volcanic lake is boiling due to the intense heat, releasing steam. Unlike the other fiery peaks that billow thick smoke into the sky, the glutton and Silverwing swiftly avoid Sol's mountain, then veer apart, each selecting a smoke-filled volcanic crater and diving headlong into it. Startled, Rigo hastily maneuvered Vagr closer, straining his eyes to peer through the smoke and intense heat below. He observed that the body of Silverwing began to fold inwards as it neared the lava, its wings tightly enveloping itself before plunging directly into the seething magma. Closing his eyes to sense, Rigo confirmed that aside from the sudden surge of magical power and vitality emanating from Silverwing, he sensed nothing amiss, and thus turned to assess the condition of the Devourer. Much like Silverwing, the Devourer curled its body, submerging itself within the lava, the life force and magical energy within it, as perceived by Rigo, appeared to be multiplying at an exponential rate. It was as if an invisible magical tempest had swept through the caldera, with the magma bubbling vigorously in response to the intense energy reactions. In the blink of an eye, a colossal, obsidian-colored egg, radiating an ethereal glow, rapidly formed amidst the lava, a portion of its vast shell protruding from the molten liquid, the glow pulsating as if it were breathing. The entire volcano seemed to be enveloped by this oscillation, the dust swirling in rhythm with the pulsation, while the magical energy grew increasingly exuberant. On the other side, Silverwing had likewise transformed into a silvery white egg, mirroring the rhythmic breath of the devourer. A profound and enigmatic sensation spread across the two volcanoes, causing Vagr to acutely feel the mounting pressure. He swiftly carried Rigo away from the radiance of the two calderas. Even the increasingly audacious Hades and Ares retreated sheepishly back to their kin amidst this uncanny atmosphere. With the two dragons unharmed, Rigo chose not to disturb them, allowing the 6 little ones to frolic freely among the volcanic cluster, for with their capabilities, nothing in the Valyria ruins posed a threat to them. Rigo himself guided Vagr to soar above the massive dormant volcano, the dragon's mighty wings dispersing the dense mist. Vagr landed heavily at the mouth of the volcano, revealing the pristine volcanic lake clearly before Rigo's eyes. Through the scalding surface of the lake, he could discern the massive crimson silhouette of a dragon peacefully slumbering at the bottom, its enormous eyes half closed, as if perpetually vigilant against intruders. Lost in thought, Rigo gazed at the dragon beneath the water. Unfastening the safety buckle of the saddle, he secured Dawn upon Vagr's saddle, removing the excess trinkets from his person and placing them atop the saddle before leaping without hesitation into the boiling lake below. Plunging into the water, the scalding heat of the lake posed no hindrance to Rigo. He swiftly propelled his legs, gliding like a fish towards the colossal dragon, halting just above its head. Chapter 144. Sol gently placing the crystal upon Sol's forehead, Rigo cautiously reached out to stroke the dragon's coarse scales. The jagged fissures between the scales remained, whitened from immersion in the lake. The dragon's shoulder bore several horrific gashes, with scales shattered and flesh torn, through which Rigo could even glimpse a portion of the internal organs. Suddenly, a wave of discomfort surged through Rigo's eyes. He surfaced, taking a breath and attempting to organize his chaotic emotions. After a deep inhalation, he submerged once more, gently placing his hands on the tip of Sol's snout. Rigo compelled himself to calm his mind, and the magical energy within him surged forth like a mighty river, guided by his palms, and thunderously poured into Sol's body. This marked Rigo's first full exertion of his high-level blood fire magic. As the energy rushed forth, a crimson vortex formed above the volcanic lake, centered around the point of contact between Rigo and Sol, greedily siphoning the fire magic from the air, along with the inexhaustible energy from Rigo himself, into Sol's colossal form. The lake water evaporated at a visibly rapid pace, thick white steam emerging only to be swept away by the crimson vortex, capable of completely engulfing a 100-meter behemoth. In a mere half-hour, the lake was nearly evaporated, with the damp lakebed rapidly drying and cracking under the influence of the crimson vortex. Yet, the tumultuous blood fire energy showed no signs of abating. Rigo, akin to a floodgate burst, continuously summoned the inexhaustible magic within him. After an hour of relentless infusion, movement finally stirred within the still form of the massive crimson dragon. A sound akin to sizzling began to emanate from Sol, a thick, tooth-tingling noise. Rigo slightly opened his eyes, accurately perceiving the flesh beneath Sol's scales beginning to writhe slowly. This transformation jolted him, prompting him to intensify the energy output. A heavy thud resonated as a dull red scale detached from the dragon's back, crashing onto the parched, hardened lakebed, followed by a sound reminiscent of rainfall as the decaying scales flaked off like peeling wallpaper, crashing down upon the lakebed. As all the scales shed, the dragon's battered flesh, previously concealed, was laid bare, revealing a myriad of cracks and holes resembling a lake bank infested by eels, nearly unbearable for Rigo to behold. With the influx of energy increasing, the flesh on either side of the fissures began to writhe, intertwining like tendrils, and slowly, the cracks began to heal. The dense holes were filled one by one through the efforts of the flesh. An invisible force swept across the dragon's body from its head, restoring its smoothness and vigor. New scales began to grow, starting small and thin, rapidly thickening and enveloping Sol's body. The crimson scales glimmered like rubies, fully formed in the blink of an eye. Rigo gradually withdrew his hands, not from exhaustion of his magic, but because Sol's body had become saturated with blood fire magic, leaving Rego unable to impart any more energy. System, check soul status. Ding. Magical creature detected. Objective, soul race, dragon current form, female dragon body length, 160 meters wingspan, 400 meters current status, asleep. Healthy predicted remaining lifespan, unknown dragon keeper. Bloodline about to evolve at the instant the system interface appeared. A powerful heartbeat resonated within the depths of the volcano. Thud, thud, thud. Rago, filled with excitement, stepped forward, eager to touch Soul's form, only to feel the ground tremble beneath his feet. The heartbeat of the great dragon harmonized with the mountain's belly, subtle vibrations emanating from the earth, growing stronger with each thump of Soul's heart. Vagr. Rago called out loudly to Vagr, who remained at the volcano's rim. The rapidly rising temperature beneath him and the softening lakebed made it evident that this dormant volcano, having slept for an unknown span of time, was awakening once more, with magma swiftly melting the rocks above. Vagr dove swiftly from the mountain peak. The impact of the great dragon's landing causing the ground to shudder, cracks spiderwebbing across the surface, orange-red magma bubbling forth from the fissures. Rago quickly climbed onto Vagr's back, and with a sharp whistle, they soared out of the volcano's belly, spiraling around the increasingly smoky crater. Soul's form gradually became engulfed by the lava, and Rago faintly perceived a long-lost murmur. Suddenly, a brilliant crimson light erupted from the magma, instantly dispersing the thick smoke that had gathered. Before him appeared an enormous scarlet egg, partially submerged in the bubbling magma, leaving only the lower portion of the egg visible, pulsating with a crimson glow in rhythm with the heartbeat. Soul was beginning her evolution, akin to the patterns of the glutton and silverwing. A vast amount of fire magic was being siphoned from the egg, swirling around, yet unable to penetrate its surface, causing the surrounding magma to boil fiercely. The expansive crater billowed with smoke like a chimney, prompting Rago to instruct Vagr to veer away from this smoky domain. All three dragons had entered a state of dormant evolution, and it was uncertain when they would complete this process. Judging by the 2 decades it took for the glutton and silverwing to gather sufficient magical energy for their evolution, this would likely take considerable time. Next, Rago intended to cleanse the Valyria Peninsula with dragon fire, and fortunately, Vagr was there. Otherwise, given the current situation, they would indeed be at a standstill. The 6 little ones were temporarily in a rebellious phase, reluctant to listen and work. Moreover, the power of a high-tier true dragon's fire was immense, even though they were still juveniles. Rago believed that if he dared to have Hades and Ares help him scorch the land, the dragon fire would likely turn the very stones of the Valyria Peninsula to ash. At that point, there would be no planting or building. He could simply lead everyone back home. Rego, in an irritable manner, let out a series of sharp whistles, summoning back the 6 playful little dragons. After a thorough inspection of the 3 colossal dragons while riding on Vargahol, he altered his course and began the journey back. The dragon flames ignited by Vargahol had not completely extinguished. The orange-red fire spread inward across the plains, and without the dragon's control, the flames began to burn in all directions. Although their intensity had diminished considerably, yet, under the caress of the sea breeze, the sporadic dragon flames persevered in their advance inland, billowing smoke that was intermittently dispelled by the long-lost sunlight of Valyria. Occasionally, a light rain would fall, cooling the scorched earth, while a seed named Hope was sown amidst the dragon flames, quietly sprouting in the rain, revealing the first tender green to the cleansed world. Chapter 145. The flourishing of Valyria in this world. Many individuals and endeavors fail at the brink of success, often attributed to 3 principal reasons: a lack of leadership, insufficient organization, and the absence of clear objectives. In an environment that is well organized and goal-oriented, humanity's creativity and pioneering spirit are, throughout the billions of years of Earth's life history, remarkably rare. Under the leadership of Braun and others, tens of thousands toiled together. Robust young men extracted stone, shaping it into a city, while the less physically strong, women and children, cooked food and provided water. Those who accompanied Rego seemed to have returned to the pioneering era of their ancestors, who had endured hardships. The billowing smoke from the dragon flames harmonized with the resounding work songs, as the long silent ruins of Valyria seemed to awaken to the glorious moments of the freehold. Dragons soared in the sky, and sturdy fortifications rose from the coastal plains, while the 14 fire peaks once again belched black smoke, revealing the azure sea and sky amidst the haze. In just 4 months, a grand city, rivaling the scale of Stone Dance City, emerged from the dilapidated ruins of Valyria. This city was established at the edge of the bay, with a solid black stone foundation and towering watchtowers overlooking the summer sea. reminiscent of the Meade Tower surveying Blackwater Bay from atop the Egan Heights, surveying this long silent landing site. Blackrock City. Rigo named this city, built over 4 months by thousands. After its dark rock foundation, henceforth, Blackrock City would serve as a crucial port for the Valyrian Peninsula, alongside the Blackrock harbor it overlooked, marking the first step for the ancient Domhnall family in their return to the freehold. With nearly 30,000 vigorous young men, fueled by ample food and boundless energy, the potential unleashed was enough to astonish Rigo. After a month of rest and further meticulous renovations of the nascent city, Rigo left 2,000 soldiers behind for ongoing tasks and defense duties, then set forth with the rest of his company, triumphantly heading east across the now verdant plains, commencing the construction of another formidable city amid the hills. The terrain surrounding Blackstone City, or rather the central island of the Valyrian ruins where Rigo landed, bears a striking resemblance to that of Dragonstone. The majority of the island is characterized by expansive plains and gentle hills, while the coastal regions are marked by rugged rocky formations. However, the plains are adorned with fertile black soil, the product of centuries of accumulated vegetation and continuous rejuvenation, endowing this land with an alluring fertility. In the northwestern part of the island, directly north of Blackstone City and not far from the coastline, lies a mountain range that stretches from northeast to southwest, known as the 14 Flames, which once nurtured the illustrious Valyrian freehold. Regrettably, this once celebrated volcanic cluster was not spared during the cataclysm, as several volcanoes, along with the civilization they birthed, were submerged by the surging seas. Presently, only a mere 8 volcanoes remain. To the north of Blackstone City, within sight, stands a peak named Blackstone Mountain by Rigo and his companions. This mountain is considered a remnant of the 14 Flames, not particularly tall with gently sloping hills, and it is designated as the site for their second city. At the junction of the 14 Flames and Blackstone Mountain, a wide river flows from the mountain valleys, traversing rugged highlands and the expansive central plains before merging into the summer sea at the southern foothills of the western coastal mountains. This river serves as the sole freshwater source on the central island, though currently, the entire island is undergoing purification by dragonfire, leaving the river water laden with pale dust, rendering it undrinkable. In the southern region of the island lies the largest southern plain, occupying nearly half of the island's area. In light of the terrain of the central island, Rigo has resolved to first lead a substantial force westward to establish a city in the Valyrian River Basin after the construction of the city beneath Blackstone Mountain, and subsequently thrive on the fertile central plains. As for the more expansive and fertile southern plain, Rigo's manpower is limited. Once they have firmly established themselves in the center and devised a viable strategy suited to the lands of the Valyrian Peninsula, they will recruit more civilians while simultaneously developing southward. During this period, aside from his unwavering daily inspections of the 3 mighty dragons at the 14 Flames, Rigo also made time to explore both the eastern and western islands, alongside Vagharl and the 6 Little Ones. Compared to the vast plains of the central island, the terrain of the other 2 islands pales considerably. The western island, of moderate size, is predominantly occupied by high mountains and hills, with only small patches of plains in the central region. The eastern island is even more inhospitable, being the smallest and traversed by a mountain range from north to south, making it ill-suited for extensive agricultural endeavors. Thus, Rigo's primary focus remains on the development of the central island. Following the establishment of Blackstone City, he formally named this island Dragon's Head Island. The surging dragons emanate from the Blackrock City, stretching westward, while the northern Blackrock Mountains have been entirely scorched by dragon flames. On his daily journey to the 14 Fire Peaks, Rigo has successfully purified all the northern territories. Presently, the main force is constructing a second stronghold within the Blackrock Mountains. Rigo, mounted on Vagharl, sets fire to the mountains, incinerating all lands west of the Central Plains. Beneath the soil of Valyria lies an abundance of treasures, yet it also harbors a multitude of cursed beings. While their power may not rival that of the Dragon's Bane, specifically designed to combat dragons, for ordinary individuals lacking dragon blood, even a small creature infected by dark magic poses a far greater threat. After all, Dragon's Bane is effective solely against dragons and those of dragon lineage, while other cursed entities never discriminate. In the months of exploration, not a single soul fell ill or perished on the scorched earth, be they soldiers or civilians. They regarded this as a divine blessing from the 7 gods, a grace bestowed by His Majesty Rigo. Indeed, within the newly established Blackrock City, some have already erected statues of Rigo in stone houses, and this practice has rapidly spread among the troops. By the 12th month of the conquest, Rigo has resided here for over half a year, and the stronghold within the Black Rock Mountains has been completed, which he has named Black Ravine City. An influx of civilians and soldiers has migrated to these two cities. The exploration fleet transports vast quantities of supplies to Blackrock port every month, which are subsequently distributed among the two cities by the main forces. As the year draws to a close, the army's westward advance has been temporarily halted at Rigo's command. After 6 months of arduous labor, the 60,000 members of the exploration fleet are granted a well-deserved period of respite. Chapter 146, Provocation from Valantis. Valantis, renowned as a free trade city-state across several continents, is a port city established along the banks of the Lorne River. It is a testament to the Valyrian dragonlord's expansion during the distant era of the Freehold. Valantis proclaims itself as the eldest daughter of the Freehold, where the dragonlords erected great black walls in the northwestern part of the Valyrian peninsula. Lavishly utilizing dragonstone, they starkly delineated the rich from the poor. After the cataclysm, many Valyrians found refuge here, entering the high walls as the elite, clinging to a meager semblance of dignity tied to their dragon blood. The Black Walls reside on the eastern bank of the Lorne River, home to the nobles and slave masters of Valantis, who self-proclaim their territory as a bastion of civilization. Yet, merely a river away lies an entirely different realm, the western bank resembling a sprawling slum filled with brothels, assassins, taverns, pirates, and sorcerers, where countless wretched souls converge. Its filth surpasses that of King's Landing's most chaotic flea markets by hundreds of times. After the exploration fleet made several appearances in Valantis over the course of 6 months, purchasing copious amounts of food, water, and tools for cultivation and construction, the city, which controls the vital trade route along the southern coast of Essos, found itself awakened by greed and malice. On the 12th of March, in the year 141 of the conquest, Rego, having just returned from the 14 Fire Peaks, landed in Blackrock City, where he received unfortunate news from a visibly enraged Bronn. A contingent of the fleet tasked with procuring supplies was attacked by a multitude of pirates during their return from Valantis at sea. 3 warships were set ablaze and plundered, while the remaining vessels managed to return home after fiercely repelling the enemy, albeit at the cost of over 100 seasoned veterans who had followed Rego from Stone Dance City. Pirates? Rego's expression darkened. He found it hard to believe that such a feeble band of marauders would dare assault a fleet consisting of dozens of large ships. The immense undertaking of provisioning nearly 60,000 men could not be met swiftly through the procurement efforts of Valantis alone. Consequently, Bronn had divided the exploration fleet into several smaller contingents, not only sourcing supplies in Valantis, but also dispatching groups to the Slave Bay on the east coast and other locations. Even though the fleet was split, each contingent still comprised dozens of colossal warships and hundreds of soldiers for escort. Any pirate with a modicum of intelligence would avoid attacking a fleet clearly bolstered by the formidable forces of the crown, especially since the royal banner of House Targaryen, adorned with the 3-headed dragon, flew prominently throughout the city during their voyage. Your Majesty, Sir Haven, the fleet commander, has sustained grave injuries. However, he reported that the attacking vessels were disheveled, lacking any discernible insignia, resembling pirates. Yet they were numerous and boasted ships rivaling our flagship, Bronn relayed. Humph. Rego scoffed upon hearing this. It seems Valantis truly lives up to its reputation as a trading city, where even the pirates lurking nearby can command grand vessels. How prosperous indeed. Bronn, assemble and rally 5,000 troops. We shall confront this audacious band of pirates and ascertain what manner of audacity permits them to seize my ships while our royal banner flies. As news of the fleet's encounter with the pirates spread swiftly through the ranks of the army, nearly every soldier who heard the tidings eagerly set aside their construction tools, gleefully polishing their swords and armor, eagerly anticipating the king's summons. Anyone from Westeros knew the exhilaration of fighting alongside His Majesty Rego. There was no need for ordinary soldiers to be sacrificed like cannon fodder. The dragons would lead the charge, shattering the enemy's formations and will to resist, after which the soldiers would advance to reap the rewards. This was far more effortless than serving under other lords, and for those who had once been mere landless knights and vagabonds, fighting alongside Rego was akin to effortlessly accruing military glory without the peril of life and limb. Under the command of Bronn's military orders, the group of men who had toiled in the rocky fields for a year eagerly surged forward, clamoring to enter. On March 23rd, 141 years after the conquest, a letter embossed with the emblem of the red, black, and silver 3-headed dragon appeared on the desk within the black walls of Valantis. The portly ancient bloodlines, with an air of arrogance, sneered as they circulated this unwelcome missive. Rego Domneral, the one who had consigned the Targaryen dragons to their graves and expelled the dragonlords from Westeros? A pallid, bald man casually waved the letter, his tone indifferent. Merely a fortunate thief, he claimed, who had slain the Targaryen dragon through ambush and usurped the crown of Westeros. A curly-haired man with a mustache, filled with disdain, lounged carelessly in his seat, digging at the remnants beneath his fingernails. Scattered beneath the table were sheep bones, as several large dogs feasted on the nearly untouched lamb. Rap. An elderly man in black garb, his hair as white as snow, sat at the head of the table. Upon hearing the words, he raised his staff and tapped it on the floor, stating, "Though he may be a brazen thief, it is said he possesses 3 dragons. Having robbed his fleet, he likely will not take this lightly. This letter serves as his warning." "Oh, Gylos, his ships were not seized by us. It was the pirates roaming the summer sea who did so, and we bear no responsibility," interrupted the blond man with a laugh, surveying the other slave masters with pride. "But he demands we hand over someone. What does that matter?" The bald man replied impatiently and defiantly. "Whoever took from him must deal with him. Back when Viserys commanded a dozen dragons, he still had to maintain a friendly demeanor towards us. Rego Domhnarl, with merely 3 small dragons, dares to look down upon Volantis? I say, better to. Gylos." He was sharply interrupted by a fierce shout, as Gylos cast a stern glance towards the bald man. Unfazed, the latter shrugged and fell silent. The previously vocal curly-haired man, noticing the bald man's retreat, turned his gaze to Gylos and spoke. "Gylos, Rego Domhnarl demands we surrender someone. But who knows what truly happened to his fleet? After all, it occurred not far from the port of Volantis. We may have been neglectful as hosts. Did he not mention he would pay us a personal visit soon? We could invite him for a discussion. Civility breeds prosperity, does it not?" The bald man gave an incredulous glance at the earnest curly-haired fellow, disdainfully curling his lip. "Civility breeds prosperity? You, Moro, are the most ruthless and cunning in all of Volantis. When did you start pretending to be the Good Samaritan?" Gylos, equally astonished, regarded the solemn Moro with a glimmer of skepticism in his eyes. After a moment of feigned contemplation, he nodded in agreement with the curly-haired man's suggestion. In the dim light behind the black wall, the numerous slave masters who held the lifeblood of Volantis resembled venomous scorpions lurking in the shadows, exchanging furtive glances while concealing their thoughts deep within their exquisite facades. Chapter 147. The siege approaches. News of the impending campaign by the king of Westeros against Volantis swiftly spread along the southern coast of Essos. As the sole possessor of dragons following the Targaryen lineage, and the ruthless king who had crushed the previous dragonlord's family into dust, the fearsome reputation of Rego Domhnarl still held considerable sway over the small city-states of the free trade cities. At this juncture, whether on the continent of Essos or further south on the continent of Ulthos, aside from the Dothraki cavalry who occupied the grasslands, no other force could withstand the military might of Westeros alone, not even accounting for the dragons. Thus, when Rego's declaration of war reached this renowned prosperous port, the good-hearted merchant populace residing on the eastern bank of the Lorne River, beyond the Black Wall, hastily packed their belongings, fleeing with their families to places like Lys. For those yearning for a peaceful existence, war has always been the most dreaded and abhorred specter. Yet, for the butchers immersed in chaos and driven by ambition, conflict presents opportunities for wealth and ascendance. In the slave dens on the western bank of the Lorne River, pirates, thieves, assassins, and vengeful slaves chose a path entirely contrary to their compatriots across the river. They unsheathed their weapons from dilapidated bedposts and polished their decaying leather armor, while some contemplated offering their martial prowess to the slave masters within the Black Wall in exchange for gold. Regardless of whether old Gyros decided to negotiate peace with Rego or to surrender some ambiguous marauder, Volantis descended into uncontrollable chaos. Rego granted the civilians of Volantis 10 days to vacate, a deadline that similarly applied to the nobles unwilling to partake in the impending conflict. Yet, within that 10-day span, aside from the mass exodus of free citizens gathering outside the Black Wall, no one else chose to abandon this place of strife. Even amidst the nocturnal shadows of Volantis, countless eyes sharpened their blades, gazing toward the summer sea and the formidable Black Wall of Volantis. On the 5th day of the 4th month of the 141st year of conquest, as the sea breeze dispersed the morning mist from the harbor, over 100 massive ships silently emerged in Volantis Bay, completely sealing off the waters before the port. The piercing sound of the horn shattered the dreams of the free trade cities, as Gyros, Coman, Moro, and the other slave masters, under the protection of their family soldiers, hurriedly ascended the Black Wall, while Domhnall's grand fleet displayed its might before these local tyrants. However, neither Gyros nor the other slave masters directed their attention toward the fleet. Instead, their gazes incessantly scanned the skies, searching for the fabled dragons. Roar! The roar of Valyria echoed from the clouds, causing the slave masters to turn in alarm. They beheld a colossal dragon of resplendent brown emerging from the heavens, circling and bellowing above the heart of the black-walled capital before swiftly descending upon the battlements. Landing heavily upon the vast black wall, the dragon emerged from within the city, and the enormous crossbows stationed atop the walls were utterly unprepared to pivot. Valyria trampled them mercilessly into ruins. Shoot him! Kill him! The bald-headed Coman, who had previously boasted with fervor, was nearly paralyzed with fear at the sight of the dragon. In a state of panic, he grasped a nearby soldier in charge of the massive crossbow, nearly shrieking his orders. Yet, despite being manhandled by the noble slave master, the soldier feigned deafness, daring not even to touch the great crossbow. Old Gylos watched as Valyria's maw opened slightly, the dragon fire brewing within its throat, radiating an intense heat that he could feel. Fearing that Coman's frantic cries would thoroughly provoke the dragon, he discreetly signaled to his attendants. A few robust men swiftly stepped forward, restraining the flustered Coman and silencing his outcries. With a low growl, Valyria bent down, revealing the fully armed figure of Rigo to all present. The king of Westeros appeared strikingly youthful. Gylos's gaze lingered on Rigo's handsome face for a moment, astonishment flickering in his eyes. In an instant, this most esteemed and powerful noble of Volantis hunched his back in trepidation, bowing deeply to Rigo upon the dragon's back, his voice dripping with deference. "I pay my respects to you, the great king from Westeros." Rigo's indifferent gaze fell upon the bowed elder before sweeping across the varied expressions of the slave masters. Those who met his eyes felt as though they had encountered the gaze of an ancient beast, a chill piercing from their spines to the crown of their heads, compelling them to avert their disrespectful stares in fear. "Tell me Volantis' choice. Will you surrender and compensate, or will you protect the aggressors and incite war?" Rigo had no time for delays. These butchers engaged in the slave trade were unworthy of his courtesy. He cut straight to the heart of the matter. "Kneel or lie down." "Your Majesty." Gylos's voice trembled with trepidation. The heavy breaths of Valyria misted upon the black wall before him. He felt his calves quaking violently, yet his countenance remained devoid of panic, exuding an unsettling calm. "Volantis is a city of free trade, and we steadfastly uphold the interests of all Volantis traders. We share your disappointment and outrage regarding the seizure of your fleet. Yet this matter." Before Gylos could finish, a series of dragon roars interrupted his words. The silver-haired slave trader jolted in shock, lifting his gaze. In their sight, Hades and Ares were playfully grappling, while Emer and the trio of pink dragons leisurely followed their elder brother across the summer sky, roaring as they landed on the city walls behind Valyria, trampling dozens of stationed soldiers beneath their feet, their cries of anguish echoing relentlessly. Reger cast a sharp glance back at the 6 impulsive little ones, and in an instant, the haughty demeanor of Hades and Ares evaporated. They cast downcast looks at Reger before scurrying back into the throng of dragons. Gilros gazed fervently at the 6 frolicking creatures, oblivious to the crumbling black wall beneath their feet, his fascination with the dragons undiminished. A gentle tug at the edge of his garment drew his attention. The bald-headed Coman and the curly-haired Moro approached him from either side. Their eyes met, revealing unmasked malice and greed. In that fleeting exchange, Gilros grasped the intentions of the two. The elder's gaze lingered on the profound depths of the black wall as the low growls of the young dragons filled his ears. A sycophantic smile gradually spreading across his face as he glanced at Reger. "Your Majesty, Volantis is currently investigating the pirates who plundered the merchant ships, and I assure you, a satisfactory response will be forthcoming. As for compensation, we were already in negotiations prior to your arrival. I guarantee that it will be to your and your army's satisfaction." Reger regarded the obsequious Gilros with a deep, measured gaze, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "You have but 2 days. Chapter 148. The Banquet of the Slave Masters. The dragons roared as they soared away from the black wall, with a single descent. A multitude of soldiers stationed on the city walls perished. Yet, not one of these so-called ancient bloodlines paid heed to the anguished cries of the soldier whose leg had been crushed underfoot. Their eyes remained fixated on the 6 little dragons frolicking in pursuit behind Valyria, as if they were observing rare treasures, reluctant to divert their gaze. Gilros stood tall, leisurely turning around, his penetrating gaze meeting that of the assembled slave masters. No words were exchanged. Instead, they bowed their heads and hastened down the stairs. boarding their carriages to return swiftly to the castle at the heart of the city. We must seize those 6 little dragons. They are a gift from the Red God. Indeed, they are the magnificent gift bestowed upon us by the great Lareth, belonging to us and our dragons. Gilros sipped his wine in silence. Yet his trembling hand betrayed his inner turmoil. Eliminate him. Moro slammed his palm onto the table, his eyes ablaze with fury as he surveyed his ambitious counterparts. We must rid ourselves of Reger Domner. He alone monopolizes 9 dragons, while we, as the noble Valyrian dragonlords, possess not a single one. He has stolen our dragons. Yes. Coman chimed in, feigning empathy, his voice rising. The gods have numbered the dragons granted to us. And Reger Domner not only slaughters the beautiful dragons of Westeros, but dares to be so avaricious as to seize those belonging to other dragonlords. The gods shall forsake his greed and cruelty. Moro and Coman's rhetoric soared, as if Reger himself had slain their dragons and absconded with those belonging to Volantis, igniting a righteous indignation. However, the assembled slave masters were not fools. The words of Moro and Coman did not incite their blood to boil. A middle-aged man, bald and clad in a flowing white robe, spoke with a hint of hesitation. There is a dragon at his side. It will be exceedingly difficult to eliminate him. According to the tales, Rego Domner is the mightiest warrior in Westeros. Should we fail, we shall undoubtedly incite his wrath. The bald man's words trailed off. Yet the implication resonated with all present. Should they falter, none among them would survive the dragon's fiery breath. Let us devise additional safeguards. Trick him into leaving the dragon. Devoid of its presence, he is nothing. Although a sense of trepidation lingered, the enchanting image of the 6 small ones soaring freely through the skies persisted in their minds, swiftly dismantling their rationality. Finally, Gilros, who had remained silent, lowered his goblet and declared in a grave tone, "Leave the matter of hiring an assassin to me. I am acquainted with several formidable faceless men." 2 days passed swiftly, and at the harbor of Volantis, an exquisite canopy had been erected to serve as a venue for negotiations. The lavishly adorned tables and chairs gleamed with golden opulence, reflecting the wealth of the slavers. Gilros, Coman, Moro, and a few selected representatives of the slavers stood uniformly on the dock, exchanging knowing smiles. "Your Majesty, emissaries from Volantis have arrived, inviting you to disembark for discussions. They have prepared a negotiation site befitting your stature, along with fine wines, delicacies, and the gold intended as compensation for us." "Very well, let us proceed. I shall meet these executioners." Rego Domner secured Dawn at his side, testing the sword's grip before turning to exit. "Your Majesty." Bronn hurried after Rego Domner, his voice laced with urgency. "You could simply have them deliver the compensation. There is no need to take such risks. The Volantis folk are notoriously untrustworthy. What if? Why not play with them a little, Bronn? Besides, with our army and the dragon at our disposal, these parasites, nearly drowned in their own greed, would hardly dare to set their sights on me." "Your Majesty." Bronn attempted to persuade him further, but Rego Domner interrupted with a wave of his hand. "Enough, Bronn. You know my capabilities. In this world, as long as I do not wish to perish, no one can take my life. Set sail." A colossal flagship from the fleet advanced swiftly towards the nearby dock. Perhaps it was due to Rego Domner's impending arrival, but all the vessels that had previously congregated at the dock due to military blockades had been relocated to a distant smaller pier. At that moment, the dock appeared eerily desolate, save for the resplendent structures along the shoreline. The ship docked, and Rego Domner, flanked by Bronn and others, descended from the vessel. Gilros and Coman approached at a brisk pace, their faces alight with enthusiasm. "Welcome, Your Majesty. We have arranged a banquet for you. Please, take your seat." Gilros beamed with genuine warmth, and even the typically cunning Coman and Moro exhibited an unprecedented friendliness, bowing with smiles behind Gilros. Rego nodded with an air of arrogance, prompting Gilros to hastily lead the way ahead. Coman and Moro exchanged furtive glances at the 6 little ones frolicking above the fleet, as well as at Vagel, who had just landed on a nearby beach. They shared a covert look, concealing their excitement and mirth. Rego took his place at the head of the table, while Bronn and several guards brusquely dismissed the Volantis guards and attendants flanking Rego, subtly encircling him. "Your Majesty." Gilros respectfully rose and raised his cup. "We have identified the ringleaders behind the ambush on your fleet and are mobilizing our forces to apprehend them. However, we at Volantis deeply regret this incident and are willing to offer compensation. Please forgive our transgressions." As he spoke, Gilros drained his cup of fine wine, and as Rego reached for his own, he hesitated momentarily before mirthfully finishing it in response to Gilros' anxious gaze. The tension in Gilros's demeanor instantly dissipated as he bowed repeatedly, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you for your forgiveness." Rigo set his cup down, savoring the wine's flavor, his gaze nonchalantly drifting to Gilros, who was pouring more. "Your Majesty, to convey our apologies, I, along with over 30 nobles from the city, have collectively contributed 200,000 golden dragons as compensation for the losses incurred by your fleet." With that, Gilros clapped his hands vigorously. "Bring forth the gifts." The Valantis soldiers stationed nearby hurriedly transported large chests from the carts, stacking them beside the banquet. The elder Gilros stepped forward to open one of the wooden boxes, revealing a dazzling display of gold coins. Rigo languidly reclined in his chair, observing the numerous chests with narrowed eyes, raising an eyebrow in surprise. He then turned his attention to the visibly restless Coman and Moro. "My lords, is there something troubling you? Why do you appear so anxious? Has this attendant offended you in some manner, prompting such indignation from two ancient bloodlines?" Before he could finish his sentence, Coman and Moro's pupils dilated in alarm. The bald man hurled his wine cup at Rigo with force, retreating while bellowing in rage. "Damn it! Move quickly!" Chapter 149, The Master of Performance Clang. Thud. Braun reacted swiftly, deflecting the flying cup with his sword and positioning himself protectively in front of Rigo, his gaze icy as he surveyed the surroundings. "Protect His Majesty." As several guards unsheathed their swords, Gilros, alongside Coman and Moro, led over 20 Valantis soldiers, all drawing their long swords in a unified motion. A portion of them charged directly at Rigo. "Subdue them." Gilros's voice rang out suddenly, in a shocking turn of events. Several soldiers rushing towards Rigo were unexpectedly struck down by their comrades behind them, leaving them in disbelief as they turned to see their supposed allies, with whom they had conspired, turning against them with lethal intent. 7 or 8 soldiers lay prostrate in a pool of blood, approximately 5 meters from Rigo. Braun, gripping his sword tightly, remained vigilant, fixated on the bloodied Valantis soldiers, still bewildered by the unfolding chaos. Coman and Moro shared his confusion, surrounded by a throng of soldiers, their glinting blades inducing a frantic gulp from the bald man, his speech faltering. "Gilos, what are you doing?" Old Gilos paid no heed to the astonished Coman and Moro, nor to the other slave masters present, as he slowly approached Rigo, halted by Braun's sword at the periphery. He knelt respectfully on one knee, his voice quivering with excitement. "Your Majesty, I previously mentioned that we have uncovered the culprits behind the pillaging fleet, and indeed, they are Coman and Moro. These two, relying on their status as noble masters within the Black Wall of Valantis, have always been ruthless and avaricious. For the past 6 months, as your fleet frequently purchased supplies at the Valantis port, their extravagant expenditures have ignited their greed. They mobilized their subordinates, gathering thugs and assassins from the West City, and even contacting the pirates roaming the southern coast to audaciously attack your fleet." Rigo gently pushed aside Braun, who was blocking him, and gazed down at Gilos, who bowed his head. "Coman and Moro? They are prominent figures in Valantis. It would not be an exaggeration to say they possess wealth rivaling nations. Did they truly seize my ships?" "Absolutely, Your Majesty. These two have always been audacious and insatiable," Gilos affirmed. "You lie, Gilos. You old fool dare to accuse me." Coman, the bald man, and the curly-haired Moro both overheard Gilos's words, struggling against the soldiers encircling them, unleashing a torrent of curses towards Gilos. "Gilos, you wretched flea born of a whore. What of the assassins you hired? The faceless men? You have deceived us. You have betrayed Valantis. Gilos, Rala will not spare you, you wicked old goat." Gilos rose with an air of calmness, regarding the flushed faces of Coman and Moro. "No, Coman, it is you who have betrayed Valantis. The one deserving of the Red God's wrath is you." A smile mingled with the lines of his aged face as he approached the restrained duo. "I am aware of your merciless nature, you and Moro, and your insatiable greed. While you have shamelessly amassed wealth within the Black Wall, you should never have dared to ambush the fleet of Westeros. You have brought calamity upon Valantis. The tale of the Kingdom of the Three Daughters is not far behind. Your greed has clouded your judgment." Realizing he was cornered, Coman surprisingly found a moment of tranquility, casting a pleading glance towards the distant Rigo. "Great King, it was the roving pirates who plundered your fleet. We truly bear no responsibility. Old Gyros sought to enlist your hand to eliminate us and subsequently seize our possessions. We are willing to offer all our wealth to your Majesty, pleading for a chance at survival." Indeed, Moro, who had been momentarily stunned, regained his composure at the sound of Coman's voice, nodding fervently and shouting hoarsely, "Your Majesty, the fleet's capture has nothing to do with us. Old Gyros seeks to use treachery against us. As he spoke, the curly-haired Moro suddenly recalled something. Leaping from his seat and fixing an intense gaze upon the cunning Gyros, he passionately exclaimed, "It was he. The pirates must have been contacted by him. He previously gathered us and personally hired assassins to kill you at today's banquet, Your Majesty. He has hired assassins to assassinate you." Seizing upon this lifeline, Coman and Moro frantically hurled accusations at Gyros, while Rigo, intrigued, shifted in his seat, directing his attention toward Gyros. "Your Majesty," Gyros bowed respectfully, then smiled at the frenzied Coman and Moro. These two had completely lost their senses, brazenly attempting to frame him. "The nobles of Valantis indeed wished harm upon you. Your Majesty, only 2 days prior, they conspired in secret to hire faceless ones to assassinate you." "What did you say?" Braun exclaimed in fury, raising his massive sword, ready to rend Gyros asunder, but Rigo swiftly intervened. "Braun, calm down. Let us hear what Lord Gyros has to say." Braun, still seething with rage, reluctantly stepped back, his gaze fixed menacingly on Gyros and the slave masters. "Thank you for your trust, Your Majesty," Gyros expressed with a bow, continuing, "They plotted to assassinate you. But I could not allow their foolishness to bring disaster upon the noble Valantis. Thus, I willingly accepted the task of hiring assassins, then disguised my own secretly trained soldiers as the killers, managing to subdue them when they attempted their treachery. Please, let the king see the truth. Gyros, may you meet a grim fate." Coman and Moro, utterly despaired, lost their strength to curse further. Rigo, finding the situation dull, waved his hand and commanded, "Since they are villains, Gyros, deal with them as you see fit." "Thank you, Your Majesty," Gyros replied with evident delight, turning to gesture to the soldiers. "Take them to the seaside and execute them." "Gyros, may you perish, you traitor." With 2 sharp thuds, the heads of Coman and Moro, 2 of Valantis's most formidable slave masters, fell to the ground, their unuttered curses sinking alongside their severed heads into the summer sea. Gyros, feeling invigorated, took a seat across from Rigo, poured himself a generous glass of wine, and raised it in a toast, saying, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for ridding Valantis of this pestilence. I drink to your health." Braun sheathed his sword and was about to pour wine for Rigo when Rigo halted him by placing a hand on the wine jug. "What a splendid show indeed, Lord Gyros." Old Gyros was taken aback, spilling wine across the table. "Your Majesty, what are you saying?" "I cannot comprehend," the old man stammered. "Is that so?" Regos chuckled lightly, idly toying with his empty wine glass, and teased, "I was merely extolling Lord Gylos for his advanced years, truly. He is like an aged ginger, his performance surpassing that of the youth. Oh, and I must express my gratitude to Lord Gylos for the delightful offering. The Tears of Lys is quite exquisite." Chapter 150. Gylos' scheming. With a sudden crash, the elderly Gylos sprang to his feet, the abrupt motion toppling the chair behind him. His wine glass trembled violently, shattering against the plates on the table, and the liquid splattered across his opulent robes, rendering him quite disheveled. As the most powerful slave master within the black walls of Valantis and a scion of the noble Valyrian bloodline, Gylos held his appearance in the highest regard. Had anyone witnessed his current state of disarray, given Gylos' temperament, they would surely have met a grim fate. Yet at this moment, Gylos was far too preoccupied to concern himself with personal image. Regos' words struck him like a thunderclap, shattering his meticulously crafted plans. "Why you?" Gylos stammered, his hands trembling uncontrollably as he pointed incredulously at the coldly, smirking Regos seated across from him. He had witnessed Regos consume the tainted wine, not just once, but multiple times. How could he remain so composed, knowing he had been poisoned? "Are you a man or a specter?" Gylos staggered backward, his loyal guards encircling him protectively, his previously confident demeanor now replaced with panic and despair. Meanwhile, Wagharl, who had been resting on the distant beach, began to approach the banquet site with heavy strides upon hearing Regos mention the poison in the wine. "I am, of course, a man, though perhaps a tad more formidable than the average," Regos replied, pouring himself a glass of fine wine. He cast a calming glance towards the anxious Braun, then raised the glass to his lips, deliberately savoring the wine in front of Gylos, relishing each sip as he closed his eyes in blissful contemplation. Valantis truly is renowned for its exquisite wines, and the Tears of Lys is indeed the most famous poison in the world. When combined, the flavor of the wine is enhanced by the lethal toxin, tantalizing the palate and leaving one longing for more. "Kill him! Kill him!" Gylos was now utterly frantic. As Wagharl drew nearer, the immense pressure exerted by the dragon, coupled with Regos' bizarre enjoyment of the poison, threw the high-ranking schemer into disarray. With his frantic cries, His guards charged towards Braun and the others, leaving only 2 to protect the trembling Gylos. However, how could a mere handful of guards, who had lived a life of luxury in Volantis, ever hope to measure up against the elite sentinels selected by Braun and Regat? Not to mention the guard squad entrusted with Regat's safety, each member armed with Valyrian steel swords and adorned in opulent Valyrian armor, which would make others gasp in disbelief. Faced with the enemy's longswords, Braun and his companions made no effort to defend themselves unless the blades aimed for their throats. The Volantis soldier's longsword struck Braun's chest with a resounding clang, yet the sharp blade merely left a shallow white mark on his breastplate, yielding no substantial effect. In stark contrast, Braun's longsword pierced the throat of the Volantis guard amidst his despairing gaze, followed by a swift horizontal slash that severed his head entirely from his body. The battle concluded with astonishing rapidity. A mere flurry of metallic clinks heralded the demise of Gilrose's last desperate armed forces, leaving the ground littered with dismembered corpses and a pool of spreading blood. Truly, Lord Gilrose is no adept schemer. I merely uttered a few words, and his temper flared. Look, he has rendered the situation so awkward. Regat shrugged innocently, draining the spiced wine from his cup. It was not a matter of Regat attempting to intimidate Gilrose. The exquisite Volantis wine combined with the lethal tears of Lys was undeniably delectable, surpassing the honeyed wine he often indulged in while in King's Landing. Regat felt as though he had unearthed an alternative means to achieve invulnerability to poisons. Casually discarding his wine cup, Regat gracefully rose and strolled towards the so-called compensation presented by Gilrose. He lifted the lid of the wooden chest, revealing a dazzling array of gold coins that sparkled enticingly in the sunlight. Regat scooped a handful of coins, letting them cascade through his fingers back into the chest, and turned to Gilrose with a wistful expression. The only 2 guards by Gilrose's side had been dispatched by Braun with alarming ease, while Gilrose found himself pinned to the ground, screaming as 2 sentinels twisted his arms. The remaining Volantis slave masters quaked in terror, forced to kneel, some so frightened that they lost control of their bladders, trembling like leaves in the wind. Gilrose glared at Regat with venomous eyes, yet alas, mere glances cannot slay. Regat kicked at the stacked wooden boxes, genuinely admiring the ruthless methods of these Volantis executioners. Lord Gilrose expended considerable effort to orchestrate my demise. He approached Gilrose, wiped his hands on the man's garments, and remarked with a hint of nostalgia, "Not only have you sacrificed 2 formidable nobles, Coman and Moro, I see, they rank just below you among the slave masters. You sold them without hesitation, eliminating your competition and lowering my defenses. One must admit, your plotting is remarkably astute. Were it not for my inherent immunity to poisons, you might have indeed succeeded today." As he spoke, Rigo grasped Braun's longsword, pressing its sharp tip against Gilrose's throat, applying slight upward pressure to lift the old man's weary visage. I found myself somewhat perplexed. "Lord Gilrose, you are fully aware that I possess dragons, and my thousands of troops are arrayed at the harbor, while your forces are nothing more than a rabble. Look at how I have captured so many of your esteemed masters, and yet your brutish soldiers merely watch from the city walls. Despite our mere handful, they do not dare to emerge and engage in battle. What audacity compels you to plot against me? Are you truly unafraid of death?" Gilrose glared at Rigo with venomous eyes, his disappointment evident as he cast a glance at the other slave masters and soldiers observing from the black walls, ultimately surrendering to despair by shutting his eyes. "You alone command 6 dragons, while we, also of Valyrian blood, have thousands of Valyrian descendants within the black walls. Yet we possess not a single dragon. You have stolen our mighty dragons." Gilrose fell silent, but another bald nobleman, pinned down, roared, revealing the audacious truth to Rigo. Understanding dawned upon Rigo as he nodded in realization. It makes sense now. How could there be individuals foolish enough to provoke an adversary they cannot hope to confront? It appears greed is the driving force. No wonder you, Lord Gilrose, are willing to expend so much wildfire against us. Such things are hardly inexpensive. Gilrose abruptly opened his eyes. A look of confusion etched upon his face as he regarded Rigo, who appeared to grasp the situation with newfound clarity. "What wildfire?" Chapter 151. The curtain falls on the Shadow Emperor. Rigo replied, astonished by Gilrose's bewilderment. "Is it possible that Lord Gilrose is unaware? How intriguing. Pray tell, what wildfire? Where is this wildfire? Do not rush me. I am equally intrigued by the methods of your executioners. You betrayed Coman and Moro, violating the oath of the hired assassins, resulting in their demise. I had presumed you, Lord Gilrose, to be the mastermind behind this conspiracy, yet it seems there are greater players at work. Among those chests filled with gold, While a few contain genuine coins, the majority are filled with wildfire. Rigo observed as the color drained from Gyros's face, a mocking smirk gracing his lips. How pitiable, Lord Gyros. It appears that the individual who prepared this wildfire had no intention of allowing you to return alive. Roar. Vagarul's massive head descended from above, low growls emanating from his throat as he gazed at Rigo with concern. Rigo, reassuring Vagarul with a gentle pat upon his head, turned his attention back to Gyros and the kneeling slave masters. Koliani. Gyros exclaimed through clenched teeth, his face flushed with anger as he uttered the name of a woman. His frail body, ignited by rage, summoned an unexpected strength as he struggled against the grip of two robust guards, his eyes bulging with fury as he glared at a long-haired middle-aged man. The middle-aged man trembled uncontrollably, his long robe and exquisite shoes soaked. The result of being pressed against the beach by the guards, his body covered in sand. Under the gaze of Gylos, this helpless slave master shrank away from the predatory eyes of the elder. Gylos, with bloodshot eyes, averted his gaze, staring blankly at the sand beneath his feet before suddenly breaking into a deep, mournful laughter. I have failed. I underestimated the wisdom of a young king and overestimated my control over Volantis, while also underestimating the insidious greed of these vermin. I betrayed Coman and Moro, using them as stepping stones for my ascent, only to find myself regarded as a mere stepping stone by them in return. Old Gylos quivered, his body collapsing like mud, tears and snot streaming down his face. It was clear that this old slave master did not possess the fearless demeanor he portrayed. I am willing to submit, Your Majesty. I wish to be your vassal. As long as you spare my life, the wealth of the entire Gylos family, not just Gylos himself, and all of Volantis will be yours. I am willing to serve you, to govern Volantis for the Iron Throne. The city is brimming with riches, Your Majesty. Gylos completely fell apart, crying out for a chance to live. But Rigo had no patience for the ramblings of a dying man and impatiently interrupted him. Fool. Killing you means the wealth of the city is mine. With that, Rigo gestured towards Braun. Come, let us make Lord Gylos drink. Braun quickly moved to the table, bringing over the wine jug previously sipped by Rigo, laced with the deadly tears of Lyres. Hold him. No, no, no. Gylos screamed, shaking his head frantically, and the two guards struggled to restrain him until another guard, unable to bear it any longer, seized his jaw from behind, gripping his forehead to force the desperately clinging old man to tilt his head back and open his mouth. Ah, Rigo Domnal, may you die a wretched death. Gylos, tears streaming down his face, howled in curses at Rigo. Braun, momentarily speechless, had intended to pour the wine into him, but was enraged by the audacity of the wretch to curse the king. Instead, Braun uncapped the jug, blocking the spout with his finger, and forcefully pressed the mouth of the jug into Gylos's mouth. Gurgle, gurgle. Braun was particularly rough, the jug's opening tearing through Gylos's mouth, blood mingling with the wine as the old man uncontrollably swallowed. In mere moments, he consumed half a jug of the fine wine. The three guards released Gylos, who collapsed weakly onto the sand, violently coughing and retching, desperate to expel the poisoned wine from his belly, yet nothing came up but a few teeth. The toxic wine surged through him, the poison of the tears of Lyres acting swiftly. Gylos soon felt a tearing pain in his throat as black blood poured from his eyes and nose. His body began to convulse, limbs twisting in agony, emitting a series of gasps before he quickly succumbed to lifelessness. With wide-open eyes, blood streaming from all 7 orifices, limbs contorted, and a punctured throat. The gruesome demise of Gylos was enough to terrify the nearby slave masters. A pungent stench permeated the beach, causing nearly all present to soil themselves in fear at Rigo's brutal methods. Among them, a bald slave master, appearing to be in his 60s or 70s, stood closest to Gylos, witnessing the fall of a once mighty nobleman of Volantis. The horrific gaze Gylos cast upon him before his death left the elder paralyzed with terror, leading him to lose control of his bodily functions, convulsing violently, and ultimately expelling a stream of thick green bile, which resulted in his own demise. The bald man's death only intensified the fear that enveloped the remaining group, who fervently prostrated themselves on the ground, pleading for mercy, one boasting of immense wealth, another vowing unwavering loyalty, none wishing for their lives to end. Rigo, convinced he was not an evil man, yet not a saint who repays kindness for malice, covered his mouth and nose with a handkerchief, carefully distancing himself from the trembling slave masters while casually instructing his equally disgusted guards. After a brief interval, the beach was strewn with corpses, leaving only Rigo and his entourage alongside a colossal dragon. The stench lingered, compelling Rigo to command Vagaril to unleash another breath of dragon fire to cleanse the area of the foul remnants. "My lord, the wildfire." Bronn hesitated, glancing at the numerous large wooden crates stacked nearby, recalling Rigo's earlier mention of their contents. The guards, daunted, refrained from investigating. "It's of no concern. It has long been rendered useless. Move the crates filled with gold aboard the ship, and simply set the others ablaze." As Gilos's men had just begun to transport the crates filled with wildfire, Rigo sensed the volatile and chaotic fire magic contained within. With his current prowess, he effortlessly siphoned the magical energy, leaving only a collection of water-filled jars behind. Bronn and the guards loaded several crates of gold onto the ship, while Rigo mounted Vagaril. Soaring above Volantis, circling ominously amidst the fearful gazes of the slave masters and soldiers below, the dragon roared as it glided close to the black walls, causing the soldiers operating the ballistae to tremble, none daring to attack or provoke the mighty beast, even as they witnessed their lord being mercilessly slaughtered on the beach. On the city walls, an elderly woman with silver hair struggled to maintain her footing against the gale stirred by the dragon's passage. Her gaze met Rigo's from atop the dragon's back, and the coldness and bloodlust reflected in her eyes sent chills through her, as if she had fallen into an icy abyss. Just as Rigo sought a suitable pretext to seize Volantis, Gilos unwittingly presented him with the perfect opportunity. Upon returning to the command ship, Rigo excitedly unsheathed his longsword and tossed it to a guard, hastening to the map to scrutinize the layout of Volantis with fervor. This time, Rigo leads his army with two primary objectives in mind. The first is to seek justice for his fallen soldiers, while simultaneously delivering a warning to the slave masters of Volantis, ensuring they think twice before harboring any treacherous intentions towards the pioneering fleet. The second aim is to exploit this opportunity of retribution to extract some wealth from the slave masters of Volantis. Although Valyria has managed to cultivate crops, achieving complete self-sufficiency to sustain the 60,000 souls brought by Rigo may take another 2 or 3 years. During this interim, the provisions for these 60,000 individuals must be procured along the coastline of Essos by the fleet. Transporting supplies from the continent of Westeros to Valyria is impractical due to the vast distance involved, which would result in lengthy delays and excessive losses. Thus, Rigo dismissed this strategy before departing from King's Landing. Given the necessity of sourcing supplies from the southern coast, the nearest distribution points are Volantis and the Slave Bay to the northeast of Valyria. As the most powerful among the 9 free trade city-states, Volantis boasts slave masters whose wealth rivals that of nations. Rigo initially contemplated seizing Volantis outright, but occupying a free trade city without cause, especially with Valyria still in its nascent stages of development, would likely provoke fierce resistance from other factions, hampering Valyria's growth. After all, he aims to thrive in this region. Yet, fortune seemed to favor him. While he sought merely to extort a sum, Gilos appeared intent on claiming the life of a king. Thus, a rationale for the siege presented itself. "Bronn, relay my orders. All provisions of meat brought by the ships tonight are to be prepared for the soldiers. They must conserve their strength and be in prime condition. At dawn, we shall commence our assault on Volantis. I want you to lead 1,000 men to seize the Long Bridge, cutting off support from the pirates and slave soldiers on the eastern shore. The remaining 2,000 will accompany me in the attack on the Black Wall, where we shall eliminate the slave masters entrenched there. Leave 2,000 to manage the fleet and block the harbor. Not a single soul is to escape from Volantis port." Rigo's fist struck heavily upon the map marking Volantis' position. Then he turned to meet Bronn's eager gaze. "Remember, we granted the people of Volantis 10 days to evacuate. Tomorrow, war begins, and we shall face only our enemies, not civilians. Any who resist with arms shall be met with no mercy. Those who kneel and surrender will be bound and detained for later judgment. You will be done. I shall hasten to deliver the message." On the night of April 8th, in the 141st year of the conquest, the ships of the pioneering fleet were filled with the aroma of roasted meat. The soldiers feasted heartily, yet not a single cup of wine was raised, and the noise was notably subdued. Each man devoured his portion of meat, their eyes gleaming with fervor as though they were tearing into the flesh of their adversaries. In the early hours of April 9th, Volantis port was unusually shrouded in clarity, free from the pervasive fog that often enveloped it. The soldiers stationed atop the black walls had endured a long night and were lost in sweet slumber when a piercing horn echoed through the gentle breeze of the harbor. A soldier, light of sleep, groggily opened his eyes, bewildered, and propped himself up to gaze towards the port. His eyes widened in terror, mouth agape, as his spear clattered against the dragon crystal atop the black wall. The The dragon has come. The shrill scream instantly roused all the lethargic guards. While the officer in charge of the wall hastily adjusted his armor, precariously leaning against the rampart, despair etched across his face as he beheld the gargantuan dragon rapidly approaching their line of sight. Roar. The assault was the hallmark of Rigo, striking at dawn when the human spirit was most weary. The soldiers manning the giant crossbows atop the black wall were scattered, some still deep in slumber. And as the horn and screams pierced the quiet morning, their bleary eyes struggled to comprehend the unfolding chaos. Some soldiers, having fallen asleep in uncomfortable positions, could scarcely stand, let alone maneuver the heavy crossbows to retaliate. In the midst of this disarray, the dragon's fiery breath descended upon them. Dracaries. The orange flames engulfed the 20-meter-wide battlements, forming a towering wall of fire that swept from left to right. The defending soldiers screamed in anguish as they were ignited, frantically scattering in every direction. Some plummeting from the black wall to meet a gruesome fate below, while others, unable to withstand the excruciating agony of the flames, chose to end their own lives with their swords. The dragon's devastating onslaught rendered the soldiers utterly hopeless. Those fortunate enough to escape the initial inferno were stripped of their will to fight, discarding their weapons and fleeing in terror. Below at the gate, the sentinels guarding the entrance exchanged horrified glances as they heard the inhuman shrieks above. One by one, their comrades ignited and fell from the towering walls, some still clinging to life as the flames licked hungrily at their flesh. Despair filled their eyes as they locked gazes with their stunned fellows in the gatehouse, their desperate cries echoing in the chaos. Run! A voice pierced the air, igniting a stampede among the disorganized throng of soldiers who had never before faced the horrors of war. They screamed, discarding their swords and spears, trampling over the fallen as they rushed towards the inner city. Braun, leading 3,000 soldiers, surged onto the beach, while Vagharl unleashed a torrent of dragon fire upon the gates, the harbinger of death from Westeros roaring with excitement as they surged into the city, killing at will. Upon reaching the base, Braun led 1,000 men to the right, sweeping towards a colossal stone bridge. What is happening? What is going on? The cacophony of battle outside roused a slumbering slave master. The old man jolted upright in his bed, barefoot, as he flung open his bedroom door, urgently querying his panicked servant. My lord, the dragon has breached the city. The Westerosi have invaded. You must flee. What? The corpulent figure of the old man trembled as he turned, displaying an agility that belied his size, swiftly returning to his chamber. In a matter of moments, he donned his attire and, under the protection of guards, ascended the carriage, racing towards the heart of the city. At this juncture, not only he, but all the slave masters of Volantis were acutely aware of the news of Rigo's siege, each frantic to escape. The broad thoroughfare leading to the town of Violences was choked with carriages and fleeing soldiers. The air was filled with cries that echoed through the once opulent road that symbolized wealth and nobility. Chapter 153, A Decisive Collapse. Rigo Domhnall. How dare he? How dare he? We are a city-state of free trade. We are Volantis. How could he attack us? This disbelief was palpable among the slave masters at the audacity of Rigo's assault. Where's Kolani? Where's Kolani? She has summoned this calamity. This was the lament of a slave master eager to shift blame. My lord, last night, the Jellian family's carriage was seen hastily departing the city, heading north. Damn it. Damn that Kolani Jellian. She has brought ruin upon us. She has ruined us. My wealth, the crown of my fortune amassed over a lifetime, has vanished. The Black Wall has been breached. Within its confines, the slave masters had nurtured thousands of slave soldiers on the eastern shore, primarily composed of pirates and criminals who had sought refuge here. The masters funded their upkeep, and in return, these menial soldiers committed heinous acts on behalf of the noble slave masters within the city. The pirates who had previously plundered the merchant vessels of the pioneering fleet were ordered by Coman and Moro, who were betrayed by Gylos. Though these pirates and criminals were thoroughly ruthless, they maintained a degree of loyalty to their benefactors. When Rigo's declaration of war reached Volantis, these slave soldiers and pirates prepared for battle at the behest of their masters. For them, a peaceful existence in Volantis was unattainable. Only through murder and theft could they hope to stave off hunger. Thus, at the break of dawn, when the war horn of the eastern shore sounded for the first time, the slave army, ever ready, surged forth from the refuse, dens of vice, and dilapidated shanties. They rushed across the long bridge that spanned the two shores, intent on providing support to their masters on the western bank. Yet, Rigo's onslaught was swift, and Braun's forces moved with equal speed. When they collided at the midpoint of the bridge, 1,000 fully armored knights met them. What transpired when 1,000 heavily armored, Sword-wielding professional soldiers faced off against tens of thousands of emaciated slave soldiers, many lacking even a complete garment. It was a massacre, an overwhelming slaughter. One might say that the ancient crime of hoarding armor was a grave offense, when a fully armored soldier launched an assault against unarmored slaves. It bore a striking resemblance to Ultraman swatting mosquitoes, each strike a swift execution. Bronze soldiers required no defense. The ragtag weapons of the slave army were utterly incapable of breaching their fortifications. The numerical superiority of the slaves proved futile on the long bridge, where the soldiers wielded their long swords with mechanical precision, dealing death with every strike. In less than half an hour, after incurring thousands of casualties, these desperate souls succumbed to fear, and fear heralded their defeat. The slaves crowded at the forefront, paralyzed by the soldiers' ferocity, lost all will to resist. Meanwhile, those in the rear, oblivious to the brutal carnage ahead, were driven by a fervent desire for profit and sustenance, loyal to their masters, pushing desperately forward. The cacophony of battle cries and screams from the front served as a stimulant for the slaves behind, compelling those who wished to flee to be shoved forward by the throng, while those intent on charging were blocked by the fleeing, forcing them to surge ahead with all their might. The long bridge grotesquely transformed into a meat grinder of life. The bodies felled by soldiers had already obstructed the path. Yet an unending stream of people continued to be thrust to the front. The soldiers, blinded by bloodlust, showed no mercy, even when the foremost slaves knelt in surrender. Their heads were severed without hesitation. The butchery, terror, and trampling witnessed by the slaves, who had glimpsed the horrors akin to the depths of hell, shattered their resolve. With a splash, the first panicked slave leapt into the sea, and in that moment, a glimmer of hope flickered among the despairing fugitives. Countless slaves, like dumplings, plunged into the water from either side. Those in the rear collided with the heap of corpses, some unable to bear the sight, retching violently. As Braun led his soldiers over the mound of bodies, the sounds of splashing intensified. After breaching the city gates, Rigo decisively mounted his Vagril and rode northward with 6 companions. The task of clearing the remaining enemies from the city was left to his soldiers. He intended to intercept the fleeing slave masters. Although the siege had been sudden, it was not beyond the realm of possibility that some astute individuals had already discerned Rigo's intentions and, acting with caution, had prepared their assets for an early escape. They were absconding with Rigo's wealth, a brazen act of robbery. As the roar of the dragon pierced through the clouds and reached the ears of the fleeing slave masters below, these gluttonous executioners, nourished by the flesh and blood of the common folk, seemed to glimpse their ancestors beckoning from the earth. 7 dragons appeared above the retreating throng, their roars striking terror into the horses, causing most to resign in despair, collapsing to the ground. Yet, there were those audacious enough to seek death, frantically whipping their trembling mounts in a desperate attempt to flee from Rigo's grasp. Dracaris. Rigo pointed towards the struggling rotund figure, and as Vagril roared, dragon fire shimmered, poised to reduce him to ashes, but a plume of dark flame preempted him, engulfing the portly man. The dying struggles of the enslavers went unheard, as both man and cart were consumed by Hades' flames, leaving behind nothing but a scorched expanse, the dragon fire even melting the stones into a grotesque chasm. "Well done, Hades," Rigo exclaimed, praising the little black dragon, which caused the already arrogant creature to nearly tilt its head towards the heavens in pride. This only intensified the discomfort of Ares, who had always been in competition with his elder brother. Without a moment's hesitation, the little red dragon dove down and incinerated a group of individuals into ash, then proudly roared as it approached Rigo, seeking commendation. Rigo's expression darkened. The group had surrendered. Why destroy them and their cart? That cart contained my wealth. Yet, understanding the child's desire to demonstrate worth, Rigo refrained from diminishing his confidence, instead offering a warm smile and exclaiming, "Ares, splendid work. You rival your brother." This delighted the little red dragon, who danced joyfully around Hades. The 2 dragons, in their display, not only terrified the enslavers, who cowered in defeat, but also caused the other 4 young dragons to eye the crowd with restless eagerness. Recognizing the peril, Rigo quickly intervened to restrain the eager younglings. After calming them, he herded the group of enslavers and soldiers back towards the city of Volantis. Upon his return, Braun, who had nearly cleared the banks of Volantis, approached swiftly to report, "Your Majesty, our fleet has intercepted a group of fleeing women, among whom are several Valyrian with silver hair and purple eyes, led by one named Colony Galini." Oh. Chapter 154. The Self-Indulgence of the Valyrians. Braun's report took Rigo by surprise. In the current realm of Westeros, Essos, and even across the continent of Sithorios, only he, along with the descendants of Demon and Rhaenyra, who had escaped the Dance of Dragons, seemed to retain the pure Valyrian bloodline and features. The revelation that Volantis harbored a group of Valyrian blood, characterized by silver hair and purple eyes, was indeed astonishing. As the mightiest among the 9 free cities, Volantis frequently boasted of being the eldest daughter of Valyria, the mistress of the Summer Sea, and the queen of the Rhoyne River. Initially, Volantis was merely a forward outpost established by Valyrian freehold on the Empire's frontier, situated along the expansive banks of the Rhoyne River. The Valyrian dragonlords had lavishly constructed towering black walls, reaching 200 feet, using dragon glass, and stationed Valyrian soldiers and lesser nobles within. However, with the cataclysm of the Doom, nearly all bloodlines of the dragonlords perished in the calamity. Those lesser Valyrian nobles and commoners fled, with survivors gathering predominantly along the southern coast of Essos, particularly in cities along the routes of Volantis and Slaver's Bay, which became a haven for those of Valyrian heritage. In Volantis, the refugees from Valyria have audaciously taken residence within the Black Wall, perceiving this towering fortification as a demarcation between classes and nobility. They proudly refer to themselves as the ancient bloodline, basking in the glory of the once mighty freehold, and they lord over the common folk and slaves who have gathered here. Thus, it would be reasonable to expect that a considerable number of silver-haired, violet-eyed Valyrian descendants would inhabit both Volantis and the major cities of Slaver's Bay. Yet the stark reality presents a contrary narrative. Genuine Valyrian bloodlines find it increasingly difficult to survive in these locales. The Valyrian refugees congregated here, although once the lowest tier of the imperial hierarchy during the Freehold era, have emerged as the most formidable rulers in Volantis, Meereen, Karth, and Tyrosh, having survived the cataclysm that obliterated their former glory. This stark contrast between hell and paradise renders their situation irresistibly captivating. Throughout history, power has proven to be the most corrupting influence, for with power comes an influx of wealth, status, and desirability, all mere appendages to authority. Consequently, upon seizing Volantis and the cities of Slaver's Bay, these former slave masters, who once fervently revered the notion of noble blood, have unleashed their innermost desires, venting the vile urges long suppressed within the depths of their souls. As generations of this ancient bloodline have come to pass, these original Valyrians have come to realize that the distinct traits associated with their lineage have diminished significantly until they are virtually non-existent. The indiscriminate propagation and chaotic liaisons have diluted the bloodline they once cherished to its utmost limits. Thus, even though the slave masters of Volantis, such as the late old Gylos, along with Coman and Moro, still proclaim their Valyrian heritage, they lack the quintessential silver hair, striking features, and the blood that resonates with dragons. With just a name to their ancestral lineage, even had their previous scheme succeeded in eliminating Rigo, they would have remained incapable of taming dragons, ultimately rendering them mere pawns. These individuals are certainly aware of the thinning of their bloodline, yet after centuries of propagation, reversing this trend is no simple feat. It is hardly feasible to shamelessly seek alliances with the Targaryens or Valerians, as that would be tantamount to courting demise. In this context, the so-called struggle for legitimacy naturally arises. Among the survivors from Valyria, there are a few who manage to temper their desires, genuinely valuing the noble blood passed down from their ancestors, and they strive for stable propagation within their kin. While this may result in the birth of many madmen and imbeciles, they predominantly retain the outward characteristics of silver hair and violet eyes. This provoked discontent among other Valyrian slave masters. I have thoroughly integrated myself into Volantis, yet you stubbornly cling to ancient bloodlines. With silver hair and violet eyes, I possess an extraordinary appearance, which leaves those self-proclaimed descendants of Valyria in a quandary. Are we, the noble slave masters, merely pretenders? In such circumstances, families retaining the distinctive Valyrian traits of silver hair and violet eyes faced severe persecution. They were regarded as heretics by their insecure kin, ultimately disappearing without a trace in Essos due to relentless assaults and oppression. Yet, astonishingly, a genuine Valyrian bloodline remained concealed within the black walls of Volantis. According to Braun's description, this group appears to be faring quite well as slave masters of Volantis. This ignited a profound curiosity in Rigo regarding them, and a woman named Kalyani Galini. Moreover, the surname Galini sounded eerily familiar. Kalyani felt both disheartened and apprehensive. She admitted to underestimating Rigo's formidable strength and decisiveness. After the failure of her poison plot against Old Gyros and the premature control of the wildfire she arranged due to an insider, She sensed that Rigo had been thoroughly provoked. After Vagr soared over the city walls, this matriarch, renowned for her wisdom and foresight, immediately returned to her family, secretly organizing the few remaining relatives who bore the Valyrian bloodline. They swiftly gathered their wealth and quietly evacuated the Black Walls before the other slave masters could react. To mislead Rigo and the slave masters, she had her enslaved individuals drive their family carriage out of the northern gate, creating the illusion that they were fleeing to the north. In reality, she disguised herself and, accompanied by elite guards and relatives, crossed the long bridge into the notorious East Bank. With the assistance of her family's enslaved soldiers, Kalyani and her group successfully boarded the prearranged vessels, quietly departing from the East Port, shielded by Rigo's forces attacking Volantis, in an attempt to escape this place of turmoil. However, Kalyani underestimated the might of the dragon and the ferocity of the expeditionary fleet's soldiers, not to mention Rigo's extraordinary confidence. She could not have anticipated that Rigo would launch an assault on the formidable Volantis with 5,000 troops, while also considering the strength of the East Bank's enslaved army. In such a scenario, he still left behind 2,000 men to completely blockade the sea. The enslaved soldiers and pirates, along with the elite guards, stood no chance against the 2,000 troops. They were swiftly decimated, and along with Kalyani, the remaining kin became captives of the fleet. Chapter 155. The House of Dragon King Galini. The clanking of iron chains echoed from outside the cell, covered in grime. Kalyani hastily lifted her gaze towards the doorway, while behind her, 5 silver-haired, violet-eyed women stood up in alarm, anxiously watching the handsome man who entered from the outside. As soon as Rigo stepped through the threshold, he was met with an overwhelming stench that served as an immediate harbinger of the grim atmosphere within the cell. This prison, belonging to the old Gilos family, was specifically designed to confine and torment those defiant souls who resisted his authority. The cell was entirely enclosed, devoid of any ventilation or windows, allowing only a sliver of light to filter through the wooden bars and the heavy door. It was unclear what unspeakable deeds the wretched Gilos had committed within these walls. The air was thick with a foul odor, and the floor was coated with a layer of brown filth. The once resplendent Kalyani and her 5 kin, having spent but a single morning in this dismal place, now resembled refugees. In such an environment, Rigo found it impossible to issue commands to the guards to escort the women to the castle. He turned on his heel, acutely aware that lingering even a moment longer posed a risk of losing his composure. Upon returning to the opulent castle of Gilos, Rigo took several swigs of wine to suppress the lingering foulness from his senses. The guards had already brought forth all 6 captives, who stood before him, their expressions weary and haggard, encircled by dozens of vigilant soldiers to prevent any potential disruption to his majesty. Kalyani Jelline? Rigo inquired, fixing his gaze upon the middle-aged woman who appeared utterly beleaguered. It seemed that his soldiers had shown no mercy during the capture. This noblewoman now appeared quite disheveled. Are you of the Jelline lineage? Your Majesty, I am Kalyani Jelline, extending my greetings to you. As you rightly noted, we are indeed descendants of the Jelline family, once steadfast allies of your house. Seeing Rigo's tranquil demeanor, Kalyani's tension began to ease slightly. During her escort to the Black Wall, she had witnessed the harrowing aftermath of the eastern city's plight. After quelling the Black Wall, over 3,000 troops surged across the long bridge to support Braun, leading to a veritable river of blood along the eastern shore, where countless lives were snuffed out or forced to leap into the sea, drowning within its depths. In her eyes, Rigo had become a veritable demon clad in human skin. The massacre along the eastern coast had been orchestrated by Rigo himself. The longer he remained in this place, the more his heart hardened, particularly after gaining control over the Glutton, the Silverwing, Vagr, and the 6 Little Ones. Rigo's perception of ordinary folk had become increasingly obscured. To him, the inhabitants of these lands were no longer merely categorized as Westerlanders or Asosians. They were divided into the damned and the undeserving of life, the useful and the useless. Among the pirates and criminals gathered along the eastern coast of Volantis, the majority were deemed both damned and useless. Thus, Rigo signaled Braun to allow the soldiers a moment of unrestrained release, permitting the slaughter of thousands without hesitation. As for the detritus of the eastern coast, a single breath of Vagr's flames might spare a few who were not fated to die, yet none would be wronged. The development of Valyria had reached a preliminary stabilization, necessitating a substantial labor force. The recent bloodbath had instilled a profound terror within these ruthless outlaws, making them ripe for capture as forced laborers. Most of them were vigorous young men at the peak of their strength, adept at clearing land and constructing cities. But they must first be stripped of their ferocity, Otherwise, they would pose a threat to the safety of the innocent. The methods employed were indeed harsh, yet the benefits outweighed the drawbacks. Rego, unaware of Kalyani's fear of him, straightened up with keen interest upon hearing her confess her identity. The Gelern family. I am familiar with you. However, how did you end up in such a predicament? It is no wonder Rego felt perplexed. The Gelern family was one of the ancient Valyrian dragonlord families, and could still be considered a noble lineage, albeit significantly weaker compared to the Domners. Yet, their status surpassed that of the Targaryens by a considerable margin. In Rego's hazy recollections, the Gelern family indeed had been steadfast allies of the Domner family, once prominent figures during the era of the Freehold. After all, they bore the blood of dragon lords, a lineage far more noble than that of the insignificant slave masters. How could it be that only a few of them remained? Your Majesty, Rego casually inquired, nearly prompting Kalyani to weep. She was utterly exhausted, and the plight of the Gelern family was truly tragic. Following this, the middle-aged woman, Kalyani Gelern, began lamenting to her allies, tears streaming down her face. As she spoke, the 5 clan members behind her, forgetting their own fears and anxieties, joined in her sorrowful weeping. For a full half-hour, Rego finally gleaned the reasons behind the Gelern family's unfortunate circumstances. In the aftermath of the cataclysm, the Gelern family, much like Rego, had suffered a fate where only a branch of their lineage had fortuitously ventured out and survived the calamity. Unlike the Domner family, however, the ancestors of the Gelern family clung to the memories of their former glory. For the next 50 years, they engaged in trade while simultaneously dispatching clan members to explore the ruins of Valyria. This led to the tragic demise of their surviving male heirs amidst the desolation of Valyria. By the time the 3rd head of the family ascended to leadership, the Gelern family had already dwindled significantly. To preserve their lineage, this head of the family led the remaining members to settle in Volantis. However, adhering to their identity as a noble dragonlord family, the Gelern family did not succumb to the dilution of their bloodline like other Valyrian slave masters. Unfortunately, they arrived too late. Volantis had already become the territory of other slave masters. Fortunately, these slave masters accepted them and permitted them to reside within the Black Walls. Yet, this marked the beginning of the Gelern family's tragic saga. After the death of this ancestor, the Gelern family lost its support entirely, leaving their fate in the hands of the head's wife. It was during this time that the predatory nature of the slave masters became evident. Their bloodlines had become exceedingly thin, while the Gelern family maintained a noble and pure lineage. Moreover, other individuals possessing pure Valyrian blood had been nearly eradicated by the slave masters, rendering the Gelern family the sole avenue for the restoration of bloodlines. Thus began a cruel regime of control. Every male born into the Gelern family was monitored from the moment of their birth. Upon reaching adulthood and after fathering children with the women of the family, these men would be ruthlessly slain. The remaining women of the family were relegated to the status of breeding tools for the slave masters, who exploited them to enhance their own familial bloodlines. After enduring prolonged torment and persecution, in the era of Kalyani Gelern, all the male members of the family had perished. The once illustrious house of the Dragon Kings had been decimated by their slaves, leaving only 6 women. In truth, according to the lineage of the Valyrian House of Dragon Kings, the demise of the last male Gelern signified the end of the Gelern name. The once formidable House of Dragon Kings, following the cataclysmic events of the apocalypse, had undergone a descent into despair that was beyond mere description. Chapter 156. The arrangements of Volantis. The once resplendent Gelern family, at this moment, consisted solely of the matriarch Kalyani Gelern and 5 remaining kin, 3 of whom were elderly women, while the other 2 were young girls. Having endured a harrowing series of escapes, captures, and imprisonments, this group appeared exceedingly disheveled. Nevertheless, despite their silver hair being tousled and their faces smudged with dust, the youthful radiance of the 2 girls could not be concealed. It must be noted that the Valyrian bloodline rarely falters in the realm of beauty. Anyone possessing the ancient Valyrian lineage is invariably striking. Rego took a keen interest in observing the 2 blossoming Gelern maidens, subsequently instructing Bronn to ensure their proper accommodation, for they were once loyal allies of his family. Although Rego had usurped their domain, the lingering memories of the original owner prompted him to extend a modicum of kindness towards these unfortunate women. Even though Kalyani Gelern had previously attempted to use wildfire to eliminate herself along with the slave masters, her efforts had been in vain. The king, being magnanimous, chose not to hold it against them. Bronn, how is the tally of those slaves and criminals proceeding? The army had firmly established control over Volantis, and on the eastern banks of the Lorne River, A torrent of blood had flowed as they dispatched those who were once accustomed to chaos. The remnants of these nefarious individuals, faced with the sharp blades of their adversaries, had shown a surprising sense of prudence, offering no resistance. Thus, the assessment of the battle's outcome was nearing completion. Braun respectfully bowed and replied, "Your Majesty, aside from the civilians who managed to flee before the battle, we have captured tens of thousands of slaves and pirates on the eastern shore, as well as over 10,000 soldiers who claim to be Valyrian. Additionally, dozens of slave masters and their thousands of kin have been apprehended. Due to Valantis being a frontline port, the number of common knights residing here is minimal. Most dwell in the towns of northern Valansius, Samel, and others." Excellent. Rigo was exceedingly pleased with the spoils of this conflict. The war, ignited solely by the avarice of two slave masters, had yielded far more than merely apprehending all the slave masters or extracting gold and silver wealth from these purveyors of the slave trade. As long as he possessed the knowledge of Valyrian steel, Rigo would never lack for resources, regardless of where he ventured. The most significant gain from this endeavor was the acquisition of tens of thousands of free laborers, those who required no concern for attrition, mere beasts of burden. These ruthless pirates and slaves would play an instrumental role in the development and transformation of Valyrian lands, substantially expediting the reconstruction process. Braun commanded the immediate embarkation of the captured prisoners onto the ships. Squeezing them in was inconsequential. Multiple trips would suffice to transport them to Valyria for the purpose of settling and cultivating the land. Troops were to be dispatched to oversee them, and any insurrection would be met with swift execution. His subordinates complied without hesitation. Braun swiftly accepted the command. The fate of the slave masters of Valantis and the city itself awaited your decree. Regos hesitated upon hearing this. The slave masters were indeed manageable. Once their wealth was extracted, they could be executed without remorse. However, the arrangement of this lucrative port city posed a conundrum for him. Despite the Volantine army's apparent weakness against the forces of the Vanguard and the Conquerors, primarily due to the dragons, Regos knew that should Braun lead a conventional military assault, the siege of this formidable city would likely demand the sacrifice of thousands, if not tens of thousands of lives, to breach its defenses. Moreover, the rampant piracy along the southern coast of Essos presented a significant threat. These brigands, fearless and desperate, roamed in small bands across coastal cities and islands, converging swiftly upon any target. The complete eradication of such threats was a fantasy. To occupy Valantis with insufficient troops would not only jeopardize the city's security, but could also fail to intimidate merchant vessels crucial for trade. Regos, aware that he could not remain in Valantis indefinitely nor entrust a dragon to guard it alone, recognized that human greed and desire often cloud reason in the absence of immediate peril. Hence, once he resolved to seize Valantis, the deployment of a substantial military presence became imperative. Yet, Valyria could muster only 10,000 soldiers. To exert complete control over Valantis and revive trade, a minimum of 5,000 troops would be essential for the city's defense. This necessity greatly diminished Valyria's military capacity, rendering it challenging to maintain order among tens of thousands of prisoners if Regos were absent for an extended period. Nevertheless, relinquishing a city within his grasp was not an option for Regos. Thus, Braun, you are to dispatch a missive to Westeros, instructing Lares to recruit no fewer than 5,000 soldiers eager to venture forth and claim Stone Dance for us. Additionally, summon Prince Cregan Stark to send forth a noble well-versed in port commerce to lead these troops. The subordinate acquiesced. And what of the slave masters? Extract their confessions, compelling them to return the wealth they have consumed, and then find a suitable place for their final resting. Under the bustling activities of Valantis, efforts were underway to extract funds from the slave masters, while the exploratory fleet navigated the seas, transporting captives. The brief skirmishes that transpired in Valantis sent tremors of fear through the cities along the upper reaches of the Rhoyne. Though the war erupted unexpectedly and concluded with remarkable swiftness, Regos endeavored to block any escape paths during the prelude to battle. Yet, the extensive coastline and vast inland territories of Valantis allowed a portion of the populace to escape, most of whom sought refuge in upstream cities, thereby spreading the renown of Regos Domnor throughout those regions. Dragons, armies, and slaughter. When these three words were uttered, the noble class upstream was engulfed in anxiety and dread. The towns that were historically linked to Valantis and nominally under its jurisdiction watched the front lines with bated breath, fearful that Rigo, having conquered Valantis, would not be satisfied and would lead his forces northward, seeking to seize all the towns along the shores of the Lorne River. While this group of individuals was consumed by worry and ready to flee at any moment, Rigo's forces had already boarded grand vessels and silently departed from the port of Valantis. In the span of just a month, Valantis had returned to a semblance of normalcy, and the army recruited by Laris had set sail from the Twin Dragons port, soon to arrive. Rigo decided to leave 2,000 men in charge of maintaining order within the city while he returned home with the rest. According to reports from Valyria, Rigo's strategy of scorched earth, utilizing dragon fire for more than half a year, seemed to yield unexpected rewards. Chapter 157. The return to court for Rigo. This expedition, which resulted in the conquest of Valantis and the capture of tens of thousands, was already a significant achievement. He held no particular ambitions for the towns of Wylansis, Samel, Valiza, and Sirun along the upper reaches of the Lorne River. One reason for this was that occupying these cities would require considerable manpower, which Valyria desperately needed at this moment. Even though capturing these towns could yield a large number of prisoners, the quantity was not necessarily advantageous. Rigo had to ensure that Valyria maintained absolute stability during his absence, as an excess of captives would inevitably bring certain risks, rendering the endeavor counterproductive. Another reason was that Rigo was not yet prepared for further warfare. Thus, he could not afford to overreach. The conquest of Valantis was already a sensitive matter. Should he press further northward and occupy the Heartbreak Ridge and the Golden Plains, it would likely provoke discontent among the 8 free trade city-states. The cities of the Slave Bay in the northeast, and even the Horse Lords far across the Dothraki Sea. No one relishes the sudden emergence of a powerful neighbor, particularly one that does not abide by the rules. Even though Rigo possessed dragons, the reality remained that while annihilating a city was feasible, given his current strength, one man and one dragon could sweep away 99% of the world's powers. Occupying a city required formidable soldiers and like-minded allies, both of which Rigo presently lacked. At the very least, Westeros was not yet equipped to engulf the world. Thus, knowing when to withdraw was the prudent choice. Returning to Valyria, fortifying the walls, stockpiling provisions, and patiently biding his time until he was fully prepared for war would be the optimal moment to reveal his true strength. The fleet sailed southward along Valyria's jagged coastline, while Vagharl circled playfully above, accompanied by 6 little dragons. The mischievous younglings occasionally dove toward the water's surface, seizing large sea fish and tossing them into the air, inciting fierce competition among their siblings. They did not consume the fish. Instead, the massive creatures were ultimately torn to shreds, raining down upon the deck and the sea below. Upon returning to Valyria, Colleen Jellern embarked with her 5 kin. As this family faced imminent extinction, Rigo permitted them to remain within the black walls of Valantis. However, Colleen graciously declined his arrangement, opting instead to accompany the Grand Army southward. Colleen Jellern and 2 middle-aged kin boarded another vessel, while the 2 youthful maidens, under Jellern's subtle suggestion, ascended to the ship of Rigo. These 2 maidens, likely around 17 or 18 years of age, were sisters whose parents had perished shortly after their birth. It was Colleen who had taken them in. Rigo reclined upon a specially crafted soft couch, idly perusing an ancient tome, while the jubilant roars of dragons echoed from the heavens, creating a sense of exquisite tranquility. Sophia Jellern sat quietly beside Rigo, feigning to read a book, though she had not turned the page in quite some time. As the elder of the 2 sisters, her youthful heart began to grasp the implications of being presented to His Majesty by their clan leader. Sitting next to Rigo, she inhaled the pleasant scent emanating from him, and her typically serene demeanor faltered as she found it difficult to concentrate on her reading. Her enchanting eyes occasionally peeked over the pages, discreetly observing Rigo's handsome features, and thoughts flitted through her mind, causing a blush to bloom upon her cheeks. In contrast to the demure Sophia, her sister Melania exhibited a far bolder disposition. With a penchant for martial pursuits over feminine adornments, she eagerly requested a suit of armor and a longsword after becoming more familiar with Rigo, treating them as if they were rare treasures she could not part with. Standing beside Rigo, while Sophia shyly observed him, Melania's attention was wholly captivated by the frolicking dragons in the sky, especially the 3 adorable little ones that made her heart melt with their charm. "Your Majesty, could you enlighten me with the names of those 3 pink dragons?" Melania inquired, her heart racing with excitement as she playfully adjusted her sword at her waist. Leaning closer to Rigo, Sophia, feeling a budding curiosity, also raised her face, eagerly awaiting Rigo's response. Upon hearing her question, Rigo closed his book, stretched languidly, and, with a slightly muffled voice, pointed to the 6 playful dragons above. "The white-horned little dragon is named Venus. She has quite the temper and holds grudges like a proud little diva. The one at her feet is Athena, distinguishable by her pink horns and white nose. She is the most combative among the three sisters, often provoking her siblings. The one that appears quite pitiful is Diana. Her distinguishing feature is her pink nose. Diana is a bit of a timid soul, frequently bullied by her two sisters. However, their three elder brothers dote on her immensely, so despite her current demeanor, once her sisters face their comeuppance, she will not remain in such a state. Ah, how utterly adorable. Listening to Rigo's introduction, Melanie's eyes sparkled with delight as she gazed intently at the pitiful Diana, wishing fervently to embrace her and shower her with affection. Your Majesty, what are the names of those three brothers? Sophia inquired softly, her gaze fixed upon the little green dragon. The black one is Hades, a true embodiment of frenzy. The green one is Emer, a schemer, and the red one is Ares, a brute solely preoccupied with brawling. None of them are to be underestimated. What a melodious name. Emer, the little dragon exclaimed, screeching with excitement. Emer would either ambush while the brothers were engaged in combat, or join Ares in pummeling Hades. Then, when the trio witnessed their younger sister being bullied, they would rush in to confront Venus and Athena. During these moments, the previously forlorn Diana would beam with a wide grin, flaunting her prowess as she danced around her two subdued sisters, exuding mischief. This, of course, would lead to a flurry of retaliatory strikes from the sisters, leaving Diana yelping in protest, which made Melanie on the deck stamp her feet in sympathy. While Rigo observed the scene with an exasperated shake of his head. Well deserved. Amidst the playful chaos, Rigo did not exhibit any aversion towards the clearly mission-driven sisters. After all, human nature is drawn to beauty. The sight of the stunning silver-haired, violet-eyed maidens was a feast for the eyes, and Rigo saw no need to feign seriousness. The fleet sailed smoothly with the wind at their backs, navigating the winding sea of mist until the port of Black Rock came into view. Vagharl led the 6 little dragons, excitedly screeching as they surged toward the harbor. As the ships drew nearer, Rigo rubbed his eyes vigorously. For the sight above the port left even him, a seasoned observer, utterly astonished. Goodness gracious. Chapter 158, The Crimson Dragon. Soul, if anyone has ever witnessed a hen leading her chicks, they would comprehend the sheer impact Rigo was experiencing at that moment. A colossal red dragon lay sprawled majestically across the vast expanse above the harbor, its scarlet scales shimmering brightly like flames, reflecting a radiant crimson hue in the sunlight. As the fleet approached, an increasingly intense warmth enveloped the air. Soul has emerged. While this revelation was enough to fill Rigo with excitement, it was not what left him utterly flabbergasted. What truly bewildered him was the sight of Soul, akin to a contented rural hen, leisurely resting on the plain, while a gaggle of lively little hatchlings fluttered about on its immense form. Where could so many young dragons have come from? Not only Rigo, but everyone in the fleet who beheld the scene on the plain was unable to maintain their composure. The spectacle was simply astounding. Though these soldiers had grown accustomed to the presence of gluttonous beasts like the Silverwing and other colossal dragons, they were well aware that their sovereign possessed 9 such magnificent creatures, even though the resplendent crimson dragon before them was an unfamiliar sight. The assembled individuals felt neither trepidation nor novelty, for it was entirely plausible that their sovereign could draw another dragon to their side. Yet, the existence of the red dragon raised questions, particularly concerning the myriad small creatures cavorting upon its back. Regardless of the species, when numbers swell to a certain magnitude, an undeniable aura of dominance emerges, especially when it pertains to a creature as formidable as a dragon, the sovereign of the skies. Upon the fleet's docking at the harbor, not a single soldier dared to disembark first. It was only the composed demeanor of the garrison stationed at the port that somewhat alleviated their tension. What could account for this? Rigo inquired with a hint of skepticism to the port commander. Although he had previously received a missive from Valyria, detailing the discovery of dragon eggs in the aftermath of Dragonfire, he had not been informed that within a mere month, those eggs had transformed into young dragons. Your Majesty. The port commander, a man in his 20s, responded with a respectful bow, casting a curious glance towards the distant plains where the dragonlings frolicked. The 6 little ones had seamlessly integrated into the throng of hatchlings, their exuberant roars echoing in the air. The commander's eyes, filled with astonishment and wonder, conveyed the message almost as if it were a melody. After you and Lord Braun departed with the army, we adhered strictly to the original plan of clearing land and establishing a city, gradually advancing towards the eastern plains. During this process, it was discovered that some dragon eggs, glimmering faintly, lay hidden within the ashes scorched by Dragonfire, alongside Valyrian steel weaponry and various gold and silver artifacts. Initially, only 2 dragon eggs were unearthed in the Blackrock Mountains, yet as we progressed eastward, A continuous stream of eggs was exhumed by soldiers and civilians alike from the remnants of ash and Valyrian architecture. Remarkably, within just over 20 days, several hundred dragon eggs had been located. Some emanated a radiant glow and warmth, while others appeared lifeless, their shells stony and cold. Under the orders of the vice commander, we gathered the collected eggs and placed them in a region frequently visited by the giant dragons on the vast plains. Just 3 days prior, a northern volcano erupted violently, and the crimson dragon emerged from the billowing ash, descending upon the site where the eggs were stored. She did not launch an attack against us. Fearing we might provoke her, the vice commander instructed the troops to circumvent the area where the dragon had landed. During this time, the red dragon exhibited an unusual gentleness, showing no signs of aggression towards the surrounding soldiers or Blackrock City. Yet, as the young commander spoke, he seemed still ensnared by the initial shock, swallowing hard as he continued with a quivering voice. However, just yesterday, as dawn broke, the soldiers and civilians awoke to a remarkable sight. The dragon eggs they had previously gathered had collectively hatched, revealing 16 tiny dragons. The deputy commander was about to relay this news to His Majesty when he received word that the army would soon return. Fearing that the dispatched ravens might fail to convey the message accurately, he ordered us to refrain from taking any rash actions and to await the king's return for further decisions. After this proclamation, Sophia and Melanie, the two sisters, found themselves momentarily bereft of thought. The Gelernay family had struggled through generations of hardship, tirelessly exploring the ruins of Valyria in pursuit of a dragon egg to restore their family's former glory. Yet countless lives had been sacrificed in vain, while Rigo effortlessly amassed hundreds of dragon eggs, culminating in the inexplicable hatching of 16. The stark contrast left the sisters gazing blankly at one another, tears welling in their eyes. At that moment, Rigo had little time to ponder the emotions of the two young women. Having listened to the guard's account, he finally unraveled the origins of these little dragons. It was evident that these creatures, once mere eggs, had been buried within the eastern plains after the fall of the Valyrian freehold. Rigo surmised that the ruins of the eastern plains were likely the hatching grounds of the ancient Valyrian freehold's dragon eggs, or at the very least, their storage location. Previously concealed beneath layers of soil and vegetation, the eggs had been exposed by the torrent of dragon fire unleashed by Vagaril, which incinerated the surrounding flora and rendered the earth dry and crumbly. The high-order magical energy contained within the dragon fire revitalized these lifeless eggs, ultimately unearthed by the soldiers and civilians. As for the hatching of the dragon eggs, it was Vagaril's flames that had provided them with life. Subsequently, by a twist of fate, the evolved dragon soul descended beside the eggs. The pure elemental blood fire within soul became the ideal nourishment for these eggs. Thus, to everyone's astonishment, the eggs hatched unexpectedly. With the situation now clarified, Rigo summoned a warhorse, dismissing the sister's request to accompany him. He rode forth toward Sol, the magnificent dragon, who was already stirring with excitement. A resounding roar echoed across the plains as Sol shook off the small dragons clinging to her sides. The crimson giant flapped her wings exuberantly, her powerful forelimbs rhythmically thumping the ground. Her vertical pupils gazing at the silver-haired youth galloping towards her with a blend of authority and tenderness. "Sol," he called. The warhorse halted at a distance of several hundred meters from Sol, unwilling to venture closer. Rigo dismounted and, brushing aside the small dragons that approached him, joyfully leaped onto Sol's snout. "It's been far too long, my dear." Chapter 159. The rapidly developing Dragon Head Island Roar. Sol exhaled excitedly, nuzzling against Rigo's form, her gentle growls mingling with her exhilaration. The dragon gently grasped Rigo's robe, and amidst the fearful gazes of soldiers in the distance, Sol hoisted their king onto his back. Once again, the melancholic dragon's roar, echoing the desolation of 84 years, resonated throughout this cursed land. Rigo laughed heartily, gripping the sharp spikes on Sol's neck. "Take off, Sol. Roar." The crimson four-legged giant dragon flapped its wings fiercely, stirring up a tempest that sent the smaller dragons tumbling and spiraling. Under the watchful eyes of countless soldiers, the pair ascended into the sky. "Dracaries," they roared. The surging red flames swept through the void, landing upon the tranquil sea surface. The intense heat instantly evaporated vast expanses of seawater, giving rise to a thick mist. The mighty dragon joyfully soared through the fog, climbing higher amidst Rigo's ecstatic laughter. Rigo seemed to be transported back to the ruins of Valyria, where, apart from himself and Sol, no other beings were worthy of attention or discourse. They continued to accompany one another, spiraling through the mist-laden skies above the Valyrian ruins. With dragon fire, they dried the swamp's monstrous alligators, ignited wildfires that consumed the crimson venomous serpents, and joyfully pursued the giant eagles soaring in the heavens, reducing the infected undead to ashes. The silver-haired demon once again annihilated the vicious pack of wild dogs, while the gentle little foxes obediently subdued their wild instincts, retreating into the narrow crevices of the mountains. Rigo resurrected his earliest companion, the solitary and aged red dragon Soul, who returned to his zenith, soaring through the skies of their homeland with his partner. Vagr and the 6 little ones danced around Soul, sensing no trace of hostility from this unprecedented behemoth. The members of House Jalern gathered once more around their matriarch, Calian Jalern, eager to cautiously approach the little dragons in the plains. However, the watchful eyes of the surrounding soldiers prompted the matriarch to wisely suppress her desires. As a once glorious dragon lineage, they could only gaze enviously at the dancing giants in the sky. Sophia Jalern's gentle gaze was firmly fixed on the little green dragon, Vagr, chasing after Soul, while Melanie Jalern similarly watched the little pink dragon, their longing and envy unabashedly evident in their eyes. Even Calian and the other 2 clan members could not suppress their yearning for the great dragons, alternating their glances between the frolicking dragon pack above and the 16 little dragons on the ground, crying out in urgency. The 6 little ones, with their distinct appearance from Soul, did not capture the attention of the onlookers. In fact, in the eyes of Sophia and Melanie, the 4-legged giants far surpassed the bipedal dragons in beauty. Calian withdrew her greedy gaze, striving to control her trembling hands that betrayed her overwhelming excitement. Gently clasping the hands of Sophia and Melanie, as if lost in thought, Calian murmured, half to herself, half as a solemn charge. Ladies, the monumental responsibility of rejuvenating the family now rests solely upon your shoulders. The return of His Majesty has brought about a reckoning for the Valyrian fleet, who have paid a heavy price for their ignorance and avarice. In this battle, Rigo has provided Valyria with the urgently needed workforce, ushering in a period of rapid development. The second wave of pioneers, summoned by Larys, has also arrived in Volantis, where Bronn has handed over the city defenses to the generals dispatched by Cregan Stark. Accompanied by 2,000 soldiers and the 50,000 newly recruited civilians, they have triumphantly returned to Valyria. As the pioneering army has made significant strides on the Valyrian peninsula, news of His Majesty's personal campaign to seize Volantis has spread back to Westeros, drawing countless common folk and disenfranchised knights to Stone Dance and Storm's End, beseeching Duke Larys to allow them passage to Valyria to partake in the Empire's expansion. The arrival of this contingent of 50,000 has propelled Valyria's construction efforts into overdrive. Under Rigo's directive, a vast number of slaves were acquired at a low price by Bronn, arriving by ship from the Bay of Slaves to join the burgeoning construction efforts. Following the completion of Blackstone and Blackstream cities, a multitude of castles and towns have risen from west to east across the expansive Central Plains. With the awakening of Soul, the rate of Rigo's Scorched Earth campaign has visibly accelerated. The Dragon Fire, infused with the most potent blood magic, has reduced all lurking monstrosities beneath the earth to ashes. The river formerly known as the Northern Rigo has been renamed Dragon's Head River, as the Dragon Fire incinerates and rejuvenates the flora along its banks. The murky waters, now shimmering with an emerald hue, have transformed into a source of potable water for hundreds of thousands. 143 years into the conquest, 2 years have elapsed since the battle for Volantis. Valyria has undergone a remarkable transformation. Lush crops sway in the fertile plains, and the once bare mountains, ravaged by fire, have regained their verdant splendor after 2 years of rest. An increasing number of Westerlanders have migrated to Valyria, with many commoners from Essos also settling on Dragon's Head Island. Rigo welcomes this influx. A mere 200,000 inhabitants could hardly stir significant unrest on the vast Dragon's Head Island. In the castles established in the north and south of the island, aside from the few thousand soldiers and civilians stationed for cultivation, there are hardly any others to be found. Thus, Rigo remains open to all newcomers, whether they hail from Westeros or Essos. If they are willing to work and abide by the laws of Dragon's Head Island, they shall be regarded as legitimate residents. As Valyria experiences this rapid growth, nearby lands are gradually becoming aware of this audacious endeavor to cultivate the accursed territory originating from the Valyrian Empire. Yet, none dare provoke the Dragon's Head Island, home to just over 200,000 souls. The lessons of Volantis loom large, and the sight of dragons occasionally soaring over the Central Plains serves as a stark reminder, keeping the ambitions of would-be conquerors at bay. In the second month following Soul's emergence, the Devourer and Silverwing completed their evolution, and along with Vagral, the 6 little ones, and the 16 fortunate dragons that hatched from over 100 dragon eggs corroded by the dragon of mourning. The number of colossal dragons in Rigo's possession reached a staggering figure of 26. Not to mention, the powers of Sol, the Devourer, Silverwing, and the 6 little ones far surpassed those of the native dragons. Once, Sol faced off against the Black Death, Beleren, resulting in mutual destruction. However, the current Sol, emboldened by his prowess, boldly claimed he could contend with 10. Perhaps he was overly optimistic regarding Beleren's capabilities. The hierarchy of life had long since ceased to be contingent upon sheer size. Sol could disregard the Black Death's dragon flames and claws, while the Black Death, upon enduring a single breath of dragon fire, would be utterly incinerated. There was simply no room for debate. After the Crimson Dragon, Sol obliterated a colossal mill warship into mere fragments with his flames. The various powers coveting Volantis and Dragon Head Island regarded him with newfound respect and clarity. Chapter 160. Offspring and Dragons. 144 years into the Conquest era, the development of the Valyrian Peninsula officially entered its next phase. The central Dragon Head Island, after 3 years of extensive construction, saw the rise of 12 formidable cities. A steady influx of slaves from the Slave Bay became a pivotal factor in the rapid development of Dragon Head Island. Marking the northern boundary was the grandest of all, Blackrock City, with 4 cities nestled near the 14 fire peaks to the north and a cluster of impregnable cities densely arranged across the vast southern plains. Moreover, along the western plains, Dragon Head City and Harbor City stood proudly beside the shimmering banks of the Dragon Head River. Over 300,000 individuals cohabited Dragon Head Island, with numerous villages established upon the ruins framed by the 12 strongholds. The expansive plains of the central and southern regions yielded bountiful harvests, sufficiently meeting the demands of the island's inhabitants, prompting an increasing number of Westerlanders to volunteer for the pioneering initiative. Individuals from Westeros, Essos, and the scarcely noticed continent of Sithorios embarked by ship to settle in the promising yet desolate Valyria. In this context, Rigo designated Dragon Head City in the Dragon Head Valley as the capital and officially issued commands for the development of the eastern and western islands in the early spring of the 44th year of the Conquest era. During the past 3 years, Sol had already led the other dragons to purify the eastern and western islands with dragon flames. As the mist that had shrouded the ruins of Valyria for centuries dissipated, the long-awaited rains eagerly nourished this land ravaged by calamity. Lush vegetation rapidly reclaimed the 2 islands, restoring them to their former splendor reminiscent of the era of the Freehold. In the 145th year of the Conquest era, a marriage announcement swiftly traversed several continents. Rigo Domnir, the great king of Westeros, sovereign of the Valyrian Peninsula, rider of dragons, and ruler of the dragon host, was set to wed 2 maidens from the once illustrious Targaryen family. In the final moments of her life, Colleen Jellerny bore witness to the continuation of her lineage. Although neither Sophia nor Melanie could bestow the Jellerny surname upon their children, they at least carried the blood of Jellerny, and with the growing strength of Domnir, the legacy of their bloodline would endure through the conquests of the Dragon King. As the 6 younglings and 16 hatchlings grew rapidly, Rigo found himself unable to fully master all the dragons, relying solely on his own strength. Sol, the glutton, Silverwing, and the fully evolved dragon Vagr, along with the 4-legged younglings, possessed intelligence far surpassing that of the later hatched 16. After numerous attempts, Rigo lamentably discovered that these 10 quadrupedal dragons not only exhibited remarkable intellect, but also possessed unique temperaments and an inherent pride characteristic of their kind. The 2 sisters, ever coveting Immergard and the little pink dragon, repeatedly ascended the backs of the great dragons with Rigo's assistance, yet they were met with unmistakable rejection. Even when Rigo commanded the dragons to obey, the sisters faced staunch resistance whenever they endeavored to tame them. After several fruitless attempts, Rigo, both regretful and yet relieved, chose to relinquish his efforts. However, in contrast to the less intelligent bipedal dragons, the quadrupedal dragons required minimal input from their knights. They were increasingly capable of independent combat, prompting Rigo to unburden the saddles from Glutton, Silverwing, and Vagr, granting them the utmost tactical freedom. With the opportunity to tame the 6 younglings lost, Sophia and Melanie turned their attention to the 16 bipedal dragons. After a period of interaction, the sisters successfully tamed the black dragon Balerion and the white dragon Myrisis, adopting names from the ancient Valyrian deities, symbolizing their hopes for the future. Yet, as it stands, both Balerion and Myrisis remained mere hatchlings. Despite being the swiftest among their siblings, they were still incapable of soaring through the skies with their riders. After a reign of 147 years, Queen Sophia Gelerney bore a robust prince for the king. The young prince arrived amidst the cheers of the Valyrian citizens and the roars of dragons. Weighing a remarkable 8 pounds, Rigo named his firstborn Caesar Domner, after a formidable oil expert from his memories. 2 months following Prince Caesar's birth, another queen, Melanie Gelerney, delivered a pair of twins for the king. The prince was bestowed the name Arthur, while the beautiful little princess captured everyone's affection, radiating like an angel sent by the gods, brightening the skies of Valyria. Even the proud dragons drew close to her side. And Rigo named his precious daughter the most exquisite name, Alice Domner. The kingdom revels in the joy of succession, as 2 princes and a charming princess flourish under the protection of a magnificent dragon. At the tender age of 5, Prince Caesar Domner tamed a jet-black bipedal dragon, bestowing upon his beloved creature the name Caesar, granted by the king himself. The fearsome and majestic black dragon roared, soaring into the skies from Dragon's Head City, carrying the young prince across the vast central plains, landing at the bustling Blackrock port. Merchants from distant lands bore witness to the brave young Prince Caesar as he gracefully descended from the dragon's back, receiving the soldier's accolades reminiscent of his powerful and regal father. Though Prince Arthur Domner may have slightly lagged behind his elder brother, on his 8th birthday, he too garnered the favor of a crimson dragon. With great excitement, Prince Arthur climbed upon the back of the red dragon, mirroring his brother by naming it after himself. The jubilant red dragon Arthur soared into the heavens, while Prince Caesar, elated by his brother's success, took to the skies on his own dragon, roaring and spiraling above Dragon's Head City. Little Princess Alice gazed at her flying brothers, curling up in King Rago's embrace, tears streaming down her cheeks. She had endeavored to connect with every bipedal dragon, yet none had accepted her as their rider. However, as time would reveal to the Empire's subjects, compared to her brothers who had tamed the black dragon Caesar and the red dragon Arthur at such a young age, Princess Alice was indeed far more fortunate. In the year 156 of the conquest, at the age of 9, Princess Alice unexpectedly rode King Rago's dragon, Vagal, into the sky during her playful antics. Together, they frolicked amidst the incredulous gazes of the townsfolk of Dragon's Head City. Fortuitously, Princess Alice won the favor of the dragon Vagal, and for decades thereafter, even as the king's queens bore him several more offspring, no one could tame the king's majestic 4-legged dragon. Princess Alice became one of the only 2 dragon riders in Valyria to possess a 4-legged dragon. Chapter 161. Fierce adversaries and preparations. In the year 165 of the conquest, the empire's development of the eastern and western islands of Valyria officially came to an end. Towering cities and fortresses rose upon the ruins of a once cataclysmic event, fertile plains yielding crops, while vast harbors welcomed merchant ships from across the globe. The Valantis slaves, once captives brought to the Valyria Peninsula, perished under the weight of their burdens. Yet King Rago offered those from other lands the chance to stand tall. Those who had been sold into slavery, including the Mylan and the Yuan-Kai people, were granted the opportunity to exchange their labor for legitimate Valyrian citizenship. In the year 166 of the conquest, under King Rago's directive, Valyria officially entered a period of rigorous preparation for war. The bustling maritime trade has brought immense wealth to Valyria, and Rigo no longer feels the need to tightly grasp the manufacturing secrets of Valyrian steel. When the enslaved individuals, tasked with cultivation, unearthed rich iron ore in the mountains of Valyria's western islands, this fierce war beast of Valyria broke free from its constraints, revealing its fangs towards the vast northern continent of Essos. A multitude of Valyrian steel swords and armor were crafted by the hands of slaves, and Sir Browen, the king's aged hand now streaked with gray, personally took command, selecting a cadre of elite soldiers from the Valyrian garrison and robust slaves, persuading them to don the Valyrian steel armor and wield long swords. Shipyards across several ports were tirelessly abuzz, while ravens flitted between Dragonstone and the distant lands of Westeros. As the noblemen and slave owners of the free trade city-states indulged in their opulence, and the horse-riding warriors of the Dothraki continued their savage revelry, a shadow of war loomed silently over them, cast by Valyria and Westeros. In the annals of Essos history, few have dared to contemplate the conquest of the entire continent. The once mighty Golden Empire of the southeast occupied only parts of the Jade Sea coast, and even at the zenith of its power, Valyria, with its thousands of dragons, never fully realized its ambition to dominate Essos. Rigo was acutely aware of the challenges and risks inherent in launching this war. Should the Valyrian host become ensnared in the vastness of Essos, their ally, Westeros, might very well choose to betray them. With insufficient soldiers, even if they captured cities, Valyria would struggle to exert complete control over them. The noble princes of Westeros who once rallied under Rhaego's banner had largely turned to dust over the years. The new heirs, though familiar with Rhaego's formidable legacy, might now regard him as merely a relic of their fathers, their loyalty having naturally transformed with the passage of time into a matter of conditions. Yet, despite these formidable obstacles, Rhaego felt compelled to initiate this war, not only to commence it, but to execute it with breathtaking swiftness. He aimed to unify the continent of Essos rapidly, harnessing the power of his dragons to consolidate his forces in preparation for the onslaught of even greater foes. The dim magic eye upon Rhaego's chest stirred anew, hinting at the darkness and greed it contained. Compared to the human forces of Westeros, Essos, and even Sithorios, the half-beasts emerging from the towering peaks of Asshai represented the gravest threat. Rhaego realized he could not vanquish them alone, even with the might of Valyria. It was a daunting challenge. When the relentless tide of half-beasts surged into Essos, relying solely on a mere handful of dragons would prove inadequate to address all fronts. The adage many ants can kill an elephant rang true, while Rhaego held confidence that he and his dragons would not falter in battle. The notion of surviving alone while multiple continents succumbed was a bitter pill to swallow. In the face of an ever-looming threat, there exists but one method: to unite the full might of humanity, resolutely countering and resisting in layers, thereby decelerating the advance and spread of the half-beast army to the greatest extent possible, confining them within a relatively small space. Only then could Rhaego harness the power of the dragons to inflict substantial devastation upon them. The half-beasts may arrive at any moment, perhaps in the next heartbeat, perhaps in a year, or even a decade, or a century hence. Relying solely on the current combat prowess of soldiers, whether Valyrian or the so-called valiant Dothraki, would likely result in nothing more than serving as fodder before the tide of beasts. Only true warriors, forged in the crucible of blood and fire, may survive the impending cataclysm. 70 years into the conquest, the Valyrian army of 10,000 set sail for the Bay of Slaves, led by Ser Royce, the 25-year-old son of Lord Bronn. The army navigated the Dragonhead River, flowing into the Summer Sea, racing along the coastline of Valyria's Western Isle, and entered the northern Bay of Sorrow. On a mist-laden morning, they brazenly landed on the southern Cedar Island. The unprepared Lord of Valos was roused from his slumber by the cacophony of battle cries. As this corpulent noble stumbled outside in a state of panic, Valyrian soldiers had already breached the gates of his stronghold. Ser Royce personally severed the head of the Lord of Valos, liberating all the slaves within the city and granting clemency to those Valos soldiers who chose surrender. After leaving behind thousands of soldiers to garrison the area, they swiftly boarded their ships, sailing through the Bay of Slaves, and within 3 days, they approached Astapor. The true battle was only just beginning. The slave masters of Astapor were not as feeble as their counterpart in Valos. They commanded a renowned army known as the Unsullied, famed along the southern coast of Essos. These elite warriors were meticulously chosen from the ranks of their master's slaves and rigorously trained to be obedient automatons. As Ser Royce's army disembarked at the port of Astapor, the Unsullied stood in silent formation outside the city, their dark armor emanating a chilling aura, their disciplined ranks filled with a palpable intent to kill. The slave masters atop the walls of Astapor waved their whips with satisfaction, evidently pleased with their soldiers. However, when the true conflict commenced, their laughter was swiftly extinguished. A massacre, an overwhelming slaughter. The sharp Valyrian swords effortlessly severed the long spears of the Unsullied, piercing their armor and extinguishing their lives. Yet the once invincible spears, upon making contact with the chests of the Valyrians, curiously split aside, leaving only a faint white mark. Within just 2 hours, Ser Royce suffered over 200 casualties, but ultimately conquered the formidable city of Astapor. Upon the arrival of Yunkai and Millen from the north, Royce had already embarked on a ship with a multitude of slaves and civilians, departing from the territory of the Slave Bay, as his formidable army triumphantly returned to Longsho Island. Chapter 162. The shift of times. The obliteration of Astapor and the formidable defeat of the Unsullied triggered a tumultuous uproar in the surviving regions of Millen and Yunkai within the Slave Bay. Neither the Slave Bay nor the free trading city-states traversing the continent of Essos had ever endured invasions and provocations of such magnitude since they gained control over the ports lining the continent's coastline. Apart from the northern city of Kower, the other 9 city-states had rarely faced the harsh realities of war on their homeland. Even Kower, which had once fought valiantly against the Dothraki, had never permitted the iron hooves of the horse lords to tread upon its territory. However, following the rise of Rhaego Domnarl, the ruins of Valyria, under his meticulous governance, experienced a remarkable resurgence of prosperity. Though it may not have regained the illustrious grandeur of the era of the freehold, it shone brightly as one of the most resplendent jewels upon the summer sea. Trade in the Slave Bay and regions such as Lys and Myr flourished, while the once notorious pirate haven of the Valyrian Peninsula snatched away a considerable share of commerce, particularly in Myr, known for its trade in precious metals and luxury goods. The resurgence of the Valyrian Peninsula rendered this former capital of luxury a relic of the past, were it not for Lys, which maintained its prosperity through its unique erotic industry, and Rigaud's prohibition against the rampant expansion of brothels on the Valyrian Peninsula. The renowned city of pleasure, Lys, would likely have fallen from grace. Not only was commerce being seized in droves, but the outrage of these free trading city-states was further ignited by Rigaud-Domneur's audacious invasion of Volantis on the southern coast during the early stages of development on the Valyrian Peninsula. Presently, Volantis had become an entirely subservient city to the Valyrian Peninsula, standing as a direct competitor in the luxury goods trade, with a more advantageous position than Myr. A ruthless force that seizes business, invades territories, and slaughters nobility inevitably incited the enmity and wrath of all. This was precisely the outcome Rigaud sought. Only by inciting the collective fury of all could a true war be ignited. The survivors forged in this crucible of smoke and flame would emerge as the most elite soldiers, deserving and capable of following their king in resisting the encroachment of the half-orc forces. In his previous journey to Yasha and Stygai, Rigaud had endured an assault by dozens of orcs in the valley of Ash River before encountering the Red Priestess Melisandre. Although those assailing them were somewhat diminished in physical form, they were undeniably among the most formidable of the orc clans, the Uruk and half-orcs. Even among those ultimately slain by the Devourer and Silverwing, there were the presence of man-eaters. The Uruk tribe, also known as the Strong Orcs, are formidable war instruments crafted by the Dark Lord Sauron himself. In stark contrast to the feeble and diminutive original orcs and the reconnaissance-oriented Snaga, the Uruk possess towering stature, bloodthirsty ferocity, and an uncanny resilience to sunlight. Before the soldiers of Westeros and those struggling under the yoke of slavery in Essos, the strong orcs stand as the most formidable elite guards, and what is even more terrifying is their overwhelming numbers, capable of instilling despair in humanity. Without the trials of blood and fire, facing these soldiers would lead to a catastrophic defeat, not only against the more powerful half-orcs and ogres, but even against the Uruks themselves. The finest soldiers are not nurtured in the tranquility of training grounds, but are tempered through the crucible of real combat amidst blood and flames. Beginning in the year 170 of the conquest, the silver-armored demon from Valyria unleashed a protracted war against the slavers of Essos. This conflict, characterized by frequent skirmishes, endured for over a century, subjecting 3 generations across 3 continents to the relentless trials of warfare. The name of the demon Rigo became indelibly etched into the souls of every Essos inhabitant. In the year 181 of the conquest, the venerable king, once the Count of Stone Dance and now the Duke of Blackrock, Rigo's most trusted aide and loyal protector, Duke Browen, departed from this world on a serene night. The ageless visage of King Rigaud-Domneur accepted the passing of his beloved knight with tranquility, as the royal guard bestowed upon the esteemed Duke a state funeral, interring him upon the outcrop rock west of Blackrock Harbor. All who had journeyed to Valyria alongside the king, whether soldiers or civilians, would find their final resting place in this cemetery, a testament to the new history of Valyria. Statues of dragons would guard their souls, and the Empire would remember their contributions. In the year 189 of the conquest, Prince of Storms from Westeros, the former king's hand, and the founding father of the Domneur Empire, Prince Larys, closed his eyes in regret upon the bed at Whispering Keep. This unfortunate yet fortunate prime minister, who had endured a tragic childhood yet earned King Rigo's recognition and trust, murmured the name of his king in his final moments. The king, weary from travels, landed upon the courtyard of Whispering Keep on Dragonback the day after Larys' passing, yet he could not behold his loyal servant one last time. Prior to this, Count Leonos of Herrenberg had passed away early, and his eldest son, Sir Harwinst, followed his brother into the beyond. As Prince Larys left no heirs, the king decreed that Harwinst's eldest son would inherit the title of Prince of Whispering Keep, while the title of Count of Herrenberg would pass to Harwinst's younger son. In the year 191 of the conquest, the protector of the north, Prince of Winterfell, the great guardian of the empire, a powerful and resilient knight, the lone wolf who perpetually patrolled the Wall of Despair, Prince Cregan Stark, departed this life unexpectedly. As Rego hastened to Winterfell in anticipation of the gravely ill Cragen's final moments, he prepared to bid farewell to his dearest friend and brother. The aged Cragen, burdened by long-standing illness, had eyes clouded with the weight of time, yet his gaze remained fiercely fixed upon the eternally youthful and handsome visage of the king. It was as though he were transported back 62 years, recalling the spirited days when he received word from his brother, leading the Winter Wolves southward to lend their aid. With the passing of Prince Cragen Stark of Winterfell, Rego felt as though he had lost his anchor on the continent of Westeros. The once familiar faces of old friends had become as fleeting as leaves in the wind, with each cherished soul fading away in succession. Rego, now devoid of purpose, rode sorrowfully upon soul, tracing the paths he had once traversed, departing from Stone Dance, glimpsing Ashaya, sweeping through the lands of summer, passing the dilapidated Stygai, and returning to the Iron Islands, which had changed masters. Ultimately, he once again ascended the resplendent throne, pondering the transience of life. In the council chamber, not a single face was familiar to Rego. The protector of the West, Jason Lannister, along with his brother, Duke Tylan Lannister, had departed this world before Cragen. The Lord of the Vale, Sir Essen Baelish, had claimed kinship titles, while Prince Elmont Tully of the Riverlands, along with the once youthful Prince Tyrell of the Reach, had also passed on. The southern lands of Dorne had undergone a complete transformation. As Rego surveyed his surroundings, he found himself bereft of any familiar countenance. In that moment, he comprehended the reasons behind the detached paths of the immortal beings within the tales he had grown up hearing. The sensation of hearing a familiar tongue, yet finding no recognizable faces, was indeed a bitter pill to swallow. The new generation of lords across the Seven Kingdoms, who were raised on the legendary tales of Rego Domnor, gazed intently upon his youthful visage. The king, once a dear companion to Lord Cragen, remained youthful while Cragen had become nothing more than a mere memory, rendering the eyes of the noble princes ablaze with fervor. In the year 191 of the conquest, the illustrious sovereigns of Valyria, the Undulls, the Royner, and the First Men, the rulers of the 8 kingdoms, gathered before the Iron Throne. Rego Domnor, the Lord of Dragons, announced at the council in King's Landing the division of Westeros to his eldest son, Prince Caesar Domnor. Henceforth, Rego would reside for an extended period on the Valyrian Peninsula, while Westeros would be governed by Prince Caesar, who, although nominally king of Westeros, would adhere to the commands of Valyria. Half a month later, at the age of 44, Prince Caesar, accompanied by his children and mounted on 5 great dragons, arrived in King's Landing. Before the Iron Throne, Rego personally placed the golden crown, symbolizing the sovereignty of Westeros, upon his eldest son's head. Prince Caesar Domnor accepted the fealty and oaths of loyalty from the lords of the 7 kingdoms. In the year 196 of the conquest, Queen Sophia Galini completed her life in slumber. Rego had once inquired of her and Melanie whether they would wish for eternal life to accompany him, knowing full well the price would be to witness their children age and pass before their eyes. Sophia and Melanie held no doubts regarding their husband's words, yet they chose to decline. In the midst of familial turmoil, encountering Rego was fortunate enough. They dared not yearn for a more distant future. They had walked alongside the men they cherished, bore children for them, and continued the lineage of the Domnall and Galeen families. In this, they found profound contentment. In the year of conquest 198, Rego bid farewell to another wife. The silver-haired Melanie lay peacefully in his embrace, a lingering smile on her lips piercing his heart with pangs of sorrow. Over the fleeting 53 years, his wife bore him 5 children, stood by him in the construction of Valyria, and supported his campaigns against Essos. He witnessed the gradual aging of his beloved, her skin marked with wrinkles, feeling both exasperation at their stubbornness and respect for their choices. Perhaps these were the happiest 50 years of Rego's life. Such carefree moments might never return in the years to come. In the year of conquest 209, Sir Royce, the Duke of Blackstone, was assassinated while overseeing military affairs in Volantis. A faceless man from Bravos, masquerading as a close maidservant, slit the Duke's throat under the cover of night. Upon receiving the news, Rego lingered at Bronn's grave for a considerable time before appointing the Duke's 20-year-old son as his father's successor, subsequently ordering the recall of all soldiers and commanders scattered along the Essos coastline. In the year of conquest 211, Valyria annexed the lands of Summer, separated by the Smoky Sea, investing decades in constructing the grandest city in the world, Sol, named after the Red Dragon. This city was primarily used by Rego to amass soldiers. With years of minor skirmishes, Valyria bolstered its ranks through the capture of prisoners, the purchase of slaves, and the voluntary enlistment of civilians, resulting in an army exceeding 100,000. as the three islands of Valyria further developed. Reliance on their production alone could no longer sustain the growing populace, making external expansion imperative. In the year of conquest 220, the king's firstborn, His Majesty Caesar Domnall, the protector of all Westeros, passed away at the age of 73, inciting rebellion within the realm. The long-suffering people of Dorne, residing in the southern deserts, were stirred by the illegitimate son of the Dornish prince. Seizing the opportunity presented by the king's death and the absence of a new monarch, cavalry forces rebelled, amassing 3,000 mixed soldiers and launching an assault on Storm's End. Attempting to emulate the tactics of the late King Rhaego, they sought to seize lands in Storm's territories. The king's eldest son, Rhaego Domnall II, named in honor of the illustrious Rhaego, mounted his dragon and led his forces to a resounding victory against the enemy fleet, personally beheading the illegitimate son of Dorne. Amidst the cheers of his subjects, he ascended the throne of Westeros. During the decades spanning from the year 220 to 230 of the Conquest era, Rhaegar tragically lost all of his children. The beautiful and beloved Princess Aelys, like her mother, perished in the embrace of the king, while the second prince, Ather Dominar, peacefully passed away in the military tent after training his soldiers. The two younger princes and princesses also met their demise in the rivers of Dragonstone and Black Abyss City. Their offspring inherited their parents' mighty dragons, with the fortunate few possessing the pure bloodline of the Dragon Kings eventually winning the favor of these magnificent beasts. However, Vagar, mourning the loss of her young master, chose not to acknowledge any new master but returned to the 14 Flames Peak, where she laid 3 scorching dragon eggs. Rhaegar's longevity and eternal youth, coupled with his dragons and extraordinary experiences, have become the stuff of legend in Valyria and the continent of Westeros. He has solidified his status as a revered totem in the hearts of the Valyrian people. Wherever Rhaegar appears, resounding cheers and reverence follow. And as long as Rhaegar exists in Valyria, his name will forever resonate with pride and confidence. After centuries of battles and nurturing, the 150,000 elite soldiers trained in the city of Sol have surpassed the limits of mortality, nurtured through generations and magic. Braavos rejoices once more, and the slave ships in the Bay of Slaves continue their relentless journeys. The Empire's blade, after lying hidden for a century, has finally been forged into an unparalleled weapon, its cold glint enough to instill fear in the world. By the year 300 of the Conquest era, dozens of ravens soared across the sea to Westeros, while the long silent dragons once again flew freely above Dragonstone. All Valyrians were aware that the Empire had meticulously planned for a century, preparing generations for this holy war. With the dawn drawn from the king's waste, it was officially proclaimed that Chapter 164, the Eastern Campaign, war begins, as the mighty dragon Sol and the insatiable devourer, with their silver wings casting shadows over the Red Keep, roared in majestic unison. The dragons imprisoned in their lairs responded fiercely to their king's call. The young king of Westeros, Laenor Dominar, merely 19 years of age, was compelled to lead his royal advisors to welcome the arrival of the true king. In the presence of dragons and Rhaegar, the lifespan of mortals seems fleeting, akin to a fleeting moment. Rhaegar vividly recalls placing the crown, symbolizing the highest authority of Westeros, upon the head of his eldest son, Caesar Dominar, who then was a robust king in the prime of his life. Now, upon returning to the Red Keep, Rhaegar found himself before a young man wearing the same crown, who had become Caesar's great-grandson. Yet, despite the efforts of the young Laenor Dominar to maintain a facade of respect and admiration, Rhaegar keenly sensed the dark emotions lurking beneath his gaze, emotions that he found most unsettling. Laenor Dominar, a capricious youth who inherited a distinguished lineage, found himself in a position of power before reaching the tender age of 20. It is only natural that such circumstances would breed a sense of transcendent arrogance and ambition within him. As Leonard fancied himself a king, one could only imagine the level of deference he would extend even to his own father, let alone the legendary King Rhaego Dominar, whom he had not seen in over a century and only heard of through tales. Given these considerations, Rhaegar displayed rare tolerance towards his bloodline descendant, attributing his youthful impetuosity to mere folly. The primary objective of his journey was to command the various princes of Westeros to unite their forces and jointly assault Essos. Your Majesty, waging war across the sea entails considerable risk, especially against the formidable free cities, an elder noble interjected, unable to contain his impatience as soon as Rhaegar's request left his lips. However, before he could articulate his thoughts fully, he shrank back under the weight of Rhaegar's penetrating gaze, retracting his words and retreating in defeat. This interaction caused the other nobles, initially prepared to support him, to hesitate and withdraw their steps as well. At that moment, these nobles, who had been distanced from Rigaud's era by centuries, were reminded of the formidable power wielded by the king who commanded 2 dragon kingdoms. Even though the legends existed solely in the annals of history and folklore, the mere sound of Rigaud's dragon descending had silenced their inner misgivings. Meanwhile, seated in the position of prime minister, with Rigaud occupying the opulent Iron Throne, Leonard Domina lowered his gaze, casting furtive glances at his fellow ministers. His youthful and handsome visage appeared increasingly somber. As he harbored resentment within, Rigaud, from his throne, began to speak. Perhaps you are yet to comprehend that this throne ultimately belongs to Domina. The titles of the 7 kingdoms are within my gift to bestow or revoke at will. I have not come here to deliberate with my subjects. This is a decree. You shall either comply or be deemed traitors. There is no alternative. By the 1st of March, I expect to see the sigils of your houses emblazoned on the prows of warships, appearing in either Pintos or Bravos, or else. Rigaud's authoritative gaze swept across the assembled nobles, including the submissive Leonard, his youthful voice resonating with an unmistakable authority that instilled a sense of trepidation among the lords of the 7 kingdoms. The Valyrian forces can certainly land in Storm's End. Upon concluding his address, the vast council chamber fell into an eerie silence, so palpable that one could hear a pin drop. The nobles sensed the palpable threat emanating from the throne, too intimidated to even breathe. Leonard Domina clenched his jaw, his concealed hands gripping tightly beneath his robe, his nails digging into his palms. The young king felt a profound sense of disdain and humiliation. As a monarch, he found himself easily usurped from his throne. Witnessing Rigaud issuing commands to his own subjects from his rightful seat. Even if Rigaud was his ancestor and the source of his bloodline, it was still his throne. Do any of you have objections? The clear and resonant voice of Rigaud echoed through the quiet council hall, its clarity strikingly pronounced. Laenar's tense body quivered violently, and instinctively he dropped to one knee, a phrase escaping his lips before his rational mind could catch up. Your Majesty, I shall obey your command. Observing their king's diminished state, the ministers below had even less reason to remain steadfast, bowing in unison to echo their sovereign's actions. We shall obey your command, your Majesty. Rigaud did not linger long within the Red Keep. After asserting his dominance over the gathered nobility, he declined the invitation to the feast and had the dragon guards escort him to inspect the dragon pit. In Rigaud's philosophy of dragon rearing, he vehemently opposed confining the magnificent beasts within the cramped, dark confines of the dragon pit. In fact, during the reign of Caesar and his son, the dragons of King's Landing thrived in the gardens that Rigaud had cultivated. However, under the rule of the next king, Laenar's father, often referred to as the debauched king by the 7 kingdoms, this notorious libertine grew weary of the dragon roars interrupting his repose and confined all the empire's dragons into the long-abandoned dragon pits. The detrimental effects of such confinement on the dragons were profound. As Rigaud entered the dragon pit, he was met with the excited roars of 4 dragons that had hatched beside Seoul on the Valyrian peninsula. The chains binding them clanked loudly as they strained against their restraints, clearly recognizing the familiar scent of Rigaud. One by one, he caressed them, soothing their restless spirits. From each of the 4 dragons, as well as from the other dragonlings that had emerged from their eggs, he sensed a common thread of agitation and repression. Compared to their free-roaming counterparts in Valyria, these creatures were notably smaller, their scales weaker, and their intellect far inferior. Yet, Rigaud felt no urgency to rescue them. His plans for conquest on the eastern continent were already set. Once the hostilities commenced, these formidable beings would serve as the Empire's weapons of war, given the chance to unleash their fury. As for persuading Laenar regarding this matter, Rigaud had no intention to meddle. After all, the fates of children lie in their own hands. Let them flounder as they will. The legendary Rigaud arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. After issuing the command for war and inspecting the dragon pit, he departed King's Landing mounted on 3 dragons. In the gardens of Egan Highhill, Laenar brooded over the disarray that had befallen what was once a haven for dragons during Rigaud's reign, now transformed by Laenar and his father into a paradise of indulgence, yet ravaged by the 3 dragons. Your Majesty, are we truly to march forth on the 1st of March? Laenar, in a foul mood, heard the inquiry from his minister and, in a fit of rage, shattered his goblet upon the ground. What else is there? What else is there? Do you have a solution? Should we dare to act contrary to our orders, the Valyrian army will land amidst the storm, and those lowly Dornish folk, forever chanting Rigaud's name, will surely revolt. What can you propose? What can I propose? Chapter 165, The Eastern Expedition. The turmoil of the Narrow Sea. The young king of Westeros, Rhaegar was naturally oblivious to the frantic roars of his subjects. Yet even if he had been aware, it would have elicited nothing more than a mirthful smile. As Laena articulated, although Rhaegar had departed from the continent of Westeros for centuries, with rumors of his demise circulating throughout the Seven Kingdoms, his mere presence would compel countless individuals to rally back to his side. Since the reign of Prince Doran Martell, every subsequent prince has undertaken a long journey to Valyria to pay homage to their king, a tradition that persisted even during the recognized rule of Caesar, a testament to their unwavering loyalty to Rhaegar. The North, steadfast in its chivalric principles, had its bonds of friendship between Rhaegar and the Stark lineage passed down through generations. The current northern prince, Eddard Stark, had corresponded with Rhaegar on numerous occasions. Thus, despite any resistance that Laena and the other nobles may have harbored, their only recourse was to comply with his will, unless they wished to forsake their current opulence, a fate Rhaegar would be indifferent to facilitating. While his previous declarations may have been laced with intimidation and threat, they had the potential to manifest into reality. On the 1st of March, 330 years after the conquest, the Valyrian army, adorned with the three-headed dragon sigil, emerged upon the shores of Lys, where panic had already gripped the city, casting an ominous shadow over the island. After Valyria's conquest of Volantis and subsequent raid of Astapor, the denizens of Esso's southern coastline recognized the ambitions of Rhaegar Targaryen, the foreign envoy, whose immortal visage concealed boundless aspirations. In a bid for self-preservation, the slave masters of Lys, Meereen, and the Slavers' Bay capitalized on Valyria's rampant acquisition of slaves to dispatch numerous spies into the Valyrian peninsula. Thus, when Rhaegar's forces mobilized, Lys was forewarned. However, despite receiving such intelligence, the nobles entrenched in Lys found themselves powerless, for their envoys to Meereen and Tyrosh vanished without a trace. Moreover, news of the armies from Westeros advancing eastward left the coastal factions in disarray, with little strength to aid Lys. As Valyrian warships lined the harbor of Lys, and the dragons roared menacingly across the skies, the Lysene nobility, who had indulged in the pleasures of courtesans and profited from the flesh of women, were consumed by terror. They scuttled about, their corpulent figures in disarray, wielding whips against the city guards, lavishly hiring brutal pirates, and issuing frantic orders in a desperate attempt to fortify the city with their feeble slave soldiers and mercenaries. When Sol, heedless of the hail of arrows, shattered the fortified gates of Lys with dragon fire, the enslaved soldiers and mercenary pirates promptly knelt in surrender. Sol landed heavily before the city, while Rhaegar observed the hastily waved white flags from atop Lys, dismissively gesturing with his hand. The army surged into the city, the nobility was slaughtered, and those who surrendered were spared. The fall of Lys, the sensual capital of the southern coast, succumbed to the might of Valyria's dragons and soldiers without enduring even half an hour before proclaiming its surrender. The nobility within Lys met a grim fate, as they were nearly all executed, and vast treasures were amassed. Rhaegar allocated a portion of this wealth to his soldiers, while the remainder was loaded on his ships, alongside captured soldiers and pirates, to be transported back to Dragonstone. In Lys, aside from soldiers and nobles, the most prevalent inhabitants were women and children learning the art of pleasing men. The renowned perfumed garden, a famed brothel, boasted enchanting courtesans of various styles. Rhaegar presented these women of the flesh trade with two options. Those wishing to reform could journey to Volantis or Valyria, where employment and stability awaited them. Those who preferred to continue relying on their bodies were readily absorbed into the military, as his soldiers had earned considerable wealth, thus creating a mutual benefit. On the 15th of March, in the year of conquest, Valyria's forces, aided by the dragons, launched a fierce assault on the entrance to the narrow sea, the city of Tyrosh. The battle proved arduous, with Valyria suffering the loss of 300 lives before conquering the city-state. Rhaegar refrained from deploying dragons directly into combat. Instead, he utilized them to breach the city gates. Should the defenders choose to surrender, all would rejoice, but should they resist fiercely, he would not permit the dragons to engage further, as he aimed to rigorously forge his soldiers through this conflict, tolerating only minimal casualties. Coincidentally, Tyrosh was indeed a bastion of staunch resistance. This port city, governed by the Grand Lord of Tyrosh, was notorious for its low-end brothels and human trafficking, producing grotesquely fashioned armor and harboring a multitude of mercenaries. The Tyroshi, adorned with tattoos and dyed hair, exhibited extensive body art and displayed an erratic demeanor, maintaining an intense fervor in the face of the advancing army. This familiar behavior evoked memories in Rhaegar of a troubling nation, a similarly deranged island country, marked by bizarre and unsightly culture, where the ruler also bore the title of Grand Lord. At this moment, Rigo acknowledged that his emotions had clouded his judgment. He issued orders. Upon entering the city, any male above the height of a wheel shall be executed. Any female who participated in the resistance shall be executed. Furthermore, the wheels shall be leveled. The wealth within the city is for you to claim. At once, responded his lieutenant, Braun II, with exuberance, eagerly descending to relay the command. Before long, the Valyrian soldiers unleashed a chorus of howls, and the grand city of Tyrosh resonated with the triumphant notes of swords and blades. The ground was stained a celebratory red, the nefarious elements swiftly eradicated, and the Valyrian soldiers, having liberated the city-state, rejoiced. In that moment, the clouds that had gathered over the narrow sea transformed into a radiant spectacle. A torrential downpour has thoroughly cleansed the grimy city of Tyrosh, and with the assistance of the garrison, the city is swiftly being rebuilt. The remnants of walls are being toppled, and the weathered streets are rapidly being smoothed over. All those involved in the reconstruction share laughter and conversation, as if the preceding battles had never transpired. The forces of Valyria have swept through 2 cities with remarkable ease. However, the assault on Braavos has proven far more arduous for the Westerlanders. On the eve of their arrival at Braavos, the coalition of the 7 kingdoms encountered dire troubles, as nearly all the nobles fell victim to assassins. The House of Black and White had gained complete knowledge of their movements and troop compositions. In this assassination attempt, only Prince Eddard Stark of the North and Sir Jaime Lannister of the West managed to turn the tide against their assailants, emerging unscathed, while several other nobles suffered injuries. Even Prince Stannis Baratheon of Storm's End, along with his 2 guards and his beautiful lover, met a tragic demise in their own chambers. At dawn, the coalition commander, Prince Eddard Stark, ordered a fierce assault in an attempt to breach the Titan's passage. Prince Aemon, the young brother of King Renly, merely 18 years of age, rode atop a dragon alongside his uncle to attack the soldiers stationed on either side of the passage. Yet, the tenacious Braavosi took refuge in the bastions atop the city walls, disregarding the threat posed by the dragons, and unleashed a torrent of crossbow bolts upon the besieging soldiers. After enduring relentless combat for several weeks, the forces of Westeros were left with thousands of corpses and were ultimately compelled to retreat. Chapter 166. The Eastern Campaign. The predicament of the Westerosi coalition within the coalition's encampment. The tall and composed Prince Eddard Stark intently scrutinized the map laid before him. The nobles who had united for this campaign gathered around the map, including Prince Jon Arryn representing the Vale, Sir Jaime Lannister representing the West, the Old Blackfish, Ser Brynden Tully representing the Riverlands, Ser Garland Tyrell and his brother representing the Reach, the Red Viper of Dorne, Ser Oberyn Martell, and the heir of Starfall, the Dawnbringer, Ser Arthur Dayne. The royal house had dispatched Prince Aemon and the king's uncle, Prince Stannis, to join the fray atop dragons. Originally, the representative for Storm's End was to be Prince Stannis Baratheon, but this debauched prince, along with his guards, had been effortlessly annihilated by the Faceless Men while entertaining on their ship. At this moment, the only figure who could be regarded as the representative of Storm's End was the formidable Ser Robert Baratheon. He is a descendant of the former Stormlord, Boros Baratheon. After the blood-soaked Battle of the Dance of Dragons, Duke Boros had been captured and forced to surrender by Count Morrigan of Crow's Nest, while his loyal retainers escorted the remnants of House Baratheon into hiding, preserving the bloodline of the Storm King. Yet, despite the gathering of such formidable individuals, they found themselves utterly powerless against the thick walls of Braavos. Even in the face of the Faceless Men's threat, all the commanders felt a sense of trepidation, and their resolve diminished sharply. After a prolonged silence, Prince Eddard Stark, as the commander of the coalition, was the first to break the stillness. Reports of battle have emerged from the south, indicating that His Majesty King Rhaegar has successfully captured both Lys and Tyrosh in rapid succession, with his forces now advancing towards the city of Myr. It is said that the Valyrian army has only suffered the loss of over 300 men, while we, who occupy high positions, have besieged Braavos for several days with no progress, even losing Prince Soren in the process, which leaves us unable to account to the king. My Lord Stark, the walls of Braavos are formidable, and its defenders numerous, far surpassing those of Lys and Tyrosh. Moreover, King Rhaegar and his dragons can effortlessly breach the gates, while our dragons are unable to achieve such feats. The enemy's garrison remains sheltered within their fortifications, rendering our dragon fire nearly ineffective. We find ourselves in a stalemate, which is not a fault of our own. Eddard furrowed his brow, casting a serious glance at the speaker, Ser Robert. However, before he could respond, Prince Simon could no longer contain himself. Is Sir Robert implying that my uncle and I are incompetent? Robert, realizing his misstep, quickly bowed in apology to the scowling Prince Simon and Prince Sevair, retreating in embarrassment. Humph. Prince Sevair Domhnall scoffed, glaring at the rotund Robert before confidently stepping forward to the map. Rest assured, my lords, after several days of probing, Simon and I have identified the weaknesses of the Bravosi. As he spoke, Prince Sevair pointed to the southern section of Bravos on the map, prompting the nobles to gather eagerly around him. We have persistently attacked the Titan's Canal, yet our main offensive remains directed at the front of Bravos. During our numerous aerial recon missions aboard dragons, we uncovered a significant vulnerability. What vulnerability is that? We implore you, my lord, reveal it at once. The nobles clamored, their impatience palpable. The uncle-nephew duo, having achieved little success in recent days, relished the attention. As Eddard Stark and Prince Jon Arryn, the commanders of the coalition, looked on with anxious expressions, Simon and Sevair felt a surge of pride. With a confirming nod from Prince Sevair, Simon boldly approached the table. The vulnerability lies in their ability to block naval advances, but they cannot thwart dragon and land assaults. The Titan's Canal indeed obstructs our fleet's incursion. Yet if we circumvent the Titan's Canal, my uncle and I can directly assault the town of Bravos from the air, while Lord Eddard leads the main army to land along the coast, bypassing their heavily fortified regions. Bravos will be within our grasp. After Simon finished speaking, he awaited accolades, but was met with an unprecedented silence, causing him to lower his head in confusion. Eddard and Jon Arryn's expressions were darker than ever, while others, like Jaime and Old Blackfish, struggled to suppress their laughter, their faces turning red from the effort. Simon's bewilderment deepened at their reactions, and he glanced at his uncle, only to find Prince Sevair equally perplexed, both unable to comprehend the cause of such expressions among their peers. His Highness Prince Ed Stark helplessly rubbed his temples. You are woefully unfamiliar with the geography of Bravos. Your reconnaissance with the prince on Dragonback only afforded you a glimpse of the terrain near the Titan's statue. Little do you realize that once the army disembarks at the outskirts and abandons their ships, if the Bravosi manage to destroy our vessels, tens of thousands will be rendered souls at the mercy of others. How could that be? Simon remained unconvinced, gazing at the mountains encircling Bravos on the map, excitedly gesturing towards Ed. Such diminutive peaks could deter the iron hooves of a grand army? Your Highness, while the mountains may not impede the army's advance, they do not connect to the heart of Bravos. The sea separates them entirely. Should we lose our ships, we would be utterly trapped within these hills. Prince Simon fell momentarily silent, staring in disbelief at the hills isolated by the sea, feeling his cheeks flush, rendered speechless. Fortunately, Ed, considerate of their dignity, swiftly moved on from the topic and inquired, do the lords possess any strategies to break the enemy? Perhaps, Sir Oberyn Martell tentatively suggested, we could beseech his majesty, the conqueror. The Hunger and Silverwing could shatter the fortifications of the Bravosi. Once we breach the Titan-S passage, they would no longer be able to withstand us. Agreed. Prince Jon Allen was the first to raise his hand. Agreed. Agreed. Following him were Brynden Tully and Jaime Lannister, and soon, a multitude of attending nobles raised their hands in accord. Ultimately, all eyes turned to the two sullen descendants of Domhnall, Sepher and Simon, who reluctantly lifted their right hands. Sepher's voice barely audible. Agreed. With that proclamation, Ed Stark slapped the table decisively, issuing a loud command. My Lord Allen, please draft a letter in the name of the Alliance, affix the seals of the lords, and send it to His Majesty at Mill seeking aid post-haste. Understood. Old Allen promptly accepted the order, and the expressions of the nobles visibly relaxed, save for Sepher, who remained grim-faced in the corner, while Prince Simon muttered indignantly beside him. Your Majesty, who is your Majesty? My brother is the true king of Westeros. Laenor Domhnall is your Majesty. Chapter 167, The Eastern Campaign. A retreat in disguise. Upon receiving Ed Stark's letter, Rigo was leading his forces in an assault on Mill. Brouwen II personally commanded the army. Having already breached the city gates, this coastal city, lax in its defenses, stood utterly vulnerable before the might of Valyria. As per usual, dragons breached the city gates, allowing the army to surge within. However, in contrast to the brutal measures Rigo employed in Tyrosh, his forces appeared as benevolent angels to the people of Mill. The army merely executed the principal instigators of the rebellion and the slave masters, leaving the civilians unscathed, even providing support for the families of the slain nobles. As Rigo ordered them to be given provisions and allowed to depart safely from the city of Mill. This leniency stemmed from the fact that while Mill engaged in the slave trade, it was far less brutal than Bravos and Tyrosh. Mill, primarily a center for luxury goods manufacturing and trade, had, throughout its extensive history, played a largely innocuous role. Aside from its initial bloody accumulation of wealth and its conflicts with the Kingdom of the Three Daughters and the Targaryen family. However, a trade city of such significance, strategically positioned along the narrow sea's main shipping routes, could not maintain its vital geographic position solely through innocuousness. The slave masters of Mill also maintained a considerable force of enslaved soldiers to protect their lace, linces, and high-end carpets that enjoyed popularity across distant lands. This represented merely the mundane military might of Mill. The Temple of the Lightbringer held a prestigious position in the city, where the red-robed sorcerers wielding fire magic instilled trepidation in the ambitious visitors. Yet, their powers were only effective against mortals and less skilled rivals. When the roars of Sol and the Devourer echoed within the temple, the high priest, devoted to serving the Lightbringer, instantly grasped the disparity in power between the two sides. Under his restraint, the magic-wielding red-robed monks refrained from exhibiting hostility towards the invading soldiers from Westeros. Once everything was in order, Rigo found the time to peruse the letter sent by Eddard Stark. To His Majesty, the Great King, from your most loyal vassal, your most amicable ally, the Prince of Winterfell, the Guardian of the North, Eddard Stark of the bloodline of Kragan Stark. The contents of the letter caused Rigo to furrow his brow. He had not anticipated that the 30,000 coalition forces of Westeros, with the aid of 2 dragons, would be unable to breach even the outer defenses of Braavos. Were these fellows attempting to deceive me? Were they aiming to lure me to Braavos for a grand banquet? It seemed improbable. Rigo's thoughts spiraled uncontrollably toward conspiracy. For in his view, dragons posed a sheer threat to human fortifications. Even if the 2 dragons from Westeros were inferior to the Devourer, Sol, and Silverwing, they were still a formidable force against Braavos, which lacked aerial supremacy. Rigo modestly underestimated their advantage. Yet, disbelief aside, support was imperative, relying solely on the soldiers of Valyria. Rigo could never hope to conquer the vast Essos continent. There was a genuine risk that the severe dispersion of his forces could lead to their defeat in various locations. Thus, the army of Westeros held considerable significance. Having made his decision, Rigo swiftly arose to seek the Devourer, intending to dispatch 1 dragon to provide assistance rather than undertaking the journey himself. Upon evolving into quadrupedal dragons, both the gluttonous Silverwing and the Crimson Dragon Soul experienced a remarkable enhancement in their intelligence. At this juncture, among the 10 dragons entwined with Rigo, only the rebellious Black Dragon Hades and the Red Dragon Ares remained disobedient. The other 8 were fully capable of engaging in battle independently, free from their riders. Their combat intellect allowed them to swiftly analyze battlefield dynamics, thus making the most judicious choices. Moreover, they possessed the ability to comprehend human speech, rendering the deployment of the gluttonous Silverwing, without a rider, practically equivalent to that of Rigo's own steed. On the 20th day of the 3rd month in the 300th year of conquest, all trade city-states along the southern coast of Essos had succumbed to the might of Valyria. In a mere span of 20 days, Rigo Domina and his Valyrian army swept through Volantis, Lys, Tyrosh, and Meereen with devastating efficiency, culminating in the near annihilation of Tyrosh. Not far from Meereen, Pantos was already engulfed in chaos, as countless opulent nobles frantically loaded their riches onto ships, fleeing their homeland to seek refuge in the free trade city-states of Braavos and Lorith before the Valyrians could strike. In stark contrast, the common folk of Pantos, unable to secure passage on a ship, cowered in terror within the city, awaiting the arrival of the merciless warlord. Some, however, opted for a terrestrial escape. Even when departing Pantos by land, whether heading north to Novos or northeast to Qohor, they faced formidable mountains and the ever-looming threat of the ruthless Dothraki. Yet, many Pantos inhabitants preferred to become spoils of war on Dothraki steeds rather than confront the tyrant known as Rigo. It must be noted that the survivors fleeing from Volantis and Tyrosh significantly contributed to the proliferation of Rigo's fearsome reputation. Through their vivid and impassioned tales, Rigo became a grotesque figure in the public imagination, a 3-headed, 6-armed demon with a ravenous appetite for bloodshed, a veritable executioner quick to slay at the slightest provocation. Pantos, a city-state reliant on the trade of information, fostered a culture of acute awareness among its nobles and commoners alike, leading to an extraordinary knack for eavesdropping and an insatiable appetite for gossip. As more individuals exaggerated their accounts, Rigo's image became grotesquely distorted in the minds of Pantos's residents. Consequently, when the ominous shadow of the massive black dragon roared overhead, even the skeptics among the Pantos populace sprang into action, hastily joining the throngs of those fleeing. By the time the Valyrian fleet arrived at Pantos harbor, 40 noble bloodlines had already fled north, and the nominal prince ruling Pantos had vanished without a trace. Only a handful of governors remained, desperately clinging to their noble dignity while commanding their beleaguered soldiers to stand guard on the walls. Trembling as they faced the methodical landing of the Valyrian army below, the silhouettes of Sol and Silverwing danced upon the waves. And as the governors gazed towards the soaring dragons, a heavy silence enveloped the atmosphere atop the castle, an eerie calm before the impending storm. Illyrio Mopatis cradled in his hands a beautifully bound travelogue, which recounted the adventures of his ancestor, the mariner Eilid Mopatis, who journeyed to the distant shadowy land of Ashar. Within the pages lay the tale of a formidable silver-haired dragon knight, also named Rigo Domnall. Chapter 168, The Eastern Expedition. An old friend. The synchronized sound of footsteps resounded beneath the city, as thousands of Valyrian soldiers disembarked, forming ranks before the city gates. Their standardized Valyrian steel swords shimmered under the sun, sending a chill down the spines of the guards atop the walls. A sharp whistle pierced the air, calling forth the dragons that had been frolicking on the distant sea, eliciting a low roar as they swiftly approached the towering walls of Pantos. Just as Regos was about to command Sol to attack, he was taken aback to see a white flag raised atop the citadel. Simultaneously, the heavy gates creaked open, revealing a gathering of governors within the archway. Truly perceptive, he muttered, recalling Sol and Silverwing from their vigilant watch in the skies. Bronn too had already led his forces into the city, swiftly seizing control of the gates and the defenses along the walls. A few soldiers escorted Illyrio and the others to meet Regos. Lo, the loyal subjects of this humble town, we present ourselves before your majesty. In light of their voluntary surrender, which spared him the labor of siege and prevented the loss of life among his soldiers, Regos extended to them great respect and kindness. He personally assisted Illyrio and the other governors to their feet, exchanging formal pleasantries, before his gaze fell upon the exquisite tome cradled in Illyrio's arms. The cover of the book appeared strikingly familiar, though Regos could not immediately place where he had seen it before. Why does this book held by Governor Illyrio evoke such a sense of familiarity? Inquiring directly, Regos interrupted the thoughts that had begun to trouble him. Upon hearing his words, the initially apprehensive Illyrio's face broke into an expression of delight as he eagerly presented the book, flattering, "Your Majesty, this tome contains the travel accounts of my family's ancestors. It recounts how my forebear, Eilid Mopatis, met a silver-haired dragon king in the faraway land of Ashar. He possessed extraordinary swordsmanship and unmatched bravery. My ancestor was fortunate to journey alongside this great dragon king through the Ashen River Valley, combating a monstrous race known as the Orcs, and eventually reaching the lost city of Styge. Eilid." Regos paused, suddenly recalling the Pantos merchant who had screamed in terror, nearly wetting himself at the sight of half-orcs. "You are a descendant of Eilid?" "Yes, your majesty, my ancestor is indeed Eilid Mopatis." Regos inhaled deeply, scrutinizing the middle-aged, bearded Illyrio before him, faint similarities in their features surfacing in his mind. Time had sped by like a galloping steed, and in this sudden reunion with an old acquaintance, Regos was struck by the swift passage of time, rendering his perceptions of people and events profoundly dulled, regardless of the prior departures of Brouwen and Larys. The death of Craig Stark and the passing of two wives, Rigo had never truly felt a profound and searing grief. It seemed he had acclimatized to the successive losses of family and friends. Over the course of a century spent on the Valyrian peninsula, he had bid farewell to his wife, children, and grandchildren. He had believed he had come to terms with separation, yet, a century later, upon reuniting with old acquaintances, he was suddenly struck by a faint, dull ache in his heart. The memories of Illyrio were long past. He patted Illyrio on the shoulder and led the way into the city, leaving behind a bewildered Illyrio engaged in subtle exchanges of glances with the governors, who then hastily followed in Rigo's footsteps. "Your Majesty, the situation in the city is under complete control, but we have managed to secure fewer than 1,000 soldiers. Most noble houses are deserted, particularly the 40 princely families, whose banners have been taken down, and a significant number of common folk have also vanished without a trace. Let them be. We shall stabilize the situation immediately. Strictly adhere to military regulations and discipline. Do not disturb the civilians. Those who violate military law shall be dealt with severely." "Understood, my lord," Brouwen replied, departing to fulfill his orders, while Rigo led a group of Pantos governors along the main thoroughfare, observing the renowned city-state. The city was opulent, far more lavish than the southern realms of Tyrosh and Myr. This wealth stemmed from Pantos's control over the crucial trade port between Westeros and Essos, which had amassed significant riches, though most of it had since been spirited away by the nobility. The streets were predominantly filled with brothels and gambling houses, places of indulgence and expenditure, and Rigo found little evidence of military presence within the city, thanks, in part, to their good neighbor, Braavos. Historically, Pantos had engaged in multiple conflicts with Braavos, as Pantos initially adhered to a system of slavery, while Braavos explicitly prohibited the slave trade. However, this was merely rhetoric. The Braavosi nobility still kept slaves, albeit under the euphemistic title of freedmen, a blatant case of willful ignorance. The issue of the slave trade had led to 6 wars between Pantos and Braavos over the span of 2 centuries, primarily driven by the struggle for fertile land and control over waterways. Unfortunately for Pantos, they were often the vanquished, suffering the loss of 4 princes within a single year. After a hard-won victory, the 5th prince was keen to avoid the fate of his predecessors and hurriedly sought peace with Braavos. The price of this peace was steep. Pantos was compelled to abolish the slave trade under Braavos' stringent demands and faced severe restrictions on its military might. According to the terms of their peace accord, Pantos was limited to no more than 20 warships, forbidden from hiring mercenaries, entering contracts with free companies, or maintaining any military force beyond the city guard. Thus, despite its formidable walls, Pantos remained the weakest among the 9 great trading city-states. Perhaps it is for this reason that the governors of Pantos maintain a cordial demeanor towards other free trade city-states and the Dothraki horse lords, fostering relationships with a succession of formidable cows over the years, bestowing upon them gifts of gold and silver to ensure their caravans traverse the lands east of the Rhoyne. The Dothraki horse lords frequently frequent the bustling ports and towns of Pantos, reveling in the meticulous attentions of the courtesans graduated from Lys. However, it is evident that, when confronted with the formidable Valyrian armies and dragons, the bonds forged through wine, wealth, and carnal pleasures are insufficient to earn the Dothraki's genuine loyalty. Observing the current state of the city, it is clear that Rigo has not seen a single soldier bearing the traits of the horse tribes. As the group meandered along, Rigo meticulously scrutinized everything along the way, while the governors trailing behind were drenched in sweat. "Your Majesty, I have a significant matter to report." Illyrio's voice emerged from behind. Rigo halted, turning to regard the robustly dressed governor. "Do you still remember the 3 dragon eggs from the Valley of Ashes?" "Dragon eggs? I have a recollection," Rigo pondered. "Years ago, when we were beset by orc attacks, a number of our guards perished. After successfully repelling the orcs, your father and 2 of his retainers indeed discovered 3 dragon eggs in a cave within the Valley of Ashes. What of it? Have the dragon eggs hatched?" "They have not hatched, Your Majesty," Illyrio replied with a rueful smile. "After parting ways with you at the port of Lys, our ancestor, Illyrio, returned directly to Pantos with 2 guards, utilizing the gold and jewels acquired in Astapor to elevate the Mopatis family. Over the decades of his leadership, the Mopatis family ascended to the position of governors of Pantos. During this time, the war with the Targaryens erupted. Your grandfather had contemplated crossing the narrow sea to aid you, but was deterred by familial opposition and his advancing age. He devoted his life to the endeavor of hatching the dragon eggs, and the Illyrio family has invested generations of effort into those 3 eggs, even inviting the Red Priests of Pantos to participate in the trials, yet all efforts were in vain. As Illyrio recounted the family's tribulations regarding the dragon eggs, a look of despondency washed over his face. Fortunately, Rigo's majesty was palpable, and he dared not keep the king waiting too long. Quickly regaining his composure, he continued. After the dragon eggs proved impossible to hatch, the family relegated them to the status of exquisite collectibles. However, 30 years ago, around the year 270 of the conquest, a group arrived from across the narrow sea, seeking my father. This group was comprised entirely of robust young men, led by a strikingly handsome figure. Their purpose for approaching Pantos was to procure the 3 dragon eggs from our family, and they claimed to be Targaryens. Targaryens? At this revelation, Rigo's previously serene expression finally revealed a glimmer of astonishment. "Indeed, Your Majesty. Although I was quite young at the time, I distinctly heard their voices." The silver-haired man with violet eyes introduced himself as Targaryen. Upon learning of their identity, my father generously bestowed 3 dragon eggs upon them. After Illyrio finished speaking, he anxiously gazed at the contemplative Rigo, fearing that the latter might erupt in fury over his family's actions. After all, it is common knowledge along the shores of the narrow sea that the once mighty Targaryen family was annihilated by the current monarch's own hand. Even the reckless Prince Daemon Targaryen, who had once led the coalition of the 3 Daughters' Kingdom to defeat on the Stepstones, fell to Rigo. While numerous dragons perished in the ensuing conflict, the animosity between His Majesty Rigo and the Targaryen family could hardly be overstated. Illyrio was taking a gamble, hoping that Rigo still held some regard for the past friendship with Illyrio's father, Makoros, and that he would not be overly concerned about his family's assistance to the Targaryens. Although the potential consequences of losing this wager were severe, Illyrio understood he had to broach the subject. The fact that the Makoros family possessed 3 dragon eggs had already spread across the continent, prompting the Targaryens to seek them out. Similarly, it was well known that Illyrio's father, the former governor of Pentos, had given dragon eggs to the Targaryen descendants. It is worth noting that Pentos is a hub of intelligence trade. In this city, secrets are ever elusive. Illyrio feared that if he did not take the initiative to speak, he might soon find himself betrayed by someone he considered an ally, turned into a mere pawn in a pledge of loyalty to Valyria. At that moment, Rigo glanced at the apprehensive Illyrio and comprehended his concerns, breaking into a chuckle. "Ha! Fret not, Governor Illyrio. It is of no consequence, merely 3 unhatched dragon eggs. I am not their master. Their fate rests with the Makoros family. As for entrusting them to the Targaryens, do you believe I would fear them in the current state of Valyria and Westeros? Thank you, Your Majesty, for your understanding. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your understanding." Rigo recognized the thoughts swirling in the minds of Illyrio and his companions. In the hearts of mortals, only dragons can vanquish dragons. The Targaryens' dragons had been decimated by Rigo, yet they now possessed the Makoros family's dragon eggs. Should these eggs successfully hatch and pose a threat to Rigo, the repercussions would be dire for them. However, these individuals did not grasp the superiority that Sol and the Devourer held over ordinary dragons. Not only did they possess intelligence and offensive capabilities that far exceeded theirs, but the very essence of their bloodline instilled an aura that rendered common bipedal dragons quaking before Sol and the Devourer. For Rigo, unless he were besieged by dragons tenfold his own size, he had long since established himself as invincible across the continents. Did that group of Targaryens reveal their true names? Rigo was indeed somewhat intrigued by this group of individuals. After annihilating the dragon host led by Demon above the Jinjak, it took several days before he advanced on King's Landing. Along the way, reports surfaced that Demon, along with Rhaenyra's son and his 2 daughters, had fled by ship. At the time, he paid little heed to these tidings, unaware that this branch of Targaryen bloodline had indeed survived. While I did not catch the name of the leader directly, I recall that one of his companions referred to him as Rhaegar. Rhaegar Targaryen, Rigo mused, recalling the name's illustrious owner, the last king of House Targaryen. The Mad King Aerys II's eldest son, once the heir to the Iron Throne and the 7 Kingdoms, who met his demise at the hands of Robert Baratheon on the Trident during the War of the Usurper. Chronologically speaking, around 270 years after Aegon's conquest was roughly when Rhaegar reached adulthood, which aligns perfectly. Yet, it was curious that this group, once reduced to a state of despair by his hand, had chosen to conceal themselves in some obscure corner, only to resurface now along the shores of the narrow sea, likely with ulterior motives. Nevertheless, Rigo held no anxiety regarding the Targaryen lineage. Among the formidable dragons they possessed, only Vhagar remained alive, and he was still under Rigo's command. The rest, such as the likes of Moonshadow and the Sheep Stealer, were no match for him, even if granted a millennium to mature. However, the 3 dragon eggs were a different matter. Rigo recalled nurturing them with magic, and it was likely that the dragons hatched from them would be significantly more powerful. Yet, compared to the 4-legged dragons that treated magic as mere candy, they would still be but insignificant ants. In contrast to his vigilance towards the potential adversary of House Targaryen, Rigo found himself more captivated by Daenerys Targaryen, the protagonist of the Game of Thrones saga. Even in her seriousness, she possessed a certain allure, and as a former avid viewer, Rigo felt a sense of nostalgia stirring within him. Chapter 170. The Eastern Campaign. The greedy reinforcements Rigo chose not to pursue the matter of Illyrio Mopatis's family aiding the enemy, which elicited a collective sigh of relief from the governors who had capitulated alongside Illyrio. Their faces, once etched with tension and concern, gradually revealed smiles of genuine relief. Upon reinstating these nobles as governors of Pentos, tasked with overseeing the political affairs of the region, their joy only intensified, and their flattery grew markedly sincere. Although stripped of military authority, prior to Rigo's arrival, Pentos possessed only a meager military force, barely sufficient for decorative purposes. Thus, the loss held little impact on the governors. They successfully preserved their positions, and with the initial collection of governors now dwindled to 6, was this not a consolidation of power? What more could they desire? On the second day of the fourth month in 300 AC, the dragon Greedy appeared over the towering titan of Braavos, heralding the arrival of the king's reinforcements. Greedy. Sir Arthur Dane, the heir to Starfall, was the first to catch sight of the dragon. As a valiant warrior from Dorne and an ardent admirer of Rhaegar Targaryen, he took great pride in wielding the ancestral sword Dawn, sharing its name with the blade bestowed upon the king. He had previously accompanied Prince Doran on 2 pilgrimages to V's Dothrak, where he had witnessed the evolved creature known as the Devourer, and thus recognized it instantly. Upon hearing the name Devourer, the others quickly grasped that it was indeed the king's dragon. The Blood Dragon's infamous rampage had seen the Devourer slay powerful dragons such as Meraxes, Vhagar, and others, establishing a formidable reputation across the continent of Westeros. The title of Dragon Slayer resonated profoundly among the nobles on the deck. However, as the nobles gazed upward in anticipation, their eyes followed the circling dragon, only to be met with confusion when they noticed the absence of a rider or even a saddle. They exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain about the current situation. Had His Majesty truly sent a dragon without a rider? Prince Jon Arryn of the Vale was the first to voice his confusion. Eddard Stark, equally perplexed, felt the weight of the situation, having co-authored the plea for assistance alongside Prince Arryn. As Arryn spoke, all eyes turned toward the equally mystified Eddard Stark. I too am at a loss, Eddard thought, feeling the pressure of their gaze. He prepared to offer a convoluted interpretation of Rhaegar's intentions when Oberyn Martell, the Red Viper, stepped forward with a calm demeanor. I once accompanied my brother to Dragonstone to pay our respects to His Majesty, and I was fortunate enough to witness the marvels of his dragons, the Red Dragon, the Black Dragon, the Silver Dragon, as well as Vhagar and several others. They possess an extraordinary intelligence, capable of understanding human intent. Therefore, we need only to assault the fortifications of Braavos, and I believe the Devourer would lend its aid. The assembly listened with a mix of skepticism, their gazes shifting toward Eddard Stark, who was expected to make a decision. Meanwhile, the duo of Simon and Seraph, uncle and nephew, regarded Oberyn's claims with disdain, their expressions revealing disbelief. As dragon riders themselves, they understood that while dragons possessed higher intelligence than other creatures, they found Oberyn's assertions preposterous, dismissing him as merely a sycophant to Rhaegar. Very well, Eddard Stark declared decisively. I hereby command Prince Simon and Prince Seraph to mount their dragons and launch an assault on the bastions flanking the Titan's way, directing the Devourer towards the target. The rest of you, coordinate your troops and prepare to advance into Braavos. Yes, my lord. Despite their reluctance, Simon and Seraph had no choice but to ascend their dragons and take flight. I shall see just how formidable the Devourer truly is, one of them mused. Eager to test the dragon's prowess, Prince Shimon, in his youthful exuberance, mounted his colossal dragon and soared into the heavens, casting a provocative glare at the Devourer in the sky. Together with his uncle, they guided the dragon towards the fortress held by the Braavos soldiers. Dracarys! Dracarys! The 2 dragons swooped down from either side, swiftly approaching the towering, fortified bastion. As the uncle and nephew shouted, a torrent of dragon fire engulfed the fortress. However, it inflicted not the slightest harm upon the sturdy structure. The Braavos soldiers, noticing the absence of any Westerosi troops charging forward, redirected their crossbows and unleashed a barrage of bolts at the ascending dragons. Though the assault was not particularly lethal, Shimon's dragon bore the brunt of a crossbow bolt piercing its wing membrane, darkening the prince's countenance. A thunderous roar erupted from the mighty dragon. The Devourer, having circled for some time, finally identified the target indicated by the allied forces. With a powerful flap of its immense wings, it surged towards the fortress on the left. The Braavosi had constructed their great bastion behind the foot of the Titan, and the unrestrained approach of the Devourer unnerved the once confident defenders. The commander of the left fortress tightened his grip on the trigger and swallowed a dry gulp. Fire! He bellowed, and hundreds of massive arrows whistled towards the Devourer. It struck true. The trajectory of the bolts was impeccable, and to the commander's delight, a dozen great arrows collided with the Devourer's body. Yet before the Braavos soldiers could celebrate, they witnessed the arrows being deflected effortlessly. The black dragon let out a low growl, hovering ominously above the fortress. Its maw parted slightly, a verdant glow rapidly coalescing in its throat, and then, with a resounding roar, a searing torrent of dragon fire crashed against the outer wall of the fortress. What had once seemed impenetrable erupted dramatically, with a cacophony of splintering sounds emanating from within. In the despairing gaze of the soldiers, the towering bastion, built against the cliffside, crumbled with a thunderous crash, and piercing screams echoed from the ruins. Yet, As more stones and dragon fire rained down upon the battlefield, those cries quickly faded into silence. The devourer seemed to regard the destruction as a trivial task, snorting before turning its attention to the remaining eastern fortress across the way. Before the dragon could strike again, panicked free slaves from Bravos surged forth from the fortress's exit, crying out in terror. However, the devourer harbored no notion of sparing the fleeing foes. With customary ferocity, it unleashed another breath of dragon fire, reducing the remnants of the fortress to mere rubble. The cascading stones and splattering flames claimed countless lives. The once formidable bastion, which had ensnared 30,000 troops and 2 dragons from Westeros, succumbed to the devourer without even enduring a third breath of fire, turning to dust. Eddard Stark's face flushed crimson as he drew his greatsword, ice, its tip aimed resolutely towards the Titan's passage. All forces advance. Chapter 171. The Eastern Campaign. Aiming at Slaves Bay, the formidable fortress meticulously constructed by the Braavosians successfully prevented the coalition forces of Westeros and 2 mighty dragons from breaching their homeland. For a time, the Titan's passage became a nightmare for the coalition. However, these fortifications, which left noble figures like Eddard Stark utterly helpless, succumbed within mere 10 minutes to the fiery breath of the dragon, the Devourer. Aside from a handful of Braavos soldiers who wisely fled from the eastern fortress, the thousands of defenders engaged in the defense of the Titan's passage mostly perished amidst the collapse of the mountains and the searing flames. With the dense volley of crossbow bolts no longer hindering them, Eddard Stark commanded the release of small vessels to swiftly clear the obstructed Braavos ships in the Titan's passage. The Grand Army of Westeros then traversed the waters unfettered, officially penetrating the inner defenses of Braavos after a month of combat, poised to confront the true resistance of the Braavosians. The ensuing battles would now rest upon Eddard Stark and Jon Arryn. Rhaego had already dispatched the Devourer to tackle the most formidable challenges posed by Braavos. Should they fail to make significant strides, Rhaego would likely contemplate replacing them with a new cadre to wield the power of Westeros. In early May of the 300th year of the conquest, the situation in Pentos had stabilized significantly. Rhaego had redeployed a second-line force from Valyria to assume the city's defenses. The diminutive threats in the northwestern part of the Valyrian Peninsula had been eradicated, and the Eastern Campaign forces were preparing to march south, returning to the Valyrian Peninsula for a brief respite. During this interlude, reports from Braavos reached Dragonstone. After perusing the letters, Rhaego lapsed into a prolonged silence, causing palpable tension among the assembled commanders. Following the Devourer's opening of the Titan's passage, facilitating the coalition's incursion into the Braavos' inland sea, Eddard Stark commanded a large-scale assault on the towns. Prince Simon and Prince Sepher frequently took to the skies on their dragons. Yet they found themselves embroiled in arduous combat against the dragon fire. The Braavosians exhibited fierce resistance on their home soil, augmented by the relentless emergence of faceless men assassins among the coalition ranks, instilling fear and unease among the mid to high-ranking nobles. Due to Rhaego's explicit military directives, which forbade the dragons from incinerating cities, the grand forces of Westeros endured tremendous losses with each inch gained in Braavos. After a month of grueling combat, Eddard Stark succeeded in occupying the majority of Braavos' territory, albeit at the cost of over 4,000 lives. However, aside from the soldiers captured on the battlefield and the unable to flee civilians, most of the Braavosian nobility had escaped prior to the complete encirclement, taking with them vast wealth and resources from the city. Westeros had prolonged the campaign excessively, granting the Braavosians ample opportunity to flee, which had already begun to irk Rhaego. His fury was further ignited when, at the siege of the final fortress, Simon Targaryen blatantly disregarded the king's orders, unleashing the dragon to incinerate the surrounding residences, resulting in the deaths of thousands of innocent civilians in the Inferno. This will undoubtedly intensify the animosity the Braavosians harbor towards Westeros and Valyria. The objective of Aegon's conquest was to wield power for the entire realm, not merely to seize authority and wealth. Hence, he could not tolerate an exceedingly unstable rear. Dispatch a message. Simon Dominar has defied the king's orders, wantonly torching towns. In my capacity as the king of Valyria and Westeros, I hereby strip him of his title as Prince of Dominar. Let Laena take him back to King's Landing for strict discipline. Understood. Regarding those descendants bearing the bloodline of both himself and his wife, Aegon has maintained a degree of familial affection. Otherwise, this rebellious Simon would have faced execution on the battlefield. As it stands, merely revoking his noble status is a leniency. Indeed, power has a profound capacity to corrupt. Aegon personally educated his children, including Caesar and Arthur. Thus, despite their lofty positions, they, like Aegon, exhibit a fundamental kindness and compassion towards the common folk of the realm. However, with Caesar's son passing away prematurely, the quality of education for subsequent generations has drastically declined, leading many to become lost within the trappings of power. Laena Dominar and his father violated the family's prohibition against intra-family marriages, taking his sister as a wife. Aegon, upon hearing of this, was momentarily furious but ultimately refrained from punishment. It seems this incident has emboldened them, causing these beneficiaries of their own lineage to lose sight of their place in the world. Aegon does not intend to address them immediately. Laena is still of use. Even though the campaign in Braavos has been quite disastrous, the 4 free cities further north still require their efforts to be subdued. The focus of the Valyrian army will now shift entirely to subjugating the Dothraki. The Dothraki are born warriors, a nomadic tribe that refers to themselves as the Horse Lords. Led by numerous Khalasars, occupying the vast Dothraki Sea and engaging in frequent trade with the surrounding cities. However, as the Valyrian forces advance along the southern coast, it is likely that the Dothraki have been alerted and are now on guard. When the army conquered Pentos, the Khalasars who once roamed the city have vanished, indicating that the Dothraki Sea is now vigilant. Aegon is unfazed by this. Even without the dragons, the fully armored Valyrian warriors would effortlessly crush the bare-chested Dothraki cavalry, whose curved swords would struggle to leave even a mark on the armor. Aegon does not wish to assault the Dothraki with the same intensity as the free cities. Unlike the slave-owning aristocracies of the free cities, the Dothraki respect warriors and revel in battle. The birth of each Khal must be nurtured with sword and blood. These individuals are inherently the finest soldiers and will serve as a crucial force in his resistance against the half-men. Therefore, the strategy regarding the Dothraki must differ from that of the cities. The theme of the cities is slaughter, while that of the Dothraki is reverence. Who among us is not a ruler of the 7 kingdoms? Subsequently, the Dothraki will rise first. Essos will follow. After 3 centuries of conquest, the Valyrian legions split into land and sea routes, advancing with unyielding determination towards the cities of Slavers Bay, amidst the despair of its inhabitants. On land, 50,000 cavalry, led by the descendant of Braavosi, Duke Bronn II of Blackstone, departed from the city of Sol in the lands of Long Summer, making their way directly to the western cities of Slavers Bay, Materis, Toros, and Valyria. The naval forces, commanded by Rigo himself, aim for the harbors of Yunkai and Meereen. These city-states along Slavers Bay are descendants of the ancient Giscari Empire, inheriting the legacy of Old Giscari, and thus must confront the consequences of their forebears. Once, the freehold of Valyria conquered them. Now, the reborn Valyrian Empire shall deliver them a second conquest. Chapter 172, The Eastern Campaign. Undercurrents. Yunkai is renowned for its skilled bed slaves and flourishing slave trade, much like Meereen, where every inch of land and every crevice of its imposing walls is permeated with the cries and blood of the enslaved. Hundreds of warships completely blockaded the harbors outside Yunkai and Meereen, while a grotesque and eerie statue of a harpy looms atop the ziggurat, its vacant gaze fixed upon the formidable fleet in the harbor, as if the deities of Slavers Bay themselves were anxious for their followers. Unlike in the original timeline, where Daenerys effortlessly seized Yunkai and Meereen, Rigo commanded the Valyrian soldiers to act decisively in Volantis, Lys, Myr, and particularly in Tyrosh, severing any hopes of surrender or negotiation that the slavers within Yunkai and Meereen might have harbored. These slavers, who thrive on the blood of their own kin, understood that the iron-willed Valyrian king outside the walls would offer them no chance of survival. Once their cities fell, they would meet the same fate as Tyrosh, becoming mere shades beneath Valyrian steel. Thus, even in the face of inevitable defeat, they were compelled to resist fiercely. Yet, they severely underestimated the power of public sentiment. Rigo was not merely a brutish warrior wielding a sword. Although his military acumen may not have been exceptional, his prowess was remarkable compared to many. In a world where literacy is scarce, he emerged as a martial demigod. Following the liberation of Volantis, a multitude of Valyrian agents infiltrated Slavers Bay under various guises. With the liberation of Lys and Tyrosh, the Valyrian Empire's preferential treatment of the enslaved, the abolition of slavery, and its brutal measures against the slavers spread with remarkable rapidity throughout the cities of Slavers Bay. The spirit of rebellion among the enslaved grew stronger each day, fueled by relentless propaganda and the unstoppable advance of Valyrian forces. Even amidst the capture and slaughter of numerous agents, the lofty slavers remained ignorant, believing that the wretched slaves would never dare to rise against their masters. On the 6th of June, the clash of the two factions commenced, with Rigo leading the charge alongside the dragons, Sol, the Glutton, Silverwing, and Vagor, whose formidable presence matched that of their forebears. A total of 10 dragons roared and circled above the skies of the cities in Slaver's Bay, their fiery breath effectively neutralizing the crossbow fire from the battlements. The soldiers of Valyria bellowed as they surged toward the towering city defenses. Simultaneously, chaos erupted within the city of Yunkai, where enraged slaves cried out in fervent welcome to their saviors from Valyria. Emaciated and ragged, they surged into the streets wielding stones, wooden sticks, and even cooking pots. While frail women, elderly individuals, and toddling children joined the cacophony, launching an assault on the soldiers guarding the city gates. How many slaves resided in Yunkai? No fewer than 200,000. Even more in Myrene. Yet, how many soldiers were stationed in Yunkai and Myrene? The standing army barely exceeded 20,000. Despite the desperate recruitment of mercenaries by the slave masters before the conflict, they could not muster more than 50,000. It was well known that Valyrians showed no mercy in battle, and no mercenary would dare confront Valyrian soldiers, regardless of the bounty offered. In a matter of moments, the cries of battle reverberated throughout Slaver's Bay, rendering the need for dragons to breach the gates unnecessary. By the time Valyrian soldiers reached the city gates, the slaves had already flung them open, weeping and exultant as they ushered the silver-armored warriors into the city, guiding them to hunt down the hiding nobles and pleading for the release of their imprisoned kin. The war in Slaver's Bay concluded with astonishing rapidity. Within a mere 2 days, the cities of Yunkai, Myrene, Materis, Tolos, and Illyria fell to the coordinated efforts of Valyrian warriors and the slaves within. All slave masters involved in the trade were publicly hanged at the city gates, while soldiers who had persecuted the slaves were executed before the masses. Rigo conferred upon the former slaves the status of free men, distributing food and clothing from the slave masters and allocating vacant houses to them. Those willing to settle in Valyria were provided with ships. The once blood-stained waters of Slaver's Bay resounded with joyous cries and laughter amidst the roars of the dragons. The statue of the harpy atop the pyramid was toppled, replaced by a young and handsome silver-haired man who stood at the pinnacle of Slaver's Bay, his compassionate gaze quietly observing his people. The blood of the wicked seemed to drip from his long sword, while the tricolored dragon emblem on his cloak shimmered brilliantly in the twilight of Slaver's Bay. On the 20th of June, Slaver's Bay was officially renamed Freeport, becoming a stronghold for the Valyrian Empire's westward expansion. Meanwhile, a formidable host of Dothraki cavalry descended from their sacred city of Viz Dothrak, their spirits ignited by the southern campaign, unperturbed by the legendary dragons that once instilled fear. All Khalasars convened in the city of the Horse Lords to strategize a unified assault against the Valyrian marauders occupying the southern coast. Khal Drogo, as the leader of the most powerful Dothraki tribe, naturally wielded substantial influence among the Khalasars. He assembled the most elite roaring warriors from various factions into a vanguard army, leading them southward alongside the myriad cows with a formidable force of hundreds of thousands. The remaining elite troops, commanded by the blood wards of each cows, carried ample supplies and provisions, serving as reinforcements and logistical support for the front lines. On July 9th, the Dothraki reached the city of Viz Durlaf, situated in the northern part of the Free Cities, close to the southern coastline. Simultaneously, Regos, having received early intelligence, entrusted the city's defenses to the garrison troops that had hurried from Valyria, merging with the forces of Brouwen II to form an army of 100,000. They departed from the northern reaches of Myrene and set up camp at the eastern foothills of the Painted Mountains, maintaining a distant standoff with the approaching Dothraki. An unceasing flow of supplies converged from ports such as Volantis to Myrene, transported by liberated slaves who voluntarily joined the logistical corps. A monumental battle loomed on the horizon. Regos intended to refrain from deploying dragons, seeking to compel the Dothraki into complete submission through unmatched military might. Although the battle had yet to commence, skirmishes between scouts had escalated into a heated confrontation. Faced with the cavalry clad in Valyrian steel, the proud Dothraki knights found themselves utterly powerless. Suffering devastating defeats in these preliminary encounters, the cows were compelled to dispatch additional warriors, attempting to overwhelm the opposition with sheer numbers to glean intelligence on Regos' forces. As tensions escalated between Valyria and the Dothraki in the Painted Mountains, an unexpected group arrived in the north of Essos, where Loras was beleaguered by the relentless assaults of the Westerosi coalition, along with the relatively inland cities of Norvos and Koar, and the power center of King S Landing in Westeros. They bore a striking resemblance to the tyrant Regos, yet brought an alternative choice to the beleaguered trade cities and King's Landing. Chapter 173, The Eastern Expedition. The appearance of the rat in the realm of Westeros. Currents surged beneath the surface of King's Landing. The fearsome golden cloaks suddenly sealed all entrances and exits of the city, even guarding the drainage tunnels and rat holes. All ravens were forcibly confiscated, transforming the entire city into a cage from which even flies could not escape, as panic began to spread among the common folk. Within the dungeons, several golden cloaks dragged two battered men, hardly recognizable, from an interrogation room and carelessly tossed them into a cell. A younger golden cloak kicked at the twisted figure on the ground, spitting in disdain, and turned to the older golden cloak beside him. "Captain, who are these men?" Weavy shattered their limbs inch by inch, even severed their noses and ears, yet they refused to utter a single word. "In my years as a golden cloak, I've never encountered such obstinate individuals." The older captain locked the cell door and glared fiercely at the inquisitive youth, admonishing, "Do not inquire into matters beyond your comprehension. The more you know, the swifter your demise." The young man, sensing the captain's stern demeanor, instinctively recoiled, his bravado deflating, and he nodded obediently in response. "Do not blame me for speaking candidly. Consider this. Who among us could dare to provoke those capable of meticulously nurturing such resolute individuals? Who remains silent even under the most harrowing tortures? Over the past 2 days, we have apprehended hundreds of such figures, yet not a single one has surrendered any information. The methods of punishment I have witnessed are chilling, yet these individuals steadfastly endure. This is not merely the work of simple spies." At this point, the elder in the golden robe shivered involuntarily, shaking his head in trepidation, unwilling to continue the conversation. He hastily beckoned the younger companion, and together they departed the dungeon with haste, as if a great beast were in pursuit. The turmoil in Junlin swiftly subsided, with the military permitting civilians to engage in trade on the streets. However, the curfew at the city gates remained in effect. The entire city was still closed to entry and exit. In the Red Keep, King Laenor Targaryen gazed intently at the silver-haired individuals with violet eyes seated across from him. Simon Targaryen and his uncle, Ser Vaegon Targaryen, sat on either side of the king, their faces alight with excitement. "Your Majesty, I presume you are sufficiently aware of our identities. The deeds of House Targaryen require no further introduction. Regarding our previous proposal, might we seek your royal assurance?" Spoke a silver-haired man nearing 40, his voice low and deliberate. Laenor's eyes flickered, hesitating as he glanced at his uncle, perceiving the fervent ambition and desire reflected in his gaze. "You Targaryens were unceremoniously expelled from Westeros by King Rhaegar, your dragons nearly annihilated. Although you were fortunate to retain the bloodline of House Targaryen, I doubt you have many dragons left. What audacity grants you the boldness to covet the interests of House Targaryen, especially when I am of Rhaegar's bloodline? Do you not fear that I might apprehend you all?" "Ha! Your Majesty, why deceive yourself? We both understand the truth. Rhaegar Targaryen, though aged, has not perished. He remains in Valyria, yet dares to meddle in the affairs of Westerosi royalty, disregarding your dignity, and coercing the nobles of Westeros to deploy forces against a free trade city-state that has consistently maintained amicable relations with the continent. Surely, your ire must be ignited." Laenor furrowed his brow, feigning neutrality as he calmly lifted a goblet from the table and took a sip. "Setting aside my thoughts, what right do you Targaryens, those hounds of a fallen house, have to covet Rhaegar's sovereignty? Just the few of you?" At this, Rhaegar Targaryen smiled faintly and gestured to his side, where a stunning young maiden stepped forward. "Your Majesty Laenor, Daenerys Targaryen extends her greetings to you." The young girl first offered a slight bow to Laenor, then, under the king's eager gaze, spoke with unwavering composure. Although the Targaryen family suffered a devastating defeat in the wars of a century ago, leading to the near extinction of their dragons, their ancestor Aegon III foresaw the impending conflict and took to the seas before the Battle of King's Landing, thus preserving the bloodline and leaving behind a few young dragons along with a considerable number of dragon eggs. For centuries, our family has thrived on dragonstone, amassing strength, and has long since restored the Targaryen power to heights greater than during the reign of King Viserys. Our audacity to come to King's Landing for an audience is grounded in substantial confidence. Since your Majesty desires to know, I shall speak candidly. Should your Majesty be willing to collaborate with us against Rhaegar Dorn, all of House Targaryen's dragons and soldiers shall unconditionally support you." Rhaegar Targaryen, upon hearing this, rose and placed a hand on Daenerys' shoulder, smiling as he gestured for her to take a seat, then turned his gaze towards the 3 Dornishmen opposite him. You cannot deny that the existence of Rhaegar Dorn significantly undermines your rule across the Seven Kingdoms, not merely in Storm's End. But the loyal North and Dorne are incessantly challenging your legitimacy as the rightful king of Westeros. Should you agree to unite with us, House Targaryen could unleash all 21 of our dragons. You possess 21 dragons, Rhaenys Dorne exclaimed, sitting up straight in shock as she regarded Rhaegar. Indeed, your majesty. Since the Dance of Dragons, the blood magic of this realm has surged, making the hatching and maturation of dragons increasingly feasible. When our ancestors evacuated King's Landing, they carried away all the family's dragon eggs, and through a century of relentless searching, we have fortuitously acquired these dragons. If you consent to our alliance, our combined forces, along with your 5 dragons, would yield a formidable total of 26 dragons, a numerical superiority sufficient to overpower Rhaegar Dorn. Furthermore, you might persuade your kin. I have heard their lives on the islands of Volantis and the eastern and western parts of Valyria have been less than satisfactory. Thus, we may even procure more dragons. Rhaenys inhaled sharply, sitting in stunned silence upon the throne, as the battle between desire and ethics raged within him. Yet, as time passed, the fire in his eyes only intensified. Chapter 174, The Eastern Expedition. Conspiracy. Observing the increasingly distorted expression on Rhaenys Dorne's face, Rhaegar smiled calmly, exchanging glances with Daenerys and Viserys III, all wearing self-satisfied smiles. Tell me, Rhaegar Targaryen, what shall I gain from this? What is it that you desire? With an internal struggle now resolved, King Rhaenys' countenance took on an almost frenzied demeanor, his gaze unabashedly scrutinizing the beautiful Daenerys as he hoarsely inquired. As long as the plan proceeds smoothly, once we successfully eliminate Rhaegar Domhnall along with all his dragons and the Valyrian Peninsula, our Targaryen family shall remain unscathed. Your Majesty will ascend as the sole king of the prosperous Valyria and the continent of Westeros, possessing numerous dragons, thus becoming the mightiest and most illustrious monarch in the world. Following the conclusion of the war, the Targaryen family merely seeks to reclaim the cities and Essos that Valyria once occupied, establishing a foothold in places such as Volantis and Pentos. Upon hearing this, the ambitious Laenor felt immense satisfaction regarding the Targaryens' timely awareness. His discontent with Rhaegar had reached a boiling point. He believed that he, Rhaegar Domhnall, was the true king of Westeros. Yet, Rhaegar manipulated the most formidable forces in Westeros and Dorne, which stirred his unease. Furthermore, during this Eastern campaign, Rhaegar had directly disregarded his dignity in the council meeting, reducing him, a king in his own right, to the status of a mere puppet, losing face before his own subjects. Even though he was of the same bloodline, the majesty of a king must not be trifled with. Let us discuss your plans, Targaryen. Resolute, the trio of Domhnall eagerly inquired about Rhaegar's strategy, wishing to eliminate Rhaegar at once and seize both the dragons and the opulent Valyria. Rhaegar Targaryen, upon hearing their enthusiasm, smiled, exuding an air of confidence as if everything were under his command. He leisurely raised his glass in a toast to Laenor and his companions, taking a delicate sip of the exquisite wine before responding at a measured pace. Together, our houses conservatively possess 26 dragons, excluding the 3 lesser dragons of the Targaryen lineage. We have 23 formidable dragons ready for battle. Should your majesty manage to persuade a few of the Domhnall stationed in Valyria and Volantis to unite with us, we will command at least 30 dragons, sufficient to overpower Rhaegar in sheer numbers. However, we must remember past lessons. The Targaryens' former missteps are still vivid in our minds. Against formidable dragons like the Glutton and Silverwing, mere numbers do not guarantee victory. Thus, our path to triumph in this war lies in capturing the king first. If we can swiftly apprehend and eliminate Rhaegar Domhnall, he will lose his knights. Without their leader, even the mightiest dragons will fall into our grasp. Initially, Laenor listened with great enthusiasm, but as Rhaegar Targaryen continued, his expression darkened. By the time Rhaegar concluded, the king of Westeros wore a thoroughly grim visage. Foolishness. Utterly absurd. Laenor exclaimed, striking the armrests of the Iron Throne with force, his countenance ablaze with indignation. Do you truly believe Rhaegar is an ordinary man? He was once the mightiest of the 7 kingdoms. He alone could annihilate the entire council. Furthermore, once Rhaegar arrives at the Red Keep, Dorne's Viper, the Lannister of Casterly Rock, Eddard Stark of the North, and even Arthur Dayne of Starfall will appear at the Red Keep. With their presence, no one can swiftly eliminate Rhaegar. Should our plan be exposed, with his esteemed reputation in Westeros, I would find myself without a grave. Rhaena was agitated. Yet Rhaegar had anticipated his reaction, his demeanor remaining unchanged. Once Reyna had vented his frustrations, Rieger offered a slight smile and remarked, "Your Majesty's concerns are not without merit. The solution, however, is rather straightforward. I have heard that the allied forces of Westeros are currently assaulting the cities of Loras, Norvos, and Coer, situated north of the Narrow Sea. Given that the Stark and Dornish factions will inevitably interfere with our plans, it is fortuitous that House Targaryen has some connections there. Should your Majesty be willing to part with those 30,000 elite soldiers of Westeros, I would gladly alleviate your burdens." Reyna was taken aback, his eyes wide with astonishment as he stared at Rieger. You intend to annihilate the expeditionary forces? Are you not concerned about prematurely revealing the existence of House Targaryen? Not at all. It is not House Targaryen that strikes, but rather a lone survivor of our bloodline, mounted on the dragon Moonshadow, who will attack Eddard Stark's army. Reyna Dominar finally exhaled, but a moment's thought brought forth fresh anxieties for the king, who felt that merely deploying a single dragon would hardly suffice to eradicate 30,000 allied forces. Rieger and Viserys exchanged exasperated glances, while Daenerys, suppressing her disdain, carefully elucidated, "Your Majesty, the purpose of deploying Moonshadow is not to obliterate the alliance, but to assist the 3 cities on the northern coast in hindering Eddard Stark and his coalition at the Trembling Sea. As long as they are unable to accompany Rhaego to the Red Keep, he will be left vulnerable, isolated with only a few guards. Should all else fail, we can simply incinerate the Red Keep with wildfire. Trading a castle for Rhaego Dominar's demise would be a tremendous gain for us." Indeed. Reyna Dominar nodded vigorously, his face alight with excitement as he exchanged glances with Simon and Sepher, as though they had already vanquished Rhaego and ascended to the true throne. However, it was Sepher, displaying a certain maturity, who broke free from the reverie and posed the most pressing question. "How do we ensure that Rhaego Dominar enters the Red Keep as planned? They are currently at a standoff with the Dothraki and are on the verge of battle. Will he abandon this impending war to come to King's Landing? Why should he abandon the war?" Rieger, lifting his chin with an air of superiority, cast a disdainful glance at Sepher, though at that moment, Dominar and the others were too engrossed in their power struggles to take offense at Rieger's arrogance. "With the might of dragons on our side, the savage Dothraki stand no chance against the forces of Valyria. They possess neither proper armor nor a semblance of strategy. Those barbarians cherish the notion of fighting bare-chested. Yet they fail to realize that under the flames of dragons, many will merely serve as kindling. We can simply await Valyria's army to vanquish the Dothraki and seize the vast expanse of the Dothraki Sea, then lure Rhaego back to King's Landing. Once our victory is secured, not only will Westeros and Valyria belong to your Majesty, but the vast lands of Essos will also fall within your grasp." Excellent. Rieger, quickly tell me how we can deceive him into returning to King's Landing." "Your Majesty, I have heard that signs of the White Walkers have appeared north of the wall." Chapter 175, The Eastern Expedition. Winter is coming. What are the others? Laenor looked at Rieger in confusion, only to find that Rieger and Daenerys were staring at him in shock. This prompted him to glance at his younger brother, Simon, and his uncle, Sever, only to discover that they appeared even more bewildered than himself. "Your Majesty, you truly do not know? Varys. Bring Lord Varys here." "Your Majesty, we cannot reveal ourselves to others." Rieger hastily interrupted Laenor's actions, but Laenor waved dismissively and asserted, "Do not panic, Rieger. Varys is my master of whispers. He was appointed by my father and is a staunch loyalist of our family. He is entirely trustworthy." "Very well, I hope your judgment is sound, Your Majesty." Rieger reluctantly acquiesced to Laenor's request, yet he cast a significant glance at Daenerys and the others, who quickly donned their hoods to conceal their silver hair, their faces shrouded in shadow, rendering their features unrecognizable. "Knock, knock, knock. Your Majesty, Lord Varys has arrived. Let him in." As Laenor's command echoed, a portly, bald man entered with small, deliberate steps, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile as he swiftly approached Laenor and bowed deeply. "Varys greets your Majesty." Laenor feigned indifference. Yet he relished Varys's obsequious demeanor, which bolstered his pride before Rieger and the others, causing his voice to unconsciously rise in volume. "Varys, I ask you, are you aware of the others that have surfaced at the wall?" The spymaster, known as the Spider, bent slightly, his hands concealed within his sleeves, casting a furtive glance at the hooded figures nearby. Upon hearing Laenor's inquiry, he quickly responded, "Your Majesty, I am aware of the others." On the second day of the campaign, an envoy from the north rode south bearing news from the wall. A Night's Watch patrol defected and was captured by the Free Folk. Young Lord Robb Stark personally executed the fleeing traitors and learned of the others' emergence beyond the wall. This patrol encountered the others while on duty. Terrified, they chose to abandon their posts. Varys delivered his report in detail, but Laenor, growing impatient, waved his hand dismissively. Do not be so verbose. Simply convey the information regarding the others. Yes, Your Majesty. According to reports from the north, these beings known as the others are formed from the corpses of the deceased. They cannot be slain by conventional weapons. The patrolling Night's Watchmen could only extinguish them with fire. Their arrival is heralded by blizzards, appearing like the undead amidst the dense forest, devoid of pain and consciousness. Hiss. Laenor, along with Simon and Sevaer, collectively inhaled sharply, and the king glared furiously at his spymaster. Fool, why did you not report such critical information to me? Your Majesty. I erred. I beg your pardon. Varys promptly accepted his fault. When the news regarding the White Walkers reached the north, the envoy conveyed it promptly to Rhaegar, who was initially infuriated by the conscription enforced by his younger brother, the king. Following the army's departure, he drowned his frustrations in alcohol for several consecutive days, rendering him oblivious even when Varys managed to relay the information. Your Majesty, Rhaegar, he began, but Rhaegar interjected, interrupting his rising ire. Varys discreetly cast his gaze upon the enigmatic figures shrouded in secrecy, endeavoring to ascertain their identities. The White Walkers, ghastly beings beyond the wall, were controlled by sinister ice magic, impervious to pain and exceedingly difficult to slay. Their numbers were vast. Any soldier or civilian they felled would be transformed into a White Walker, leading to an inexhaustible horde, a calamity for the Seven Kingdoms. Our family's ancient adage carries a dire warning for posterity. Winter is coming. A great terror lurks beyond the wall, and though they have yet to fully descend southward, this presents an opportunity. Upon hearing the mention of the family and the phrase winter is coming, a flicker of shock crossed Varys's face, quickly masked as he trembled subtly, striving to maintain his composure. Varys, you may leave, Rhaegar urged impatiently, his excitement now directed towards the re-emerging figures surrounding him. Rhaegar, these White Walkers are the key to luring Rhaego back from Dothraki, are they not? Indeed, Your Majesty, your insight is remarkable, Rhaegar replied, offering a few compliments that brought a smile to the king's face before addressing the matter at hand. Through our extensive research, we have discerned that Rhaego, whether during the Targaryen War or while exploring the ruins of Valyria, exhibited remarkable generosity, even indulgence, toward his subjects. Thus, we deduce that while he may scorn the nobility of the Seven Kingdoms, he holds the common folk in high regard. If Your Majesty were to pen a letter to Rhaego, informing him of the advancing undead and slightly exaggerating the losses of the northern civilians, it would surely entice him to return to King's Landing. At that juncture, we can execute our plan and achieve great success. Excellent. I shall write the letter at once. Not so fast, Your Majesty. We must exercise caution, Rhaegar quickly advised, restraining the eager king. We should wait until the outcome between the Valyrian army and the Dothraki is clear before sending the missive, allowing us to reap the benefits. To ensure the plan's success, I recommend we keep Lord Varys under close watch to prevent any leaks. Varys? Is that truly necessary? He is my most trusted confidant. Rhaegar hesitated at the thought of dealing with Varys. Seeing his reluctance, Daenerys stepped forward, offering a gentle smile and wise counsel. Your Majesty, we merely suggest that Lord Varys be detained temporarily. Once the plan is executed, he may be released. This matter is of utmost significance, and we must not exhibit even the slightest negligence. Should our intelligence be compromised, we would face catastrophic consequences. At that point, not only the throne but perhaps even Your Majesty's very life would be in jeopardy. Upon hearing Daenerys' words, Rhaegar involuntarily shivered, especially recalling the unparalleled authority with which Aegon had commanded the expedition previously, causing his calves to twitch anxiously as he nodded vigorously. Yes, indeed. We must exercise caution. I shall command that Varys be held in custody until the plan concludes. Your Majesty's wisdom is commendable. Seeing Rhaegar heed their counsel, the others expressed their praises, eliciting a beaming smile from him. Chapter 176. The Eastern Expedition. The Pale Green Dragon on the 15th day of the 7th month in the year of conquest. A merchant vessel abruptly set sail from the long-blockaded port of King's Landing, traversing the Blackwater Bay and entering the narrow sea, heading southward directly to Volantis. Meanwhile, the forces of Westeros, besieging Loras, encountered significant difficulties. With the aid of the Greedy One, Eddard Stark successfully breached Braavos, and after organizing the internal defenses and stabilization efforts, the coalition pressed on relentlessly towards the free trade city of Loras in the north. Due to the Greedy One's return south after capturing Braavos' Titan Passage, Prince Simon was reprimanded by Rhaegar for burning homes and slaughtering civilians. Consequently, Simon and Seth chose to ride their dragons back to King's Landing, leaving the 20,000-strong forces of Westeros without the dragon's assistance. As the fleet drew closer to the north, the temperature steadily declined. Although it had not yet reached the frigid lows of the north, it was sufficiently cold to warrant discomfort for the southern forces. Eddard Stark and Jon Arryn conferred, recognizing that their earlier inability to capture Braavos, coupled with their shameless request for aid from His Majesty Rhaegar, had embarrassed the nobles and left Eddard feeling as though he had let down Rhaegar's high expectations. Thus, upon the army's arrival near the port of Loras, they merely took a brief respite before boldly launching an assault on this crucial port city on the northern coast of Essos. With the coalition's 3 armies committed, the long peaceful Loras could not withstand the onslaught of Westeros's forces. In just 2 days, the city walls were overrun, and Sir Arthur Dayne, the heir of Starfall, led his warriors to ascend the battlements, wielding the great sword Dawn, cleaving through the defending soldiers, and opening the massive city gates with his elite retinue. Just as Loras was on the verge of capitulation and Eddard Stark was about to command a full charge, a thunderous roar of a dragon erupted from behind the coalition. A pale green dragon burst forth from the heavy clouds, its vast wings adorned with exquisite butterfly patterns, and its pearlescent horns gleaming brilliantly in the light. A dragon. Whose dragon is it? Whose dragon is it? The once orderly army suddenly became agitated as a pale green dragon drew nearer. Eddard Stark's pupils constricted in alarm as he spotted a silver-haired woman atop the swiftly approaching beast, yet the current Domnair family had no female rider of such a dragon. Enemy attack. Scatter. Scatter. The army began to disperse with a thunderous clamor, but it was too late. The pale green dragon began its descent, and bright orange flames began to brew within its roar. With a piercing cry, the dragon fire descended from the heavens. Dracarys, it bellowed. The fierce flames carved a fiery trench through the dense ranks of the allied forces. Those caught in the inferno either perished instantly or writhed in agony, ultimately succumbing to the flames. Soldiers leaped into the sea like dumplings, desperate to extinguish the fire consuming them. Eddard Stark and Jon Arryn swiftly led their cavalry through the now open city gates, entering Loras City before the dragon could strike again. However, the infantry met a grim fate. The pale green dragon unleashed carnage upon them, its torrents of fire raging like divine wrath outside the city for a full half-hour. It was only upon its rider's command that the dragon reluctantly departed the battlefield. In that brief half-hour, nearly 3,000 soldiers of the Westerosi Alliance perished beneath the dragon's flames, with countless others severely burned, leading to a projected casualty count nearing the ghastly figure of 8,000. This devastation left the nobles distraught, particularly those from the Riverlands and Stormlands, whose troops were predominantly infantry. The majority of the fallen were the finest warriors of their families, and Garland Tyrell was nearly brought to tears by the loss. Robert Baratheon, temporarily commanding the Stormland forces, felt an acute pain as well. This ambitious man was far from content with being merely a loyal hound under another's banner. His family had been slaughtered by Rhaegar, their bloodline sullied, and now the Stormland prince, Sullorans, had been slain, with thousands of Stormland soldiers now under Robert's command, igniting hope for his family's resurgence and revenge. Yet, this sudden assault had incinerated more than half of his newly acquired elite forces, causing Robert's heart to ache with despair. Like Robert and Garland, Eddard Stark stood brooding before a map, his face clouded with concern. Loras City had been thoroughly cleared, after Sir Arthur Dayne's forces seized the gates. Most of the remaining defenders fled. Thus, despite the dragon's attack, the Allied forces encountered little resistance within the city. However, just as the Grand Army had completely taken control of Loras City, a batch of supplies was forcefully unloaded from the warships. A piercing horn sound once again jolted everyone's frayed nerves. As the nobles ascended the city walls, they beheld the once anchored warships, now entirely engulfed in flames, crackling and popping as the fire blazed, with thick smoke almost obscuring the sky. Behind the burning vessels, hundreds of colossal ships majestically entered the smoke-filled harbor, their sails adorned with the banners of Norvos and Cole, as well as those of the nobles who had fled from Braavos, flapping fiercely in the biting sea wind. A pale green dragon soared leisurely above the fleet, roaring in the air. The Allied forces were surrounded. The enemy had densely populated the harbor waters, yet chose not to assault the city, nor did they even attempt to land. They merely sealed off the waters of Loras, trapping the Allied forces within the city. The nobles, their expressions grave, returned to the castle. Eddard Stark was about to reluctantly issue a command to seek aid from Rhaegar when a panicked young noble responsible for the army's logistics rushed in. "My Lord Stark, dire news. Someone has poisoned the ravens. and now all the ravens in the army are dead. What? Eddard Stark's face flushed with rage as he seized the collar of the trembling young noble, glaring fiercely at his pale subordinate. My lord, all the ravens are gone. You may execute me. The logistics officer cried, tears streaming down his face. Upon Eddard's release, he collapsed to the ground. Sighing deeply, Eddard Stark dismissed the logistics officer. It was not the time for assigning blame. The immediate priority was to seek assistance swiftly, otherwise, the more than 10,000 surviving forces of the Westerosi Alliance would be utterly trapped here. Chapter 177, The Eastern Expedition. The winds rise, esteemed lords. Eddard Stark suddenly slammed his hand on the table, drawing everyone's attention. The sea route has been completely blockaded by the enemy. We can only send someone out through the southern gate, cross the mountains to reach Pentos, and request aid from His Majesty Rego. Otherwise, I fear that nearly 20,000 of our men may meet their doom here. Furthermore, we must relay the news of the dragon outside the city to His Majesty. Across the entirety of Westeros, and even Essos, the known dragon families are only the Domnars and the Targaryens. It is likely that the creature outside is a remnant of the Targaryens who escaped from King's Landing, a descendant of Daemon Targaryen. This information is of utmost importance and must be conveyed to His Majesty Rego without delay. The return of the Targaryens, especially with a dragon, necessitates early preparations. Having spoken, Eddard Stark exchanged a glance with the venerable Prince Jon Arryn, then turned to the assembled nobles, inquiring, "This task is formidable. Which warrior is willing to volunteer? I swear upon the honor of House Stark that upon successful completion, I shall personally commend him to His Majesty Rego." As Sir Jaime Lannister, representing the Westerlands, prepared to step forward, he was abruptly tugged back by a dwarf. Confused, Jaime looked to his younger brother, Tyrion Lannister, who subtly shook his head, signaling his brother to refrain from stepping into the spotlight. As no one took the initiative, Sir Arthur Dayne, the heir of Starfall, stepped forth and clasped his fists towards Eddard Stark. "Lord Stark, Prince Alan, I wish to lead my elite forces out of the city to seek aid from His Majesty." Oberyn Martell, the Red Viper, seized Arthur Dayne's arm and spoke. "Arthur, you are injured from the siege. How can you traverse the mountains?" "Indeed, Sir Arthur. I understand your devotion to His Majesty, but you are wounded. I cannot allow you to undertake such a perilous journey. Is there anyone willing to go?" Eddard Stark reassured Arthur Dayne and raised his gaze, inquiring aloud. "Your Grace, Robert is willing to go," boomed the stout and robust Robert Baratheon, emerging from the crowd. "Excellent. Sir Robert, the Empire shall remember your bravery. There is no time to lose. Select a few of your men, take a brief moment to prepare, and set off immediately with an accurate map. The safety of my entire army and the security of His Majesty, King Rhaegar, rest upon your shoulders. Should you succeed in this endeavor, I shall personally commend you, and restoring the glory of House Baratheon may not be beyond reach." Robert's bearded face flushed with excitement as he clasped his fists heavily, saying nothing. He chose several knights close to him, and the group of 7, laden with provisions, galloped swiftly out of the southern gates of Loras. Watching the dust settle behind Robert and his companions, Eddard Stark withdrew his gaze and unsheathed his great sword, Ice. With a metallic clang, "Esteemed lords, Sir Robert has set forth to seek aid from King Rhaegar. If all goes well, within 10 days, His Majesty's dragons shall descend upon us. Our task is to hold Loras for those 10 days. Now I issue my command." The assembled nobles stood to attention. Prince Jon Allen was to oversee the logistics within the city, ensuring the proper allocation of food and water and searching for hidden supplies for the army. The longer they could sustain the forces, the better. Sir Garland Tyrell from the Reach would assist the prince. Sir Brynden Tully of the Riverlands would be solely responsible for the defense of the city walls, organizing the soldiers' duties and keeping a vigilant watch on the enemy's movements outside the port, prepared for any sudden assault. Sir Jaime Lannister from the west would aid Brynden in the defense. Sir Oberyn Martell of Dorne was tasked with the collection and crafting of weapons within the city, with a particular emphasis on locating and manufacturing ballistae capable of inflicting harm upon dragons. The success of this city's defense may well depend on Sir Oberyn's expertise in such matters, with Sir Arthur Dayne from Starfall assisting him and training the captives within the city as a reserve force, ready to bolster the defense at a moment's notice. "Everyone, you have your orders." With Eddard Stark's command, the entire city of Loras sprang into action, stocking supplies, crafting ballistae, and fortifying defenses, all moving in an orderly fashion. Were it not for the flags of the enemy fluttering outside the port, one could almost sense an air of imperial resurgence. Robert Baratheon was in a state of panic. Though it was speculated that the previous light green dragon's master was a descendant of Targaryen, who had poisoned the coalition's raven to prevent the news from leaking too swiftly. He ultimately failed to establish contact with the dragon riders outside the city. Initially, he believed that volunteering for aid would ensure his safety. However, he did not anticipate that merely one day into their journey, before even entering the depths of the mountains, he would be confronted head-on by that very light green dragon. At this moment, Robert and 6 knights were cautiously hiding behind a massive rock, striving to avoid detection by the dragons soaring above. However, Robert understood that the instant they laid eyes on the dragon, it had already sensed their presence. Its feigned circling was merely a game of cat and mouse. Should they venture out? The risk of being incinerated by dragon fire loomed large, yet remaining concealed might prove even more perilous. Torn by indecision, Robert fixed his gaze upon the nape of a soldier's neck before him, his grip on the war hammer tightening and loosening rhythmically, while the ferocity in his eyes intensified. Do not blame me, what? One knight ahead had no time to turn as Robert swung his hammer, shattering his skull, blood and brain matter splattering in all directions. The remaining 5 knights, stunned into realization, could scarcely react before meeting a similar fate beneath Robert's relentless onslaught. Breathless, Robert cast aside his warhammer, wiped the blood from his face with his cloak, and staggered 2 steps forward, emerging from behind a sheltering rock. Meanwhile, Rigo had been entrenched in a standoff with the Dothraki for 6 days at the Painted Mountains. He understood the Dothraki's reluctance to attack stemmed from their desire to await the arrival of their supplies from the rear. Rigo sought to decisively subdue the Dothraki in this battle, cherishing the opportunity to wait for their cavalry to be fully prepared, to tame a proud and warlike force. The most effective approach was to defeat them in direct confrontation, compelling them to submit, and even instilling fear within them. Naturally, if Rigo were to decimate the Dothraki, and the savage Khalasar still refused to yield, he would not hesitate to let them experience the sharpness of Valyrian steel. The blood of Tyrosh had yet to fade, and the soldiers' thirst for slaughter was more potent than ever. On the 17th day of the 7th month, 300 years into the conquest, the chilling winds swept across the plains of the Painted Mountains, where 2 cavalry forces, totaling over 100,000, stood poised against one another. The most primal and brutal battle brewing between the 2 armies. Rigo stood at the forefront, slowly drawing his long sword, Dawn, and pointed it toward the enemy's formation. The resonant sound of swords being drawn echoed across the grasslands, as a blade of grass was severed in 2 by Dawn's edge, spiraling down to land upon the back of a horse. The wind of the plains suddenly grew tumultuous, stirring the murderous intent within the hearts of men like the grazing grasses. The noble steed beneath Rigo felt the chilling edge of the sword and the battle fervor of its master, its front hooves restlessly pawing at the ground, snorting with anticipation. Rigo awaited the tempestuous winds of the Painted Mountains to transform into their impetus for charge, while simultaneously serving as an impediment to the advancing Dothraki. Once again, a few withered grasses were swept up by the fierce wind, fluttering down onto the horse's head, prompting the steed to toss its head and emit an annoyed whinny. The moment Rigo had been waiting for had arrived. With a swift motion, he brought his sword down, slicing through the foul air before him. Clenching his legs tightly against the horse's belly, the elite steed instantly understood its master's intent, letting out a resounding neigh as it galloped forward, its hooves pounding the ground. Charge! Rigo bellowed succinctly, leading the charge as over 40,000 elite cavalrymen formed a sharp phalanx behind him, with Rigo himself at the forefront. The sharpest tip of the spear. The Valyrian army advanced in a sharp triangular formation, their mounts transitioning from a slow jog to a rapid gallop, propelled by the slope and their riders urging, creating a thunderous wave of steel. The Dothraki also surged forward, with over 60,000 riders led by Drogo. Flanked by another 30 or 40 Khalasars, they swung their uniquely curved Dothraki sabers, howling like wild apes. The leading cavalry formation, under Drogo's command, charged headlong into the advancing Valyrian knights. In the blink of an eye, the distance of several kilometers was closed by the cavalry's charge. Rigo felt his horse's speed reaching its zenith just as the Dothraki were upon him. In ancient China, military strategy dictated that kings should not meet on the battlefield. However, Rigo possessed an extraordinary confidence in his prowess. Among all the factions in Essos, none could inflict harm upon him through sheer force. Go, he urged his steed, maintaining top speed as he raised his sword high in anticipation of the approaching enemy. Drogo, spotting Rigo amidst the chaos, immediately recognized the distinctive silver Valyrian steel armor glinting in the sunlight, the vibrant 3-headed dragon's sigil emblazoned on his chest, and the billowing cloak, along with the silver hair cascading from beneath his helmet, unmistakably marked him as the king of the Valyrian Empire, the war madman, Rego Domina. With a wild howl of excitement, the formidable Khal Drogo spurred his warhorse directly toward Rego. Rego quickly identified Drogo by his iconic long braid and imposing figure. He had always favored this character in the original tale, lamenting his demise at the hands of a witch, which seemed a great loss. Yet, in the throes of war, there was no room for leniency when two commanders faced each other. The horses clashed violently, and Drogo, seasoned in combat, refrained from swinging his blade. Instead, he skillfully raised his curved sword to the height of Rego's neck, intending to sever his head as their steeds brushed past each other. In such a rapid charge, few dared to make abrupt movements. In large-scale warfare, losing balance and falling could lead to being trampled into a pulp by the following cavalry. However, what Drogo was unaware of was the distinct disparity between individuals. As the curved blade of Drogo approached, Rego appeared oblivious, raising his longsword high and delivering a swift downward strike towards Drogo's chest and abdomen, leaving the latter in a state of shock. The clash of steel echoed, and as their steeds passed by each other, Rego deftly sidestepped the oncoming Dothraki warrior's curved blade, countering with a flick of his sword that eviscerated the blood-sworn warrior. Before the terror could fade from Drogo's eyes, he felt himself propelled into the air, never having witnessed such speed and strength in a blade. What he believed to be a guaranteed victory was effortlessly dismantled by Rego's simple yet decisive strike. The tremendous force collided with the hilt of his curved blade, rendering Drogo unable to control its trajectory. In an instant, he was unseated from his mount, the blade merely grazing Rego's armor with a disheartening thud before the mightiest of Dothraki warriors crashed heavily to the ground. Following this, Rego, akin to a god of war, cleaved through foes with relentless precision. None could withstand even a single exchange under his onslaught. Even the fortunate few who managed to parry his blade with their own were met with the unforgiving edge of Valyrian steel, their once trusted comrades severed as easily as tofu. The colossal sword, Dawn, sliced through their bodies with unimpeded ferocity, extinguishing their lives. The Valyrian soldiers pressed closely behind their king, their sharp arrows piercing the Dothraki ranks with unfaltering momentum, cutting through the enemy like a scythe through grass. The vanguard swiftly penetrated the heart of the Dothraki cavalry, while the rest of the Valyrian army unfurled according to their pre-battle strategy like two formidable arms, encircling the Dothraki, who had lost their momentum. With the sounds of flesh tearing, weapons snapping, and the clash of metal filling the air, Rego charged forward on his steed, which galloped with wild fervor, disregarding the enemy in its path as it surged through the fray. The once feared Dothraki, confronted by the blood-soaked harbinger of death that was Rego, faltered in terror. Before the Valyrian forces could strike, the Dothraki panicked and scattered, transforming their once expansive cavalry formation into a congested mass, relinquishing their speed advantage without the need for further Valyrian assault. The warriors racing alongside Rego desperately urged their horses to match the king's pace, gazing at him with reverence akin to that reserved for a divine being, filled with fervor, awe, and devotion. Although Rego had previously garnered respect from Valyrian soldiers, his might had often seemed reliant on lineage and dragons, placing him on a pedestal far removed from the common soldier. Yet now, the narrative had shifted. Even in the absence of dragons, their sovereign stood invincible, as the king of a formidable empire, leading his soldiers into battle like a fierce arrow. Rego effortlessly decimated the enemy's formidable forces, swiftly eliminating the leader of the opposing empire. At this moment, in the hearts of the Valyrian soldiers, Rego transcended the role of a mere monarch and was revered as a deity. Chapter 179, Eastern Campaign. Drogo KO with a swift motion. Rego dispatched another Dothraki cavalryman from his path, and his vision suddenly expanded. The vast expanse of grassland trembled amidst the cacophony of battle cries, accentuating the cowardice of the fleeing Dothraki in the distance. Reining in his steed, Rego turned to survey the chaotic battlefield. The cavalry reinforcements had effectively encircled the Dothraki, while over 10,000 riders, following Rego's lead, surged through the newly forged passage. The Dothraki, having lost their momentum, found themselves helplessly huddled together, some in panic resorting to violently striking their fellow tribesmen in a desperate attempt to escape this cavalry hell. As a lineage of ancient horse lords, these warriors, raised upon horseback, understood all too well the dire fate that awaited a cavalry unit surrounded by fully armored foes, deprived of speed and space. They were akin to sheep ensnared by a pack of wolves on the open range, facing a brutal slaughter at the hands of the valiant soldiers. Rego lifted his cloak to wipe the blood from the blade of his sword, the Dawn, before sheathing it with deliberate grace. Relay the orders. The cavalry must immediately fan out to both flanks, blocking the Dothraki's escape routes and trapping them upon this plain. The battle shall continue for an hour, after which we will cease hostilities and send envoys to negotiate their surrender. With Rigo's command, the cavalrymen that had pierced the enemy lines swiftly expanded their formation, effectively sealing the Dothraki's fate alongside the main army that held the front. This confrontation, which commenced at noon, persisted until dusk before it was effectively concluded. The Valyrian forces had deployed 40,000 cavalry, while the Dothraki had fielded over 60,000. With an additional 20,000 Dothraki cavalry retreating in disarray under the command of another KO after Rigo breached their ranks, fleeing into the city of Vysdyrf. Your Majesty, the battle statistics have been compiled, began Bronn. Yes, in this engagement, our forces deployed 40,000 cavalry, suffering 7,000 casualties, with over 5,000 dead and the remainder injured to varying degrees. Noticing Rigo's furrowed brow, Bronn hastily added, Your Majesty, the primary casualties were incurred by the encircling forces. The vanguard you led pierced the enemy's center, yet the Dothraki cavalry on both flanks continued their relentless charge. Most of our losses arose from collisions between the two armies, where our soldiers were unseated and subsequently trampled by the advancing troops. Rigo nodded, signaling for him to continue. The Dothraki mustered nearly 90,000 troops, but only over 60,000 participated in the battle. The remaining reserves, sensing the tide turning, retreated into Vysdyrf. On the front lines, we accounted for over 30,000 enemy casualties, particularly significant losses inflicted by the vanguard during your breach, as many Dothraki, in their frantic evasion, became ensnared, leading to a catastrophic trampling incident. 30,000 captives were taken, including 23 Dothraki horse lords and 110 soldiers. Additionally, we have captured Khal Drogo. Who? Rigo exclaimed in surprise. Khal Drogo? He hasn't perished? Indeed, Your Majesty, he was unseated by your blow and sustained a significant fall. Yet he did not incur any fatal injuries. He merely lost consciousness. Fortunately, our formation was spacious enough that he was not trampled by the horses, and subsequent Dothraki were scattered by your forces, allowing him to survive with minimal injuries. Upon hearing Bronn's report, Rigo couldn't help but marvel at Drogo's extraordinary fortune. Amidst a battlefield of over 100,000 cavalry, he fell and fainted yet emerged without serious harm. It seemed as though the ancestors of the Drogo lineage were working tirelessly on his behalf. Bring him to me. Let the soldiers rest in the Painted Mountains camp, and ensure that the Dothraki captives are tended to. Dispatch someone to Meereen to bring the main forces for the reception. Yes, Your Majesty. Khal Drogo was a proud warrior. Even when brought before Rigo, bound hand and foot, he refused to bow, his fierce gaze unwavering. As he was escorted in, Rigo was toying with a Dothraki curved blade, Drogo's weapon. Rigo had previously pondered how this man, who had been struck down by his sword and had faced the Valyrian steel of Dawn head-on, had emerged unscathed. It seemed rather implausible. However, upon examining Drogo's weapon, he discovered it was indeed made of Valyrian steel, produced in the Stone Dance, crafted by his own hands. Rigo had once facilitated the auction of Valyrian steel weapons in the Stone Dance and had taken custom orders, such as the one from House Lannister in the Westerlands for a sword identical to their ancestral blade, Brytror. Perhaps the Dothraki had also commissioned a curved blade from him long ago, but the details had faded from his memory. Gently tapping the blade, Rigo observed the resolute posture of Khal Drogo, who remained defiantly proud. He gestured to the guards behind Drogo. Loosen the restraints, bring forth seats and wine. Immediately, tables and cushions were arranged, and fine wine and lamb were presented. As Drogo was freed from his bindings, he cast a steely glance at Rigo before sitting down with a scowl, seizing the wine cup and devouring the lamb with vigor. Once he had satisfied his hunger, Rigo set aside the curved blade and inquired, Do you accept the outcome of this battle, Khal Drogo? Humph. Drogo scoffed, though he refrained from voicing any defiance. The Dothraki forces had outnumbered the Valyrians 2-1, yet were easily defeated. He had no courage to speak boldly. However, this did not signify that the call of the plains would yield, for a true warrior cannot be broken. Reger was entirely unaware of Drogo's thoughts. Observing the man's cold silence, he felt no anger, and he even prevented Bronn from drawing his sword, continuing, instead, My soldiers are the most elite warriors. They have not previously engaged in battle against a fully assembled cavalry regiment. Hence, the casualties in this conflict have been somewhat substantial. Nevertheless, we have managed to vanquish Kair's 60,000 troops with our 40,000. Kair believes that after accruing sufficient experience from this battle, the Dothraki cavalry in the city of Vistilf will pose a challenge to us. Drogo remained silent, yet his gradually calming demeanor conveyed the turmoil within. Seizing the moment, Redger pressed on. Surely Kair has heard of my reputation. I am known for either exterminating captives or exploiting them for labor. However, regarding Kair's kin, my empire is willing to extend a leniency, offering your Dothraki people a chance to submit. If the horsemen obey my command henceforth and pledge allegiance to me, we can entirely avert further bloodshed and subsequent conflicts. What say you, Horse Lord? After a prolonged silence, Drogo hoarsely replied, the horsemen do not have slaves. Redger swiftly countered, No. Kair has misunderstood. They are not slaves, nor servants, but vassals, free and dignified vassals. The Dothraki Sea shall remain your territory, and your soldiers shall still be your own Khalasar. I will not place spies among you, nor will I seize your pastures or wealth. However, you must pledge your loyalty to the Empire. Drogo glanced up at the excessively youthful king, recalling their previous encounter that had escalated into battle. His eyes flickered as he solemnly stated, The Dothraki do not submit at my command. We have many Khalasars and numerous Kairs. Each Kair is a formidable warrior. You may have defeated Drogo Kair, but you have not conquered the others. They will not willingly yield. Redger shrugged at this, casting a curved dagger onto the ground as his tone grew icy. My soldiers exhibit only two attitudes towards outsiders, slaughter or acceptance. I have extended an opportunity to the Dothraki people and to you, Drogo Kair. I can release all captured Kairs and Khalas, granting you an additional fortnight to provide me with a satisfactory response. He then shifted his tone. Of course, you may also choose to continue your resistance, but my patience and time are limited. My dragons, however, are in need of companions. I hope the Dothraki will choose the correct path. Drogo was suddenly struck with realization. He had almost forgotten that the king before him was not merely a formidable warrior, but a dragon lord commanding several dragons. In this battle, without dragons, his soldiers had been severely outmatched. Should the dragons join the fray, he feared the consequences. Before he could ponder further, Redger waved his hand, instructing the guards to escort him out. See them off. Return Kair and Khal's horses to them, and allow them to depart. Druga departed, taking with him his Valyrian curved sword, accompanied by over 100 cows and co, galloping swiftly towards the city of Vistilf. Each of them harbored a burning desire to confront their forsaken comrades. The initial skirmish had come to a close. Whether further conflict would ensue depended on the wisdom of the Dothraki. Although Rigo required their might, he did not deem them indispensable. A more brutal engagement might ensue. Yet Rigo had little patience for the obstinate. Upon returning to Myr, Bronn promptly commenced the training of over 30,000 Dothraki cavalry under Rigo's directive. Rigo, in an unusual turn of events, found himself with a rare moment of leisure, attending to mundane administrative tasks while spending the remainder of his time frolicking with Silverwing and the Six Little Ones, which significantly uplifted his spirits. On the evening of July 20th, Rigo returned to port with his dragons. As soon as they landed outside the city, Bronn II approached swiftly on horseback. The dragons recognized him as a trusted confidant, displaying no aggression. Your Majesty, I have urgent matters to report, Bronn exclaimed, drenched in sweat, dismounting hastily and stumbling slightly before regaining his composure. Rigo, adjusting his attire, calmly inquired, What has caused you such distress? Your Majesty, our spies in King's Landing have been silent for over 10 days. The established communication protocol has been disrupted. According to reports from Stonedance City, King's Landing declared martial law on July 9th, and it has yet to be lifted. I fear something significant is afoot. Rigo raised an eyebrow, astonished at Bronn's agitation. Is this trivial matter enough to throw my lieutenant into disarray? Your Majesty, it is more than that. The Allied forces heading north in Westeros have also lost contact with us. Bronn hesitated before continuing. Speak plainly. Yes, Your Majesty. Our soldiers on Dragonstone reported that a fleet from Westeros recently visited Volantis and the princes of the two islands. Rigo could not suppress a chuckle. Is someone plotting against me? Huh. Enough, Bronn. There is no need to fret over events that have yet to unfold. Keep a vigilant watch on the news from various regions. Let those lurking in the shadows reveal themselves. It will provide us an opportunity to ensnare them all. Do not concern yourself excessively with matters between King's Landing and Dragonstone. Let them simmer for now. However, it seems Eddard Stark may be in trouble, as he has not even sent a letter requesting assistance. This is more pressing. I shall dispatch the glutton to investigate. As you command, Your Majesty. With just a few words, Rigo managed to calm Bronn, who had previously been in disarray. Their sovereign commanded dozens of dragons, wielding the might of one of the most powerful forces across the continents. In the face of such overwhelming strength, all schemes and conspiracies were mere illusions. Those lurking in the gutters dared not reveal themselves, yet they fancied inflicting fatal wounds on the dragons, unaware that before the might of the dragons, they were unworthy even of acknowledgement. How profound are the transformations of beasts and men. It merely elicits a wry smile. On July 21st, 300 years after the conquest, a letter was dispatched from the distant shores of King's Landing to Meereen. With winter approaching and the threats of the Whites looming, Rhaegar raised an eyebrow in surprise as he read the missive from Lyanna, which revealed that the Night's Watch had uncovered a significant number of Whites advancing from beyond the wall. The northern climate was rapidly becoming frigid, signaling the imminent emergence of the ultimate antagonist in this Game of Thrones. The timing of this letter was indeed fortuitous, especially as it bore the personal touch of Lyanna. When had their relationship grown so intimate? Despite the oddity of it, Rhaegar resolved to return and investigate. In his previous encounters with the Night King, he had felt utterly powerless. However, times had changed. Now, Rhaegar, transformed by magic into an enigmatic being, was no longer vulnerable to such threats. He was confident he could withstand the Night King's presence longer than 2 seconds before Sol. With a swift arrangement of military matters, Rhaegar mounted Sol, flanked by the dragons, Viserion and Drogon, as they soared across the summer sea toward King's Landing. The trio of dragons flew with remarkable speed, soon traversing the narrow sea and appearing above Storm's End. Rhaegar commanded Viserion to veer northward to ascertain the situation with Eddard Stark and the allied forces, while he continued with Sol and Drogon directly to King's Landing. The roar of Sol startled Lyanna, who was anxiously seated upon the Iron Throne. Her gaze instinctively sought Rhaegar, and upon seeing his composure, she forced herself to regain her poise and hurried out of the hall to await Rhaegar in the entrance of the gardens. The gardens, home to Sol and Viserion, would undoubtedly bear the marks of chaos once again. Chapter 181. The Eastern Campaign. Why does your majesty rebel? The sound of footsteps echoed from the corner of the gardens. Lyanna took a deep breath, striving to conceal any signs of anxiety, her face contorting into a stiff smile as she encountered Rhaegar. Lyanna Domhnall, your majesty, she greeted. Rhaegar halted, his gaze fixed upon her, the weight of his authority nearly causing her to tremble. Yet, maintaining a semblance of decorum proved difficult, leaving only a strained smile that rendered the atmosphere palpably awkward. However, Rhaegar's attention was not on her, but rather on the pillar behind her, marked with a peculiar emblem. The hasty carving suggested urgency, yet Rhaegar recognized its ominous significance at a glance. Danger. His brow furrowed slightly as he cast a fleeting glance at Lyanna, who seemed eager to disappear, before adjusting the long sword at his waist and striding purposefully toward the council chamber. As Rhaegar witnessed Laena's abrupt departure, a sense of relief washed over him, mingled with a simmering ire at being so blatantly disregarded. Nevertheless, he hastened to follow in Laena's wake, the assembly of nobles trailing closely behind, as they all returned to the Red Keep in a flurry. Speak, what transpired in the north? Have many lives been lost? Rhaegar seated himself upon the Iron Throne with an air of authority, directly addressing Laena and the gathered nobles below. Upon hearing Rhaegar's inquiry, perplexity etched itself upon the faces of the nobles, clearly indicating that the king's questions surpassed their comprehension. They were unaware of the events unfolding in the north. Laena, you shall explain. Observing the expressions of those present, Rhaegar began to piece together the situation. It seemed that Laena Domhnall had taken it upon himself to send a letter, evidently with the intent to lure Rhaegar to King's Landing. This young king's thoughts regarding his ancestry were not entirely surprising to Rhaegar. Within the confines of power, such machinations were commonplace. Familial betrayals, fratricidal conflicts, and enmities among kin were rampant, particularly in the case of distant relatives such as himself and Laena. Instead of disappointment or rage, curiosity enveloped Rhaegar. He pondered what allies and clever stratagems had emboldened his descendant to entertain such designs against him. Rhaegar's call startled Laena, causing him to flinch slightly. He lowered his gaze, casting a furtive glance at the King's Guard stationed beside the throne. Meeting the eyes of their commander, he saw the elderly knight nod affirmatively, which momentarily eased the tension within the young king's heart. There are no issues in the north. Only minor sightings of White Walkers beyond the wall, which I can handle entirely. Oh, Rhaegar's expression turned contemplative, reclining on the Iron Throne with an air of disdain and authority. Then, Laena Domhnall, what was the true purpose behind your summons for me to King's Landing? Impudent. You dare address his majesty by name. At Rhaegar's words, the King's Guard unsheathed their swords in unison, the commander directing his weapon menacingly at Rhaegar, his eyes alight with indignation. Sir, you appear somewhat familiar to me. Might I inquire your name? Rhaegar ignored the drawn blades, instead focusing on the robust, silver-haired commander of the King's Guard. Valyria Selmy, appointed commander of the King's Guard by His Majesty Laena and the late king. Ah, the fearless Balistan, a distinguished knight of House Selmy from Harvest Hall. Are you truly willing to point the sword of the Empire at its sovereign? The king of the Empire is none other than His Majesty Lei Ge. My family and I have sworn before the Seven to uphold our loyalty to the throne for life, and you have repeatedly affronted His Majesty's dignity. Rigo shook his head with a wry smile, unfastening his sword to rest upon his lap, his gaze shifting to the self-satisfied Lena. Lena, do you truly believe that with such meager and rotten potatoes, you can lay claim to my intentions? With the support of the Imperial Guards, Reiner felt an immediate surge of confidence. He forcefully hurled the wine goblet in his hand to the ground, shattering the exquisite crystal against the hard steel floor of the council chamber. As the noise echoed, a synchronized sound of footsteps resounded from outside the door, followed by the violent kick that flung it open. A throng of golden-robed guards and soldiers surged in, encircling Reiner and the gathered nobles, their eyes fixated with predatory intent upon the throne where Rigo sat. Realizing the perilous situation, the nobles hastily attempted to distance themselves from this tumultuous scene. Several vassals from the north and Dorne exchanged discreet glances, brazenly knocking down a few guards. Seizing the moment when others were caught off guard, they snatched the guards' swords and wildly swung them, swiftly converging around Rigo. Your Majesty, rebellious traitors are causing chaos. We shall hold back the enemies. Please, Your Majesty, depart swiftly. Rigo, with a sense of gratitude, patted the shoulders of a few, rising to survey the multitude of blades and swords before him, his gaze locking onto the nobles surrounding Reiner. While my temper remains unkind led, you still have a chance for redemption. And you, golden-robed ones? Do not let your greed bring insurmountable calamity upon your families. Silence. Seeing Rigo's words sow doubt among his guards, Reiner hastily interjected, Rigo, you are the king of Valyria, and I am the king of Westeros. Though we are kin, we have always kept to our own domains. Yet your insatiable greed has led to the East's devastation, causing untold suffering in Essos, while you have repeatedly disregarded my existence. Today, as you fall into my grasp, you have only your own folly and arrogance to blame. Attack. With Reiner's command, 7 highly skilled Imperial Guards surged forward, swords in hand, with Balistan leading the charge. Clashing swords rang out as he repelled 2 nobles, advancing toward the throne where Rigo sat. Rigo shook his head in resignation. Good words are wasted on the damned. With a piercing clang, the sword known as Dawn was drawn, and Rigo lunged forward, deftly parrying Balistan's blade and delivering a powerful blow to his ribcage with his left fist. Ugh! The captain of the guards groaned in pain, the agony rendering his legs weak, and he collapsed to the ground. Rigo never showed mercy to his foes. With a swift movement of his right hand, he raised his sword, severing the head of the valiant Balistan, who had barely lasted a single exchange before succumbing to Dawn's might. Thud! A heavy kick sent one guard flying, impaled by the sword of his own comrade. Reiner's eyes widened with fury, ready to command more to assault Rigo, when suddenly, 2 hands seized his shoulders. He turned swiftly, a look of surprise and joy blossoming on his face. Quick! Before he could finish his name, a hand covered his mouth, and the hooded figure of Rigo swiftly pulled Reiner back, retreating from the Red Keep. It cannot be helped. Mount the dragon and flee to King's Landing. With that, Rigo scanned the surroundings, pivoted left and right, and vanished without a trace. Before Laenor could fully comprehend the situation, he witnessed the common folk scattering in panic. The gates of King's Landing were swung open from within, allowing thousands of cavalry from Stone Dance City to surge into the city, encircling the Red Keep. In a state of sheer terror, Laenor, along with his brother, uncle, and several kin, hastily retreated to the Dragoness Den, where they mounted their dragon and soared into the sky, fleeing towards the north. Chapter 182, The Eastern Campaign. The Corruption of Power on the 21st of July. In the year 300 after the conquest, King Laenor Targaryen of Westeros, under the pretext of northern military affairs, deceived his ancestor Rhaegar Targaryen into coming to King's Landing on Dragonback, laying an ambush within the Red Keep, with the intent to eliminate Rhaegar, who possessed direct influence over his royal authority. However, Laenor gravely underestimated Rhaegar's martial prowess and his dominion over Westeros. During the incident in the council chamber, 7 Kingsguard and over 100 gold cloaks besieged the Dragon King. The valiant Barristan, renowned for his unparalleled swordsmanship, was effortlessly beheaded before the king, akin to a mere chicken before a hawk. From the first traitor's demise to the preemptively assembled army of Stone Dance City entering King's Landing, a total of 53 men fell beneath Rhaegar's blade. As the forces from Stone Dance City took control of King's Landing, all present made fervent efforts to conceal their trepidations, fearful of incurring Rhaegar's wrath. Following the debacle, Laenor, in collusion with Sepher Targaryen, Simon Targaryen, and several conspiratorial kin, fled the city, journeying northward. The council chamber, now a grotesque tableau stained with blood and flesh, prompted Rhaegar to convene his ministers in the banquet hall of the Red Keep. The spider, Varys, was released from the dungeons of the Red Keep. Although Laenor had curtailed his freedom, his time in captivity had not been overly harsh. Presenting himself before Rhaegar, Varys appeared as polished as ever, save for a slight pallor from days spent in darkness. "Your Majesty," Varys clasped his hands and bowed deeply to Rhaegar. "I noticed the warning mark you left at the entrance of the garden. You have worked diligently." Rhaegar gestured for Varys to take a seat, sipping from his cup of honeyed wine. "It is my duty, Your Majesty. Most of the spies within the city have been captured by Laenor and his faction. All the ravens have been controlled, and even the gates and alleys are under surveillance. While my subordinates sensed something amiss, they could not relay any messages. It was only by engraving a mark at the garden entrance that I hoped you would still be in the garden to see my warning. It is a blessing for the Empire." Rhaegar did not believe that, without Varys's warning, the naive Laenor could truly harm him. Yet, as a ruler, he would not dismiss his subordinates' contributions lightly. Nodding with appreciation, Rhaegar smiled faintly. "Your warning indeed provided me with preparation, yet Laenor's schemes were sufficiently foolish. Although their power grab was clumsy, given my understanding of this descendant, I doubt he dares to confront me directly. Have you received any word regarding the mastermind behind this?" "Your Majesty, I suspect it is the Targaryens," Varys replied. "Oh, please elaborate." "Indeed, it was due to the profound trust that Rhaegar placed in me. Prior to the commencement of our clandestine scheme, he summoned me to inquire about intelligence concerning the White Walkers. During that occasion, I encountered several enigmatic figures cloaked in dark robes within the council chamber. Though they concealed themselves adeptly, my keen eyes discerned the silver hair peeking from beneath their hoods. Subsequently, I found my freedom curtailed. Moreover, while the prior reports from the north primarily concerned the White Walkers beyond the wall, my network of spies uncovered the sudden emergence of several silver-haired individuals with violet eyes in Winterfell. Additionally, sightings of dragons were reported soaring above the Godswood. My subordinates speculate that these may be the remnants of House Targaryen you advised me to monitor closely, and it is feared that the north is now subtly under Targaryen control." Rhaegar pondered for a moment before inquiring again, "What actions have the remaining Starks undertaken?" "The young wolf, Robb Stark, has been preoccupied with hunting and training, displaying no unusual activity. However, the illegitimate son of the Stark prince has recently been quite active, frequently appearing near the wall and the ominous castle of Harrenhal, though my agents have yet to ascertain his purpose there." "Jon Snow? Is he attempting to play a game of opportunism?" "Harrenhal the Boltons?" "Indeed, Your Grace, the Bolton family. Shall we intensify our surveillance on these two factions?" "No need. Withdraw the spies positioned near them to avoid alarming the quarry. Let us await the emergence of the insects. Aside from these, are there any other anomalies?" Varys paused, deep in thought, before suddenly recalling a crucial matter. "Your Grace, Lord Stark's younger son, Bran Stark, has gone missing." "Bran?" Rhaegar was momentarily taken aback. Had Varys not mentioned it, he might have forgotten the name altogether. Bran Stark, the three-eyed raven and green seer, without a doubt. Rhaegar surmised that his disappearance was the handiwork of the children of the forest lurking beyond the wall. Yet, given the current tumultuous state of the north, what role do the children of the forest and the three-eyed raven play in this unfolding drama? The present circumstances are far removed from the original narrative. In that tale, when the Night King's army of White Walkers advanced southward, Westeros was devoid of dragons, with only Daenerys possessing 3 juvenile dragons. Thus, the three-eyed raven, the children of the forest, and the Lord of Light orchestrated a series of perplexing schemes. Now, with Rhaegar's arrival, not to mention the multitude of dragons from Valyria, currently, Rhaegar alone commands 5 dragons in his possession, alongside the hidden remnants of House Targaryen. The Night King no longer poses a significant threat to the world. Why then? Did the children of the forest still abduct Bran? Rhaegar found himself perplexed, deciding to set aside his musings. He instructed Varys to take some rest and summon the Earl of Dragonstone, entrusting him with the responsibility of ensuring security in King's Landing. Afterward, he circled above the city on his dragon, stabilizing the tumultuous atmosphere within, before finally diverting his attention to the arrangements for a gathering of nobles. Rhaegar can accept challenges and endure betrayal. After all, it is merely a confrontation between 2 armies, culminating in the inevitable rise of one and the fall of another. However, he cannot abide by his subjects betraying him for the sake of aligning with a complete fool. as this not only insults the lineage he seeks to preserve, but also signifies a grave disrespect towards him. A ruler, wielding the power of merely a few hundred men, dares to attempt an ambush on a formidable general commanding 10,000 troops. Does he truly believe that everyone is likely Shimon, and that the Red Fort is akin to the Xuanwu Gate? Particularly after having previously orchestrated a grand blockade of the capital and captured spies, was this not a blatant declaration to Rigo that there is no silver hidden here? If one were to suggest that the cunning nobles were unaware of these machinations, Rigo would vehemently disagree. They were simply biding their time. After all, regardless of which side emerges victorious, these parasites will continue to lounge in comfort, singing and dancing, unscathed in their wealth and power. Thus, even if they grasped the truth, none would dare to inform Rigo, and they even restricted a few nobles from the north and Dorne who wished to relay messages. The corruption of power resembles a law of nature, coexisting with the heavens and the earth, regardless of grandiose rhetoric and thunderous proclamations. It ultimately reduces to, what do the 6 dynasties matter, but merely serve private interests? Chapter 183, The Eastern Campaign. The unrepentant nobles' a current of intrigue, centered around the capital, swiftly began to spread through the 7 kingdoms unimpeded, as the Master of Whispers, Varys, unleashed his network of spies. The entirety of Westeros laid bare before Rigo, with the sordid secrets of the nobility surfacing on the king's desk. In Storm's End, Prince Stannis Baratheon was assassinated by the faceless men from Braavos, allowing Robert Baratheon to seize control of the Stormlands. This envoy, once favored by Eddard Stark, betrayed his oaths once more, abandoning over 10,000 allied forces in far-off Loras to fend for themselves, while plunging headlong into the vortex of power struggles. Similarly, in the Riverlands, currents of intrigue flowed. The Queen of Thorns, Olenna Redwine, clandestinely engaged with Targaryen emissaries, using her granddaughter, Margaery Tyrell, as a bargaining chip, attempting to position herself strategically during the shifting tides of power, thereby entwining the Tyrell lineage with the coveted Iron Throne. In the Vale, the Arryns, and the Lannisters of the Westerlands, apart from the unwavering loyalty of Dorne to Rigo, nearly all lords clandestinely established connections with the Targaryens. When Rigo received Varys's report, he was struck with the realization of how significantly his control over Westeros had diminished. Sensing Rigo's discontent, Varys softly reassured him, "Your Majesty, the current situation is, in fact, quite normal. Throughout the annals of Westerosi history, every time power transitions or political unrest arises, countless individuals realign themselves or hedge their bets. The conquest was thus. Your blood-soaked dance with the Targaryens was thus, and today as circumstances are no different. These nobles have long resided above the common folk, their positions impervious to the tumult of war. While the tumultuous swords of conflict may occasionally sever a piece of their flesh, they seldom risk losing their heads. Thus, irrespective of the shifting dynamics within Westeros or who wields the power of the realm, their status and influence remain largely unscathed. This is precisely why they dare to accept the olive branch extended by the remnants of House Targaryen, fully aware of the formidable strength of the crown. The nobility has grown accustomed to their lofty perches, to the monarch's leniency, which has spoiled them. Rego comprehends this principle. Yet the thought of his vassals flirting with his adversaries gnaws at his insides. It is akin to possessing an atomic bomb capable of annihilating the enemy, while your subordinates clandestinely conspire with mere ants wielding cold steel. What enchantment has Targaryen cast upon these self-serving individuals, compelling them to entertain such thoughts? He ordered Prince Doran Martell to fortify the defenses along the coasts of Dorne and the borders, to preempt any disturbances from the Reach or Stormlands, instructing him to keep the mobilization discreet, lest it frighten the timid mice. Understood. Furthermore, Targaryen's audacity to meddle in the military affairs of the North suggests that Eddard Stark and his kin must be in dire straits. One fears that Robb Stark may be under duress as well. Rego resolved to keep a close watch on Winterfell, ensuring that Eddard's son does not fall prey to the Targaryens. Although Robb may be somewhat naive, he possesses a good heart. The same vigilance must be applied to Eddard's 2 daughters, ensuring their safety. As for Jon Snow, he may be disregarded for now. Yes, Your Grace. While Rego was orchestrating the fate of Eddard Stark's children, Eddard himself stood with a furrowed brow atop the walls of Loras, gazing out at the seemingly endless fleets of free trade city-states in the harbor. They had been besieged within the city for over 10 days. Although Eddard had not launched an assault, the sustenance for over 10,000 souls was dwindling rapidly. The supply ships laden with provisions had been incinerated by dragons, and no word had come from the knights dispatched to seek aid from Robert Baratheon. Should this stalemate persist, even without an assault from the enemy. The coalition of over 10,000 men might soon dissolve in disarray. In truth, Eddard Stark ought to feel fortunate that Lena had dispatched representatives from all the noble houses of the Seven Kingdoms. It was the presence of individuals such as Jaime Lannister, Garland Tyrell, and Jon Arryn that deterred the master of the pale green dragon from launching an attack, for the Targaryen family was entangled with the nobility of Westeros. A misstep in their assault resulting in the demise of their heirs was a scenario they wished to avoid. The Targaryen family had long established connections with city-states like Coer, Norvos, and Loras, and even the recently vanquished Bravos had been drawn into their fold. In the earlier conflict at Bravos, the initial incompetence of the dragons ridden by Simon and Seth had rendered the Targaryens unnecessary. The Bravosi were already struggling to survive. When the glutton finally made its appearance, the master of the Green Dragon, Moonsong, dared not reveal himself, forced to watch helplessly as Bravos fell. The Targaryens were all too aware of their family's admonition to never confront the dragons of Dominar alone, unless accompanied by no fewer than 3 fully grown dragons. The only dragon dispatched to assist the city-states was Moonsong, leaving the Targaryens too intimidated to even glance at the glutton. Fortunately, after breaching the Titan's passage, the glutton withdrew, granting them the opportunity to besiege Loras. Riding Moonsong, the Targaryens aimed to confine the forces of the Westerosi coalition within Loras, threatening the safety of Eddard Stark and other nobles to sway the lords of the Seven Kingdoms to their side and swiftly amass sufficient military strength. At present, the Targaryen scheme appeared to be unfolding with remarkable success. The coalition had been effectively contained within Loras. Robert, seeking assistance, was of Targaryen blood and thus naturally inclined to submit to them. Loras had become a veritable island, while in Westeros, the Targaryens had established connections with the majority of lords, save for those in Dorne. The northern forces, under the guidance of Rhaegar Targaryen and Lyanna Stark's son Jon Snow, had been thoroughly secured under Targaryen control, alongside their allies beyond the wall. The Targaryens had amassed formidable power, having long plotted their vengeance against the tyrant Rhaegar Dominar for the past atrocities of dragon slaying and usurpation of the crown. Their noble ancestors had met cruel fates in the dragonfire of Rhaegar, their dragons staining the skies with blood, while the royal house had fled to the bitter, trembling sea, biding their time for 2 centuries. Now, the moment they had long awaited for vengeance had arrived. The greed and fickleness of the Westerosi nobility became the Targaryens' most potent weapon. Those who had once betrayed the Targaryen king would surely betray the king of Dominar now. Chapter 184. The Eastern Expedition, betrayed by kin in the aftermath of the turmoil in King's Landing. The Seven Kingdoms did not descend into the chaos predicted by the great nobles. Instead, an eerie calm enveloped the realm. Aside from the descendants of the Bravosi leading an army to take control of King's Landing's defenses, King Rhaegar, having experienced betrayal from his own bloodline, remained inexplicably inactive. It was as if the insurrection led by Lyanna Dominar and the bloodshed in the Red Keep were mere illusions to the people of Westeros. The situation seemed to have relaxed, with only a few recognizing this as the calm before the storm. The old lion of the Westerlands sat sleepless in Casterly Rock, his desk adorned with 2 similar sigils, the red 3-headed dragon and the tricolored dragon, representing the rulers of Westeros past and present, symbolizing the Targaryen and Dominar families. Tywin Lannister, a seasoned politician, has, during his reign, transformed the already prosperous Westerlands into the most formidable power among the Seven Kingdoms. His daughter Cersei is wed to the Prince of Storm's End, while his son Jaime Lannister stands as one of the most formidable warriors in the realm. As for his youngest son, it is best left unmentioned. Tywin has navigated the treacherous waters of the game of power throughout his life, acutely aware that neutrality is a mere illusion in the relentless struggle for dominance, particularly for a family as pivotal as the Lannisters in the continent of Westeros. No ambitious contender would permit a powerful entity with an ambiguous stance to slumber at their side. Thus, the question arises, should one side with the Dorne or the Targaryens? On the 25th of July, 300 years into the conquest, a clandestine missive traversed the narrow sea, landing on the desks of every noble in the Seven Kingdoms. The already murky waters surged violently, as the beasts of ambition stirred restlessly beneath the surface, yearning to break free. On the 21st, the Valyrian incident unfolded, involving the eastern and western islands of Valyria and Volantis, as the exiled Dorne nobles, under the command of His Majesty Rhaegar, conspired with the Lannisters. Seizing the opportunity while Rhaegar was ensnared in King's Landing by his progeny, they brazenly launched an assault on Dragonstone. However, Rhaegar's formidable charisma and leadership inspired the soldiers of these princes and princesses to refuse to march, leaving only the bloodline of Dorne, riding on 11 mighty dragons, to attempt to seize control of Dragonstone. The 6 dragons stationed at Dragonstone repelled the invaders, and the dragons of Dorne inflicted no damage upon the island, resulting in a stalemate. On the 23rd, news of the failed ambush at the Red Keep reached ears, prompting the Lannisters to flee in panic, while the Dorne nobles vanished on Dragonback, likely converging with the fleeing Lannisters. This news would undoubtedly sway the allegiances of the majority of the nobles in the Seven Kingdoms. The Targaryens had been cultivating relations with various noble houses for over a decade, and through prolonged interactions, these factions had gained a clearer understanding of the Targaryen hand. 21 dragons, coupled with the 5 dragons taken by Lannister and the 11 dragons seized by the Dorne rebels. The number of dragons amassed in the Targaryen camp reached a staggering 37. In stark contrast, what of Rhaegar and his loyalists? The Red Dragon, Viserion, the Black Dragon, Greed, the arrow-like Silverwing, Vhagar, Hades, Ares, Ymir, Venus, Athena, and Diana. Only 10 dragons stood against them. While these 10 dragons alone could sweep across the world, 37 far surpasses 10. The old lion rose with a grave demeanor, unsheathing the colossal sword Lightbringer, gifted from Storm's End, and without hesitation, cleaved the 3-colored sigil of Dorne in two. The pond of the Seven Kingdoms stirred to life, as both large and small fish eagerly gazed at the overcast sky, anticipating a torrential downpour that would swell the waters, propelling them toward the vast ocean beyond. On the 3rd day of August, marking the conquest of 300 years, the Eastern Expeditionary Forces of Westeros returned, beleaguered, to the port of Dragonstone in Stone Dance City. The imposing silhouette of the Black Dragon, the Devourer, escorted the fleet on its way back. This mission of rescue had unfolded with remarkable ease. Upon sighting the Devourer, the ships of the Free Trade City swiftly retreated, while the pale green dragon, Moonsong, which had been circling above Loras, showed itself not at all. There were no accolades, no feasts, not even a moment's respite. Jaime Lannister and Garland Tyrell were promptly whisked away by the family's guards the moment they disembarked. Eddard Stark and several nobles from Dorne arrived in King's Landing, bewildered, only to find that King Rhaegar was absent. They were warmly welcomed by the remaining courtier, the Spider, Varys. At that moment, Rhaegar stood upon the sacred ground of the Dothraki, in the holy city of Ves Dothrak, with the Mother of Mountains towering behind him. The womb of the world had nurtured the Dothraki people who dwelled there. Ves Dothrak could accommodate all the Khalasars, and on this day, nearly all notable figures of the Dothraki had gathered in the open spaces beyond the Mother's sacred site. Fine wines were casually piled upon the grass, and a whole lamb roasted over the bonfire. Men and women screamed and cheered, some even engaging in open displays of affection amidst the surrounding jeers and encouragement. Glistening with sweat, this was a grand celebration belonging to the Dothraki, where the mightiest warriors, be they Khal, Blood Rider, or the more esteemed Khalasar, could ascend to the arena in the center of the clearing. Those who could best the champion in one-on-one combat would be rewarded with immense wealth and the flourishing cities of Meereen and Yunkai. Such bountiful rewards ignited a fierce greed even among the Khalasars, who leered hungrily at the bare-chested young men in the arena. Were it not for the fearsome sight of the distant Crimson Dragon, it is likely they would have torn each other apart. This was the answer that Khal Drogo provided to Rhaegar. The dragons were indeed invincible, yet the dignity of the Dothraki warriors was not to be trampled. To win over a cadre of proud and fierce warriors, Rhaegar must demonstrate his strength by decisively defeating them in the Dothraki manner, thereby earning the willing loyalty of the Khalasars. At times, Rhaegar truly wished he could pry open the heads of these ice and fire natives to discern what truly resided within their minds. Even after he had pierced through their 60,000-strong army, some still doubted their martial prowess and brazenly gathered all the mid-level Dothraki leaders in Ves Dothrak, allowing themselves to ride dragons. This only underscored their naivete. They were utterly unafraid of being incinerated by a single breath of dragon fire that could obliterate a throng of Khalasars and Blood Riders. However, the foolishness and innocence of the enemy proved to be a boon for Rhaegar. After all, these individuals were steadfast in their beliefs, unlike those from Westeros, who were perpetually consumed by insatiable greed and desire. Chapter 185. The Eastern Expedition, the revelry of the Horse Clan's Lord, Dashakaran, persisted throughout the morning before finally transitioning into the normal duel proceedings. The warriors of the Horse Clan, having been raised amidst barrels of ale, remained unaffected by excess drinking. Rather, the alcohol invigorated their courage and fervor. Amidst their thunderous roars, the first challenger ascended the arena. Jocko! 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 A synchronized cheer erupted, resounding with the name of the contender. Jocko, a tall man with a bushy beard and a bare torso marred by a myriad of scars and wounds, presented a fearsome visage. In stark contrast, the cleanly adorned Reger, bedecked with medals, appeared almost like a benign figure, reminiscent of a playful rabbit. Despite his own formidable strength, the pronounced disparity between them elicited derisive laughter from the men in the audience. Aside from his fortuitous possession of a dragon, he is utterly lacking. Yet, the Dothraki women gazed at the handsome and well-built Reger with longing, some unable to contain their desire, seizing nearby men and casting themselves to the ground, all the while greedily eyeing the sword-wielding Reger. Hey, dragon-riding Valyrian, do not think I shall show mercy merely because you command a mighty dragon. Perhaps in the next moment, my blade shall slice through your throat, and your warm corpse may be claimed by a ravenous harlot. Jocko boldly taunted Reger, provoking hearty laughter from the Dothraki below. He reveled in his own venomous remarks, displaying his darkened teeth in a wide grin. With a clang, Reger, disinterested in banter, his mind preoccupied with myriad matters in Westeros, drew his sword without hesitation. He charged forward, delivering a simple upward thrust aimed directly at Jocko's chest and abdomen. Reger wielded a standard two-handed sword, consciously opting for an ordinary weapon to ensure these simpletons would acknowledge his superiority. He even forewent armor, emulating the Dothraki's bare-chested bravado, determined to leave them speechless in defeat. Upon the collision of blade and sword, Jocko's previously contemptuous expression transformed instantaneously. His eyes bulged, and his rotund face flushed crimson as the immense force of Reger's strike felt akin to being charged by a stampeding elephant. Pain shot through his arms as he stumbled backward, ultimately collapsing onto the arena floor. Amidst Jocko's anguished cries, several members of the cows exchanged bewildered glances, struggling to comprehend the unfolding events. Only the sturdy Zogo, who had braced himself against Reger's blow, shared in the apprehension, grimacing in fear. Another warrior named Bono ascended the platform to examine Jocko's arms. With an impassive demeanor, he shook his head at Zogo below and swiftly slashed Jocko's throat. Jocko's arms had twisted grotesquely, shattered by the overwhelming force, piercing through flesh and revealing a gruesome sight. As a warrior of the Horse clan, losing one's hands rendered one incapable of riding or wielding a bow. Life seemed no longer worth living. Bono, with resolute finality, delivered Jocko to his fate. The apprehensive Bono gazed at Rigo, unable to fathom how such an unremarkable physique could unleash such astonishing power. The grim fate of Jocko loomed before him, heightening his caution as he deftly maneuvered his curved blade, searching for a weakness in Rigo's defenses. Yet, Rigo was riddled with vulnerabilities. His earlier casual strike had rendered his sword incapable of withstanding his own strength, leaving a significant gash that threatened to fracture with another blow. With a casual flourish of his weapon, he surged forward, initiating a simple diagonal strike. Bono, unwilling to confront him head-on, swiftly sidestepped while slashing towards Rigo's abdomen. The clash of steel rang out as their weapons met, and Rigo advanced with purposeful strides, his sword held aloft. The exaggerated triumph of his previous actions instilled trepidation in Bono, who could only retreat, paralyzed by the proximity of Rigo's blade, aware that any attempt to sidestep would expose him to danger. But did he believe that mere retreat would spare him from harm? With a resounding clash, Rigo's sword descended with force, striking Bono's defensive blade and compelling him to stagger as his robust physique faltered under the pressure. A chill of dread coursed through Bono. Just as he regained his balance, Rigo's blade was already poised against his throat. Feeling the cold steel, Bono swallowed hard, relinquishing his long knife to the arena floor. With a swift motion, Rigo severed a section of Bono's braid, followed by a powerful kick to his chest that sent him flying, landing in a heap beneath the platform. A profound silence enveloped the arena, the Dothraki spectators scarcely believing their eyes as the seemingly frail Valyrian had swiftly vanquished two formidable foes, instilling a newfound respect in their gazes towards Rigo. With a flourish, Rigo sheathed his sword, casting a provocative glance towards the approaching Cam. In an instant, Jumo Cam leapt to his feet, grasping the curved blade handed to him by the Blood Alliance guards, and strode onto the stage with confidence. Yet, devoid of technique and relying solely on brute strength, Cam faltered after merely 3 clashes of steel, ultimately losing his grip on the weapon as it clattered to the arena floor. Rigo's blade sent Cam tumbling off the platform, though he was fortuitously caught by the guards, avoiding an ignoble fall. Despite his attempts to feign composure, the tremors in his hands betrayed his true state. igniting fervent admiration in the eyes of the surrounding Dothraki soldiers. Subsequently, Morocco and Ogoko entered the fray, yet none could withstand Rigo's onslaught for more than a couple of exchanges. Each encounter ended in swift defeat, their arms throbbing from the force of their weapons clashing against his. At last, all eyes converged upon the mightiest warrior of the Dothraki, Drogo Ko. In the previous battle at the Painted Mountains, Drogo had been swiftly vanquished by Rigo, falling so rapidly that the distant cows were oblivious. While the soldiers guarding Drogo had mostly perished at Rigo's hands, even those taken captive were not returned. Thus, for the time being, no one was aware of the disparity in strength between Drogo and Rigo. With a furrowed brow, Drogo reluctantly accepted the curved blade and ascended the arena, casting a wary glance at Rigo as he cautiously adjusted his footing. Gripping the hilt tightly, the lingering pain from his arm and body seemed not yet to have receded, rendering this undefeated KO solemn, beads of sweat slowly forming upon his forehead. Recognizing Drogo as a pragmatic adversary, Rigo did not wish to humiliate him unduly, opting instead to feign a fair contest. After exchanging several blows, Drogo quickly discerned Rigo's intent and adeptly maneuvered, responding with agility. The two engaged in a fierce bout, culminating in Rigo executing a sweeping strike with the blade that sent Drogo tumbling from the platform, thus concluding this stirring duel. Drogo Ko had vindicated his title as king of the Dothraki, while Rigo earned the recognition of all as the lord of his people, a mutual satisfaction achieved. Chapter 186, The Eastern Campaign. Targaryen conquest. In the 8th month of the year 300, the Dothraki, who had roamed the vast Essos continent, pledged their fealty to Rigo, the Dragon King from Valyria. Rigo Domnor became the first non-Dothraki to fully conquer the Dothraki in centuries. As this astonishing news spread, the recently tumultuous Valyria found itself engulfed in a night of revelry. When the imperial dragons threatened the heart of the empire, it was ironic that a Valyrian prince sought to annihilate their homeland. As the common folk who had followed Rigo to the ruins of Valyria mourned the betrayal of the Domnor bloodline, their king infused hope and courage into the despondent populace. However, for the coastal city-states still clinging to life around Essos, the Dothraki's submission rang like a death knell in their ears. Under the leadership of warriors such as Drogo Ko, Jumo Ko, Moro Ko, and Ogo Ko, the Dothraki, obeying the commands of their powerful lord, Rigo Domnor, king of Valyria and Westeros, launched assaults against the western city-states of Kohir and Norvos. The trembling coastal tribes quaked beneath the iron hooves of the horse lords, sending desperate missives to the Targaryen table by the day. At 57 years of age, Aerys Targaryen now sat within the castle of Winterfell. Sprawled before him was an immense map of Westeros. Present were Rhaella Targaryen, Rhaegar Targaryen, Viserys Targaryen III, Daenerys Targaryen, and a gathering of bastards from the Targaryen lineage, all bearing silver hair and violet eyes. A dozen Domnors who escaped from King's Landing and Valyria blended into the crowd. Yet their current plight starkly contrasted with their former lofty stature. In the wake of King Aegon II's disastrous defeat alongside Prince Daemon at the Cape of Marseille, the Targaryens lost nearly all their mature dragons. The vile usurper cunningly seized the Iron Throne, while His Majesty Aegon III, under the protection of Sir Illyric Kegel, fled King's Landing with Prince Viserys and Princess Rhaenyra. Bang! The visage of Aerys Targaryen was one of madness. His hands relentlessly pounded the table as he bellowed in rage, a dark expression that sent shivers down the spines of the bastards in the crowd. The Targaryens were the kings of Westeros, yet they had languished in the barren wasteland of Essos for 2 centuries. The usurper had usurped their throne, shamelessly claiming the Targaryen wealth, reveling in their women, and sipping their fine wine. Now, the opportunity for Targaryen vengeance had arrived. Aerys Targaryen's voice was hysterical, and all of Targaryen blood revealed expressions of furious bloodlust, eager to rend the detested Rhaegar Domnor limb from limb. However, the expressions of Rhaena and her band of traitors were far more awkward, for their inner ambitions and greed had led them to betray Rhaegar, the one who had once brought glory to their lineage, only to now be ensconced within the lair of their bloodline's mortal enemies, listening to criticisms of their ancestors. At this moment, Rhaena's countenance had grown icily stoic, yet they had long lost the courage to confront the situation. Throughout history, the fate of traitors in battle has been far more tragic than that of true enemies. Rhaena understood that from the moment they conspired with the Targaryens to assassinate Rhaegar, the glory belonging to the Domnor family had all but dissipated. Now, the only title that weighed upon them was that of traitor. Regret, alas, was too late. Father, our spies in Essos have reported that the usurper has defeated the Dothraki coalition. It remains unclear how he managed to compel the Khalasar to pledge their fealty. But now he commands hundreds of thousands of elite cavalry. Rhaegar Targaryen stepped forward, interrupting Aerys' mad ravings. The Dothraki, a tribe of barbaric savages who wear no clothing. They are utterly unworthy to be our foes. Should those wretched horse lords dare to set foot upon the lands of the Seven Kingdoms, the dragons will incinerate their filthy bodies. Tell me, Rhaegar, do the wretched northerners kneel before their king? Aerys' voice was tinged with a sickly madness, grating like sandpaper, causing Rhaegar's brother, Viserys Targaryen III, to frown slightly behind him. Father, the harsh living conditions of the north have forged their indomitable spirit. Their ancestors, the noble house of Stark, were among the few friends and brothers of the usurper. Even after the usurper seized the throne, he frequently sent supplies to the north, and the common folk here are largely grateful for his benevolence. Thus, aside from the Boltons of the Dreadfort, none are willing to submit. Then let us slay. Let us eradicate these despicable traitors. They betrayed Prince Daemon a century ago, and now they stand against the Targaryens. Let us behead them and mount their heads upon our lances. I shall lead them into battle. Your Majesty, Jon Snow, mingling among the crowd, hastened forward. Your Majesty, the nobles of the north have completely yielded before the dragons, and we have captured them all in Winterfell, seizing control of their armies. The life or death of these individuals is of little consequence. However, should your Majesty unleash a massacre, it is likely that the armies of the north will rebel. Aegon, stand down. Rhaegar rebuked Snow loudly, for the mental state of Aerys was exceedingly frail, allowing no room for insubordination. He feared that in a fit of madness, his father might sacrifice his beloved son. Father, I believe it unnecessary to concern ourselves over these captured nobles. They have become mere fish upon the chopping block. With the mightiest Lord Roose Bolton loyal to us, we have sufficient strength to command these wretched peasants, unless Eddard Stark appears forthwith in Winterfell. Ha! Before Aerys could even muster his wrath, Rhaegar's words diverted his attention. Eddard Stark, ha! Aerys sneered disdainfully. That foolish, pitiable man is but our pawn. What difference does his appearance make? That old wolf, I recall him as Rickard Stark, and his younger brother, if I am not mistaken, is Brandon Stark. They are far more formidable adversaries than Eddard Stark, yet they met their demise before the dragon. Were it not for another wolf cub's swift escape, the dragon would have feasted well. Ha! The hall reverberated with the triumphant laughter of the Targaryens, while Jon Snow struggled to mask his shock. His eyes brimmed with disbelief, and his trembling hands betrayed the turmoil within him. Chapter 187. The Eastern Expedition. Brandon Stark, Rickard Stark, the Guardian of the North, Prince of Winterfell, father to Eddard Stark. Brandon Stark, the eldest son of Prince Rickard, and the brother of Eddard Stark. The entire North recalls the ominous events beyond the wall. The Night's Watch sent word to Winterfell, and the then Prince of the North, Rickard Stark, ventured northward with his sons and the elite cavalry of House Stark to investigate. Yet they never returned. 1,000 souls vanished without a trace. All believed they had succumbed to a blizzard in the north, claimed by the Frost God in the White Wasteland. Eddard Stark dispatched countless searches northward, but to no avail. Yet Jon Snow could scarcely believe his ears. It was the dragons of the Targaryens that had slain Prince Rickard and Ser Brandon. But how could his mother fall in love with the very foes who murdered his father and brother, giving birth to him, the illegitimate son? What then was he? Jon Snow was momentarily engulfed in a tumult of emotions. Over the past decade, after reconciling with his biological father, he had betrayed the noble Eddard Stark, who had raised him, while covertly rallying the lesser lords of the north to shield the Targaryens from their sinister plots with the Iron Islands. Following Eddard Stark's eastern campaign, he had unwittingly invited peril into their midst by seizing control of Robb Stark and other direct descendants of Eddard. Under the guise of Robb's name, he had ensnared the North's vassals within Winterfell. He believed he was punishing the traitors, standing on the side of justice. At that moment, Rhaegar had no time to concern himself with his despondent son. He unsheathed his sword and pointed at the map, animatedly articulating his thoughts. The North is now entirely under our dominion, with our 30,000 elite soldiers and the North's forces exceeding 100,000. I believe it is prudent to initiate war without delay. The weather in the North grows increasingly frigid, making it unbearable for many soldiers to endure the extreme cold, compounded by the harsh conditions that render the procurement of provisions quite challenging. Just yesterday, the old lion Tywin Lannister from the Westerlands transported a portion of supplies through the Ironman's Bay, now stockpiled at Greywater Watch. I propose we march southward immediately to seize the Riverlands for resources. The Tully family has shown an ambiguous stance towards our overtures. Yet we can no longer afford to wait for their decision. Once we successfully capture the Riverlands, the Westerlands, Stormlands, and the Reach will rise in response, collectively besieging King's Landing, culminating in a decisive battle at Blackwater Bay. Agreed. Issue the command at once. Prince Rhaegar shall be the supreme commander of the campaign. All Targaryens must heed his orders. Deploy all dragons to swiftly conquer the Riverlands, and inform Lord Roose Bolton that after this battle, he shall be the Prince of the North. As you command. Instantly, Winterfell was ablaze with activity, the streets resonating with the sounds of men shouting and horses neighing. Arya Stark crouched by a window of a modest dwelling, her wide eyes fixated on the soldiers rushing through the streets, only to be swiftly pulled down by a pair of large hands. Be careful, Arya. The city is now teeming with Targaryen soldiers. Should you be discovered, the consequences would be dire. They are mobilizing troops in great numbers, Uncle Benjen. Will my brother be safe? Arya gazed anxiously at the bearded man before her, her voice laced with urgency and sorrow. Do not worry, Arya. The king's spies have already replaced the guards watching over Robb and the lords. They are safe. Benjen Stark comfortingly ruffled his niece's hair and replied with a gentle smile. Years ago, he had journeyed north with his father and brother to investigate the anomalies at the wall. Their father, Rickard, had believed it to be merely a simple incursion by wildlings, leading only 1,000 men from House Stark, accompanied by his sons, hoping to use the battlefield as a means to educate his child. However, as their party crossed the wall and traversed the haunted forest to the banks of the Weeping River, the true enemy emerged. It was only when 2 colossal dragons descended from the mists of storms and that they realized the so-called wildling disturbances were nothing more than a conspiracy aimed at them. 1,000 soldiers met their demise, helplessly witnessing their father and elder brother reduced to ashes amidst the dragon's flames. It was only through his father's desperate sacrifice that he was cast into the water and narrowly escaped. Yet, the inferno perpetually raged within his heart, leaving Banyan Stark bereft of the courage to return to Winterfell. The anguished cries of his father, brother, and the 1,000 soldiers echoed in his ears day and night, rendering him uncertain of how to confront Eddard, despite being a victim of the conspiracy himself. Thus, he wandered the wilderness like a savage, hunting down every suspected foe until recently, when a group of soulless mercenaries appeared at the outskirts of the haunted forest. It was then he resolved to return to Winterfell and share this news with Eddard Stark. However, upon his arrival, he discovered Winterfell had been usurped. The young wolf Robb was imprisoned, and the northern lords had been deceived by the illegitimate Jon Snow and captured. The entire north had fallen into the hands of the Targaryens, and he too glimpsed those 2 familiar dragons soaring in the sky. Banyan hid within the city until he was led here by a man claiming to be a spy of King Rhaegar, where he encountered the similarly concealed Catelyn, Sansa, Arya, and Rickon. Uncle Banyan, are the Targaryens advancing south for war? Sansa Stark timidly inquired from her mother's embrace, her voice barely above a whisper, addressing the uncle she rarely saw. Yes, Sansa. Years ago, King Rhaegar drove them from Westeros, and now they return to reclaim what is theirs. Will King Rhaegar be victorious? Banyan, silent, peered through a narrow window at the dragons obscuring the sun, their sheer numbers sending a shiver down his spine. I do not know, Sansa. Arya and Sansa lowered their heads in sorrow, for in their hearts, the Targaryens had become synonymous with evil, and the righteous King Rhaegar might not triumph over such formidable malevolence, leaving the 2 young women disheartened. Victory is certain. A youthful voice suddenly resonated within the room, causing Catelyn to gaze curiously at her youngest son nestled in her arms, his delicate face imbued with an unprecedented confidence. Rickon, what do you mean? Victory is certain. For King Rhaegar. The war will soon end, but many will perish. Only the wicked. Laughter erupted from Catelyn and Banyan as they beheld the serious expression on Rickon's small face, their hearts lightened by his unwavering conviction. On the 15th day of the 8th month, 300 years of conquest, the Northern Army, led by Rhaegar Targaryen, surged southward, charging towards the Riverlands. Tens of thousands gathered outside the walls of Riverrun, the roar of dragons sending ripples across the waters of the Green Fork. The insects hidden in the shadows of the 7 kingdoms eagerly cast their gazes towards Riverrun and King's Landing, their swords swaying in anticipation, awaiting a definite target from their master. Chapter 188, The Eastern Campaign. Surrounded on all sides Lwanna City, a fortified stronghold guarding the vital waterways of the Green Fork River, has long been under the dominion of the ancient Frey family. Since the distant times of conquest, the Freys have occupied this strategically advantageous location, erecting robust fortifications along both banks of the river, connected by a long bridge. As a crucial thoroughfare, the Frey family has amassed considerable wealth by collecting tolls from passing merchants and common folk. Sir Walder Frey, an aged, avaricious, and myopic lord, currently presides over Lwanna City. This decrepit figure, perpetually enmeshed in the company of young maidens, has inherited none of the noble chivalry characteristic of Westeros. His gaze is devoid of honor and resolve, perpetually wandering in search of sweet riches and personal gain. When Prince Rhaegar Targaryen's dragon descended upon Lwanna City, the northern forces, compelled by the tide of war, approached the gates. In a display of disloyalty, Walder Frey did not even bother to inform his liege, the Tully family, and instead willingly opened the city gates to admit the Targaryens. Rhaegar harbored a disdain for such individuals. Those like Walder Frey, epitomes of exquisite selfishness, elicited no courtesy or smile from him, even as they allowed the Targaryen army to pass unimpeded through the Green Fork. Yet, the Frey family possessed an innate spirit of self-deprecation. Even upon sensing Rhaegar's contempt, Walder Frey continued to adorn himself with sycophantic smiles. For family honor was never a concern for him when weighed against status and wealth. Lwanna City fell without a fight, and the most significant fortress in the Riverlands was easily breached by the Targaryens, instigating widespread panic across the Riverlands. The Strongs of Harrenhal, the Brackens of Stonehenge, the Blackwoods of Raventree Hall, and the Lords of the Riverlands, the Tullis of Riverrun, were suddenly thrown into a frenzy, akin to ants on a hot pan. The old Blackfish, Brynden Tully, had barely escaped the siege of Loras before returning home, only to be confronted once more by the Targaryen incursion. The Riverlands guarded the northern gate to the crown, and should the Targaryen forces breach their defenses, the political heart of the Seven Kingdoms would be laid bare beneath the enemy's sword. Blackfish Brynden Tully was a traditional knight who had sworn fealty to House Tully. His family, owing to the favor of Aegon Tully, had risen to prominence as one of the most significant houses on the continent of Westeros. He was prepared to face the dragons for the sake of his king, even if it meant perishing beneath the flames of the Targaryens. Regrettably, his nephew Edmure Tully did not share this valorous perspective. An inept commander could doom an entire army, a weak and cowardly heir, in a land rife with bloodshed and intrigue, was likely to lead his family into a dark and fatal abyss. 3 centuries of conquest. In September, the Targaryen army advanced south from the north, effortlessly seizing the Riverlands. Prince Edmure Tully of the Riverlands surrendered the city, expressing his willingness to follow the honor of the old Blackfish, while the nearly obliterated House Blackwood faced ruin. Brynden Tully, who once commanded the realms, did not meet his demise on the battlefield in loyal service to the Crown of Dorne, but rather fell victim to the blade of his own beloved nephew. As the Targaryen forces descended southward, they encamped by the shores of the God's Eye, where the colossal dragons roared in the sky, demonstrating the might of the Targaryens and their resolve to reclaim their throne. On the 10th of September, the Prince of the West, Tywin Lannister, declared his allegiance to the Targaryens, rallying to seek retribution against the usurpers for the true king of the Seven Kingdoms. Tens of thousands of troops from the west, led by the heir Jaime Lannister, departed from Casterly Rock, marching along the Gold Road towards King's Landing. Subsequently, the Baratheon Brothers of Storms and also rose in arms, with their forces, under the command of Robert and Stannis Baratheon, dividing their approach by land and sea, capturing the defenseless Storm's End and ruthlessly slaughtering its inhabitants for 2 days, staining Dragonstone's shores with the blood of soldiers and civilians alike. Yet within the Red Keep of King's Landing, there was a conspicuous lack of response. Whether it was the death of the loyal old Blackfish or the burning of Storm's End, the Red Keep remained ominously silent, as if it had not received any news. Aegon's cold indifference emboldened the rebels. On September 21st, the Tyrell family of the Reach declared their support, with the Queen of Thorns rejecting House Martell's claim over Westeros. The pragmatic Tyrells aligned themselves with the seemingly powerful Targaryens, as Margaery Tyrell of Highgarden was betrothed to Rhaegar Targaryen, thus binding the blood of House Tyrell to the Targaryen chariot. For hundreds of years, the entirety of the Seven Kingdoms had prostrated beneath Rhaegar's dragons, despite the wealth and power Rhaegar had bestowed upon them, elevating them to princely status. It was still insufficient to satiate their insatiable desires. The atmosphere in King's Landing had reached a breaking point, as Rhaegar's throne appeared to be a solitary vessel adrift on a tempestuous sea, at risk of capsizing amidst the tumult of the Seven Kingdoms. Eddard Stark, temporarily residing in the Red Keep, sought an audience with Rhaegar daily, imploring the king to allow him to return to the north, where he believed he could persuade the gathering northern soldiers under the Targaryen banner. Yet, without exception, Rhaegar denied his requests. Eddard was far too naive. Loyalty and oaths were never given unconditionally. Had the northern lords marched to war, Eddard might have swayed them, but bereft of their noble leaders. The northern forces now rallying around the Targaryens were merely common farmers swept along by the tide of fate. descending from the frigid Winterfell in hopes of gaining wealth and status. At this juncture, not even Eddard, stripped of power, could sway them. Nor could their own parents hope to dissuade those ravenous wolves. Since the fall of Lewin Hutching, no favorable news has reached the Red Keep. The 7 princes have sequentially rebelled, supporting the Targaryens, and King's Landing has subtly transformed into a besieged fortress, encircled by adversaries from all directions. On the 25th of September, marking 300 years of conquest, Dorne took up arms to defend the realm. The army divided into 2 routes northward, the western front led by Lord Lando Tarly, advancing directly towards Highgarden to confront the rebel forces, while the eastern front was commanded by Ser Oberyn Martell, who personally led the charge through Dorne's borders into the Stormlands. History seemed to echo the blood-drenched frenzy of a century past, as the warriors of Dorne once again chose to stand alongside Rhaegar, declaring war against the 6 kingdoms. Chapter 189. The Eastern Campaign, poised for action at this moment. Rhaegar felt a profound sense of isolation, as if he were surrounded by a chorus of adversaries. The Targaryen forces were stationed at the God's Eye, while the Lannister army had reached Casterly Rock, resonating with the Targaryens in the northwest. The Riverlands coalition was simultaneously blocking Lord Lando Tarly outside Highgarden with heavy forces, while sending troops to Tumbleton, casting a watchful eye over King's Landing. After receiving significant support from the Targaryens, Robert Baratheon commanded his brother, Stannis Baratheon, to garrison at Storm's End, effectively sealing off Rhaegar's escape route across Blackwater Bay, while he himself camped on the fringes of the Kingswood. Rhaegar had never witnessed the lords of the 7 kingdoms unite with such fervor as they did today. Nearly 200,000 soldiers encircled King's Landing. In the distance, the Targaryen dragons roared provocatively from the skies, while within the city, fear gripped the hearts of the populace, with rebellion and crime escalating. As the enemy drew closer, even the steadfast Varys began to feel a sense of urgency. Aside from Prince Dorne, who chose to rise in defense of the realm, the remaining 6 kingdoms had joined the ranks of the rebels, and the forces gathered around King's Landing had reached a formidable scale. Varys hesitated, clearly eager to discern if his sovereign had devised a strategy to repel the invaders. Rhaegar set down his goblet, savoring the moment. It seemed the loathsome insects had finally surfaced, and their puppet masters were likely growing impatient. Varys, what movements have my descendants made, Your Majesty? Since fleeing King's Landing and joining the Targaryen coalition, Laenor Domna has become increasingly inconspicuous. However, several princes from Valyria have dispatched envoys to both islands, seeking to sway the generals guarding Valyria. Furthermore, they have covertly contacted the Dothraki, though their emissaries were met with death at the hands of Khal Drogo. A group of insufferable ants, are they not? With all the key players assembled, this performance may commence. Varys, immediately eliminate all local spies and traitorous elements within King's Landing. I desire my people alone to remain once the war begins. Send word. The Valyrian forces are landing at Lannisport and Dorne. I intend to shatter the Western Realm and the Riverlands in one fell swoop, ensuring these capricious foes pay a substantial price. Command the Dornish army to bypass King's Landing after securing the Riverlands and directly assault Baelish. Furthermore, the defense of King's Landing shall be entrusted entirely to Prince Eddard Stark, for I must convene with the dragons of House Targaryen. Your orders are acknowledged. Varys, filled with excitement and having endured a month of frustration, finally awaited the king's reprisal. At this moment, both the Lannister and Riverlands forces were primarily amassed around King's Landing. Should the elite forces of Valyria launch an attack on their stronghold, it is likely that both armies would disintegrate at once. According to the intelligence of the Westerlanders, Valyria's troops remained stationed along Meereen and the Whispering Coast, guarding against the Dothraki from the north, and no one anticipated their sudden emergence from their own stronghold. By the shores of the Lake of the Gods, had it not been for Rhaegar's presence, this place would bear witness to the blood and tears of the Targaryens and the lamentations of dragons. Harrenhal lies upon the northern banks of the Lake of the Gods. During the era of the Dance of Dragons, this was the domain of House Strong, yet the Strongs, under the leadership of Leonor Strong and Larry Strong, betrayed their king. Now, as the dragons of House Targaryen return, the Strongs have once again made the right choice. The Isle of Faces, a modest island at the center of the Lake of the Gods, though small, is ample enough for a dragon to land. Towering fishwood trees stand resolutely upon the island, their pale trunks exuding an eerie aura, while 3 dragons languidly recline around the fishwood, with voices of conversation emanating from the expansive hollows within. I see him. A child's clear voice rings out. Several husky female voices follow, chattering excitedly. He is truly handsome. Indeed, just as we remember. "Silence, you wretched fools. Do not awaken him." A stern, elderly voice admonishes softly, and instantly, the others fall silent. "Quick, try it. Try it." The clear voice resurfaces. "He is waking. There is no time left. Hurry." With a thud, a heavy object crashes to the ground, accompanied by gasps of surprise and the sighs of the aged. A silver-haired maiden emerges from the hollow, her expression clouded with sorrow, her melancholic gaze resting upon the slumbering dragons, revealing a mix of trepidation and hesitation. Daenerys, a strangely shaped, diminutive woman, approaches the girl, her eyes following the maiden's gaze toward the dragons. "Bran is too young. His mental fortitude cannot sustain our control over him. Our strength is waning, and he exhibits a potent reaction to bloodfire magic, making it impossible for even the Green Seer to remain near him for long. Are we to merely watch as another dance of dragons erupts? Since my arrival in Westeros, I have witnessed the deaths of kin and dragons countless times in my dreams. Our dragons are no match for the four-legged beasts. After extensive discussions with the Green Seers, we concluded that since we cannot control his present form, we shall harness Bran's power to traverse back to a time when his abilities were far less formidable. We must eliminate him before he can fully manifest his potential. Caitlin, our time is limited. Fear not, Daenerys, the Green Seer will undoubtedly succeed." With a heavy heart, Daenerys mounted her dragon and departed from the Isle of Faces, while a female entity named Caitlin gazed contemplatively at the receding dragon, a subtle smile playing at the corners of her lips. Caitlin, altering his memories proves to be a formidable challenge. During my attempts, I sensed a pure essence of fire magic, indicating that someone is safeguarding him. The vanquished deities have left him with the truths of history, and no matter how we attempt to intervene, he is likely to uncover our intentions. Huon, perhaps we need not change him. If everyone believes us to be virtuous, and he alone perceives us as malevolent, the Seven will not let him escape unscathed, will they? On the 3rd day of October in the year of Conquest 300, tensions escalated between the besieging coalition and the defenders of King S Landing. Domina's dragon soared excitedly into the sky, instilling fear in the audacious mortals below. The Valyrian army appeared, unopposed, at their stronghold in the west and the Riverlands. 6 dragons roared triumphantly overhead, their resounding roars causing the very skies of the 7 kingdoms to tremble. Chapter 190, The Eastern Campaign, Binding Lions and Withering Flowers. On the 9th day of October in the year of Conquest 300, the Valyrian forces breached the defenses of Casterly Rock, annihilating the Lannister troops stationed there. The speed of the assault was so rapid that the aging lion, Tywin Lannister, could not escape in time. Valyrian soldiers apprehended the ambitious man in the castle's privy. Meanwhile, Jaime Lannister's forces, having split to return to their stronghold, were nearing Deepwood Motte when they received word of their father's capture by the enemy. As the Lannister army staggered to the outskirts of Casterly Rock, they beheld the severed heads of Westerman nobles impaled on pikes and the muddy ground littered with the banners of House Lannister. The army's collapse was thus rendered inevitable. Despite Jaime being the direct heir to Casterly Rock, his stature within the West was nowhere near that of the venerable Tywin Lannister. Moreover, the forces led by Jaime were not merely the personal retinue of House Lannister. They comprised troops summoned from various noble houses of the West, whose military composition starkly contrasted that of the North. In the North, harsh winters and scarcity of resources resulted in minimal agricultural yields, compelling the populace to dedicate significant manpower to farming and production. Consequently, the Northern Army was primarily composed of peasant soldiers, and as the last bastion of the old god's faith in Westeros, the North did not embrace the chivalric ideals. Enlistment was merely a means to conserve household rations or to seek better living conditions through warfare. In stark contrast, the West operated under an entirely different paradigm. The Lannister family stands as the wealthiest lineage in all of Westeros, unrivaled in its affluence. Along the protracted coastline, rich deposits of gold and silver mines have bestowed immense fortune upon the Westerlands. The armies of the Lannisters, alongside those of other noble houses in the region, predominantly consist of non-producing professional soldiers. They remain steadfastly loyal to their liege lords, upholding the honor befitting knights. This composition of military forces naturally affords them far superior mobilization capabilities compared to the North. However, when juxtaposed with the resilience of the Northern armies, their fortitude is considerably diminished. The soldiers of the North fight for their own survival. After all, returning to the North means facing the harsh realities of freezing and starvation. Thus, many from the North are willing to face death on the battlefield rather than succumb to a slow demise, which explains their rare instances of retreat. Conversely, once a lord from the Westerlands is slain or captured, the fighting spirit of their troops swiftly collapses. It is within this dire predicament that Jaime Lannister finds himself. When the formidable Braavosi, Bran II, pressed the Old Lion against the ramparts of Casterly Rock, revealing the disheveled state of their liege to the besieging Westerland forces, the morale of the troops plummeted drastically. On the 13th day of October in the year of conquest, as Jaime Lannister commanded his soldiers to assault the castle at all costs, 5,000 Valyrian armored cavalry erupted from the mountains behind them, charging into the ranks of the Westerland army with devastating force. The self-important Westerland forces were swiftly penetrated, and Bran II seized the opportunity to launch an assault, coordinating with the cavalry to decimate the enemy. The already demoralized Westerland troops suffered grievously under the iron hooves of Valyria, leading to the capture of their commander, Jaime Lannister, who, along with his father, was confined in a meticulously crafted prison cart. As the Lannisters faced their demise at Casterly Rock, the Valyrian forces, having landed at the Shield Islands, swiftly joined forces with the Dornish warriors led by Lord Landau Tarly, quickly breaching Highgarden. The Prince of the Reach, Lord Mace Tyrell, met his end, struck down by an errant arrow upon the castle walls, while the Queen of Thorns, Olenna Redwine, fled in disarray with her grandchildren from the ancestral seat of House Tyrell, retreating to Old Town under the protection of House Hightower. Under the leadership of Lord Landau, the army advanced with relentless vigor, while the Valyrian cavalry instilled terror in the hearts of all. Following the battles of Casterly Rock and Highgarden, no one dared to confront the Valyrian horsemen in open field, leaving the nobles of the Reach to cower within their fortresses, desperately beseeching the Targaryens at Dragonstone for aid. In truth, for Aerys Targaryen and Rhaegar Targaryen, the fates of the Lannisters and Tyrells were but inconsequential interludes. They understood that the outcome of this war would not hinge upon the might of the Lannister armies or the machinations of Highgarden, but rather upon the fearsome dragons roaring in the skies above. Upon receiving the news of the Valyrian army's landings at two locations, Aerys and Rhaegar dispatched dragons multiple times to King's Landing in a bid to provoke the greedy or soul, attempting to lure them to the Goddess Eye Lake, where they had long since prepared graves for Domhnall's dragons. However, their efforts proved futile. No matter how they instigated provocations, even attacking the refugees gathered outside King's Landing, Rhaegar refrained from pursuing them beyond sending dragons to drive them away. Showing no inclination for a more distant pursuit, Rhaegar awaited the final lord's decision, the Arryn family of the Vale, who wielded the most formidable cavalry in all of Westeros but had yet to make their choice. Prince Jon Arryn's allegiance would ultimately dictate Rhaegar's military strategies. Until the Arryn family made their stance clear, Rhaegar could not launch a full-scale assault on the other pests. He aimed to encircle and eliminate this group in the southern lands, ensuring that not a single traitor escaped. The southern territories were besieged by the Dornish army and Valyrian cavalry, while the Westerlands had succumbed to Valyrian control. King's Landing guarded the eastern sea routes, and the only flaw in Rhaegar's envisioned encirclement lay in the Vale. On the 15th of October, a striking figure clad in a red robe appeared outside King's Landing, bearing news that Rhaegar least wished to hear. The Red Priestess Melisandre had not graced him with her presence in over a century. Each encounter with her seemed to thrust Rhaegar into a dilemma he wished to evade. The last time he had seen her in Stygai, he had spent 16 years seeking the truth of the world, which had led to a fierce conflict with the Targaryen family. Now, a century later, upon her return, Rhaegar was informed of the half-breed's impending threat. The murky waters of the Ashen River reeked of decay, the common folk of Ashera were perishing in droves, and an unprecedented thick black mist surged from the Shadow Mountains, completely shrouding Stygai. There, he sensed a potent aura of dark magic. The half-breeds were poised to invade once more, disrupting Rhaegar's plans in Westeros. He could no longer afford to wait for Jon Arryn's decision. In truth, when he chose silence amid a crisis facing his king, the Vale had already made its choice. Chapter 191. The Eastern Campaign. Sol's progeny send word to Volantis, Lys, Myr, Tyrosh, and Pentos to each dispatch half of their soldiers to form a fleet, swiftly heading north along the narrow sea. They must reach Bite Bay with utmost haste and seize the Five Fingers Peninsula, securing the vital neck of the river. Furthermore, order the spies of Winterfell to urgently rescue Robb Stark and the northern nobility. Eddard Stark shall write a letter to return, instructing them to immediately regroup at their respective fiefs and muster all forces to ascend to the wall, aiding the Night's Watch against the White Walkers. As commanded, Jon Arryn was deeply conflicted, tormented by his choice. He was a traditional knight, with the honor of knighthood holding paramount significance in his heart. Yet, as his king faced siege from traitors, he, as a knight of the realm, chose to remain passive. Once, the Arryn family was the most powerful and esteemed lineage in Westeros, second only to the Targaryens and Valyrians. Several queens bore the Arryn surname, and the blood of the Arryns coursed through the Iron Throne. In truth, the Arryn family ought to be staunch allies of the Targaryens, for the latter are their true sovereigns. Yet, Rhaegar had never wronged them. Without him, Jon Arryn's bloodline would not have ascended to the lordship of the Vale nor become a prince of the Empire, though the disparity in strength was staggering. The number of dragons stood at 10 against 37. Even if Jon possessed an intricate understanding of the once mighty dance of the dragons, he knew that Rhaegar had slain numerous Targaryen dragons with just two, the Hunger and the Silverwing. At that time, apart from a few mature dragons, most of the Targaryen dragons were mere fledglings. Now, among Targaryen's draconic ranks, even the dragons owned by the traitor Domhnall were fully grown creatures hatched by Rhaegar himself in Valyria. Although there remained a handful of young dragons, the number of adult dragons approached a terrifying 30. Were it not for the Targaryen family's close ties with free cities such as Coer and Braavos, they could scarcely sustain such a multitude of dragons. Loyalty or family. Jon Arryn found himself in profound turmoil. Yet, Rhaegar had entirely exhausted the time for him to make a choice. On the 28th of October, 300 years after the conquest, a shocking piece of news swept across the Seven Kingdoms, drastically altering the ebb and flow of the battlefield. A fleet of hundreds of Valyrian warships launched a surprise attack on Bite Bay, swiftly capturing the unprepared Fingers Peninsula and Neck, cutting off the North's retreat. Even more infuriating for Rhaegar was the news from the soldiers stationed in Winterfell. A multitude of spies from King's Landing had suddenly infiltrated the city, and Robb Stark along with a host of northern nobles had been rescued. At this moment, the North was completely beyond their control. With the orders from Eddard Stark and the northern nobility on the horizon, it seemed that apart from their own ranks and mercenaries hired from Braavos and other free cities, the Targaryen forces would soon be devoid of all loyal men. Moreover, with their retreat cut off, Rhaegar suddenly recalled his sister Daenerys' words. As she envisioned the blood of dragons staining the broad surface of the God's Eye Lake, the Targaryen lineage dissipating within its waters, while the roars of the four-legged dragons echoed thunderously across the skies. For the first time since the war began, Rhaegar felt a surge of panic, an unsettling sensation that persisted even as he soared through the skies atop a dragon. On the 4th of November, the first battle of dragons erupted. Rhaegar Targaryen stared blankly at the sky, witnessing the dragons turn against him, hardly able to believe his eyes. Time and again, they had provoked the dragons of Domhnall, attempting to lure them out of the city for battle, yet they had consistently failed. At long last, Rhaego ventured out of the city, accompanied solely by the dragon's soul, a situation that appeared to be a fortuitous opportunity for both the increasingly deranged Illyrian Targaryens and Rhaegar himself. If they could eliminate Rhaego in this battle, there would be no further need for conflict. Victory for the Targaryens could be declared forthwith. Despite Daenerys' repeated admonitions, Rhaegar obstinately dispatched all the dragons that had defected from Domhnall, nearly emptying their ranks to encircle Sol and Rhaego. Rhaegar's intentions were noble, yet he evidently failed to comprehend the bond between Sol and the dragons. In a certain sense, Sol was the matriarch of all Valyrian-born drakes. They had hatched in her presence, absorbing the magical essence she exuded even before their birth. After emerging into the world, Sol had always been there to frolic with them, imparting her wisdom and skills. The reason these Valyrian dragons followed the defectors was simply that their primitive minds could not grasp the concept of allegiance. They believed the knights had merely led them to a new locale to continue their existence. They heard Sol's affectionate voice and eagerly roared, their dragon riders gently guiding them into the skies. Dracarys. The dragons drew nearer, and Rhaegar and his companions had completely seized the prime aerial positions. Rhaego, caught off guard, appeared within their line of sight, allowing Rhaegar to discern even the intricate designs upon his armor. Excitement, exhilaration, resentment, and elation flooded Rhaegar's heart, rendering his battle command almost a strangled shout. As he issued his orders, the other dragon riders from Domhnall also commanded their charges to attack. They yearned to witness the once mighty Domhnall Dragon King perish beneath the flames of their dragons. However, the anticipated torrent of fire did not materialize. For the first time, the dragons questioned and resisted the commands of their riders. What is this? You want me to attack my mother? Have you lost your mind? Those watching from the ground, including Rhaegar, were utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. To their eyes, Rhaegar's dragons had clearly attained a position of overwhelming advantage, yet they refrained from assaulting Rhaego. With several dragons even approaching Sol affectionately, the expected battle of blood and fire transformed into a joyful reunion of parent and offspring. Rhaegar and the accompanying Targaryens, along with a multitude of fence-sitters, stood transfixed as the dragons circled around Seoul, frolicking in the air. Then, they leisurely followed the four-legged red dragon back to King's Landing. Not a single dragon flame, nor even a rough roar to be heard throughout the encounter. On the backs of their dragons, Rhaegar and his comrades grasped the true essence of despair. Their dragons had betrayed them before their very eyes. Rhaegar's frantic roar and reprimands nearly sent him tumbling from his beloved dragon's back. The silhouette of King's Landing grew increasingly distinct as Rhaegar painfully shut his eyes. His hands rested upon the safety latch of the dragon's saddle, his muscles trembling from exertion, yet he lacked the courage to release it. Chapter 192, The Eastern Campaign, a two-tiered reversal. For the first time during the protracted war, Rhaegar Targaryen appeared, utterly astonishing everyone. A two-tiered reversal. 16 majestic dragons set forth into battle, yet refrained from unleashing a single breath of fire, choosing instead to submit to the true Dragon King. Rhaegar, along with his bloodline, including Lannisters and others, were returned to King's Landing in despair by the dragons. The Targaryens, who had once boldly sworn to face death, now lacked the gall to sever their ties, even in the face of their dragon's betrayal. Rhaegar often lamented the profound impact of power on individuals, transforming a once mighty dragon rider into a coward fearful of death. Most infuriating was the fact that this treachery stemmed from his own bloodline, and worse still, that they had defected to the enemy's ranks. This was the most ironic and humiliating affront Rhaegar had encountered in his centuries in this realm. Over time, he realized that his feelings for his descendants bore little distinction from those he encountered as mere strangers. The betrayal of Rhaegar and his kin mirrored that of Tywin Lannister and his ilk, and their fates would be no different. When the 16 freshly severed heads were displayed on pikes along the road outside King's Landing, nearly all the traitors felt a chilling sensation at the back of their necks. The northern soldiers within the Targaryen army began to flee, having received news from various nobles and Eddard Stark of Winterfell, no longer inclined to assist in tyranny. Within 3 days, a multitude of soldiers dispersed, most retreating northward, crossing the Trident River along the King's Road. They were intercepted by the Valyrian forces at Greywater Watch and chose to join them in blocking the Targaryen retreat. The Westerlands had completely fallen, with major strongholds such as Feastfire, Fairyland, and Craghold succumbing to the might of the Valyrian army. Countless earls and barons became captives of the army, joining the ranks of their captor, Tywin Lannister, escorted by Brienne II towards King's Landing. The Riverlands also suffered significant losses under the coalition's offensive. Brynden Tully, one of Westeros's esteemed generals, exhibited superior strategic prowess compared to other locals, especially with the Valyrian cavalry as his formidable weapon. To expedite their advance, Rhaegar dispatched the Devourer to aid in the battle. In merely 10 days, the coalition swept through the Riverlands like a tidal wave, with major towns such as Goldtree, Old Elephant, and Greenvale falling one after another. The fleeing Tyrells found themselves besieged at Tungshire Town, known as the Thorned Queen. Olenna Redwine dedicated her life to the intricate game of power, harboring little fear of authority. She even groomed her most cherished granddaughter into a masterful manipulator of political machinations, much like herself. Yet, the old woman failed to grasp a crucial truth. Without absolute power, the art of intrigue and conspiracy merely serves to fill one's own grave with dirt, ultimately burying all secrets in avarice. On November 6th, the Thorned Queen dispatched envoys to King's Landing seeking peace. As the messenger, her grandson, the renowned Knight of Flowers, Loras Tyrell, did not even meet King Rhaegar before being ordered to be executed in the Shoemaker's Square. The head of the young knight was delivered to the old woman's bedside by a terrified attendant. On November 7th, the once mighty Thorned Queen succumbed to illness in the town of Tumbleton, consumed by regret and fear. The remaining forces and nobles of the Reach understood the king's resolve. Plunging into despair, Tumbleton erupted into chaos, with rampant violence and looting, as traitors indulged in their final revelry. In stark contrast to the tumultuous Reach and Westerlands, the Vale and Stormlands remained relatively tranquil. After the Valyrian fleet landed on the Fingers and occupied the Neck, the indecisive Jon Arryn realized he had lost his last chance to pledge loyalty to the throne. As Valyrian soldiers further encroached upon the entirety of the Fingers, Jon Arryn, having no other choice, chose to surrender. The nobles of the Vale quietly relinquished their arms and authority, avoiding any conflict with the king's army. However, once the army firmly established control over the Vale, Rhaegar ordered the transportation of all members of House Arryn and the nobles of the Vale by sea to King's Landing. Observing was tantamount to betrayal, and traitors naturally met their demise. The Vale fell without bloodshed, while the Stormlands faced relentless defeats under the onslaught of Oberyn Martell's Dornish forces. Since the war's inception, cities such as Rainhouse, Stonehelm, Crow's Nest, and Eagle's Nest fell one after another, with combined casualties barely reaching 100, most injuries occurring during mountain marches. The Baratheons' usurpation of the Stormlands' lordship was met with disapproval from the other nobles, as the Baratheons had gained the support of the Targaryen mercenaries, leaving the nobles unable to openly resist. As the Dornish army marched north under royal command, these nobles felt a poignant sense of despair, gazing southward at the royal forces. The fortified cities along the route joyfully opened their gates to the Dornish army. Initially, the Red Viper harbored suspicions of a Stormlands trap, but as more cities defected, an increasing number of Dornish troops flooded into the Stormlands, leading Oberyn to finally accept this reality. The nobles of the Stormlands, due to their choices, secured a chance for survival for themselves and their families. As Robert Baratheon fidgeted uneasily in the Kingsguard and Stannis Baratheon stood ready at Dragonstone, the news of their younger brother Renly's assassination and the fall of Storm's End caught them completely off guard. Under the treachery of internal and external forces, Wind's Rest could not withstand even half a day's siege. The loyalist Lannister, left to guard the stronghold, was bound hand and foot by his subordinates and presented to Sir Oberyn Martell. After consulting with Rhaegar, the Red Viper publicly executed the traitor and then marched north, coordinating with the naval fleet to launch an assault on Stannis Baratheon, who had taken refuge in Dragonstone. Originally, Stannis had stationed himself at Dragonstone to block Rhaegar's retreat, but this choice ultimately led him to a well-chosen grave. The combined land and naval forces overwhelmed Stannis' mere 2,000 men, rendering them no match against the onslaught. In a frantic rush to support Dragonstone, Robert was ambushed by the noble coalition of Storm's End along the banks of the River Eddard and was captured alive. A day later, Dragonstone fell. Stannis Baratheon took his own life in a final act of defiance, becoming the only courageous traitor in this rebellion. Chapter 193, Eastern Campaign. The children of the forest from the dire straits faced, in early September, to the overwhelming advantage held today, in just 2 months. The rebellious realms of the Westerlands, the Riverlands, and Storm's End had completely lost their will to resist. While the lords of the Riverlands indulged in one final revelry at Tumbleton, many nobles of the Westerlands mingled among the armies gathered outside Storm's End, leaving House Targaryen devoid of any allies. Illyrio Targaryen grew increasingly agitated. The relentless tide of bad news revived the madness of this historically infamous king. Several handmaidens met their fates at the hands of his sword, and the atmosphere of unrest spread rapidly along the shores of the God's Eye. Rhaegar could not bear to watch Domhnall's forces systematically eliminate the southern lords. Even if Domhnall's 16 dragons turned against him, Rhaegar, having disposed of their riders, still believed he held the upper hand. He dispatched several dragons to assist in the battles in Storm's End and the Westerlands. Yet, in merely half a month's time, the Targaryens lost 5 dragons, none of which left behind even a complete carcass. Each battlefield where dragons fought was left only with ashes, and an overwhelming sense of dread spread among the Targaryens. In the following days, no one was willing to mount dragons to aid the lords in battle. On the Isle of Faces, the pale weirwood grew ever more enigmatic. The sorrowful Daenerys returned once again, having lost 5 family members. Though they were all bastards born from the Targaryen bloodline, they nonetheless bore the lineage of House Targaryen. Recently, her dreams had become more frequent, filled with blood, wails, falling dragons, and surging flames, all foretelling death and ominous tidings. Such visions left Daenerys deeply unsettled. Despite possessing the 3 mightiest dragons of the Targaryen line, Drogon, Viserion, and Rhaegal, whose sizes and combat prowess eclipsed their ancestors in just over 30 years, her unease only grew heavier as the war continued to spiral into ruin. Sitna, I yearn for some uplifting news. Daenerys' voice was soft, barely concealing a slight tremor as her gaze fell upon the elder, who seemed to merge with the roots of the fishleaf tree and the youth lying beside him. With a tone imbued with supplication, she spoke. Sitna, standing beside her, chuckled softly and grasped her trembling hands. We have made initial progress. Grant us a bit more time, Daenerys. He is an exceptionally formidable warrior, and controlling him will not be as effortless as it is with Bran. Can the Targaryens afford to wait for your success? Daenerys' words were laced with anxiety and impatience, for her brothers disregarded her prophecies and warnings, intent on clashing with Rhaegal. She had already sensed the ominous scent of death looming in her dreams, which darkened her spirit considerably. We are striving, Daenerys. As you know, we are comrades on the same vessel. Since we orchestrated the demise of 2 Starks and manipulated the defection of the Dorne, We have forged an irreconcilable enmity with Rigo. Please, trust us. Once again, Daenerys departed in disappointment. No sooner had she left than a child of the forest eagerly turned to Sidna, whispering, Sidna, the Targaryens are evidently weaker than the Dorne. Why do we not assist Rigo? Sidna sighed with a smile of resignation, explaining, Ileana, Rigo is chosen by the gods. He is inherently our adversary. We must endeavor to keep our distance. But we have thoroughly altered generations of memories. Even during the fall of the gods, we were unaware of our future transformations. Will Rigo uncover our true identities? Never underestimate the methods of the divine, Ileana. Just as Sauron, their power far surpasses our imagination. Sidna grimaced, casting her gaze towards Bran, who was slowly awakening, the three-eyed raven. Green Prophet, I trust you have perceived the familiar essence from the distant east? Indeed, Sidna, I have sensed Sauron's presence. A dense aura of dark magic. Your kind is destined to return. Silence. Silence. We are not of that wretched breed of half-beasts. Ileana suddenly shrieked, loudly interrupting the three-eyed raven's words, her gaze filled with terror as she turned to Sidna. Sidna, we have barely escaped the Dark Lord's grasp, enduring countless hardships to transform our grotesque visages. I refuse to return to those sunless days. I long to live, Sidna. Then we must ensure the Targaryens triumph in this war. We have sought out so many dragon eggs for them, aiding in their hatching, so they may resist the invasion of the half-beasts. We all know that Sauron will return. For this war, we constructed the Wall of Despair and created wights akin to the half-beasts. Ileana, we have weathered so many adversities. This peril shall surely be overcome. Elena's eyes reddened at Sethina's words, and she sank despondently to the ground, her tear-filled gaze fixated on the aged three-eyed crow. Yet, even the Green Prophet, despite having subdued the once mighty demon Targaryen, could not bring himself to slay him in his most vulnerable state. Can we truly succeed? I do not wish to perish. Witnessing Elena's tears cascade down her cheeks, Sethina's tone softened considerably. She gently embraced her sister's shoulders, offering solace. Elena, regardless of whether we can vanquish Rigo, we shall not meet our demise. We are the children of the forest, the seers who aided our ancestors in resisting the others, the devotees of the seven gods. We are no longer elves or wretched half-beasts. Apart from this tree, none in this world know our true identities. Whichever side prevails, we shall be the unsung heroes of this realm, tasked with repelling the eastern half-beasts, provided, of course, that Rigo remains oblivious to the truth. Yet, this last sentiment remained unspoken by Sethina. In King's Landing, within the Red Keep, Rigo suddenly sneezed heartily, bewildered as he rubbed his nose, before directing his gaze once more towards the peculiar statue upon the table. This artifact had been unearthed in the Great September of King's Landing, where an old fellow, who claimed to be a master of sparrows, had exploited it to amass followers, only to be captured by Eddard Stark. The statue resembled a weirwood, yet unlike the pale counterparts that spread across Westeros, this one exuded a warm hue, devoid of the bizarre visages that adorned other weirwoods. Instead, it radiated a sacred aura, and Rigo felt that this particular weirwood truly deserved the title of Heart Tree, unlike its eerie brethren. Moreover, he sensed that it seemed to have something to convey to him. Chapter 194, Eastern Campaign. The Battle of Gods. Lake Tywin Lannister found himself engulfed in regret. This aging lion, who had always prided himself on his strategic prowess, now languishing within a cage, his heart heavy with remorse. His eldest son, Jaime Lannister, who had been his pride, had attempted to seize an opportunity to escape during the Valyrian army's encampment, only to be ordered by their commander to have his right hand severed. At that moment, Jaime's severed hand lay before Tywin, blood dripping onto the ground, congealing into a dark crimson stain that pierced Tywin's heart with anguish. The glory of House Lannister, perhaps, would meet its demise at my hands, Tywin thought despairingly, his gaze pained as it fell upon a nearby prison cart, where Jaime curled up like a defeated hound, a mere shadow of the once gallant Kingsguard. Now, he resembled a beggar from Flea Bottom, disheveled and filthy, his body twitching from the agony of his severed arm, akin to a fish nearing its end. They were currently situated in Stonehill, a place that had previously harbored a military force, the last remnant of the Lannisters and the remaining noble houses of the Westerlands. The loyal knights had been ruthlessly slaughtered by the Valyrians, leaving behind a desolate scene. On the previous day, the Second Bronn led his vast army to this location, denying his soldiers even a moment's respite before launching an immediate assault on the city. They brazenly hung the captured nobles from the west, including Tywin and Jaime, on the siege engines, targeting the great gates of Stone Holy City with relentless force. Tywin observed with a heavy heart as his once despised son, the dwarf, wept openly atop the walls, yet he refrained from issuing the command for his men to shoot. He understood the immense psychological impact of the Second Bronze actions. After decades of steadfast rule in the West, he had transformed himself into its very totem. Yet now, with the totem in distress, the warriors who once pledged their loyalty to him were shackled by deeply ingrained beliefs, too fearful to take any action that might harm him. As Stone Holy City fell, not a single soldier of the Valyrian army was lost. Tyrion Lannister retreated in disgrace, joining forces with the Targaryens at Lake of the Gods, leaving the once impregnable fortress to Bronn. Tywin recognized that as long as he remained, no soldier from the west would dare to launch an arrow towards the Valyrian ranks. He was acutely aware of the peril this posed for them, yet he ultimately could not summon the resolve to order his men to attack him. He still wished to live, but would Rhaego allow them to survive? Clearly, the answer was no. On the 11th day of November in the year 300, Sir Oberyn Martell of Dorne and Count Lando Tarly converged their forces at Tangerstone, formally commencing an assault on the beleaguered city that had languished for over half a month. The once emboldened nobles of the Riverlands, now ensnared in their final revelries, exhibited neither the desire nor the capability to resist. The army easily breached the city's defenses, capturing the direct heirs of House Velaryon and House Tully. Chaos reigned within the city. Aware that the end was nigh, the basest aspects of humanity were magnified without restraint. Even the once noble heirs of House Tully joined the ranks of those violating the common folk. Velaryon believed he had indulged sufficiently, waiting for the invaders to breach the walls so he could take his own life. Yet he, like the other nobles, overestimated his courage. It was not until Lando Tarly's sword pierced his calf that Velaryon's Valyrian steel blade remained utterly motionless against his throat. The Dornish army continued northward, establishing camp in the southern region of Lake of the Gods. Meanwhile, Rhaego, mounted on the red dragon Sol, alongside Glutton, Silverwing, Vagor, and the now mighty 6 young dragons, followed in unison behind Sol. The dragons that had defected from their ranks could only watch longingly as they soared into the sky, too intimidated to defy Rhaego's commands. Given the effectiveness of their previous stratagem, it was only natural that the subsequent phase would involve the anticipated closing of the gates to trap the enemy. The southern forces of Dorne, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, sealed off the area. To the west, the Valyrian army was stationed at Stone Holy City, Rosewater, and Acorn Hall. To the east, fleets descending from the Vale occupied Salt Shore, Maiden Spring, Hornburg, Bone Hill, and Rosby, while the northern front was secured by the defecting forces of the north. As the conflict progressed, Rhaego had ordered them to advance southward, capturing Harroway, Riverflow, and the banks of the Red Fork. It is, of course, utterly unrealistic for mere soldiers to impede a Targaryen dragonlord who is singularly intent on fleeing. Thus, Rhaegar summoned forth all the dragons he trusted implicitly, strategically positioning them in pairs to preclude any stealthy escape attempts by Targaryen remnants. Reminiscent of a century prior when they evaded the hunter's nets, Aerys Targaryen, utterly deranged, had for decades climbed the self-deceiving Iron Throne, tormented by an obsession for restoration. The relentless anxiety and toil had drained his spirit, and the undeniable fact that Westeros was devoid of resistance drove this beleaguered Targaryen to the brink of madness. In despair, he lashed out at everything within the castle, eventually closing his eyes in a fit of extreme frenzy. Another dragon was lost to the Targaryens. Rhaegar mournfully gathered his father's remains, while Daenerys urged them to depart once more. Yet, gazing at her exquisite, delicate countenance, Rhaegar could only manage a bitter smile. It was too late, Daenerys, far too late. The gods, I was a vast grave. Harrenhal would serve as our tombstone, and perhaps we would meet a fate akin to that of the heartless heron, buried beneath the molten remnants of Harrenhal by the shores of God's Eye. On November 13th, the dawn was resplendent. Rhaegar Targaryen had not slept a wink, standing motionless upon the walls of Harrenhal, his gaze fixed upon the southern horizon. As the first rays of sunlight broke, 2 colossal shadows emerged from the morning mist. Rhaegar let out a desperate, bitter laugh before drawing his sword with fervor. An enemy assault. To arms. The final cry of House Targaryen began. 12 dragons soared into the sky, some even including several juvenile dragons, but in battle, the distinction of age matters little. Any display of hostility renders one an enemy. Sol, the leading dragon, charged directly into the fray, while the silver-winged elders circled above, protecting her beloved sister. The dragon Rhaegar rode was a fearsome gray beast, its menacing fangs partially bared, proudly exhibiting its wildness. Yet the disparity between dragons can sometimes be greater than that between dragon and dog. Dracarys, roared the dragons. As the flames enveloped Rieger and Sol, a flicker of surprise illuminated Rieger's eyes, prompting him to charge forth on his dragon. From this moment, the significance of intelligence became apparent. Even though Rieger had dismantled his ancestors, they remained oblivious to his combat style. With a resounding crack, as crisp as breaking a cucumber, Rieger's dragon was seized by Sol, who emerged from the flames, biting down on its neck with a slight exertion, thus severing the head of a dragon that could rightfully be called a powerful adult Targaryen beast. Rieger's gaze lingered in shock, unable to comprehend how Rieger could emerge unscathed amidst the flames of several dragons. Yet life offered him no opportunity for inquiry. Brother. Chapter 195. The Eastern Expedition. The Hammer of the Sea. Daenerys witnessed the separation of Rieger's colossal dragon corpse as her brother plummeted from the heavens alongside it. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably as the cherished princess, nurtured by her entire family, frantically climbed onto Drogon's back, commanding the dragon to ascend in a desperate attempt to catch her falling brother. Yet, Drogon refused. He declined to take flight and engage in battle, for he recognized the essence of the man in the sky, an essence both familiar and nurturing, akin to that of a mother. In their moment of impending dissolution, it had saved the three brothers. Thus, Drogon would never attack Rieger, remaining unmoved by Daenerys' frantic pleas, as the three dragons stood resolute. The advantage of a four-legged dragon over a bipedal one was insurmountable. Viserion did not even deign to roar to intimidate them. With a single bite, he dispatched Rieger. With agility, Viserion's crimson form pivoted, evading the onslaught of the two dragons. His powerful tail lashed like a whip, the bony spikes at its end delivering a crushing blow to the chin of a blue dragon. With a sickening crack, the tremendous force caused the blue dragon's head to explode like a watermelon, leaving no time for a mournful cry as it succumbed to death, plummeting heavily into the Lake of the Gods. Simultaneously, Viserion's wings flared violently, striking the dragon's head of the green dragon, Moonsinger, as it lunged forward. Moonsinger, in pain, let out a howling shriek, hastily diving to evade Viserion's assault. Yet the black dragon trailing behind met a grim fate. In its rapid descent, Moonsinger exposed it entirely to Viserion's gaze, leaving no time for a reaction before its left wing was brutally torn away. In the blink of an eye, it seemed merely a fleeting encounter, yet three dragons of the Targaryen lineage had already perished at Viserion's hands. The vast lake of the gods churned violently, washing away the dragon's blood that spread through its waters, crafting a melancholic tapestry. Both allies and foes stood in stunned silence. Could this truly be an adversary of the same caliber? Tywin Lannister gazed vacantly at Viserion, who had effortlessly dispatched two dragons, and painfully closed his eyes. The Targaryen forces gathered by the Lake of the Gods, along with mercenaries from the free cities, fell into disarray. Everyone understood that Rieger Domnall alone commanded 10 four-legged dragons. And now just one Viserion rendered the Targaryens' numerous dragons powerless. What if all 10 were to attack together? In the depths of fear and utter hopelessness, the human spirit crumbles. The rebel soldiers scattered in panic upon the ground, as did the Targaryen bloodline battling in the skies. With a sickening sound, dragon blood rained down from the heavens once more, as Viserion cruelly severed the throat of a red dragon. The Targaryen dragons that had perished at his hands had now reached 6, and if one were to include the former Black Death, that number rose to 7. The gruesome deaths of their comrades not only stunned the surviving dragon riders, but also terrified the remaining 8 dragons. Though dragons often grew more valiant in battle, fueled by the blood of their kind, such ferocity was predicated on the value of combat among themselves. Bipedal dragons, though not particularly astute, were not mindless. They could discern between battle and suicide. The ensuing scene transformed into a chase where 8 dragons scattered in flight, pursued relentlessly by Sol. Regrettably, they overlooked the presence of the Silver Wing, a vital ally whose purpose was twofold: to thwart ambushes against comrades and to provide assistance in times of need, while simultaneously executing surprise attacks on foes and preventing their escape. Since evolving into a quadrupedal dragon, the Silver Wing had not tasted blood for an extended period. Even during their campaigns alongside Rhaego against the free trade city-states, her combat prowess remained largely untapped. Most often, her role was merely to unleash dragon fire upon the city gates, leading to the swift conclusion of conflicts. At times, her mere presence would compel the minuscule adversaries to kneel and beg for mercy, rendering the encounters rather dull. Whoosh! This was the true essence of an arrow released from the bowstring. The Silver Wing, in her evolved form, soared with remarkable speed, outpacing her fellow quadrupedal dragons by 2- or 3-fold. In the blink of an eye, She positioned herself in front of 3 fleeing giants. The Targaryen dragons, already terrified by Sol, whimpered and stumbled backward upon encountering the silver wing, which bore a resemblance to Sol. Sensing the amusement of the chase, she darted through the skies above the eye of the gods, emitting peculiar cries that herded the fleeing dragons back towards the lake's surface, dispatching one particularly stubborn beast with ease. With no way up to the heavens or down to the depths, the ensuing battle became a grand hunting feast for Sol. In a moment of nostalgia, Rigo felt as if he had returned to his initial arrival in Valyria, riding atop the ailing Sol, stirring trouble as they pursued and hunted the beasts that had once tormented him, setting rivers ablaze and mountains alight. A rare surge of fervor coursed through Rigo, and with an excited shout, he struck the dragon's saddle, prompting the colossal creature to understand his intent. Like a drill, Sol spun and dove, her tail crashing against the head of a black dragon, scattering scales, blood, and broken horns like vibrant fireworks. With a swift maneuver just above the surface of the eye of the gods, Sol let out a triumphant roar and charged ahead, pursuing the pale green dragon, Moondance, which was fleeing towards the thousand-faced isle. Moondance's rider was Laila Targaryen, the wife of Illyris Targaryen, who had personally participated in the defense of Loras against Eddard Stark's return, aiding their allies. Sol's speed far surpassed that of Moondance, allowing her to close the distance swiftly without launching an immediate attack, akin to a cat playing with a mouse, as they danced through the skies toward the thousand-faced isle. However, Rigo's elation abruptly faltered. As they neared the thousand-faced isle, he sensed an unmistakably familiar energy lurking beneath the lake's surface, malevolent, ferocious, and brimming with a destructive aura. Sol! Boom! Just as Rigo shouted a warning to Sol, the lake beneath them erupted violently. A fierce torrent of water twisting into a sharp and powerful jet aimed directly at Sol's abdomen. Roar! With a startled cry, Sol swiftly tilted his body to the right and dove to evade the oncoming torrent of water. He then rapidly flapped his wings to ascend, his silver wings approaching Rigo with equal speed, warily observing the massive water vortex that swirled ominously above. A tremendous volume of lake water rapidly coalesced in the skies over 1,000 faces all under Rigo's grave gaze, while an intense dark magic surged relentlessly from the colossal canopy of the Fishlangu tree into the eye of the god's lake. It seemed Rigo could hear the anguished wails of the Fishlangu. In a brief moment, the lake appeared to be drained, and as Rigo looked down, he could discern the exposed boulders and the remains of fallen dragons beneath the surface. The sheer quantity of water converged above Thousand Faces Isle, casting a shadow that dimmed the light of the eye of the god's lake. A colossal column of water, reminiscent of a mace, formed in the sky, exuding a palpable aura of dread. The old lion, Tywin, gazed in astonishment at the celestial phenomenon, whispering in disbelief, "What is this?" Rigo's eyes were somber as he replied gravely, "The hammer of the sea." Just days prior, Rigo had witnessed a similar scene depicted in the ancient statue of the Fishlangu. Such formations would ensnare vast amounts of seawater, culminating in terrifying tsunamis that would mercilessly crash upon the forebears journeying from Essos to Westeros. These monstrous waves obliterated countless lives, and the formidable assault of dark magic shattered the arm of Dorne, annihilating the sole terrestrial passage between Westeros and Essos at the hands of the children of the forest. Indeed, in ancient times, there existed a land bridge connecting Westeros and Essos, extending eastward from the southern tip of Dorne, resembling an arm reaching towards the southwestern corner of Essos. However, with the catastrophic onslaught of the Hammer of the Sea, this terrestrial bridge was destroyed, and the waters surged to engulf the shattered land, resulting in the formation of the Stepstone Islands and the Broken Arm. This was merely one instance of the children of the forest unleashing the Hammer of the Sea. The emergence of the Eye of the God's Lake and Neck Marsh on the Westeros continent could similarly be attributed to their dark magical machinations. Today, Rigo beheld this arcane power for the first time, a magic that had profoundly influenced the continent of Westeros. Likewise, for many participating in this conflict, it was their inaugural encounter with such formidable sorcery. The immense aquatic prison and towering waves not only ensnared Rigo, Sol, and Silverwing within their grasp, but also indiscriminately trapped the last few dragons of House Targaryen. The children of the forest granted no reprieve to the great dragons. The colossal Hammer of the Sea descended with the ferocity of a celestial curtain, and the foremost dragons of House Targaryen were swallowed whole in an instant, vanishing beneath the roaring waves that crashed towards Rigo and the two dragons suspended in midair. Rigo's expression grew increasingly grave. At that moment, he found himself in perhaps the most perilous situation encountered since arriving in this world. The fearsome beasts that had lurked in the shadows unveiled their sharp fangs to him for the first time, as Soul and Silverwing roared. They sensed a presence from the tumultuous waves that filled the dragons with a profound loathing. Rigo secured the safety rope around his waist, his hands resting on Soul's taut back, as magic surged into the colossal dragon's form. Dracaries! The thunderous roar erupted from Soul's maw, and the coalition soldiers, obscured by the towering waves, stared in astonishment as the sea, akin to a vast curtain of eggs, suddenly burst forth with a blinding orange-red light. A beam of light, reminiscent of extreme heat, rapidly expanded before the colossal waves amidst Soul's roar. Rigo's magic flowed generously into Soul, sustaining her relentless output. The so-called Hammer of the Sea was ultimately a manifestation of the forest dwellers' formidable dark sorcery, harnessing water to form towering waves that descended with devastating force. Rigo was confident that if Soul could shatter the dark magic with her rich bloodfire, she could dismantle the overwhelming waves and restore the long-awaited rain. Silverwing had obediently taken refuge behind Rigo and Soul. Although she possessed formidable magical energy akin to Soul's, the absence of Rigo's real-time support made her cautious. He feared that relentless casting might exhaust his noble dragoness, risking their source of power. The fierce orange-red flames had coalesced into a bowl-like formation, aimed directly at the surging waters. The energies collided with a tremendous impact, producing neither the steam of water meeting fire nor the splashes of waves striking barriers. Instead, it resembled the clash of two colossal hammers against a shield, the exaggerated sound nearly shattering the soldiers' eardrums. Boom! A massive shockwave erupted from the point of contact, instantaneously breaching the meticulously crafted seawater barrier of the forest dwellers. A piercing crash echoed, and both the loyal Targaryen soldiers near the lakeshore and the imprisoned Tywin Lannister, far off in Stone Holy City, felt as if a great dragon had invaded their ears, roaring furiously against their eardrums. Bang! Like a grand firework display. The dragon flames and the Hammer of the Sea, locked in a brief stalemate, simultaneously erupted. The immense waves transformed into a torrential downpour, cascading over the Eye of God Lake, while Soul's scattered flames exhausted their blood-fire magic, flickering and extinguishing in the air. This great crimson creature suddenly felt an unmistakable weariness. Though her magic remained abundant, the mental toll of the encounter was beyond Rigo's capacity to replenish. Soul persevered, descending before the army arrayed towards King's Landing. Rigo consoled the grand beast and swiftly mounted the eager Silverwing, charging towards the Thousand Faces Isle. Damn those ugly creatures. It was time to settle the score. With the swiftness of a silver wing, when Rigo descended before the towering fishwingu of Thousand Faces Isle, the injured children of the forest had yet to persuade Daenerys to flee with them. Of course, even if they managed to convince her, escape was futile. For at that very moment, Daenerys's 3 dragons had already become Rigo's own. One might imagine that if Drogon could speak, he would raise his dragon wing and point at the bewildered Daenerys, saying, "Apologies, Dany. I am an undercover agent." Rigo slid down from Silverwing, Dawn's sword drawn, its blade glistening with the blood of foes, exuding a chilling aura of death that made the children of the forest cower behind Daenerys, too fearful to meet Rigo's gaze. Drogon, Viserion, and Rhaegal exhibited an exuberant and affectionate demeanor, and Rigo too felt the familiar power coursing through the remaining dragons of House Targaryen. A magic energy infused in moments of fervor amidst ash and valleys. Gently pushing Drogon's eager head aside, Rigo calmed Silverwing, who was both jealous and resentful. As he advanced towards Daenerys and the children of the forest, the countenance of the children was grim, blood seeping from their mouths and noses. It appeared that the previous confrontation had not only overwhelmed Soul, but these demons dwelling in Westeros were suffering as well. "Your Majesty, Rigo." Daenerys mustered her courage and stepped forward, attempting to persuade Rigo to grant the children of the forest an opportunity for dialogue. However, before her words could fully form, Rigo mercilessly struck her unconscious with the sheath of his sword. Pointing his sword disdainfully at the grotesque figures emerging from the tree hollow, Rigo smirked. "Should I refer to you as the children of the forest, or perhaps elves, or even half-beasts?" Chapter 197, Eastern Expedition. Brynden River cough. Saitina, weak and breathless, pushed aside her obstructing sisters, staggering from the Fishu tree hollow. She had led the previous onslaught known as the Hammer of the Sea, and now bore the brunt of its devastating backlash. The state of this leader of the children of the forest was dire, yet she still chose to confront Rigo, striving to secure a shred of survival for her kin. "Noble Rigo, it appears you are already aware of our identity." Rigo shrugged, his sword pointed mockingly at the twisted Fishwingu behind them. "He told me. The Heart Tree? Saitina's gaze dimmed. It was indeed a revelation. We are merely wretched refugees. Your Majesty, posing no threat to your subjects or kingdom. Rigo's eyes were particularly frigid, yet Saitina persisted, attempting to deceive him. Unbeknownst to her, Rigo's knowledge of their identity could range from mere awareness to a comprehensive understanding of their countless dealings over the centuries. Rigo, weary of engaging in trivial conversation, swiftly severed the head of Saitina with a single stroke of his sword. Although he was oblivious to the repugnant schemes of the children of the forest, he had witnessed countless narratives in television and film that conveyed a vital lesson. When a shadowy figure begins to wax lyrical after their defeat, they are invariably concocting a scheme to ensnare you. Thus, it was far more prudent to cut through the chaos with decisive action and eliminate the threat. As for the possibility of making a grave error, who truly cares? Rigo felt no inclination to be of service to them. This motley crew was utterly nauseating. Reminiscent of the pallid, emaciated figure of Tyrion Lannister, with his tangled hair and disarrayed features, unmistakably not a product of the land. Saitina. A cluster of children of the forest stood frozen in shock as their leader's head rolled to their feet, and terror-stricken screams erupted from their lips. Having taken many lives, Rigo's heart had hardened to an unprecedented degree. He could now slay without so much as a blink, let alone dispatch these grotesque beings. He plunged into their midst, dispatching them with the efficiency of a butcher slicing through vegetables, leaving a scene of utter devastation in his wake. Kicking aside a contorted head, Rigo entered the spacious hollow of the weirwood tree, where a hoarse voice emerged from the gnarled roots. You have finally arrived. Rigo gazed solemnly at Brynden Rivers, who had been entirely consumed by the weirwood, save for half of his visage that remained exposed. His expression shifted to one of melancholy. There is no need for sorrow. Your Grace, I have committed many transgressions. This is the seven's punishment for me, and perhaps it is a form of liberation. Rigo inhaled deeply, observing the elderly figure who had played a pivotal role in his upbringing. Tell me about the children of the forest, Sir Brynden. A long-forgotten title, Brynden Rivers. The Targaryen bloodline, hand of King Aerys II, Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, and the Three-Eyed Crow, replied. Rigo's first encounter with him had occurred in a dream within the confines of Dragonstone, when he first beheld the enigmatic weirwood idol. At that moment, he sensed the lurking threat and scrutiny emanating from Brynden. Their second interaction had transpired mere days prior, again through the inexplicable appearance of the weirwood idol in King's Landing, where Rigo had finally grasped the entirety of the truth. Millennia ago, the continents of Westeros and Essos were ruled by the formidable dragonlords hailing from Valyria and Ashai, wielding thousands of dragons whose presence spanned the globe. Until the invasion of the half-beasts, these recollections aligned precisely with the visions Rigo had experienced in his dragon dreams. The armies of Ashai faced a catastrophic defeat, forcing the dragonlords to retreat to Valyria. Subsequently, the half-beasts inexplicably withdrew, allowing humanity to counterattack, culminating in the obliteration of the freehold of Valyria. Yet, the ensuing history and myriad mysteries remained elusive to Rigo. At one time, the half-beasts had the opportunity to completely conquer Westeros, but for reasons unknown, they suddenly retreated en masse. However, not all half-beasts chose to withdraw. Tens of thousands, unwilling to leave, concealed themselves within the mountains of Dorne, evading the summons of dark magic. They were, in fact, the forebears of the children of the forest. These beings were once the ethereal elves of their realm, tall, beautiful, and long-lived. They tragically succumbed to the corruption of dark sorcery, transforming into grotesque half-orcs, sent forth by their kin to invade Essos and Westeros. As they journeyed westward, distancing themselves from the source of the malevolence, their innate will began to gradually awaken. Remaining clandestinely in Westeros, these orcs regarded Valyria as their greatest adversary. The twisted elves sacrificed thousands of their brethren, conjuring the dread of the dragons, obliterating the once thriving freehold. Yet they continued to face disdain from their ancestors and the indigenous people of Westeros due to their monstrous appearance, brutality, and utter lack of civilization. Banished to the far north, they endeavored to expel the dark magic within while fortifying themselves against further incursions by the half-orcs. Thus, they conceived the Night King, merely a weapon of war crafted by the children of the forest. It was not until Bran Stark was exiled to the Wall that they stumbled upon a chance to alter the fate of their race. Bran's unprecedented affinity with the weirwood and his adaptability to magic filled them with elation. They devised a plan to capture him, implanting him within the Heart Tree, infusing him with the expelled dark magic, resulting in the creation of a being who called himself the Green Seer. However, Bran retained a flicker of his consciousness. and they manipulated him to traverse the river of time, compelling him to erect the wall eons ago as a natural bastion against the half-orcs. Countless times, they altered human memories through dark sorcery, beautifying their narratives to depict them as the native inhabitants of Westeros, thus manifesting the children of the forest. They tainted Demon Targaryen through the Weirwood. The Blood Moon Dance would have consumed all Targaryen dragons, leaving none to thwart the Night King and his army of the dead, allowing the children of the forest to ascend as the rulers of the world. Yet, the emergence of Rhaegar introduced an unforeseen variable, becoming Bran's opportunity for self-redemption. Through innumerable attempts, Bran delivered the Weirwood statue into Rhaegar's hands, deliberately exposing himself to spark his vigilance, enticing Melisandre to take note of and protect the special Rhaegar. He orchestrated a scheme to liberate the Night King from the children's grasp, manipulating Aerys Targaryen to beseech the children for assistance, dragging them into this war. Even driving Aerys to madness, but every action was deemed worthwhile. I have traversed time countless times, altering the memories of the world, incinerating ancient tomes, and tarnishing the bloodline of my ancestors. Bran's tone grew increasingly somber. Your Majesty, the Fishling Moo has long been bound to me and has become utterly twisted by dark magic. Upon my demise, all Fishling Moo shall serve as my burial accompaniments. Let the flames ignited by our corpses pave the way for a home devoid of demons, for Westeros, for Essos, and for all virtuous souls. Chapter 198, The Eastern Expedition, The Judgment of the Gods. The grand battle at the Lake of the Goddess I concluded with astonishing rapidity. As the Targaryen family found themselves utterly powerless against the might of His Majesty, King Rhaegar, and his dragons. Even with the aid of demons that once invaded the world, they were unable to avert the impending doom of their lineage. Prince Rhaegar Targaryen, who ascended the throne amidst the chaos, perished in the initial charge. Queen Elia of House Martell fell victim during the treacherous ploy, crushed to a pulp by the indiscriminate waters of the hammer. The second prince, Viserys Targaryen, along with his resplendent golden dragon, was torn asunder by the might of Sol, the scattered dragon's blood raining down upon the lake of the goddess Eye, scorching the surface into numerous gaping holes. Yet, Rhaegar was not merely a mindless harbinger of slaughter. The Targaryen princess, having never brandished a sword against the Empire, even attempting on several occasions to persuade her father and brothers to retreat, chose not to engage in battle atop a dragon in the final confrontation, albeit primarily due to her dragoness refusal to heed her commands. However, one must be judged by actions rather than intentions. Rhaegar spared the young maiden who lay unconscious beneath the fishlow, signifying his empire's acceptance of her, granting her the opportunity to avenge her kin and family, should she find the means to do so. Over 20 colossal dragons fell from the skies above the lake of the goddess Eye, their blood nearly boiling the vast expanse of water beneath. For half a month following the battle, the common folk residing near Harrenhal witnessed, day after day, the lake's surface teeming with fish scorched by the dragon's blood. Rhaegar Domina, in the name of the kings of Westeros, Valyria, and Essos, proclaimed the lake of the goddess Eye a sacred site of the empire. The Domina Empire, built upon the backs of dragons, also bore the burden of slaying a sufficient number of these magnificent beasts. The immense dragon corpses at the lake's depths would serve as a perpetual reminder to the empire's subjects of their king's formidable strength and the valor of their erstwhile foes. While the gruesome spectacle of dragons spilling their blood upon the lake of the goddess Eye was witnessed by the majority of Westeros, the events transpiring upon the myriad isles at its heart unfolded silently beneath the veil of the hammer. Brandon Rivers, seduced into darkness by the children of the forest, ultimately redeemed himself at the twilight of his life, preserving the sanctity of his dragon lord lineage. As puppet masters, they manipulated the skills of generations, living in trepidation of a second invasion by Sauron and the half-orcs, devoting their lives to prepare for the impending assault. To this end, they spared no resources in constructing the towering wall of despair, seeking merely a chance to survive in the frigid north. They repeatedly altered memories, incinerated the continent's tomes, concealing the fact that they too were once invaders, packaging themselves as native prophets. In their panic, they birthed terrifying wights and the Night King, all stemming from a deep-seated fear of the Dark Lord Sauron. However, after millennia of preparation, they ultimately found themselves waiting in vain for the imagined second invasion of the half-orcs. Rhaegar personally severed the heads of this aberrant group, arranging them neatly before the lifeless Brandon River, and then set ablaze the already grotesque fishwood, tainted by dark magic. The flames, born from the true dragons, delivered Brandon to his final journey. On October 14th, in the year of conquest, The people of Westeros awoke in astonishment to discover that the immense fishwoods scattered across the continent had withered overnight, as if lamenting the end of an old era while ushering in the dawn of a new one. By October 18th, the area outside the gates of the gods in King's Landing was bustling with activity. The valiant soldiers of Valyria, clad in silver armor, stood silently around the grand platform that had been erected, while nobles, knights, and commoners from various regions gathered in throngs, their astonished gazes fixed upon the disheveled nobles of the Seven Kingdoms being brought forth in rows. This grand event, known as the Judgment at the Gates of the Gods, was destined to be etched into history due to its unprecedented scale and the vivid hue of blood that accompanied it. Rather than a mere trial, it was more akin to Regger's meticulously orchestrated spectacle, a warning to those who betrayed. The traitors would inevitably pay a steep price for their actions. Even those once noble lords would find their family's blood spilled for their misjudged alliances. From the west, Prince Tywin Lannister, along with his kin Jaime and Tyrion Lannister, stood alongside their loyal western nobles. The dread Lord Roose Bolton from the north and his sons faced their reckoning, while the bastard Ramsay Bolton would meet his end before ever stepping onto the stage of the Seven Kingdoms. From the Riverlands came Edmure Tully and the executioners who had followed him in rebellion, mercilessly slaying Blackfish Brynden Tully. The Wall's traitors and the spectators of war awaited their fate. The instigator of the massacre at Stone Mill, the remnants of the treacherous Robert Baratheon and his wife Cersei Lannister from the west, were also among those condemned. Most of the culprits from the Riverlands had already met their demise. The Prince of the Riverlands fell at Highgarden, and the architect of the rebellion, the Queen of Thorns, perished in regret and hatred at Tumbleton. The Knight of Flowers was publicly executed, while the politically matched but willingly submissive Highgarden Rose, Marjorie Tyrell, along with her kin, was now akin to a lost dog, shackled and kneeling before the people of the Seven Kingdoms. As the distant toll of the bell from the Red Keep resonated, it heralded the death knell for the traitors. Prince Balon too swiftly drew his ancestral sword, issuing commands with an almost thunderous fury. By the king's decree, traitors shall be executed. Carry out the sentence immediately. The towering executioners, armed with sharp battle axes, forced the already paralyzed men and women onto the wooden stakes before them. Their blades aimed at the tender necks of the nobles, raised high in readiness at Balin's command. Prepare. Bronn deliberately paused for a moment, and the foul stench of excrement swiftly permeated the entire scene. Yet, the spectators below, witnessing the execution, did not cover their noses. Instead, they eagerly surged closer, eager to witness the disgrace of the once noble aristocrats. Execute. A sharp axe descended, and suddenly, someone recalled the instinct for survival, shouting hoarsely, "I demand a duel." The descending axe silenced his unfinished words, and with the surge of his terrified blood, it stained the ground outside the gates of the gods. On the 18th of October in the year of Conquest 300, the king declared a group of nobles guilty of treason and sentenced them to death, executing them outside the gates of the gods, witnessed by the Seven Kingdoms as an era came to a close. On the 15th of November in the same year, a raven from Essos returned with bloody tidings. The 100,000 troops of Westeros set sail southward, joining forces with another 100,000 elite Valyrian soldiers, crossing the summer sea to support the Dothraki, who were valiantly battling in the Bone Mountains. Chapter 199. Rego Domnurl in the Ancient History of Westeros and Essos. Never had there been a war capable of uniting the strength of all humanity. Under the directive of the Dark Lord Sauron, the half-orc legions from Middle-earth brazenly invaded the world of ice and fire. In the face of true apocalyptic calamity, the Night King and his wights, entrenched beyond the wall, appeared less fearsome. A bloody battle erupted in the Bone Mountains, where Valyrians, Westerosi, Dothraki, and the ancient Valyrian refugees from the Isle of Serpents gathered around the great king Rego Domnurl, raising their longswords and crossbows against the invading orcs. A surge of dark magic rose from the enemy ranks, transforming into ominous clouds that obscured the sky above the allied forces. The night steeds began to panic, and a significant number of the allied warriors perished upon contact with the black mist. The Dothraki, serving as the first line of defense under the leadership of Drogo Ko, suffered tremendous casualties, barely holding out until the dragons arrived. In just 7 days, the Dothraki lost over half of their warriors and horses. The half-orc army had already crossed the Bone Mountains, advancing towards Ilsar and the shores of the Poison Sea. At that moment, the dragons appeared. The massive red dragon, Sol, the silver dragon, Silverwing, and the powerful Vagharl, along with 6 smaller dragons, were commanded by Daenerys Targaryen, who rode the black dragon Drogon alongside the other 2 dragons. as well as the colossal dragons hatched from the Valyrian peninsula. They soared into the battlefield, their enormous wings glimmering in the twilight and the glow of dark magic. The records of this war from Westeros and Essos are scant, primarily due to the lack of anything worthy of description. The Dothraki initially fought bravely and fiercely, but once dozens of dragons arrived, particularly those transformed by Rhaegad's advanced bloodfire magic, their presence delivered a devastating blow to the overconfident half-orcs who sought to conquer this realm. The Orcish war chariots melted in the dragon's flames, while the colossal crossbows shattered against the dragon's scales. The mighty sandworms scurried in terror, cowering from the roars of the magical dragon. Within a mere half-day, the half-orc forces that had traversed the Bone Mountains faced utter annihilation. The Knights of Westeros and the formidable warriors of Valyria, united with the Dothraki warriors, launched a comprehensive offensive against the fleeing remnants of the half-orcs. The Bone Mountains were reclaimed. The realm of Jekawin was restored. Under the leadership of the dragons, the coalition advanced eastward with relentless force. Asha was reclaimed. Stygia was restored. The black mists of the Shadowlands receded for the first time in millennia, and the long-awaited sunlight began to illuminate this land, once seemingly forsaken by the gods. The continent of Ulz was reclaimed. In the year of conquest, June of 302, the year-long and 7-month-long War of Guardianship officially concluded, marked by the fiery demise of the last half-orc commander at the source of the Ashen River. This conflict claimed the lives of countless warriors, including noble families of ancient lineage and renowned knights. Yet humanity triumphed once more. Regadamnal ascended to the throne, wielding absolute authority over the realm of ice and fire. This great king, who had personally buried the powerful Valyrian family and led his subjects to vanquish the half-orc invasion, settled in the newly rebuilt Valyrian peninsula, generously distributing the prosperous lands of Westeros and the vast expanses of Essos to his loyal subjects. The gentle Valyrian breezes caressed the heat waves rising from the 14 flame peaks, softly sweeping across the coastline. After a century of ruling this land of dragons, His Majesty Regadamnal bequeathed the supreme throne to the most esteemed noble, and with his dragon and the ever-present sword Dawn, vanished from this continent. Time flowed steadily onward. As blood and fire sporadically surged across the vast territories of Westeros and Essos, the clashing of swords and the battle cries of warriors composing new epics. Yet, in this world, the traces of dragons had vanished, along with the presence of that legendary dragon rider. Perhaps in the esteemed chronicles of scholars, future generations would glimpse the noble visage of the Dragon King, but apart from those who had participated in the War of Guardianship, none had witnessed Regadamnal again. Merchants from free trade city-states, passionate about maritime adventures, boasted in taverns of having seen dragon herds hunting in the far eastern realms of Asha. The wild men of Frostbite spoke of having heard the roars of the magical dragon in the land of eternal winter during trade with the north. Regadamnal's legend continued to be passed down through generations across Westeros and Valyria, with minstrels singing ballads inspired by his deeds. Adventurous knights revered his stories, dreaming of achieving fame in tournaments. Yet the great Rhaegar Domhnarl, Valyria, Westeros, Essos, and the rulers of the known continents, born of storm and fire, the Sword of Dawn, the Master of Dragons, the Guardian of the Homeland, the Breaker of Chains, the illustrious forerunner of freedom and chivalry, departed from the world he had protected and governed on a seemingly mundane morning, shrouded in the dense mist of Valyria. It all transpired so quietly, akin to the sudden disappearance of a wight in a subsequent moment.